Once, the beautiful woman next door who treated you like a cockroach, is now kneeling on both knees, calling you daddy, and even offering to bathe you with her mouth every day. Due to the arrival of the doomsday, 88% of the people in the world have turned into zombies. You, fortunately, have activated the beauty collection system. As long as you can conquer the beauties, you will be able to reap generous rewards. Your primary target is the proud and aloof beauty next door, Huang Zhenzhen. As you pondered, a sudden piercing scream of a woman came from outside. You moved to the window and looked out, only to see a beautiful woman in a white t-shirt on the neighboring rooftop, looking back anxiously. In front of her was a female zombie wearing a cleaning uniform. Who was the cleaning aunt who came to clean her house today? Seeing this scene, a wicked smile escaped from the corner of her mouth, secretly thinking, it's really effortless to get what you want. This beauty is none other than the system-designated Huang Zhenzhen. At this moment, you calmly take out a silver desert eagle from the system's beginner's reward package. Meanwhile, Huang Zhenzhen seems to have seen you and seems to seek help, but the approaching zombies are close at hand, leaving her no time to speak. Just as she closed her eyes in despair, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Huang Zhenzhen only felt a strong wind whistling by her ears, causing her cheeks to sting. When she opened her eyes again, the zombie had already had half of its head blown to pieces. At this moment, her heart was full of fear, secretly thinking, if it weren't for the young man opposite just now, she might have already turned into a puddle of flesh. Her hands were trembling slightly, and she was absent-minded. Before she could think further, she heard your shout, which made her suddenly come to her senses. Shortly after, she saw a nylon rope tied to a metal boomerang flying towards her. The long rope was long enough to span the passage between two villas. Hold on to the rope and tie it to the window frame, then use the boomerang to pull it over. You urged loudly. Just because of the gunshot just now, it has caused the zombies below the villa to become restless, all rushing towards the building where Huang Zhenzhen is located. Huang Zhenzhen also understood your intention. She no longer cared about being dignified and proud, hurriedly tied the rope to the high window frame, in order to slide smoothly to your side. The zombies' roars came from inside the house, presumably already on the second floor, only separated by one floor from the rooftop where she is. She walked to the edge of the rooftop, hung the returning dart on the rope, looked down, and was immediately frightened, closing her eyes tightly with a terrified expression. Several zombies were already gnawing on something in the passageway between the two buildings, the bloody scene almost making her nauseous. Hurry up! If you don't want to die, come quickly! I won't save you a second time. Your scolding voice suddenly woke her up. The sound of zombies banging on the door inside the house was getting closer, and at this moment she had no time to think too much. With determination, she closed her eyes tightly and slid rapidly towards your villa along the rope. Due to the inertia of the pulley, there was no sign of slowing down during the slide. In an instant, Huang Zhenzhen crashed into a solid embrace. Madam, you are a brave woman. Huang Zhenzhen slowly opened her eyes upon hearing your voice. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. But she quickly steadied herself, regained her haughty demeanor, and broke free from your embrace. Thank you, Mr. Lin. She bowed deeply to express her gratitude for saving her life, which was the most she could do. You smiled at the corner of your mouth and said softly, it's okay, saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone Mrs. Huang, such a beautiful lady. Facing your praise, Huang Zhenzhen slightly frowned and secretly labeled you as frivolous. She shook her head gently, suddenly thinking of her daughter who was still in her first year of college. Feeling anxious, she searched her body with her hands but couldn't find what she was looking for, so she urgently turned her gaze to you. Mr. Lin, could I borrow your phone? I want a call to confirm if my daughter is safe. People always have a kind of inertia thinking that if you save her, you will definitely help her to the end. But you ignore her request and walk straight into the house. Huang Zhenzhen is puzzled, looks at the group of zombies downstairs, and follows you into your home with lingering fear. When she went down to the first floor, she saw you sitting calmly drinking tea, completely ignoring her. Didn't you hear what I said? Quickly lend me your phone to make a call. Huang Zhenzhen walked quickly down the stairs and said, lift your head up and look around freely on Huang Zhenzhen's body. Looking her up and down, the eyes were very aggressive, making Huang Zhenzhen feel flustered. She subconsciously reached out to pull down the hem of her white t-shirt, trying to cover up her fair thighs, unaware that this action only highlighted her impressive figure even more. It was hard for Lin Fei to imagine that she wasn't playing some sort of innuendo on herself. This woman was arrogant to a fault, but it's definitely loaded. Not bad for an excellent system rating at 90, but she's a character that won't work on her own. The world's ending, but there are no moral ethics. No one will spoil anyone, even if you are a beautiful woman detected by the system. So what? If you make me unhappy, I'll crash you as usual. Does Mrs. Huang think I'm a good person? Lin Fei said indifferently. There was a hint of teasing on his face. Huang Ruoyi was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Fei to ask himself this rhetorically. If you can save me, then why can't you do another favor and, what about letting me make a phone call? Huang Ruoyi said with a frown. Lin Fei laughed. Ha ha, saving you was something I wanted to do myself. But your request is a different matter, there's a deal involved. In other words, if you want help with me, then in exchange for what? Although Lin Fei's voice was flat, hearing it in Huang Ruoyi's ears made her heart flutter. This guy, who looked only a few years older than his own daughter, was so deep in the city? How could she have known that Lin Fei was the chairman of a publicly traded company? Or a know-it-all who was well-versed in post-apocalyptic literature? Still a very easy take on human nature. Huang Ruoyi was a little flustered in her heart. If it was a trade, what would she trade with him? I've got a lot of gold at home, and I can give you a couple if you lend me a call. Lin Fei looked at her with a smirk on his face, then snorted out a laugh. Ma'am, looks like you haven't recognized reality yet. It's the end of the world now. Oh, those gold bars of yours can be food? To put it mildly, in a few days' time, a gold bar and a cookie will fall on the floor and no one would even choose gold bullion, so the price is null and void. And if you can't come up with something that makes my heart sing, then we'll just have to ask you to go out the door and turn left and go back where you came from. Lin Libel's words made Huang Ruoyi fall into deep thought. More or less she had seen some post-apocalyptic movies and TV shows, knowing that in post-apocalyptic times, money is often the first thing to go, as opposed to food that will keep one alive. It's not even worth mentioning. She squeezed the hem of her t-shirt with both hands, her knuckles turning a little white. I still have plenty of ingredients at home. I can trade those. Lin Fei stood up and walked in front of her, forcing her back 2 steps. At 5'8", he was a good half a head taller than Huang Ruoyi, towering over eyeing her dangerously. I don't think, ma'am, you've got it all figured out, do you? You're in my house, and your house is overrun with walkers. While you're not capable of dealing with those walkers, everything in your house can be called unclaimed, meaning, not belonging to you. Nor do they belong to me. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. So, it's not a quid pro quo when you keep bartering me for what you have at home. Still, if you, right now, can't show your proper worth, let's not even talk about the phone call. Lin Fei approached her. In a low voice, he said, even if you want to stay in my house, that's not going to happen. Huang Ruoyi's back was against the cold wall, and Lin Fei pressed forward step by step, causing her great oppression. She couldn't understand why this man, who was 24 or 25 at the most, how come it's so difficult? She had not the slightest doubt that the fellow would do what he said he would do, and if she was of no use to him, the end that awaits one is to face those hideous and horrible monsters alone. No, she didn't even want to, and she didn't dare. You want to fight him? What's the difference between that and seeking death? He's got a gun. Besides, how could a woman by herself possibly fight a man? She even imagined herself being kicked out by Lin Fei. What hideous wounds those monsters tore as their bloody mouths fell upon their own delicate bodies. Blood and flesh. Broken bones. No, don't. I don't want it. The desire to survive in Huang Ruoyi's heart drowned out her reasoning. The look she gave Lin Fei was no longer condescending, but a kind of supplication. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth sketched out a smile as he reached out and hooked her chin. Yeah, that's it. Say, what makes you want me to help you? And what makes you stay in the middle of my impeccable villa? Chapter 4, Phone Calls to be Made on Your Knees. Huang Ruoyi knew that the only thing she still had some value in today was this body of hers. Looking at Lin Fei's dark eyes in front of her, she shuddered for no reason. But having always been a cold person myself, even my daughter was born through IVF. Not to mention doing that kind of thing with a man. I even went to the doctor myself once, and came up with a frigid personality. It's really hard to get yourself to say something like that in person nowadays. There was a slight grumble in the bottom of her eyes as she said tentatively, I could help you with the housework. And I can cook. Lin Fei's smile froze, and then his face sank. Snap! A loud slap on Huang Ruoyi's face knocked her to the ground hard. Lin Fei then violently dragged her by her hair and yanked her towards the door. Get thee out of here. I have no shortage of babysitters here. Go burn some food for those monsters in your house. Huang Ruoyi was pushed out of the gate of the villa by Lin Fei, and when the zombies outside the fence saw the appearance of a living person, he went berserk, banging frantically against the iron fence. That crazy behavior and hissing scared Huang Ruoyi to death. No, don't kick me out. Mr. Lin. She tried to run back inside, but then he saw the black hole of the gun in Lin Fei's hand on the sofa pointing at himself. I have no shortage of trash here, and if trash wants to come into my house, this thing in my hand won't agree to that. You figure it's you who's gonna get out there and face those monsters. or do I break your legs and throw you out? Lin Fei's words, which were filled with bloody violence, caused Huang Ruo's body to go ice cold. She really didn't dare step through the villa door either. Outside are grim-faced, bloodthirsty zombies, while inside are relentless gunfire. In the end, she is just an ordinary woman who has made some achievements in a society governed by the rule of law. Never been exposed to such blood and violence in my life, let alone at gunpoint. Huang Ruo was instantly scared out of her wits. She sat paralyzed on the ground, her mouth unconsciously opening and closing. As if trying to say something. A scream resounded outside the villa door, also waking up Huang Ruo. She looks over and a young girl is being chased by walkers. The girl looked about the same age as his own daughter, but how could she be as fast as the monster? It wasn't long before it was pounced upon. Screams and hisses mingled, blood spurted, followed by monsters scrambling for the broken arms as well as heads. The girl retained an expression of extreme fear after her death. That tragic look stimulated Huang Ruo deeply. It was as if she was seeing her own daughter being parted by these monsters. No, don't! Makoto! Huang Ruo had a jolt and stood up directly from the ground. There was no longer the arrogance in her eyes that was there before. She turned to face the room and bent her legs slightly, then went straight to her knees. Without speaking, he just looked straight at Lin Fei. She didn't dare to resent that, because she knew she was just a dispensable woman in his eyes. And women, who are often the weakest group in the post-apocalyptic world, are lucky enough to find a backer, sacrifice a little tiny bit of color for peace of mind, have a little bit of bad luck and get eaten by those monsters. The most horrible thing is to fall into the hands of inhuman kind. That's the desperate thing. The Lin Fei in front of him didn't force himself, but offered a deal. I could tell he wasn't the vicious type. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, trading is indeed king. No one will give charity, and the selfless ones will have gone to their god long ago. Inside the house, Lin Fei sat on the sofa playing with the desert eagle in his hand, without having to think about it. He also knew what the woman would choose. Unless she was one of those extreme chaste women, the end result was in her hands. He glanced faintly at the doorway, his voice unsavory. Come here. Huang Ruo slowly got up and walked into the house step by step, coming to Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei took out his cell phone from inside his own pocket and handed it to her. Kneel down on the sofa and type. Huang Ruo's eyes flashed, and after struggling for a few moments, she took the cell phone and then knelt down on the sofa beside Lin Fei and quickly started dialing. University of Oblivion. It's supposed to be the most lively time for new students to enter the school, but now that the end times are upon us, flesh and blood are commonplace. The whole campus was filled with shrieks and monstrous hissing. I wonder how many people were turned into monsters and how many more survived. Inside the gymnasium at this moment, the doors were locked and more than 20 students were gathered inside. Everybody try calling the outside world, quick, and see if you can get through to the police department. Let them send someone to rescue us. It's no use. I fought the monster when it first appeared. It's impossible to get through. All of them are occupied. Not only the police station, but the rescue squad. The hospitals can't be reached. It's like they won't even care about us anymore. No way. How could the police department not care? We're college students. There was a lot of bickering and a lot of crying, and as young people involved in the world, there simply aren't a lot of ideas when faced with such an unexpected situation. In one corner, two girls sat huddled. Suddenly a cell phone rang in the hand of one of the pretty-faced girls. She picked it up in a panic and frowned. It was a number she'd never seen before, but she couldn't care less. Anything the outside world can do to reach them is a good thing. Hello? Makoto. I'm Mom. A familiar voice came from the phone, and Huang Zhenzhen looked delighted and hurriedly called out. Mom, is it really you? Mom, it's me. Makoto. It's so good. It's okay. You're okay really so good. When Huang Zhenzhen heard that it was really her mother on the cell phone, her eyes instantly reddened. And Mom's voice sounds so tired and weepy. She should be in a hurry too. Mom, I'm fine. I'm stuck in the gym with my classmates. There's a lot of monsters out there. So many of my classmates are dead. Woohoo. Zhenzhen, don't cry. Mommy will find a way to come and save you. Mom, are you okay? It's okay. I almost broke my foot pedaling my bike earlier. Bicycle? Zhenzhen, you must protect yourself. And try not to go out if you can. Mommy will come for you. Mommy's in a bit of a hurry and has to speed up. So make sure you wait for Mommy. A busy signal came over the phone after that. Huang Zhenzhen also fed half a day, and even called back, but no one answered at all. She couldn't help but start to get nervous. Her mom wasn't going to meet a monster, was she? God forbid. Mom must be safe and sound. Surely. The female classmate next to her cried out and asked, Zhenzhen, The police department can't even be contacted right now. Can Auntie really come and save us? Huang Zhenzhen looked at her cell phone in a daze and said, Mom is the greatest person in this world. If she says she can, she can. Then her eyes blossomed with survival. So, until then, Xuan, we must survive this. Firm conviction was born in Huang Zhenzhen's heart, and a warmth rose from the small of her back. It pours into all the limbs. After her slight dismay, she looked at her hands incredulously. The girl next to her looked over as well and was stunned. Makoto, your hand, discharging? Only to see azure-colored electric arcs jumping and crackling on Huang Zhenzhen's two palms. Chapter 5, The Second Beauty Card. Inside the villa, Lin Fei looked at Huang Ruoyi, who was cooking vegetables inside the kitchen with a satisfied smile on his face. The woman turned out to be just like the original, everywhere except for the lack of red color. Don't ask Lin Fei why he knew that, because in the past, before Young Shi parted with himself, the taste of giving what he should and shouldn't have given was still fresh in his mind. If I were to say there is a bit of a difference, it would be that Rui Huang is more moist, and the figure is much more voluptuous, worthy of a woman who has reached the achievement of a human wife. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Fei to limit his gaze to just women. Women are just stepping stones on his way to becoming stronger. It's the system rewards that matter. At the moment he was surveying the black card in his hand. The Huang Ruoyi's appearance was clearly reflected on it. Beauty card Huang Ruoyi, S-rank water-based psychic ability, flaw remediation in progress. Anyone who is included in the beauty card will not be able to affect the host. Unlock gun slots. Insert beauty card for 1 gun upgrade. Upgrading guns? What does that mean? Lin Fei was a bit puzzled, but he's a giant of action, pulling out his Desert Eagle and exiting the clip straight away. You can see a slot on the side of the magazine that just fits the deck. Lin Fei directly inserted the beautiful card in his hand. The cards immediately disappeared into the slots like a stream of water. Fulleran's heart arrives and the clip is sheathed. Click. In the next instant, Lin Fei felt the Desert Eagle in his hand become heavy. Upgrade successful. The killing weapon has been upgraded to twin-barreled Desert Eagle. ***. Is this to make up for the lack of firepower? Lin Fei couldn't help but spit out. But this weapon upgrade really surprised him a bit. I didn't realize a little Desert Eagle could be fun. No wonder the system calls it a killing weapon. I wonder if in the future, when there are more beautiful cards, what can this gun be upgraded to? If you have something to look forward to, you will be able to go farther in the midst of the end times. The double-barreled Desert Eagle disappeared with a flip of his hand, and another small porcelain bottle appeared in the palm of Lin Fei's hand, and from it, he poured out a living tiger Dan, the color of which was a bit like the Monkey King Dan he ate when he was a child. But it doesn't smell like much. This was a special prop that was rewarded by flipping the card after successfully taking down Huang Ruoyi. Living Tiger Pill. After taking it, it can strengthen your body, and can also quickly recover the physical strength consumed. Show the tiger again. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He swallowed a capsule straight down, and it melted in his mouth. A warm and pure unknown energy flowed through his limbs and bones, filling him with strength. I just stood up and pedaled my bike, and I'm still a little tired. After all, he hadn't seen any combat-related effects from his current powers yet. There is only a Desert Eagle for self-defense, and this Living Tiger Dan has made up for his shortcomings in this area. 1 capsule of the Living Tiger elixir went down, and he was all energized. Cool. By the way, what the hell is this flaw patch in progress? Lin Fei looked at the system prompt in wonder. The end times come, everything changes. The lucky ones can awaken their powers, but due to the human body's natural defects, the result is that the powers cannot be used at will. If the defect is not remedied and the powers are used recklessly, they will be countered by the powers and die. Hiss. Lin Fei was shocked in his heart. ***. This psychic ability is a double-edged sword. If you use it too much, you'll still get hiccups. What about me? Will I die a violent death from too much use of my powers? The host has the defect completion ability and can use any ability without fear. It was only at this moment that Lin Fei realized how perverted the supernatural ability he had spouted off about earlier was. Not only does this ability patch up his own flaws, it looks like it can patch up flaws for others as well. Huang Ruoyi is the best example. If he hadn't eaten her himself, I'm afraid she'll be killed by her own water powers before long as well. Woohoo! Blessed by Young Shi. Now he had another honorable and difficult task for himself. The beautiful girl with extraordinary powers. The beautiful mature women. Wait for me to save you. Man, what about me? Lin Fei, Clawbar. At this time, Huang Ruoyi had also just finished making her lunch, and Lin Fei looked at her writhing body in the kitchen. The fire came back. This revitalizing tiger pill really brings people to life. I have to say, Ruoyi Huang is very good at making a roasted pork chop, fish-flavored shredded pork, vegetarian potatoes, and a tomato and egg soup. Well done. Crouch under the table. Lin Fei walked over to the dining table and sat down, making a beeline for Huang Ruoi. Huang Ruoi shuddered, though she resisted a little. But she was already fearful of Lin Fei from the bottom of her heart and still did as she was told. Lin Fei looked at her obedient appearance and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. And so it was delicious on the table and off the table. After a long time, whimpering sounds came, and Lin Fei put down his chopsticks and said, "Okay, I'm done. You can eat at the table." Only then did Huang Ruoi, who was under the table, slowly crawl out, her eyes looking at Lin Fei with a grudging look. It was as if they were going to eat him up. After taking a sip of milk, Huang Ruoi suddenly felt heat coming from the small of her back. Her body was as soft as water, her legs unconsciously rubbing together as if she were trying desperately to control something that she was at a bit of a loss for words. What am I? Lin Fei looked at her, the corner of his mouth sketched a smile. Don't be nervous. Just go with the flow. You're awakening your powers. Alien. Altered abilities? Huang Ruoi's voice contained charm, her eyes like spring water. In the next moment, a large stream of clear and cold water flowed out of Huang Ruoi's body. Spread the floor in an instant. It was only after a plunge that Huang Ruoi heaved a sigh of relief. Asterisk. Are you trying to flood the mountains? Hurry up and collect your divine power for me. I don't know. Lin Fei shouted as he jumped onto the bench. Huang Ruoi was a bit confused, but the good thing was that since she had awakened her powers, she had the ability to recycle them. Within moments, those streams of pure water on the floor disappeared into her body. Huang Ruoi's defects have been made up, and the host's physical quality has been raised to 10 times the human limit, gaining the shared ability S-rank water ability. Lin Fei suddenly saw the system prompt and almost stared his eyes out. Then a force of rigidity was born within him, and every cell was struck with a shock of getting tougher. It rumbled all over his body like refried beans, and he felt like he could have killed a couple of Tysons with one punch. The slapshot match winner takes it easy. Huang Ruoi, on the other hand, was overcome with emotion. She had become a Superman, being able to control water. Does that mean you'll have an endless supply of water from now on? She hadn't been working on her S-rank powers in the direction of killing at all, but that's not surprising. She's just an ordinary woman. Lin Fei, whose heart was equally surging, didn't pay any attention to Huang Ruoi and walked to the villa rooftop on his own. Marred. This defect completion is simply a divine skill. Doesn't it mean that the more women there are in the future, the more abilities I have? Lin Fei instantly figured out the reasoning behind this, and instantly felt that he was already in a position to take off. System, once again detect if there are any eligible beauties around. The words were all a little impatient. System testing in progress. Detection range, centered on the host, 100 meters in circumference. A beautiful woman with a composite rating of 95 or higher appears within the system's detection. Target, Nguyen Thursday. Lin Fei was a little surprised in his heart. Nguyen? It can't be that coincidental, can it? The reason that made Lin Fei so surprised was that if it was the Ruan Qiu that he knew, guess there's some fun to be had. Though that is a no-nonsense beauty, she's an unruly master of the. When he started his own company in Oblivion, he was a rival to her company, and the two of them did not fight with each other. I didn't expect her to live in the same neighborhood as myself, and even more so. She's in the neighborhood right now. What? Does the chairman have to sleep in too? But it was also good that she was still at home, giving herself a chance to collect the second beauty card more quickly. But now there's the problem that one doesn't know which building Nguyen actually lives in. It would be unrealistic to go from one to the other on your own. Looks like we'll just have to mobilize the masses. Chapter 6, Mrs. Man's wife is actually smart. The neighborhood continues to be a wild mess. Bang bang. There were explosions in a number of places, for the end of the world came at exactly 12 o'clock in the middle of the day. Many people are cooking at home at this time of year. A violent explosion draws the zombies in, and the flames keep coming. An airliner in the sky angled right into the earth. It made an earth-shattering noise in the center of Oblivion City. Lin Fei stood on the rooftop of the villa and took a deep breath. The delicious smell of doom. After returning to the villa, Lin Fei looked at Huang Ruoi, who was in the middle of the kitchen manipulating the water flow to wash the dishes, and asked, "Do you know a woman named Nguyen in our neighborhood?" Huang Ruoi froze as she turned around and said suspiciously, "You know Xiao Qiu?" Lin Fei smiled. It looked like he didn't have to go and work blindly. "What's your relationship with Nguyen?" Huang Ruoi stammered a bit. I'm friends with Xiao Qiu. You're not going to hit on Xiao Qiu, are you?" Her eyes widened at the thought, and a complex look filled her eyes. This Lin Fei had held himself to death, but he had also tasted pleasure in him. It was a joy that I had never experienced on my own before. The fact that he was asking for news about another woman at this moment couldn't help but make Huang Ruoi a little slightly jealous. Lin Fei pulled her over and made her stick in front of him. What? Mrs. Huang, eat your heart out and now you're jealous? Ha ha, I still like the condescending energy you had before. That was fun. But don't worry about it. I'm not a good person, but I promise to save your daughter. Just never go back on your word. As you can see, there are monsters everywhere out there. And if we just go to Oblivion University like this, I'm afraid I can't even get halfway there before I can just declare GG. So, all I'm doing now is preparing for what I'm going to do afterward. At these words, Huang Ruoi was stunned, and the depth revealed in Lin Fei's body. It made her a little disoriented. Huang Ruoi sighed and said, I have Xiaoqiu's contact information. If I can get my cell phone, I should be able to contact her while there's still an internet connection. But this post-apocalyptic world is suddenly upon us. I don't know where she is either. Lin Fei touched her face. It's fine. Just make a call later and ask. I don't know why he's in such a hurry, but as long as he's strong, true to be saved. Huang Ruoi nodded. Then let's go through the basement. The basement should be safer. Hearing her advice, Lin Fei felt that she wasn't the kind of woman with big breasts. Tickling the corners of his mouth, he then slapped her on the ass. You're a smart woman. Huang Ruoi's figure gave a slight lurch, then recovered as usual as she followed Lin Fei. The two of them went down to the basement, and Lin Fei observed through his 360-degree night vision electronic eyes. There's no sign of walkers out there. Then gently opening the basement door, Huang Ruoi realized that not only was Lin Fei's villa sturdy on the surface, even this basement was impenetrable. He must know something to make such puzzling preparations. Does he have someone up there? What are you thinking? Why don't you hurry up and follow? Lin Fei's low chiding voice woke Huang Ruoi up. She rushed to keep up. The basements between the two villas were not far apart, and the two men made no noise that. It carefully took a minute to arrive at the basement door of Huang Ruoi's house. Huang Ruoi smoothly opened the door. The zombies inside her house had been attracted away by the noise outside. It's safe at the moment. The first thing Lin Fei did was to gently close the door behind him, and Huang Ruoi sighed in relief. Those undulating waves could tell she was nervous just now. Grab your cell phone. Lin Fei's voice lowered. Huang Ruoi similarly whispered. I also want to take some clothes and household items and the food in my house. Lin Fei glanced at her. Leave these to me. Under Huang Ruoi's astonished gaze, Lin Fei waved his big hand and collected everything in her house except for the furniture into the space. The sight was astonishing to her. I've got a carry-on space for everything, and I can tell you that I've hoarded things inside this space that you won't be able to use up in your lifetime, so you're not at a disadvantage by becoming my woman. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Huang Ruoi couldn't calm down for a long time because she knew that Lin Fei was right. A woman of her own, able to find a man of his countless supplies as a backer, definitely a blessing from a past life. It wasn't like she hadn't read those post-apocalyptic works where people kill people for a bite to eat. There are also husbands who give their wives away to be played with for a bite. These may not be present now, but time moves on, and if the officials are not capable of rescuing it will surely become a staple of the end times. Huang Ruoi's eyes looked at Lin Fei with another hint of celebration. She hurriedly grabbed her cell phone, flipped through it to find a number, and after a moment's hesitation dialed it. There was a ring and soon the phone was answered. Hello? Shui. Autumn? Spawn Autumn. Who the are you? A man's voice rang out from the other end of the line, and there appeared to be someone else shouting beside him but the mouth was gagged and all that could come out was a whimper. Huang Ruoi was startled and quickly asked in a chorus, Who are you? Where is Ruan Qiu? Oh, what are you to her? The man across from him sneered. Huang Ruoi looked at Lin Fei, seeing that the other party was letting her make up her own mind. After thinking about it, I said, I am her sister. What do you want? I advise you to be sensible. Forcing your way into people's homes and plotting against them. But it's a life sentence. Ahahaha, life imprisonment? He came to arrest me instead. The man on the other side laughed as sinister. I'm afraid that he also knows that order will collapse in the middle of the end times, and that's why he is emboldened. Lin Fei attached himself to Huang Ruoi's ear and said, Stabilize him. We'll go over and settle it. Huang Ruoi nodded and hurriedly said into the phone, Don't mess around. What do you have to do to let Xiaoqiu go? Spare her? It's a sin to let such a beautiful woman go for nothing. The man hemmed and hawed and smiled lewdly. Huang Ruoi thought for a moment and said, I can take food. Yes, take food and trade it with you. I have plenty of food. And gold. I have money if you want it. I can give you all of it. The man across the table was silent for a moment and then his voice said grimly, It seems that you have a good relationship with this. It's okay. I'm not some unreasonable person. This way. How about you bring all the food and gold to her house and I'll let her go? Old man? Huang Ruoi hesitated for a moment, and when another whimpering sound came from the opposite side, she hurriedly said, Good. I'll bring it to you. You can't hurt Xiaoqiu. Oh, And if you don't bring the stuff in within an hour, I can't guarantee that. Then, the phone was hung up, and Huang Ruoi looked at Lin Fei to cast an inquiring look. Lin Fei looked at her and smiled with satisfaction. Madam's acting skills are still very good. Let's go and meet this Mr. Kidnapper. Chapter 7 Iceberg Female President's Perverted Driver. In the 7th floor of the townhouse that was separated from Lin Fei's house by a dozen villas, at that moment a woman was being thrown on the bed with her arms and legs trapped by a sheet. She has a proud figure, and at the moment she's wearing a professional outfit, white shirt, suit pants, high heels, and you could even see a pair of black silk underneath the suit pants. I don't know if pantsless chopped women, but it definitely chopped men. And her looks are also very delicate, definitely not inferior to Huang Ruoi, and more youthful. The only thing you can say about the two women is that they each have their own style. This woman is none other than Ruan Qiu, Lin Fei's arch-rival in business. Her mouth was gagged with a towel and her eyes were cold as she stared at the man who walked in from the living room. The man was plain-looking, but at the moment he had his cell phone in his hand and was looking through Ruan Qiu's chat with Huang Ruoi. What can be seen is that the chat logs above the two talk ambiguously. Gee, I really don't know. Our beloved chairman actually has such special hobbies? Ouch. That woman's avatar is herself, isn't it? It's also superb. It's a pity that old me isn't interested in women. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to resist a kiss. Get a grip. Tell me your bank card PIN. Don't force a man who only seeks wealth to come to harm. This man is a driver for Nguyen Nguyen's company. This morning he had asked him to accompany him back to get some things, but he didn't realize that he would run into something as outrageous as the outbreak of the end times. And she hadn't even reacted to the commotion outside until now, whether it was real or not. I had thought that I would be humiliated by this guy like this, but I didn't expect Huang Ruoi to call. And this guy just absolutely lied. There was no way he would let himself go just because Huang Ruoi brought food and gold. He might even control Huang Ruoi together to demand money. He was definitely a pervert. If she was on her own, she couldn't fight to the death, but she didn't want to get others involved, not to mention Ruoi-san, whom she liked. Ruan Qiu looked at the man with unbridled resentment, and if eyes could kill, I'm afraid the man has been killed by 1,000 cuts. TSK, Mr. Ruan, what kind of eyes are you looking at? But I just love that look on your face. It's almost too much to handle. No wonder all those men in the company are privately thinking about you. Unfortunately, you're the high and mighty chairman of the board. One word can decide the fate of those employees of theirs, so they can only secretly vent at your pictures. You should be glad you weren't at the office when the end times broke out. Otherwise I don't know what kind of treatment you'll suffer. Now, isn't it comforting to know that you can live in peace by just breaking the bank? The man danced around as he spoke, reaching out to try and slap Nguyen Nguyen's cheek, but she dodged it fiercely. Struggle, and later on, when you're watching the bank card clattering with water, and begging me for mercy. Ruan Qiu's heart was incomparably cold as she listened to these insatiable words, but she had no way to let it out. It would be better to close his eyes and not look at the familiar bandit in front of him. The man hemmed and hawed, then walked out and rummaged through the refrigerator. Mud, I haven't even eaten breakfast, and I'm running around with you. I can't believe you don't have a few treats in your ing house. What's so great about being rich? You eat takeout all the time? There was a burst of drinking and cursing from the men. Ruan Qiu laughed coldly in his heart after hearing this. Fortunately, he didn't have the habit of hoarding food. Otherwise let the beast live too comfortably and starve you to death. The man looked around the living room and all he could find was a box of cookies. He ate it all with a whimper. Damn, food is king. I wonder when that is coming over. A lecherous smile spread across his lips. Judging from the tone and attitude of the other party just now, there's a good chance that she'll come and, so there's no rush to clean up Nguyen Nguyen now. When that pussy comes along and sacks both of them together, by herself, can you be poor if you can hang out with rich women? Ruan Qiu in the room also knew that Huang Ruoi would definitely come to her rescue, but how could she possibly be a match for this man? He was so sinful that he wanted to harm Sister Ruoi. Sister Ruoi, don't come. Half an hour later. Knock knock. A light knock sounded on the door, startling the man who was rummaging through the various drawers of the room. Who is it? Is it the next door neighbor or a walker? He tiptoed to the cat's eye in the doorway and looked in, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It's that woman, and with that big bag on her back. She was definitely carrying a lot of food. God help me. This woman is really stupid to the core. She must not have read this post-apocalyptic novel. No wit at all. However, the man didn't let his guard down, and he directly dialed Huang Ruoi's video. Take the camera for a spin and let me see if you have any help. Huang Ruoi frowned, but did as she was told. The camera went around, up and down the stairs, behind it, next to the door. No one suspicious was seen. The man was relieved. What a stupid woman. So, I'll take it begrudgingly. Inside the room, Nguyen desperately whimpered, as if to remind Huang Ruoyi that this was a trap. But it didn't help at all. Click. The door to the room slowly opened and the average-looking man appeared in front of Huang Ruoyi. Is that you? Where's Ruan Qiu? Obviously. Huang Ruoyi knew this man, or knew that he was Ruan Qiu's driver. Hey, pretty girl, it's really hard to come all this way out of danger to deliver supplies to me. Let's talk about it first. It's not safe out there nah. He. The man made a gesture to reach out and pull Huang Ruoyi, but Huang Ruoyi didn't dodge it. Instead, he looked at him coldly. Without reason a jump in his heart, the man realized something wasn't quite right, but it was too late. A dark figure fell from above the doorframe, and his arm, as if caught in an iron vice, the pain was excruciating. Huang Ruoyi's figure shifted and rushed into the house to rescue Ruan Qiu. Who the are you? The man twisted his body in agony as he hurled curses from his mouth. This black shadow was naturally none other than Lin Fei, who had earlier, with a physical quality far beyond that of ordinary people, allowing herself to crawl like a spider up the corner of the wall by the door so that the man could not notice. Lin Fei had a smile on his lips. Who am I? As the driver beside Mr. Ruan. You. I can't believe you don't know who I am? The man painfully raised his head to look at Lin Fei and instantly widened his eyes. Lin Fei? Lin Fei exerted force in his hand, twisting his arm out of its socket. What? You're not even willing to call out to Mr. Lin anymore? Or is it that with the end times coming, you have the qualifications to be my equal? And Ruan Qiu, who had just been untied, walked out holding onto the doorframe, and after seeing Lin Fei, equally wide-eyed, the man who came to my rescue. Why him? Chapter 8, I'm decisive in business wars, but I'm a real PK. Mr. Lin. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Fei escorted the man into the house and then closed the door. Misunderstanding? I think I remember your name is Zhang Chang, right? What's the matter? You don't want to drive for business. You want to drive a Bentley? Zhang Chang, with his face plastered to the ground, knelt and said, Mr. Lin, it's not what you think. I was just joking with Mr. Ruan. Don't you like Mr. Ruan? I can help you tie her to the bed for you. I also have healing water here to make sure you have a perfect experience. Ruan Qiu, who had just walked out of the bedroom, stared at Zhang Chang on the ground. Her complexion is cold as frost. Zhang Chang, you animal. I'll be sure to tell the police department exactly what's going on here. You're just waiting to get your ass in jail. For Nguyen, although somewhat shell-shocked. But the good news is that no substantial damage was done, so now the thoughts are not so extreme again. Zhang Chang seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said with a hachi, yes, Mr. Ruan, you're right. I should go and sit in jail. I don't need you to do it yourself. Just let me go. I'll go and throw myself on the mercy of the world. Nguyen's ideas as well as thinking are still stuck in the set before the end of the world. Even Huang Ruoyi on the side was a bit anxious for her. It seemed that Nguyen still hadn't understood just how bad the situation they were in now was. Roll. You get the hell out of here. But don't you dare try to escape the law. No matter where you run, the police department will find you. Ruan Qiu was a bit hysterical as she attacked Zhang Chang with her most vicious words, but unbeknownst to me, it doesn't hurt at all. Zhang Chang's heart was happy. This really wants to let me go. Wait for it. When I find a chance, I'll be back to ransack both of you stinking es. When she wanted to get up, she realized that Lin Fei, who was pressing herself down, didn't seem to have any intention of letting go. Mr. Lin, didn't you hear Mr. Ruan tell me to get lost? Quickly let go of me. Zhang Chang struggled. Lin Fei looked at Ruan Qiu with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Ruan is truly a bodhisattva. Being soft on thugs who are almost about to rape you is admirable. I just can't figure out why you're so killjoy in the middle of business again, but it's costing my company a lot of money. Ruan Qiu's chest rose and fell for a while before gradually calming down. In business? But it's just a matter of trickery. I'm just looking at it from the company's point of view. If you want me to apologize to you for saving my life, I can tell you I'm sorry, but that's as far as it goes. Also, this is my home, and men are not welcome in my home. Beside her, Huang Ruoyi couldn't help but sweat for her, and had the presence of mind to remind her that but after meeting Lin Fei's bland eyes, he suddenly winced. Lin Fei smiled. He was really impressed with Ruan Qiu, because this woman is just too extreme. Maybe she should be made to face the monster head-on so she can understand where she is now. Mr. Lin Fei, you hurry up and let go of me. Zhang Chang struggled one by one. Lin Fei looked at him and said with a smile, I wonder if you have a spirit of sacrifice. What? Zhang Chang suddenly froze, only to see Lin Fei's other hand touching from his back. A snow-white dagger appeared in his hand. Zhang Chang seemed to feel the coldness coming from his back, and suddenly he was jolted. Excitedly, he asked, You, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Be careful, I'll sue you for intentional assault. Next to him, Ruan Qiu also frowned and looked at Lin Fei and said coldly, Lin Fei, you'd better not do anything stupid. Even if the situation is chaotic now, the officials will surely step in, and when the time comes to liquidate it's a felony for you to intentionally injure someone. Huang Ruoyi was in a hurry. My little aunt, do you have no idea what's going on out there? Times have changed. There's no such thing as official nowadays. They've been in a mess for a long time, so they don't have time to care about ordinary people like us. She couldn't help but poke Nguyen's elbow, trying to get her to talk less, but it seemed to make her misinterpret, as she turned her head and gave Huang Ruoyi a reassuring look that, it's like saying just leave everything to me. Lin Fei was happy. This woman really impressed him. I don't know how long this temperament will last in the middle of the apocalypse. I wish you could stay so naive, but I don't have that much time to slowly grind your nature. So I'll give you a lesson first. Under the watchful eyes of Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoyi, Lin Fei's arm shot out and directly break both of Zhang Chang's hands. The intense pain caused him to let out a murderous scream that penetrated even the floorboards and it sent the walkers in the house below scurrying in a hurry. Ah, mud horse. Lin Fei, you really aren't a human being. I'll kill you for sure. Crude words burst out from Zhang Chang's mouth, causing Ruan Qiu to frown. The next moment, a scene that made her panic suddenly appeared, only to see Lin Fei grabbing Zhang Chang's hair with one hand, the dagger in his other hand slowly cut across his throat. Put. Crimson blood spurted out, and Zhang Chang's body continued to convulse from the sudden fatal injury. He stiffened only after blood soaked 4 or 5 1-meter square floor tiles. Those eyes on his face were wider than ever, staring straight at Nguyen. It made the hairs on her body stand up in sweat. The face paled at a rate visible to the naked eye, followed by a churning in the stomach. She covered her mouth and ran to the restroom to dry heave. Huang Ruoyi patted her back from the side and could only sigh, and large tears slipped from the corners of Nguyen's eyes. Why have all these people gone crazy all of a sudden? Zhang Chang tried to rape himself, and Lin Fei even killed him directly in front of him. The world has gone mad. Are they really not afraid of official liquidation? Sister Ruoyi, what's going on here? Having just finished a sentence, and before I had time to react to it, his own hair was then suddenly grabbed and pulled vigorously, and his entire body was involuntarily lifted up. Let go of me. Nguyen stumbled on his feet and both hands kept slapping the hand that was gripping him. Bang Tom. Her whole body was thrown against the floor tiles, choking her. She took a moment to slow down on the ground, anger running through her. Lin Fei, you've gone too far. What gives you the right to? She was just about to ask Lin Fei why he was treating her so roughly when what he saw when he looked up was Zhang Chang's dead face. A wave of cold air went straight to the sky, and he shrieked while backing up. But Lin Fei lifted one foot and stomped her down so hard that she couldn't back off one bit. Mr. Nguyen, it's time to recognize the world. Chapter 9, Stupid Woman. The world has changed. Being stepped on by Lin Fei on his back, Ruan Qiu couldn't move a single bit at all. One could only watch the blood spreading towards his body. That fear and nausea kept assaulting her mind and body, and she was going crazy. Lin Fei, you let go of me. It's okay if I don't target your company from now on. Ruan Qiu thought to himself that the reason for all of this came out of Lin Fei's dissatisfaction with himself for suppressing them in business. Lin Fei spat on her face. Nima. You still don't understand the situation. If I didn't need you, I wouldn't be here to save your ass. Do you really think you can be naive just because you're good looking? Ruan Qiu was baffled. Was this still the Lin Fei she knew? Rude, crazy, murderous. As she froze, the body in front of her, whose blood had stopped spilling, unexpectedly began to twitch. Ruan Qiu even saw Zhang Chang's dead eyes turn scarlet under her eyes. Gada. Zhang Chang's gaping mouth was also opening and closing, his teeth clashing with a sound. This is, what's going on? Ruan Qiu was dumbfounded. Zhang Chang, isn't he dead? Why is he moving again? And the corpse before us has been fully revived. It started to open its teeth and claws trying to grab onto something, but the ground was too slippery to stand on. Ho ho! The sound of breaking wind came from the middle of its broken throat, and with each cry the black, fishy liquid then spurted some, even splashing in front of Nguyen's face, making her unable to stand it and start dry heaving. Lin Fei's voice suddenly rang out. Take a look and see what this world has become. What do you think it is? Ruan Qiu stared blankly at Zheng Chang, who was frantically swinging his body a meter away from her. There was no concept of such a thing inside her head. It also has to do with her upbringing. For an aristocratic household, the kid doesn't have an ounce of extra time at all, let alone to read some novels or watch some movies. It's called a zombie. Oh, I almost forgot. You deadheads don't know what a walker is. Lin Fei threw a freshly slaughtered chicken with blood in front of the zombie. The zombie, who smelled the flavor of blood and flesh, violently grabbed it in his hand and frantically fed it into his mouth. It looked like a dog that hadn't eaten in 10 days and a half months. Can't wait to just eat the whole thing alive. See? This thing's favorite food isn't even. Instead, it's a living ***T like you. Here, try it. See if it still listens to you. Let's see if it'll be afraid of the police department coming after it. With that, Lin Fei crouched down and grabbed Ruan Qiu's hand to reach towards the zombie. Nguyen was inwardly terrified, and she desperately tried to jerk her arm backhand, but it simply couldn't be done in Lin Fei's hands. No, don't. I don't want it. Lin Fei. As the walker was about to bite her, strong force came from her arm and lifted her whole body. Then a shiny object appeared in Lin Fei's hand beside him, pointing at the crazed zombie. Bang! Deafening sounds rang out, shaking Ruan Qiu to the point where his ears were ringing. The shattered head splattered many bloodstains all over the floor, and after the loss of the head, only then did Zheng Chang's body finally fall to the ground peacefully. Ruan Qiu stared at this scene in disbelief as she glanced inside Lin Fei's hand. That's a gun? How did he get a gun? You know you're scared? Mr. Ruan? Lin Fei slapped Ruan Qiu's face with the body of his gun and, playfully, he looked at her. Ruan Qiu had a jolt and didn't dare to look at Lin Fei, burying her eyes low. Lin Fei laughed at the situation, and without saying anything more, he directly grabbed her collar and, carrying her whole body to the edge of the window. Zheng Chang's body was also in Lin Fei's other hand. Phew! Lin Fei threw him through the window. Bang! The loud noise drew the surrounding zombies. Nguyen sighted from downstairs all the way around, taking in everything in the neighborhood. Blood spurted everywhere. Bloody flesh and limbs were all over the ground. Explosions and roars were endless. The sky was covered in soot, coloring the world in desperate shades of gray. Nguyen was frozen. She couldn't comprehend what was going on. Lin Fei moved to her ear and whispered, "See, the world you're familiar with is gone. Welcome to the end of the world." The end of the world hit her like a thunderbolt. Looking at the monsters that tore and devoured the bodies of their own kind, and the people everywhere who were so afraid that they committed suicide, Ruan Qiu suddenly felt that this world was so strange. At the same time, a wave of extreme aggravation surfaced. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Why? Why does the world want to erase it when one has achieved something? Only you know that after all these years, in order to be able to do what it takes to please your family, how much work she put in. Now in the middle of the day, it was lightly dismissed. She was at a loss for words, and the string that had been taut seemed to snap. Lin Fei knew that if he stimulated her any further now, she'd really go crazy, and made a wink that. Huang Rui walked to Nguyen's side with understanding. She gently smoothed her hair, dusted off her. Then he wrapped her in a tight embrace, his head resting on her shoulder. Feeling aggrieved? It's okay, cry out loud if you want to. Now that the world is, no one will laugh at you. After being hugged by Huang Rui, Ruan Qiu's body instantly softened and she leaned into her arms and bawled. At the moment she is not the powerful female general in the middle of the shopping mall. Instead, it's a little girl who's lost her long-lasting hold. The end of the world comes to nullify all her efforts. Sister Rui, is it really? Can't go back? Huang Rui compassionately placed a deep kiss on her ear. Xiao Qiu, the world is no longer the one we know. Everything has been disrupted and reshuffled. Family and country, the fires of civilization, these are fluttering in the midst of the storm, ready to drift away. And we, as a survivor, whose primary purpose is to stay alive, survive these monsters and live in this world. As you can see, maybe after you die, like this man just now, turning into an ugly monster, you could have been wandering the neighborhood, and you could have eaten me or someone else. Speaking of this, Nguyen's eyes suddenly wavered a bit, as if he was afraid of something. She mumbled, No, I don't want to eat people, much less hurt Sister Rui. At the moment she shed that protective color and revealed her true self, soft and somewhat timid. Huang Rui's hold on her tightened. I know. Sister Rui won't leave you behind. She lifted Nguyen up to sit on her lap and looked her face to face in the eyes and said, Gwen, the world has changed, and you have to grow with it. Leave all that is gone before behind, and come with me, live again. Facing Huang Rui's invitation, Ruan Qiu looked stunned. Abandon the past and live again? Seems like a cause for celebration then. Growing up, I was bound to a cage of rules. Like a canary being held captive by the so-called upper class. It wants to escape but doesn't dare. That home full of upper class people doesn't want to go back on its own. Now that the end of the world is upon us. I'm afraid those people on top of people have also experienced what true humanity is, right? She laughed to herself. Too many things she hadn't experienced before when she was too afraid to cross the line for anything. Nowadays it's good to know that a rose that blooms again in the midst of disrepair will be more resistant to the elements. Lin Fei, who was next to her, looked at her expression and smiled knowingly. The feast had already been presented. Chapter 10, for barrels of Desert Eagle and 50 times the human limit. Lin Fei led the two women down the hallway. Ruan Qiu blushed as she looked at Lin Fei's back. Just now, he had actually forced himself to do that crazy thing with her. And what made her even more shy was that Sister Ruai was actually with her. Phew, can't think about it. My ears will burn if I think about it anymore. For the first time in his life, he had actually lost it in this situation. But looking at Lin Fei's appearance, it's not like you're losing out. And after her indulgence, she felt more relaxed than ever before. All the goals that used to weigh on your heart went up in smoke. And you've been all alone ever since. Huang Rui had already told her that Lin Fei possessed an absolutely safe house, and had inexhaustible supplies. She didn't choose to refuse. After all, she didn't know anything about this post-apocalyptic world. Following them is the best thing to do. Besides, he couldn't bear to part with Ruai-san. The two women followed behind Lin Fei, hand in hand. Along the way Nguyen saw several people who had turned into zombies, but they were all killed. I think it should have been solved by the time Lin Fei and the others arrived, right? Being able to easily tackle that kind of monster was enough to show that Lin Fei's strength was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary person. And Lin Fei walked in the forefront, though he was on the alert for the winds and grasses around him. But basically there's no danger. It's even safe to say that most of the walkers in the basement were cleared out by him, become a relatively safe area. Through a longer section of the basement, the trio made it back to Lin Fei's safe house without incident. As soon as she entered the door, Ruan Qiu felt a wave of relaxation, as if she had returned to her home. The feeling was enjoyable for her. You guys go wash yourselves first, Lin Fei said to the two Huang Rui. Needless to say, Huang Rui took Ruan Qiu directly to the large bathroom on the first floor. Even though they had already cleaned themselves after the madness just now, there were still quite a few stains splattered on the two women when Lin Fei was decapitating the zombies just now. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was by himself checking out the results of the battle just now. Beauty card Nguyen, SS class ability, duplication, flaw remediation in progress, gun slots are available. Hiss. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Copy? A divine skill. I didn't expect that inside Ruan Qiu's soft and sticky body was this kind of heaven-defying supernormal ability. After her defects are patched up and completed, she can use replication herself. By then the supplies just really won't run out unless they open their own barns and feed the people. But the end times are here. Who would go that far? Lin Fei didn't have any big ambitions. He just wanted to guard his territory, as well as his women. Anyone who wants to come and grab it, then I'm sorry, the killing weapon in my hand won't agree. With a flash of light in his hand, the double-barreled Desert Eagle appeared in his hand and, in the other hand was the beautiful card with Nguyen top-stitched on it. Skillfully, he retired the magazine and inserted the beauty card among the slots. In an instant, it turned into streams of light and disappeared into the magazine. Click! The clip pushed into the grip, and an arcane sensation emerged from the body of the gun. The bright silver light enveloped it. Upgrade successful. The killing weapon is upgraded to 4-barrel Desert Eagle. After the light dissipated, there were indeed 2 more black holes in front of the Desert Eagle. It's simply away from the DAP. Does this really fit with firearms kinetics? If this Desert Eagle was a conceptual weapon with a guarantee of never blowing up, Lin Fei was worried that firing a shot would send him spiraling into the sky. The things given by the system really can't be measured by common sense. After storing his weapon, Lin Fei began to look forward to Ruan Qiu's supernatural ability to replenish it. Tone. How long does it usually take for defect remediation to be completed? Defect completion is the process of pushing out energy from the host's body to complete a defect for another person. The higher the strength of the alien energy, the more time and energy it takes. If you need to reduce the duration of replenishment, it is recommended that the host perform multiple injections of energy to speed up the progress. What? You're trying to tire out the old cow. How many times does it take for the SS powers to patch up the flaws? Roughly? System projection, 4 times. Lin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. It's not worthy of you, brother Unity. As the host's own strength increases, the purity of the energy rises. Then the more effective the defective complement is. Lin Fei's face eased a little. Does that mean that if my strength goes up, make up for the same strength of alien defects so you don't have to take so many shots? Right on the mark. Phew. Scared the hell out of me. Thought I was going to become an emotionless plowing machine. So now, do we still need to work hard on our own? A small porcelain bottle appeared in Lin Fei's hand, and he poured out 2 living tiger pills from it. A mouthful of it dried up, and suddenly an inexhaustible energy surfaced in his body. He walked to the bathroom door and listened to the faint gasp that came from inside the. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he dug in. The sky darkened. Lin Fei was lying on a rooftop couch with a roaring fire set up in front of him. There were all kinds of meat skewers lying around. Huang Ruoyi was earnestly roasting for him, but looked at him from time to time. What are you looking at me for? I'm going to get a spanking if the meat is burnt. Huang Ruoyi pouted. Xiaoqiu has been sleeping for 3 or 4 hours. Lin Fei smiled. Aren't you enjoying yourself as well? Just as he finished, there were footsteps at the door, and turning his head to look at the, Ruan Qiu was standing there in a thin veil, and after seeing Lin Fei, there was some fear in her eyes. She looked at Lin Fei with some grudging eyes, then carefully moved to Huang Ruoyi's side. Lin Fei watched her movements and smiled. Don't worry, I won't toss you guys around today. It's only when you look like this that you're a bit popular. The old cold look. I've been meaning to call you pedantic for a long time. Well, much more comfortable now that I've unclogged you? Nguyen's face was flushed, and he didn't know if it was from the fire or shyness. A system prompt suddenly flashed through Lin Fei's mind. Nguyen's defects have been made up, and the host's physical quality has been raised to 50 times its limit. Gain shared ability, SS grade alien duplication. SS rank psychic replication can be assimilated into a passive effect, return of consumption, tenfold after the host and the host's woman use the supplies, can be upgraded. His eyes lit up. Lin Fei couldn't wait to come and try it out, and he directly took out the Desert Eagle. Copying failed, the killing weapon is a unique prop and cannot be copied. Well, he's the one who got greedy. The ensuing one picked up a skewer from the side and wiped his other hand across the skewer. Then an identical skewer was added. And even the kebabs had the exact same grains and texture of meat on top. The scene caused both women to freeze, and they both looked at him dumbfounded. What are you looking at me for? This isn't Nguyen's psychic ability, called replication. Here, you try it too. Lin Fei handed the skewer in his hand to Ruan Qiu. She received the skewer a little confused, not knowing how to go about using the powers Lin Fei had mentioned. Huang Ruoyi thought of something and said to Ruan Qiu, be still in your heart and feel that arcane energy inside your head and try mobilizing them with your mind. In a short while, with Ruoyi Huang's explanation of the Nguyen's hand managed to produce an identical skewer. It made her eyes light up. I can't believe I have such amazing powers. Doesn't that mean there's no end to anything? Huang Ruoyi seemed to have read her thoughts and patted her leg to remind her. Xiaoqiu, although the supernatural power is good, it should not be squandered recklessly, or else the mind will be lightly dazzled. In severe cases, you can become an idiot and brain dead. Nguyen kept in mind that this was the way it was. Bang! A dull thud came, and they turned their heads to look at the, only to see Lin Fei unexpectedly jumping into midair like a scurrying monkey and landing firmly on the roof of the next villa. Both women were dumbfounded. Was this still human? Chapter 11, Mr. Lin's way of growing his powers. Lin Fei only felt like there was a flood of power flowing amongst his body. Every inch of flesh and blood seemed to have been forged with high intensity. He walked over to the roof and kicked at the low concrete wall. Boom! In a jaw-dropping scene, Lin Fei unexpectedly kicked down a section of the short wall directly in front of him. It was enough to see how terrifying the explosive power inside him was. If we go by the physical limits of a normal, ordinary human being, Lin Fei's 50 times strength gave him an attack that was close to 10 tons. What a terrifying number was that? Tear down walls with your bare hands. Architectural destroyers. Except for the anti-aircraft fortresses. Guess nothing can stop him. He even tried taking a knife and cutting it back and forth in his hand, and it curled all the way to the edge. It also only leaves white marks on the skin. It was evident that this physical enhancement was not only reflected in the attack. Lin Fei was satisfied with this, and estimated that if he took it to those zombies to bite, he couldn't even break the skin. He then jumped back from the side with ease, looking at the two women in incomparable shock. Let's go. First thing tomorrow morning. Set off for Oblivion University. Huang Ruoyi's heart was delighted. Sure enough, Lin Fei wasn't the type of person who couldn't keep his word. Only this afternoon, one had called true, and things were still safe at her place. There's just no food, but it's only been half a day since the apocalyptic crisis broke out at noon yesterday. Even by tomorrow, an adult could carry it. She couldn't help but turn her beautiful eyes towards Lin Fei. The strength he had displayed was definitely even more terrifying than before. But Huang Ruoyi was a smart woman. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. But Ruan Qiu was different. Even though she was giving Lin Fei now, but there was never that attachment mentality from start to finish. Her past pride wouldn't allow her to settle for mediocrity. and now that she'd awakened her powers, where not to go. She believed that Lin Fei wasn't the type of person who liked to force himself on others either. What's the point of going to Oblivion University? She asked uncertainly. Huang Ruoyi turned her head and said with some sighs, it's Zhenzhen. She's still inside the school. Ruan Qiu suddenly realized that she had subconsciously forgotten about Huang Zhenzhen. After all, the end of the world had come down. How anyone other than yourself is doing is almost unknown. Now that the internet is working, it's possible to contact friends and family. But before long, I'm afraid that even the internet is going to be down. And that's when it's really a double whammy. Now that all three of us are armed with psychic powers and physically stronger, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with those monsters. Saying that, Huang Ruoyi looked at Lin Fei next to her and celebrated. If I hadn't met Lin Fei, I'm afraid I would have died in the monster's mouth yesterday. And you might have had to go through inhuman torture as well. So, Shui, whatever relationship we all had before, now, we can't afford to be ungrateful. As Lin Fei listened to Huang Ruoyi, he couldn't help but praise her. This woman could really help herself. Ruan Qiu also knew that his life was saved by Lin Fei, so of course he couldn't be gracious enough to return the favor. Lin Fei, thank you. If there's anything I can do in the future, I'll make sure not to push my luck. And I apologize for some of the things I've done in the past. I'm sorry. Lin Fei could feel the sincerity between the words. Laughing, he said, the past is the past. And since yesterday, we have been newborns, looking only to the future. But there's just one thing I need you to do right now. After saying that, he flipped his palm and a small delicate porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He poured out a living tiger pill from it and held it out to Ruan Qiu. It's the kind of medicine you took before? Ruan Qiu asked as she looked at the pill in her hand. Huang Ruoyi was also a bit curious. After all, they did know that after Lin Fei had finished a wave of attacking, take the stuff and you'll be alive again, able to carry your gun and fight again. Lin Fei smiled and said, yes, this thing is called the living tiger pill. It is able to quickly restore physical strength as well as enhance one's physical fitness. Try and see if you can replicate this with your copying powers. Now Lin Fei only had 5 living tiger pills left inside his porcelain vase, and this thing was really good for that. What a shame to run out of that. And I don't know if the system will give it away again in the future. So since he had the copying ability, he was going to try it out to see if he could canton a bit on his body. Guin nodded and began to concentrate on mobilizing his powers, and with both hands together, after a few seconds, after opening it, a second living tiger pill appeared. It worked. Huang Ruoyi, who was next to her, said joyfully. Ruan Qiu opened her eyes and there was surprise in her eyes as well, but then she frowned. What's wrong? Lin Fei inquired. Ruan Qiu shook his head and pointed at the living tiger pill in his hand and said, I feel that with my current supernatural abilities, I'm afraid replicating 5 or 6 of them would be the limit. Would this be too little? Lin Fei laughed. I thought it was some kind of problem. It's a completely minor case. Then you copy a few more grains out and try swallowing one down when you think you're going to reach your limit. At that, Guin's eyes lit up, and she began to try and soon 5 living tiger pills appeared in her hand, while her face paled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, Xiao Qiu, stop it. Huang Ruoyi pulled Ruan Qiu's hand as she, keep her awake. Quick, try swallowing one. Huang Ruoyi picked up a grain of living tiger pill and fed it to Ruan Qiu's mouth, and soon the living tiger pill melted in his mouth. It turned into a strand of pure energy that swept towards her body. The pallor above her countenance came and went as quickly as it came. Opening his eyes a few moments later was already back to his best. This stuff is it's amazing. I don't feel any deficit at all from overusing my powers now. I'm full of vigor. Guin said he was refreshed and could work all night, having just replicated a kebab, and not feeling the exertion at all. And replicating this little pill surprisingly only allows you to replicate 5 or 6 of them. This thing really isn't simple. She couldn't help but feel emotional. Lin Fei was becoming more and more impenetrable to her, but she didn't want to think about that much, since she could help him here. There wouldn't be a sense of parasitic, wasted panic. Lin Fei looked at this scene and smiled. It was really possible to get stuck in a bug. Doesn't that equate to having an infinitely high-yield pathway? In the future, not only could he himself use the living tiger pill, but all the women around him could use it. Using psychic powers may leave you with a mental deficit, but it's a way to refine your mental strength. In the long run, your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds, but you can't just try to be fast. You know, a string that's too taut is going to break, Lin Fei said as he looked at Ruan Qiu. Guin nodded. She did feel her head clearer after her mental recovery just now. This should be the strength boost Lin Fei was talking about. Huang Ruoyi, who was on the side, said with some envy, then how can I raise my supernatural ability? I feel as if I can't use up all my water at all. Lin Fei looked at her. You use your supernatural powers to wash the dishes, laundry, water the flowers every day. These are also considered exercise. Of course, if you also want to grow faster, I'll teach you later. Chapter 12 on fancy ways to use water system abilities. Lin Fei led the two women to the downstairs fence. At this time the night had fallen and the area was dark. Could see light flickering in only a few of the houses. It should be someone who survived the day today. More often than not, they turn into zombies and roam around the neighborhood or run out after their prey. Mutilated flesh and limbs were hidden by the night, but the smell and stench of blood still wafted. It's even thicker than it was during the day. As soon as the zombies near the villa saw Lin Fei's trio appear, they furiously rushed towards the fence. Bang bang, constantly charging over the top of the fences, being poked through by spikes, and the unluckier ones directly in the head. Died on the spot. The hissing continued, attracting the surrounding walkers to gather around. The hideous look of the zombies and the like was truly frightening and uncomfortable. Lin Fei was fine. Huang Ruoyi just looked a bit ugly. And Nguyen Nguyen, his face as pale as if his powers had been overdrawn, ran to the side and dry heaved. These are things you will have to face sooner or later. The living can't live inside a comfort zone forever. Lin Fei's voice came out, causing Ruan Qiu's heart of victory to rise, and she forced herself to hold back her inner discomfort. Force yourself to face those ugly walkers. Ignoring her, Lin Fei called Huang Ruoyi to his side. Come on, use your water to nourish them. Ha! Huang Ruoyi froze. Is this really okay? Try it first. Lin Fei signaled her to start. Huang Ruoyi took a deep breath and a stream of water surged in her hands. Brush! A 4-finger-thick column of water rushed out, directly drenching the zombies into soup. Huang Ruoyi looked at the zombie that was still flailing outside the fence, somewhat embarrassed. My powers don't seem to be very suitable for fighting. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. No, the water system's supernatural ability serves very many purposes. The combat is definitely not weak either. You just don't know which direction to develop it. You watch, only to see Lin Fei's palm make a move, and a stream of water similarly appeared in his palm, which was hovering and, as if a small vortex, brush. When Lin Fei shot out the stream of water in his hand, it boomed into a turbulent vortex covering 3 or 4 meters. It washed away all the zombies in this direction, and even several of the ones that got close were directly ripped apart by the vortex. Drinking in the northwest. Looking aside, Huang Ruoyi covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. So it turned out that her water ability could be used like this. Lin Fei didn't stop after rushing away a few zombies. A massive water flow once again appeared in his hand. However, it did not rotate like it did just now, but rather, it kept compressing towards the center, as if it was going to solidify into a solid. Miso. Streams of water flew out with Lin Fei's hand, sifting the zombies in front of him like a heavenly maiden. A few more walkers had straight up hate. Huang Ruoyi's beautiful eyes were in a row. This is also possible. And she discovered the compressed stream of water that Lin Fei had shot out just now. Surprisingly, even the steel fence struck small dents, enough to see its terrifying power. Lin Fei looked at her. I just did 2 of the simplest demonstrations. There are more specific ways to utilize it, depending on how you work it out for yourself. Huang Ruoyi nodded her head with an excited expression. If he was able to wield his powers like an arm like Lin Fei, he wouldn't just be a logistician doing chores in the back. She raised her daughter alone before the end of the world, and she also runs several high-end luxury stores and is definitely considered a strong woman. Her previous fear of the end times had made her subconsciously believe that women must be in a vulnerable position, because the sense of oppression Lin Fei gave her was just too strong. So strong that she didn't dare to rise up in resistance at all. If Lin Fei didn't tell her what the powers were for, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to realize her true strength for a long time. So it seemed that Lin Fei wasn't the type of person who just wanted to treat himself as a bird in a cage. He acted like a tyrant at times, but he respected himself and Nguyen Nguyen most of the time, and one has the value of being able to help him spread the pressure, which is more than one can ask for. Lin Fei was destined to be the one who would soar to the heavens in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, and wanted to follow him. His own body was the cheapest bargaining chip, and what a lot of beautiful women there were in this world, and there were definitely a lot of them. Even when the end times came, she was still very self-aware. So Lin Fei nodded at her. Practice on your own. Right. Ruan Qiu. Leave some of the living tiger elixir here for her. Ruan Qiu shook her head and said, I'll stay here with Sister Ruoyi. Lin Fei didn't say anything and directly turned around to enter the house. So outside the villa, Huang Ruoyi was constantly trying out ways to use her water-based psychic ability. Nguyen Nguyen, on the other hand, was replicating the living tiger pill while adapting to facing the zombies head-on. He would even occasionally go up and slash a few times with the knife Lin Fei had left here. For the efforts of the 2 women, Lin Fei was praising them. After all, He didn't like keeping a couple of vases either. After returning to his room and lying down, Lin Fei was happy to be free. The amount of exercise he had done today had already exceeded the limit. He didn't want to wear the gun down so quickly on his bare skin. Tone. Assimilate the copy alien ability into a consumption return for me. SS rank copying powers are being assimilated. Assimilation was successful, and the consumption return effect has taken effect. Nguyen consumes living tiger elixir *1. Returns living tiger elixir *10. Huang Rui consumes living tiger elixir *1 and returns living tiger elixir *10. It just so happened that Huang Rui and Ruan Qiu at this time had taken the living tiger pill. All of a sudden Lin Fei had 20 more inside his space. Wasn't this faster than making a silly copy of himself? Even if one were to exercise one's mental faculties in a more hearty manner through combat. Besides, every time he upgraded the killing weapon, his own spiritual power would grow with it. And as of now, trying to get an overdraft can be no easy task. System, once again detect if there are any eligible beauties around. System testing in progress. Detection range, centered on the host, 200 meters in circumference. No eligible person appears within the system's detection. Loading. Lin Fei did not feel disappointed. It's rare enough to see two super beauties in a neighborhood at the same time. We'll try again tomorrow when we're on our way to Oblivion University. Inside the gymnasium of the University of Oblivion, a group of students sat disheveled and scattered around the room, and it was clear that this was a small group that had emerged. But a couple of the taller boys among them seemed to be discussing something. We're almost out of food on hand. What can be done about that? Mud, who was yelling to run this way in the first place. Why? Let's not talk about that. Let's find a way to get something to eat. When we're done with what we've got, there's always someone else, right? I saw those schoolgirls over there eating want snow cones. Yeah, we as men. It's only natural to eat more to have the strength to protect the women in here. And they'd never dare say anything, even if we took their food. After all, our brother Wang is the one who has awakened his superpowers. As the words came out, they all looked with some envy and awe at one of the boys sitting on the sidelines. Could see that underneath his varsity basketball uniform were unmistakably exaggerated muscles. It looks like the result of a decade of bodybuilding. Chapter 13, The Big Muscle Buster's Dog-Head Warrior. Wang Gang looked at his tendon flesh and gawked. He would have been captain of the varsity basketball team, although he loved to work out during the week. But there was no thought of building myself up into this big muscle mass. After all, although the big muscle buster looks bluff, the real fighting power is not particularly strong, because exaggerated muscles limit one's flexibility. In all the years he's loved basketball, he really hasn't seen many with that kind of build. Generally speaking, it's the kind of live muscle that looks a little muscular in profile, but is extremely explosive. Coo! His stomach rumbled uncontrollably, and after awakening his powers, that hunger was even more pronounced, as if someone had poured acid inside his esophagus, and the exaggerated abs contracted in a burst. Suddenly a man came over next to him. Hey Wang, hungry? Wang Gang turned his head to him. You have food? The man spread his hands. Ahem, I didn't. Wang Gang thought this guy was here to tease him. He was suddenly furious. Are you sick? Do you need me to give you a cure? The man quickly smiled and said, Brother Wang, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Although we don't have any food, but it doesn't mean we can't get food. Wang Gang froze. Where to get it? Are you guys going out to look for food? The man was jolted and hurriedly shook his head. No, it's so dangerous out there that it's a dead end for us to go out there. Wang Gang huffed slightly. Then where did you say to get it? The man hemmed and hawed and approached Wang Gang's ear. Brother Wang, let's do this and then that. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang's eyes lit up, and he looked at this schoolmate with a rather approving look. I think I remember you were on the varsity basketball team too, right? Your name was something? The man looked honored. Brother Wang, you actually remember me. My name is Guijia. Wang Gang patted his shoulder, and the terrible force almost slapped Guijia on the ground. This intuitive feeling made him even more convinced that Wang Gang would be able to lead them in the midst of the end times. Your analysis makes sense. Just do as you say. I'll cover for you if there are any problems. Wang Gang's chest beat, quite a bit of bravado. Guijia, on the other hand, nodded his head repeatedly and hurriedly greeted the group of boys who had just stood up. In the corner, Huang Zhenzhen leaned against the wall with little energy. Shuang, should we try to go out tomorrow? Those monsters out there don't seem to be moving anymore. Could they be gone? As someone who has awakened her powers, she craves food more than the average person, or the energy in food. She felt like she was going to be front and center now, and if she didn't eat something that, surely you'll go mad with hunger. Zhenzhen, it's too dangerous out there. I don't dare to go out. I'm sorry, the girl called Double said timidly. Huang Zhenzhen smiled reluctantly. It's fine. Then tomorrow I'll go out by myself to see. If I can find food, I'll bring it back to you. A glint flashed in Shuang's eyes. Really, Makoto? Will you be in danger then? Huang Zhenzhen smiled and made a Hercules gesture. Don't worry, did you forget I have superpowers? Snap. As the two whispered, 7 or 8 boys walked into the middle of the gym. One of the snarky-looking boys was currently looking around at the others with a smile on his face. Wake up everyone, let's have a meeting. His voice was quite loud, though, and stood out in the long silence. A lot of people woke up from their sleep. Others couldn't sleep and kept fuming and, at that moment all looked at the man in unison. Hello, everyone. My name is Kaka. It's quite presumptuous to wake everyone up. The acerbic boy was none other than Gui Jia, who had offered Wang Gang his advice. Why the hell did you wake us up if you knew you were being presumptuous? Do you want to eat the fritters? One of the few people leaning underneath the basketball hoop disliked it nonchalantly. Gui Jia instantly had an ugly face, but didn't have a fit. Continuing to pull on a smile, he said, everyone should know our situation, right? Those monsters out there can't wait to split us into 5 pieces. As safe as we are hiding here, a new dilemma has arisen. That's our lack of food. Folks, if people don't want to suffocate and starve to death, then they'll have to venture out and look for opportunities. The boy under the basketball hoop just now spoke again and taunted. If you want to go out to die, you can go out yourself. Don't incite everyone here to accompany you. The boy next to Guijia was a bit unable to hold back, but he was pulled back by A. After shaking his head, he said, classmate? I don't seem to have any grudges against you, do I? I'm just stating a fact. Why are you reacting so much? In the face of Gui Jia's inquiry, the man just snorted coldly without responding. Gui Jia has already sentenced this guy to death in his heart. Wait for it. Let's see how I'm going to get you. You son of a. Everyone who doesn't want to go out can wait here. 2. Wait for those of us who are willing to go out and bring things back. At these words, many of the people around them began to whisper and, someone willing to go out and find food for everyone at this time? What's that if not a living god? But Gui Jia's next sentence made them instantly realize that there was no free lunch. And as you can see, while we had every intention of going out and helping people find food, but now we're all so hungry and weak-footed and lightheaded that going out there is a death sentence. So I hope that all of us who still have something in our hands will take it out and supply people who are willing to go out and put it all together first. As the saying goes, a clever woman can't cook without rice. We can only make a way for everyone if we have enough to eat. A snort of laughter rang out. Mallory. After all this circling around it turned out to be a comical thought about the only food left in everyone's hands. You, don't go too far. Someone beside Gui Jia pointed at the man and shouted. What? Talking about pain? The man taunted. Gui Jia waved his hand to stop it as he looked at the man and said, this student, if you dare to go out and find food for everyone, you can enjoy the rest of the supplies just the same. Asterisk 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 it. Go out there and die without knowing how. You guys haven't forgotten how scary those monsters are, have you? The man clasped his hands and looked somber. Gui Jia, however, laughed. So what if the monsters are scary? Since we dared to say we were going out to look for food, that naturally has a bottom line. Bottom line? What bottom line? Take it out and let's all see if we deserve to enjoy the remaining supplies. Tap. A heavy footstep sounded in the gymnasium and a burly figure was seen walking to the center of the court, which happened to be the junction of the 2 basketball courts, where 2 basketball hoops stood. Then to the shocked eyes of all, that burly figure actually lifted a movable basketball hoop hard. I don't know. Does such a bottom have any qualifications? Gui Jia looked at the man and God asked teasingly. At once, the man was dumbfounded. The scene in front of him was really beyond common understanding. Gui Jia laughed, and the shock of the people around him proved that they would definitely develop awe. He walked over to the figure and said loudly, introducing you all to this. It's the bottom line that we dare to go out and put up a fight. Captain of the varsity basketball team, Senior Wang Gang. See, Senior Wang Gang is God's favorite. Only someone like him can stand alone in the middle of the end times. Now then, does anyone have any other comments on my proposal? Chapter 14, Demise. Before halfway through the business, everyone was shocked by the suddenness of It's amazing that anyone can lift an iron movable basketball hoop. You know that a basketball hoop weighs a whopping 500 kilograms. Is this something a human being could do? The muscles on that guy's body are too exaggerated. I'm afraid I could die for a long time with one punch. The sudden killing of Wang Gang, which subdued everyone, was exactly as Gui Jia had suspected. After all, everyone was an ordinary person, and it was hard not to be intimidated by the sudden appearance of a fellow whose strength far exceeded that of the others. Especially after everyone was tormented by the monster, it was hard to get their minds around it. Even the one who was particularly jumping on the praises just now caved in. A cold smile flickered on Gui Jia's face. Everyone, see, if there are no objections, we'll just go ahead and round up all the supplies. Don't worry guys, it's okay to be a little bitter now, as long as Brother Wang is there. Definitely won't starve anyone in the future. Saying this, and winking at a couple of the boys next to him. At once they began to scavenge the others' supplies one by one. Faced with these tall boys, many of them did not dare to resist. One could only obediently hand over the supplies they still had left, and some even tried to keep some of them private, and were chastised when they were discovered. Such behavior makes it hard to believe that they intend to protect themselves. To put it nicely, it's for everyone. To put it bluntly, it's banditry. Only in the way of Wang Gang's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to have a seizure. Rather, I wish someone would come forward and refute it. Huang Zhenzhen frowned her pretty eyebrows as she looked at the boys who were scavenging for supplies one by one. She'd even seen the boys touching others all over their bodies as they raided the girls' supplies, and it was sickening to see how horny they looked. Makoto, what should I do if they're coming over? I don't want to be molested by them. Shuang pulled Huang Zhenzhen's sleeve and hid behind. Huang Zhenzhen patted her hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't let them get away with it." Soon, Wei Jia himself came to the two with a few boys. "Hey, you two, stand up and let me search you." Wei Jia had an expectant smile on his face, but he had noticed Huang Zhenzhen for a long time. As a freshman in the same class as Huang Zhenzhen, naturally, he had heard of Huang Zhenzhen's name. That was a super beautiful woman who had been named one of the 3 goddesses as soon as she entered the school. Now that I've finally found a chance to get a kiss, this end of the world is really God's help. The few boys next to him also got a good look at Huang Zhenzhen's appearance, and were instantly shocked. Isn't that the freshman beauty? Yeah, I remember her. She even did a hot dance on stage during military training. Super sexy. You guys are the ones who don't know, but my brother in the top bunk was punching the crap out of her picture. I'm such a beautiful chick. If I can play with her a couple times, I'd die right away. Although they were talking in a low voice, it was still heard by Huang Zhenzhen's ears. The slur disgusted her, and she raised her head to glare at a few people that, the tone was cold. We're out of supplies. Go away. Oh yo, that's still a hothead? I like it. Wei Jia smiled with an impish grin on his face. The group of people behind him followed with lewd expressions. Chick, now it's not like you can just say you don't have it. You have to have it checked by your brother. Since you're going to stay here, you'll have to follow the collective, or we won't be able to accommodate you here. It's your choice whether you let your brother search you or get thrown out. Wei Jia reached out to molest Huang Zhenzhen, but she dodged out of the way. Huang Zhenzhen's pair of good-looking eyes flared up in a dangerous arc. You'd better show some respect. Otherwise I don't mind showing you why the flowers are so red. Shuang hid behind Huang Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen, I'm scared. Can you quickly drive them away? Wei Jia's complexion was slightly cold. It seems that you are refusing to drink wine until you are punished. Brothers, hold them down and take them to the equipment room. I have to teach them a lesson before they realize I'm tough. The few people behind him understood, and immediately gathered around Huang Zhenzhen with a heated and bad smile. All the other boys around them frowned at the sight. These guys were really close to being lawless. How dare you bully a girl in front of so many people? It's a shame to think of such a beautiful woman being spoiled. How is he not one of them? Wang Gang was sitting next to a basketball hoop eating a variety of food, eyes approvingly watching Gui Jia and their movements. He himself was now the king of this gathering place. He had also noticed Huang Zhenzhen's presence a long time ago, but he hadn't been enlightened by Gui Jia before, and his thinking was still stuck before. Now after letting go, all of a sudden the darkness in his heart began to swell. The end times are good. I'll eat the best food and sleep with the prettiest women. He had already begun to fantasize about the scene of Huang Zhenzhen begging bitterly underneath him later on. It was a bit of a mouthful. Suddenly the group of boys who wanted to misbehave with Huang Zhenzhen let out a miserable scream, and then it was even more connected to a gourd string. Twitching like crazy. Bang, bang, bang. Several men fell stiffly to the ground, their faces scorched, their hair exploding. The faint scent of meat emanated from them. Ward hair? Wei Jia behind a few people was suddenly confused. What is this situation? Stepped on a high voltage line? The guys definitely look electrocuted. But where's the electricity coming from now? The gym has a wooden floor. It's also impossible to leak electricity now. When he saw the blue arcs of electricity dancing on Huang Zhenzhen's palm, his heart thumped. No way? No way. This woman has awakened her powers too? Is there such a thing as bloodshed? The old man's dream of happiness is straight out of the window? Wei Jia was so excited that he ran backward. He wasn't stupid. You can't afford to mess with this yourself right now. Brother Wang, the point is hard. Quick help! Wang Gang threw down the Wanwan Shinbei in his hand and stood up with a sound of miso. Somewhat incredulously looking at Huang Zhenzhen in the distance. She actually awakened her supernatural ability as well? What's that? High voltage? Martyr! Why did he awaken this cockamamie big muscle buster ability? It affects the old man's aesthetics and mood. Huang Zhenzhen's sudden outburst caused everyone around her to be startled. Especially the girls. It was as if he had seen a savior. Huang Zhenzhen knew she couldn't hide anymore. She took one step forward and, as she walked, she said, "Sisters, these dog men don't treat us women like human beings, so we don't have to care about them. Look at the men around you, who are weak and incompetent when others bully you. No blood. What's the use of having them? A bunch of bastards who only know how to think with their lower bodies. If you want, I can take you to live in these end times." Shuang Shuang stepped out from behind Huang Zhenzhen and encouraged everyone, "Abandon those dog men and..." We're Dokmi. Chapter 15, Departure. Target Oblivion University. For a moment, there was that feeling of arms raised. Those girls who had suffered bullying earlier had gathered towards Huang Zhenzhen's side. The ones with boyfriends are straight up rewarded with a big BB and then mercilessly dump them. Precious, are you for real? Embroidery. Don't abandon me. I was wrong. Sugar. I really didn't mean it. You have to believe me. Flora, please, give me another chance. I will protect you with my life. Sister, take me in. I can sing and dance rap. I can't play basketball, but I can learn. The boys' wails continued to rise and fall as if they were the victims. And Gui Jia, who was hiding behind Wang Gang, suddenly dripped his thieving eyes and immediately shouted, "Brothers, do you see this clearly? This is the face of a woman. You give as much affection as you want, and they never stand firmly by your side after things go wrong. You guys say, what is this kind of woman used for? It's the end of the world. We men must be self-reliant. What's a momentary pain? There will be plenty of chances to get high later. Since they stinking women are going to band together to ostracize us, then why shouldn't we join forces to ostracize them? Brothers, on behalf of Brother Wang, I'm here to appeal to everyone to boycott women. Start with me." Wang Gang turned his head and gave him a puzzled look, as if to say, who the hell wants to boycott women? I haven't even started getting high yet. For a time, the boys, after some agonizing struggles, many chose to answer the call of Kaka. Woman get out! Woman get out! I don't know who took the lead in shouting, and then it was followed by a chorus on the boys' side. But the girls aren't vegetarians either, although they're not exactly strong in single combat. But the union is geometrically increasing. If the boys hadn't threatened to use force, I'm afraid it's not certain who would have had the upper hand. Huang Zhenzhen's beautiful eyes flickered continuously. She knew that there was no more room for them girls here, so she made an amazing decision. Those who will follow me will walk out of here together, and I don't believe there aren't any of these dogmen that we can't survive. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, no one will suffer. For a while many girls shed tears. If Huang Zhenzhen was a man, they hated to give themselves up en masse, but the courage to face a zombie head-on, something many girls don't have. Huang Zhenzhen will not force them to do anything, can only say that people have their own aspirations, each good. So after some preparations, Huang Zhenzhen left the gym with 7 girls. The arena cleared up at once, but the girls who greeted these, definitely not a comfortable life. The sun had risen in the east, but it was still red as blood, as if it were a scarlet eye. Watching the killing on the earth, Lin Fei took the 2 women in his explosive Raptor, with its incomparably luxurious interior. The back seat, in particular, surprisingly reclines the backrest to make a spacious king-size bed. There's not much else to groove on other than the fact that it's hard and cuddly looking. Lin Fei, why are you so well prepared? Ruan Qiu was puzzled by Lin Fei's handiwork. As her former greatest rival, it was obvious that she had known Lin Fei in depth. It's also known that he's not much of an eschatologist, let alone one of these super protected villas and supplies. There must be something hidden in it. Lin Fei glanced at her, the corner of his mouth hooked. Want to know? Gwyn blinked. Lin Fei reached out and hooked the back of her head, pulling her roughly closer to himself. Face to face, wanting to know everything will only hurt you. And as punishment, I'm going to feed you breakfast while I drive. If you don't get enough to eat before you reach Oblivion University, you'll suffer the consequences. Ruan Qiu's heart tightened and her beautiful eyes widened, as if she had touched a certain bottom line of Lin Fei. Huang Rui in the back seat was a bit anxious. This silly girl, how can she not even realize this? Being a woman means being self-aware. Alas, after all, you have to hit the wall a few times to grow up. Coax. The engine of the modified Raptor roared to life, and the body sprang from the basement like an arrow off a string, knocked the lift rails off. But as the car exited the underpass entrance, a light flashed and, Many huge granite rocks appeared to block it to death. This was Lin Fei's backhand. Lest the basement come in with zombies and some weird stuff. As the pink raptor roars out into the street, all the walkers' eyes are drawn to one of those still surviving in the buildings on either side of the house kept sending out distress signals. But Lin Fei didn't give a damn about them. Just kidding. How could I have the time to be a saintly mother? Tone. Keep range detection on. System detection continues to open. Detection range, centered on the host, 200 meters in circumference. If there is a qualified person, it will be automatically pinpointed for the host. Hearing the system's prompts, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel that this system was so user-friendly. It was so useful. With the zombies chasing and surrounding them, the pink chariot blasted out of the thick of it. A bloody trail appeared in the back of the car after slamming all the cars along the road to the sides. Lin Fei looked excited. Driving a car couldn't create people, but it was okay to create a billion zombies, right? It's a really wonderful feeling. This crushing, the thumps and clicks of the thrill of killing was making Lin Fei climb to the top. Suddenly Lin Fei was a bit leggy. The feeling of exhilaration rushed straight to his brain, and he freed his left hand and deadly pressure was applied to Nguyen's head as he tried to raise it. Woohoo! Ruan Qiu let out a whimper, but Lin Fei remained rough. It was a long time before he relaxed, and Nguyen got up violently, coughing. She looked at Lin Fei with a grudging gaze, cursing him in her heart for being too inhuman. Lin Fei smiled. Looks like you've had better luck. You're full after only an hour. The next time you make a mistake, you may not have a chance to reform yourself. Oh, tyrant. Proper tyrant. Ruan Qiu kept bellyaching, but he didn't dare to say it to Lin Fei's face. Just you wait. The day my strength surpasses yours, I'm going to punch you to death in bed. Lin Fei naturally didn't know the little things in Ruan Qiu's mind, but even if he did, nor will it be on her mind, because she has no chance of realizing it. Huang Rui in the back seat has been watching live performances all the way, so much so that she was now a little parched, but thinking that he would soon be at the University of Oblivion, he was still reserved, and the desire to find his daughter outweighed the want. I hope nothing happens on the way. The thought had just risen when she felt the car slow down violently, inertia pushing her forward. In the driver's seat, Lin Fei had a deadly grip on the steering wheel, and the brakes were already on his feet. 10-meter-long ruts appeared on the ground, and luckily the raptor was heavy enough to brake steadily. Lin Fei stared tightly at a certain place in front of him, his face grave. Grr, what kind of monster is this Tama? Chapter 16 The Tricky Tree of Flesh and Blood. All three got out of the car and stared straight at the guy perched on the road. From a distance, it was a dead tree as tall as a 5- or 6-story building. But when you get closer, you will realize that this is not a dead tree. It is clearly a tree of flesh and blood twisted together by the human body, coiled and intertwined, covering an entire crossroads. Its upper branches had extended inside the surrounding buildings, poking out an unknown distance. Even Lin Fei and the others saw one of the heads on that tree open its eyes. It seemed to be looking at three uninvited guests. Huang Rui and Ruan Qiu's goosebumps instantly fell all over the place, and their SAN values dropped wildly. They had never imagined such outrageous things. Even Lin Fei, a bookworm, couldn't help but be a little staggered. This thing was just too outrageous. No wonder there are no zombies in this neighborhood. It turns out they were all eaten by this thing. I'm sorry, Lin Fei exclaimed. Huang Ruoyuan turned towards Lin Fei and tugged at his coat corner, her voice a little nervous. Lin Fei, why don't we go around? This thing looks scary. She had a hard time accepting the presence of the walkers, but the tree's presence, once again, her worldview was shattered. Look, you see, there is a fruit on top of the largest branch of this tree. Nguyen suddenly pointed at the upper section of the corpse tree and exclaimed. Lin Fei saw it as well, which was why he didn't leave first. He stared intently at the fruit, and a system prompt suddenly rang in his head. A boundary-breaking embryo has been detected, which can break through the shackles of the human body. Essence flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Realm-breaking embryo? It wasn't a simple commodity the moment he heard it. As his strength increased, Lin Fei had a vague feeling that he was being tied down. It was a wail from the deepest recesses of the genes, as if there were some kind of shackle holding one prisoner, and to break it, one would probably need some special means of. This realm-breaking embryo was all the more reason to get it for himself. He flipped his wrist and 4 tubes of Desert Eagle appeared in his hand. You guys step back. I'll test the depths of this thing. Saying that, Lin Fei put the raptor into the space, and the 2 women followed his words and stepped back a lot. Finding cover in the distance, he looked at Lin Fei. The densely packed heads on the corpse tree turned and it gave Lin Fei the feeling of being gazed upon by 10,000 ghosts. He felt a massive spiritual force encroaching towards him to assimilate him. If it wasn't for the fact that his spirit had been strengthened twice, he would probably have been hit. He willed his mind to stabilize and held the Desert Eagle high in his hand. Come and get a taste of my old man's firepower. Bang bang. Only to see the desert eagle in Lin Fei's hand roaring madly, the fire snake spitting out moment after moment. Dense bullets spanning a distance of 50 meters covered the corpse tree, a target that size can be hit with your eyes closed. The desert eagle's terrifying power had beaten the corpse tree to a bloody pulp in an instant. Countless heads and broken limbs fell off, adding another layer of coagulated black blood to the ground. Hiss, coo coo. Strange sounds emanated from the midst of the corpse tree, as if it was actually wailing like a tree. But Lin Fei was suddenly alert, and he slammed his feet together, his whole body catapulting up. Fall towards the bus next to you. Bang! Where he had just stood, the ground was toppled through, and a fishy-smelling root pierced through the... If I hadn't ducked in time, I'm afraid I would have been pierced through and through. Bang bang! The root spikes didn't stop, but kept surging after Lin Fei. The cars along the way, the rocks couldn't stop it in the slightest. The terrifying destructive power caused Lin Fei to be a bit shocked. He had no choice but to retreat again and again, and when it was about 100 meters away, it was only then that those roots took hold. It seems that this guy's attack distance is around 100 meters, Lin Fei mentally calculated. Couldn't he or she use the Desert Eagle's ultra-long range effective attack to get it killed? But that would be a lot of time to waste here. After all, he had just fired wildly for a minute and caused limited damage, presumably losing a piece of skin for the corpse tree. And he didn't dare to charge himself. Who knows if this thing has any other special abilities? It would be if the gutter were to turn. Right now, the destination of his group is the University of Oblivion, and if he's stopped in his tracks here, I'm afraid Huang Ruoyi will be anxious. Even though he was only taking rewards from her, he didn't want to disappoint her. Or what if you disarm the gun to the old man when you screw up later? Lin Fei thought about it and decided that he'd better go to the University of Forgetfulness first. This corpse tree is a complete invincible here, and at this stage of the game, there is no way for manpower to remove it, unless it is a devastating missile strike. But there's no way in hell we're gonna have any of that now. Okay, so it was not too late to deal with this thing slowly after he went to Forgotten River University and found Huang Zhenzhen. Lin Fei turned his head away and came over to the two women. Come on, let's go around. We can't get rid of this thing for a while. We'll get it later. When Huang Ruoyi heard this, she was overjoyed. She really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Even Ruan Qiu's opinion of Lin Fei changed a bit. Lin Fei released the raptor and was just about to get into the car when suddenly a system prompt rang out in the middle of his mind. Note, beautiful women with a composite rating of 93 or higher appear within the system's perceptual range. Target, Xin Shirin. Come alive. The system didn't detect the woman just now, which means she wasn't around before. Perhaps the commotion of her own fight with the corpse tree had drawn her here. After waiting in place for a while, no one appeared on the ground around them. Looks like she's in hiding. Cautious woman. Though, if this woman was either lucky or extremely adaptable to the end times, generally speaking, this kind of woman is more difficult to conquer. The same thing that was used to deal with Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu before probably wouldn't work. Suddenly, Lin Fei lifted his head and looked at the Vanama Mall building next to him. Behind the glass on the third floor, a gaze caught its own attention. Found you. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth hooked into a smile. Although separated by nearly 100 meters and a not-so-transparent sheet of glass, he could still see the woman standing there. The most noticeable thing is the pair of straight, long, round and tight legs underneath the denim hot pants. Some of the blood stains were on it, adding to the thrilling beauty. Further up was a small waist that filled the room, and a white shirt on top of the corners of her shirt were tied at the small of her back, exposing a portion of her skin. Underneath the shirt were full peaks, and one word popped into Lin Fei's mind. Fine branches bearing fruit. But the woman had a mask over her face, and a ducktail hat pressed against the top of her head. Can't see the face clearly. But Lin Fei believed that a beautiful woman who could be rated 93 points by the system couldn't be bad in any way. The woman seemed to know that Lin Fei had discovered her, and with a short stance, she hurriedly ducked to the side. What's wrong, Lin Fei? In the car, Huang Ruoyi poked her head out and inquired. Lin Fei laughed and shook his head as he stepped into the car. Nothing. Saw an interesting person. Let's go. To Oblivion University. The raptor roared and rode off like a stray arrow, knocking cars off the road. Inside the Wernama Mall, Xin Shirin poked her head out and watched the pink raptor leave. She was surprised in her heart. That guy has such a terrifying perception. He should have found me just now. With two women that beautiful, it's definitely not a good thing. It was only the second day after the outbreak of the end of the world, and Xin Shirin had already seen the ugliness of human nature. She's not a nice person. And last night, she took care of two disgusting men with her own hands. Lin Fei didn't know that he'd already been labeled as a lustful man. Chapter 17, The Empty Gym. The pink raptor rushes through the herd of zombies like a tiger, crashed right through the campus gate and drove into the middle of the University of Oblivion. Huang Ruoyi exclaimed. How come there are no zombies in the school? Yes, as she said, not a single walker was seen in the middle of the school. Even the roar of the Raptor's engine had no effect. Lin Fei looked at the time. It was probably close to noon now, which meant that it had taken them 3 or 4 hours to get here from the villa. What would have been a journey of only an hour or so to get there? A detour had to be made because some sections of the road were just impassable. Looking back, there are still many zombies converging outside the campus. It could be seen that they were all young and beautiful in age, and should be students inside the school, but they don't even dare to set foot on campus, despite the bloodthirsty nature they display, as if there is something that scares them. Ruan Qiu was also alarmed. What's going on here? Why are they all afraid to come in? Lin Fei had a guess in his mind. Have you guys noticed that the situation here is somewhat similar to the neighborhood of that corpse tree we met? Huang Ruoyi instantly figured out the meaning. You mean, there's that corpse tree in the school too? Lin Fei shook his head. No, it's not the corpse tree, but something else, but it's a match for the corpse tree. It seems as if we've met a hard case. After saying that, he looked at Huang Ruoyi. I think you also know that. If there really is something on the same level as the corpse tree and I can't handle it, I'll have to give up on your daughter. And what Lin Fei didn't say outright was that no hints appeared at all within his system's detection range. Obviously, the fact that the zombies were driven out of the school means that the monster was terrifyingly strong, and it doesn't like to share. Any living person in here is seen as forbidden to it, and only for its exclusive use. Huang Ruoyi's heart tightened. She didn't dare to imagine that if there really was that kind of monster, true how to survive here. But it was impossible to make her give up looking for her daughter. And if Lin Fei really gave up, one can't help but part ways with him. After all, he only had one daughter like Zhenzhen, and she was his life. Lin Fei, I won't give up really. If there really is that kind of monster, you guys don't have to care about me. I'll just come and find it myself. Huang Ruoyi said in a decisive manner, rather like being a mother. Lin Fei turned his head from the driver's seat and stared at her, eyes sharp. Do you think you'd have a chance if I'd given up? Do you really think you're an onion? I'm the one who saved your life, eating and living with the old man for the past few days, and teaching you how to use your powers. Do you think that's enough to pay for all this with just your body? You're still pretending with me here. I'll tell you plainly. Your lives were not yours from the moment I saved them. If you want to get away from my old man, you can, for the same price. Or eat a few peanuts from my old man and get yourself out of here if you don't die. The unrelenting bellowing of curses startled both women. They hadn't expected Lin Fei to react so strongly, but what he said was an indisputable fact. Everything the two had was given to them by Lin Fei. There is simply nothing of equal cost to pay back. That means there are only two choices. Stay or die. Huang Ruoyi fell into the car seat with a cold body, 2 lines of tears sliding down her face. This beautiful wife is even more pathetic. Ruan Qiu was also in a state of shock. Such a Lin Fei was like a different person. It's nothing like what I learned about myself once upon a time. Ruthless, killing and decisive. No mercy at all. Even when he and Sister Ruoyi both. He's been with him to the death these past few days, and he's been able to do what he said he'd do to kill him. The fear of Lin Fei in his heart added a few more points. Huang Ruoyi whimpered, but didn't dare say anything, and could only pin her hopes on good fortune, praying that Huang Zhenzhen is still safe. Lin Fei saw that his rebuke had an effect, so he said nothing more and slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The car sped inside Campus Drive. Within moments, an inverted bowl-like building came into view. It was none other than the gymnasium of the University of Oblivion. The three of them got out of the car, and Huang Ruoyi's heart suddenly went a little cold, for they saw, at the entrance to the gymnasium, the metal gate that was supposed to be tightly closed. At the moment it had been broken by some kind of huge force. Huang Ruoyi rushed inside, calling out Huang Zhenzhen's name as she ran. Lin Fei and Ruan Qiu also headed inside. He frowned. He had been to the stadium a few times before and it's to raise money for the school, all in this gym, but now the inside of this stadium is littered with signs of destruction by a terrible force. Bent steel posts, shattered floors, damaged seats, warped basketball hoops that smashed into a piece of wall. None of it speaks of some kind of crazy destruction that was previously suffered in here. The smell of blood was coming from Huang Ruoyi, standing by the basketball court, looking at the blood scattered on the broken wooden floor, and the remnants of flesh and blood. His eyes were stunned. She wondered if any part of this place belonged to Huang Zhenzhen. This unknown tormented her all the time. Nguyen took a few steps forward and held her up from the side. Lin Fei pondered as he looked at the scene within. Unsurprisingly, that unknown monster should have been born from inside this gymnasium, because the outside door was smashed from the inside out. There was no sign of intrusion. So it seems that if Huang Zhenzhen was here before, then there's a high probability that you've been buried in the monster's mouth. Roar! Just as each of the three were lost in thought, a monster's roar came from the distance and the lights in the gym flickered on for a moment, as if disturbed in some way. Lin Fei quickly ran out, following the sound. That direction should be the cafeteria. Does that mean the monster is in the cafeteria? It's quite possible, after all, that in the middle of the end times, after a crisis erupted at the school, the food in the middle of the cafeteria will definitely be a must-have. After the monsters drove the zombies away, there was no need to think that there were definitely more people among the cafeteria. But who can tell if this isn't a trap for the creature? Lin Fei didn't dare to speculate any deeper. If that monster had this kind of intelligence, for the survivors too, definitely bad news. Lin Fei had to go and see what the hell that guy was all about. Don't look at the fact that it's only at Forgotten River University right now. If it's allowed to grow, it might not be impossible to dominate Forgotten River. It's important to map it out for your own safety, and subsequently for your own development. Knock it off if you can, or at least figure it out if you can't kill it. With the advent of the end of the world, survivors may awaken supernatural powers, and Fei may appear among the zombies. It's a balance, or it's a relationship of what goes around comes around. Lin Fei had to take it in stride. Without caring about the two Huang Ruoi behind him, he ran towards the direction the sound came from with his own quick steps. Chapter 18. As Lin Fei approached in the direction of the cafeteria, a system prompt suddenly rang in his head. Note, beautiful women with an overall rating of 92 or higher appear within the system's perception. Target, Huang Zhenzhen. Huang Zhenzhen? Lin Fei was all a bit surprised. It seems that Huang really did run out from inside the gymnasium, and it's kind of lucky that he didn't die until now. He then looked odd. This system was trying to make himself take down the mother-daughter flower. Ah, immodest, but I like it. Knock. The loud noise was getting clearer and clearer. Right there inside the cafeteria building not far away from himself, through the broken floor-to-ceiling glass on the second floor, a burly figure could be seen lifting tables, chairs, and benches inside, and in front of that figure, a dexterous figure with azure-colored electricity arcing from its body was constantly dodging attacks and releasing electric snakes to whip backward from time to time. Electric snakes swept over the tables and stools that crashed into her, directly tearing them in half with terrifying power. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Electricity-type powers? The key to keeping this person around. Shouldn't the power go out then? He saw the gigantic monster, of a size about 2 men high. It should be the one that drives the other walkers away with its absolute strength. And the woman it's chasing is definitely a first-rate beauty, judging by the looks of although a little haggard, it is still hard to hide the moving face. Lin Fei could see a hint of Huang Ruoi in her face. I'm afraid that was Huang Zhenzhen. Tap. Footsteps came from behind them, and the two Huang Ruoi hurriedly ran after Lin Fei. When they got a good look at the two figures that were fighting furiously, Huang Ruoi exclaimed, Zhenzhen. She then took a step forward and was ready to rush to help, but Lin Fei pulled her to a halt. Calm down. She's still swimming around. You showing up is likely to disrupt her rhythm and thus put her to death. Huang Ruoi was startled and asked with some trepidation. Then, what are we going to do? We can't just watch Zhenzhen face that monster alone. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't worry. She can't die. Can't you see that she's much more skilled in the use of her powers than you are? She's a born fighter. And since I promised you that I would save her if she lived, I'm bound not to go back on my word. Although she had Lin Fei's assurance, Huang Ruoi was still frightened, because the commotion caused by that monster was just too terrifying. Hey, you guys, don't go over there. There's a very scary monster in there. Someone was waving at Lin Fei's trio from the corner of the kiosk next to them. It was a girl with freckles on her face. Huang Ruoi suddenly said, that seems to be Zhenzhen's college roommate. I saw her when she was on video with me. I think her name was Double, but I don't like her much. She's too much of a drama queen. To be able to make Huang Ruoi say the word dislike, it was evident that this girl really wasn't good. Lin Fei didn't pay any attention to Shuang, but she seemed to report an extreme aversion to Lin Fei. Get your asses over here, and don't stay with those dogmen. They're animals. This kind of naked verbal abuse caused Lin Fei's eyes to glow dangerously. The desert eagle appeared in his hand, the blackened muzzle pointing directly at Shuang. It was as if they were going to shoot someone the next moment, but Shuang didn't seem to be afraid. Taking a toy gun is like scaring people? Do you really think we girls are easy to take? Bang! The shot rang out, and in an instant the wall next to her was pierced through a large hole, splinters flying in all directions, and it hit her face raw. This sudden scene scared Shuang silly. Her eyes looked at Lin Fei in horror. She didn't understand that why was one of the things the man was holding that looked like a toy gun a real gun? After screaming, she tried to run away, but just as she turned around and didn't take more than a few steps, Lin Fei descended from the sky and blocking her way. On the other side, Ruan Qiu and Huang Rui also came and formed a pack. You guys, what are you doing? I'm warning you guys. My sisters are the ones with superpowers. If you guys hurt me, she won't let you go after she cleans up that monster. Doubling up against the wall, scowling and talking tough, Lin Fei said with a leathery smile, then why are you hiding here alone and not going to help your sisters? I think it's plastic flower friendship. Shuang was agitated. You fart. Zhenzhen and I have the best relationship. She said she'd protect me. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't fight back against that kind of monster. She has superpowers. She must be the one to deal with it. Lin Fei sketched a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then have you ever thought about it? What if she can't handle the monster either? The twins froze. But then with an air of entitlement, she said, then she at least bought me a chance to live. Isn't that how sisters sacrifice for their sisters? At that time I will not live up to the sacrifice she made. Lin Fei snorted out a laugh. This girl was really a superb. Typical of the dead Taoists who take for granted what others give, and don't even care about other people's lives. Huang Rui on the other side was already furious with her chest heaving as she walked up to. A big biker pocket is thrown right in the face of the double. You little, truly serpentine. The sudden slaps and chants ignited Twin's temper. She pointed at Huang Rui and cursed. Are you that? Dare to hit me? Believe it or not, I'll have my sisters electrocute you later. Huang Rui was infuriated and laughed coldly. Good sister, right? Electrocuting me? You're a good little. Do you know who I am? Shuang blared at her. I don't care who you are, even if it's the king of heaven that's here, and have no business hitting me. Lin Fei's faint voice came out. Leave her a cheap life. It'll be useful later. Huang Rui smiled, nodded her head and said no more, condensing a stream of water in her hand. Instantly soaring out, it directly shattered Shuang's knee, causing her to instantly fall to the ground and wail in pain. Ah, my leg. Asterisk 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 and s asterisk asterisk t. I'm going to kill you all. Don't run if you have the guts. When my sisters come back you'll be done for. Huang Rui was really disgusted with this girl to the extreme. She couldn't even help herself from going up to her and kicking her hard. Nguyen shook her head. She was also disgusted with this kind of people who only knew how to sit back and enjoy themselves. Walking up, he pulled out a strip of cloth and gagged the twin's stinking mouth. Huang Rui dragged her by the collar, just like a dead dog on the ground to make 2 bloody marks. At this moment on the second floor of the cafeteria, Huang Zhenzhen ran wildly with all her strength. Dad's a rootin' tootin'. I told you men were no good, driving us away not to mention. And now they're going to turn into this monster to plague everyone. Cursing as she ran, she was also terrified of leading it away, all by herself, and it would be so worthless to be killed by this monster. He had said that he would protect the female students who followed him, and he didn't want to go back on his word. But there's a real sense of helplessness, carrying all that pressure alone. No one can help you share. Suddenly she thought of her mother, on whose arms she had always leaned, and never experienced her stress. And she never told herself about the unhappiness. I sometimes talked back to her and made her angry. Now that I think about it, I was really ungrateful. In an instant, it was as if she had grown up, and an extra look of determination appeared within her eyes. Before, it was my mom who protected me. Now, it's my turn to protect her. Chapter 19, I am your strongest castle. Although Huang Zhenzhen was physically and mentally exhausted at the moment, she knew not to give up. Mom said she'd come to my rescue, but she's just a normal person. How could one travel halfway across the forgotten river to come here in the middle of such a dangerous post-apocalyptic world? One has to get rid of this monster as soon as possible, and then contact Mom. Tell her to be sure to wait for herself at home. Roar! The monster behind him hissed as if it was taunting Huang Zhenzhen. The creature was stout, 2 men high, gnarled and hideously muscled. The body was dripping with foul-smelling black blood. Its appearance had changed, but it was still possible to see that it was the other alien from the previous gym. Wang Gang. Even more alarming was the fact that, on its chest, there was a face. That's clearly the same Kaka who had the bad idea in the gym. It seems that some unknown turn of events must have taken place in the gymnasium. So much so that Wang Gang, a psychic, has become a zombie, and even more so, he's fused this Guijia guy, and his IQ is online. It's not at all like a normal monster that only knows how to act on instinct. This monster is far more of a threat than a bunch of regular zombies. To put it politely, it has the qualifications of a necromancer. Huang Zhenzhen could only keep running and consuming in the face of the thick-skinned monster. But this had been tussling with it for half an hour and still no solution to it had been found. She already felt the deficit in her body, and if she used her powers any more recklessly, I'm afraid it will have some sort of unforeseen result. But now it's a hard ride. There are only 2 choices. Either kill the monster. Either that or be killed by this monster. Suddenly she felt a little resentful that if those girls had been braver, attracting monsters according to their own stated scenario could be a different outcome. Why wouldn't they want to join them and face the danger like a warrior? The monster behind him seemed to be getting a little tired of the chasing game, and after a growl, both fists swelled violently and pounded down hard towards the ground in front of him. Boom! For an instant the ground shook, and from the point of the hammer blow numerous cracks spread out in a fan shape in front of the. In an instant, it covered all of Huang Zhenzhen's retreating paths. The monster had a sneer on both of its faces, only to see it stomp its feet. Rumble! The entire floorboards, which were suffused with cracks, collapsed with a crash, sending everything crashing down towards the first floor. Huang Zhenzhen also floated on her feet as a result. The forward momentum instantly became the fatal point that broke her body balance, and her whole body lost its center of gravity in the air, falling downward along with the shattered floorboards. Bang! Dust splattered and filled the entire cafeteria. Huang Zhenzhen was a little delirious from the fall. She shook her head and helped the rubble to get up. A lot of soot was inhaled into the lungs. Choking and coughing, she felt as if there was something wrong with her body everywhere, and she had lost feeling in one of her legs. Looking down, a hideous bloodstain was creeping up the pale thigh. It's a cut from the rebar that was hidden in the debris when we fell a while ago. It's crawling with dust at the moment and it's very painful. Huang Zhenzhen's heart crossed, and she directly used her own supernatural ability to give the wound a charred roast. She grimaced in pain, but stiffly didn't say a word. Knock! The giant object landed on the ground, and even the dust was somewhat blown away. Huang Zhenzhen knew that it was the monster that had jumped down, but how else could he fight against it in his current state? A wave of disillusionment came over me. I'm afraid I'm going to die here myself. What about Mom? Huang Zhenzhen sat down on the gravel, and she laughed miserably. So the savior, it turns out, wasn't that good at all. She pulled out her cell phone and flipped out Huang Ruoi's number and dialed it. Before she died, she wanted to hear her mom's voice again, and tell her I'm sorry. The call was quickly answered, and she brewed her emotions for a moment, trying to quell her fear that the, said in what he thought was a calm voice, "Hello? Mom." But just after opening her mouth, she suddenly froze as her own voice seemed to ring out behind her. She jerked her head around to see the doors to the first floor of the cafeteria being thrown open with a loud bang. A blood-red light shone in, and the wind blew much of the smoke away. A delicate figure stood there silently, while a connected phone was in her hand. She slowly brought the cell phone to the front of her mouth and whispered, "Don't be afraid, Zhenzhen. Mom's coming." In an instant, surprise and aggravation continued to haunt Huang Zhenzhen's heart. It was as if her mom's presence instantly gave her an emotional outlet. She's a little dumbfounded that, looking towards the figure in the doorway that was walking towards her, muttered, "Mom, Mom." Then remembering something, she threw away her cell phone and shouted, "Mom, hurry up, stay back." Huang Ruoi at the doorway, however, as if she didn't hear it, took a step and ran towards Huang Zhenzhen. Even the jagged rocks didn't stop her. Huang Zhenzhen was really a bit flustered this time, and she kept shaking her head. Tears that had never flowed before slipped from the corners of her eyes, carving a dusty trail of tears across her face. Why did Mom have to show up at this time? One doesn't want to involve her. Finally, the figure cut through the dust to take her in its arms. Huang Zhenzhen could even feel the trembling coming from this delicate body. Huang Ruoi held her tightly in her arms, murmuring with compassion, There, Zhenzhen, don't be afraid. Mommy's here to save you. It's okay." Though Huang Yongjin enjoyed this thick dose of love before she died, but she still pushed Huang Ruoi away with all her might. "Mom, quickly run. It's dangerous here. It's too late if we don't leave." Before the words even left his mouth, ragged breathing blew the smoke behind him away. The terrifying monster appeared not far from the two, and a threat of death enveloped Huang Zhenzhen. At this moment, she was beyond despair. She couldn't run away. Now she really had to drag her mom into this. "Mom, I'm sorry. In my next life, I'll be your daughter." Huang Ruoi, however, was full of compassion as she wiped away the tear tracks on her face. Kissing her forehead, she said, "Silly child, what nonsense are you saying? Since Mom showed up here, she will definitely not let anything happen to you. Have you forgotten that you said I was your strongest castle?" Huang Zhenzhen looked mute. "Mom, brush." A rigid swirl of water flow blossomed from Huang Ruoi's hand and violently shot towards the monster, caught off guard, even as large as it was. He was also pushed out 8 or 9 meters by this attack with an extremely strong tearing force, and much of the flesh and blood on his body was torn off. Huang Zhenzhen stared at the scene in disbelief. She said incredulously, "Mom, you are also a shifter?" Huang Ruoi didn't answer her, but used her actions to clear her doubts, only to see her hands constantly tossing and turning, her water-based powers like a torrent of turning into all kinds of attacks. They rushed towards the monster in an overwhelming manner. Huang Zhenzhen stayed. Mom she. There's so much water. Chapter 20, Men. The water thrummed, pulling the wind around it to knock down the diffuse smoke. Huang Ruo's motherly nature erupted, and the torrent of alien energy continued to be unleashed. It was as if she wanted to break the monster that had bullied her daughter into pieces. Huang Zhenzhen's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't expect that her mother had also awakened her powers, and it looks like it's more powerful than he is. Roar! The monster let out a roar of rage after taking a large number of attacks. It has a strong physique, based on Wang Gang's big muscle buster powers, and after becoming a monster, tougher. Even with Huang Ruo's full output, she couldn't hurt it at all. While it looks like the flesh and blood are destroyed, nothing much actually happens. The constant attacks only made it angrier. The face of Guijia on its chest carameled, as if it had realized that Huang Ruo was simply bluffing. It looks like you'll be able to have one more delicious meal for yourself. Dang! Dang! It then began to step forward against Huang Ruo's water current attack. Each step seemed to be stepping on Huang Zhenzhen's heart, causing her to turn back from her relation. Is this monster really that scary? Mom! You've got to get out of here. That monster can't be killed. Huang Zhenzhen cried out anxiously. But Huang Ruo didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, even as the monster approached at every step, still standing in front of Huang Zhenzhen as well. There was a feeling that even if she died, she would die before her daughter. It made Huang really feel the greatness of a mother's love, and perhaps having a child of her own. It's only then that you can realize the kind of love that your mom has, the deep love that she has for you, right? But now it's the end of the world. Everyone's on their own. Who else is going to think about the whole having kids thing? When the monster approached to a distance of 5 meters from Huang Ruo, she suddenly withdrew her hand and, no more unleashing of psychic powers, turning toward Huang Zhenzhen. With a compassionate face, he released some gentle streams of water to wash the dust off her face. Huang Zhenzhen froze. Is Mom giving up? She looked at Huang Ruo and revealed a miserable smile. Mom, I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you down. Huang Ruo spread a smile and scraped her upturned nose. Silly child, what are you thinking about? None of us will die today. Huang Zhenzhen looked stunned and uncertain. She couldn't help but look at the creature. Did that mean that someone would come and kill this horrible monster? Bang! A deafening gunshot came, and a great, black, stinking splash of blood. The monster had an extra fist-sized hole in its head. This was followed by a succession of blooming gunshots. The stout bullets that swayed with blinding firelight nailed into the middle of the monster's body, exploding in a shower of blood. Roar! The monster took the pain and it raised its arms across its chest and kept falling back. Huang Zhenzhen turned her head to look at the doorway. 2 figures just walked straight in. A man and a woman. The man was holding an oddly shaped gun in his hand, the slightest hint of fire spewing from its muzzle. At this moment, she understood what it meant to be suppressed by fire. It's hard to imagine that. It was amazing that someone with a single hot weapon had put such a horrible monster in a bitter fight. And how many bullets are in that gun of his? Anyway, she didn't know the man, but the woman beside him she had seen a few times herself. It's Mom's friend, Sister Nguyen. Did Mom and the girls come with this man? A faint, unnoticeable flash of disgust crossed her brow, but she couldn't say much at the moment. The others were dealing with this monster right now. It's also saving yourself. Ruan Qiu came to the side of Huang Ruo's mother and daughter, somewhat worried. She looked at Huang Zhenzhen. Zhenzhen's situation looks a bit bad. What should we do? Should we go to the hospital? Huang Ruo shook her head. Even if we go to the hospital, we don't know what's going on there. I'm afraid it's definitely not going to be a good situation with the amount of people in the hospital. Ruan Qiu also understood what she meant, and immediately frowned a little, then asked Lin Fei later. He should have a way. Huang Ruo nodded and couldn't help but look at Lin Fei who was suppressing the monster in front of her. Huang Zhenzhen blinked. Why did she feel as if she saw dependence inside her mother's eyes? No, I must have misread it. Mom, after all these years, after divorcing Dad, how could she be dependent on a man when she never showed that look? Roar! While the 2 women were talking, the monster that had been suppressed by Lin Fei's infinite firepower let out an angry roar. It only seemed as if it had all swelled up a notch again, and the face on its chest was wrapped in muscle. Gone. A furious aura instantly erupted, as if it had unlocked some kind of restriction, stiffly charging forward against Lin Fei's fire. It looked like he was planning to finish Lin Fei off in one fell swoop. Huang Zhenzhen exclaimed. If that monster got close to her, I'm afraid that man called Lin Fei would be torn apart in an instant. That weapon in his hand is supposed to be his psychic ability. It's pretty powerful, though, but close combat is the Achilles heel. Add to that the fact that at the moment, Mom and Sister Nguyen were combining their efforts to carry themselves toward the door. even more convinced of his own idea that the man was certainly no match for the monster. Mom, aren't we going to help him? Huang Ruoyi shook her head. Can't help. We'll just do our own thing. As expected, a strange emotion flashed through Huang Zhenzhen's heart. It seems that Mom and the girls have given up on that man. But that's good. At least he and Mom and the girls will be able to survive. It's a good death for a man to give his life for a woman. Of course, Huang Ruoyi's 2 daughters didn't know what was going on inside her mind, or else they would definitely educate her. When the few people left the confines of the cafeteria, Lin Fei smiled. He put away the gun in his hand and craned his neck, looking at the monster in front of him with a leap of faith. The monster is confused. Why doesn't this guy continue to attack himself? Sending his head? Okay, that's no problem. Eat it any way you want. Roar! The monster roared furiously, striding to Lin Fei's front. Raising a pair of sandbag-sized fists, he slammed them down, and he loved meatloaf. Knock! A dull thud came, and the monster's grinning face suddenly froze, only to see that a slender arm was actually holding on for dear life underneath his fist. That little ant was able to catch one of his own punches? No way! Absolutely impossible. How can a human catch a punch of 6 or 7 tons of power? It didn't believe in evil. Reswung its fist and slammed it downward fiercely. The force made it very sufficient. Boom! A ring of air exploded from where the 2 phases met. Lin Fei stood still, steadily catching the monster's attack. Now, the monster was confused. It had exerted all its strength. Surprisingly, the man was still next. That's not even scientific. Lin Fei's mouth kindly smiled. Finished? If it's finished, it's my turn. The monster's heart instantly flashed with a hint of misfortune, but it didn't have time to react at all. His wrists were suddenly clasped by 2 hands, and a rigid force of chi came from the. It then felt the sky spinning and the human in the center of its vision shrinking rapidly. Bang! The walls of the cafeteria were shattered, and the monster's massive form threw itself outside. It hit the ground hard and fell to the ground. The sudden scene startled the 3 women who had just run out of the room. Huang Zhenzhen opened her mouth wide in surprise. What's going on here? Is that piece of that flew out just now really that monster? Then after the monster shook its head and stood up, she got a good look at it and was a little confused. Please tell me it accidentally broke the wall and fell on its own, okay? Chapter 21, Misogyny. Before Huang Zhenzhen's surprise had faded, a figure flew out from inside the cafeteria like a cannonball and heavily smashed into the monster. Boom! A circle of airflow centered on the monster and blew out in all directions. The green belt was overwhelmed by the airflow. Huang Zhenzhen squinted her eyes over there and stared blankly as the airflow passed, only to see that the monster was unexpectedly crushed by Lin Fei's foot, lying on the ground and struggling to get up. What's going on here? Is that monster like a Lin Dayu that breaks at the touch of a button? Is it stronger than it is? It couldn't have been the man bursting into overdrive. If so, it's too damn ridiculous, alright. But the results are often the opposite of what one perceives. Lin Fei looked at the monster at his feet and felt bored. Thought you guys had a lot of ability. And this is the result? 50 times the human body's limit has not been reached. Thanks for growing such a body. For nothing. After spitting, a long shiny blade appeared in his hand, and under the unmatched power of his, it looked sharp as a tack. Pust. When his hand rose and fell, a huge head was chopped off. Knock. The monster's body lost its strength and hit the ground hard. This scene, looking at Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu's beautiful eyes, this guy Lin Fei's strength was simply unfathomable. Such a terrifying monster that he said he would kill. Huang Zhenzhen, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief on her face. That big guy just died? It's too easy. Lin Fei shook off the blood on his long sword and walked towards the few people. He also didn't realize that the guy who could drive away zombies and carve up the land was so unforgiving, rather futile. As he was preparing to greet a few people and leave, a system prompt suddenly rang in his head. Fei generation detected. Intelligent Fei have been born. Danger level, high. Recommended for removal. Lin Fei froze, then turned around violently to look, and his pupils suddenly shook. The corpse of the monster that I just killed. It's gone. Only a pale head was left behind, and the body strangely disappeared. System, can you track that monster? This system cannot be traced. Cam. Lin Fei suddenly had a feeling in his heart that he was letting a tiger return to the mountain. That thing could cause the system to give itself a hint. It was definitely not something simple. Intelligent Fei. As soon as you hear about it, are special elite monsters, and by the trope of zombie fiction movie, it definitely had the potential to become a corpse king of that level. This is certainly the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head. One never knows when the chop will fall. The mood was a little bad. Ruan Qiu looked at Lin Fei, who didn't look too good, and walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Fei shook his head. "It's nothing. There's no point in talking to people around you about this kind of thing. It just adds to the trouble." When Huang Ruoi saw Lin Fei walking towards her, she asked somewhat anxiously, Lin Fei, is there any way you can help Makoto? Lin Fei looked at Huang Zhenzhen in her arms, and at this moment, her face was like gold paper, but there was a loathing of himself within those eyes. Before he himself could speak, Huang Zhenzhen instead said with a somewhat weak voice, Mom, I'm fine, let's go, don't stay with men. Huang Ruoi suddenly looked at Lin Fei with some embarrassment. She knew that her daughter had a problem since she was a child. Misogyny. There was an overwhelming distaste for any man, including her father. He had forgotten about this before and hadn't mentioned it to Lin Fei, and now that Huang Zhenzhen had said it so bluntly, I don't know if it will make Lin Fei unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Fei smiled, looked at Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoi and said, let's go. It's time to go home. At these words, Huang Ruoi's heart snapped up. She knew that Lin Fei was angry. This sentence about going home does not include her daughter, Huang Zhenzhen. That is to say, Lin Fei didn't pay any attention to Huang Zhenzhen, and earlier he had cautioned himself and Nguyen that it was okay to leave, to come up with the corresponding leverage to, or die. If one disobeyed him, needless to say, one would directly end up dead, and she just couldn't bring herself to abandon her daughter. Besides, Huang Zhenzhen was on the verge of dying at the moment, so there was no other way but to seek help from Lin Fei. Puff. She knelt down, facing Lin Fei and pleaded, Lin Fei, I beg you, please save Zhenzhen. As long as you save her, I can make her your woman. Huang Zhenzhen froze. She stared at her mother with wide eyes. Is she hallucinating? Is that the kind of thing that comes out of a mom's mouth? Mom, you get up. How can you kneel to a man? You get up. I don't want anyone to save. Ruan Qiu looked at her and sighed a little, knowing that if Huang Zhenzhen herself didn't come to her senses, her life might end here today, and she might even involve Sister Ruoi. She thought for a moment, walking towards a flower bed and dragging out a man. Bang! Ruan Qiu threw the person in front of Huang Zhenzhen, startling her. Double. What's wrong with you? Woohoo! Both of them looked at Huang Zhenzhen, their eyes filled with resentment. As soon as Ruan Qiu ripped off the cloth from her mouth, both of them instantly opened their mouths and hissed, Huang Zhenzhen, you help me kill them. Kill this. She's the one who put me in this state. You have to avenge me. Huang Zhenzhen followed her gaze and her heart thumped. The woman she spoke of. Surprisingly, it was his own mom. Was there some misunderstanding between them? And why did he see Shuang in such a miserable state? No fluctuations in the heart? Seeing that Huang Zhenzhen froze there with little response, Shuang opened her mouth again and snapped. Huang Zhenzhen, didn't you claim to protect us girls? Then why don't you help me kill my enemy? Are you still my best sister? Huang Zhenzhen said with an ugly face. Shuang, she is my mom. The resentment in Shuang's eyes suddenly lurched and no wonder she felt like she had seen Huang Ruoi somewhere before. So that's what happened. And then became even more surly. Huang Zhenzhen, so what if she's your mom? What's so strange about fathers killing their sons and daughters killing their mothers now that the end times are here? You help me kill her. Kill her and you'll be able to protect us better. And we'll always read you well. Huang Zhenzhen felt a mixture of flavors as she listened to the words that popped out of her mouth. In this state, Shuang was more like a complaining woman, but every word that came out of her mouth was from the bottom of her heart. She should know, even if she was stupid, that she was just a cutie who was being used by them. I don't think so. A little cutie who fancies himself a protector. Huang Zhenzhen was very sad in her heart. Her roommate whom she had just met was oppressing herself like this. Come to think of it, they're out looking for food to bring back, and they're dividing it up and eating it, like vicious dogs. It doesn't stay at all. What could one ask of them in return for what they only knew how to take? That ridiculous adoration? She closed her eyes and shook her head as if she had lost all strength to support herself. Shuang, I can't do it. Chapter 22 Pua Huang Zhenzhen, muddy horse leg, you're such an A****. It's true that if there's a mom, there's bound to be a daughter. Talking back, going back on his word, being selfish, and seeing death. I can kind of see how you said you found little food, but I'm afraid you filled your own stomach first. Only then did you throw the leftovers at us. No wonder you don't eat it yourself. I'm so blind to be sisters with you. I'll be damned. How is the world so unfair? Why do you have superpowers? I should have known. Should have let those dogmen come and take you in the first place. Double fire. Mouth stink attribute pulled full of. Huang Zhenzhen's fists were clenched and squeezed. Enough. Zhang Xiaoshuang, Huang Zhenzhen, don't owe you anything. Don't put yourself on the moral high ground to condemn others. You're a bunch of assholes. You only know how to sit on your asses. I've asked you to cooperate with me, and one of you is more greedy than the other. In the end, you have to blame me for not protecting you guys. Have you taken your conscience to the dogs? Sure enough, My mom used to tell me to be a little more careful out there. One is still too simple. Simply thinking that the world is either black or white. I am not aware that I have been roasted on the fire by someone else without realizing it or being aware of it. Ridiculous, Huang Zhenzhen. You're such an unmitigated loser. It's just that from now on, one will never trust anyone else, and to each his own. Snap. Applause was on the side. Lin Fei watched them tearing each other apart with a calm demeanor. Wonderful. Keep it up. Keep it up. Just pretend I don't exist. Zhang Xiaoshuang saw someone interrupting. Immediately, he turned his spearhead towards Lin Fei. What are you? A dog man? Rampaging about here? If it wasn't for the weapon in your hand, you'd be lucky to survive past 5 episodes. You wait for me. My brother is from the military district. He'll come and kill you all. Ha ha. Lin Fei was still smiling, but Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu clearly felt their surroundings turning eerily cold. Clunk. A blunt kitchen knife was thrown at Huang Zhenzhen's feet. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. Take this knife. Slaughter this filled maggot and you can come with us. Huang Zhenzhen looked down at the knife at her feet, not knowing what to do for a moment. True. Quick. Pick it up quickly. Huang Ruoyi crawled on her knees to her side and urged. This girl is not a good thing in the first place. Keeping her will only cause harm to others. Killing people is no different from killing those monsters. Think of it as killing a chicken. A pig. Hear that? Zhenzhen. Lin Fei has given you a chance. You must seize it. Hearing that her mother was so eager for her to accept Lin Fei's charity, she was a million times more puzzled. Is it so important in Mom's eyes to follow this man? Even without a man. With her and Mom's psychic powers, it's also good to live inside this post-apocalyptic world, right? When Huang Ruoyi saw that Huang Zhenzhen was still hesitating, she was anxious for her. Hurry up. Zhenzhen. Mommy doesn't want to lose you. Huang Zhenzhen painfully looked towards her anxious mother, her eyes full of struggle. Mom, what exactly are you afraid of? Do you miss men that much? Huang Ruoyi froze. Snap. A crisp slap sounded, and Huang Zhenzhen covered her face and looked at Huang Ruoyi in disbelief. Mom, she hit me. Huang Zhenzhen, do you know what you're saying? Is Mom such a bad woman in your eyes? Do you have any idea what Mom went through to come to your rescue? And in your state, even if you leave from here, you won't live for days. Huang Ruoyi's eyes had a few tears in them, the kind that were heartbreaking. Huang Zhenzhen was unsure of what was going on, and she remained a bit puffed up. Isn't it just that you're a bit tired? I don't believe that a few days of rest can still tire me out. Huang Ruoyi took a deep breath. You don't understand anything at all. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've awakened your powers? Let me tell you, the human body is flawed, and the more you use your powers, the quicker you will die a violent death. The deficit in your body right now is proof of that. If you don't believe me, try using your powers again? Huang Zhenzhen's head exploded. In the past, the dizziness after casting her ability had been fine after resting for a while, and she had never thought that her awakened powers would kill her. In order to prove herself, she forced her body's deficit to catalyze her powers but the alien energy flowed through her body as if it were a rotting circuit strung with electricity, making her limbs tingle with pain. Ah, that hurts. She couldn't help but cry out in pain, and hastily gave up on activating her powers. Huang Ruoyi looked at her appearance and knew that she had hit a wall. How is it? Mom didn't lie to you, right? Huang Zhenzhen looked at her with a puzzled expression and queried. Then why aren't you alright? Is there no defect in your body? Huang Ruoyi nodded. Mom's body is defective but those flaws had already been patched up by Lin Fei, and he could use his powers however he wanted to in the future. That's why I want you to come with us. Mommy doesn't want to see the day when you suddenly just die from a riot of alien energy inside you. Do you understand? Huang Zhenzhen's thoughts were stunned again and again. She shook her head. How could there be such a thing in this world? To the side, Nguyen picked up the knife on the ground and wiped his hands. An identical knife appeared in front of Huang Zhenzhen's eyes. Your mom was right. Everyone does have physical defects, but I'm not your mom. It won't be so hard to persuade you, and it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Clunk. The two knives were thrown to the ground by Nguyen, as if dropping Huang Zhenzhen's self-righteousness to pieces. Ha ha, so it turns out that awakening your superpowers isn't such a good thing. I wish to see the day you die a violent death. Zhang Xiaoshuang cursed spitefully and even spat at Huang Zhenzhen. Huang Zhenzhen looked at her with a complicated expression. How much I've done for them. Only I know. What they got in return for their sincerity was their boundless suspicion, and even bad words. If the powers were up for grabs, they wouldn't hesitate to kill themselves to take their place. Is it worth it for these people? Definitely not worth it. And Mom came a long way to save herself. Was he going to chill her for his own ridiculous insistence? No, one can't. No one wants to die if they can live. No matter if what Mom and the girls say is true or not. There was also absolutely no way to go back out into the world in this state on your own. Can the man called Lin Fei make up for the flaws in human genetics? If he can. So what's the harm in trying it yourself? It's just killing someone. It's no big deal. Huang Zhenzhen took a deep breath and slowly bent down in the middle of several people's gazes, picking up one of the knives at his feet. Chapter 23 Making Up for Flaws. Blue flashes. The moment Huang Zhenzhen picked up the knife, Zhang Xiaoshuang, who was lying on the ground like a maggot, screamed in terror. Huang Zhenzhen, don't you mess around. I'm warning you, killing is against the law. But as if she had made up her mind, Huang Zhenzhen, though her feet were a little tottering, but still moving toward her, Sasha, the shoes dragged on the ground with a sound, which sounded as if it was a hypnotic rhythm in Zhang Xiaoshuang's ears. The dull blade reflected the crimson sun in the sky and looked eerie. No, don't come over. True. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you. It's all my fault. I'm an A****. Just let me go like a fart. I will always remember you well from now on. I'll erect a monument of longevity for you and make offerings every day. Zhang Xiaoshuang squirmed on the ground, trying to back away, but wailed in pain again after involving his wounds. A pair of shoes appeared in the middle of her field of vision, followed by a tug on her hair, forcing her to hold her head up. Huang Zhenzhen's face was like gold paper, but that much strength was still there. She looked straight into Zhang Xiaoshuang's fearful and resentful eyes and suddenly smiled. What I have not learned to understand for more than 10 years, I have realized in a day or two in these last days. I can't thank you enough, my wonderful roommate. You guys probably won't live much longer without me, so why don't you play the rest of the game and it's your turn to help me this time. Zhang Xiaoshuang saw an appalling light in Huang Zhenzhen's eyes. It was undisguised murderous intent. She knew that Huang Zhenzhen was really talked into coming to kill herself. At once, she was like a hen about to make a temporary struggle to get on the road. Huang Zhenzhen, if you dare to kill me, I won't let you go even as a ghost. My brother will definitely come looking for you, and when he does, he'll likes you before he kills you. And you guys, you watchdogs and men will get what's coming to you. Ah ha ha, what a laugh. Saying yes to protecting me. It turned out to be a pain in the ass for me in the end. Huang Zhenzhen, you shall not die. Huang Zhenzhen listened to her tirade and the smile on her face grew even wider. There was a different kind of pleasure that surfaced in her mind. Are you a pervert? Oh, who is good to die in the midst of this end time? But that's a good death for you, isn't it? Goodbye, double, pust. The blunt knife landed violently on the back of Zhang Xiaoshuang's neck, and in an instant, all kinds of nerves were severed. The blade is embedded amongst the bones and jams a bit, but Huang Zhenzhen pulled it out with all her strength and swung again. Warm blood sword, splattering on Huang Zhenzhen's face, hands, body, and it set her off like an evil spirit rising from hell. Ding! When the sound of a blunt knife on the ground rang out, a large good head was lifted from her. Huang Zhenzhen didn't have any fear when she looked at Zhang Xiaoshuang's dead face. Instead, it seemed unusually calm. Huang Ruoyi covered her mouth and looked at her daughter, suddenly feeling that she was a bit strange. Lin Fei instead looked at her with interest instead. A self-proclaimed savior who raises a butcher's knife to her followers. What an ironic picture this is. Huang Zhenzhen would definitely be a ruthless character if she grew up. Good. You got your ticket to the future. As soon as Lin Fei's words fell, the head in Huang Zhenzhen's hands fell to the ground and rolled away with a grunt. She herself was staggering and about to fall. Seeing this, Huang Ruoyi rushed forward to hold her in her arms. At this time she had already begun to be delirious. Eyes are closed. Lin Fei. Zhenzhen Shi. Lin Fei laughed softly. Exotic energy use is overloaded. And if you sleep over, then you really won't wake up. Ha! What to do then? You quickly save Zhenzhen. Huang Ruoyi was instantly anxious upon hearing this. Lin Fei pointed to the kiosk next to him and said, you wash her all over first, then carry her in there. Huang Ruoyi was puzzled. Ha! Although Lin Fei had told them that their own defects in their supernatural abilities were being made up for, but there's no detail on how it's made up. So at this moment, Huang Ruoyi was a bit confused, but she did as she was told, and a pool of clear water wrapped Huang Zhenzhen in cleaned every inch of her and left not the slightest bit of water damage on her body. This hand of water current manipulation has already been called the first of its kind. It hadn't been worth practicing most of the night. Then Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu both carried Huang Zhenzhen into the kiosk together. Lin Fei walked in and directly closed the door. A couple of small lamps were then brought out to illuminate the surrounding area, and a mattress was placed in the center by him. Should I give Zhenzhen the living tiger pill? Huang Ruoyi inquired. Lin Fei laughed, shook his head and said, the living tiger pill is useless for mending defects. As to how it was made up, you'll see later. Then, as Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu looked on in surprise, Lin Fei showed them what it meant to be mighty. Lin Fei even pulled the two women down as well, and treated them together. The warblers were singing in the commissary. 2 hours later, Huang Ruoi was lying beside Huang Zhenzhen, looking at her re-reddened face, a heavy sigh of relief. Again, he couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Lin Fei, who had gotten dressed, a strange emotion spreading in his heart. I didn't realize that both his mother and daughter had really been eaten by him. How should I face Zhenzhen in the future? Thinking about it gave me a bit of a headache. Ruan Qiu came over and hugged her from behind. Sister Ruoi, Zhenzhen, she should be able to figure it out. And don't you realize, Lin Fei, he seems to be getting more and more inappropriate. You and I don't seem to be able to fight it off at all with just you and I. It's easier for us to share the firepower with one more person, isn't it? Huang Ruoi sighed helplessly. One can only think of it that way. Let's hope True really does figure it out by then. When the pink raptor reappeared roaring on the earth, the line of blood bloomed once again above the river of forgetfulness. Lin Fei crushed the zombies the way he came while listening to the system's voice in his head. Beauty card Huang Zhenzhen, S-class ability, blue flicker, flaw remediation in progress. Gun slots are available. Upgrade the killing weapon. Weapon of kill. Upgrade successful, 6-barrel Desert Eagle. Killing weapon special ability release, Arc of Fire. The killing weapon's attack is no longer limited to a straight line against the enemy and can strike in multiple directions. Lin Fei's foot couldn't help but slam on the gas for a split second. Not only did the weapon form evolve after the killing weapon upgrade, but it also unlocked a new ability. Looking at the description of the fire arc, isn't that gunfighting? I'm going to play out the flowers. Ever heard of Gatling gunfighting? Lin Fei was happy in his heart. Let's see who dares to say that Lousy is a straight man in the future. While happy, another system prompt rang in his head. Huang Zhenzhen's defects have been completed. The host's physical quality has been raised to 100 times the limit of the human body, gaining the shared ability Azure Flicker. In an instant, terrifying chi grew amongst every inch of flesh and blood. If Lin Fei hadn't controlled his own force, the steering wheel would have been directly ate up by him. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he might be able to go and touch base with the corpse tree. Chapter 24, The Shackles After the Hundredfold Human Limit. Lin Fei looked through the rearview mirror at Huang Zhenzhen, who was asleep in the back seat. Since the system suggests that the flaws have been patched up, that means she should be awake. Maybe he's a little reluctant to face what's happening and is pretending to be asleep right now. Lin Fei didn't care about her. He had already done his best to save her life. As for how she is going to choose, it is all up to her. Huang Ruoi had been accompanying her in the back seat, her eyes full of compassion for her daughter. Always valued more than his own life. But just now, when the three of them were sharpening their guns with Lin Fei, surprisingly, it gave her an indescribable thrill. My cheeks still burn when I think about it. With the roar of the raptor, the car roared along the previously cleared route on the ring road. This doesn't seem to be the way back to the neighborhood, does it? Nguyen said suspiciously from the passenger seat. Lin Fei smiled. There's no rush to return to the neighborhood for now. There's still a few things to take care of. Ruan Qiu was such a smart woman. As soon as she associated it with the fact that just now after Lin Fei had eaten Huang Zhenzhen, must have upped the ante again. Then their current destination is likely to be the same as when they came here earlier. The creepy corpse tree that I met. In a post-apocalyptic world, any resources are extremely scarce, especially those special things that, apparently corpse trees are one of them. The fruit that it bears on that branch just looks very spooky. It was unknown whether Lin Fei would be able to tackle a monster that huge or not. Soon the car drove back into the vacuum ruled by the corpse tree. There were still no zombies here. Driven beyond a certain point just like inside the campus. It's the king's absolute control over his territory. And if the corpse tree can be moved, I'm afraid it's going to be even more terrifying. Lin Fei left the car 200 meters away from the corpse tree and didn't let the three girls follow. Note, beautiful women with a composite rating of 93 or higher appear within the system's perceptual range. Target, Shin Shireen. The system alert popped up again, and it seemed that the woman still hadn't left the confines of the mall. However, what surprised Lin Fei was that another voice sounded after this prompt. Note, beautiful women with a composite rating of 94 or higher appear within the system's perceptual range. Target, Shin Lingyin. Ward hair? 2 sisters or what? All of a sudden, Lin Fei was a bit surprised. He hadn't yet encountered such a situation where 2 target tips popped up at the same time. This could not help but make him a little happy. And if he took them both down, I'm afraid my own strength will reach an extreme level of terror, right? A smirk curled the corners of his mouth, but he didn't bother with them now. The first thing he had to do, it's about picking the fruit that's on top of the corpse tree. As Lin Fei moved forward and approached the corpse tree, the sleeping Huang Zhenzhen inside the car opened her eyes. She looked over to her mom and sister Nguyen, who were standing outside watching, with complicated eyes. It turned out that mom and the girls actually had that kind of relationship with Lin Fei, and they were half asleep and half awake. Being taken down by Lin Fei, There was a feeling of absurdity due to wrap around his heart, but feeling the neutral and calm flow of alien energy through her body gave her another moment of peace. Mom wasn't lying. She does have a genetic defect in her body. And Lin Fei was indeed able to help himself make up for his flaws. She sighed slightly. It seemed like she was on a ship of thieves, or being pulled on by her mom. Shaking his head, not thinking about that much for the moment. She turned her gaze towards the figure walking towards the strange giant tree, trying to figure out why that man had made both her mother and sister Nguyen fall in love with her. On the other side, Lin Fei took out 6 tubes of desert eagles, his hands flickering with a slight azure glow. It then covered the gun. He can attach an exotic property to the bullets of the killing weapon. Bullets that come with an electric aura that, the power should be a little more. As he came within 100 meters of the corpse tree, tongues of fire spewed from the killing weapon in his hand and, pull out a meter. The blue bullets came and went, as if strung together as a laser. It shot straight at the trunk of the massive corpse tree. Put! The bullets hit the bloody tree trunks and exploded into a lot of fetid black blood and limbs. After the attack, the corpse tree reacted and the ground began to shake. Lin Fei knew that was its rhizome preparing to break out of the ground and attack himself. A sense of danger struck. Bang! The concrete floor washed away beneath their feet, hideous roots waving like pythons. Trying to bind Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei's strength had risen greatly, and his terrifying intuition allowed him to evade this strike in advance. After falling aside, Lin Fei was a bit surprised. Before, it clearly couldn't attack this far. Has it grown again? Or was it hiding before? It should be unlikely to be the latter. It's just a tree. If it has intelligence, what's the point? It was also good to use this corpse tree to test his strength. Lin Fei moved his arms and legs, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The killing weapon in his hand then frantically gulped its tongue of fire, and a torrent of bullets covered the tree trunk. He intended to break the trunk to see if he could fatally damage it. The electrically charged bullets scorched the surrounding flesh and blood with each shot into the trunk of the tree. Give it no chance to creep and heal itself. The corpse tree seemed to have sensed the terror of the slaying weapon as well, and it let out a wailing sound that several buildings next to it then began to quake, and a measured amount of broken bricks fell off. The branches, which had spread hideously who knows how far out, were drawn from the building, partly shielding themselves in front of a part of it lashed out towards Lin Fei. All those branches are covered with a patchwork of arms. In the center of each palm was a hideous mouth, and these were the organs that the corpse tree used to feed on. The hideous appearance displayed by the corpse tree caused the 3 women behind to be alarmed. Is this monster humanly possible to deal with? Lin Fei, could he really resist this guy? 200 meters away, on the second floor of the mall, the woman from before was standing behind the glass again. A pair of eyes stared straight at Lin Fei. Shin Shirin's pretty brows knitted, and there was some irony in her eyes. She had seen with her own eyes how the corpse tree had grown. It was simply not something one could fight against, and that man's reckless display of himself that, it will definitely cost more than it's worth, and you may even lose your life. I was going to go out and deal with them myself, see if I could get a little information in exchange for it. Now it looks like it should be falling through. Sister, why did that tree suddenly riot? Another delicate figure suddenly appeared beside Shin Shirin. She didn't wear a mask. Her look was pure and innocent, a youthful model that many men liked. Someone is provoking it. Here. Shin Shirin pointed at Lin Fei, who was fighting against the corpse tree. Shin Lingyin looked at it and exclaimed, so powerful. Sister, do you think he could be the one you foresaw? Shin Shirin's expression was flat. With a wave of calmness, let's take a look at it first. If he can really handle that tree, we'll deal with them. Of course, that's unlikely. Shin Lingyin's small face wrinkled into a ball as she looked behind her at the shopping mall and said disheveledly, so how long do we have to wait until we can get out of this disgusting place? Chapter 25, putting away the gun and drawing the knife. Lin Fei looked at the riotous corpse tree, the arm branches that covered the sky towards him. The branches were denser than the roots and were more flexible. From a distance, it looks like a dense branch of a tree that has completely lost its leaves. Was lashing out at the ants on the ground. The tongues of fire from the killing weapon in Lin Fei's hands continued to, and the bullets unexpectedly and strangely traveled between the branches without being blocked in the slightest, and each one landed on the corpse tree's torso, causing it to become even more frenzied. Bang! The branches slapped the ground, cracking the earth, and the abandoned cars on the road were whipped into as many pieces of scrap metal as they could. You can see the force. Lin Fei's figure retreated violently, dodging this strike. He didn't bother trying to catch it hard. Why risk it when you have a killing weapon of your own? The tongues of fire continued for a moment, and Lin Fei began to shoot at the arms on those branches of the, although those branches seemed to be a lot. After being swept by Lin Fei for a round, a small half of them snapped. If he was allowed to stand and shoot for a while longer, the corpse tree would definitely not be able to carry it. After all, the killstreak is a concept weapon, so you won't run out of bullets at all, and you can play it for as long as you want. Buzz. As if the corpse tree knew that it couldn't do anything with Lin Fei, who was bent on dodging. An indescribable wave then emanated from its essence, instantly covering an infinite distance. Lin Fei didn't feel anything. The three women behind them, however, seemed to feel that something was oppressing them, or to be precise, suppressing the supernormal abilities among their bodies. Huang Ruoi tried, and could only exert roughly half of her strength. He couldn't help but feel alarmed at the corpse tree, and was also a little worried about Lin Fei, not knowing if he could succeed. Lin Fei's brows furrowed, although he didn't know exactly what the corpse tree meant by this move, but there was something vaguely unpleasant about the heart. Rumble. The ground shook slightly, then intensified. The crowd looked back, only to see, at the end of their line of sight, smoke and dust. And what caused this scene? It's that endless tide of corpses formed by the zombies. They ran frantically in the direction of the corpse tree, as if receiving instructions. In an instant, Lin Fei thought of some sort of possibility that the corpse tree had just summoned the repelled zombies to form a package against himself. Although he was not afraid of ordinary zombies, the three women in the car could not carry it. It had to be said that corpse tree still had a little bit of intelligence, knowing to surround Wei Wei to save Zhao. You three, get to the mall over there, Lin Fei shouted as he pointed at the War Machine Mall not far away. Huang Ruoi was the first to react, turning into the car and trying to carry Huang Zhenzhen out. But when she opens the door, Huang Jin jumps down by herself. There was a rush of joy through her, but it was too late to say anything more about the. She took Huang Zhenzhen's hand and ran towards the mall, with Nguyen following along. When the three arrived at the mall's electric gate was securely locked. Seeing this, electric arcs appeared in Huang Zhenzhen's hands, soaring towards the fingerprint sensor next to the gate. After a flash of sparks with lightning, the motorized gate successfully opened. The three of them dodged inside, and then Huang Zhenzhen closed the motorized door, just as she had done. Destroy the sensors by the way so they don't get open from the outside. Lin Fei sighed in relief after seeing that a few people were temporarily safe. Bringing people out was really a bit of a hindrance. Now it's time to let go and do it. The tide of corpses soon flooded the place where Huang Ruoi's people were standing before, and Lin Fei looked towards the corpse tree, smiled. Forcing me to fight you? Oh, then as you wish. Lin Fei put away the killing weapon in his hand and replaced it with a straight blade made of meteorite essence. It was very sharp, having been rebuilt heavily at a famous forger before the outbreak of the end times, and hard as nails. The moment the straight blade appeared, a large amount of azure-colored electric arcs sprang out from Lin Fei's body. The blade was similarly densely covered in electric arcs, looking as if it was a blade of thunder. This scene was in the eyes of several people inside the mall. Huang Zhenzhen was the most shocked. That's my supernatural ability? Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoi both smiled and didn't say anything, just silently cheering for Lin Fei. On the second floor, Shen Shireen narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect that man to choose to fight in close combat. Is he really stupid or does he have a plan? Next to her, Shen Lingyin was lying on the railing, her eyes full of stars. Wow! Sister! He's so handsome. I wish he'd get rid of that weird tree. In the middle of the battlefield, Lin Fei was clad in azure arcs of electricity, like a god of lightning. The tide of corpses behind him surged and looked to overwhelm him. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his feet snapped. Bang! The violent impact collapsed the earth, and electricity splashed in all directions. It sent everything within a dozen meters around it flying. Then Lin Fei's figure was like an azure-stringed arrow, violently stabbing into the midst of those dense arm branches. Put! The straight blade kept swinging, and Lin Fei's speed was even more terrifying with the azure flicker's boost. The branches of the corpse tree couldn't catch him at all, only the blue lightning wandering around the. A large number of branches then fell to the ground and were reduced to carrion. Rumble! The other three branches of the corpse tree hastened to close up and, protecting the entire torso along with that fruit, layers and layers of arms wound tightly together to form a thick column of black unidentified objects spilled from the surface, instantly solidifying into an armor-like object that stood at the intersection. Only the remaining roots were continuously emerging from the ground and stabbing towards Lin Fei. Several people in the mall were sweating for Lin Fei. The truth is that the corpse tree looks like a barrel of iron in this form, so it should be hard to cause damage with the blade, right? Especially Huang Zhenzhen and Shen Lingyin. The two of them watched most carefully. What Huang Zhenzhen was looking at was Lin Fei's control of his powers, and Shen Lingyin was purely admiring Lin Fei's combat art. But at the moment, they were all a little nervous, not knowing if Lin Fei would be able to retreat in one piece, while Lin Fei, who was flashing around the corpse tree, had no intention of retreating. After he chopped off the roots that emerged from the ground, He crossed over to the billboard at the intersection, almost as tall as the corpse tree. None of the people knew what he was going to do, but some vague sense of anticipation surfaced in the minds of the. It's as if the blessing is coming to his heart. Huang Zhenzhen began to get nervous. She had a feeling that Lin Fei would break their perceptions next. Boom! Muffled thunder exploded from the sky, and at some point the crimson sun in the sky was already obscured by clouds. The dimness centered on the intersection and spread out around it in an overwhelmingly depressing way. Rumble! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating everything around it for an instant. The tide of corpses gathered at the foot of the billboard and began to build upward, layer by layer, approaching Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei didn't have any panicked emotions. He closed his eyes. The straight sword in his hand was erected in front of his forehead. It seems to be waiting for something. The chirping of the corpse tree continues as it tries to topple the billboard from the ground. But it will take time. It had no reason to appear panicked when a blue-colored lightning bolt streaked across the sky and it was a crisis of life and death brewing. Chapter 26, The Embryo Arrives. The dark clouds were so thick and heavy that they covered a small half of downtown Oblivion. Rumble! Blue lightning streaked through the lower clouds, resembling a thunder snake. When it was about to disappear into the clouds, the thunder seemed to be attracted and instantly reversed its direction. Straight to the earth. On the billboard, the straight blade in Lin Fei's hand was already raised high, azure-colored lightning flickering. Boom click. The azure lightning bolt as thick as an arm accurately slashed at Lin Fei's straight blade, missing the entire thing. Then the berserk power of lightning spread down the straight blade and into Lin Fei's body, and he was trembling and that's a sign that the load is about to be reached. Bang! The terrifying power of the lightning conducted to the ground, shattering all the countless zombies around them. A charred odor permeates the area. Miso! A pair of eyes full of blue electricity opened. Brilliant electric awnings gulped out a meter away. And his entire body was wrapped in azure lightning, looking even more thrilling. 5 pairs of eyes in the mall were struck by him, and as a few women watched, Lin Fei wrapped himself in the power of infinite lightning and shot towards the corpse tree. The straight blade in his hand was covered in thick lightning bolts that, dragging out a blue electric blade that was more than 10 meters long in midair. Under the terrifying outbreak of strength that was 100 times the human limit, Lin Fei's body intersected with the corpse tree. The blue electric blade also cut through the sky and the tall buildings next to it at the same time, lightly passing through the corpse tree's torso like a hot knife slicing through oil. In an instant, the hasty spikes of the corpse tree stood upright on the surface of the ground, no longer moving. Cluck! A toothsome scraping sound rang out, and a smooth cut surfaced on the trunk of the corpse tree. Boom! Half of the corpse tree's torso directly slid down diagonally, turning into rotten flesh that instantly decayed. The rest of the trunks and branches hang down, limp and feeble, those flesh and blood inches off like aging wallpaper, falling to the ground and rotting instantly. Lin Fei slowly stood up straight. The straight sword in his hand disappeared, and he gasped a little as he, even without using his powers, there were still residual arcs of electricity flickering. The corpse tree should not be able to live after being cut at the waist by his own knife. In the midst of the pile of fishy rotting flesh, an embryo-like object was bulging. Lin Fei walked forward and peeled it out. It was something only the size of a palm, as if it were still heaving like a heart. At that moment the dark clouds in the sky lifted, and a crimson sunset shone upon the embryo. It was as if some kind of energy had been absorbed by it. Is this the realm-breaking embryo? Just holding it inside my hand gives me an instinctive longing. Lin Fei had the urge to immediately devour it. Tone, is it okay if I swallow this now? Metamorphosis realm-breaking embryos are extremely rare exotic objects. 90% probability of breaking through the shackles of the realm after swallowing. The host's current realm is late metamorphosis realm. It is recommended to attempt to perfect this realm. Breaking through again. I see. Just like in the novels. Breaking through the limits of the realm. Thick and thin, right? Right on the mark. Lin Fei pressed down the fluttering in his heart and put the realm-breaking embryo away. For this trip, the harvest was full. Not only had their own strength increased to a terrifying point, also obtaining something like a realm-breaking embryo. Come to think of it, if I hadn't saved Huang Rui in the first place, one probably wouldn't have labored to come to the University of Oblivion, and one wouldn't necessarily have found the corpse tree thing. In that case, she's a bit of a wannabe. Extra chicken legs for her tonight. After taking a long breath, Lin Fei walked towards the Wormwood Mall. For some reason, the zombies around the corpse tree were resolving themselves then it receded like the tide. Perhaps the king's territory is inviolable even in death. Coming to the entrance of the mall, looking at the heavy steel door, Lin Fei directly snapped the lower edge of the. Both hands snapped. Cluck! Things that weighed more than a dozen tons were directly lifted by him. After walking in, Huang Ruoyi attached herself and looked at Lin Fei with some concern. Lin Fei, are you okay? Lin Fei pinched hard on her upturned peach and then he wrapped his arms around her waist and said, what can I do? I'm in a good mood today. I'll go back and reward you tonight. Huang Ruoyi's cheeks flushed a bit as she thought of a diversion, especially since Lin Fei had actually said this in front of his own daughter, causing her to reveal a shy look. Ruan Qiu looked at Lin Fei from the side, and among her beautiful eyes was a tangle of colors. The strength that Lin Fei had displayed was too strong. It was completely beyond their reach. In association with what he had said, there was suddenly some disillusionment. I guess it's hard to detach yourself from him, isn't it? But then again, I'm a little glad that it's okay. At least I won't be out there starving. And you don't have to worry about others coveting it. Huang Zhenzhen, on the other hand, looked at her mother, who was snuggled in Lin Fei's arms, with a complicated expression. She didn't know what to say. Lin Fei glanced at her and said indifferently, I've told your mother in Ruan Qiu before. It's up to you whether you leave or stay. Of course I'm not in the business of charity, and as long as you've got the chips to match, naturally all are happy. If you can't get it, you'll stay honest and behave yourself, or else, I'll show you what it means to give and take. Huang Zhenzhen bit her lip. She was after all just a young girl who had just reached adulthood. Before that, he was still immersed in heroism, where there was too much heart. Seeing that she didn't have an opposing attitude, Lin Fei smiled and patted Huang Ruoyi's peach. Go ahead. Open up to her properly. I'm actually more optimistic about her because she's ruthless enough. Huang Ruoyi looked at Lin Fei with some consternation. What did he mean by that? Ruan Qiu, who was on the side, was kind of guessing that perhaps Lin Fei was planning to train Huang Zhenzhen up, be the blade in his hand. The three women each had their own thoughts, but Lin Fei walked straight to the center of the mall and, turning to look up to the second floor. Have you heard enough of the wall? If you've heard enough, come down here and talk about it. Don't wait for me to go up and invite you. A somewhat icy voice echoed through the blood-covered mall. Huang Ruoyi's three turned their heads to look at him, wondering why he was suddenly talking to the air. But soon they heard footsteps. Tap, tap. Light footsteps sounded above their heads, and there were two pairs of them. They couldn't help but be slightly alarmed that they hadn't realized just now that just above the second floor, there are still people out there. In an instant, Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu had some chills down their spines. If they were to do harm to themselves and the others, doesn't that mean they don't have any room to fight back? Luckily, Lin Fei didn't count on this, or else he and the others definitely wouldn't be able to escape a punishment. They turned their attention to the halted escalator, two figures pulling out shadows in the dim red sunlight. Slender, delicate, and colorful were the first impressions of several people. Although one of them was wearing a mask, it was clear from the physical appearance of both. Definitely a no-brainer. 2. Lin Fei looked at them with some fire in his eyes. Solid. These two were definitely sisters. The calm and dignified one walking in front, who he had seen from afar before, should be the older sister. Following her, the girl of incomparable innocence, her eyes fluttered wide and soulful. One is mature and stable, the other is cute and naive. A perfect match for Mud. After the two of them walked to the first floor, the spirited girl was the first to speak to Lin Fei. Hello little brother. You were so powerful and handsome just now. The Oreo-like voice sounded in his ears, causing Lin Fei to enjoy himself for a while. The woman in front of her reached behind her and fiddled with her hand, signaling her to keep her mouth shut. And she then looked towards Lin Fei and slowly removed her mask and hat. Green silk like a waterfall. The face is absolutely beautiful. Two similarity 90% of the face to meet. Hello, my name is Shen Shirin, and this is my sister Shen Lingyin. You're good, and I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 27. The world revolves around Huang Ruoyi, Shen Shirin, Shen Lingyin. A slightly surprised voice came from the side of, only to see Huang Ruoyi walking this way with some disbelief. When she saw the two girls standing in front of Lin Fei, dismay was written all over her face. It's really you guys. Shirin, Lingyin. Huang Ruoyi shouted with some excitement. Shen Shirin and Shen Lingyin naturally saw her appearance and could not help but be equally surprised. Shen Lingyin shouted crisply, Auntie! He then dove headfirst into Ruoyi Huang's arms. Shen Shirin was also surprised as she looked at Huang Ruoyi. Auntie! I didn't expect to meet you here. Huang Ruoyi had a smile on her face as she patted Shen Lingyin in her arms. Looking at Shen Shirin again. Auntie didn't expect that you two little ones would be in Forgotten River City either. Shouldn't you guys be staying in Shanjing? What's the point of running here? Shen Lingyin raised her head. Nervously, she said. Sister said that her divination predicted that there was someone who would change our destiny here. So we thought we'd come here for a while in case we ran into one. Turns out I didn't realize that this end of the world was coming. And it's caused me to go 2 days without a shower. It stinks all over. Huang Ruoyi froze. Changing fate? Could they be referring to that? You guys, What nonsense! Can't you change your marriage just because you want to? Shen Lingyin spat out her tongue. Who made that Wang family greedy? To make me marry that dandy with my sister. Huang Ruoyi also sighed at her words. Among the families in Shangjing, it's still not uncommon for this kind of thing to require two people to marry the same person. After all, it was the woman's side that wanted to use the man's power, so she had to eat the boar. However, the two of them, Shen Shirin and Shen Lingyin, were clearly not rebellious masters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have believed in some divination and come all the way to Oblivion City. So did you guys find it? Shen Lingyin smiled and nodded. Huang Ruoyi smiled likewise and, turning his head, he beckoned to Huang Zhenzhen, who was not far away. Zhenzhen, quickly come over. I'll introduce you. These two are your cousins, Shiring and Lingyin. This is my daughter, Makoto. Speaking of which, it seems like you've never met before. Shen Shirin walked up to greet Huang Zhenzhen, and Shen Lingyin called out with a smile. Huang Zhenzhen didn't resist the two and smiled and greeted them. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? How come I can meet someone related to Huang Ruoyi everywhere? Born relational sacred body? It's a dead giveaway that up until now, along with her, already brought myself 5 beautiful women who fit the system's requirements. Exaggerated. Simply exaggerated. After Shen Shirin chatted with Huang Ruoyi for a few moments, she didn't forget about the main event. Turning around, he walked over to Lin Fei, who was sitting on a stool. Perhaps it was because of Huang Ruoyi's relationship, and she didn't speak as coldly as before. What do you think of my offer? Sir? Lin Fei couldn't help but say with some curiosity. If the deal you're talking about is supplies, then I'm sorry, I don't need it. Shen Shirin shook her head. This deal of mine should be useful to you. Oh, then tell me about it. Lin Fei's curiosity was piqued by her. Shen Shirin seemed to have made up her mind and said slowly, as Lingyin said, I am well versed in the art of divination and have become even more so since the end times came. I'd like to offer you a helping hand in exchange for my divination skills. As you may have heard just now, we came to the river of forgetfulness for the purpose of finding the person who changed our destiny. In my prophecy, the cross, the dead tree, and the thunder are gathered. All the clues point to you, so there is no doubt that you are the one who can help us change our destiny. Lin Fei's face looked odd. Divination? Does anyone still believe in this? Somewhat amused, he said, I for one don't really believe in all this metaphysical stuff. Of course, if you want to trade for my help, you can. Show the value of what you say about divination first. I'm a man who doesn't see a rabbit in a hat. Shen Shirin frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. She held out a hand. Put your hand in mine and I will prophesy for you once. Lin Fei put his hand on it with confidence. Shen Shirin's palm was slightly cool and comfortable to touch. Shen Shirin didn't say anything. She closed her eyes as if she was in meditation. Every now and then, he even frowned, which was quite a bit of a deus ex machina. A moment later, Lin Fei saw her face pale at a rate visible to the naked eye. Wake her up in a hurry. Hey, are you okay? Isn't it divination? Why do you look like you're dying? Shen Shirin's face was bloodless, and there was obvious blood inside a pair of eyes. She looked at Lin Fei with some horror and swallowed hard. When Lin Fei saw this expression on her face, he couldn't help but ask, what did you predict? Is it that scary? Shen Shirin hesitated for a moment before saying, disaster, prison, killing, game. Your future has been centered around these factors, and that's all I can prophesy at this time. You're like those old men, someone I can't see through. Lin Fei was a bit speechless, after half a day. I didn't see anything, he said. Then isn't your divination useless to me? Shen Shirin was a bit disheveled. It was strange that her proud divination skills should fail on a young man. It meant that Lin Fei was definitely harboring secrets that people couldn't penetrate. This made Shen Shirin unavoidably curious about him. He's definitely the one who changed his destiny, as he prophesied. But what does one have to do to get him to help him? Any more useful conditions? If not, then I'll have to leave. Lin Fei got up and moved his body, with a look of intent to leave. Seeing this, Huang Ruoyi whispered to Shen Lingyin. Lingyin, think about it. Is there anything you guys can do to help Lin Fei? Shen Lingyin gave a silly ah, her little head dripping. What do you know about yourself? Piano, ballet, jazz, jackhammer, guzheng, eru, shao, tea ceremony? But what's the point of all this? It's not as useful as your own career. She suddenly brightened up. Yes, wasn't her profession a nurse? It should kinda work. Besides, he seems to have that whatever superpower he has to make other people's wounds recover faster, eh? I can help people recover from their injuries quickly. Shen Lingyin's voice suddenly popped out, drawing everyone in. Lin Fei looked at her, a little surprised. Helping others recover from their injuries quickly? This one sounds like the realm of psychic powers. Good lord, this noble chick is a milkmaid. Shen Shirin also remembered something. she quickly said. Yes, I have it too. Apart from divination, I can still manipulate metal. With that, she waved her hand directly at the metal bench nailed to the ground. In an instant the bench broke free from the ground and flew into midair. This made Lin Fei startled and shocked. Nima, dual psychic abilities? This wasn't the chosen one. I'm afraid. Chapter 28, The Sisters Who Threw Themselves into the Net. Can you believe that the sisters are both shifters? And one of them was a double alien, which was 1 in a million. My sister looks silly. She should be very gullible. No, she should be very understanding. My sister is a bit opinionated, but should also be under the subtle influence of her own. Find the true meaning of life. Good. I'm short of furtive aspirants like you. Let's not talk about whether or not I can help you change your destiny against the heavens. Just for the fact that you believe in me, I'll be obliged. Lin Fei's grip on Xin Shirin's hand hadn't been loosened. It was called a passion. Looking at the 3 women next to Huang Rui, they all froze. Why has Tyrant Lin changed his face? Transsexuality is not an option, so there is something to it. Huang Rui looked at her 2 nieces and couldn't help but feel a little helpless as she had the answer in her heart. Having psychic abilities and being beautiful, didn't this just fit Lin Fei's criteria for choosing a spouse? Hey, one can't say much about it. After all, they're the ones who brought it to their doorsteps. Although Lin Fei hadn't taken them down right now, she believed that it was a matter of time. It seemed like 2 more of his sisterhood would be added to the list. It seemed to be getting more and more humiliating. Xin Shirin still felt a little dreamy about Lin Fei's quick agreement. Didn't he just introduce himself as someone who doesn't see rabbits? Is he really going to help himself? But Auntie and the girls seemed to approve of him, so he shouldn't be a bad guy, right? How else could they get along? Huang Rui didn't know that she had become a benchmark for them to measure against, or she would only cry and laugh. Xin Linging came up to Lin Fei and said playfully, "Little brother, this is what you said. Oh, it can't be reversed." Lin Fei looked at the pretty face in front of him that was blowing up and smiled a very sunny smile. "That's for sure. Just put 100 minds at ease. What I say is like water thrown out. I will never go back on my word. Pull the hook." Xin Linging stretched out her little finger. Lin Fei lost his smile, but still extended his hand to make a childish pact with her. Xin Shirin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Fei had agreed. The man in front of him was not bad looking, and his strength was even more terrifying. Even that weird tree could be killed. So I guess there's not much that can fight against him? Such a person. Later returning to Shangjing with herself, without her saying, the Wang family themselves knew they wouldn't dare hit on themselves and their sister again. Well, until then, make sure to get on his good side. So among the pink raptors, out went a man and 2 women. The return trip turned out to be 1 man and 5 women. What a bumper crop. Ripe, green, high-strung, intellectual, stubborn. There are so many good fruits. I am sure that I will eat all of them. Otherwise, I would have been sorry that God had arranged this encounter. The raptor roared all the way, and after Xin Shirin, a metal control alien, had boosted the stronger and sleeker, it can easily squeeze vehicles in front of it to the sides, allowing Lin Fei to actually feel the benefits of diversifying his powers. Don't worry, these will be my old mans from now on. All along the way, Shen Lingyin was constantly screaming, as if she wasn't afraid of this apocalyptic descent. Instead, I enjoyed the speed and excitement somewhat. In her words, she'd had enough of being a good girl before. Now that it's so easy to be free of constraints, it's only natural to be bold and unrestrained. As the crimson sunset in the sky faded into the valley of the soup, and the pink raptors ended their day's run, re-enter the nest where it belongs. Several people got out of the car, and as soon as they entered the middle of the villa, all kinds of warbling sounds were made. Xin Lingyin was like a curious baby touching and looking around. Wow, there's even electricity in here, and hot water. My goodness, brother Lin Fei, can I take a bath later? It's just been too long since I've had a shower. Sorry, brother Lin Fei, my sister and I haven't eaten anything for a day. He. Having this living treasure in the house is all about adding a buzz. Lin Fei could be described as being incredibly tolerant towards her, giving the green light to everything. In the kitchen, Huang Rui and Ruan Qiu were busy together, following Lin Fei's instructions to preparing a hearty dinner. Huang Zhenzhen and the sisters were arranged in the upper and lower bathrooms to wash their whites. Lin Fei came alone to the rooftop on the 3rd floor of the villa. He sat on a rattan chair, somewhat emotional. It's kind of amazing how this home is suddenly on the verge of being full. It's a pity that Young He isn't here. If she saw her feet today, I'm afraid her jaw would drop. After all, it was a career she had dreamed of accomplishing. After a long time, I lit a cigarette and looked at those stars in the dark sky. The skies are much clearer after the massive downsizing of the human race. And the stars, which have not been seen in the city for a long time, Also revealed. It's been said that the end times were just a self-regulation of blue stars. It's just a matter of removing some of the assholes from her body. Lin Fei smiled. When had he become so sentimental? While he was resting, not far from a building, one family's home suddenly flickered with the light of a flashlight. 3 short, 3 long and then 3 short. It's a distress signal. It seems to be the survivors inside the neighborhood who are pressing on. I don't blame them. After all, their own villa is just too safe for them. It's a living person who wants to live in it. But one's place is not a homeless shelter. So who is one to save them? Unless you're a system certified, high-scoring beauty, there's no door. Maybe they'll think they're cold-blooded. But Lin Fei said you guys just think whatever you want. You can only think about it anyway. Dinner is served. Huang Ruo's voice rang out in the living room, and the women all gathered around the dining table, looking at the incomparably sumptuous food in front of them. Huang Zhenzhen and the sisters couldn't help but gulp desperately. They haven't had any good food at all in the last 2 days, not to mention this delicious dish. If Huang Ruo hadn't stopped them, they would have all gone straight to their hands and feasted. Tap. Lin Fei walked down from upstairs and looked at the beautiful women of all colors surrounding the dining table, which was quite pleasing to the eyes. He walked over to the main seat and sat down, looking around the room in a rather good mood. Dinner. The next day drew near noon. The light of the sun in the sky became even more intense like blood, making the living feel incredibly oppressed. Lin Fei woke up from the bed, removed the jade leg that was resting on his body, and walked straight to the window. The red sun's blood-like rays bore through the cracks, making him a little uneasy. Opening the window and looking out, the zombies roaming among the neighborhoods were surprisingly frozen in place. It was as if the machine had died. What's going on here? Are they dead? Lin Fei was puzzled, and he tried to throw a bloodied chicken but the zombies still didn't move, as if they were really just dead. The end times shouldn't be over just like that, should they? It was an absurd idea that Lin Fei himself didn't believe. He shook his head, intending to wait and see what happened. I was just about to go wash up when a throbbing surfaced in my heart for no apparent reason. The system prompt also rang out in his head. Blood Day is lifted and the zombie mutant gene is turned on. Killing, beginning. Chapter 29, Always assume the worst in people. Lin Fei looked serious. His own judgment could be wrong, but the system wouldn't. System? What does this mean? The second round of cataclysmic evolution opens. The zombie evolutionary gene is unsealed and can be bulk evolved into alien species, with greater aggressiveness and infectiousness. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Fei was instantly somewhat alarmed. I can't believe there's a second round of evolution. Doesn't that mean there's a third, fourth, and fifth round in the future? He couldn't imagine what horrors the zombies would have become by that point. The beginning of the killing? It looks like the only remaining human beings will suffer another extinction. Knock. The sound of gold and stone clashing rang out, waking up the people inside the villa. Lin Fei walked out of the gate and looked at the person who was standing outside the fence. Furious. Give me a reasonable explanation for throwing a rock at my front door or suffer the consequences. It was a middle-aged man with classic baldness and a beer belly that, at the moment, he was staring menacingly at Lin Fei. You, hiding by yourself in such a big villa. Doesn't your heart hurt? So many people across the neighborhood are suffering from a crisis. Why don't you help us out? Open the door and let us in. Nonetheless, after observing the walkers stagnating and not moving, a bold person stepped out of the room. At this moment, without exception, they were all approaching Lin Fei's villa, with the balding middle-aged man taking the lead. The others joined in vocally criticizing. It was as if Lin Fei was not living in his own home, but in a public place. The commotion naturally drew several women out of the house. When the poses varied and but all-out beauty was displayed in front of these mostly male survivors, and their eyes shook with flesh. The subsequent shock was followed by a deep covetousness that the gazes that looked at Lin Fei were itching to skin him and replace him. What makes this kid a golden house and hide 5 of them? Does he have an ancient kidney body? Kid, do you remember me? I'm the superintendent of the neighborhood property. Your house is suspected of being unauthorized and must be demolished. But if you could open the door and let us all in, maybe I'll even get you a good citizen award for bravery. A property owner in a white shirt has a serious tone and a rather high frame. Young man, you let the old woman in. My son and daughter have turned into those monsters. No one to rely on. It's very unsafe now. A snarky old woman next to her pretended to be breathless. Lin Fei said, "You're the highest in the square dance every day." He said, "Now you're playing the weakling with me?" Others then reasoned in 1,000 different ways, but without exception, all of them were asking Lin Fei to open the door and let them in for shelter, or else they would have to report him after the officials came to rescue them. A few women looked at the faces of these people and couldn't help but frown. They're not being whimsical, are they? Let them live here. then what is the use of the price that you and others pay? You want a free ride? That's absolutely impossible. Lin Fei looked at those people outside the fence and suddenly smiled. Very well. You all have good reason to live. At this statement, the young adults, old men and women outside laughed. Yes, that's what young people should be like. It's good to honor the elderly. When the end times pass, I'll make you a banner out of my own pocket. Do you have any more food at your house? What? There's not enough to eat? Well, that's good. We won't eat for free. I'll be sure to double your money later. Yeah, boy. I could even introduce you to a guy. 6'6", 160 pounds of good fortune, the age of a tiger, and a smartphone. It's amazing. So what? Why don't you hurry up and open the door and let us in? By the way, I also have an elderly companion at home with a bad leg. Can I trouble you to go and fetch it for me? I have another teddy at home. I forgot him when I first left the house. You're a good man to the end. Bring it over for me by the way. A group of people spoke up, refreshing the minds of a few women behind them. They didn't realize that people could be so shameless, especially the two world-weary girls, Huang Zhenzhen and Shun Lingyin. Huang Zhenzhen's previous beautiful dream was mercilessly woken up by Zhang Xiaoshuan. Now the faces of these neighbors have made her understand that in the end of the world, people will not think of you, but will only ask for more and more, and everyone will be at risk. Everyone is selfish. Shen Lingyin, on the other hand, grew up living in a nest of comfort, with no worries about food or clothing. All the people she met were kind to her, she was of honorable status, and who in general would dare to speak ill of her? But that was all because of the order that existed before the end times, and now that the law has collapsed, and mankind, without the restraints of the, no different from the beast, it struck her as strange. Shen Shirin squeezed her small hand and gave her comfort. Ling Yin, now do you understand what I warned you about? In the last days, no one will be kind to you for no reason, and evil, then it can be exposed without fear. Several of the women had complicated looks and thoughts. Lin Fei looked at the pair of impatient eyes outside the iron bars with a smile on his face, but there was no intention of opening the door. Hey, open the door. Why are you still standing there? Don't you know it's dangerous out there? Come on, let us in. I haven't eaten in 2 days and I could really use a little food right now. Yeah, I haven't washed my hair in 2 days and I'm getting tired of it. Come on, it's safer when there's so many of us living together. And, a companion for each other, isn't it? Lin Fei laughed and laughed heartily. That's a great offer. Why don't I put a sign on the door? It says selfless. Lead the wolf into the house? This statement immediately caused those outside to change their faces. Bon Bon, the old woman with the walking stick, who was as fit as a fiddle, came forward and banged hard on the fence. What do you mean? Don't talk nonsense here. Even if you're handsome, I could just as easily sue you for libel. Kid, get your ing facts straight. What do you mean by leading the wolf into the house? Mud. Neighbors, this then is absolutely teasing us. I don't see him trying to let us in at all. Asterisk 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 a DJ. Open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll just go home and get a chainsaw to cut the crap out of you. Yes, Moncler Outlet Store, you're right. You won't let us in. We'll just take down this fence of yours. Let's see how comfortable you are. What does it mean to have a dog jump over the wall? What does it mean to be vicious? There's no doubt about it. These people interpreted it to the fullest. Lin Fei spread his hands out in a loving manner. So what if I'm just playing you guys? You guys don't like it, go ahead and sue me. Come and beat me up. This look of being in need of a beating immediately caused those outside to turn blue in the face. His fists were clenched white. While they were furious, the crimson sun high in the sky began to flicker. A ripple of red descended upon the blue star. All the creatures felt an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Lin Fei looked up at the sky, and then a wry smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Hey, neighbors, the orgy, it's about to begin. Chapter 30, Second Round of Crimson Tide. Dang! The clock tower outside the neighborhood told the noon hour. Everyone looked around in horror. Moving! It's moving! The monsters are moving! Run! The monster is alive! Open the door! Open the door, you! Can't you see those monsters have come to life? You're trying to get us killed, aren't you? I'm begging you. Open the door. I just had a bad mouth. I shouldn't have cursed you. For the sake of everyone living in the same neighborhood, have mercy. Mrs. Liu, you don't want your crutches anymore. Running so fast. In a moment, the neighbors who had just gathered around the fence began to panic. Some of them pulling out their legs and running for their lives. Some people begged bitterly, but Lin Fei just watched from the wall, enjoying their desperate performance with interest. To him, these people are just the most insignificant ants in the last days. Living is all about consuming, and life and death have little to do with you. But if they could explore the secrets of these monsters for themselves, it would be of some use. You could see through the fence that the walker that had been standing still in the neighborhood before began to tremble continuously. About to awaken. Lin Fei's eyes were sharp as he stared at those who had escaped. A man cursed as he ran, watching a 100-meter sprint to get back inside the building. A sudden scarlet rope shot down from the second floor and bound him to death. Look down the rope. There was a rotting female walker poking halfway out of that second floor window, its mouth at the very end of the rope. The man screamed, and it wasn't even any ropes that bound him, but the walker's tongue. That zombie he knew was a famous long-winded woman inside the neighborhood. I didn't realize its tongue had actually gotten longer. Soon the man was dragged into a second floor room and then screamed miserably and lost his movement. On the other side of the room, a woman in her 40s was screaming with her hands shaking and her face was covered with a puddle of dark green liquid, and it continued to bubble, and in a few moments her entire face was then corroded down to the bone. Bang! She fell straight to the ground, lifeless, and a short zombie burrowed out of the grass to the side, 2 large meat tumors hanging below its gills, and unknown liquids could be seen sloshing around. The guy next to me recognized it as one of the bears from inside the neighborhood. Favorite thing to spit at people. At this moment, after the mutation gene was unblocked, all these prestigious guys had mutated. No coincidence that the screams were all over the place. The burly, muscular walker crashed right through the security door and feasted. The obscenely sharp-fingered zombie slices through the chains and opens up. The limbs mutate and gecko-like walkers break through the windows, defending themselves. For a while, the inside of the house became dangerous as well. Despair, gripping the hearts of all the survivors. The human race seems to be in a desperate situation. Lin Fei looked at those mutated monsters inside the cell, his expression slightly grave, but there wasn't much of a ripple. These monsters weren't as powerful as that big muscular bully inside the University of Oblivion as of yet. It's still relatively simple to deal with if you have to, but a couple of women behind her kept exclaiming that, obviously surprised by the monstrous appearance of these monsters. Huang Zhenzhen walked up. Lin Fei, can we be safe living here? That's what a couple of the other women were trying to ask, too. After all, the fence outside the villa was null and void for those flying monsters. What's even more outrageous is that there are guys with flesh wings hovering in the sky that, quick as a falcon, he bursts through the windows of tall buildings, catching survivors in mid-air and splitting them up. Lin Fei also pondered. It seemed that this tiny villa was really somewhat less than adequate, mainly because he hadn't thought that zombies even had a second chance to mutate. I had thought that if it was a small probability of mutation, then the big deal would be that I would have to strike a few more times. And now with this amount of, apparently it's an exhausting pace to clean up. Well, that's a real problem. If it's going to be safe, gotta find a place off the beaten path for that. Lin Fei's words made a few women ponder, and Huang Ruoi's eyes lit up. I know a place. I've got a friend who has a shooting range in Forgotten City up against the Tenno Mountains. On weekdays, only some government officials and rich kids like to go there, so it should be considered sparsely populated, right? Ruan Qiu similarly remembered this place, which she occasionally accompanied Huang Ruoi to. A shooting range? A nice place indeed. So let's make it the next destination for now. Seeing Lin Fei nod, Huang Ruoi had the joy of having helped. Between the words, the zombies had all woken up. Even if they hadn't produced any special mutations, it was also more powerful than before. None of the neighbors who were brave enough to walk out escaped the walkers. All of them have been reduced to a blood meal. Back indoors, Lin Fei had Shinshurin use metal control to reinforce the villa once more, lest the mutated zombies get the drop on them. A few of the women went to gather their things and Lin Fei, on the other hand, took out his cell phone to look for useful information on the internet. On the third day of Armageddon, the internet hasn't been cut off yet. Many of those who survived have begged for help online, but not much has come of it. Even when they frantically entered the officials and the army, they got no response. Negative people make combative and demoralizing statements on the internet every day. Active people have been saving themselves for a long time. Soon, Lin Fei saw what he wanted in a short video. Look everyone, what is that thing? It looks like an egg? The accompanying video, on the other hand, shows a sliver of writhing flesh and blood wrapped around the top of a skyscraper high-rise. It was as if a lesion had arisen on the edifice, and it was frightening. And in the center of the flesh and blood, there was a cloudy white light that glistened with. It looked like a giant egg, with no idea what was being birthed inside. No one dared to check it out, and no one had the ability to do so, but could only guess from afar. But Lin Fei knew that it should be a strange fruit. Perhaps a realm-breaking embryo? Or maybe it's something else. Looked at the IP address. Watami City. It was a large city neighboring Oblivion, with a long stretch of coastline and a thriving economy. The population is also quite large. If the video is real, it's going to be quite a challenge to get that stuff. Downloading the video to his phone, he continued to rummage around. By no coincidence, it led him to 2 more videos of suspected realm-breaking embryos, one in Shangjing City, one in Broken Hill. It seems that although the probability of the Fei arising is extremely low, from the point of view of the state of, there are still quite a few. Lin Fei didn't know if it was possible for others to get their hands on those things. One should definitely collect as much as possible. Dodo! A sudden sound came from the sky, familiar from far away. Lin Fei arrived on the rooftop and looked up as several black dots appeared at the edge of the forgotten city. Upon approaching, he realized that it was, quite literally, 3 pitch-black helicopters. Once they arrived over the city, they began to split up. Attention, people of the Dragon Kingdom! Attention, people of the Dragon Kingdom! A great disaster is upon us. Survivors should work together to fight the disaster. The War Department is hereby sending advance supplies to the people and expects everyone to hold out until help arrives. Each drop box contains enough food for an adult for 10 days, as well as 1 fully automatic rifle, 2 pistols, 2 grenades, and the manual. If you can, everyone can head to Tenno Mountain, where there is a survivors camp. I hope that you all will be encouraged. Chapter 31, The Good Deserve to Live. The Wicked Get Away with It. A large number of black drop boxes were dropped into the city of Oblivion. Those who survived heard the announcement from the helicopter and looked delighted. Officials haven't given up on us. Soon enough, some people ventured out to get supplies and weapons, and couldn't help but brag about it on the internet. It draws a lot of envy. For a while, a lot of people chose to venture out and try it. Due to the increased strength of the zombie, those who succeeded were only in the minority, and many more became rations for the zombies. The few women in the villa heard the broadcast and couldn't help but be a little overjoyed. Great! As long as we hold out until the army arrives, we'll be safe. Yeah, I was on the verge of thinking the military was as overwhelmed as we are. Huang Zhenzhen sat with Xin Lingyin, and the two of them talked about it with delight. Instead, Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu looked at each other, and there was some hesitation in Ruan Qiu's eyes. There were survivor concentration camps set up by the army in the Heavenly King's Mountain, the same destination as his own and others. If the officials really settled civilians there, then what would they do? Is it a showdown with Lin Fei? Thank him for his protection all this time and leave? Or do you follow him with all your heart? If we're going to leave, it was thought that Lin Fei shouldn't do anything to himself and the others in front of the officials. Huang Ruoyi guessed what was on Ruan Qiu's mind. Her pretty brows knitted slightly. Xiao Chou, I always thought it wasn't that simple. Think about it, why is the army shipping so many supplies over? Being able to resupply adults for 10 days, does that mean they won't be able to come in 10 days? I think that, with the style of the army, if it had made up its mind to come to the rescue of it wouldn't have dragged on that long. Unless they've reached the point where they can't do anything about it. Either, it can only give us survivors a little spiritual support. Ruan Qiu's beautiful eyes widened as she listened. She hadn't thought about this situation. In the Dragon Nation's perception of the armies are often invincible, like the gods of heaven. But they seem to forget that the army is also made up of ordinary people. In the midst of this indiscriminate natural disaster, the military is not immune, even if the situation is under control. I am afraid that it is still very much damaged. Trying to rescue some ordinary people in the middle of a sea of corpses can be difficult. This is a possibility that many people have never thought of, and one that they are afraid to think about. Snap! Lin Fei clapped and walked down the stairs. He looked at Huang Ruoyi with admiration in his gaze. Worthy of being a strong woman with rich experience. Consideration is really more comprehensive. Lin Fei had a feeling of picking up a treasure. Huang Ruoyi seemed to be getting more and more comfortable to himself. You make a good point. Or rather, it's the situation you're describing that's the most relevant. In reality, it's not like in a novel, where the army is like a god and can cover the earth, unafraid of danger to come to the rescue of civilians. So, fantasies can be had, but don't go to your head. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, being strong on your own is the only way out. Is it all packed? Pack up and we'll be ready to go to the Heavenly King's Mountain. Huang Ruoyi nodded her head and handed the suitcase over to Lin Fei to be put into space. Huang Zhenzhen and the Shin sisters had nothing to clean up and were waiting in the living room early. After Lin Fei came down, he waved his hand. Go! Set off! The raptor roared as it rushed towards the basement exit, and several women looked at Lin Fei in the driver's seat with shocked expressions, because just now, Lin Fei had revealed a very terrifying ability to them. He just straight up turned the whole villa into nothing. Yes, 3 floors above ground, 2 below, all gone. Only one sinkhole was receiving the red sun. Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu were alright. They knew that Lin Fei had spatial abilities, but didn't realize he was so good at pretending. Huang Zhenzhen and the Shin sisters were dumbstruck. Xin Lingyin came back to her senses after a long time, chattering and asking questions. Lin Fei didn't hide anything, and directly told them that he had an oversized space, and with the countless supplies inside, there was more than enough to feed them. Hearing this, Linging couldn't help but see stars in her eyes, her favorability towards Lin Fei skyrocketing. Shirin also snapped out of her dismay as she looked towards Lin Fei. For him to tell himself and the others the secret so unreservedly, it was obvious that he considered them as his own. It made her heart a little happier, too. It seemed that his own and his sister's fate was really about to be rewritten in his hands. When the raptor roared away, the residents in the neighborhood were all dumbfounded as they looked at the huge pit that had suddenly appeared. What about the villa? Where's his big villa? 3 days from the outbreak of the apocalypse, and no lousy hookups between the occupants, because they were simply not worthy of being on the same stage as Lin Fei. The pink raptor roared through the city and drew the attention of many survivors. Both couldn't help but look sideways. Some waved flags for help, some hurled more than a few insults, but what they didn't have, never able to be theirs. They could only watch as the raptor furiously tore a bloody path through the pile of corpses and disappeared without a trace. There are even extremists who take their freshly picked up airdropped firearms and shoot them at passing raptors. It clanked against the car and sent up a lot of sparks. What greeted them, though, were tongues of fire in a continuous stream, with furious arcs of electricity that tear down all obstacles. Even if they were hiding behind cover, it wouldn't help. How could their heads think that bullets could bend? It's safe to say that the ride has made a few women in the car recognize the reality that they no longer expect others to be pure and good, but only seek peace for themselves. Even Huang Zhenzhen, the more saintly girl, had given up that last bit of hope. If the guardians are no longer kind, then kill until they are cowed. The raptor roared along, killing directly from inside the city, and finally, that zombie-ridden environment was left behind and the view opened up. There were vehicles on the road out of town, but not many because the doomsday outbreak was in the middle of the day. The windows above the pink raptor opened for the first time in a long time, and a searing breeze blew in through them, lifting the hair of the crowd. It's the feeling of freedom. Linging poked half of her body out of the skylight and spread her hands wide. Embrace the sky. If not for the occasional roar of the zombies around them, it would be a stunning picture. Shiring, are you alright? Ruan Qiu asked with a slight frown as he looked at Shirin by his side. Shiring was a bit weak at this time. Her face was slightly pale. It's fine, Sister Ruan Qiu. It's just a bit of overexertion, so I'll be fine after a bit of rest. Huang Zhenzhen looked at her, then brightened up. How this situation was different from her own in the first place. The overuse of the powers has accelerated the eruption of its own defects, and I fear that, without intervention, it won't be long before then the powers will backfire and kill you. This guy Lin Fei is going to have a mouthful again. Her expression was even a little sultry, and her heart sank slightly. It's as if someone is trying to take away their toys. After not being a holy mother, Huang Zhenzhen even felt that her whole body was relaxed. She just wants to do whatever she wants now, to do what she hasn't done before. Those bad things. Be a bad girl. She climbed up Shirin's tight thighs with one hand and slid it down towards the secret garden. Sister Shirin, you're sick. You need an injection to cure na. Chapter 32. Zhenzhen gives you ideas. Linging got into the car. She looked at her sister's appearance and, hastily mobilizing his healing powers to cover her. After a long time, Shirin's face slightly eased. Alright, Lingyin, sister is fine. Take back your powers. It had to be said that Lingyi's healing powers were indeed still quite useful. Even the alien riot caused by the defect can be appeased, although it's only a cure, but if she's strong enough to, it does make the risk of an alien dying violently less, provided, of course, that she herself could carry the erosion of her powers. Huang Ruoyi on the passenger side looked at Lin Fei, who was driving, with a somewhat odd expression, because she noticed that the corners of Lin Fei's mouth were unconsciously rising. This guy, I'm afraid, had anticipated that they, the sisters, would, because of their supernatural powers, can't do anything about it. Hey, what can one say? Do the two sisters have any other choice? Lin Fei was saving them, just like he had saved himself and Xiaoqiu and Zhenzhen. They can't complain about anything, and it's good to know some things by heart. Sister, I feel that your body is worse than before again. What about this? Lingyin looked at Shirin with tears in her eyes. Fool, I'm just a little tired. It's not like I'm dying. What are you worrying about? Shirin knocked on her forehead, pretending to be angry. Ruan Qiu didn't open his mouth, but Huang Zhenzhen sketched a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes playful. Sister Shirin, I thought the same thing as you yesterday. Shirin looked at her in confusion. What did you say, Zhenzhen? Huang Zhenzhen's hand climbing on her leg was not honest, stroking it while laughing badly. Hey, I almost died yesterday. Do you know why? Shen Shirin was shocked, not expecting Huang Zhenzhen to say that. No way. Aren't you doing fine? Huang Zhenzhen playfully laughed. Because I was even more overdrawn than you were yesterday when I used my supernatural powers. It's like that emptiness after a flood of water. And you should have some of that feeling by now, right? Shen Shirin froze, then somewhat incredulously. Because what Huang Zhenzhen said was indeed generally the same as what he was feeling right now. Only that it wasn't as serious. Could it be that Makoto she really almost died? What was the reason? Huang Zhenzhen said at the right time. Yes, that's right. Just like you thought. I almost died because I overused my powers. Psychic powers can be a double-edged sword, and perhaps you don't have a premonition of that right now, but when you get to the point where the oil lamp runs out, you understand. However, I don't want to see Sister Shireen turn into that appearance. How heartbreaking that would be. So I have a solution that could solve this problem. I wonder if you want to hear it. Ruan Qiu looked at Huang Zhenzhen with an odd expression. Had she awakened some strange attribute? Shen Shirin froze, and before she could speak, Shen Lingyin said anxiously, Sister Zhenzhen, tell me quickly what the solution is. Don't worry, if I can help my sister with her powers, we'll be sure to repay you well. Huang Zhenzhen's eyes lifted back and forth across the sisters' faces, then smiled and said, no problem, turn your ears sideways. Huang Zhenzhen bit her ear with the two sisters. Ruan Qiu couldn't help but laugh a little at this ninny. It's like he's really changed. Huang Ruoi on the co-pilot was a bit helpless. Forget it, as long as she was safe and sound, anything would do. Shen Shirin's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she listened to Huang Zhenzhen's whispers. She whispered, Makoto, you, sure you didn't lie to me? Isn't this a bit too weird? Shen Lingyin, on the other hand, her pretty face was scarlet. What Huang Zhenzhen said she had only seen in the book. Is allopathy really that bad? Huang Zhenzhen looked at them with a serious face. What I said is all true. If you don't believe me, then there's not much I can do. Seeing Huang Zhenzhen's appearance, Shen Shirin was drumming in her heart. She could not examine whether it was true or not. But Huang Zhenzhen she didn't have to deceive herself either, didn't she? She took a deep breath, and her gaze glanced at Lin Fei's steely eyes in the rearview mirror. He was a little embarrassed and moved away. I'd better wait and talk about it. There's no rush now. She was still a bit hesitant. After all, the method described by Huang Zhenzhen was too unbelievable. Shen Lingyin's small face was buried in her sister's shoulder, her big eyes fluttering, glancing at Lin Fei from time to time. It's like there's a little more caution. An imp popped up in Huang Zhenzhen's heart. Haha, the seeds have been planted. When it blossoms and bears fruit, it all depends on fate. Demon Lin, I, Nicholas Zhenzhen, am bound to exhaust you. Jia, Tennyson's Hill, the survivors' concentration camp. It's called a camp, but it's really nothing more than a group of tents set up as a gathering place. There was a fence made of wood around it, and it looked somewhat primitive. At the gate, on the two watchtowers, were standing up 4 loaded soldiers. Alert the front. The geographical location of the camp is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a deep forest in the only remaining direction. A recently developed dirt road extends out and connects to the road outside. It can be quite remote, which is to eliminate the danger of being surrounded by walkers. Some of the survivors have now arrived at the camp, most of them from when the end times came. There were some people outside the city, and others from villages close by. Most people are thankful to be protected by the military, but there's still a small percentage of guys with bad intentions, unsatisfied with the meager food and grueling accommodations. They clamored for the military leadership to come out and speak. Why do we have to live in this hole? Do you guys know who I am? Get your officers out here to see me. Wasn't there an estate on the way here? Don't you soldiers know how to make the best use of what you've got? What a donkey's head of. For S sake, go and occupy that manor for me. My old lady needs a hot bath every day, not a day less. Where's your leader? Where the hell is he? Big-bellied men were yelling through the camp, spitting fenugreek at the soldiers around them. But the soldiers were well trained and ignored him. But the middle-aged man screamed more and more and even tried to come forward to grab the gun in the soldier's hand. He was subdued on the spot by a few people and escorted to the back inside the tent. Not far away, 2 officers watched the scene and were somewhat helpless. Can't this kind of guy who confuses the army settle down a bit? You've said they're confusing the military. How else can they make things happen if they're peaceful? Right. How did you get down there and make contact with that range? Did they agree to the merger? Why? Don't tell me. I didn't even see the range master this time. Just a couple of killjoys threw us out with guns raised. Alas, times have changed, and people with power should be arrogant. What about our backup troops? When will they arrive? I don't know. I can't reach the top since yesterday. Chapter 33, The Shooting Range That Keeps the Spirit Boys. Mercury Range. A private range located on the outskirts of the pristine mountain range that is Tennessee Mountain. often used as a meeting place for the upper class of Oblivion City. The range covers an extensive area, enclosed by a barbed wire fence and grassed over, divided from the forest outside. Several winding bluestone paths lay in the grass, spreading deeper into the range. Going down the main road, you could see occasional clumps of dark marks in the grass on either side of the. It reeks of a bad odor. At the end of the road is the towering earthen wall that separates the range complex from the outside world. At the top of the tallest building, someone is on alert with binoculars. There were snipers lying on their backs next to them, dyed yellow hair a little solid. Damn it, those mother *****ing bastards. I'll snipe every one of them I see. 2 dogs, you still need to save up to come. Oh, the boss said the sniper rifle doesn't have a lot of bullets. Hit one for less. Che, I'm a 100-shot karma, and a double shot is not a problem. The two had a chat. A large group of people were gathered in the middle of the VIP building of the shooting range below. The majority of them had colorful hair, and at first glance it looked like a party for delinquent teenagers. What how? Do you guys want to work with those army guys? I don't want to turn this place into a refugee shelter and make a mess when I do, but they've always been an official organization, and we've always ignored them like this. Isn't it not so good? In case it's pacified later, we might end up with the reputation of being bandits. What the is a grasshopper? I'm a Liangshan hero. A group of young men with colorful hairs talked and didn't discuss it. A middle-aged man in a suit next to him stood up and coughed twice, saying, "Let's have a show of hands. Those who accept that those soldiers have set up this place as a concentration camp first. Let's tally it up. What's the point of playing this game? Are you from our pure love society? You're just here to wave the flag?" At once, a guy with dyed red hair and clutching an outrageous explosion of hairstyles rubbed up and cursed. The middle-aged man's face turned green and white for a while. Chen Dong. He's more or less a dignified figure as an official of the city of Oblivion. Now that he was unexpectedly brushed off in public by this kind of goods, his heart was extremely unhappy, but he didn't dare have a fit, because these killjoys hold the most deterrent thing inside this range. It's too long to go against them. Red-haired Qindong looked at him coldly. "I what me? Are you in charge here or am I? Don't put yourself in the wrong position. I don't care how good you were before. Now you are nothing but refugees who have come to me for shelter. Don't give me any airs and graces. And watch out for the peanuts in my hand. The Mercury range is not a shelter, and those who don't want to stay here can get out now. Mother ***** heirs. Before, when my old man's brother was fighting a monster, you shrink back and cry. Let you put in a little effort to work on the fence, and each one of you complains, just like Nima Lindayu, and now you're thinking of unveiling? Go to hell." Chen Dong shook the red hair on his head with an icy expression. The whole room fell silent, and no one dared to take a big breath. Good. Dong is great. Dong is mighty. Pure love would be awesome. Only the youths with colorful hair were screaming. Don't think they don't have a few tails of silver on them. But one phone call can call several girls of your choice. They are especially focused on brotherhood. And when something happens they are really on it. That's why there's a saying in the community that it's better to bully the old and young in the southern village than to mess with a spiritual boy. The middle-aged man was so infuriated that a few hairs flew up on his head and a middle-aged woman next to him came up and pulled him back before he could say anything to anger the redhead. Da! Crisp heels knocking on the floor sounded outside the door and the two yellow hairs then smartly stepped forward to open the VIP door. Only a figure in a fiery red evening gown walked in and the same fiery red heights are worn on the white and translucent jade feet, complementing each other. The high-waisted, split gown opened and closed as her legs swung. Long white rounded legs were hidden. The small waist was full, and below the deep V neckline were 2 flashes of snow white. A delicate strand of pearls hung from her swan-like neck, lifting her a notch above the rest. The delicate face is not inferior to the beauties in your collection. The features are 3-dimensional. There is a faintly English air of big burgundy waves draped over the cutout back. Swaying with her steps, a lady's cigarette was clasped in her slender hand, and she slowly put it to her vermilion lips to take a puff, and between the gulps of the seductive eyes scanned the room. "Hello, Sister Nan. Hello, Sister Nan. Good luck, Sister Nan." The spirit boys nodded and looked to be honoring the arriving woman. Even Chen Dong, who was so mighty just now walked up to the woman with the appearance of a dog's leg. Reaching out, he caught the ashes of her shaken cigarette. Su Nan gently kicked him. "How many times have I told you? Don't be this lowly. People will think I'm into some weird fetish when I tell them." Chen Dong nodded his head and bowed. Scratching the back of his head, he said with some embarrassment, "It's not to show your respect to Sister Nan. Next time. By the way, Sister Nan, that group of soldiers came to us again. It's the same thing, you see." Su Nan smiled, and suddenly 100 winks appeared. looking at the many men in the arena. Their mouths were a little dry. Even the middle-aged official who was pulled by his wife had a throbbing sensation. And if it hadn't been for the outbreak of the end times, that's the kind of woman he's going to get his hands on. On the contrary, these spiritual lads, with clear eyes and without a trace of disrespect, it's really surprising. Are we short of supplies? Su Nan asked indifferently. Chen Dong shook his head. There is no shortage. Are we short of weapons? No shortage. Are we short of people? No shortage. Then no. Let them go back where they came from. Su Nan was incredibly dashing and settled the matter in a few words. The middle-aged man looked around at the ordinary people who had fled to this place, and he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, impassioned. President Su, this won't do. You think, what kind of existence is that of the military? Now they merely haven't freed up their hands and, when they have the kung fu, is it not easy to take over Forget River City? Next to Forgotten River is the Dragon Kingdom's southern war zone. We're bound to offend the military if we turn them away now. It's inevitable that we'll have a bad time then. If you don't mind, I'll offer myself as a link between the military and us. Everyone helping each other is the way to live. Su Nan's pair of charming eyes stared at him for a while, making him mistakenly think that he had talked her into it. So stick out your chest, like a quail. Su Nan withdrew his gaze and turned his head away, saying to Chen Dong next to him, who is this? Treat him, if he's got a headache. The ones that can't be cured are just thrown out. Chapter 34 Concentration Camps? Bow a sliver. Dogs don't go. Wow. The mountain air is so fresh. The pink raptor was not slowing down on the winding mountain highway. The windows rolled down. Several of the women had looked out at the view. If it weren't for the remnants of the crimson sun in the sky, giving the whole world a reddish tone, no one will realize that the world outside is on the brink of extinction. Lin Fei seldom came to this kind of place either. He used to be so focused on getting money. There's no time to see the big picture at all. But it's not too late. There's a car full of beautiful women for company. You can change your car whenever you want. The main thing is a dash. The sun's almost set. We'll go around this one hill and we'll see the Mercury range. Huang Ruoi sat in the co-pilot to show Lin Fei the way. Sure enough, after going over the winding mountain passes, an artificial lawn nestled in the woods jumps out at you. Between the gaps where the trees skimmed over, the complex could be seen deep in the meadow. But there was a dirt-colored fence that surrounded it. Somewhat abruptly, the raptor stopped at a fork in the road, and a few people were a little surprised to see the guideposts that stood here. This newly opened dirt road over here goes to the survivor camp. I'm sorry, Shin Lingyin said, pointing over there. Nguyen Nguyen mused. Why aren't the military's concentration camps set up on this side of the range? Should the range be a little more accessible? Huang Ruoi seems to have remembered something. She said with certainty, I think it's the side of the shooting range that doesn't agree. After all, their boss is a crazy person. The two of them were the only ones in the car who knew anything about the range, but neither of them knew much. Lin Fei smiled. If that's the case, then the owner of this shooting range is a bit far-sighted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of a vehicle came from the road behind him. Within moments, 3 cars appeared in the rearview mirror. One was a black military jeep, and the other 2 were private vehicles, battered and torn up, obviously fleeing to get here. The jeeps were filled with soldiers in military uniforms and ordinary refugees. The jeep brake stopped next to the raptor, and the people on it were overwhelmed by the pink monstrosity. That hideous and sturdy look gave a strong sense of security. Even the soldiers on the jeep couldn't help but cast envious glances. There were quite a few men in the 3 cars, and when they saw the view from the raptor's window, it's even more amazing. I saw 5 women of great beauty looking at them playfully, either innocently or sensually, and, especially their clean and untainted looks made their hearts pound. One of the officers in the passenger side of the jeep got out and walked over to Lin Fei in the driver's seat and saluted. Greetings, sir. We are the Southern Theater Advance Force for Oblivion. We have a lot of spare resettlement houses inside the camp, so you can follow behind us and go to the camp together. Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently, then looked at those refugees in the 3 cars next to him, smiled and said, thanks, but I don't like potluck. With that, he just started the engine and roared off down the asphalt. The officer stood and watched the raptor leave with a slight loss in his eyes. He returned to the car and ordered it to start. Sir, why didn't that man come with us to the camp? A svelte man in the back seat with glasses pushed them up and said. The officer shook his head helplessly. Do you think that with that equipment that the others have, would you care for what we have in the middle of our camp? Indeed, if only we had one of those cars. The spectacled man gazed in the direction the raptor had disappeared. A little shady. The valley echoed with the sound of the raptor's furious engine. Soon the range gates were close at hand. When Lin Fei and the others arrived at the door, there were already people on guard. Stand still. What for? Out of the back of the car burrowed a blue-haired. With an assault rifle in his hand, he coldly looked at Lin Fei and the others. Several more weapon-wielding killjoys then jumped out from behind the vehicles on either side. Lin Fei poked his head out of the car window to look at the blue hair in the lead. I don't know why, but the blue hairs felt all hairy and it's like being watched by the teacher for playing with your cell phone in class. I don't like having a gun pointed at me, no matter what gun it is. Although there was a bit of flirting in the light words, in the years of this group of young killjoys, it was so spine-chilling. Bluehair's face changed, and finally he ordered everyone to put their guns away. He himself stood in front of the raptor, holding Lin Fei back. Speak, what are you doing at the range? Lin Fei smiled. This guy was a bit interesting, but he didn't open his mouth. Ruoyi Huang on the passenger side stepped out of the car. At once the group of killjoys brightened up, and they all looked at Huang Ruoyi. She had a goose-yellow stepmother dress. Her body was round and firm, and her whole body exuded a ripe aura. The hair was up in a high bun, revealing a slender swan neck. The skin is white and tender, making your mouth water. A light smile made Blue Hair and the others' hearts pound. I have an old relationship with your President Su. Can you let us in if it's convenient? Upon hearing that it had something to do with Su Nan, Blue Hair was instantly on board, because normal people don't even come into contact with Sunan. Not to mention the fact that Su Nan was actually the owner of the Mercury Range. Huang Ruoyi was naturally an extraordinary person for being able to directly say Su Nan's name. Quickly, release the vehicle. Blue Hair greeted Killmonger as he moved the vehicle out of the way. You guys keep patrolling. I'll take them in. Don't be lazy. After the explanation, Blue Hair rode on the electric donkey to lead the way in front, and Lin Fei crashed in the raptor. I can't see that you're well fed everywhere. I'm sorry, he joked as he looked over to Ruoyi Huang, who had a beautiful figure on the passenger side. Huang Ruoyi just laughed lightly and didn't say anything more. This instead made Lin Fei more interested in her. In a few moments, several people then entered the inner building range of the range through the gap in the earth-colored retaining wall. The arrival of the raptor startled most of the crowd. The killjoys all looked at the pink monster with a look of amazement. Asterisk. This dude really isn't afraid to go to the station when he's playing with modifications. This level of modification is the equivalent of sticking a supercar directly on top of a raptor. It definitely cost a lot of money. What kind of god is so far-sighted? I'm afraid this car isn't ready for the end times early. If I had one of these cars, I'd still be afraid of Jill's walkers. The crowd was talking and commenting on the raptor. Who's this? Nishi? The guy with the long 3/7 hair came up and asked. Blue Hair shook his head. I don't know which great god it is, but it seems like he knows our chairman. Sansevere was startled for a moment when he heard it. Suddenly, there were exclamations of surprise from the murderous youths in the courtyard, only to see all four doors of the raptor open, and the pair of long, slender legs step down from them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A full 5 stunningly beautiful women stepped out of the car, leaving them awestruck. What kind of god is this? Who's the one who can enjoy this? Chapter 35, The Raptor Hides the Bird of Prey. Needless to say, the presence of a few women livened up the entire range. Whether it's the people who have taken refuge here, or the killjoys, both are curious about who they are. When Lin Fei stepped down from the driver's seat, they all cast envious glances at him. Martyr. These people are called surviving in the last days. Others are called traveling with the beauty. After sweeping around, Lin Fei raised his head to look at the top of the small, 4-story building. Eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, the two yellow-haired men on the roof of the building who were in charge of guarding the building were covered in cold hairs. It was good that Lin Fei didn't continue to look at them, and that feeling faded away. What the just happened? What kind of monster is that man? Just by looking at it, I'm about to pee in my pants. Second dog, don't say it. That's definitely an existence we can't afford to mess with. Although the blue hair below didn't know what had happened to the two yellow hairs, they didn't dare to slow down Lin Fei and the others. Drinking at Killmonger and the refugees. What are you looking at? None of you have to work. In later I'll go check on your missions. At once the killers scattered, leaving only a few individuals with higher status here. Blue Hair smiled at Lin Fei and the others and made a gesture of invitation. Don't be offended. Several of you. They're all from our Pure Love Society and are in charge of range safety and everything. To be honest, Lin Fei had just seen so many Killmongers when mentally, they were all still muttering about whether they had come to some strange place, but the system prompt in his head reassured him slightly. Note, beautiful women with an overall rating of 92 or higher appear within the system's perceptual range. Target, Sunan. Sunan. Should be the president they are talking about. Not bad. Huang Ruoyi. This woman is really prosperous herself. A few people followed Blue Hair all the way deeper into the range. Behind them, Huang Zhenzhen and Shen Lingyin looked around with the appearance of curious babies. In a short while, blue hair brought them inside a small alibi. Why don't a few of you wait here for a little while? I'll go inform our president. After saying that, blue hair left in a hurry. Shinshirin looked at Huang Ruoyi and couldn't help but ask curiously, Auntie, what kind of person is that so-called President Su? The row is not small. It's comparable to those people in Shangjing. Huang Ruoyi laughed lowly. You'll see later. Although she's not from Shangjing, but the status is definitely not inferior to those people is all. This made the crowd even more curious. Lin Fei had some guesses in his heart. If his surname was Su, it was possible that he was related to the Su family of southern Hangzhou. That was also an incomparably large family, enough to rival the famous families of Shangjing, and was the top existence in the Dragon Kingdom. Combined with the size of this range and the types of weapons, you'll never be able to drive it without some hard power. As the few people waited quietly, Ruan Qiu suddenly got up and held Shinshirin next to her. Shirin, what's wrong with you? One could only see that Shinshirin's face was quite pale, as if she was terminally ill. She opened her eyes and said in some panic, This place, it's dangerous. The crowd turned their eyes to her, trying to figure out why she said that. After Shinshirin calmed down for a moment, she forced herself to say, I have a habit of. It's about walking into a place and divining it first. Just now, I tried to divine the trigrams of this range, and the result was a blood red. That means something bad is definitely going to happen here. It could be dangerous for us to stay here. This statement immediately shocked the women, and they knew that Shinshirin had no reason to make up lies. He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Lin Fei, who was sipping tea. What are you looking at me for? You haven't even rested your feet yet, and you're thinking of running away. Isn't that a bit humiliating? Besides, I think it's a pretty nice place. Developmental development should be possible as a long-term residency. He then looked at Shinshirin. As for the divination you mentioned, perhaps it isn't all that accurate? I guess you can't go all out right now. Shinshirin froze, then nodded bitterly. It was indeed as Lin Fei had said. Her body no longer allowed her to use divination with abandon. Using her mental powers along the way before was already about to overwhelm her. If Shen Lingyin hadn't given her continuous treatment, I'm afraid that she would have already warped halfway through the journey. Lin Fei smiled. That's why there's no need to jump to conclusions so early. As long as you're here, you're safe. Everything has me. Shinshirin could feel the confidence in Lin Fei, the kind that gave me away. There was the air of my invincibility, which gradually stabilized her panicked heart. Lin Fei didn't feel like a young man her own age to her. Rather, it was as composed as an elder. This caused Shinshirin's heart to thump a little, and she hastily averted her gaze. Next to her, Shen Lingyin propped her head on the table with both hands. The stars were falling out inside his eyes. Huang Zhenzhen looked at her, a bad smile gradually appearing on her face. Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoyi looked at each other and smiled. Both of them could see the touch of celebration in the other's eyes. Da, da, da. The sound of high heels on the lapis lazuli came from far and near. Within moments the door to the other courtyard was pushed open, and the crowd turned their heads to look at it. The visitor was as warm as fire. His skin was snowy, and his steps swayed in a way that took the breath away. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This was definitely a special thing. Su Nan was also a bit stunned when he entered the door. How come there were so many extremely beautiful women? Huang Ruoyi had a warm smile on her face as she moved forward to welcome her. Nan. It was only then that Su Nan reacted, and a smile blossomed on his face. Ruoyi, my god, it's really great that you're okay. The two were like best friends who hadn't seen each other in years, holding hands and unwilling to let go. Huang Ruoyi pulled her over to Lin Fei and the others and introduced her. This is my good sister, Sunan. True, it's time for you to call Auntie Nan. Aunt Nan, Aunt Nan, Aunt Nan, you are so beautiful. Huang Zhenzhen and the Shen sisters greeted each other. Su Nan smiled like a flower. You few little beauties have also come out of the woodwork. You don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? Why don't you ask Auntie Nan to introduce you to some? Huang Zhenzhen waved her hand awkwardly. Once she thought that Sunan might have introduced all those after killing the horse. There was a bit of a shiver. The Shen sisters felt the same way. Ruan Qiu smiled faintly. Sister Nan, it's been a long time. Sunan laughed out loud. Little Qiu, sister missed you to death. Not coming to see me for so long. Isn't this coming to bother you? Ruan Qiu ruffled the hair at the corner of her forehead and smiled coquettishly. In fact, Ruan Qiu didn't have many encounters with Sunan, but Sunan was still enthusiastic and I could tell she was a good socializer. After all, people can't run a social terror when they run such a big range. After a circle of beautiful women were introduced, Sunan turned his gaze to the only man present. Wakey, who is this handsome little man? Chapter 36. Huang Ruoyi completely fell. When Sunan asked about Lin Fei's identity, Huang Ruoyi unexpectedly had the feeling that she didn't know where to start. What is your relationship with Lin Fei? Lovers? Lovers? It doesn't even seem to count, right? Lin Fei likes himself to call him master when he does that. Should I introduce myself like this? Isn't that purely and simply having a major illness? Nguyen and Huang Zhenzhen also had some difficulty in speaking up. The Shin sisters only felt that the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. What was the situation? Lin Fei looked at Huang Ruoyi, who was on the verge of suffocating her internal injuries, and smiled brightly. My name is Lin Fei. It's her husband. First time meeting, take care, President Su. Boom! Lightning flashed through the minds of the 6 women present at the same time, and shock was all over the 6 pairs of beautiful eyes. Huang Zhenzhen and Ruan Qiu didn't expect Lin Fei to say that. They thought Lin Fei was just treating them like RBQs. Huang Ruoyi was similarly shocked beyond words. Lin Fei surprisingly said he was my husband. Did he approve of me? In Huang Ruoyi's heart, a strong feeling of joy began to spread, and her body went a little soft. Legs together. Overwhelmed. If a woman like her is not buried in the mouth of a monster in the middle of the last days, then it will definitely be the object of those men's rivalry. Without Lin Fei, she didn't dare to imagine how great her downfall would be. Lin Fei had saved himself, helped him with the problem of his psychic ability defects, and taught him to use his psychic ability. Promise yourself to cross the mountain of corpses and blood to save Zhenzhen. This is a pile of things, which can be repaid by oneself with only this thin body. She's a strong woman. Never felt the word husband was so important in her life. But now Lin Fei's sentence of husband completely ignited Huang Ruoyi's emotions, and with a smile on her face, but tears flowed from his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Ruoyi jumped into Lin Fei's embrace, her delicate body twitching. Thank you, husband. Lin Fei was also a bit stunned. Was this woman hip? What did he get about her? It seems odd, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and gently patted her back. There, be good. Ah, so many people are watching. What's it look like to cry? Su Nan was a little confused as he watched Huang Ruoyi and Lin Fei embrace each other tightly. Doesn't Ruoyi have a husband? But definitely not this Lin Fei, right? At first glance, Lin Fei was a young man of 24 or 25 years old, but Huang Ruoyi was nearly 40 years old. It can't be tied together anymore. While he may have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, it's far more likely that after the end times come, it was only then that he captured the heart of Ruoyi Huang. Su Nan was a good judge of people, and she knew exactly what kind of woman Huang Ruoyi was. So she inevitably became curious about Lin Fei's skills. She was even a little impatient for the melon between the two. But with so many people around, one can't very well show the face of a gourmand. Mud. What a rush. On the side, Ruan Qiu watched the two embrace each other, somewhat happy for Huang Ruoyi, but also a little lost. Instead, another imp popped up in Huang Zhenzhen's head. What should you call mom's husband? Ha ha. Of course it's called daddy. Daddy. Well, at the end of the night, make sure you tell him to surrender. The Shin sisters are sitting on the bench, looking at this and that. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Huang Ruoyi knew that she had lost her temper, so she quickly adjusted herself and wiped her tears clean, gently breaking away from Lin Fei's embrace. I'll definitely serve you well at night, hubby. After murmuring softly in Lin Fei's ear, she was quick to take it in stride, and the ripe wife of a man was certainly more poised in her emotional handling of the situation. Seeing that the atmosphere had become more or less awkward, Su Nan coughed twice and laughed. So what? Since we are all destined to meet each other over 1,000 miles, I'll prepare a reception banquet for you later. All of you should come and join us. Huang Ruoyi pulled her and shook her head. It's fine, there's no need to go to so much trouble. It's a waste of supplies. Su Nan elbowed her and said with some arrogance, what kind of relationship do we have? You've come to my place. Can't I let you continue to suffer? Just stay here without any worries. As long as the mercury range is still there, everyone will be safe. It was said somewhat in jest, but it was also a revealing of her own bottom line. I thought Lin Fei would be touched, but he seemed to be like a rock, not at all cold. Is it chesty, or is it dull? The more Su Nan couldn't see through him, the more curious he became about him, tempted to strip him down and, let's see what it's like. Afterward, Su Nan introduced the general situation of the mercury range to several people in the middle of the chat. There's about 50 people here at the moment, and 30 of those killjoys are range staff, claiming pure love will. The other 20, a couple of whom were players at the range at the moment of the apocalyptic outbreak. The others are fleeing to get here. There are the lucky ones from the city and the villagers from the countryside. What about that wall of dirt out there? It can't be manually constructed, right? Lin Fei asked. Su Nan glanced at him. This guy asked quite a tricky question. That was artificially constructed, he said. But not just any artificial. Alien powers, you know? Huang Ruoyi glanced at her. Then a ball of clear water flooded her fingertips. No. Sunan's beautiful eyes widened. Ruo, you actually have psychic abilities. She couldn't help but burst out, which shocked her just as much as knowing that Huang Ruo had found a young husband. But then she hurriedly asked Huang Ruo to withdraw her supernatural ability. Ruo, you can't mess around with this psychic ability. Don't you know? Too many powers can kill you. Lin Fei looked at her with interest. President Su, how do you know so much about psychic abilities? Are you a shifter too? Sunan looked at him and sighed. I'm not an alien. It was all explored with the lives of the brothers under them. That wall of earth you noticed. It's the people inside the Pure Love Society who have awakened their earth mastery powers that did this. Huang Ruo asked. Then where are they? Sunan shook his head. Died. In the words of our Pure Love Society. Died a good death. It's two for the brother. Several people were silent. Both mother and daughter Huang Ruo and Gwyn, who had already made up for the flaws of the Shin sisters, who hadn't made up for their flaws, had a bleak feeling. Shin Shirin's heart suddenly had some anxiety, before just listening to Huang Zhenzhen tell about it. There was no visualization of the horror of death by alien energy. Now that the story from Sunan's mouth had completely awakened her, she looked at Shin Linging beside her and another look at Lin Fei. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by firmness and determination. On the side, Huang Zhenzhen glimpsed her demeanor, and the little devil in her heart couldn't hold back his excitement, holding the pitchfork high and dancing. Huang Ruo patted the back of Sunan's hand. Condolences. Sunan reluctantly smiled. It's nothing, at least they shone for their brethren. Everyone has a time to shine for someone else. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's me. It just wasn't the right time. Chapter 37, Chairman Su is shocked and amazed. The crimson sun was engulfed by the sea of forests, and the starry sky twinkled with incomparable silence. There was a campfire burning in the middle of the open campground at the Mercury Range. A group of murderous youths with dyed flowery green hair are yelling. Ha ha, drink! How dare you drive me even though I'm 7'6"? Your ass. You don't have the guts to call 7 6s for 1 6. Trough mud damn. Come on, keep going. Next to it, on a round table, were some frozen and plasticized foods, because the vacuum of it keeps for a long time, so it's a favorite food. Lin Fei looked at the soy sauce duck legs, absolute flavor duck necks, and cold eating rabbits on the table and fell into deep thought. Sunan unwrapped a packet of hand-torn rabbit and poured half of it into Huang Ruo's bowl. Here, try the delicious Togan snack. It's my favorite. Eat up, all of you. Make yourselves at home. And don't worry, we're still well stocked. Lin Fei stood up and whispered something in Shin Shirin's ear. Then the two of them walked towards the bonfire. Unsure, Sunan asked, are they not hungry? Huang Ruo looked odd, picking up a piece of cold eating rabbit from the bowl and putting it in her mouth, savoring it. Well, the meat is a bit faggy, and the nutrients won't keep up with it over a long period of time. Sunan shrugged. It can't be helped. The raw meat is all rotten. It's impossible to eat. These are kind of fine. Huang Ruo said mysteriously. So you want to eat cooked food? Sunan froze, then said with a retrospective look. Why don't you want to? My hot pot. My kebabs. My burger. Alas. I wonder if I'll be able to eat these delicacies in my lifetime. I'd have no problem dying in place if I could taste it again. The more he said, the harder it was for Sunan's taste buds to lick the grill. Asterisk. WOJ. What's that? Ward hair? Suddenly there were shrieks of alarm from the murderous youths around the campfire. They stared daggers at the two men by the campfire. Only Shin Shirin crouched down, both hands pressed on the ground, and between the activation of her supernatural energy, the metal that was embedded in the dirt instantly sprang up, setting up a large iron frame over the campfire. Look at that look. It's like a large barbecue grill. Under the firelight, her pretty face turned a little white, and Lin Fei helped her up. That's enough. You can rest for a while. Shen Shirin nodded, then returned to the round table and sat down. Sunan looked at her in surprise. Shirin, you are also a shifter? Having just finished speaking, Shin Linging next to Shin Shirin's hand was flooded with a blinding green light. Shin Shirin's face then gradually improved. Sunan's eyes were about to glaze over, and she wasn't fazed by the pointing at the Shin sisters. You, both of you sisters are psychics? She turned her head to look at Huang Ruo with a look that seemed to say that she was blind. However, Huang Ruo stifled her laughter and slowly nodded her head. I'm going north. I feel that you all have a large majority of psychics in this carload of people. This is outrageous. Just when Sunan thought he had figured out the underbelly of this caravan of people, more frightened voices rose up beside them. Turning his head to look, he only saw Lin Fei waving his big hand between. The huge grill was then filled with freshly slaughtered cows and sheep, His water-based powers swirled in his hands, rinsing the blood from the raw meat. Various seasonings were then spread to marinate the meats, and the bonfire blazed below. The golden grease soon overflowed. A small breeze caused the aroma to permeate the entire open-air camp. Killmonger youths that eyes straight bright essence. Some saliva cannot collect. ***. Mom, what do I see? Wild roast. Whoa. If I could eat one bite, I'd stand on my head and myself. Don't cheat on your food and drink. Who among the brothers present can't? Does that big brother know how to do magic tricks? Where did all that meat come from? So fresh. Alien energy. It must be an alien ability. This situation is exactly the same as in the novel I read. This kind brother must have spatial powers. What the hell? Is a brother missing a pendant? A group of killjoys swarmed and wailed around the campfire. Su Nan went numb. She mechanically turned her head to look at Ruan Qiu, who was drinking a Coke. Little Qiu, you're not going to tell your sister that you have powers too, are you? Gwyn beamed, and with her other hand, she wiped it on her Coke and a bottle of identical Coke then appeared in the hand. Click. Sunan was petrified, and she cracked up. Didn't the military say that psychics are rare? Why is there a truckload of them? This carload of people is going against the grain. Not long after, Sunan ate the fragrant roasted meat with tears in his eyes, only hating that he had been born with fewer mouths. Almost even swallowed his tongue. Milliseconds, needle milliseconds. All of them were well-oiled and incredibly satisfied. The killer youth was about to worship Lin Fei on the spot and recognize his big brother, making him cry and laugh. A little contact, but it changed the view of the group. They're just mavericks and ordinary people, only no one understands them. Su Nan looked at Lin Fei, who was sitting across from him, with a grudging gaze. Why does it feel like this guy is going to put himself on the shelf as soon as he gets here? Little Lin Fei, eating like that, can your supplies stand it? Su Nan asked curiously. After eating the last piece of imported barbecue meat fed by Huang Zhenzhen, Lin Fei wiped his mouth and smiled bashfully. It doesn't seem to hurt to just eat like this 1,000 times. Sunan wasn't calm anymore. If it was true, then Lin Fei's personal value would be terrifying to an unspeakable degree. Food is in short supply in the midst of the apocalypse, and all pre-apocalyptic meats rot on day one. Vegetables are fine, but who can carry a meal of greens? Even the abbot of a temple has to have a meat feast every month, not to mention ordinary people. So Sunan knew that Lin Fei's arrival was an opportunity to. One might be able to trade with him for some supplies. Little Lin Fei. Boss Lin, my little lady has an ungrateful request. I wonder if you could be satisfied. Sunan bypassed Huang Zhenzhen. Her figure flirtatiously came over to Lin Fei's side and shortened her body to climb on his shoulder. God said seductively. Huang Zhenzhen wasn't unhappy. Instead she felt some dark joy. The more charming Lin Fei was, the more you prove that you made the right choice. Ruan Qiu had long ago taken Huang Zhenzhen and Xin Linging to wander around. Only Xin Shirin, who was slightly holding her own, was left fuming beside her. She glanced at Lin Fei from time to time, her head not knowing what she was thinking. A blush could be seen on the slightly pale and pretty face. Lin Fei sat on a chair, and for the Su Nan who climbed over, he smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, and with a bend of his arm, just wrapped her around her body. Su Nan fell into his lap in a flash, and between the openings of the high-waisted evening dress, her whites were visible. Suddenly being held by a man, Su Nan's delicate body could not help but tremble. She hadn't touched a man in over a decade and was somewhat physically resistant, but she held back, for the sake of the supplies, and for the little ones who followed her. You can do anything on your own. Lin Fei saw some struggle inside her eyes, and with a bad smile, he probed his other hand into the evening gown. President Su's unkind request is really tight. Also, I'm not small. Chapter 38, A Strange Thing in the Mountains. What Su Nan had in mind was clear to Lin Fei. Unfortunately, he wasn't the type to go off at the sight of a woman wanting supplies in his own hands. Yes, come up with something that makes my heart sing in exchange. Unfortunately, at this stage there is simply nothing in the hands of the average person that would allow them to accept a trade. Even if Sunan were to trade himself for her, at most he would give her the amount of dozens of cows and dozens of sheep, more than a dime a dozen. Sunan flavorfully knocked Lin Fei's hand away. Lifting his chin up fondly, he said, Boss Lin, I wonder what kind of price can be exchanged for the supplies in your hands. Lin Fei sketched a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's certainly not impossible to exchange supplies, but can you come up with anything that will make my heart sing? Sunan asked tentatively. Guns? I'm at a shooting range here. Most of the gun types are found. Lin Fei stretched out his finger and shook it. Guns and ammo for me. Might as well be a bottle of sriracha. No change. Sunan's pretty brows furrowed slightly. Well, I have nothing but guns here. I'm afraid there wouldn't be much to take away. Rather it would be my little girl who would have a destiny with Boss Lin. She made a gesture to get up and Lin Fei held her down. I'm a person who's interested in strange things. The weirder they are the more I love them. If you have anything in your hands that's out of the ordinary or news, I'd be happy to trade. By the way, incidentally, I'm also interested in Chairman Su. Su Nan's brows furrowed. Not because Lin Fei had molested her. Rather, it was the strange things Lin Fei said that reminded her of something. Boss Lin, it seems like I really do have the strange news you mentioned in my hands. Lin Fei brightened up, put away his frivolity, and said with a straight face, is that so? Then it might as well be said that. What do you want to trade in my place? After pondering for a moment, Su Nan said, I don't know the exact gold content of this news, either, but I think Boss Lin should know his stuff. If you confirm that the news is false afterward, then consider it a sign that I've made you a friend. If it's true, you'll just watch when it happens. Saying that, she looked at Huang Ruan next to her. I trust Boss Lin's character. Lin Fei smiled. This woman was smart, neither offending herself nor asking for too much money. It's true that those who are the bosses are all human beings. Ha ha, good. President Su is quite the refreshing person, so I don't feel good about being stingy. Don't worry, I'll pay you satisfactorily, whether the information is useful or not. After all, I really want to make President Su a friend too. Lin Fei talked and laughed, his large hand rubbing the whiteness with some intent. Su Nan grabbed his hand, his fingers gently outlining in his palm. Winking and smiling, she said, then Boss Lin will wait for a moment. Yo. With that she got up and headed over to the murderous young man. Chen Dong, go get Uncle Fu. The red-haired Chen Dong put down the beer that he had drunk half a cup of beer without the slightest hesitation. The blue-haired Road to West joined him with gusto. It didn't take long for the two men to hurry back with an old man in his 60s. President, Fubuki brought it. After that, they both left quite consciously. Fu Bo was dark and plainly dressed, and appeared to be an honest farmer. Su Nan let out a stool and said to Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu, come sit here. Uncle Fu hurriedly waved his hands. Dare not dare not dare. The old man stood on his feet. Su Nan smiled and pulled him to the table to sit down, and Fu Bo was terrified. In his conception, Su Nan was like the Earth Emperor of their time, and could not afford to offend him. Su Nan didn't think that much. She looked at Lin Fei. Boss Lin, the news I'm talking about has something to do with Fubuki. You can ask him for specifics. Lin Fei was a bit surprised. It was rare that strange news could be related to farmers. Fu Bar, have you seen anything strange since the end times came? Of course, except for those who turn into monsters. Hearing Lin Fei's inquiry, Uncle Fu seemed to recall something terrible. Fear could be seen inside those cloudy eyes. Only after a long time did he murmur and open his mouth. Alas, you say that this world is really strange, too. I don't know what sins I've done to attract God's punishment. I'm a native farmer from the village of Huiquan in that mountain pass, and there's a little river next to our village. It can be said to have raised us for generations. At noon the day I had just come from doing work in the fields to wash my feet by the river, and idly was planning to eat a mouthful of dry biscuits. As a result, the water in the river suddenly rose so high that I was frightened and ran away, and I wondered at the weirdness of followed the river to the mountains and found it. Wanted to see what it was all about before the crop thing got flooded. I hightailed it to the headwaters of the creek, where it had long been flooded. The rocks are showing. There are rumors in our village that the water rises and the stone is low, and that it runs away with monsters and spirits. Look at those weird-looking rocks that have taken on water. One by one, they were bubbling with an odd black light, so I didn't dare linger and scurried home. Those rocks must have become fertilized to come out as a scourge. Upon hearing this, it became somewhat clear to the crowd that the oddity of what Fubar had been talking about. It refers to the sudden rise of water and the jagged, strange rocks that have sprung up after a suspected landslide. Huang Ruai frowned. Honestly, she didn't understand what was so strange about it. Rocks becoming spirits? Come on, that's some kind of old rumor. Su Nan looked at Lin Fei, waiting for his insight. She sort of understood that within this carload of people, all look up to Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at Fu Bo. He shouldn't have the need to lie. That is to say, suddenly the water rose, as well as the strange rocks coming out of the mountains are real. Oh, that's a bit interesting, President Su. Congratulations. This news has interested me. When I find out what's going on, the reward will naturally be small. Su Nan could not help but be happy. She admitted that she had a gambling component, but this is not a right bet. It's okay, Boss Lin. I'm not in a hurry. If you need manpower, I can lend it to you. Lin Fei smiled. Okay, I'll tell you if I need it then. The feast broke up, and both parties were more than satisfied. Lin Fei was lying alone in the spacious guest room as he pondered over the strange things Fu Bo had said. While he wasn't a seasoned metaphysical researcher, He was a hobbyist of sorts. As far as Forber's account is concerned, it is certainly a strange thing of metaphysical interest. One word popped into Lin Fei's head at that time, becoming a spirit. It is said that no one is allowed to become a spirit after the founding of the country. And the Dragon Kingdom also has a specialized dragon-fixing scientific examination group and a dragon decapitation team, specializing in things that go against the word of the law and try to become a spirit against the grain. The coming of the end times may have also shown these elves and monsters the opportunity to. That's why the water eye of that Huiquan village rises. And those strange stones that normally only dare to move a millimeter are incomparably more open. As for whether my own guess is correct or not, I'll have to take the time to visit to find out. Shaking his head, Lin Fei was pondering who to flip tonight. Click. The doorknob was twisted open. Chapter 39, The Little Thief Who Lost His Heart by Starlight. The guest room was dark without a light on. By the faint starlight from the window, a dark figure could be seen suddenly opening the door to the. After sneaking in, he closed the door softly again. The sneaky figure discerned the interior of the house and, then he tiptoed toward the bed. A pair of catkins slowly probed the bed, only to pounce. Ha! Where is he? I clearly saw him come in. A soft, sticky whisper sounded, full of doubt. Suddenly, a firm chest was against her back, almost causing her to cry out in shock. Lin Fei turned her around and looked down at the pretty face that was blowing up, somewhat surprised. I thought it would be your sister coming over, but I didn't realize it would be you, little glutton. The one who entered his room in the dark was precisely Xin Lingyin, the younger sister among the Xin family sisters. At the moment, she was circled in Lin Fei's arms, a heart pounding, a deer in the headlights. She explained a little nervously, I just don't want to make my sister too tired. If my own flaws were patched up, I could always use my powers to heal my sister. Looking at her gradually determined look, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. What a naive girl. Make yourself feel a little guilty about it. Mud. Lin Fei. You even hesitated on women. Your thoughts are good, but the reality is harsh. Your healing powers can't even heal the fatal injuries caused by human defects. And even if you use your powers until they fail, it's impossible to change the rules. So there's a good chance you're doing nothing tonight yet. Lin Fei smoothed away the broken hair on her forehead and said seriously. Xin Lingyin's clear eyes reflected the stars inside. Her gaze flickered, a little disappointed. But there was also relief, and even a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Is that it? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. So, if you want to give up, I can pretend you weren't here today. Xin Lingyin hastily leaned toward Lin Fei's chest. No, don't. This reaction of hers surprised Lin Fei a little. Xin Lingyin looked up at Lin Fei's eyes and said seriously, Brother Lin Fei, I don't want to give up. Anyway, sooner or later you have to go through this anyway, right? Besides, I used to take an oath in the temple. If the person who changed my sister and I's fate is a woman, I'll call her sister. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth revealed a smirk. Then what if it's a man? Xin Lingyin pouted. Brother Lin Fei, you knowingly asked. Lin Fei laughed, holding Xin Lingyin's lithe and delicate body up. Little Lingyin is really a girl who understands things. Come, give brother a smile. Xin Lingyin asked with a delicate smile. Why are you laughing? A bad smile appeared on Lin Fei's face. Because a girl who loves to smile won't have a bad pregnancy. Inside the darkened guest room, the euphemisms whispered, and inside the good-looking eyes, the stars were brightening and flickering. Click. The door to the room was pushed open again and the lights were pressed on. The sudden brightness caused Xin Lingyin, who was lying down, to subconsciously close her eyes. At the same time she grabbed a pillow to cover her head, her ears burning with shyness. The doorway Huang Rui, a back mom dress, froze for a moment and then snapped the lights out. The hormones in the room put her in the zone instantly. I had said that I would serve Lin Fei well tonight, but I didn't expect that someone would be even more active than myself. Naturally, she wouldn't say anything more than that, but was a little glad that there was someone to share the fire that one does not walk awkwardly tomorrow. Slowly climbing onto Lin Fei's broad back, feeling his powerful rhythm, she bit her lip and, softly, hubby, I want it too. Early the next morning, Xin Shirin walked out of the room with two panda eyes and a bitter look. It happened that the door to the next room also opened, and Xin Lingyin drilled out from it, with four eyes facing each other. All of a sudden Xin Lingyin had the feeling of being a thief caught in the act of stealing, but Xin Shirin just gave her a sly look inside. Not saying anything, Lin Fei and Huang Rui then walked out, and upon seeing Xin Shirin, Lin Fei smiled and greeted. Yo, good morning, Sister Shiring. Did you sleep well last night? Xin Shirin, you're making it hard for me not to suspect that you're knowingly asking nah. Why does it feel like this guy is showing off? Xin Lingyin ran forward with a cheeky smile and pulled Xin Shirin away. Huang Rui couldn't help but hold her tongue as she followed Lin Fei around. But then she looked at Xin Shirin's back with some concern and said, Hubby, Isn't Shireen's situation a bit serious for her? Lin Fei shook his head. If she doesn't take the initiative to push the door open, death might be the best option. Huang Ruo's heart was startled. The implication was that if Shireen did not take the initiative, Lin Fei was not going to save her. It's not that Lin Fei is cold-blooded. There are times when it's certainly a good thing that. But Huang Ruo also didn't want such a beautiful niece to die in front of her. It seems that we can only find a chance to enlighten her in private. A few people went downstairs with the intention of having some breakfast, but instead they heard a lot of noise outside. Grabbing a random killjoy youth, Lin Fei inquired, "What's going on?" Purple Hair said somewhat nervously, "Hello, Brother Lin. There's a group of survivors coming through the door." Was clamoring to come in, but the president said no one of no value would be released, and they're having a falling out over it. I heard that there are still officials and eunuchs in that group of people, but they have a background. With that, Purple Hair scrambled away and went to the door to help. Huang Ruo had some doubts in her mind. Why don't the survivors go to the concentration camps? To run to a farther range? Lin Fei's tone was slightly cold. Didn't you hear what he said just now? There are officials' sons and daughters inside, and this range is often used as a place of recreation for those kinds of people, and they would have a comparison if they had seen the concentration camps. It's true that conditions here are not a fraction of a second better than in the concentration camps. Plus, how can those people, who are low-eyed and used to a life of fine clothes, stand the hard beds of the concentration camps? Lin Fei's analysis was precise, and the situation at the door was indeed so. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from a short distance away. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like the conflict was about to escalate. Huang Ruai asked a little nervously, "Are we going to check it out?" Lin Fei shook his head. "There's no need. If this is something that Sunan can't handle, then this range might as well be given away." On the outskirts of the range, a group of murderous youths at the gate at the moment are in a frenzy of anger. The guns in their hands were aimed at the group of survivors outside. "Malagasy, how dare you shoot at my brother? Mud blood get you. Mud, do you really think that the Pure Love Club is made of clay?" Outside the barred gate, a group of ragged, yellow-faced survivors held up their hands and, eyes full of fear, behind them hid a couple of fairly well-dressed young men. Is pointing a gun at Killmonger youth. "Nima, do you know who I am? Forget the White Box County Bureau Chief is my godfather. There's no point in killing us. Just let us in." "Chen Dong, you don't even give face to my old man? Have you forgotten the time you begged me to get your sister out of the bureau? What an ungrateful dog. And you, Luigi, don't think I don't recognize you just because you changed your hair. Your deadbeat dad's loan sharks haven't paid back yet, so I'll give you a chance to open the door and write off the debt." On Killmonger's side, Chen Dong and Lu Xiangxi were both staring at those official sons with bloodshot eyes, full of hateful colors. At that moment, a red sports car came quickly from inside the range. Chapter 40, Undercurrents in the Concentration Camps. Tennyson Hill Concentration Camp. "What? My son is dead? Who did this?" A middle-aged man with a face that bore a slight resemblance to Xing stood up miserably from the bench. It was the refugees who escaped back who said they saw Xing Xiao die outside the shooting range. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly became furious. "Mard, call someone for me. Mard, what a face for her. If I don't bring her head to bury my son today, I won't be called Pei Qianhua." The man next to him, dressed as an officer, frowned. "Mr. Pei, this is a special time. Don't be intentional." Pei Qianhua looked at him with cold eyes. "Yang Shaoguang, the old man's only son is dead, and care about Hammer's special time?" Yang Shaoguang slammed the table, stood up and looked angrily at Pei Qianhua. "You're going to go find someone else in trouble. I can't stop them, but none of my men will be mobilized by you. I'm on a mission here, not a punching bag for you lot." Pei Qianhua kicked the stool he was just sitting on and argued with Yang Shaoguang. "What did you say? I see you don't want to get the old man's letter of recommendation." Yang Shaoguang blundered his eyes and said decisively, "I say again, lousy soldiers. You're not borrowing any of them." Pei Qianhua laughed coldly. Well, Yang Shaoguang, you're really a ing talent. Ha! The old man remembers you." With that, he drilled out of the tent without looking back and went in an unknown direction. "Colonel Yang, if this Pei Qianhua's letter of recommendation can't be obtained, your chances of promotion are probably going to be much slimmer," the adjutant said with a frown. Yang Shaoguang's eyes were the color of determination. "Even if you can't get promoted. Anyway, now that the world has changed, all I can do is stick around and wait for instructions from my superiors. So many of our brothers have left us, and though we are soldiers, but why not a survivor? If someone tries to beat up my brother, then I'll dare to fight him." With that, he looked to the adjutant. "Did you make contact with the group you said you met yesterday?" The adjutant shook his head. "The range still won't let us in. There's no chance of access. By the way, I heard that Pei Xing's group of scum died today at the hands of a shifter. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes flashed with surprise. An alien? It looks like contact with the range will have to progress. Any news on the team we sent to rescue Dr. Ryu? The adjutant shook his head. No word has been received back from them. As yet. But no distress message has been received either. So the mission should be underway. After all, the resistance to entering the city isn't normally great. And even if the squads we send out are as elite as they are, it will be difficult to reach your destination for a while. I guess it would have been a lot easier if I could have borrowed the car of the gang from yesterday. Yang Xiaoguang wondered. Is that car really that powerful? More powerful than a tank? The adjutant thought for a moment. In some ways, it does outgun the tank. Zip. Zip. Mayday. Mayday. Squad attacked. Mission interrupted. While the two were talking, there was a sudden cacophony of noise coming from the satellite phone on the adjutant's waist, and it came to an abrupt end with a scream. He jerked it down in a hurry and shouted, Blackthorn. Copy that, please respond. Roger that. Blackthorn. Blackthorn. After a fruitless question and answer session, his and Yang Xiaoguang's hearts sank to the bottom. Mud. It's really a case of fear of what's coming. Major, what should we do? Rescuing Dr. Ryu was a death order given by the last contact from above. Yang Xiaoguang's face was extremely ugly, even a little desperate, because the Blackthorn squad was already the strongest combat force they could send out right now, and if even they couldn't accomplish the mission, I'm afraid that they would be at their wits' end. At the end of the day, we're just ordinary people in front of those monsters. It doesn't play much of a role at all, unless we can find someone who has also become an alien. The adjutant's eyes widened slightly. You mean, shifters? But where do we go? Then he seemed to think of something, and asked in astonishment. You mean that the shifters at the range? Yang Xiaoguang nodded. As things stand, we have no other choice. Only try to call for help over at the range. In this case, I'll go myself, and you'll prepare for me a copy of the information document issued from above. I think they should know how important Dr. Ryu is when they read it. The adjutant nodded sullenly, and then hastily began to get ready. Within moments, a military jeep pulled out of the concentration camp and headed quickly in the direction of the firing range. Inside the command tent, the adjutant looked at the papers on his desk and wondered what he was thinking. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted and a figure walked in, and it was Pei Qianhua, who had left in a huff earlier. However, at this time, he could not see the slightest bit of anger on his face, but instead, he hung a faint smile. It's a far cry from what it was a moment ago. Lieutenant Zhang can't stay away. The adjutant looked up at him and frowned, but there wasn't much of a mood swing. Mr. Pei has gone and returned. But what is the matter? Pei Qianhua laughed. The villa given to Lieutenant Zhang last time is still comfortable to live in? The adjutant's eyes narrowed. What does Mr. Pei mean by this? Oh, it's nothing meaningful. I just want to make a deal with Lieutenant Zhang. It's just like we used to be. You know and I know, and that's enough. If I remember correctly, Lieutenant Zhang, your teacher is the one from the southern war zone. If his old man knew that you have been working as an adjutant for a student of the opposite party for so many years, but how would he feel? The corner of Pei Qianhua's mouth hooked into an intriguing smile. Adjutant Zhang's eyes were a bit cold. It's not something Mr. Pei should bother about. Oh, Lieutenant Zhang, you're still so cautious. Now that the world has changed so much, people are still adaptable. In the past, wasn't it promotion and wealth that everyone pursued? Now, although it's changed a bit, but still, it's not far from the truth. Power is the king bomb in the hand. Staying inside this little concentration camp, I feel as if it's a bit condescending for you. Lieutenant Zhang, doesn't it happen that the top is interested in promoting a general in charge of frontline matters in the Southern Theater? Doesn't Adjutant Zhang have the slightest idea? Lieutenant Zhang's hand under the table unconsciously squeezed and eyes narrowed slightly. So what if I have ideas? I'm just a lieutenant. Pei Qianhua smiled even more broadly. The fish is not biting the bait. What's this? The casualties are inevitable in frontline combat. And isn't it possible for even the highest commanders to die heroically? Adjutant Zhang's heart shook. Although he guessed that Pei Qianhua would say this, but still, I couldn't help but feel my heart racing. Pei Qianhua struck the iron while it was hot. How is it? Lieutenant Zhang, whose name is not written in the letter of recommendation I have in hand. All you have to do is a small favor for me. Why not? Chapter 41, A Cry for Help from the Military. Lin Fei sat inside the restaurant eating the breakfast prepared by Huang Ruoi. Not long after, Huang Zhenzhen and Ruan Qiu walked in, followed closely by Su Nan. When she saw the sumptuous breakfast on the table, her lips were suddenly full of food. Boss Kobayashi, can I eat? Lin Fei laughed. Your turf, you say? Su Nan gave a flavorful blank look. This sloping land is all I have left. How can you compare it to Boss Kobayashi? You're the one who's young and golden, with supplies galore. The women around them are also first-class beauties, each in her own way. If I were a man, I'm afraid I'd die of envy. On the side, Huang Zhenzhen sat down and reached toward the steaming buns. The result was that Lin Fei knocked it back with his chopsticks. It stinks of paste. Go wash up and come back for dinner. Huang Zhenzhen pouted, but didn't dare to retort and obediently ran to wash up. Seeing that Lin Fei had absolute dominance over a few women, Su Nan couldn't help but become more interested in him. Exactly what kind of strength was needed to make a killing star such as Huang Zhenzhen obediently submit? The man was like an abyss that she couldn't help but want to explore downward. After the crowd finished their breakfast, Lin Fei was happy to be free. After eating the little greedy cat last night, his own strength swelled once again, and according to the system's division of, it was already a small consummation of the metamorphosis realm, just one step away from reaching the peak of this realm, and his own physical ability had reached 150 times the human limit, and a single punch would split gold and crack stone. He had a premonition that when he used the realm-breaking embryo to break through the realm after he reached the great perfection, surely there will be a qualitative change of extreme and frightening proportions. Couldn't help but get a little excited about the next woman who showed up at my door. Is it an elegant royalty who resists her fate? Or a debonair range queen? Tap. Footsteps sounded, and then the blue-haired road ran in toward west. Chairman, there's a military vehicle at the entrance. To hear them tell it, that's the commander of the concentration camp. Sunan was stunned at first, then frowned. The commander of a concentration camp? What's he doing here with us? Shaking his head, he still decided to meet them. After all, they were at least official figures. You can't give no face at all. Lin Fei thought for a moment and followed. On the outskirts of the range, military jeeps were parked, and 3 men in military uniforms stood beside them, waiting expectantly. The red sports car pulled up to the door, and Sunan stepped down from the driver's seat. A red dress that, hot and spirited, co-pilot. Lin Fei did not move and pushed the door to get out of the car. Yang Shaoguang's eyes lit up when he saw Sunan's arrival. Hastily, he walked forward to the iron-barred door. President Su, long time no see. I am Zhang Shaoguang from the Southern War Zone frontline stationed at the Forgotten River concentration camp. Sunan did not smile. What wind has brought you here, sir? Yang Shaoguang smiled bitterly. President Su is joking. I had no choice but to visit you. Oh, then the officer might as well say what he has to say. I'm a man who doesn't like to beat around the bush. Sunan was blunt and didn't shy away from the other party's identity. Yang Shaoguang exhaled and took out a document and handed it over. Sunan frowned as he picked it up and looked at it in reverse. And within moments, she looked at Yang Shaoguang with an odd expression. Sir, what are you giving me a bio for? I'll admit this woman may have some good looks, but I don't have that kind of hobby. Yang Shaoguang lost his smile. He explained, this Dr. Lu is the leading expert in the field of human genetics in the Dragon Kingdom, and a strategic talent after the end times. Because of its importance, we have been given a death warrant from the top. Dr. Ryu must be freed. Sunan asked expressionlessly. Then what does this have to do with us? The officer doesn't think we're going to help you get to the rescue, does he? Yang Shaoguang looked a bit embarrassed, but still said stiffly, I'm not hiding anything from President Su. I really have nothing better to do than to bother you. We've sent our best combat troops deep into the city, but unfortunately they were in danger and couldn't continue the mission. My men are all ordinary people who, when faced with those monster zombies, it's really powerless. Hearing this, Sunan already understood Zhang Shaoguang's intention. Doesn't the officer think that an alien is safe in front of those monsters? Yang Shaoguang frowned. I also know that the risk is high, but compared to ordinary people going to get killed, it really is the best option to send out a shifter. Don't worry, if you'll lend me the shifters, I'll arm them with maximize their survivability. When this is accomplished, I will personally take credit from my superiors. Now that we are in a time of chaos, this feat is definitely a strong one, and I'm sure it won't disappoint you. Sunan laughed, then shook his head and said, Sir, you may have overestimated me. I'm just a woman who likes to be on the wrong side of the fence, and merit and all that doesn't mean as much to me as a lipstick. Plus, if you need a shifter, I can't help you with that, because the shifter under me is dead. Yang Shaoguang immediately stared wide-eyed. What? Dead? How is this possible? Wasn't this morning? Sunan's gaze was slightly cold. If you don't believe me, sir, I can lead you to their graves to see. The grass is probably growing now. Yang Shaoguang was confused in the wind. What is this situation? Just now got the news that Pei Xing and those scumbags were killed by a psychic, and in the blink of an eye, the psychic is dead. Afraid of committing suicide? Is that reasonable? And the grass is growing out of the grave. I believe you, President Su. You can't joke about this kind of thing. Time is life. Yang Shaoguang thought that it was because Su Nan was unwilling to lend the man to himself, and deliberately found a reason to put it off. Su Nan kindly laughed twice. I'm sorry, I really can't help you. That was followed by handing out that information. Yang Shaoguang was a bit angry in his heart. He looked straight at Su Nan. His tone was a bit hard. At the time of the great disaster, is President Su really unwilling to make a contribution to the Dragon Kingdom? Su Nan's pretty brows knitted. What? Could it be that the officer wants to use great justice to pressure me? Sorry, I don't eat that. So if there's nothing else, then go back where you came from. The two suddenly went toe-to-toe, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. Suddenly a hand poked over from the side and removed the piece of paper from Su Nan's hand. As Su Nan turned his head to look, Lin Fei was nonchalantly flipping through the pages. Well, Dr. Willow does have the real thing. Round where it should be and cocked where it should be. To be an authority at only 32 years old is a sight for sore eyes. In response to Lin Fei's untimely words, Yang Shaoguang suddenly felt teased and looked at him angrily. What are you, teasing an expert in the field of scientific research like that? I'm afraid you don't want to eat a gun? Chapter 42 Extreme Contrast. Yang Shaoguang. Lin Fei pointed at himself. Me? Just a mediocre and handsome alien. Shaoguang Yang. Then before anyone had time to react, Yang Shaoguang directly took a sliding knee. I'm sorry, I was too loud just now. Sunan. Killmonger. Soldier. Lin Fei, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. No, pigeon. What's with the contrast? You've really got this track figured out. Yang Shaoguang didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. He just stared at Lin Fei and a look of hate for each other. This brother, there is an old saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I see that you are handsome and have an extraordinary demeanor, so you must be the one who wins the top spot in 100 boats. On behalf of all the members of the front line of the Southern Theater of Operations, I implore you to come to my aid, and rest assured that what you want, as long as we have it, we will not say a word. This mission concerns the safety of all survivors. The Dragon Kingdom needs Dr. Ryu. It needs people like you, too. Please, sir, help the Dragon Kingdom. He made an impassioned plea, and gave the crowd in the room the, is there really no limit to what you can do to get what you want? Lin Fei are going to be this guy to the whole will not. Originally he wanted to pretend to be a wave of the first. Why he came up for a licking? Ahem. So what? Commander Yang, right? As for me, I'm actually a lazy person who doesn't really like it when people put me up too high. But then, seeing as how you are so sincere despite being the head of an army, I might consider walking you through it. But the reward. Yang Shaoguang's eyes lit up. Since payment was mentioned, this should work. Well. Just say what a brother wants. But whatever we have. Totally fine. Lin Fei smiled. I like a cool person like Commander Yang. I don't need anything else. I just need news of something. Hearing this, next to him, Sunan instantly understood. Lin Fei was going to use the official power to find those strange things. This guy really didn't see a rabbit without a hawk. Yang Shaoguang was a bit puzzled. What is it? Lin Fei smiled faintly. That kind of thing that ordinary people can't understand. Perhaps a tree that. Maybe it's an egg. In any case, as long as it's beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, I want it all. Well, if you say yes, then I can tap that. Bring back what's her name Dr. Ryu in full whiskers. Saying that was to give Yang Shaoguang some strong medicine to see if he would take the bait. Really? Seriously? Good. As long as you bring Dr. Ryu back safely, I can try to keep an eye out for the weird stuff for you within the southern war zone. Yang Shaoguang nodded heavily, afraid that Lin Fei would back out. Lin Fei smiled and removed the picture of Dr. Ryu that was clipped to the file. The document was then handed back to Shan Chang. Then, Commander Yang, happy cooperation. Yang Shaoguang stood up. I still don't know the brother's name? Lin Fei grinned from the corner of his mouth. I don't dare to be called a great name. Just call me Lin Fei. Yang Shaoguang stood up straight all of a sudden, with a file clutched in one hand, and, with the other hand, he performed a standard salute. Brother Lin is very righteous. Mr. Yang is grateful. I wonder when Brother Lin can move. Lin Fei thought for a moment and then said, let's do it in the afternoon. I still have a few things on hand that I need to take care of. Yang Shaoguang nodded. Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up when the time comes, then take a helicopter there. After finalizing the time, Yang Shaoguang was relieved, although he didn't know what Lin Fei's special ability was. But since he had the nerve to use this task to make a request to himself, he must have a few certainties. No one is arrogant enough to take a life and pretend. So this kind of person can only be made good not evil. Watching the departure of the military jeeps, Su Nan, who hadn't said anything for a long time, asked, why did Boss Kobayashi take on this hard job? Although I'm not quite sure, The situation in the city doesn't seem to be optimistic right now, does it? If something happens to you, what about Ruoi and the others? Lin Fei looked at her meaningfully. Then I'll have to ask Chairman Su to love them for me. Su Nan slapped him on the shoulder. Dead look. Sister, I'm not that kind of person. I'm just concerned about you. Lin Fei had a smile in his eyes. President Su cares about me so much. Don't you think I'm a wonderful man to commit your life to? Su Nan blankly glanced at him. I'm just heartbroken about those supplies in your space, alright. If you die out there, who's going to inherit the estate? Lin Fei smiled. Don't worry, we shouldn't have to think about this for a short time. But if Chairman Su is willing, I think I can add your name to my will. Yo, Sunan. I've never heard of the popularity of adding names to wills. What the hell? Your will was issued by the real estate office. Ha? Jokes aside, Sunan didn't feel the slightest bit of worry from Lin Fei. As if it was a promise of something the size of a sesame seed. Is this guy really that good? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fei called a few women. I'm going to Huiquan village later. Shireen will go with me. The rest of you stay here and see what you can do to help. If there are any special circumstances before I get back, I think you should have your own judgment. Kill anyone who jeopardizes your personal safety, no matter who it is, and be done with it. I'll take care of any problems. Got it? Several women nodded their heads. Only Shireen was a bit puzzled as to why there were so many people, preferring his own sickly self to go alone. Before her departure, Huang Ruoi assured that she would take care of several women, and Ruan Qiu remained at peace. However, they also cast a faintly concerned look at Lin Fei. Huang Zhenzhen whispered in Lin Fei's ear, causing Lin Fei to give her ass a hard squeeze. Next to her, Shireen was being pulled by Linging to whisper, which caused Shireen's pretty face to turn red. When she glanced at Lin Fei, he happened to be looking at herself as well, which made her want to find a crack in the ground. Glaring at Linging, this niece, why does she not learn? I'll be sure to educate her when I get a chance. Afterwards, under the escort of a few women, Lin Fei took Shireen and drilled into the middle of the dense jungle. Huang Ruoi stood in place for a long time. Su Nan walked up to her and laughed. "Io, how did our family Ruoi become a stone of hope? Who used to say that life is the same with or without a man? Now how come you don't even want to part with your little husband for a moment?" Huang Ruoi's cheeks slightly reddened. "What do you know? All day long, you look like you're Thai and uninhibited." It still turned out to be a mother fetus solo. You are unaware of the taste of Lin Fei. You simply cannot stop after tasting it. Su Nan was a bit paralyzed by her words and deflated. What does it have to do with me? It's not like I can taste it. Huang Ruoi's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Thinking about it? It's okay. I'll take you along for the ride sometime. It'll be so good you won't be able to breathe. Chapter 43, Don't Want to Be a Burden to You. The jungle, even at sunrise, is still shrouded in a haze. The crimson Tyndall effect dangled between the gaps in the leaves, as if the thorns of hell, growing in reverse. Lin Fei was unarmed, with a straight blade in his hand, swinging and slashing at the branches in his way. Shireen followed behind, her pretty face slightly blanched, holding a short knife in her hand, but she didn't use it often. She wanted to ask Lin Fei several times why he had let her tag along, but the thought of that possibility that made her ears burn made it even more embarrassing to ask. After going over a short hill, Lin Fei stopped by the green stones. Shireen, whose thoughts were racing behind her, didn't react and directly hit his back with a "ow" sound. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Facing Lin Fei's inquiry, Shireen shook her head. "No, I didn't think about that kind of thing," but then it was as if she knew she'd missed the point, and her cheeks flushed bright red. Lin Fei rather felt that she was more like a younger sister than Linging at this time, and that being intelligent and high-strung was all her protective color. In fact, the deepest part of the heart yearns for simplicity. For simplicity. Smiling softly, he then said, "Rest here for a while and, exhausted rain is going to get me in trouble." Shireen looked at Lin Fei, who was walking towards the front to look out, and couldn't say what she felt in her heart. There was some anticipation and longing and some nervousness, wondering if it was right for me to have these feelings or not. Being a rather traditional woman herself, after meeting Lin Fei, previous notions were repeatedly shattered, but instead of feeling bad about themselves, they were still fluttering their wings like a moth. Keep getting closer to that cluster of flames. Shireen, you really have no skin. Lin Fei, he already has so many women. I can't believe you're rushing in. However, Lin Fei really gave himself a different feeling from other men. That kind of recognition from the body to the heart may only come once in a lifetime. What the hell am I supposed to choose? Not long after, Lin Fei walked back. How is it? Feeling better? Shireen nodded and stood up from the green stone, but her body did not follow her train of thought. Some stumbled about to fall. Lin Fei was quick on his feet and swept her into his arms. Shireen's brain suddenly went blank. feeling that the blazing chest of a thumping heart seemed to pound against her heart. So weak? Lin Fei's brows furrowed a little. He could have helped her. Instead. But one had said that the story would only come about if she initiated it. Shaking his head, he told her to hold onto the rock and stand still. Then under Xin Shirin's gaze, Lin Fei slowly turned his back and squatted down. Come up here. I'll carry you. Just a few words, somewhat overbearing and revealing concern. It made Xin Shirin couldn't help but freeze, and that squatting back was infinitely enlarged in her eyes at the moment. Enough to rival the man called father. I don't know what Xin Shirin is up to. She didn't come over for half a day. Lin Fei turned his head to look, and beside the green stone, the beautiful imperial sister with a slightly white face was looking at himself with a smile. 2 lines of clear dew will be enthusiastic. Xin Shirin ran forward and jumped onto Lin Fei's back in one fell swoop. There was even a little sobbing twitch in her torso. Lin Fei, you'll always be so good to me, right? Xin Shirin's voice trembled slightly as she was expecting the answer she wanted to hear. Lin Fei froze. How did this woman suddenly become girly? I thought that I hadn't done anything to move the Dragon Kingdom. Why are you crying in confusion? Do women like to self-strategize? But as a 2.5-year veteran of practicing at the top of the canyon, a doting look instantly appeared amongst Lin Fei's eyes. Fool, how is always enough? I'll always be good to you. Some rude words were said, but they made Xin Shirin snort with laughter. Her heart was thick with satisfaction, and her hands wrapped around Lin Fei's shoulders even harder. It's as if this moment hugs the world. Thank you, Lin Fei. I don't want to be a burden to you, so please help me. Xin Shirin was breathing hot air in Lin Fei's ear. The temptation of a royal sister was the most deadly. Lin Fei instantly felt fire rush through him. As soon as he fished his hands from behind, Xin Shirin's delicate body was turned into his arms. Looking at the woman with spring in her eyes in front of him, Lin Fei knew that the time was right, and with a wave of his hand, a tent then appeared next to it. Push open the curtains and it's an engraved mingling. In the forest, there is an extra lark with a melodious voice, and the sound of its clear chirping is higher than that of the other tide. As the last note fell, the entire forest floor remembered only this stirring piece of music. Xin Shirin, who had first experienced sex, was a bit tired, but Lin Fei was only getting better, and there was no way to. Today he's too strong for a woman to take. Lin Fei also had more compassion for the sisterhood, and didn't want to let her be ravaged by a raging storm. Another point is that the two of them are now about to head to Huiquan village to explore the mystery. Xin Shirin has mobility problems. It could be dangerous. This is just the right amount of slightly drunk. The number of hosts' beauty cards has reached 5. Opening the card combination function. Card combinations, cards can be freely combined, and special effects will be generated for special types of cards. Special cards include, but are not limited to 3 of a kind, straight, airplane, etc. The more beauty cards you hold, the more card types you can unlock. Lin Fei suddenly froze. Card combinations? 3 with 1? An airplane? Tuan. You're afraid you're not a gambling Tuan. Lin Fei hurriedly checked the special card type that was displayed. 3 with 1 requires human wife deck *1. Other cards *3 to activate the effect. Triple your strength in 15 minutes. Junk requires Mikado cards *2-4. Other cards *3n. Activate the effect. Take away a specified non-biological body concept within a 10 to n meter radius of yourself. Airplanes, the deck is not unlocked at this time. Suddenly, Lin Fei felt as if he wouldn't be able to play poker anymore. This card combination ability was unbelievable. Just the 2 items that are unlocked right now already make Lin Fei feel incredible. Look, what are all these godly abilities? 3 bands of 1 give 3 times the strength of this body of your own, multiplied by 3. Then Lin Fei was confident that one punch could dry out a building. Junko is really Junko, taking away a non-living concept. At first glance, it's not a thief, right? But on second thought, this was really a thief, but on the high-end route, making it a waste of time to defend. Dude, it's a conceptual ability. Know what a conceptual ability is? Pouncer boy. Lin Fei was mad with joy. The unification of the sun really gave strength. Yangshi really blessed himself in the sky. He hugged Xin Shirin and kissed her deeply, causing her to almost lack oxygen. He then rolled over and patted Xin Shirin's fleshy thighs. Let's go, little lazy pig. Time to get down to business. Xin Shirin looked at her already torn white t-shirt and tight jeans. He pouted. I blame you. You're so rude. Now I can't wear my clothes. Lin Fei smiled mysteriously. Let's see what's behind you. Chapter 44, The Mountain Stone Becomes a Spirit. Yoga pants with a tight t-shirt outlined Xin Shirin's beautifully petite body. She crouched down on Lin Fei's back, feeling the strong wind that was whipped up by her rapid running. The two of them were fast, tumbling through the forest like a roller coaster. Half an hour later, Lin Fei's steps slowed down and some mud houses nestled in the valley appeared at the end of the trail. Against the map given by Uncle Fu, there was no doubt that this was Huichuan village. After urging Shinshirin to be careful, Lin Fei stepped into the middle of the village first. This is obviously a semi-closed form of village, with very little communication with the outside world. So much so that there is only one dirt road to the outside world. Many houses are in a state of disrepair and are simply patched up. It should be because all the young adults are gone. The portals of many homes were open, and there was blood and remnants of broken flesh strewn about the village. Renders the place horrific. Why isn't there a single zombie here? Shinshirin looked at the village in this silence and couldn't help but ask. Lin Fei didn't know exactly what had happened here, but judging from the blood and broken flesh, most of the villagers should have undergone necrophilia. I don't know. Never mind about that. Let's go straight to the spring. The two then cut through the village and followed the already wider river towards its source. The stone and wooden bridges originally erected on the river were all collapsed by the water, and between the tossing of the waves certain strange rocks can be seen faintly below the surface of the water. Has it spread to here already? Lin Fei muttered. Shinshirin was confused. What? Lin Fei looked at her. Is your body better? Are the supernatural abilities usable? Shinshirin nodded. The metal mastery ability can be used. Well, then, see if you can communicate with the metallic substance in this river try to lift the rocks inside the water. Lin Fei said as he pointed at the river. Shinshirin didn't say anything more and directly pressed her hands on the riverbank and began to sense it. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled that Shinshirin's physical condition had gotten much better, but the system hadn't yet alerted itself that her flaws were being filled, so it should have something to do with her dual psychic abilities. Although you could just jump down and check it out yourself, letting go of the easy and safe way to do it. Isn't that a big dumb X? As Shinshirin frowned slightly, the water currents in the river channel were gradually being separated. A strangely shaped rock was lifted out of the water by a metal buttress. Shinshirin held it up in front of the two of them, and when it landed, she could feel the land shaking for a split second. It means the stone is very heavy. Lin Fei surveyed the strangely shaped stone block, roughly the size of a toilet bowl, flat in shape. The silhouette tends to be diamond-shaped, with a greenish-black body. Shinshirin looked at the thing with some bewilderment. This stone is so strange-looking, like a scale. Lin Fei was awakened by her words. Right, scales. The strange rocks have become spirits, clad in scales and armor, spawning wet life. Maybe there really is something extraordinary in this Huichuan village. Shinshirin looked at him dumbfounded, although she didn't know what he was talking about, but she always felt so powerful. So knowledgeable. Wait, if there's anything weird next to the spring, try to stay as far away as you can. Take care of yourself, okay? Lin Fei admonished. Shinshirin nodded. She knew Lin Fei's terrifying strength. His own three-legged kung fu was better not to go and cause trouble for him. The more he followed the river all the way towards the mountains, the stranger Lin Fei felt. The stench began to rise from the river, the rotten blood from the walkers. It's as if there's a massive cloud of zombies up ahead. Lin Fei, I think I heard something. Up ahead. Shinshirin took Lin Defile's hand and pointed to the end of the river. Lin Fei frowned slightly because he had also heard strange noises in the middle of the mountains. Just stay here and don't wander off. The mountains are rich in metallic elements, enough for you to defend yourself. Having said that, Lin Fei took a bottle of living tiger pill and gave it to her. This can quickly recover from alien energy and physical energy consumption. Keep it and wait for me. Took a few steps and turned back, looking toward a concerned Shinshirin. Didn't you want to know why I brought you out alone? Later perhaps you'll know. It then plunged headlong into the depths of the forest. The deeper you go, the stronger that smell of rotting corpses gets. That's not something a simple village of walkers can pile up. Lin Fei leaped up onto the slightly towering mound next to him. Towering over her saw a spring that seemed to be boiling, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a fountain. A large portion of the surrounding soil had been washed away, exposing the jagged rocks in the middle of the mountain. The black mass of zombies, you squeezing me and me squeezing you, all standing frozen by the spring. As if waiting for something. The strange noises that Lin Fei's duo heard just now were from these guys. This caused him to frown. This number of zombies it's definitely not something a single Huichuan village can have. Perhaps zombies from other surrounding villages have been gathered here as well. If that's the case, then this thing's influence goes a long way. As far as the eye can see, a strange rock as large as a locomotive rises up beside the spring. A posture that wants to engulf the entire spring. It's more like a morose python with its skin still on the stone, wrapped in ebony light, than a strange stone. The heavens and earth have changed drastically, so it's true that these elves and monsters can't hold back. The two lantern-sized, equally greenish black eyes on the stone python's head suddenly flashed red. Lin Fei could see with his naked eyes that the huge head opened its mouth and swallowed towards the spring. All the zombies around them jumped into the water with their teeth and claws open, and were instantly dragged under by the unknown force of the. Then the spring water began to become fishy, and the original clarity changed to bloody turbidity. When the zombies were all gone, the stone python's head snapped into the water and the water level is dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye, gurgling and gurgling like a whale. A few moments later, the spring was strangely no longer bubbling with water. I don't know if I was drained by the stone python or blocked. What's even more strange is that the hundreds of zombies that jumped into the spring just now have disappeared. Not a single trace could be found, as if it had vanished into thin air. At the bottom of that pool was circle after circle of green and black boulders circling around and around, like the body of a giant python. Rumble! The ground shook, and the huge body of the stone python hovering at the bottom of the pool seemed to lose its restraints. It began to rub slowly and was about to come to life. A huge head looked up at the red sun in the sky and a terrifying aura began to spread through the forest. Lin Fei was greatly shocked. Was this the legendary strange stone becoming a spirit? I just don't know how strong this guy is. Primordial species detected. The essence of stone, Hualong, can be taken in as a servant beast. Note, the servant beast has uniqueness, and the second one cannot be collected unless it dies. So please choose carefully. Imperial beast? Right on the mark. Asterisk. What's the point of choosing then? Just by seeing that name, the dragons know who to pick, right? Chapter 45. A spirit controlling earth and stone. Silent for countless years. Suppressed by the great Tao oath. Now once free from the trap. The sharpness of the fury of the nine heavens. The stone python hissed up to the sky, and the sound carried through the mountains and forests. Its body grew more and more agile, and a single stony scale began to flake off revealing the dark green scales hidden underneath. The stone that Lin Fei's duo found in the water just now should have come off of it. Swept away by the swift current. When the stone scales on its body peeled off as much as they could, a dark green through-and-through python leaped into view. And the python that had transformed into its biological state had extremely terrifying perceptions. It instantly spotted Lin Fei, who was hiding on the mountain bag. Bang! The large dark green snake's tail could not help but directly shatter the small hill, splashing earth and rocks in all directions. Lin Fei landed not far away and looked at it with a grave expression. Hey, big guy, can you understand human language? The python opened its mouth, and a jet of dark green water gushed out. A deep pit was blasted out where Lin Fei was, and dark green liquid burst out, corroding everything it touched. I'm asking you if you understand human language. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Lin Fei leapt up into the tree to level with the python. Python's intelligent eyes were filled with disdain inside the birds didn't even want to give a damn about Lin Fei, the little grasshopper. With a flick of his tail, a large, thick, pristine tree cuts through. Lin Fei landed outside the range of the python's attack. He shook his head. I wanted to spend time with you as a normal person, but all I got in return was your disdain. Alright, I'll show my cards. I'm a billionaire. Let's have a fight. Whoever wins is the father. The python spat out its letters, its eyes filled with sarcasm. As if to say, you skinny monkeys are not enough for me to stuff my teeth, but it's just reappeared in the world, and someone's come along to pick on it. It reminded it of those abominations that had once nearly claimed its Tao. He was suddenly furious and his aura was madly crushing towards Lin Fei, like angry waves slapping his face. Lin Fei felt the aura of the giant python and instantly had a certain judgment. I'm afraid this guy's strength exceeds the metamorphosis realm. It's slightly tricky. Although the words were said this way, Lin Fei's eyes were thick with battle intent. Since the outbreak of the end times, he hadn't met an opponent that made his blood boil. Even that corpse tree only warmed him up. The python that was now in front of him was undoubtedly a good object to test his own strength. He also wanted to see what kind of strength he could reach. Seeing that the mole cricket didn't run at all, and instead, he was still a bit eager to try, which made the python even more furious. It was like a train, crashing head-on towards Lin Fei. Bang! The mountains and forests roared and the earth and rocks flew as the python lifted its head from the mud and shook off the dirt and debris from its body. It looked around, searching for Lin Fei's figure. The strength is not small. I don't know if your head is hard enough. Eat my punch first. Lin Fei's figure appeared on the python's head, holding his fist up and slamming it down straight away without a second thought. Knock! Muffled sounds exploded as Lin Fei's punch even smashed out the mock ring. The python's raised body instantly slammed down towards the ground, its eyes filled with confusion. Tongue hanging out of mouth, brain buzzing. What kind of grasshopper is this? Why is it so fierce? Even those guys who used to scare the living daylights out of elves and monsters didn't have this kind of recklessness, did they? But the python, at least a legendary elf, soon recovered, and its body rolled over on the ground. force Lin Fei away. The python intended to pull away from him, but Lin Fei disagreed, and his body flickered and moved, caught the python just hammering away. Like a blacksmith. This level of attack couldn't pose a threat to the python, but it bored it to death. When did mole crickets get to be so unbridled in front of the former king? Roar! With a shock of anger, the python's body blossomed with dark green light. Lin Fei felt bad, and as his body retreated violently, the earth and rocks on the ground began to vibrate with the frequency of the flickering dark green light. The ground beneath your feet becomes soft, and if you stand for a long time, you may even sink into it. As dangerous as a quicksand swamp, changing the structure of the earth? Good lord! An earth-altering elf. Lin Fei hurriedly leapt onto the treetops, frowning. The dark green light on the python didn't stop for a moment, and the area of the earth that was quicksand became wider and wider. More than that, the quicksand earth and rocks seemed to have the ability to cut at high frequencies. Inch by inch, the trees around them were swallowed and crushed. If this situation continues, I'm afraid this mountain forest will be turned into a zephyr by the python. It will then be the only king, and no one will be able to defeat it in its domain. Lin Fei felt a little tricky. I wonder if this guy can carry the bombardment of the killing weapons? Now that Lin Fei's slaying weapon had evolved twice again, the bullet evolved from the Desert Eagle's 12.7mm to an anti-tank round and then to a portable grenade. The power is increased by more than one notch, with a ranged killing ability. With unlimited firepower, even a mountain can be blown flat for you. However, Lin Fei didn't intend to use the killing weapon. After all, this guy in front of him was the servant beast he was going to take in. So what would it look like to be missing an arm or a leg at that time? Shaking his head, Lin Fei burst into action, and since he had given up on long-range strikes, then the python zephyr must be subdued before it manifests. Knock! Like a cannonball, he impacted towards the python 7 inches, but he underestimated the python's agility. That huge tail sprang up amongst the sanded soil and violently lashed at Lin Fei's body. In an instant, Lin Fei only had time to block with his arm, and his entire body was whipped to the ground. Splash a lot of sand and gravel. Before he could even get up, the earth and rocks around him pressed towards Lin Fei. Mud. 150 times the human body limit can't handle this guy. Really fierce. Lin Fei's legs sank into the middle of the sand, and the terrifying vibration frequency ripped his pants to shreds. The skin was a little reddened by the impact, but at least it was a strengthened body that was harder than lapis lazuli. Bang! Strongly, he pulled his body out of the quicksand and leapt into mid-air. But the problem he faced was that now there was no place to land in the surrounding area of hundreds of meters, all of which had been turned into quicksand soil by the python, and by the looks of it, that's not its limit. The giant python looked at Lin Fei, who was about to fall into his sandy zephyr, and his eyes revealed a teasing color. A grasshopper that enters the water, no matter how much it struggles, will die when it meets the waves. Only the sand and soil began to churn, as if it was truly going to form a terrifyingly huge wave. Lin Fei's body dropped down, and the moment he was about to touch the sandy soil, a piece of marble suddenly appeared under his feet, and although it was quickly swallowed up by the sand, it at least cushioned Lin Fei's feet. The whole person was like a dragonfly, constantly leaping on the sandy soil, looking at the python full of doubts. Where did those rocks suddenly appear at that grasshopper's feet come from? A traitor in the zephyr? Chapter 46, The Spirit Who Drools Even When Cured. Snap! When the python froze, Lin Fei slapped it on the head with a big BB pocket. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** afraid to accept you. Cured also drooling. After receiving an earful and being mercilessly mocked, the python was instantly enraged. The dark green glow of his body became even more intense, and the sandy zephyr around him instantly thinned out. It's as if it's become a true daze. Lin Fei's heart was shocked, because the tactics he used just now didn't work anymore. The stones are released one by one and disappear straight away. There is no time to tiptoe. In his haste, he tried to come up with a few more rocks and use the momentum to break out of the sandy zephyr range. But a huge tail sprang out from the sandy soil, covering the direction Lin Fei had fled. Bang Tom! Sasha! The terrifying force directly slammed Lin Fei into the sand and disappeared. The forest edge outside the village of Huichuan. Shinshirin felt a palpitation for no reason as she listened to the terrifying roars and fighting sounds coming out from the middle of that forest. Then she saw the mountains before her shake violently and the short mountain seemed to be swallowed up by something and slowly fell. The trees around them also crumbled inch by inch, as if there was an invisible shredder on the ground. After getting closer, Shinshirin was surprised to see that the soil on the ground had become loose and soft, and it's vibrating. She closed her eyes and pressed her hand gently on top of the sanded soil and a starry chessboard could be seen floating on the back of her white hand, flickering brightly and darkly. It was her prophetic ability that was already available. Her brow suddenly furrowed and slowly dispersed. There didn't seem to be any danger in this trigram. Exhaling softly, he opened his eyes and looked forward. The whole mountain forest was already flat and the hills and rivers, the forests and strange rocks from before had all disappeared, replaced by waves tumbling over the land, as well as a dark green python with a huge head held high. Lin Fei's figure was nowhere to be seen, which made Shireen suddenly panic a little. Although her divination was auspicious, she didn't rule out the possibility that she had misdiagnosed it. The python also saw at that moment that there was another grasshopper at the edge of the zephyr it had been transformed into. It was just as well that it had just awakened and needed to replenish some blood food. Being targeted by a terrifying creature like a giant python that was far beyond the metamorphosis realm was definitely extremely oppressive. Besides, Shireen had just patched up her flaws and hadn't had a chance to improve herself yet. She could still deal with the zombies, but there's nothing you can do against something superlative like a python. Even so, she pressed her palms to the ground against her inner fear. Then the metal mastery ability was unleashed, and countless metal elements rose up in the surrounding land. It turned into a spear and stabbed towards the giant python. Obviously, this made the python feel upset. Are all these mole crickets so brave? It didn't dodge at all, allowing the metal spear to stab at its body. Tinkles and sparks spattered out, but its dark green scale armor was unharmed. The absolute gap in strength caused Shireen to feel despair. She didn't know where Lin Fei had gone, but if he was alright, surely you won't leave yourself behind. If something happened to Lin Fei, then he himself would definitely not be able to escape from the python's mouth. Struggling was nothing but futile, so she simply closed her eyes and left everything to fate. The python looked down at the good-looking mole, wondering why she didn't continue to attack or run away. But with its brain capacity it can't figure out why. Forget it. Let's eat it first to replenish your protein. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and slowly enveloped Shireen. The morose cold wind pounded on her face, blowing Shireen's hair, and her eyelashes flickered slightly. When the huge mouth was about to devour Shireen, the python suddenly felt an obstacle to its advance. Hey, big guy, girls can eat, but not the way you do. Lin Fei's voice suddenly rang out in the middle of the zephyr. Then a huge force swept through the python's entire body, just one step away from being able to eat Shireen's it. It was instantly yanked backwards. The huge body of nearly 100 meters rose directly into the air, and the tail was tugged like a rope. It slammed down hard onto the suddenly coalescing metal platform. The python's brain buzzed from the fall, and it went numb. Your own body is at least a couple hundred tons. What kind of reckless man can play with himself as a rope? Anaconda is trying to break free of the tail, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from Lin Fei's iron grip. Shireen at the edge of the zephyr opened her eyes, and a smile surfaced on her face. She knew Lin Fei would be fine, only to see Lin Fei stepping on the metal platform and encircling the python's tail like Hercules, grinning at Shireen. Let my Shireen baby be frightened. Don't be afraid. Watch brother teach it a lesson. The python twisted its body, and the corrosive liquid in its mouth was just about to spew out. As a result, Lin Fei's hands lashed out, moving it to the other side once again. The metal platform under his feet extended out just in time to catch the python's falling form. Bang! Pust! It fell to its knees, and the corrosive liquid from its mouth dripped out like a harpy. I knew it. You guys drool even after you're cured. Lin Fei scolded. Then the hand movements didn't stop for a moment, moving the python around with heavy thumps. Monty Python is getting skeptical. Who the hell is the beast? What the hell was this look of disgust on the face of the guy who was hugging and wrestling himself? And what the hell is that pretty mole cricket smiling so brightly? It felt as if it was a bit of a stranger to the world. Should it consider rebooting itself? As it was slammed down on the metal platform yet again, it felt like it was going to puke its snake guts out. If we keep this whole thing up, we're really going to have to reopen it. Roar! Don't fight! After the python's sudden roar, it actually spat out human words, and the voice was so pleasant to the ear. Lin Fei was stunned. You're a female? Ah no, you can speak human? The python looked dizzily at him and, a rare glimpse of humanized pity on the huge head, Lin Fei took a direct and violent jump, sitting down on the python 7 inches in one go. So you didn't say anything when I asked you just now? Pretending to be aloof? The python's eyes were red, as if there were tears floating in them. You're a two-legged beast. Dad told me bipeds can trick snakes. Lin Fei had a ton of black lines on his forehead. I wish I knew what stimulated its dad to conclude such a thing. What two-legged beast? I'm the son of Yan Huang. The python nodded its head in a hurry and said, yes, Z's son. Lin Fei's heart attacked. Nima, this guy seemed to be missing a string. It's hard to believe you just wrestled with such a contraption. If it wasn't for Shireen's flaw just now being filled in and boosting a wave of her own. By the way, he got the metal mastery ability. Otherwise he couldn't take this python even if he used the 3-band-1 specialization effect. Shaking his head, he raised his hand and the metal amongst the earth instantly tumbled up and an arch bridge was built over the python's body, and a huge sword suspended by chains was facing the 7 inches of the python with a cold light. No sperm after the founding of the country. Have you forgotten? Or do you think the time is right to? Can you come out and do wrong? The python was emboldened when it saw the huge sword hanging over the 7 inches. Although it does not fear gold or iron, it cannot be afraid of the sword hanging under the bridge, which is a manifestation of the law that, or maybe it's a killing weapon that specializes in snakes and scaly animals. In ancient times, wherever floods were prone to occur, there were iron swords hanging under the bridges to prevent flooding caused by walking scales. So at this moment, Lin Fei's actions were undoubtedly giving the python a life and death crisis. Nope, didn't forget. But the pact of that year also said that it began with the founding of the country, and ended with the chaos of the, I didn't break the rules. Hearing the python's words, Lin Fei flashed a trace of understanding. So there was such a sentence. Yes, the chaotic world has come. Do not care whether you become a dry. But at this moment, Lin Fei pretended to be serious and said, I can't care about those rules, but in my case, there are only 2 choices for elves and monsters. Die, or follow me. Choose well, and don't say you weren't given a chance. The python looked at him slyly. If you hadn't sharpened your knife on my back, I would have actually believed you were asking me to choose for myself. Chapter 47, Divine the Dragon Rider? Squire's beast binding successful, dragon transformation. Listening to the system's prompts in his head, Lin Fei couldn't help but have a smile appear at the corner of his mouth. A beast is always a beast, no matter how arrogant. A beating will do. And if that doesn't work, then 2 more hits. The python lay on the ground with a look of shame on its ancestors. Lin Fei gave it a kick. Get up. Don't be a grunt. There are plenty of beasts who want to follow me. So just enjoy yourself. Immediately, he beckoned to Shin Shireen. Shireen, come. I'll take you to ride the snake. Shin Shireen looked at the python with a sad face and smiled at the corner of her mouth. Although the python looked horrible, but it seemed like his mind wasn't too mature. Like a little kid being held to death by this Lin Fei guy. With a wave of Lin Fei's palm, the metal arch bridge above his head transformed into a ladder extending in front of Shin Shireen. She picked up the steps and was embraced by Lin Fei. Lin Fei then slapped the python on its back. Go, Peppy Snake. Go in that direction. The python's body twisted up, plowing a deep trail into the earth. My name isn't Peep Snake. It's Ink Scale. No, you'll be called Peppy Snake. What I said. It's no good even if the King of Heaven comes. Ow. With a growl, Niran rooted into the middle of the primitive jungle with hatred. On the snake's back, Shin Shireen leaned against Lin Fei's arms and looked at him. And for no reason, she felt a sense of peace. The 2 of you, yourself and your sister, fled from Shangjing and came to Oblivion in search of a life changer. Now the person is found, but it seems that their 2 sisters have fallen as a result. I don't know if that's how a change of life works, but it always feels like the gears have started turning. What are you looking at? Do you want some excitement? Lin Fei looked down at Shin Shireen who was lost in thought and teased. Her pretty face flushed and she couldn't help but whack Lin Fei. What are you talking about? There are still outsiders here. Lin Fei hemmed and hawed. Peppy Snake isn't an outsider now. It won't say anything. Shin Shireen is still thin-skinned. Without agreeing to Lin Fei's strange idea. Didn't you say you were going to tell me why you only brought me out? Is it just to do that kind of thing? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have forgotten about this. Ahem. What about? A gentleman loves beauty and takes what he can get. As delicious as you are. I'm a decent man. Otherwise you sisters would have escaped me that day at the mall? To get down to business, the reason you were brought out here was because of your divination powers. I want you to try and see if you can get a peek at this guy. Shin Shireen was a little clearer, but a little puzzled. I heard Zhenzhen say, don't you have access to our powers through that? Can't you do divination yourself? Lin Fei shrugged helplessly. This one does seem to have a bit of bad luck. In you I only gained control of the metal. Perhaps the divination was too specific for me to do it myself. Shin Shireen beamed. So that's how it is. Then fine. I'll try. Lin Fei nodded his head and reminded. If it's not possible, I'll wake you up. Shin Shireen smiled and said nothing more, directly pressing her palm on Mo Lin's back. The arcane divination board floated on the back of her hand, flickering mysteriously. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if the Shin Shireen in front of him had become indistinct. She was obviously sitting right there, but she seemed to be wandering away from the present world, making people subconsciously want to ignore her presence. Could it be a change in her powers after her flaws were patched up? It looks rather like a self-protection mechanism. Not long after, Shin Shireen's petite body began to tremble slightly, and her face went pale, her brows furrowed, showing a look of disbelief. Lin Fei was about to wake her up when he saw this. but her eyes slowly opened first. The look on his face was one of extreme shock, as if he had divined something extraordinary. What's wrong? Divined something? Lin Fei inquired. Shinshirin looked at Lin Fei, then at Mo Lin, and after slightly calming her emotions, only then did he speak. I saw a creature that only exists in legends, a dragon. Lin Fei's eyes flickered slightly. Is there anything else? Shinshirin nodded. There's a person on the dragon's head, but I can only see a rough outline. The dragon was the color of green and jade, as if it was confronting something. I can only divine so much, and if I continue to do so, I have a feeling that I may become demented. There's no small secret in Mo Lin. Let's be nicer to it in the future. Of course, that doesn't exclude the possibility that the results of my divination are confusingly wrong. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and smiled. It's fine. It's enough. Right or wrong is not mentioned. At least I figured something out. And for that I'm going to have to treat you to the woman who makes me so horny. He then pulled Shinshirin into his arms as he took out a living tiger pill and fed it to her. I don't know if it was the effect of the living tiger pill or shyness. Shinshirin's face flushed. Lin Fei, don't touch it. People will see you later. So what if I saw them? What's it to them if I touch my own woman? Anyone who dares to talk nonsense, I'll rip their mouths off. You're so bossy. Oops. Not there. Do you know why I made you wear yoga pants? Why? Because it increases attack speed. In a short while, Shinshirin was defeated. Between the warbler's cries, Mo Lin couldn't help but sneak a few glances, somewhat alarmed. It's true that two-legged beasts are temperamental, bullying even their own companions. It's horrible. Dad, when are you coming to save me? Only when Mo Lin's huge body was about to rush out of the mountain forest did Lin Fei let Shinshirin go, then called out to Murin to make a sharp stop. Shinshirin bit her lips in a sly manner, labeling Lin Fei a pervert in her heart. Lin Fei just laughed and jumped off the snake's back. He looked up at Murin's massive frame, and if he just rushed to the range, it's still a bit of a bluff really. What about scaring the plants? Peep snake, just wait inside the mountain. It's fine, don't let anyone find out. Lin Fei said to Mo Lin. He didn't want to expose Mo Lin's existence. It can be considered a card in its own right. Who would have thought that Mo Lin's huge head shook like a rattledrum? Don't. I'm afraid to stay here alone. Afraid. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth twitched. Damn, you're such a big guy. What are you afraid of? It's time for others to be afraid of you, okay? You've stayed through all these years. What are you afraid of? Besides, you're so big. It's hard for me to take you out. Murin revealed a look of wisdom. It's fine. Wait for me. Then, under the gaze of Lin Fei and Shinshirin, Mo Lin's hundreds of meters long body began to emit a dark green light and condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, a beautiful young girl standing in front of the two of them appeared. The waist thin, legs long, perfect proportion. Live, a big beautiful one. The dark green color of the dress is fluttering, and it has a sense of immediacy of the head dancer of the emperor's bedchamber. Well, that's not going to scare anyone. Chapter 48, More Women, More Drama. Lin Fei was so dumbfounded by what he saw that he was on the verge of drooling. Shinshirin was also shocked beyond words. She used to love watching all kinds of mythological serials, no stranger to demonic beasts taking human form. But when something like this, which exists only in the imagination, actually appears in front of us, the feeling that shines through into reality is unbeatable. So you guys won't have me a snake all over the place, blah. Merkscale crossed his arms, pouting and staring wide-eyed at Lin Fei. A little haughty, but just the right amount of it in Inkscale's case. That kind of naivety is natural. Lin Fei rubbed his nose and lost his smile. There's really nothing I can do about you. Let's go, but I'll tell you in advance. 1. You can't eat anything without permission. And 2. You're not allowed to show your strength freely in the eyes of onlookers. Do you understand? If you don't, figure it out here and come back to me. Inkscale nodded without hesitation. Understood. I'll listen to you in everything. A smile had piled up on Shinshirin's face, but she was curious about Mo Scale to the extreme. What race is she? Where did she come from? How did she take shape? Can she become immortal? What does she like to eat? Ink's scales were like a Pandora's box that held many secrets inside her eyes. It's so tempting to unravel the mystery layer by layer. So Shinshirin walked forward and gently held her hand, which was ice cold and comfortable. Come, go with your sister to the world of humans. Mo Scale knew that Shinshirin was Lin Fei's person, so naturally he wouldn't be hostile towards her. Nodding obediently, she followed in the same footsteps out of the mountainous sphere. The crimson sun in the sky was right overhead at the moment. After only 3 hours of this trip, Lin Fei had gained a great deal, capturing the heart of the imperial sister Shinshirin. His own strength has reached the great circle of the metamorphosis realm. Taken the strong and powerful Elfink scales. Let's just say it's watertight and not dry at all. When Lin Fei's 3 figures appeared on the lawn, they were quickly spotted by the murderous youth. All of a sudden, two six-handed 500 vans drove up. The car door grunted open and a group of killjoys fishtailed out. Ringo! Hello Ringo! The blue-haired Rotoshi was startled when he saw the two stunning women behind Lin Fei. Shin Shuriying he recognized. But where did the other little sister from the pure female high school come from? Lin Fei, this is too good, isn't it? Brother Lin. This is holding a beauty again. Congratulations! There was something intriguing about Lu Shangxi's smile. Lin Fei laughed and scolded. Go go go! Patrol your logic. Lu Xiangxi and the others watched with envious faces as Lin Fei walked into the shooting range with two stunning beauties. This is what Ringo calls life. If I could find a mother-in-law who was even one-third the size of Ringo's woman. It's all smoke from the ancestors' graves. Nima, how could you have such a treacherous idea? Have you forgotten what our pure love society is all about? How could I forget? A man cries. Pure love is invincible. Inside the other courtyard, Huang Ruo and Ruan Qiu were getting their lunch ready when they saw Lin Fei and Shin Shireen returning. When they saw the little girl that Shin Shireen was holding, they all couldn't help but be a little surprised. They looked at Lin Fei as if to say, why did you go out and bring back a big girl like a flower? Lin Fei didn't explain anything and just greeted everyone as they sat down to eat. Not long after, Huang Zhenzhen and Shen Lingying came in from the doorway as a partner. Huang Zhenzhen with a bad smile on her face. When she saw Lin Fei, she hurriedly put away her smile and had a breezy look on her face. Instead, it was Shen Lingying's pretty face next to her that was slightly reddened, and her gaze was somewhat averted. There was a feeling of a full house around the round table of 7 people, surrounded by all sorts of beautiful women. It looked more delicious than the meal on the table. Yo, you don't even call me for dinner. Aren't you out of place? At the doorway, Su Nan strides in, nose for a sniff. Huang Ruai smiled and went to get another set of dishes, adding another touch of awesomeness to the dining table. This little girl is? Su Nan was a little surprised as he looked at Niren who was feasting. Shin Shuriying looked at Lin Fei, then said, this is the little sister we met on the way back, and seeing her poor, we brought her back. Su Nan had an intriguing look on his face. Oh, is that so? Boss Kobayashi is really lucky. Pick up such a pretty little girl at random. Everyone else looked at Lin Fei as if they wanted to know what he would say. Lin Fei scanned the circle and slowly put down his chopsticks. If President Su is truly interested, why don't you come inside my room and I'll narrate it to you? Su Nan shut his mouth at once and silently picked up his food. Lin Fei smiled, then got up. I'm full. You guys feel free? Just don't waste it. Under the watchful eyes of the women, Lin Fei's figure disappeared in front of the entrance of the special courtyard, smoking a cigarette while wandering around the range. This range is situated at the foot of Tennyson's Hill, and is so well situated that, as a stronghold, easy to defend and hard to attack. If people like yourself are going to make this a permanent base, then come in for a makeover after cooperating with the military operation. Walking past the training building, there's an open field next to it, and some people are sowing vegetables in it. It looks like it should be a refugee from inside the range, but there were quite a few lads with flowery green hair, and they were much more hardworking than the refugees. Goo, it's already noon, can't we eat first? A middle-aged woman grumbled with her pestle and shovel. As soon as Chen Dong put down his hoe, he took 3 or 2 steps to her. His eyes narrowed slightly. A dangerous arc of light flooded the room. How many rows of dirt did you shovel all morning? The middle-aged woman took a half step back and stammered. What's wrong? Chen Dong pointed at the reclaimed land and said loudly. *******ing old me has long been pissed off at you. Getting you to do some work is harder than taking your lives. I dug 7 rows all morning. Don't think I didn't see that. You're just ing grinding away here. Not even digging up a line. What? I'm the only one who eats all this grown stuff? The more Chen Dong spoke, the angrier he became as he raised his hands and pointed them one by one at the refugees who were grinding. You, and you. If you guys really don't want to ing do it, fine. This road goes straight. Just get off the old man's range. The faces of the milling refugees were a little hard to bear. The middle-aged woman sat down on her butt and began to play innocent. Oops, I'm so old. It's normal to be short-handed. You can't ask me, an ant, to compare myself to you boys, can you? I have a bad back and cervical spondylosis. How do you think I can do this job? You find me an easy one. Chen Dong looked at her and suddenly laughed coldly. Oh, it's the end of the ing world, and you want to take it easy? Okay, I'll get you a job where you just lie around. He then drew his pistol from his backside and pressed it straight against the middle-aged woman's forehead. Chapter 49 Red-Hair Chen Dong's Hatred. All the refugees were shocked by this move of Chen Dong. That was a gun. Something that could kill them in a single bullet. The middle-aged woman had never had a gun pointed at her before, but that didn't stop her heartfelt fear from spreading throughout her body. Both of her hands trembled as she swung them in front of her body and her body shook uncontrollably. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Chen Dong looked at her with a cold expression. Face is self-given. Everyone else is fighting for their lives to stay alive. And you guys are able to stay here. And even if you don't know enough, you still want to be a ing grandpa? I'll leave it here today. From now on, if you guys don't fulfill your tasks in quality and quantity every day, then just get the hell out of here and accept no explanations. Our range is not a nursing home. Those of you who want to muddle through, I suggest you go to the concentration camp next door sooner rather than later. After Chen Dong snorted coldly, he said to the murderous youth, tell them all to go and eat. Keep working in the afternoon. The older woman who had fallen to the floor and the guys who had been named had a sense of relief but they all had a look in their eyes called grumbling. Stand still. Did I let you few go? Chen Dong's cold voice suddenly rang out. He looked teasingly at a few of the older women. The older woman turned her head with a bitter face. Young man, I've apologized. What more do you want? Yeah, we'll definitely be working hard this afternoon. Well, I must not have eaten enough in the morning, so I'll have the strength when I do. Chen Dong stared at them with a cold smile. How can an adult mistake be solved by an apology? If apologizing works, what's the point of having a gun? Get out of here before I change my mind. And don't say I didn't give you a chance. Get off the range in 3 minutes and I can pretend nothing happened. If you guys have a problem with that, take it up with this thing. The gun in his hand glowed with a cold light, its blackened muzzle making several people sweat. The older woman was incontinent with fear. The foul odor escaped, and the few people next to her weren't much better either, all in a panic. No, young man, you can't kick us out. We're going to die out there for sure. Little brother, we know we're wrong. We'll reform properly and start over. Chen Dong shook his head. Now that you know you're wrong, what did you do earlier? There's 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, and time is running out. As I'm sure you're aware, what I say is what I throw out. So wait here if you want to try. A few people were instantly chilled to the bone, and one of the young men clenched his teeth and, throwing down the shovel in his hand, he ran outside. The middle-aged woman and the others, however, are still hesitant too. An old man in his 50s pointed at Chen Dong and blew his beard. You inhuman thing, how dare you drive us out to our deaths? God damn it, everyone, come and see. The people at the Mercury Range are such indiscriminate assholes. Chen Dong just quietly watched him turn things upside down here, and even smiled a little at the corner of his mouth. One of the men beside the middle-aged woman tugged at her sleeve and gave her a wink that. The two of them then didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away towards the outside of the range. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Go ahead and curse, before you have a hard time later. The old man was a real jerk. He couldn't hear a thing at the moment, even lay down on the ground so, living a posture that intends to touch the porcelain. Those refugees who went to eat frequently looked sideways and inevitably felt a bit like a rabbit in the hat. The murderous young man walking next to him spoke up. Nothing to see here. It's all their choice. Chen Dong lifted his hand to look at the walking pointer as he counted down. Aha! You've got 10 seconds to spill as much as you want. Come on, Otai old man. The old man just lay there pretending to be dead as if he was tired of screaming and cursing. Not long after, Chen Dong's steps moved. Very well, it's true that the older a person gets, the more balls he has. Admirable admiration. The old man, with his false eyes, thought he'd made the right bet. The result was reflected in the blackened muzzle of the gun. Bang! The sound of gunshots spread across the range, sending shivers down the spines of all the refugees and putting everyone at risk. That redhead actually came for real. The middle-aged woman who had just run to the door stumbled and fell to the ground. After the gunshot she was even more liver and guts, rolling and crawling out of the door, afraid that the next second the bullet would appear on her head. Chen Dong slowly put away his gun, looked at the old man on the ground who was too dead to die, and spat in bad luck. Turning his head, he saw Lin Fei standing not far away. Ringo, I've made you laugh. Lin Fei shook his head. Well done. This kind of person is a black sheep and must be gotten rid of. And, if it were me, I wouldn't have spared a single one of those three just now. You must realize that even an unarmed man may become a tiger returning to the mountain later. Chen Dong froze, frowned, and sighed. I understand. Thank you for pointing it out, Brother Lin. Lin Fei smiled, then asked, I heard that you have a bit of a problem with those rich kids? Chen Dong didn't know where Lin Fei had heard that, but there was nothing to hide. Speaking directly, indeed, there are some faults. I have a younger sister, a very cute girl. I used to work under Pei Xing's hand as a horseman. I didn't realize that he had a crush on my sister, and because I didn't agree, they joined forces and insulted her, and she's still a student. I can't believe they backtracked and put my sister in jail afterward. I'm just a little guy, without the ability to fish someone out of the bureau. You can only turn to Pei Xing for help. When I saw my sister again, she had. Speaking of this, Chen Dong's fists were clenched white and his eyes were bloodshot. You can imagine the kind of grief he felt. That's the sadness of the little guy. Being plated will buy guys with power and money. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Condolences. Then didn't Pei Xing die as well? Chen Dong red-eyed. No, not enough. Far from it. I swore an oath to send all those mother heirs to hell, including those helpers behind them. Looking at his hateful look, Lin Fei sighed. It's good to be motivated, but one cannot live entirely in hatred. Individual strength is ultimately limited. You know what I mean? Chen Dong stared at Lin Fei in a daze, then snapped out of it, and a light blossomed in his eyes. Some people know everything at one point and some people don't know anything at all. That's the difference between smart people and stupid people. Dodo. While the two men were talking, a helicopter flew in from the other end of the woods, startling everyone. Several women ran out one after another and surrounded Lin Fei. Su Nan muttered, coming so early, you really can't wait. When the helicopter landed on the lawn, Shaoguang Yang jumped down and, slightly bending down, he ran towards Lin Fei and the others. Chapter 50, a woman with supernormal abilities doesn't want to be a vase. Brother Lin Fei. I'm not early, am I? Yang Shaoguang inquired. The appointment with Lin Fei was to leave in the afternoon, but since he was asking for something, it is natural to arrive early as a sign of good faith. Now that 12 o'clock had just passed, I wondered if Lin Fei had taken care of what he had said. Just in time. Feel free to move at any time. Lin Fei smiled. Yang Shaoguang was overjoyed and hurriedly looked at Su Nan next to him. President Su. Then I'll borrow it, Brother Lin. Su Nan shrugged. That's out of my hands. You tell these guys. She pointed to the side. And Yang Shaoguang realized that Lin Fei was surrounded by so many stunning colors. Just now, his own eyes were full of Lin Fei and he didn't even notice the other people around him. At this point, somewhat at a loss as to where to begin, and with some muttering in his mind. Who are these people of Lin Fei? They're not all his women, are they? Yang Shaoguang secretly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible for someone to have so many top-notch beauties at the same time? Cough. Brother Lin Fei. It's not too late. How about we set off now? Turn your head to the main man. Lin Fei nodded. Good. Go early and return early. Huang Rui took 2 steps forward and pulled on Lin Fei's sleeve. Hubby, can we follow you? Lin Fei was a bit surprised, and then looked at the other women next to him. They also show that strong desire. No. Too many people. Too big a target. Not easy to move around. You guys just stay here and work on the range. I don't want to hear any bad news coming out of my ears. Huang Rui immediately pouted, but didn't dare to retort and looked at the other few women. Could see the slight disappointment in their eyes. Lin Fei looked at the uncertain ink brush amongst the several women, pointed at her and said, you come with me. Niren looked stunned and pointed at himself. Me? Huang Rui and the other girls also looked at Mo Lin with uncertainty. Why did Lin Fei bring this little girl who just arrived? Does it mean he wants to? At the thought of having a certain possibility, Huang Rui revealed a look of clarity. Lin Fei looked at her. What strange things was this woman brainstorming again? Rather, it was Xin Shirin who knew Mo Lin's identity, her terrifying strength that, definitely a good helper for Lin Fei. Not caring about the varying thoughts of the others, Lin Fei nodded at Yang Shaoguang. Let's go, Commander Zhang. It was only then that Yang Shaoguang came back to his senses from the subtle relationship between Lin Fei and several women. He was a bit shocked that these women were likely all maintaining that kind of friendship between men and women with Lin Fei. Holy cow, is this Lin Fei still human? Apart from being handsome and having supernatural powers, what else? Why are these women so willing to build a backyard for him? It was too much for him to let him think, so he just stopped thinking about other people's personal affairs and he turned around and led Lin Fei towards the helicopter. Xin Shirin looked at Mo Lin and nodded to her. Go on, protect Lin Fei. Protect yourself too. Mo Lin nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and hurriedly trotted after Lin Fei. Amidst the windy motion of the helicopter's propellers, her dress fluttered as if she were a turquoise shy flower swaying in the wind. Dodo! As the crowd watched, the helicopter quickly took off. Disappeared above the trees in the direction of the city. The several women all coincidentally turned their gazes toward Xin Shirin. Xin Linging took her hand with a coquettish smile. Sister, tell us about it, she said. What's the relationship between brother Lin Fei and Mo Lin? Huang Zhenzhen had a bad smile on her face. Sister Shirin seems to have gotten rid of her illness even after going out this time? We have another comrade in arms. Tell me, where is little Niren? Isn't she also Even Gwyn, who was light in nature, expressed interest in this, not to mention the head melon eater next to her. Su Nan, who had long ago moved her small horse zipper and got high on melon seeds. Shin Shireen cried and laughed. What are you guys thinking? Do you guys think Lin Fei is the kind of person who can't walk away when he sees a beautiful woman? The women nodded in unison. Shun Shireen, your minds are so impure. The relationship between Lin Fei and Mo Lin isn't the same as ours. She looked at the others around her, and Sunan instantly understood and looked at Chendon and Lu Xiangxi. The two of them immediately yelled and blew away the other eaters. Only then did Shin Shireen say, Mo Lin is the elf that Uncle Fu said. What? Sperm? Isn't that what the leprechaun meant? What's wrong with that? Goblins are the best at tricking men. I'm sure Lin can't stand the temptation. We're guaranteed to have another comrade in arms. A few people couldn't help but gasp in surprise, although there was a hint of snark in there, but it was more of a surprise, because the word elf is definitely not a good word in the minds of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In the historical record, it is often accompanied by calamities. Huang Ruoye couldn't help but get a little worried. Mo Lin, she, won't be unfavorable to Lin Fei, right? Shin Shireen smiled. Don't worry guys, don't think Lin Fei is too easy. His strength is there for all of you to see, and we should trust him. Ruan Qiu nodded. Indeed, if Lin Fei can't do anything about it, then it's futile for us to worry here. So let's just do our own thing before Lin Fei comes back and spanks your asses. Huang Zhenzhen muttered. Not letting us go out, just tinkering around here. I can't seem to do much with this discharge of my powers. She then looked over at the pink raptor parked outside the compound and her eyes lit up. Mom, do you think we really have to be protected behind Lin Fei all the time? What if we run into trouble one day while he's away? Huang Ruoyi looked at her, her eyes thoughtful. A few of the other women flashed thoughtful looks. Yes, if they stayed in the back of the... What's the difference between that and assholes? This one and all of them possessed supernormal abilities. Their strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, and they were definitely not people who were willing to be mediocre. Huang Zhenzhen could see the struggle inside their eyes. On the one hand, it was Lin Fei's orders, and on the other hand, it was the ego's goodwill. Mom, Sister Nguyen Nguyen, Sister Shireng, Sister Ling Yin, in the eyes of the other survivors, we're superhuman, so to speak, because we have powers they don't have and can do a lot of things they can't. I don't think Lin Fei would need a few vases to display in his home, though we're not as powerful as he is, but it's definitely not weak. He's afraid we'll get hurt, but how can we be? It's like Mom used to tell me, kids don't grow up without getting hurt, so, we should have our own judgment. Besides, Lin Fei also said that alien energy wants to grow and we have to go through the grind. Now, wouldn't that be a good time for us to hone in on our own? Huang Ruoyi was moved by her words, and so were several other women. Su Nan, who was on the side, felt the thick battle intent that suddenly appeared on several people, and was at a loss. What's going on? Is there going to be a women's field regiment? Chapter 51, The Devastation. Deep in the mountains, Huiquan village. The two figures leaped through the forest, their figures dexterous and definitely not human. A man and a woman, both carrying long swords and wearing dragon-patterned brocade sports power suits. A sharp blade could be seen hanging from the dragon's tattooed head, as if it would be chopped off at any moment. Within moments, the two appeared on a flat mountainous terrain. The man crouched down slowly and, twisting up a handful of sandy soil on the ground and sniffing it. There is indeed the presence of the essence's aura here, and this area, which was originally supposed to be a mountainous forest, was turned into a flat river by the essence's power. It appears to be a powerful earth spirit, but again, there are some other scents here interfering with my judgment to discern their true identity. The woman pointed in one direction and said, over there are deep marks on the ground that, the trees were also crushed, and the sperm should have gone that way. The man got up and looked at the great trail of, eyes narrowed slightly, looks like a big one. Let's go, time to fulfill our duties. The woman followed him without a word, and the two of them tracked the deep marks on the ground as they flew away. On the other side of the camp, Pei Qianhua sat in the tent, burning a cigar. That guy Yang Shaoguang really has a bubble in his brain. This kind of thing even requires him to go forward personally. Even without our arrangement, he probably has no way to come back alive. Zhang Zhang said after taking a sip of tea, arrangements must still be made. You can't be careless about this kind of thing. Pei Qianhua looked at Zhang Zhang. Lieutenant Zhang is right. Being careful is the best thing to do. When my message comes back, we'll do it. Those sons of Es think they're the kings of heaven with two guns in their hands. Zhang Zhang's brows furrowed slightly as he nodded and said, just now, there were 3 refugees from the range that we took in, and from what they said, the dilettantes inside that range have lost their minds to the point of taking on them. But anyone who doesn't work well is thrown out to fend for themselves. If our concentration camps hadn't happened to be set up here, I'm afraid they'll just die out there. This bunch of scum really should be purged. Pei Qianhua also did not expect that there is such a thing. Suddenly the coldness in the bottom of his heart increased. The entire concentration camp, though less knowledgeable about the inside of the range, but judging by the fact that they refused to let the refugees onto the range, they were definitely not men of goodwill. Otherwise his son wouldn't have died so unexplained. Though the son himself doesn't really care that much. It could even be said that he was the one who asked Pei Xing to test the depths of the range, mainly to see Yang Shaoguang's attitude. As a result, Pei Xing is dead. Yang Shaoguang still didn't have the slightest intention of trying to move the range, knowing that there is a jackal lying next to the military's concentration camp. This is a situation that should never be allowed. Yang Shaoguang only thought of union and used soft means. This is not the mentality that a general of the last days should have. So he was dropped. Chaos is coming. He himself was going to use the concentration camps as a springboard into the power system of the Southern Theater of Operations, and this group of he was going to get rid of for sure. In the helicopter, Lin Fei looked through the window at the sea of forest sweeping below. On this plane, not only was he and Murin, there was also Yang Shaoguang and 3 heavily armed warriors. Their eyes were firm, their faces stalwart, and they were elite troops at first glance. Commander Yang. In fact, there is no need to go personally. The more people there are, the more difficult it is to do this kind of thing. Besides, there should be a lot going on in the camps, so it doesn't hurt that you're gone? Lin Fei withdrew his gaze and looked at Yang Shaoguang. He shook his head. There's nothing wrong with having my adjutant inside the concentration camp. And the rescue of Dr. Ryu is so important that I must go myself. Don't look down on me. I've gotten second place in the previous all-army competition. Lin Fei was a bit surprised that Yang Shaoguang had gotten this kind of name. Although Lin Fei was an ordinary person before the end of his life, it didn't stop him from knowing about things like the all-army competition. Among the millions of fighters in the Dragon Kingdom, there is only one person who can be weaker than the others in the joint competition. It goes without saying that this gold content, Yang Shaoguang is definitely a soldier king level person, except that it hasn't moved much in years, and some rust is inevitable, but it's not as bad as it could be. Don't worry, it won't hold you back. Yang Shaoguang patted the firearm in his hand and said confidently. Murin looked at him and, thinking to himself, he whispered to Lin Fei, he seems to be just an ordinary person. I can die for a long time with one punch. Cough cough. Don't mind Commander Yang. Little girls can't speak. Lin Fei coughed dryly, then glared at Murin. That's a good point. No more talking next time. Brother Lin Fei. We'll be at our destination in about half an hour. Let's discuss tactics first. Lin Fei waved his hand. I'm a lazy person. I don't like any rules and regulations. You don't have to worry about me when we get to our destination. Yang Shaoguang was speechless, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. After all, the human Lin Fei was an alien that he had begged for. It was only natural to be a bit arrogant. One wonders if he really has confidence in his own strength or if he doesn't know what he's doing. From what I've learned about the alter ego, their powers don't seem to be able to be used as they wish, but rather a double-edged sword. And while using their powers, the powers were also eating away at their bodies. A shifter had come inside the camp before, able to manipulate flames, but not for long. Just burn yourself to death. I wondered what Lin Fei's special ability was and how long he could use it. Alright, be sure to contact us if you need help when the time comes. Shan Yung handed over a walkie-talkie. Lin Fei smiled and nodded non-committally. With the roar of the helicopters, the sea of forest thinning out, a large number of abandoned vehicles are also beginning to appear on the highway, from which roaming walkers can be seen. They hear the helicopters buzzing and are dumbfounded. Over a large hill, the city came into view. As the helicopter approached the city, the crowd could see that the once bustling city had fallen into disrepair. The skyscrapers were covered with smoke and fire, and countless ruins from the explosions. I wonder how many lives have been buried. In the streets below, densely packed with people, it was a walker wandering hungry. Occasionally, you can see an alien among the zombie horde. Some capable of jumping more than 10 meters at a time. Some are capable of flying through walls, while others are large and appalling in form. Yang Shaoguang looked down with a grave expression. The zombie will actually evolve? Suddenly it seemed to him that the trip had been a little hasty and the situation in the middle of the city was not at all clear to them. Every one of these deviants as far as the eye could see was a problem for him. Can they really save Dr. Ryu? As the helicopters passed over the city, Shaoguang Yang saw several sets of survivors on rooftops begging for help, but he had no way to rescue them. And the mutant zombies were quick to spot the exposed survivors. Killing blossomed in his eyes. Yang Shaoguang's hand holding the gun clenched white with a deep sense of powerlessness. He looked at Lin Fei. Brother Lin Fei. Drip. Before the words could fall, the sound of a timer suddenly came from somewhere inside the helicopter. After being slightly bewildered, Yang Shaoguang instantly showed a horrified look in his eyes. Chapter 52, Chain Reaction. Mommy, look. There are airplanes in the sky. Is it coming to save us? The roof of a high-rise in a neighborhood. A little girl pointed to the helicopter in the sky with a delighted face and shouted. The woman tiptoeing along the side of the room looked violently shocked and she hastily gestured at her daughter to silence her, as if some horrible monster would follow the sound. But the girl's cries were too abrupt. The thumping footsteps came from the stairwell off the rooftop. The woman was terrified to the core as she looked at her daughter, who had a yellow face but a smile on her face, as if she had made up her mind of some sort. She then actually tied a rope around her waist and leapt off the edge of the rooftop. Mommy, where are you going? The girl's smile changed to panic and she ran anxiously toward the place where her mother had disappeared. The thumping in the hallway became more intense, just as the little girl approached the security door. Bang! The not-so-good quality door panels were sent flying, and a dark shadow squeezed through the doorframe. The little girl paused in her tracks and turned her head, screaming in terror. Just a monster just standing there staring straight at her. The monster had 2 huge beckoning ears on its head, and its 2 arms were transformed into hideous spikes, and it was covered with corpse water all over its body. A puddle oozed down with every step. It's a mutated zombie, known inside the neighborhood as the Sound Seeker. The little girl's excited cries just now managed to lure her here. Sharp, piercing cries rang out from the roof of the building, but then subsided instantly. Apparently, the little girl who had just ended her short life, on a rope at the edge of the rooftop. The woman was wobbling and slumping against the outer wall. Her face was tear-stained, but not much. Kiki, I'm sorry, Mom wants to live too. What she didn't realize was that a dark, spider-like shadow was climbing outside the wall of the building across the street. Up close, it turned out to be an amalgamated monster with 8 arms as legs. An irregular head with eyes sprouting horizontally and a large bulge behind the buttocks that looked like the mutated belly of some pregnant woman. There's something squirming in there. The mutant spider reflected the woman's figure in its eyes, then crawled towards the stairs without haste. Not far away, on one of the floors of a skyscraper, a few people were watching the helicopter fly over. They were arguing about whether or not to use something to get the helicopter's attention. In case it was coming to the rescue, it would be bad luck to miss it. Just as they were arguing unsuccessfully, the sky suddenly lit up with a blinding flash of fire. The helicopter, which they had regarded as their hope just a moment ago, exploded directly in the air, turning into a ball of flames, with fragments of debris flying everywhere. Everyone was stunned. They watched with wide eyes as their hopes were dashed, unable to believe that why did the helicopter suddenly explode? Was it attacked by a monster? Despair hangs over all the hopeful survivors, and even the planes in the sky are no longer safe. Then where else in the world is it safe? Inside the Tennyson Hill concentration camp. The corner of Pei Qianhua's mouth couldn't help but outline a smile. Lieutenant Zhang, looks like it's time for us to perform. Zhang Zhang drank the last mouthful of tea, then stood up. Xiao Yu, start. The sergeant standing in the doorway stared and nodded before walking out. Soon all the survivors inside the concentration camp looked at the soldiers who were mobilizing in amazement. They're all wondering what's going on. Sir, what happened? Did the monster appear? Gentlemen of the army, you must protect us. We're all unarmed, ordinary people, and we didn't used to pay your military salaries. Some people still have some facts through a little bit of connections. I heard it's going to be about that range down the hill this time. Really? I've had my eye on that range for a long time now. What makes you so arrogant to not let us in? You deserve to be the target of a fight. That's a gun at the range, too. So what if you have a gun? It's still better than the army? So it was that the only remaining soldiers inside the camp were assembled at the gate. About 100 of them. Each was armed with guns and ammunition, and some even carried light artillery, ready for a big fight. Zhang walked out of the tent to the front of the group. Looking at the fighters, he said coldly, "Brothers, there is very unfortunate news to tell you. Just a moment ago, we received the desperate message that something's happened to Commander Yang." There was a chorus of crickets at this statement. "Be quiet, all of you." Although we don't know exactly what happened at Commander Yang's place, but before that Commander Yang left a letter that said exactly what we were going to do. Saying this, he passed it on to the warriors before him, who looked at it with wide-eyed astonishment, and it was hard to believe that this was an order that Commander Yang could leave behind. Zhang looked at them. "Did you all see that? Commander Yang is showing us the way. It's also making a living for the unarmed common people. There is no humanity inside the shooting range enforcing the refugees, and we are bound to do it for them. Give them back justice." Then a horse took the jeep first, and the warriors behind him, though doubtful. However, when they saw that the letter was indeed in the handwriting of Commander Yang, They did not hesitate any longer and followed the vehicle in front of them to leave the camp at a fast pace. The perimeter of the range. 2 figures came out of the woods. That guy's trail disappeared around here. Figured he might have gotten mixed up in there. Let's go and pull it out. The man's eyes were like hooks, glowing with a cold light. The woman on the sidelines nodded her head and followed closely behind. As they stepped onto the lawn, 2 SUVs approached from a short distance away. Stop! Who are you people? The car door opened and Lucius jumped down looking warily at the 2 men. The other killmongers fumbled with their weapons, ever vigilant. The man frowned, but instead of wincing, he said with some impatience, "Get out of the way." Lu Xiangxi's eyes narrowed. Then he sneered, "Ooh, what arrogance nah. Trespassing into our territory and still tugging like that. Looks like you're here to pick a fight." The man looked grim. "It's pathetic that you don't know when you're dying. If we hadn't come today, I'm afraid this refugee camp of yours would have just been reduced to rations for the Earth Elves." Lu Xiangxi looked perplexed. "What's all this nonsense? Cursing people here with your mouth open. Do you want to get shot? Get the hell out of here," he said, pulling out the pistol on his belt to demonstrate. The man across the street exchanged glances with the woman and nodded. "Griffins are really short-sighted. Ha! Staying would be nothing more than a lingering death. Do you know that in the past, this kind of behavior of yours would have blocked the officials from handling the case? It's a family affair to lose your head." Chapter 53, The Dragon Beheading Division. Lu Xiangxi's expression stared as his gun was pointed directly at the 2 men walking up. "Stop! Come any closer and I'll shoot." The other killmongers also raised their guns toward the 2 men. But those 2 were not the least bit cowed. The man had a kind smile on his face and the woman was expressionless. Bang! Smoke billowed from the muzzle of Lu Xiangxi's gun as bullets were fired into the man's. The expected blood splatter didn't bloom, as if the shot had just gone astray. But Lu Xiangxi had confidence in his own marksmanship, and it was impossible to get off the target at a distance of dozens of meters anyhow. A possibility occurred to him. "Shifter! Everyone be careful. These 2 guys might be psychics. Quickly, notify the president." A killmonger rushes into the car and outputs into the walkie-talkie. Lu Xiangxi then led the crowd all the way back. If these 2 were really aliens, then these people of their own are simply not enough, without them having to be reminded. The sound of the gunfire just now had mobilized the entire range. The pink raptor came in like an arrow off a string, a sharp brake coupled with an inertial drift. Almost knocked the car westward on the road. The raptor door opened, and Huang Zhenzhen blushed a bit, but with forced composure, he jumped down. "Brother Xiangxi, we're here to help you." Shen Lingyin on the co-pilot turned pale and secretly swore that she would never sit in a car driven by Huang Zhenzhen again. When Lu Xiangxi saw that Huang Zhenzhen had come, he was relieved in his heart. He pointed to a man and a woman who were approaching unsteadily. "The 2 of them are probably psychics. Bullets won't work on them." Huang Zhenzhen looked over there and couldn't help but frown. "Hey, what do you 2 want? The female and the male aren't they? Let me tell you, I contracted this land. If you want to come and make trouble, go through me first." Shen Lingyin came to Huang Zhenzhen's side and whispered, "Zhenzhen, aren't we being too rampant?" Huang Zhenzhen gave her a sidelong glance. "We call this self-defense. It's the 2 of them who are rampant. Don't worry, even if you beat them so bad they can't recognize their parents, and no one will say we're not." A man and a woman heard Huang Zhenzhen's words and sneered repeatedly. "What a saucy dilettante. I wonder what you have to back up this big mouth of yours." Huang Zhenzhen's smile grew cold. "Difficult people? Looks like you guys aren't quite right in the head. Then let this girl give you an electric treatment." Saying that, azure arcs of electricity bloomed from her body. Crackling. "Use whatever you have. Don't wait to say I didn't give you a chance. So it's a sick child. Ha! No wonder you dare to talk big like that." The man laughed. "We've got a lot of skills, so I don't know how much you'll see." "I'm sorry," the woman said, opening her mouth clear and cold. Huang Zhenzhen was full of battle spirit at the moment. Originally she was planning to go outside and fight those zombies today. "I didn't realize that before I even stepped out of my house, someone was coming to crash the party. So this can be tolerated? Sister Lingyin, step back a bit, I'll meet them." Saying so, under the gaze of the crowd, Huang Zhenzhen drew out the straight sword in the car. The entire person transformed into an azure arc of light and shot toward the man and woman. The man's eyes glazed over. "Shadow, over to you." The woman called Shadow did not say much and stood up to the man. She drew the long sword on her back, pulling a hand of sword blossoms, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Huang Zhenzhen. Huang Zhenzhen's speed cannot be described as not fast. Lightning and flames in the middle of the person has appeared in front of the shadow. The straight blade in his hand wrapped in azure electric arcs and chopped down fiercely. The strong wind blew Shadow's hair as she flipped her wrist and blocked with her long sword. Madaka! Gold and iron clashed, bursting into blinding flames. Huang Zhenzhen's eyes stared. This woman's speed was also fast, and her power. being able to easily block her own power-stored slash. Could it be that she was a physical strengthening ability? While she was in a trance, the long sword in Shadow's hand grazed against the blade to Huang Zhenzhen's face, causing her to be startled. The blue-colored arc of electricity flashed, and her figure backed up a few meters the moment the long sword chopped through her. Shadow laughed softly. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're a hatchling who only knows how to make brute force. She hooked her finger. Come, let my sister teach you a good lesson. Huang Zhenzhen's pretty face put on a gaze. This woman has 2 brushes, but this is just right. He had so many ideas he had no place to put them into practice. So let her sharpen the knife for him. Pursing her lips, electric arcs surged from Huang Zhenzhen's body, once again heading towards Shadow. This time she learned her lesson and immediately switched her orientation when she missed a blow. Shadow was also exceptional, hardening the entirety of Huang Zhenzhen's attack and not yet showing any fatigue. This scene looked shocking to Lu Xiangxi and the others. Lu. Why is that so good? Even that woman managed to last this long under Makoto. What about the guy next to her? Is it hard to be more powerful? Lu Xiangxi looked at the man and couldn't help but frown. At this time, a cross-country vehicle drove up, and it was Su Nan who brought the 3 Huang Ruoyi girls. President. Su Nan looked toward Huang Zhenzhen, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Who are those 2 people?" Lu Xiangxi shook his head and said, "I don't know where it came from. One after the other. He's going to barge inside our range, proud as can be." Su Nan's expression turned cold when he heard it. Martyr. Since there are people who don't follow the rules, then show them yourself that the Mercury range is not made of clay. Good. You notify Qindong and the others. Have all the brothers bring their guys over. I'd like to see that. Who dares to run wild? Lu Xiangxi immediately contacted Qindong through the walkie-talkie and informed them of Su Nan's words. Huang Ruoyi watched with some nervousness as Huang Zhenzhen engaged Shadow in battle. Every contact could be considered thrilling. Ruan Qiu looked grave. Could it be that these 2 know that Lin Fei has gone out, before you come all the way here to get into trouble? Huang Ruoyi thought about it and shook her head. It shouldn't be possible. After all, it's not like we've ever offended anyone like that. Xin Shirin stood aside, her face grave as she was desperately trying to recall something. What's wrong? Shiring? Ruan Qiu inquired. Xin Shirin's pretty brows knitted. I seem to have seen those 2 dressed up in some shangjing. It's kind of hard to remember. Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoyi looked at the man and the woman in their power suits with gold dragon patterns on a black background. A long sword hangs high above the dragon's head. The patterns on them seem like they're going to kill that dragon. Ruan Qiu muttered. Xin Shiring's eyes instantly flashed with clarity after hearing her words. But then the horror flowed. They are people from the dragon slaying division. Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu looked at her with puzzled faces. Chopper division? What's that? On the side, Su Nan's eyes stared as she looked at Xin Shirin and asked in a deep voice. Shirin, are you sure? Xin Shirin nodded heavily. I came into contact with the Dragon Chopper Division a long time ago. Divine something for them. And just now because it's been too long to think about it. Su Nan's face turned ugly. If it's the Dragon Chopper Division, it'll be troublesome. Chapter 54, who says women are inferior to men? The heritage of the Su family in Nanhang is definitely not weaker than those prestigious families in Shangjing. And as a son of the Su family, Su Nan, naturally, he knows many things that are inaccessible to ordinary people. Take for example, the Chopper Division. They are a group of special organizations affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom, specializing in dealing with strange matters in various parts of the Dragon Kingdom. The number of strange men and women among them is unpredictable in terms of strength. There are those who specialize in seance and soul detention, those who are adamantine and unbreakable, and those who have the power to split Huashan. In short, it is an organization beyond common understanding, whose origins cannot be traced. But it's definitely been a long time coming, even after the founding of the country, when a large number of people in the Chopper Division lost their jobs. But there are still so many who operate. Now that the heavens and earth have changed, I'm afraid the Dragon Beheading Division has been reorganized. When Su Nan told the several women what he knew about the inside story, they were all shocked. Ruan Qiu's eyes widened. Doesn't it mean that those 2 people are very strong? Su Nan shook his head. I don't know. There are strong and weak people in the Dragon Beheading Division, but they have a wide variety of means. It's only true to be careful. Huang Ruoyi hurriedly called out for Huang Zhenzhen to come back. Huang Zhenzhen dodged to the side of the crowd, with a somewhat panting appearance. It was obvious that the fight just now had strained her. On the contrary, the woman from the Chopper Division merely breathed a sigh of relief. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. It was obvious that those 2 were far more powerful than anyone else in the room. This gave them a moment of trouble. The man from the Zenith Division laughed softly. I thought you guys could surprise me, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. A sickly child is always a sickly child and can't get on. Get lost before I get angry. We're only on this trip to kill demons and suppress evil spirits. If you try to block it, I can't help but cut you down together as fellow soldiers. Buzz. Vehicles drove up, and 24 killjoys came in with guns of all kinds. Block the 2 men from the chopper division. Su Nan said coldly, "This is my territory. No matter what division you're from, trying to trespass without my consent, then I'll dare to beat you into a sieve. So come and try if you can." The man from the chopper division's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light flooded the room. "So you guys are determined to go against me?" Huang Ruai frowned. "You said you guys came here in order to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. But where do we have any demons or monsters here?" The man grunted coldly. "Whether there is or not you guys can't count. After I check a bit before we can decide." Su Nan chided. "Saying no means no. Do you guys not understand human language? Shall we talk to the bullet then?" The man's demeanor grew grim, and he could see a storm brewing in his eyes. "Why is it that every time I work on a case I meet unruly people? I really don't want to kill anyone anymore. But you guys are stubborn, so I had to break my rule." Bang! Before his words fell, a gunshot suddenly appeared on the other side of the range. Su Nan and the others were startled. That side was the main gate of the shooting range, and only 2 people were left to watch over there. Chen Dong picked up the walkie-talkie. "Gangzi, what's going on? Who fired the shots? Gonzo? Gonzo!" A bad feeling surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. Sunan immediately ordered, "Chen Dong, the road goes west. You guys take the brothers over to the gate and see what's going on." Chen Dong looked at the 2 men from the dragon-slaying division and hesitated. "But President, on your side," Su Nan droned. "Go quickly. This side is the same with or without you guys." Chen Dong gritted his teeth and greeted the killjoys as they drove straight to the gate of the shooting range. The man from the dragon-slaying division suddenly laughed. "It seems that your place is also a place of much trouble. This is the negative impact brought about by the convergence of demonic chi. Are you not trying to bring about your own destruction? Shadow, don't worry about them. If anyone dares to get in the way, just kill them directly." Shadow nodded, the long sword in his hand glowing with a chilling light. Seeing that the 2 were planning to force their way in, the women were all a bit shocked, but they didn't back down. Instead, different supernatural blows blossomed from each of them, currents of water, gold and iron. The arc of electricity was dazzling. The man from the dragon-slaying division's eyes narrowed. "Surprisingly, they're all psychics? Oh, interesting. It seems like this place is hiding a great secret, so I can't let you guys off even more. Shadow, kill these guys for me." Shadow's footsteps swayed, and his entire body appeared in front of Huang Ruoi like a ghost. The long sword stabbed her straight in the throat. Ding! The blow didn't work, but instead nailed a piece of metal that had just appeared and was thwarted. The overwhelming stream of compressed water then covered Shadow. Suddenly a faint golden light enveloped Shadow, shielding her from these terrifyingly powerful currents. A burning yellow talisman could be seen appearing in the hands of the man at the rear of This layer of shield on Shadow's body was unusually tough during the time it continued to burn. With a defense, she attacked even harder. And the long sword was like a spiritual snake looking for an opportunity between the metal blocking and the water rushing by. Pust! Huang Ruoi was careless and got a bloody cut on her arm. "Mom!" Huang Zhenzhen was furious at the sight. Then his entire body transformed into an arc of electricity and rushed into the battle circle at an extremely fast speed. Shin Shirin maneuvered the metal that surfaced from the ground to restrain Shadow, create conditions for Huang Yongjin to attack. The azure-colored blade furiously and unparalleled slashed at the shield, making a roaring sound. The talisman in the man's hand burned rapidly with the naked eye. "It's working, let's work harder." After Huang Ruai received Shin Lingyin's treatment, running an even more terrifying current wrapped the entire battlefield. The current then violently contracted towards Shadow, trapping her within it. With a lift of her arm, Huang Ruai lifted it into midair, with no point of impact on the Shadow. Instead, it was only passive defense. Seeing this, Huang Zhenzhen's azure light around his body was furiously released, burning the grass under his feet to a crisp. A terrifying gaze like that of a thunder god emerged from her eyes, shooting straight into the sky. Rumble! There was thunder in the sky and the clouds suddenly turned gray. Huang Zhenzhen's aura was incomparably high, and a smile even hung at the corner of her mouth. This move was learned from Lin Fei, so let this get a taste of it. Boom click! Lightning as thick as a child's arm blasted straight down and was caught by Huang Zhenzhen with her sword raised. Pust! The moment the thunder entered her body, she violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Obviously this raging thunder power was not something she could withstand. The man from the dragon beheading division breathed a slight sigh of relief in his heart at the sight, invoking the heavenly signs. "I have underestimated you, but that's as far as it goes." Huang Zhenzhen grinned. "Does it stop at that? Then I'm going to shatter your self-righteousness." Only to see a large mass of emerald green light emerge from amongst Huang Zhenzhen's petite body. That was Shenling's healing in full force. With the healing reprieve, Huang Zhenzhen was finally able to temporarily stow the power of thunder. The man's color changed when he saw this, and he pulled out another pale green talisman that, a rubbing of the hands ignites it. The power of the clear wind suddenly rolled up on the trapped shadow, and the whole person broke through the water prison like a hummingbird. The figure weaved between the metal and the current, making it difficult to lock on. I have to admit, you guys have some skills, but so what if you have a couple of skills? Can you find the right target? The man laughed. Huang Zhenzhen frowned slightly, in a constant attempt to lock onto Shadow's form, but she was too fast and, there's no way to find the target. True, don't worry, all you need to do is chop, leave the rest to us. I'm sorry, shouted Shin Shireen from the back, only to see a purple astrolabe board emerge under her feet, slowly enlarging to encompass the battlefield. At the same time, Nguyen body blossomed with a silver-gray light that, it turned into a chain and connected to the straight blade in Huang Zhenzhen's hand. Chapter 55, Resistance Leads to Death. The purple chessboard spread slowly across the lawn, using everyone on it as pawns. The non-stop algorithms. A thought suddenly flashed through Huang Zhenzhen's mind. The thunder blade in his hand swung toward his left front. Bang! A figure was chopped into it, and it was none other than Shadow, who was incredibly fast. She barely managed to block the blade with the long sword in her hand, but the long sword crumbled with it. How? Shadow and the man in the back exclaimed at the same time. At the speed of a shadow, captured only by a high-speed motion camera. What makes that woman capable of decapitating her? It's that chessboard. Shadow, kill that woman first. The man drew his own longsword out and threw it to Shadow, then pointed at Shin Shireen and drank coldly. Shadow understood and his figure was once again illusory, but just after sweeping through half of the distance, another thunder blade chopped down, precisely predicted her trajectory. Bang! Shadow flew out diagonally, the long sword in her hand filled with electricity, making her almost unable to hold it. How is that possible? This kind of attack she can even use it. The man's eyes widened and, as a matter of fact, the ability to invoke the heavenly signs was enough to cause the human body to burst, and to be able to cut out a slash was already quite something. Huang Zhenzhen surprisingly came back with another slash, which was completely out of character. Crazy. Why don't you go on being mad? The straight blade in Huang Zhenzhen's hand was still glowing with fierce thunder power, pointing at the shadow lying diagonally on the ground. Thinking that just because you're wearing the skin of some dragon beheading division, you can have no one in your sight. This is what happens. Oh yeah, and you dog man. That's disgusting. All you know how to do is hide behind a woman and, it's making my misogyny go away. Eat me. The berserk thunder blade slashed across a distance of tens of meters, cutting fiercely towards the man. His eyes were filled with horror. With cultivating sword servants as his mainstay means, his own defense could be described as emerald as thin paper. If this chop is true, you'll have to meet the king of hell. He instantly shouted. Shadow. As the blade was about to fall on him, a shadow appeared in front of him. Bang! The blade slashed fiercely at Shadow's arms, cutting out bone-deep wounds. The violent thunder power rushed into the midst of the tendons and veins, constantly destroying them. Shadow's body then slammed right into the man's, knocking him into the forest with him. After a few moments of silence, a man's stern voice came from the forest. Today, I, Wang Zhua, am considered to have learned, obstructing the work of the dragon beheading division. You'll wait to be purged. After hearing the release of the vicious words, the few women then relaxed their guard. The faint dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the power of thunder on Huang Zhenzhen's body dissipated. The purple chessboard enveloping the grass retracted at Shin Shireen's feet. The silver-gray bond also crumbled into the air. Huang Zhenzhen sat on her but on the floor, looking like she had overindulged. The other girls weren't much better. Huang Ruoyi took out the living tiger pill for everyone to take. That's what brought them back from their parched state. A few women looked at each other and then laughed. Zhenzhen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Shen Shireen complimented. Sister Shireen, if it wasn't for you guys helping me, I wouldn't have anywhere to use my strength. Huang Zhenzhen shook her head. Huang Ruoyi smiled gently. Everyone's credit is indispensable. It's hard to say who is missing today. Ruan Qiu reminded. The trouble on our side has been solved for now. Just now, Sunan ran away in a hurry. Gunshots have been fired several times as well, so I'm afraid it's not looking too good at the gates. A few people frowned slightly, and immediately got into the car and drove towards the gate. At this point in time, at the gate of the range, several jeeps were connected in a line to serve as cover. Hiding in the back was Chen Dong and his group. President, those ING people are concentration camp soldiers. What are they up to? Going to make a move on us? How is this possible? It hasn't been long since their commander took Ringo away. Did the concentration camps revolt? Su Nan's face was ironic, as she looked at the corpse of a killjoy beside her. fingers were pinched white. We can't rule out this possibility. In case they are trying to use the stratagem of transferring the tiger away from the mountain and then deal with us. Lu Shangxi hammered the ground, slotting a coin. Those guys are no good. What do we do? The moment we show our heads, they'll be on us. Chen Dong frowned. Now that all of our exalts are being dragged on the other side, I really doubt they were a premeditated attack. Just as they were anxiously discussing what to do, shouts came from the jungle outside the gates. Those inside listen. You are surrounded by us. Dang. Everyone drop their weapons and walk into our field of view and get down on the ground with their hands on their heads. Otherwise we will resort to fire suppression. Dead or wounded. You have 10 seconds to think about it. 10, 9. Could see an infrared targeting spot appear on the body of the jeep. Aim for locations that are highly explosive. 8, 7, 6. The countdown sounded like a death wish, making the hearts of the killjoys in the back of the jeep race. Sunan sighed. Marred. I can't imagine that I would fall into the hands of this group of. Just wait for me. There'll be plenty of chances to settle things with them later. With that she was ready to surrender with the crowd. But not far away suddenly came the furious roar of an engine, rapidly approaching. In the woods, someone beside Zhang Zheng reported. Sir, an unknown vehicle has appeared on the left. It's approaching the gate quickly. Zhang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. It's not good for anyone to come today. So prepare for me. If they don't surrender at the end of the countdown, just blow up the car. Yes. 3, 2, 1, fire. In an instant, the jungle was ablaze, with dozens and hundreds of tongues of fire spewing out of. Bullets flew like raindrops toward the group of jeeps. A smile appeared on Zhang Zheng's face, and next to him, Pei Qian was similarly sneered continuously. But the explosion they had expected did not occur. For the instant the bullet descended on a 2-meter-high wall of thick metal sprung up from the ground, blocking the impact of all bullets. What's that? Mud to hell with it. It can't be. Alien power, right? Zhang Zheng catalog was shocked. This is impossible. The alien clearly went with Yang Xiaoguang. Where did they get their powers? Then he thought of the possibility that there was more than one shifter in the range. Otherwise there's no way to explain the weirdness today. While everyone was frozen, many voids appeared in the metal walls. A dark muzzle drilled out of it. Fire! Shoot back at me! Chen Dong shouted angrily, then pulled the trigger. All the killjoys were furious, hating a picosecond. Just now. If those goddesses hadn't arrived, they would have all been accounted for here. The bullets landed in the jungle, even if many of them hit the dirt and trees. But there were quite a few hits on the target. The screams were endless, and Zhang Zheng and Pei Qianhua buried themselves inside the trench in panic. Don't dare show your head. Mud. Is this the soft persimmon you said you could pinch? Zhang Zheng angrily rebuked Pei Qianhua. Pei Qianhua also cursed. How the hell do I know they still hide a hand? Keep your men on top. We're pulling out. Chapter 56 Unscientific Beasts. After a round of shooting, Sunan chose to have everyone cease fire. The opposite side, after all, represented the power of the military, and if he and the others really wiped them all out, is that a mob? Looking at the figures that kept saving in the bushes, all of them contained in their hearts a breath of, but they are not brainless. Chairman, what exactly happened inside that concentration camp? As soon as their commander and Ringo left, just come and steal from our house. There must be something fishy going on. Chen Dong said as he coldly looked at the fleeing figures. Sunan's beautiful eyes were equally puzzled. I don't know, but there's a high probability that something is wrong with the bandwagon. Huang Rui and the others got out of the car and came to her side just in time to hear her analysis. A word suddenly popped out of the inside of his head, turtled of. It's quite possible that, after all, those soldiers had no orders to. It was impossible to act without authorization, which meant that the problem probably lay with the second most powerful person in power besides Yang Xiaoguang. Huang Rui figured out what was going on at once. For a while, the crowd didn't figure out why this was happening. Su Nan said to Chen Dong, find 2 smart ones to mix inside the concentration camp to spy on the news. The concentration camps are so crowded that it's pretty easy to blend in, but it takes a while. Now that the cell phone signal is completely dead, the network base station simply can't operate for a few days without maintenance. Otherwise a phone call to ask Lin Fei is the simplest thing to do. Boom! A brilliant, eye-catching spark appeared over the city, attracting the attention of a large number of zombies but after realizing that it wasn't a delicacy, they lost interest again and turned to continue wandering. Helicopter debris scattered in all directions as 3 figures on top of a building landed heavily. One person directly rolled over a dozen times on the ground, while the other 2 stabilized themselves with a slight cushion. After Yang Xiaoguang climbed up from the ground, he looked up to the sky with a terrified expression. Lin Fei said with a speechless expression, Commander Yang, your seat is too unsafe, isn't it? I'm sorry, I'm limited in my ability to save your life. There's really nothing those brothers can do. Yang Xiaoguang's face was cloudy, asterisk. If I find out who it is, I'll have to shoot him. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Those are all afterthoughts. Nowadays we're not in a good position. Yang Xiaoguang also reacted. He looked down from the roof of the building and the streets were black with zombies and mutants were everywhere. This is going to be really tricky. This position is 2 kilometers short of our target position. He looked at the map and analyzed the approximate distance. Actually, 2 kilometers isn't that far, but it's the end times. Waiting for you within these 2 kilometers are countless zombies as well as mutants. What does the average person take to create? Join if you can't beat them? Yang Xiaoguang could only look towards Lin Fei. Brother Lin Fei, do you have any ideas? Of course, if it's not possible, we'll just have to give up. Looking at Lin Fei and shaking his head, Yang Xiaoguang seemed to be deflated. Alas, it seems to have never been able to fulfill the mission that was given to me from above. Lin Fei, however, smiled. Why is Commander Yang hanging his head? Did I say I couldn't handle it? Yang Xiaoguang suddenly froze, looking at him with confusion, not knowing why he would say that. Know anything about writing? Xiaoguang Yang. It doesn't seem like the right time to say that, does it? Lin Fei hemmed and hawed, then said to Ink Scale beside him, get down. Let Commander Yang have a long look. Xiaoguang Yang? Hello, dude, do you have some weird fetish? But then his eyes widened and his mouth could fit ahead. The line of sight gradually lifted upward from Murray Scale's plump, petite body lying on the ground. A large, dark green body occupied his vision. The floors all creaked as if they were a bit overwhelmed by the pressure. Yang Xiaoguang stiffly turned his head to look at Lin Fei. Brother Lin Fei, is that what you mean by writing? Only 100-meter-long terrifying body was seen wrapped around the top of the building. The dark green scales were densely packed, reflecting the light of the crimson sun. A head like a locomotive lifted up to look at the two of them, and Yang Xiaoguang couldn't help but feel weak in his legs. What kind of snake is this? It's so treadmill big. Battle of the Dragons, right? Lin Fei raised his hand, and with a wave, the head of Ink Scale hovered at the edge of the rooftop. He rolled up and shouted to Yang Xiaoguang, let's go, Commander Yang. Go and come back quickly. Yang Xiaoguang recovered from the shock and hurriedly climbed up the parapet, then stepped carefully onto the head of the snake. Are we really good like this? That little girl won't get mad? Yang Xiaoguang even wanted to ask if he needed to take off his shoes. Lin Fei smiled. Just sit tight. Let's go. Pippy snake. With a howl of wail, Merc Scale's massive body then quickly circled down the edifice. The outer glass was crushed by it as much as possible. The horrific commotion caused the surrounding zombies to howl, as if they'd seen a smorgasbord of, can't wait to get my fill. Knock. Ink Scale's huge body touched the ground, and those zombies were directly crushed by it. As it touched the earth, the innate ability instantly activated. The ground around it all became soft, and the walkers didn't run 2 steps before they sank into the sandy, soiled ground. You can only watch the full meal slip away from your eyes. The mutants also discovered the huge body of Ink Scale and converged towards this side. Yang Xiaoguang on the snake's head looked shocked. He never thought he'd be able to move through a sea of corpses in this way. It was so damn exciting. Then he looked at Lin Fei, who was calm and unperturbed on the side. The image of him in his mind instantly became mysterious. What kind of person could use such a horrible creature as a mount? The point is that this horrible python ing turns into a human, or the kind that you want to be ridden at first glance. This is too unscientific. Pust. Bang. Snap. There were constantly mutants launching attacks at Lin Fei and the two of them, but the water flowed around them frequently. The iron plates, electric light blocked these attacks. It was as if some mysterious force was secretly guarding them. Lin Fei even made a whole recliner, put up a sun umbrella, and took out a big, chilled watermelon. Turtle downs were eaten as if they were on vacation. Look at Yang Xiaoguang confused. This is for me to do where? Say goodbye to the post-apocalyptic survival? Would Commander Yang like one? Lin Fei asked as he took out another large watermelon from somewhere. Yang Xiaoguang hastily shook his head and tightened his grip on the rifle in his hand, indicating that he should always be on guard. As the massive serpent passed through a city temple, a chaise longue was added to the head of the serpent. Yang Xiaoguang also beautifully ate a chilled watermelon. As he ate he muttered, brothers, I will avenge your deaths. Your will I will carry. But just now Buddha told me to hit full status first before that. Chapter 57 Dr. Foxtrot. Forget the National Center of Excellence for Experimentation. This was supposed to be the most sophisticated scientific research center in the entire southwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom, set up in the school district. On weekdays, no outsiders are visible except for the staff. At this moment, in a certain scientific research building, there were 3 figures busy in the airtight laboratory. The lab was brightly lit. The floors and walls were slightly stained. It doesn't look like a post-apocalyptic scene. On that lab table, being tied up was a person. Or rather a zombie. It was looking plaintively at the woman standing next to the lab bench taking notes on the. There was no desire to devour the flesh and blood in the slightest. If people outside saw it, they would be amazed. Ruan Experiment No. 2 is experiencing mental anomalies, with the beginnings of a resurgence of bloodthirsty tendencies. I'm sorry, a middle-aged man in a white coat said as he walked up to the woman. This woman's face is delicate, with a bit of a foxy aura that, especially those eyes hidden underneath the gold-rimmed glasses that seduced the soul. She was dressed in a white scientific lab coat that was open in front of her, revealing the small tips inside. Hollowed-out black silk dress with wrap-around hips, a pair of long legs or strangled flesh halter black silk. Hanging from the upturned fullness was a breastplate with the words Ruan Lu written on it. If Lin Fei was here, he would know that this woman was the target of this operation. Ruan's eyes glanced up as she nodded. The beta reagent can only last for 4 days? I'll come back later and try to neutralize it. And if it doesn't work, then it's just eliminated. By the way, what about the rescue the military said they were going to do? I've been in this hole for 4 days. Not even a ghost in sight. The middle-aged man gulped and whispered. I don't know. Yesterday when communications weren't cut off, the military has said they've moved on. So maybe there was an accident on the way? Ruan's pretty brows frowned slightly before revealing a look of disgust. What a bunch of trash. After cursing she looked to the woman busy at the console. How's her alien genetic modification coming along? The genes already have an autonomous reprieve, but they still can't consistently catalyze the powers. Otherwise there is a risk of losing control. The middle-aged man replied. It seems the alpha catalyst isn't working too well for her. Ruan was thoughtful. What about your firm armor ability? After using the alpha catalyst, has controllability improved? The middle-aged man nodded. On the first day of using the alpha catalyst, my powers will be able to stabilize on their own. And the strength of my powers is in the process of increasing. Overall, the alpha catalyst worked for me. Ruan Lu shook her head. No, it's not just useful for you. I should say it's useful for all defense-oriented psychics. The middle-aged man was slightly dismayed. Ryu was still as confident as ever, just a bit more eccentric in his temper. Otherwise such a beautiful woman. How could she be 30 years old and still not have a serious partner? I heard that she's been handpicked by a certain nobleman as his forbidden domain, so no one dares to touch her. Otherwise, with her foxy look, there would be countless men who would be willing to fall under the pomegranate skirt. But it is undeniable that underneath her foxy exterior, was backed by authoritative knowledge in the field of genetics, and only a few days after the end of the world, she had extracted a variety of alienation factors from the bodies of zombies. The one man and one woman who are still alive inside the lab today are both psychics, and also a product of her experiments. Alone, he was able to develop a reagent to help palliate psychic trauma in psychics. It's no wonder that the military has her on their list of people they must save. Ruan Lu walked over to the lab bench and, after thinking about it, he said, nowadays, there are many variants of zombies out there, and I haven't tried to study their genetic structure yet. Jiang, is there any way to catch one? The middle-aged man, Jiang, froze, then swallowed his saliva. Doctor, I'm this. After all, it's just a scientific researcher. I don't have that kind of strength. Hey, your name is Lu Feng, right? Ruan said as she looked at the woman on the side. The woman looked like she had some good looks, and she looked to be about 20 years old. Only compared to Ruan it was much inferior. She nodded her head hurriedly. Yes, doctor. My name is Lu Feng. Ruan Lu's narrow eyes glanced at her. Then something came to mind. Your powers are very disorienting. It would be a good idea to try and see if you can lure the mutants in. If you don't have the guts, then I'll just have to break up your powers and spliced into Zhangjiang or myself. Lu Feng hastily shook her head, indicating that she could. Ruan then waved her hand and went on to study on her own. Lu Feng glanced at her and turned to walk out of the lab. Doctor, can she really attract mutants to her? I'm sorry, Zhangjiang said as he looked at Lu Feng's departing back suspiciously. Ruan Lu didn't raise her head. The voice said with slight sarcasm, her body can't withstand the effects of the alpha catalyst, and it's naturally a good thing that she's able to attract the mutants here and hold them captive. It wouldn't hurt to die out there. After all, we're running low on food reserves. One more waste is one more drain. And she's making the best of it. Zhangjiang's heart went cold after hearing this. I'm afraid that to Dr. Lu, he was just like that woman. There is only the difference between useful and useless. He was glad he'd withstood the effects of the alpha catalyst. Otherwise they will also become victims like Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Fang walked step by step in the passageway of the laboratory. The blood sprayed everywhere here on the clean walls and floors adds to the immediacy of a horror lab. Lu Fang's heart was beating fast, working herself to death on the day of the end of the world. Took an $800 takeout order for some special play with a certain experimenter. As a result, something terrible happened just as we arrived. If he hadn't suddenly awakened strange abilities that allowed him to elude the walkers, I'm afraid I'd have been buried in the mouth of a corpse long ago. And now, while this wasn't the first time she'd stepped outside the safety of that lab, but it was still a hairy heart to face those monsters. Walking around a corner, the scent of Lu Fang's body suddenly changed. The stench emanated, and the smell of corpses was strong. Masking away the scent of the living in her. It was her psychic ability. Illusion. The subjects in the lab were all lured there with her ability. While not offensive, the ability counts as top-notch in some situations. If frequent use of psychic powers wasn't so damaging to the body, just by virtue of this psychic ability alone was enough to live a nourishing life in the post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, Lu Fang walked through the aisle of the lab full of zombies with trepidation. During this time, she even came face to face with a zombie, but fortunately, the other party didn't distinguish that she was a living person, and passed through the place without any danger. Heading down the hallway, she was a little confused as to where she was going to find the mutant. Roar! The zombies outside the building suddenly began to howl in aggravation. It was as if they had found something that attracted them. Lu Fang was a little scared, and this feeling of the unknown was even more sweat-inducing. Tap, tap. The sudden sound of footsteps coming from downstairs made her heart skip a beat. That sound, unlike the disorganized footsteps of a walker, had a very distinct sense of proximity. It made Lu Fang's heart beat faster. Could it be a mutant? Why are you so eager to run up there? Did you find me? For a moment she didn't know what to do. The position was a bit awkward. Being in the middle of two fire doors is neither up nor down. The footsteps were so fast that they were about to approach where they were. Lu Fang pulled the dagger from her back and held it tightly in her hand. Her eyes couldn't help but widen as she took a good look at the dark figure that appeared in the hallway. Chapter 58, The Ability to Disguise as a Zombie. In the hallway, Yang Xiaoguang shouted, "Dr. Lu should be on the 6th floor of this building. Is it really okay for the walkers out there if we waltz in here like this?" Lin Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry, with Mo Lin around, not a single fly can get in." Seeing how certain Lin Fei was, Yang Xiaoguang couldn't say anything more. Anyway, at best, he could only be a guide, so whatever Lin Fei, the Thai, said was right. The two had just walked around the corner of the 4th floor when they suddenly saw that there was actually a female zombie in front of them. Yang Xiaoguang instantly raised the gun in his hand. Don't shoot. I'm not human. Ah no, I'm human." Yang Xiaoguang turned his head to look at Lin Fei with a surprised expression. "Am I hallucinating? Zombies actually talk?" Lin Fei pressed his gun down and shook his head. "You're not hallucinating. She does talk, but she's not a walker." It was as if a hazy phantom had dissipated from that zombie, revealing its original appearance. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes widened. "This, alien?" Lu Fang nodded, making Yang Xiaoguang feel a bit unimaginable. It's too good to be true that there are powers that can turn into zombies. Lin Fei walked towards the upper floors. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here? And, do you know Dr. Willow?" In the face of Lin Fei's inquiry, Lu Fang first froze and looked at Yang Xiaoguang's dress. Obviously soldiers. Then thought of something and asked gleefully, "Are you here to rescue Dr. Ryu?" Yang Xiaoguang nodded. "We came here specifically to rescue Dr. Lu. If you know where she is, please show us the way." Lu Fang was excited abnormally. In her eyes the army shot that means it's safe. There were even some tears of joy at the moment. I know. I've been spending time with Dr. Ryu the last few days. I'll take you to her now." Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang looked at each other, having thought that they would have to make a big show to find Dr. Lu. "I didn't think it would be such a coincidence to run into someone in the note here." "Why are you here?" Lin Fei asked indifferently. Lu Fang was a little hesitant, but didn't hide her purpose for coming out. "Looking for mutants? Then Dr. Lu shouldn't be crazy, right?" Lin Fei was puzzled after hearing this. Mutants are no match for ordinary zombies, and each mutant had different abilities that could only be described as defenses. "I'm afraid that this Dr. Lu's attempt to hit the mutant is a basket case." Then looking at Lu Fang in front of her, the woman's face was a little pale. It was clear that the powers had been used a little too much, and if they were used any longer, it would be time to die a violent death. "Do you know the danger of mutants? 10 of you won't even be enough for someone else's teeth. Looks like that Dr. Ryu doesn't take you seriously." Lin Fei threw a little tiny detail. "Just analyze what kind of guy Dr. Ryu is behind it in general. Arrogant science nerds, mad with rationality, The human life was no more than dispensable fodder for her experiments. Absolute desperation is an essential knockout if one wants to take such a woman. Lu Fang's heart inevitably trembled as she listened to Lin Fei say this. After so many days of contact with, he was able to get a general idea of what kind of person Dr. Lu was, and he himself was indeed as dispensable as Lin Fei had said. But now it's better. The military comes to the rescue and there's no need to fear being abandoned by Dr. Ru. She shook her head and said nothing, just leading the way. When the three of them arrived behind the fire door on the 6th floor, Lu Fang took a deep breath and her supernatural ability was activated once again. Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang watched as her figure shifted, becoming a zombie in no time at all. It made the two men tisk-tisk. There are a lot of walkers outside the door, all of them inside this building. What are you going to do? I'm sorry, Lu Fang inquired, turning her head. Lin Fei smiled. Naturally, we're walking over. After the words, amidst Lu Fang's shock, Lin Fei directly kicked the fire door away. The zombies outside heard the noise and turned their heads to look at it, and upon realizing it was a tasty blood meal, it came on with a roar, chugging. Yang Xiaoguang lifted the gun in his hand and frantically output. Every shot hit the high-speed moving zombies, and a few were even shot in the head by him, worthy of being the runner-up in the all-army competition. For a regular guy, he's kind of a ceiling. Of course, this also had something to do with Lin Fei standing next to him, allowing him to output at ease. After a barrage of bullets, he drew his pistol again and emptied the clip with a thud. Then he collected his gun and stood still, looking at Lin Fei. I'm done. Make yourself at home. Lin Fei smiled. It's a pity that you don't have psychic powers. You'd be a character if you did. With that said, he took a step and the hidden metal on the walls around him broke through the walls, and it turned into sharp thorns around Lin Fei, instantly piercing and nailing all the zombies that came sprinting. This scene left Lu Fang greatly shocked. The supernatural ability. Surprisingly, it could be so powerful. Yang Xiaoguang also looked envious, then secretly sighed. The two of them hurriedly followed Lin Fei's footsteps. Lu Fang walked to the front corner and cautiously looked at There were no walkers in the corridors of that row of labs. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head with the intention of waving at the two Lin Fei. Bang! Just as he reached out his hand, the black light glass next to him suddenly shattered, and a figure rushed out with it. Pust! The sound of flesh tearing as the glass shattered in the. Lu Fang then stared blankly at her broken arm, frozen for a moment before she shrieked out in shock. My hand! Lin Fei's gaze froze, and Yang Xiaoguang raised his gun at the same time to aim at that black shadow. It was a zombie that was only about the height of an average man, but he was all dry and lean, with visible muscle lines that looks like malnutrition. The tattered white coat was draped over its shoulders, elbows, knees, and the heels as well as the back are covered with hideous bone spurs, sharp as knives. It's a mutant, obviously. The fact that it hadn't been spotted before was probably because Lu Fang had her psychic powers on when she passed by, and just now, after Lin Fei had finished off the zombies, she had deactivated the effects of her powers. The scent of a living person was instantly captured by this mutant. Instead of immediately killing the injured Lu Fang, the mutant rushed towards Lin Fei and the two of them. A bloodthirsty smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Mother ********, how dare you come out with that ugly smile? Lin Fei cursed and took a step forward, his fist shaking out violently. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes were shocked. Lin Fei even chose to deal with the mutant with his bare hands. Would this be too much? The mutant, on the other hand, was smiling unabashedly. This fleshworm dared to fight hard with himself. He was just looking for death. His own bone spikes can cut through even metal. But the next moment, it was instantly dumbfounded. Bang! 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 The moment the bone spikes came into contact with Lin Fei's fist, they crumbled inch by inch, as if it wasn't a fist that. Instead, it's an impeccable super alloy. Knock! A muffled sound came from the fist as it smashed impartially and directly onto the mutant's head. It instantly flew backwards and smashed into the wall, unable to buckle. Chapter 59, The Ability to Devour Abilities. The mutant zombie had obviously been scrapped by Lin Fei's punch, its head deflated for the most part. Lu Fang's screams were unceasing next to him, and crimson blood flowed on the ground. Yang Xiaoguang quickly ran forward and took out gauze from inside the spare backpack, trying to stop her bleeding. It's no use. It's a dead end even if you stop it. The virus on a mutant is not comparable to an ordinary zombie. Even if you're a psychic, you can only wait for death if you're injured. The sound of Lin Fei's words announced Lu Fang's death sentence, and Yang Xiaoguang's outstretched hand froze in midair. Lu Fang, on the other hand, was incomparably horrified in her heart, and she shook her godlike madness. No, I won't die. I will not die. Yes, Dr. Ru. I'm going to find Dr. Ru. Dr. Ryu will be able to save me. Fighting back the fear inside her, she stood up, holding onto the wall and turning the corner and running wildly toward one of the laboratories, blood spilling along the way. Looking incredibly desperate, Lin Fei patted Yang Xiaoguang, who was frozen in place. Let's go. Don't look at some things too seriously. It's bad for the heart. Yang Xiaoguang looked at the senseless Lin Fei and had a feeling that Lin Fei was definitely not as amiable as he seemed on the surface. When the two of them turned the corner, Lu Fang happened to hastily open the door of a laboratory. Her cries and a man's scream were then heard. Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang glanced at each other, and the two of them walked over quickly. Just inside the door was a neat laboratory. Lu Fang's blood dripping on the ground looked harsh. Are you tired of living? You stupid woman, making my lab so dirty? The woman's cold, drunken scolding rang out. Looking along the doorway, he saw a woman in a white coat kicking Lu Fang down. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes lit up after seeing her. Dr. Lu. Ruan Lu turned her head to look at the two. Her charming eyes filled with doubt. Who are you guys? A tease sent by the military? Yang Xiaoguang took a few steps inside and, saluting her, he said, Yang Xiaoguang, commander of the Forgotten River Front in the Southern War Zone, has been ordered to come and rescue Dr. Lu. After Lu Ruyan glanced at him, she laughed coldly twice. Only now. What do you guys do for food? Lin Fei scrutinized her. This woman seemed to be a bit that something big. It would be nice to come to her rescue. Do you really think the world revolves around her? Doctor, save me. Lu Fang lay on the ground helplessly reaching her hand out to Ruyan Lu. In her eyes only Ruyan Lu had the ability to save her. Lu Ruyan had a cold smile on her face as she extended her hand to her. Lu Fang looked ecstatic. Dr. Lu was trying to save himself, but after the two of them clasped their hands together, Lu Fang's complexion changed violently, as if she felt some extreme pain. Both her eyes stared at Lu Ruyan with disbelief. Dr. Ru. No, don't kill me. A wail of agony issued from Lu Fang's mouth. Her face then waxed and waned at a rate visible to the naked eye, her skin drying out as if her body had been hollowed out. A few seconds later, her eyes were wide open and she wasn't breathing. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes stared. Dr. Lu, what are you doing? Lu Ruyan's face was incredibly flushed, and she stuck out her tongue and, seductively, she licked her lips and smiled softly. She's supposed to be a dying person, so she might as well end up contributing to society. She should be grateful. Bang bang! There was a sudden noise from the side, and a middle-aged man, covered in solid armor, staggered back, covering his wrist, knocking the potion on the table to the floor. He looked at Lu Ruyan with a horrified expression. He had seen Lu Fang's downfall clearly. He himself had just been accidentally bitten by the rampaging experiment. No. 2. Would he also turn into a withered and dry corpse just like Lu Fang? Ruyan Lu looked at him and drank coldly. Come here. Goosebumps shook off Zhang Zhan's body as he shook his head and retreated in a direction away from Ruyan Lu, then intended to take the door. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly crafty, and there was hidden anger brewing. Zhang Jian looked at Lin Fei standing in the doorway and drank with a fierce expression. Get out of my way. The reason he didn't attack Ruyan Lu was because he saw the gun on Yang Xiaoguang's body. He didn't know if he could resist the gun attack, so he chose to run away. He even glanced back at Ruyan Lu. Hard to believe that such a beautiful woman that. It's so ruthless. It's a snake's heart, isn't it? If he was lucky enough not to die, he must make Ruyan Lu pay. Hatred had just coalesced in his eyes when he turned his head and saw a bushel of slaps. Snap! Zhang Jiang only felt a sudden whiteness in front of him, and he seemed to see Tai Nan beckoning. Bang! Clang clang clang. Coming and going as fast as he could, his body flew straight backward, collapsing several rows of reagent racks before. There's no movement. Lin Fei looked at Yang Xiaoguang and Lu Ruyan and shrugged off his hands. Turtle powers? They're quite hard. Lu Ruyan's pupils shrunk slightly. You're also a psychic? What is your psychic ability? Physical enhancement? Or strength enhancement? Lin Fei stared at her and suddenly smiled. Dr. Lu wants to know? Ruyan Lu smiled similarly. As a scientific researcher, naturally interested. If you could be my test subject, I think we'd hit it off. Oh, I'm not interested in being a guinea pig, but pitching in is fine. I've always been interested in extreme women. Lin Fei's eyes were constantly glancing at Lu Ruyan's body, his aggression obvious. Ruyan Lu didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she faded her white coat to half-shoulder. It made the exposure of the hot attire inside even more obvious. Oh, men are all the same. There are many people in this world who want to sleep with me. Ruyan Lu. And who are you to make me bow down willingly? Ruyan Lu? After a slight dismay. Lin Fei laughed. Worthy of being an innate stalking saint body. Woman, you've managed to catch my attention. Yang Xiaoguang stood in the middle of the two. Unable to stand the strange exchanges between the two, he simply raised his hand and said, "Gentlemen, let's not talk about this topic for a while, shall we? Dr. Ru, if there's nothing else important here, please come with us." Ruan Lu glanced at him. A bored laugh followed. "The important stuff is in my head. Nothing to take. Oh wait, there's a bit of charity to take back." Saying that, she walked to Zhang Zhang's side with a graceful step. Leaning down, he pressed his hand to the side of his head. Instantly, grayish-brown mist filaments flowed out of Zhang Zhang's 7 orifices, and were received by Ruan Lu in their entirety. As she stood up, she couldn't help but gasp twice, her charming voice making one's bones tingle slightly. And Zhang Zhang on the ground was turned into a dry corpse just like Lu Feng. Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, "Your supernatural ability can devour other people's supernatural abilities?" Ruan Lu opened her winks and looked at him with rosy cheeks. "Come and try and you'll know." Oh. Chapter 60, using his body as bait to catch a pretty girl's mouth. Lin Fei wasn't about to play cards with this right now. There's no place to cry when your wallet is touched clean later. Yang Shaoguang coughed twice. "Come on, Dr. Lu, let's get out of here first." Ruan Lu didn't say anything else, took off her white coat and threw it away, following him out of the lab in a cut-out black silk wraparound dress right after him. With all the panache and allure of King Ada in Resident Evil, Lin Fei shook his head. It was a bit difficult to take this woman down. Generally speaking, for research nerds, it's important to get their point across that some may like the academic resonance, some like the simple pleasures. Ruan Lu had the look of a foxy girl, but she had a superb academic level, and it kills without mercy. The combination of these elements on her body had a feeling that left Lin Fei with nowhere to go. But there are no absolutes. The interest that Ruan Lu showed in herself just now was definitely not false. Maybe she really did want to bring herself in for research. Of course, one wouldn't be stupid enough to lie on a test bed and let her slice it up, but one could use one's body as bait. "Fish her this warbler. How many of you have come?" Ruan Lu suddenly asked as she passed by the group of corpses that Lin Fei had just resolved. Yang Shaoguang looked at him and said after a moment of hesitation, "Three? You're not teasing me, are you?" Ruan Lu's expression was stunned. Yang Shaoguang slowly explained, "Originally, when we received the notice from above the day before yesterday, a team was then sent out. But alas, this morning they failed in their mission and were all but wiped out." After Lu Ruyan was puzzled, her complexion suddenly went cold again. "Then how did you guys get here? I don't believe 3 people can escape from a sea of corpses. Get one thing straight, my life is much more valuable than yours." She naturally knew that the city had fallen long ago, and having studied zombies quite a bit, it was clear that the strength of zombies, even ordinary zombies, far exceeded that of adults. Not to mention the number of mutants. Elite squads have failed. Zhang Shaoguang even said that they only came with 3 people to try to save themselves. What was this, not a joke? As Lu Ruyan was speculating in her mind, Lin Fei walked past her and said indifferently, "Let's go. Commander Yang, if she doesn't want to leave, we can't force anyone else, can we? Besides, we've been out long enough that there are some things we still have to go back to figure out." With that said, he zipped into the security tunnel without looking back and headed for the stairs. Yang Shaoguang looked at Lu Ruyan with a somewhat serious expression. "Dr. Lu, please believe us. Since we can come to you safely, we naturally have a way to take you out safely. Lin Fei is the main force of our operation. If he's going to abandon you, I might actually be out of it." Ruyan Lu frowned. What did he mean by Lin Fei being the main force? Was it just because he was strong? But Yang Shaoguang turned his head toward Lin Fei after he had finished speaking, with the feeling that if he continued to hesitate, just give up on what you mean. This made Lu Ruyan a bit upset. This feeling of being belittled. And to be honest, fresh but not to her liking. I'd like to see what that guy is capable of getting out of the sea of corpses. She stepped carefully down the stairs, and movement outside the lab building gradually drilled into her ears. It was a lot of walkers howling, and it was close enough that it should have been right outside the gate. As she made her way to the first floor, the crimson glow outside reflected in stretching the 3 figures at the gate. Ruyan Lu took a step into the light, and the world that was hidden by the light came into view. Her pupils plummeted, revealing a look of disbelief. Outside the lab building, a large number of zombies were roaring, including many mutants of strange size, and they couldn't do any damage to a few people, because at this point they were deep underground. Only one head was showing in impotent rage. This bizarre sight shocked Lu Ruyan's mind. What was going on? Is it a supernatural ability? But what is there that is different that can cover such a wide area? At a cursory glance, there were no less than 100 zombies, even in the woods 100 meters away from the experimental building. There are also walkers confined inside the soil. Lin Fei clearly saw the dismay on her face, and a smile curled the corners of his mouth. Feeling shocked? That's right. Shock was often the start of interest, and since this was the case, Lin Fei didn't mind giving her something even more shocking. He walked forward, quicksand gathering into steps carrying him one step at a time, higher and higher. A dark green light then blossomed before the trio's eyes and gradually took over the entire field of vision. Ruan Lu managed to open her eyes and saw an image that she could hardly forget. A dark green python body as thick as a train coiled around the outside of the experimental building, and on that huge head, Lin Fei stood against the light, as majestic and solemn as a god. To go or not to go? You have 10 seconds to think about it. 10, 9. Ruan Lu instantly woke up, goosebumps crawling all over her body, her delicate body trembling slightly. After the initial shock, a strong desire to know took over her mind and the soul of research is burning brightly. The world is crazy. It's so crazy. Man, you managed to tickle my fancy. Ruan Lu, swear. Be sure to study all the secrets on you. So without hesitation, she ascended the steps to the snake's head and faced Lin Fei directly. Rumble. Inkling's massive body swam across the ground, plowing deep trails like a high-speed train. It carried the three of them quickly into the midst of the city's quagmire. What? A helicopter crash? Shrieks of alarm rang through the alibi. Clunk. The sound was clearly audible as the dishes fell to the floor and shattered. Huang Ruoi stood by the door looking at Su Nan with a muffled expression. Nan, what did you say? Ruan Qiu's movements as he was copying the living tiger pill gave a lurch, and he looked at Su Nan with disbelief. Su Nan's head was also confused at this time. The news just now came from Chen Dong's subordinates. False probabilities can almost be ruled out. In other words, the helicopter carrying Lin Fei and the others had indeed crashed. Huang Ruoi walked up and pulled her back. Nan, tell me, isn't this really good? For a moment, Su Nan actually didn't know what to say to the two. Xin Lingyin came running in from outside with a thud, her small face white with fear. Her eyes were a little red as she looked towards Huang Ruoi's few people. Auntie, this must be a mishearing on their part, right? How could there be anything wrong with brother Lin Fei? He's our Superman. Xin Shirin also walked in after her, but obviously she was much more calm. Lingyin, calm down. I've prophesied for him. It's impossible for anything to happen on this trip. Her words made several of the women seem to find some solace. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, the roar of a raptor sounded outside the house. Huang Ruoi immediately exclaimed. Zhenzhen. Chapter 61, Women's Field Force, mobilized. If we were to say who among the several women had the most special feelings for Lin Fei, that's bound to be the sexually changed Huang Zhenzhen. It was Lin Fei who turned her from a saintly mother steeped in delusion into a murderer who recognized the reality. It was also Lin Fei who gave her a second life. At this moment, Huang Zhenzhen's eyes were furious as she cursed. Lin Big Pig's hooves. It's better if you're dead. If you're dead, we're free. Mom can remarry another man. I can live in another man's house together, too. Or sister Nguyen could be with mom. They're so close. Surely you won't mind? As for the tricks I taught Sister Lingyin, I'll have to let others enjoy them. Don't worry. Sister Shirin will definitely be around to supervise. Ha ha. See? Lin Big Pig's hooves. This is what happens when you die. Huang Zhenzhen appeared to be smiling, but in fact, 2 lines of tears had already hung on her face. As soon as she wiped the tears away, her eyes filled with color and determination. Lin Fei, wait for me. I'm coming for you. The raptor roared furiously. Huang Zhenzhen pressed the gas pedal down, but the car did not run forward. It's like the throttle is out of whack. Huang Zhenzhen, what are you doing? You damned girl? Huang Ruoi rushed from the house to the raptor and hollered at Huang Zhenzhen. Huang Zhenzhen turned her head to look at her. I'm going to bring him back. Huang Ruoi's face was stern, but it was also full of sorrow. If you go like this, can you find him? What's going to happen to mom if you die out there? Huang Zhenzhen said stubbornly. If I die, I'll put up a fight before I die. At least I won't regret it. Huang Ruoi froze. She didn't expect this daughter of hers to have such strong feelings for Lin Fei without realizing it, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Nguyen walked up and took Huang Ruoi's hand, soothing it, and then he looked at Huang Zhenzhen inside the car. Zhenzhen, don't be impulsive. Let's all discuss our countermeasures together first, okay? As a business elite, Nguyen kept his wits about him at all times. The consequences of any impulse are unforeseen, and some they simply can't afford. The sisters also came up to persuade her, and Xin Lingyin cried, Zhenzhen, don't worry about it. I'll be with you. Xin Shirin slapped her head. Dead girl, what are you messing around with? Alright, all of you guys calm down first. I trust Lin Fei. He's definitely not a short-lived phase. Su Nan came from behind to stop the several women. Huang Ruoi's girls were all witnesses to Lin Fei's strength, especially Xin Shirin. She had witnessed the battle between Lin Fei and Mo Lin. Tell you what, If you're worried about him, come along. After all, one more person is more safe. So I'm relieved. And Lin Fei would also be relieved if he knew. Su Nan thought about it and said directly. Ruan Qiu frowned slightly. Sister Nan, what about the shooting range if we all leave? In case that group comes sneaking up again. Su Nan laughed. Don't worry. Before, it was just a sneak attack from them. Now that our men have been on guard, they'll have to weigh in if they come. After she finished speaking, she looked at Huang Ruoi. Ruoi, go on. Go and bring Lin Fei back. Huang Ruoi looked at her with a complicated expression. Then with a clench of his teeth, he said to Ruan Qiu's 3 girls, alright then, let's go crazy this time. If Lin Fei wants to blame, I'll take the blame. Ruan Qiu held her hand tightly. Sister Ruoi, what nonsense are you talking about? I will definitely accompany you. Sister and I will also stand on the same side as Auntie. Shenlingyin wiped away her tears and, holding up a pink fist, he said. Huang Ruoi looked at them and couldn't help but stretch her brows. Good, let's do it together. But before that, there's still some backstabbing to be left behind. Shuring, let's build a line of defense for the range together. Soon, a high metal wall, 2 centimeters thick and 2 to 3 meters high, rose from the perimeter of the huge range. There was also a moat on the outside, made of extruded metal and filled with enough water to drown an adult. After doing this, Huang Ruoi and Xin Shirin were lying in the back seat of the raptor, their pretty faces white, and this was already the result of constantly swallowing the living tiger pill. Without the existence of this thing, they wouldn't have dared to consume their powers like this. Boom boom! The raptor roared away from the line, raising a cloud of dust. Su Nan stood at the entrance to the range, watching them with worry and anticipation. As the raptor roared down the road, Nguyen didn't say a word, keeping a firm grip on the steering wheel. Her powers were connected to the raptor's fuel tank. Even without Lin Fei's spatial storage, it also keeps the fuel running. Shenlingyin's hands blossomed with green light, and for a moment, they were attached to Huang Ruoi and Xin Shirin. Stick it on the raptor for a while. After practicing non-stop, she unlocked a new use for her powers. Today objects are not limited to life forms. It can also be used against inanimate matter, such as repairing a raptor's tires, repairing broken metal and more. Works very well. If we were to assign a grade to their current psychic abilities, that had undoubtedly advanced to the 2nd stage, but there was currently no unified title for it. Lin Fei just referred to it as a 2nd stage psychic ability. Needless to say, I'm afraid that there are only a handful of adepts who can reach the 2nd rank at this stage. Most of the aliens overindulged and died, and those who survived didn't dare to use their powers in a big way. Only a few with special abilities can preserve themselves and move up the ranks. Researchers in the Dragon Kingdom are working extremely hard to overcome this problem, because the alien is clearly the version answer, and officials aren't stupid. That's why the Southern Warzone side was so forceful in demanding that the people on the front line rescue Rian Lu. The raptor raced all the way, and those ordinary zombies that got in the way were directly knocked apart. Even the appearance of those mutants could be quickly resolved by a few women joining forces. The more they cooperated with each other, the more they attacked and defended each other, and the more they fought. But the reason they were able to get together was still because of the bond that Lin Fei had. Otherwise it would have died somewhere long ago. Which way are we going? Ruan Qiu inquired as she saw the fork in the road almost ahead. Huang Ruoi thought for a moment. If you want to go over to the university town, the closest thing is to go straight through the city. But it's too dangerous to do that. We can't be in danger. I believe that Lin Fei wouldn't have chosen this way if he was fine. Ruan Qiu nodded. Alright then, let's go around the outside of the city. The raptor came to a drift at the fork in the road and headed directly toward the right front of the bypass expressway. On top of a building in the distance, a burly figure stood silently and, oddly enough, its neck was empty and gnarled with muscle, and it looked very creepy. Upon closer inspection, there was a twisted human face on its chest that was wearing a hideous grin. A hefty chuckle escaped his lips as he watched the raptor charge down the road. Chapter 62, A Figure in the Haze. The roar of a raptor resonates on the outskirts of the city, drawing a large mass of zombies around them to crowd towards the source of the sound. There are a lot of vehicles on the ring road, and the raptor has enough horsepower to be able to squeeze through. Huang Ruoi had recovered more or less at this moment, and looking toward the roadway in front of her, she said, Xiao, I think I remember passing your house up ahead, right? Nguyen's foot suddenly lurched on the gas and shifted. Huang Zhenzhen turned her head to look at her. Sister Ruan Qiu, don't you want to go back and take a look? Maybe someone else in your family survived. Ruan Qiu kindly laughed twice and said somewhat self-deprecatingly, as early as the day of the end of the world, there would be no home. What does it matter if you see it or not? At these words, several women felt that sadness in her. Huang Zhenzhen patted her mouth. I'm sorry, Sister Ruan Qiu. It's me who talked too much. She forced a smile and asked no more questions. Ruan Qiu said indifferently, it's nothing, aren't we fine now? None of the men said anything else as the raptor roared its way through the tunnel. When it was time to climb out again, it was surprising to enter a mist-shrouded section. What is this? The sun hasn't even set yet. Would it be this foggy? Huang Zhenzhen looked out the car window in confusion. Huang Ruai frowned. No, this isn't fog. I can't perceive the water molecules inside. It's more like a haze. There are fine particles floating in the air, so everyone try to avoid inhaling these. The situation was so bizarre that Nguyen hurriedly turned off the car's external cycle, and make a few copies of the purification mask inside the storage box for the crowd. In the midst of a thick haze, with a visible distance of only a dozen meters or so, vehicles on the road colliding with the raptor let them know that they were still on the beltway. I just don't know when I can drive out of this haze-shrouded area. Nope, be careful everyone. We may have run into some sort of unknown. I'm sorry, Nguyen warned in a hushed voice, because she realizes that there are fewer and fewer abandoned vehicles on the road, and the walkers have disappeared. This caused the hearts of the few women in the car to jump, and generally speaking when such a situation arises, there's only one possibility. That's when they got into the territory of something, like the corpse tree back in the day. The zombies are afraid to enter this area. Look guys, there seems to be someone in front. Huang Zhenzhen pointed to the place within sight of a raised eyebrow. Several of the men spotted the figure standing in the middle of the haze, and the raptor slowed to a halt. Nguyen tested the waters by flashing his high beams at the suspected human figure ahead of him. As a result, several more figures came out of the haze, forming a human wall in front of blocking their way. There's a bad feeling. Shin Shireen suddenly spoke, causing the hearts of the crowd to sink. If even Shin Shireen felt bad, then the situation might really be a bit bad. They're coming. Huang Ruai looked grave. Click. The women got out of the car, and Shin Shireen completely covered the raptor with metal. It was like a lump of metal growing out of the ground. Miso. Huang Zhenzhen's straight sword was sheathed, his body faintly flickering with electricity, ready to strike at any time. When those haze-shrouded figures slowly walked to a position 10 meters away from a few women, Nguyen's eyes suddenly widened. Li Fuhai, Chen Duo, it's you guys? From Ruan Qiu's shocked voice, it was easy to tell that there were people she recognized among those figures. Who are they? Huang Ruai asked. Ruan Qiu frowned. They're one of the housekeepers and chauffeurs of the Ruan family. I don't know why I'm here. You guys, look on their backs. Huang Zhenzhen's eyes were like lightning. Straight Blade said loudly, pointing forward. It took a few women to look behind them and, only to see something like a water pipe extending out behind them, connecting to something in the middle of that mist. Those pipes were extremely flexible, dark in color, and even had remnants of blood and flesh hanging from them. They're not human anymore, or they're being controlled by something, so be careful, everyone. Shin Shireen sensed the death intent on them and instantly reminded them. As soon as her words fell, the 10 figures suddenly laughed viciously. Then they all stormed up and, charging towards a few people. Huang Zhenzhen's eyes condensed, and he instantly rushed out as a lightning bolt. The distance of 10 meters was instantaneous, and the straight sword in his hand slashed fiercely towards one of them. Madaka! Sparks splattered. This knife chopped on the man's arm, just like chopping in golden iron. The shock made Huang Zhenzhen's hands a little numb. Shifter? She wondered. Phew! The sound of breaking wind rang out, and a black shadow sped up beside it was about to land on Huang Yongjin's head by a hair's breadth. When, luckily a metal plate suddenly coalesced and deflected the blow for her. Zhenzhen, don't get distracted. These guys are allomancers. Shin Shireen drank from a short distance away. Also a reminder to all. Knock. The ground that Huang Zhenzhen had just stood on was smashed by the punch of the man with metallic skin, splattering debris in all directions. Huang Ruai urged her water-based supernatural ability to turn into sharp spikes and attack the 10 people indiscriminately. The water spikes were flying in front of them when the woman in the center was fixed in place with her arms open like a cross, an invisible disturbance emanating from her. Afterwards, several women saw those extremely powerful water spikes strangely transformed into soft water streams. Can't do any damage at all. There's something odd. Let me try. Shin Shireen stepped out and the ground surged slightly. Bang! 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 One after another, shattering sounds rang out, and metal spikes suddenly sprang out from under the feet of the 10 men that intend to give them a good run for their money. The result was actually the same as the water flow, turning into iron and hitting the ground. Alien energy immunity? An idea appeared in the middle of Shin Shireen's brain. If that's the case, it's going to be really tricky. What to do? As soon as we get close our powers are restrained. Ruan Qiu's tone was grave. Huang Zhenzhen suddenly walked over to the raptor and asked Shinshirin to open up the defense. She quickly got into the car and pulled out an assault rifle. That woman can't move when she releases her psychic interference. Isn't that a living target? Bullets aren't powers. Let's see if she can take them. After saying that, Huang Zhenzhen held the gun and opened the safety, pulled the bolt, and the tongue of fire instantly spat out. The bullets are like money. Even if the target is bad, you can more or less get a few hits at such close range. The woman was next to a burly. The 2-meter-tall man took a few steps across the room and mortared himself in front of her, his hands shielding his head to keep her at bay. Put! The bullets hit the man, blooming much blood, but not fatally. Apparently it was a flesh-enhancing alien. Sure enough, the bullets can smoothly pass through the interference range of the supernatural ability. A few women's eyes lit up. That iron tower of a man wore an expression of just this after Huang Zhenzhen finished pouring bullets. Huang Zhenzhen immediately expressed her displeasure and asked Ruan Qiu to copy 4 out in a row, and attached the copying ability to the magazines. When 5 guns were pointed at him, his face could be seen to instantly look like he had eaten a fly. Aren't you quite resistant? Try again. Chapter 63, The Black Rose Squad with the enemy in the hinterland. While the woman's psychic powers were interfering with the use of the, it wasn't just Huang Rui and the others whose powers were out of action. Even the guys around her were similarly unable to use their powers. This is a double-edged sword supernatural ability. With good use can be said to be the absolute kill. With bad use that will be harmful to others and themselves. Especially since there's also a stationary trigger condition that allows one to figure out the pattern after they. One shot is all it takes. So the flesh-enhanced alien next to her is the best shield of all. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute firepower, he wasn't enough either. At this stage, there was no one amongst the enhanced exalted who was immune to bullet attacks. The woman withdrew her jamming powers while being held at 5 gunpoints. And backed away slowly. Without using her powers, she's only a little bit stronger than an ordinary person. Any attack from Huang Rui and the others could finish her off. The moment she retreated, Huang Zhenzhen shouted, "Fire!" 5 guns fired at the same time, and bullets rained down on them. Several people's delicate bodies flickered in the firelight, like a squad of blooming black roses. Those figures all responded in different ways to the bullets pouring in. Flame-scorched, ice armor, earth armor, and gravity had appeared. A couple of the women have fired hundreds of rounds, but the guys are still in a defensive stance. It was as if there was no intention of rushing out to fight them at all. This made them a bit puzzled, and Shen Lingyin suddenly said in a brittle voice, "It should be the distance. It's like that corpse tree with an attack range limit." This statement was a wake-up call. If those guys were free to move, they'd probably be swarming all over us. 10 against 5. It's an advantage any way you slice it. I think it's that thing behind them that's restraining them, or controlling them. What the hell is that? Huang Rui said with a frown. Ruan Qiu narrowed her eyes slightly. Whatever that is, it can control so many Xenos. Just not something we can deal with right now. I think we'd better turn around and go back and make a detour. Several women agreed with this choice, but it was Huang Zhenzhen who was slightly disappointed. Coo! Odd rattling sounds resounded from the depths of the mists, as if something were drumming and the mist became thicker. Go! Huang Rui urged a few people to get into the car, and then made a violent tail-wagging U-turn that. The car then sped off the way it came. The figures could be seen through the rearview mirror, engulfed in a thick fog. What's with the net appearance of such strange things in Oblivion City? Huang Zhenzhen spat. A few women didn't know what to say. After all, it had only been a few days since the end of the world. Humans also have a very one-sided understanding of the end times. Then again, what if we don't manage to find Lin Fei? I'm sorry, said Huang Zhenzhen, suddenly deflated. Several women froze for a moment, not daring to think in that direction. It was Shinshirin who comforted. Don't worry, Lin Fei will definitely be fine. Rumble. As they drove away from the haze shrouding the area, the scene in front of them caused several women to stare in disbelief, only to see countless zombies surging towards the side in black at that end of the Ring Road Expressway. Corpse tied. How could? Huang Rui exclaimed, but then remembered the day he faced the corpse tree. It's also true that the corpse tree can repel walkers or summon a wave of corpses. In that case, is it another corpse tree in the mist? What to do? We definitely can't rush through the corpse tide. Should we hold on here? I'm sorry, Nguyen offered quickly, gripping the armrest. Shinshirin immediately vetoed. It won't work. There's always a time when one's psychic abilities run out. There's no way we're going to fight the walkers for time. All of a sudden they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Let's turn around and go back. Find a breakthrough from over there. Huang Zhenzhen shouted. Huang Rui did not hesitate. Directly another tail, turned the direction straight into the middle of the haze to drive. Compared to facing a sea of zombies and being slowly consumed to death, they chose to fight for a chance of survival. If Lin Fei was there, What would he choose? Huang Ruai murmured. Huang Zhenzhen in the backseat patted the front seat backrest and, with glowing eyes, he said, "Of course Lin Fei directly raises his sword as Mang." But then she sighed. "Too bad he's not. It's okay, even if he's not here, we'll definitely be able to hold our own. Can't have people looking down on us." Huang Zhenzhen's emotions triple jumped, and she said with irritation again, "Yes, Zhenzhen is right. There's nothing we can't get through if we all work together." Next to her, Xin Lingyi's eyes erupted with luster. The other girls were also infected by them and their fighting spirit began to rise. Not far from the Ring Road Expressway in the city, a huge dark green python like a train, crushing the earth to pieces. The zombies below it flailed at it like a tidal wave, but they couldn't even break through the scale armor. Even those mutants among the tide of corpses were unable to cause damage to the python. This was the crushing of absolute strength. While passing tall buildings, the occasional mutant would attack from above. But often, some turbulent currents, tough metals, and brilliant electric arcs would appear out of nowhere, neutralizing the attacks one after another. What could be seen was that there were 3 figures standing on the python's head. Lin Fei, have you noticed that the number of zombies seems to have gotten smaller? Yang Shaoguang suddenly said. Lin Fei nodded. Well, it's true that it's much less than other places. It's a bit unusual. Behind her, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes turned on Lin Fei. The man is literally a walking safe, filled with things that fascinate him. On this journey alone, he has demonstrated control over the flow of water, metal, lightning was a few abilities. Not to mention this dark green python turned by a human under their feet. As far as science is concerned, such creatures are completely non-existent, but it was alive and well. It all started with this man called Lin Fei. It's as if there's a huge heap of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Lin Fei, I can smell Sister Shering and the others. The python at his feet suddenly spoke. Lin Fei's brows suddenly furrowed. You can smell it even when it's so far away from the shooting range? Mo Lin gently shook his head. No, you think I'm that dog in the sky? I smelled it close, no more than 2 kilometers away. Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yang Shaoguang. It seems that someone inside the concentration camp has already been informed of the news of the helicopter crash, or else it's unlikely that my women would have gone against my will and delved into the tide of corpses. Yang Shaoguang's eyes flickered as countless conjectures surfaced in his head. At this moment, Mo Lin reminded again. There's another powerful aura over there that makes me feel nauseous. The kind that's several times more powerful than Sister Shireen and the others. Lin Fei's eyes glazed over and he patted Mo Lin's head. Let's go find them and, what a bunch of no-nos. Chapter 64, Prepare to fight for your life. The pink raptor stuck to the edge of the ring road, like an arrow out of the string toward the haze. They must face the strange object that grows in the midst of the mist. This is because this section of the expressway happens to be in elevated form, a full 30 meters above the ground below. Rushing out of the room might not have been fatal, but it sure would have been a nasty fall. In the middle of a zombie-infested city, that's also the equivalent of a death sentence being pronounced. Reinforce the vehicles. Let's try to charge straight through. Huang Ruai shouted. Several women then exerted their powers over the raptors. Shen Shireen is in charge of the vehicle's external armor, and Gwyn is in charge of the vehicle's fuel consumption. Xin Lingyin is responsible for repairing damaged vehicle parts. Huang Zhenzhen, on the other hand, applied her own supernatural powers to the entire vehicle, gives it the speed to exceed the horsepower limit. As the vehicles in the haze dwindle down, without hesitation, Huang Ruoe pressed the gas pedal down completely. Boom boom. The raptor was more furious than ever, sprinting forward as blue and pink lightning. The extremely strong feeling of pushing back pressed several women to death on the seat recliner, and they were incredibly apprehensive. I wonder if the road ahead can be broken open on this. Upon approaching the location where a few people had fought the 10 Xenos earlier, clusters of fiery red light flashed up in the haze ahead and flew rapidly toward the raptor. Boom, boom, boom. It was surprisingly a ball of fire, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures as it crashed into the path of the raptor's advance. Ruoi Huang is also a good driver, plus the body is stable enough to. Only then did he manage to avoid these flying attacks. A stream of water covers the raptor body, greatly insulated from the heat of the fireball explosion. But the attacks from among the haze don't end there. A patch of ice spines suddenly condensed on the road ahead, and the raptor lost its grip and began to skid directly after rushing onto it. The car spun forward on the ground completely uncontrollably, and as it was near the edge of the elevated, losing control in this way runs the risk of crashing through the fence and going down. Steady the steering wheel, Shen Shireen shouted. Then her hands blossomed with supernatural energy that metal instantly spread from the body of the car, encasing the tires, and the sharp spikes that covered them dug hard into the ice with an ear-splitting crunch. With the anti-skid wheels, the body finally stabilized. The out-of-control spinning just now made a few people blush a bit. A trace of happiness flashed in Huang Zhenzhen's eyes. Luckily, Sister Shireen was there. Don't take it lightly, the real danger lies ahead, Huang Ruoyi reminded. Keep the women on their toes. The alien in the middle of the haze saw that the ice vines no longer had much effect. Immediately, the road in front of the raptor was turned into mud and sand as a way to block it. Seeing this, Shireen instantly pushed her metal control ability to the extreme. The raptor's tires instantly spread out in front of two metal platforms large enough for the wheels to pass through, allowing the raptor to make smooth transitions through muddy sections. It must be said that a few women have been little successful in the use of their powers, and in the old days, it is simply not possible to be so precise in your control. That's where their genetic defects were made up for by Lin Fei. Otherwise no exalted could withstand such a depletion. Just when everyone thought they could just break through these barriers, a terrifying force of gravity suddenly descended, about to slam the raptor's body downward. Even the few women inside the car felt the terrifying gravity of the. If he hadn't become a shifter, he probably would have had trouble even lifting his hand. Under the influence of the gravity alien energy, Shireen's metal alien energy, which had consumed quite a lot, was directly forced to interrupt. The raptor was instantly plunged into the road, and no matter how Huang Ruoyi blasted the gas, she couldn't get out of it. Damn, these guys are desperate to keep us here. Ruan Qiu's voice was cold as she looked out at the haze. As soon as the words fell, 10 black figures slowly stepped out from amongst the haze. A glow of alien energy blossomed in them. Prepare to fight for your lives, everyone. Huang Ruoyi unbuckled her seatbelt, her expression stony. Several women have opened the car door to get off the car. After Shireen took the living tiger Dan, the metal powers were unleashed again, keeping a few people from getting stuck in the mud. Huang Zhenzhen had already drawn her straight sword, and with 2 grains of living tiger pills in her mouth, it can be swallowed at any time to replenish consumption. Huang Zhenzhen's azure flicker was not as good at long-distance attacks as the other few women. It could only be maximized when attached to itself or an object, which was why she chose to fight in close quarters every time. Zhenzhen, can't be that reckless, hear me? Huang Ruoyi pulled on Huang Zhenzhen's arm, a stern reminder. After a moment of silence, Huang Zhenzhen said, Mom, everyone is fighting for their lives, aren't they? Huang Ruoyi's other knuckle was pinched white, but she could only loosen Huang Zhenzhen. Yes, now everyone has to fight for their lives, and no one can hide in the back and be safe. Don't worry, we're not at the mercy of anyone. The purple chessboard under Shireen's feet spread out, enveloping everyone in it. After the last time I tried to use my divination powers for combat, it was as if she had opened a special door. In the midst of the chessboard, she possesses an extreme ability to anticipate and create miracles. It's not a direct means of offense, but it's pretty scary. If there are few enemy units, she can even manage to anticipate the enemy and take white knives with 100% empty hands. So on the battlefield, Shireen was a born commander. Next to her, Huang Ruoyi had water streams condensed in both of her hands, compressing and rotating at the same time. 2 gray barriers appeared in front of the 2 women, the size of steering wheels. This isn't Wing-Gwyn's cohesive copying ability. It is possible to duplicate inanimate objects that pass through these 2 barriers once. Several of the women's psychic powers were used by them. In terms of combat, they are definitely not mediocre. Surely they wouldn't dare let that man use his psychic powers to interfere again. Our primary objective is to take care of the guy who released the gravity first. Huang Ruoyi looked at the short man and said in a cold voice, Leave him to me. Huang Zhenzhen wrinkled his brows. Then his body was like electricity. Straight away, he rushed towards the dwarf carrying gravity's influence. The battle was fought instantly. Ice and fire flipped and earth and stone appeared. Huang Ruoyi and Shireen also poured out as much as they could of their condensed alien energy attacks. After the replication enchantment, it actually vaguely had the feeling of suppressing the opposite side's supernatural abilities. Why can those guys on the other side also use their powers recklessly? Aren't they afraid of death? Shen Lingyin asked with a pretty frown. It's not that they weren't afraid to die. They were already dead. Naturally, I'm not worried about the side effects of the powers. I think it's that tube behind them that's working, or manipulating them. I don't know, Shireen said with her eyes slightly clenched. True, try attacking the tubes in the back. Huang Ruoyi immediately shouted at Huang Zhenzhen, who rushed out. Huang Zhenzhen understood, and his figure swayed on his feet in a false manner the moment he was about to approach the short man, straight to the weird tube behind him. Just as she was about to get her hands on it, a dark shadow quickly scurried up beside her and blocked her. Chapter 65, Huang Zhenzhen who sacrificed herself. Pust. The straight blade attached with azure electric arcs chopped into the flesh and blood with a sound. But Huang Zhenzhen's pupils instantly contracted, drawing his sword and retreating. The slash cut into an alien who had suddenly appeared. His dead gray eyes stared straight at Huang Zhenzhen, making her a little hairy. After the straight blade was drawn away, you could see that his shoulder blades were all chopped up, but no blood came out of them. Only rotting flesh and blood quivered, but that didn't affect this guy's actions, only to see his eyes staring at Huang Zhenzhen with a deadly stare. The entire person instantly stomped out air currents on the ground. Bang! After the explosion, Huang Zhenzhen blocked the straight sword in her hand horizontally, and a huge force lifted her backward. The man turned out to be a speed-enhanced alien, with horribly bulging muscles in his legs that, possessing speed that was in no way weaker than Huang Zhenzhen's. Not good. Huang Zhenzhen looked at the speed alien that appeared like a maggot attached to his bones. She could only block the straight sword in her hand once again, giving her no place to lend her strength in midair. Zhenzhen! Shin Shirin droned. A metal disc then instantly coalesced under Huang Zhenzhen's feet. Bang! Finding a borrowing point, Huang Zhenzhen narrowly avoided the speed alien's impact and landed on the ground. Electricity flared up all over her body, and her eyes were filled with rage. She almost fell for it, so naturally she wouldn't just let it go. Boom! Explosions suddenly rang out in the rear. A silhouette was lifted up and slammed hard on top of the pink raptor. Shiring! Sister! Only to see Shin Shirin fall to the ground, her throat fishy and sweet, her face slightly white. Just now, in order to help Huang Zhenzhen, her own line of defense was found to be open by the opposite party. Could only take the blow hard. I'm fine. Don't get distracted, Shin Shirin shouted. Unfortunately, the few women were not heartless machines, and after seeing that she was injured, they hurriedly retreated towards the back. Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu cooperated to cast a water screen defense, but they were only struggling to hold on. The balance was instantly upset. Huang Zhenzhen stood alone in the middle of the battlefield, and she looked at their situation. Gritting his teeth, he once again sprinted as a bolt of electricity. She's going to take the fire suppression off her mom and the girls. Makoto, come back quickly, Huang Ruoyi shouted anxiously, but Huang Zhenzhen acted as if she didn't hear it. Desperately, he charged at the guys who were casting long-range powers, even though she knew there were enhanced aliens on the other side of the, but just enough to act as a distraction to those people. Huang Zhenzhen is not reckless. On the contrary, her mind is incomparably delicate, only in the way of youth. There are times when thinking about things won't be very thorough. As it was, she was so fast that she'd barely be able to get a lock on those aliens. Even when carrying the effects of gravity, it was very flexible. Just as she was about to approach the few alien powers that unleashed flames and cold and earth and stone, the alien energy around them instantly dissolved. Huang Zhenzhen's eyes were perplexed for a moment, and then his pupils instantly shrunk. Oh, no! Alien interference. The woman who's been hiding in the back of the haze. It made Huang Zhenzhen and the others subconsciously ignore it. A sudden strike at this moment would be an absolutely fatal blow to Huang Zhenzhen. The electric aura on her body instantly dissipated, and her whole speed disappeared. The inertia of she couldn't control her form at all. With a plop, he fell to the ground and slid a few meters on the hard, cold ground. True. Ruan Qiu and a few others in the distance were horrified at the sight, and Huang Ruoyi was even more horrified. She dispersed her powers and ran violently towards Huang Zhenzhen, but Ruan Qiu yanked her to a halt as he, with a trembling voice, she shouted, Ruoyi-san, don't go over there. Huang Ruoyi was bound, and at the moment, it was as if she wasn't a rebuking shifter. Rather, it's the helpless mother. She cried out with tears in her eyes, desperately trying to break free and go get Huang Zhenzhen back, but Ruan Qiu couldn't let go of her, and going over there was tantamount to death. Shin Shirin and Shen Lingyin were also shaken in their hearts and minds, and both reddened their eyes. Looking at that Huang Zhenzhen who was gradually surrounded by those guys, he suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Are they, wrong? Huang Zhenzhen endured the pain on top of her body, supporting her body and, turning his head, he looked at his mom who was shouting in the distance. She thought back to the many moments she'd had with her mom, how naughty she'd always been. Rebellious and always pissing off mom. But mom will always choose to embrace herself and give her selfless love. A hint of determination flashed in Huang Zhenzhen's eyes. She bent down and picked up the straight sword on the ground and held it tightly. Then shouted, Mom, you guys have to go. They won't be able to catch up to you with me here. Move. Forgive your ungrateful daughter. The gift of nurturing can only be repaid in the next life. Coo. The haze thickened even more after the eerie sound of the isolating Huang Zhenzhen's figure from Huang Ruoyi and the others. At this moment, Huang Zhenzhen was like a desperate warrior, and fear could not affect her in the slightest. The adrenaline rose wildly, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. Let's try it, you scumbags. Let's see if Auntie can drag a few of you away. Saying that, Huang Zhenzhen raised her sword and rushed towards the nearest alien who was releasing flames. If you're going to trade lives, choosing these brittle mages is the best. but as good as her ideas were, the reality was harsh. In front of her blade, the speed alien from earlier suddenly appeared. Was looking at her with a sardonic smile. Bang! He stomped his foot on Huang Zhenzhen's stomach, knocking her to the ground instantly. Clunk! Straight knives fall with a crisp sound. Makoto! Makoto! Don't! Huang Ruoi's miserable cries resounded through the haze. Tear the heart out. Huang Zhenzhen laughed miserably and coughed out a mouthful of blood, climbing to his feet and grasping the straight sword in his hand. Cough! Didn't you eat? Just as she finished speaking, a burly figure appeared behind her, the body-enhancing alien that he was seen raising both fists together high in the air. Knock! A dull knocking sound resounded in the midst of the mists. Clunk! The crisp sound of the blade resounded once more. Huang Zhenzhen slumped to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes flushed red and, without a word, he scrambled toward straight knife as hard as he could. Huang Ruoi on the other end was already sobbing uncontrollably, and Ruan Qiu was still holding her in a death grip. Even if she might blame herself, she wouldn't let her go to her senseless death. Go! Sister Ruoi, Zhenzhen opened the way of life for us. We can't let her efforts go to waste. Ruan Qiu desperately pulled Huang Ruoi towards the raptor. At this moment, Huang Ruoi was more helpless than a child. Lin Fei, where are you? Zhenzhen, she's about to die. Why don't you show up yet? Lin Fei. Huang Ruoi sobbed and murmured. At this moment, if someone could save Huang Zhenzhen, it was only Lin Fei. Huang Zhenzhen mortared her straight sword and knelt on one knee. She raised her head with difficulty to look at these guys around her. A miserable smile appeared. If I die here today, you scumbags won't be able to have a good time either. Someone, will avenge me, and his wrath. You can't bear it. Coo! Suddenly strange shrieks emanated from the midst of the haze again, but this time there seemed to be some anxiety in it. Those 10 figures surrounding Huang Zhenzhen suddenly raised their heads in unison to look towards mid-air. Huang Zhenzhen's miserable smile froze and she turned her head in bewilderment, following their gaze. In the midst of the haze, a large black shadow appeared, slowly enveloping everyone. Chapter 66, Hands on My Woman? Then Kill. When the terrifying black shadow appeared in front of Huang Zhenzhen, her heart thumped. 2 large green-gold eyes stared straight down. It made these shifters around her look like enemies. Phew! A gust of wind suddenly blew in, dispersing all the surrounding haze. Huang Zhenzhen saw the true face of the black shadow and stared in shock. That turned out to be a huge, unbelievable snake head. What kind of monster is that? Could it be the cause of the haze? But in the next moment her pupils contracted violently, revealing an incredulous expression, her delicate body trembling and eyes momentarily moistened. Then 2 lines of hot tears slid down. On that serpent's head appeared a figure that made her enough to remove her disguise. By just standing there straight, he had given Huang Zhenzhen the greatest peace of mind. She laughed, miserably, but still brightly. What did I say? Retribution is coming. Ahem. Lin Fei leapt down from the snake's head and landed in front of Huang Zhenzhen, looking down at her. So disobedient? Huang Zhenzhen lifted her hand with difficulty and grabbed it on his pants leg, lifted her head and said with a smile, No, just miss you. A storm brewed in Lin Fei's eyes, and as he clenched his palm, a faint stream of water surfaced and washed the stains off of Huang Zhenzhen. Pale green light then surged amongst Huang Zhenzhen's body, constantly repairing her injuries. A metal platform rose up against the Ulceran's interference, sending Huang Zhenzhen to the top of Ink Scale's head. Lin Fei said coldly without looking back, Go back and punish you all again. When he finished speaking he turned his gaze to these alien powers around him. A bunch of puppets. How dare they make a move on my woman? Seek death. Saying that, a terrifying might was instantly released from him, and the group of exalted were like enemies. The speedy alien stomped his feet with explosive force and the distance of 3 or 4 meters was but a matter of moments as he raised a foot and kicked Lin Fei straight in the face. Bang! The sound of impact rang out, and the speed-type alien's expression changed drastically. The leg he had raised was being held by Lin Fei in a death grip, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Lin Fei's arm exerted force, and a clicking sound of bone cracking rang out, and then he slammed the man onto the ground. A foot stomped on the hose on his back and violently removed it. In an instant, the speedster was as dead as he'd been for decades. Thoroughly decayed into a pile of rotten meat. The other exalts saw this and burst out their full power, not daring to have the slightest reservation. The terrifying wave of air set off by the alien energy blew away the surrounding haze in droves. It allowed Huang Ruoi and the others to see what was going on over there as well. That's what? Ruan Qiu stared blankly at the huge figure that revealed itself from among the haze. Huang Ruoi just cast her gaze into the middle of that group of alienists. Splendid foreign energy flooded that area. Could Huang Zhenzhen still live under such a terrifying attack? her heart grew even sadder. Sister Ruoi, I think that Zhenzhen should be fine. Shinshirin suddenly took 2 steps forward and, the god said with a happy expression. Huang Ruoi looked at her uncertainly, wanting an explanation. Whoa, what's that? Shin Lingyin suddenly exclaimed, and Huang Ruoi hurriedly turned her head to look over there, only to see countless metal spikes rising up from the ground, stabbing those exalted into hedgehogs. The electricity then flashed and the hoses on those guys' backs were chopped off as much as they could. When the metal spikes disappeared, all that was left on the floor were a few piles of rotting flesh that, a figure just walked straight out from amongst the remnants of the alien energy. Brother Lin Fei, Shin Lingyin exclaimed. Ruan Qiu froze, then let Huang Ruoi break free and ran towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei, Zhenzhen she. Huang Ruoi choked as she flung herself into Lin Fei's arms. Lin Fei slapped her on her peach and said in a rather serious tone, Dead. Get ready to go back and build another one with your old man. Huang Ruoi was dumbfounded, her heart sinking to the bottom. Zhenzhen, my daughter. Mom, I'm here. I'm okay. I'm sorry. Huang Zhenzhen cried out as she poked her head out of the python's head on the side. Huang Ruoi was startled and raised her head to see that it was her daughter. Huang Zhenzhen. She's still waving to herself. Hubby, you lied to me. Huang Ruoi's pink fist pounded Lin Fei's chest and said with some fear. Lin Fei coiled both of her legs around his waist and ruthlessly ravaged the 2 peach petals. Lying to you? Let's see what I'll do to you all tonight. Not one of you will escape. Nguyen and the 2 sisters, who had just run to the side, couldn't help but blush on their faces after hearing this. After putting Huang Ruoi down, Lin Fei said, Wait on the side and go. Dare to bully Laozi's woman. None of them will survive. Lin Fei beckoned. An ink scale poked his head in, and a few women stood up. Yang Shaoguang greeted a few people, and under Ruan Qiu's questioning, roughly told them what happened to them. It was a moment that made a few of the women a bit scared. It was a good thing that Lin Fei's strength was extraordinary, otherwise the helicopter explosion alone would have been fatal. Rui and Lu stood by the side without a word, with no intention of talking to each other. After all, it was only Lin Fei that she was interested in. She couldn't be interested in anyone else, and futile socializing would only make her tired. With a slap of his tail, Inkscale exerts his ability to cut off the elevated shelf, blocking the tide of corpses from the rear. The bearer swam slowly, following Lin Fei towards the middle of the haze. Coo, shoo shoo. After the odd cry, several hoses like whips shot out of the haze. The head of the tube also has a mouth as hideous as a Mongolian worm. Lin Fei took Huang Zhenzhen's straight sword and his hand flashed with electricity. At once these hoses broke into several sections, and after taking the pain, they violently retracted into the haze. The people on the snake's head had Lin Fei's strength in their eyes. Especially the few women who had just fought with those things deeply felt the gap between themselves and Lin Fei. Looks like they need more practice. Coo. The crowd could feel the agitation in the midst of the odd grunts of the thing in the middle of that haze was fearing Lin Fei. As the crowd neared the source, Inkscale blew out a violent breath, and in an instant the wind gusted wildly and the haze through and through disperses. Only then did the crowd see the true face of the man who started it all. They all showed shocked looks, especially Yang Shaoguang. He had never imagined that something as odd as this could even exist. On the side, Lu Ruyan was looking excited, and those foxy eyes were full of curiosity inside. Huang Ruoi's girls were fine, just a little surprised that this thing would grow like this, only to see a huge tree about 20 meters tall standing in the flower bed next to the expressway. It cracked the ground. The whole tree is shaped like a huge mushroom with an umbrella bag and a stem. Bubbles the size of a man's head kept bulging out of that umbrella bag, and after they exploded, a number of extremely fine particles erupted and floated into the air. It creates the haze around us, and even weirder are the many hoses that hang down from the lower edge of the umbrella bag that, as numerous as the jellyfish tentacles inside the water. Beneath each tentacle were piled up a mass of skeletons. Enough to see that there are definitely a lot of people who have died at the hands of this guy. Yang Shaoguang gulped a little hesitantly and asked, Do we really want to make a move with this kind of thing? Huang Zhenzhen glanced at him and said calmly, There's no need for us. Lin Fei is enough on his own. Chapter 67 Mushroom Tree. Lin Fei carefully observed the mushroom, and it didn't grow any mysterious fruits like the corpse tree did. It was a bit of a disappointment to him. I would have thought that a guy who could manipulate so many aliens would be a bit more special. Anyhow, didn't ever think it was just a bluff look. You say you've grown so big, and you can't eat it, and you're going around creating haze that affects the environment. It's really detrimental to the appearance of the city. I don't care if it affects the appearance of the city, but I have to make a move on my people. Do you think you owe Na? Tell me, how do you want to die? If it weren't for my lack of flame powers, high and low will have to be stewed into mushroom soup for you. After being nakedly threatened by Lin Fei, the giant mushroom's head bubbled even faster. and the color had changed from the original miserable white to a dark purple, the toxic kind at first glance. After inhaling some of it, even Lin Fei had a feeling of dizziness. It's a neurotoxin that is airborne, and when inhaled by a person or animal, it will quickly create a feeling of vertigo and make their senses plummet. The giant mushroom's tentacles would also come in handy, but wherever the tentacles grabbed and stabbed into the body, then you will lose control of your body completely. I can't do anything but keep my spirit in my brain. One can only watch as the giant mushroom manipulates his body to do something horrible. Just now, those 10 exalted were directly resolved by Lin Fei, but instead, it was the greatest mercy for them. Lin Fei looked at the giant mushroom that was frantically spitting out bubbles and laughed twice, dying struggle. Saying that, the whole person turned into an electric mane and sprinted towards the bottom of the giant mushroom, with the obvious goal of its rhizome, which is usually the most effective way to deal with such bizarre products of the plant type. A perfect example of this is the corpse tree. Seeing Lin Fei heading straight for his 7 inches, the giant mushroom couldn't care less about creating poisonous mist. Swinging the countless tentacles underneath the umbrella bag toward Lin Fei, they entangled themselves frantically. But Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary alien. Now that his strength had reached the peak of the metamorphosis realm, possessing a body strength that was 200 times the human limit, his speed was not half a star faster than Huang Zhenzhen's. The group of people on the snake's head couldn't even get a good look at Lin Fei's figure. There was nothing but blue arcs of electricity flickering in his eyes. The giant mushroom likewise couldn't find a break in Lin Fei, so it had to rhythm its tentacles in front of it, blocking by casting a wide net. Pust! With a sudden flash of blade light, a dozen or so tentacles of the giant mushroom were directly severed from it. The black, fishy liquid dripped down, corroding the ground. Lin Fei's figure flickered towards the huge root that was 4 or 5 meters in diameter. Seeing that his tentacles were nothing in front of Lin Fei, the giant mushroom gave up on the idea of interfering, only to see the tentacles around it instantly shrink to the underside of the umbrella bag. The sharp teeth at the front of that one tentacle tore into the underside of the umbrella bag in droves. Fixing my eyes on the umbrella bag, there were many transparent films underneath the whole umbrella bag totally feels like a beehive. When the tentacles tore those membranes to pieces, a dark purple, fishy liquid flowed out of them, and completely covered the dozens of meters of ground covered by the parachute bag. Snap, snap, along with the liquid that slid to the floor was a dark mass that, the mold looks like a bee pupa, but after landing on the ground and taking a hit, those bee chrysalises began to squirm and a monstrous human arm broke out of it. Each swarm sprang out with 8 arms, and a head with 8 eyes that, like a bug, like a man. It's spooky. Seeing Shen Lingyin and the others in the distance was a bit revolting. I thought walkers and those mutants were gross enough. I didn't realize there was something even more disgusting. Shen Lingyin patted her chest and spat. Only Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, showed an expression of interest. They were genetic combinations she'd never seen before and tickled her soul of truth. Those newborn bodies that landed on the ground seemed like sharks that smelled something fishy. One after another, they began to crawl frantically towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei's figure paused, and with a wave of his arm, the steel bars in the middle of the pavement broke out of the ground. It turned into countless thorns to pierce these monsters, but the rebar wouldn't have been fatal at all if it hadn't pierced those monsters' heads. These guys were as desperate as if they didn't want to die, dragging their mangled bodies to try and bite a piece of meat off of Lin Fei's body. What a bunch of good dogs to raise. Then I'll kill them all. After sneering twice, Lin Fei stretched out a hand and a gentle grip towards the newborn body running wildly ahead. A staggering scene appeared in front of all of them, as those newborn bodies' crumpled and it's rapidly drying up like a balloon that's lost its gas. Bang bang, unceasing cracking sounds rang out, and that one weird thing directly turned into crumbs. Too dead to die. I see. Huang Rui on the snake's head suddenly exclaimed as her eyes lit up. Lin Fei is manipulating the liquid inside those things. He's more powerful than me with his water powers. I didn't realize it could be used like this. With her explanation, it became clear to everyone, and they couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Lin Fei. That guy was just too strong, completely crushing them, the original owners, above the use of his powers. Ku, the giant mushroom saw that all of his minions had been put to death by Lin Fei, and his soul was suddenly in a state of shock. If it hadn't been so incapable of running, it would have scattered and run wild. As everyone watched, the giant mushroom directly forced itself to analyze the water dry. Lest Lin Fei repeat his trick and disintegrate himself from within, and its rod stem quickly shrinks sun into the belly, and the whole umbrella covers the ground. The dry, hardened case was harder than stone and served as its last defense barrier. Rather, you've grown a turtle shell. So be it. If you can eat one of my slashes, I'll let you off the hook today. Lin Fei stood not far away and smiled. saying that he directly raised the straight sword in his hand high. The giant mushroom's heart rejoiced. Was this guy too confident in his strength? With a knife that small, you'd be lucky to cut off your own cuticles. But the next moment, it was dumbfounded, only to see all the vehicles within hundreds of meters of the surrounding area break free from the grip of gravity and fly into midair. The countless steel bars in the middle of the elevated structure rose up like a dragon turning over. Those vehicles disintegrated in midair, and the non-metal fell straight to the ground. The remaining metal parts fused with the steel bars scuttling out of the ground, forming a massive ball of liquid metal in midair. Under Lin Fei's control, the metal ball began to transform into a spiked cone connecting with the straight blade in Lin Fei's hand. It then quickly took shape. A hideous 40-meter machete appeared in his hand. Zip! Electricity awnings then attached to it, giving it the ultimate sharpness. Lin Fei grinned a smile at the corner of his mouth. Are you ready? I'm only going to slash once. With that said, the large sword wrapped in thunder and chopped down directly onto the umbrella bag of the giant mushroom, like a hot knife cutting through oil without any lag. Coo! A mournful, strange scream resounded over the edge of the river of forgetfulness. Chapter 68, Punishing a Disobedient Woman. The 40-meter machete cut the giant mushroom in half, cutting deep cracks even in the ground. The rigid blade energy split the haze along with it. The afterglow of a distant crimson sunset shone right through the gap. Lin Fei put away his sword and turned around without the slightest hesitation. The setting sun was behind him, setting him off like a god or a demon. None of the few people in the back were shocked by this scene. Lin Fei had interpreted what was meant by the aesthetics of violence. A sword opens the gates of heaven. He then leapt high into the air and landed on Inkscale's head, which would, turning his body around, he headed out of the city. The haze on the expressway was lifting, and when the crimson sunset was finally swallowed up by the tall buildings, the heavy steps appeared where the dusk parted. It was a huge figure without a head, burly, and the zombies wandering around retreated in fear, and even the mutants didn't dare to act wildly after sensing its aura. These zombies hesitated, apparently deterred by the remnants of the giant mushroom's aura, but the headless zombie was not the least bit afraid, and walked towards the giant mushroom of death without stopping. It stayed under the giant mushroom for a moment, then took a flying leap and landed on half of the giant mushroom's remains. Dang! 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 Dull pounding sounds resounded for a moment in the middle of the dusk. The headless zombies finally stopped moving when the stars appeared in the sky. It stood up from the spot where it had dug a few meters away, one hand slowly raised. Only in its palm, there was a bizarre crystal emanating a dark purple color. It was reflecting the light of the stars in the sky. The face on the headless walker's chest grinned sorrowfully and its broken neck then unexpectedly tore a gaping hole, and the dark purple crystal was shoved inside. Instantly, the headless zombie shuddered, and the cheeks on his chest began to contort with, as if in great pain. It went on for a good 10 minutes, and when it had finally ceased to tremble, it could be seen that its body had swelled up a lot and was close to 3 meters in size. You can also see a bag bulging up over the broken trail at its neck. It's as if something is being birthed. Roar! The headless zombie roared up to the sky in excitement, and a shockwave was released from under its feet that, shattering the remains of the giant mushroom. The zombies not far away bowed their heads as if they were making a pilgrimage to the birth of a new king. In the night, Lin Fei and the others quietly returned to the shooting range. Sunan's hanging heart finally let go, and the smile on his face returned. Yang Xiaoguang didn't leave either, because Sunan had told him that, unsurprisingly, the concentration camps may yet make a comeback. Back on the way back, Huang Ruoi's few girls then informed the duo of what had happened after they left. Lin Fei's face was slightly gloomy, and the crowd couldn't tell what was going on inside him. At this moment, Yang Xiaoguang's face was also very ugly, and without analyzing it, he could guess who it was. The only people with access to armaments are insiders. To unknowingly place a bomb on the helicopter he was traveling in, that can only be done by someone with a good hand, and after his own accident, the command of the concentration camp naturally slipped down the line. There is no other possibility in the battalion except for his own adjutant. Zhang, I think you probably already have the answer in your mind. You just don't want to believe it yet. Su Nan looked at him with a calm face. Yang Xiaoguang sighed. I just can't figure out why this is happening. It's obvious that they're already in danger, but they're still thinking about the old ways. It's not like I can't give them the position if they want it, so why mess with it? Su Nan smiled noncommittally. You have your ideas, others have others' means. With power naturally comes desire. And besides, heroes come out of troubled times, don't they? Yang Xiaoguang also understood what Su Nan said. It was one thing to not be able to figure it out and another to be able to understand it. It seems that the only way to find out what it's really about is to go and question it yourself. Inside the other courtyard, Lin Fei was sitting by the campfire. and Huang Zhenzhen was like a lazy, innocent cat, sitting on him not wanting to get up. Huang Rui, on the other hand, got up and came behind Lin Fei, a pair of skillful hands massaging him to relieve his fatigue. Nguyen grilled the last few skewers, the fire making her look extremely attractive. Shen Shireen walked out of the house, her cheeks a little slightly reddened. That, Lin Fei, it's ready for the bath. At those words, Lin Fei directly got up and took the lead towards the house. Come in, all of you. I'm going to criticize you all tonight. Huang Rui pulled Shen Shireen into the house after her, and Ruan Qiu's heart fluttered. She stood up, patted her cheeks and let out a light breath before. Take those long legs and walk in. This is a presidential suite created by Sunan, which is usually her place of residence. After Lin Fei and the others arrived, she had specially given way to them as a sign of sincerity. Inside the oversized bathroom at this time, the bathtub was already filled with water, hot and steaming, floating with rose petals. Shen Linging closed the door with a click after pushing Lin Fei in with a red face. Lin Fei rubbed his head. What were these women up to? Shaking his head and laughing. What the hell? Couldn't a few women handle themselves? As he was soaking beautifully in the tub, the bathroom door clicked open. Lin Fei looked sideways and instantly became nonplussed. Everything you want. 5 times happier in style. Poof. The water splashed and the dresses and skirts outlined beautifully. Huang Zhenzhen held up the syringe in her hand and pointed it at Lin Fei, smiling playfully. Anti-inflammatory. Today, I, little medical fairy, have come to test you and see how your needle tying skills are. Lin Fei cried and laughed. This guy actually cost little medical fairy. But one thing is for sure, this outfit does kinda poke at Lin Fei's heart. There were always a few regrets about reading novels at the time. He reached out his hand and then pulled Huang Zhenzhen down into the water. A fiery smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Whether the technique is good or not, this is for you to try it yourself. Huang Zhenzhen rubbed up and said in a sly voice, it's impossible to breathe in the water. It's not comfortable at all. The entire bathroom heated up instantly, creating an epic masterpiece. After whisking his clothes away and hiding his body and name deep inside, Lin Fei walked inside the compound and, sitting in a wicker chair and lighting a cigarette. It's only been more than half a month since the end of the world, and he's already met so many beautiful women who fit the bill. Not all of them have been taking it, but it's only a matter of time. When there are more people in the future, they will definitely need a place to be housed. And now the construction of the Tianshan base should be a good choice, but your own strength is at the root of it all. Taking a deep drag, the smoke rose and drifted away with the cool evening breeze. He flipped his wrist and a beating, heart-like embryo appeared in his hand. It's time to break through the realm. Chapter 69, Breaking Through the Realm. 10 Dragon Jade Top Body. Back when Huiquan village took in Shen Shireen, Lin Fei's realm had then reached the great circle of the metamorphosis realm, and he could use the realm-breaking embryo to break through to the next realm at any time. But there were a lot of trivial matters during this period, and only at this moment did he really have some free time. Lin Fei appeared alone at the top of the Heavenly King's mountain, from which he could look out over the lights of the city. Of course, the direction of the city is now dark, and the prosperity of the past will never be found again. Looking up at the stars, only the quiet of the night provides some peace of mind. Taking 2 pills of the living tiger pill to bring himself to the peak of his condition, he then no longer hesitated to, following the system's prompts, he directly crushed the realm-breaking embryo above his head. The juices run thick and a burning sensation flowed from the canopy all the way down the spine to the extremities. The weird thing was, those juices were actually drilling into the body through Lin Fei's pores like living things. Instantly disappeared without a trace. Only the constantly changing color of his face highlighted the storm that was happening inside him at the moment. Each cell sucked greedily at the mysterious sap, shedding old tissue layer by layer. Black dirt instantly wrapped Lin Fei's entire body like a clay Buddha. Rumble. The originally clear night sky began to cloud over, blackening the star-filled sky. Mo Lin stood inside the range's other courtyard and looked up at the suddenly changing sky. Another gazed toward the top of Tenno Mountain. As a snake, she had an instinctive sense of thunderstorms. Rumble. Lightning began to flicker, illuminating the magnificent form of the Heavenly King's mountain. Mo Lin's pupils couldn't help but shrink. That's. Brush up. Big drops of rain fell, hitting the roof and the windows. Click. A thick bolt of lightning struck the top of the Heavenly King's mountain without the slightest twist and turn. It was as if something was forbidden for heaven. Mountains and rocks were blown up to form craters, and the surrounding trees became directly charred. Lin Fei was sitting at the bottom of the pit, his body covered in skin and flesh, but there was a fluorescent green light that was constantly repairing the injury. Boom! Ka! Another bolt of lightning crashed into the pit, turning the area into a thunderstorm. Countless thunderbolts were like maggots possessing bones, drilling into the middle of Lin Fei's body, and Lin Fei didn't refuse. as if he were a whale swallowing, and the sea was taking in all the water. For a moment, the two forces of destruction and new life mingled in his body. An alternative balance is created, evolving a flow of yin and yang energy. Bang! Lin Fei's body flew into midair as a curtain of rain soaked him. Miso! A pair of eyes opened and gray light spewed out a meter away. Break! As he gave a fierce cry, from amongst his body came the distinct sound of shattering. Not bones shattering. Rather, it was the shackles that were hidden deep within his flesh and blood. With his head held high, he looked toward the black cloud and provoked. Again! Click! The thunder arrived as promised, landing with unerring precision on Lin Fei's body and shaking him into the earth and rocks. Ha ha! Ha ha! Yes! Bang! After laughing maniacally, a circle of azure-colored electric light spread horizontally with Lin Fei at the center, cutting off the rain curtain. His heavenly aura emitted glistening white light, and his entire aura began to climb crazily. In an instant, it surpassed the time when he was using the 3 belts and 1 against Murin, and continued to go higher. The power contained in the flesh and blood mesmerized Lin Fei, and at this moment, he threw a punch that, the air in front of them was pressed out in sonic booms. In the path of this punch, earth and rocks tumbled and trees shattered, extending all the way out for tens of meters. It could be said that at this moment, Lin Fei was like a war machine. His destructive power was terrifying. The system's voice also sounded in his head. The host breaks through the metamorphosis realm, completes the transformation of his physical body, enjoys the power of 100 elephants, and has a crown of translucent jade. It can also be called the 10 Dragons Jade Top Body. 10 Dragons Jade Top Body, one of the 10 holy bodies. The great completion can reach the extreme realm of power. System upgrade in progress. Realm breakthrough rewards will be issued later. Lin Fei's aura slowly collected. Extreme realm of force? It's quite to my liking. However, he was more concerned about the realm breakthrough reward that the system was talking about, remembering that the living tiger Dan given at the beginning was already a benefit to himself. What would be the surprise of this breakthrough realm? Inside the concentration camp, in the rear living quarters, Pei Qianhua smoked a cigar and lifted the curtain to look at the 3 thunderbolts that struck the top of the Heavenly King's mountain. It was a little depressing to his mind. As a qualified lord, he made an immediate decision that he had to leave this place. It was an intuition, and he had averted many a crisis with that intuition of his. There's business and there's personal safety. This time, he also chose to trust his intuition without hesitation. In the rain, a black jeep arrived in front of the gates of the camp. After the guards saw that it was Pei Qianhua, they did not stop them. The black jeep dug into the rain and quickly disappeared down the muddy road. A young man on the passenger side smoking a cigarette, looking out the window and then at Pei Qianhua, who didn't say a word. Mr. Pei, are we running away? Wasn't it good in the concentration camp? Those girls are making me comfortable. Pei Qianhua scolded. Just ing know how to play with women. I'll see you die on a woman's belly one day sooner or later. Hey, isn't that what you taught me? It's true that the weak are the strongest, isn't it? The youngster smiled indifferently. Pei Qianhua took control of the steering wheel, discerning the direction in the rain. Weakness is based on people being weak. Today's action not only didn't knock out the range, but it offended them to death. You should know better than that how terrifying the powers of a shifter can be. That guy Zhang Jiang is a typical directive personality, without much leadership ability. Even if the range doesn't fight back, that concentration camp won't exist for long in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. The youngster smiled, not sure if he was listening. So where are we going? Here. The walkers seem to have found us. Pei Qianhua looked, and sure enough, in the passenger seat of an abandoned sedan, a zombie pokes halfway out and struggles to fall out of the car. Put your powers to good use and I'll find a way to keep you alive. The youngster shrugged, and then the vehicle began to blend in with its surroundings like a chameleon. The noise disappears as well. The zombie that fell to the ground looked confused and, weren't there 2 more fleshworms coming in their direction just now? Why are they suddenly gone? The jeep was a long way away before it broke from that particular state. The young man on the passenger side blanched a bit. Mr. Pei, you can't go back on your word when you said you'd help me with my powers. Pei Qianhua glanced at him. I, Pei Mao, have always spoken with a mouthful of spittle. As long as we make it to the Southern Theater this time, I'll keep you safe. Having said that, he was somewhat glad that he had discovered the shameless fellow who had bedded the female survivor. The other day, his existence was unknown to Zhang Jiang. At the moment his powers became his own retreat. Shortly after he left, 2 figures carrying swords appeared at the gates of the concentration camp. Chapter 70, SS Ability, Mad Thunder Surge. System upgrade completed. Reward analysis in progress. Lin Fei had been sitting on the top of the Heavenly King Mountain for a long time, and finally waited for the system's upgrade to be completed. The heart can't help but look forward to it. The secondary system is successfully opened and can trace the host's past compliance targets, and open the return of non-material consumption. The host has successfully advanced to the second realm, rewarded with alien energy upgrade Dan *10. When these two prompts ended, the system did not give any more feedback. Lin Fei asked doubtfully, Tong, I can understand this exotic energy ascension pill, but what does it mean to retroactively conform to a requirement goal? Where have I ever had a woman before? Just because the host doesn't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Please wait for the host to hear about it. This made Lin Fei even more confused. Could it be that he was a scum in his last life? As far as he knows, from the time he remembers kindergarten, he hadn't done anything substantial himself, other than sneaking around and pulling on a little girl's hand. If there was, it would have to be one's own white moonlight, Li Yu-hee. But Young-hee had already passed away on her own watch a year before the end of the world. That's retroactive. Unable to think straight, he shook his head. Forget it, let's wait for this condition to trigger. Then Lin Fei flipped his palm and a small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand, pouring out a pure white elixir from it. It smelled surprisingly refreshing. Alien energy upgrade pill. Alien energy can still be upgraded? Try it. Saying so, he swallowed a capsule directly, and it melted in his mouth. A metaphysical sensation surfaced in his mind, that did not act on the physical body, but went straight to the supernatural energy that was latent in the middle of the body. Ability, SS Blue Flicker, upgrade successful, SS Wild Thunder Surge. Zip! In an instant, terrifying thunder power spread uncontrollably amongst Lin Fei's body. It was even more furious than the previous Azure Flashes. If the Azure Flicker has already been considered to have touched the ceiling of the Thunder System's supernormal ability, that Wild Thunder Surge was a top-notch supernatural ability of the Tang Dynasty's Thunder System. Rumble! The thunder in the sky even mirrored Lin Fei's supernatural ability as well, and two brilliant rays of thunder fell down. It was easily held in his hands. Go! Lin Fei tried releasing thunderbolts towards the subpeak of the Heavenly King's mountain, and the distance of several hundred meters was instantaneous. Boom! Boom boom! An explosion like thunder rang out, and the subpeak was instantly flattened to the tip of the mountain as if it had been blasted. Hiss! This power! It seems like it's a bit over the top. Lin Fei couldn't help but marvel. Wild thunder surges are enough to easily invoke the heavens, and their combat power in thunderstorms is off the charts. This alien energy upgrade Dan was simply in existence like a plug-in. Tuan, what is the highest level of psychic ability? SS class. Can that ability upgrade pill be taken consistently to upgrade an ability to SS rank? If the host possesses enough ability upgrade pills, all abilities can be upgraded to SS rank. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a proper full-blown super god level talent? Now it was up to him to see if the consumption return he had obtained from Ruan Qiu could successfully replicate this exotic ascension pill. There was no rush for this moment. A couple of women had been tossing and turning with themselves most of the night, so let them rest first. The rain in the sky became denser and denser, and Lin Fei just sat there on the boulder at the top of the Heavenly King mountain. Let it wash over you and wash the dirt from your body. The entire person closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body, slowly mastering every bit of power. By the way, Tong, what is the name of this realm after the Metamorphosis realm? Lin Fei suddenly wondered. The second realm. Ha? So scribbled? It feels like the compulsion has instantly gone down a notch. Lin Fei spat. The Metamorphosis realm is recognized as the path of invincibility, and at the beginning of cultivation any being who has set foot in the Metamorphosis realm, the essence of life will far exceed other ordinary first realm beings. The Metamorphosis realm baptism is the threshold of genius, and beings who can pass the Metamorphosis realm grand circle breaking realm. Less than 10 fingers. Hosts don't beat much. Lin Fei. Great. The system is attacking the host. Forget it, Big Daddy. It can be tolerated. Concentration camp tent. Zhang Zhang looked at the man and woman sitting on the stool with a startled expression. He was less than convinced when these two men exposed themselves as the Chopper Division's identity. However, after seeing the other party's strange means and tattooed dragon power suit, he remembered his teacher's words. There are quite a few capable people in the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Beheading Division should be the first. Are the two of you telling the truth? Zhang Zhang asked as he wrinkled his eyebrows. Wang's face turned slightly white. There was hidden anger brewing in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Zhang. Are you questioning my words? Zhang Zhang suddenly felt an oppression hovering over him. The woman next to her, who looked as sick as a baby, had eyes sharp as knives staring at her. No. Zhang Zhang shook his head. Then if that group of women really left, what do you two mean? Wang's voice was cold. Naturally. It is to help me kill the elves and monsters in this world. Now that the end of the world is at hand, the elves and monsters broke the seal and came out without the binding suppression. I'm afraid that they are even more terrifying than the zombies. That group is feeding the tiger with their bodies. And the duty of the dragon cutting division is to cut down the essence and remove the demons. Don't worry, my purpose is only that elf. I don't care about anything else. Zhang Zheng had hesitation in his eyes after hearing this, but thought that there was no need for the people of the dragon beheading division to deceive him. Since he said the range is in an internal deficit right now, that's bound to be the case. It was an opportunity, a chance to pull out of the range. But what if that group comes back? Wouldn't we be a target? Zhang Zheng still has some hesitation. After all, if the dragon-slaying division's people get their hands on him and then pat their asses and walk away, you can't deal with a shifter on your own. Wang Zhenzhen coldly grunted. Don't worry, I've already sent a message to the Oblivion sect. Someone will be here in a few days to sit in for you. A district alien is not enough. After hearing Wang Zhen's assurance, the stone in Zhang Zheng's heart fell down. That would be best. Then since we're going to do it, it's better to hurry than to be late. I'm going to mobilize my men and pull the range out overnight. Wang Zhenzhen looked at the shadow next to him. The latter's body scars were quite blinding, but it had gotten much better. The sword servant's body has been specially polished to be extremely resistant to injury and illness. The ability to recover was also terrifying. Not as much as the healing powers, but not to be underestimated. What's more, Shadow was the sword servant that the deputy division master had personally chosen for himself, and in the years that he had followed him, the good stuff has been used on her quite a bit, and it's safe to say that she's being groomed as a true sharpshooter. At this moment, the chi and blood are weak, but the power to fight with ordinary people is more than enough, and besides, he still has quite a few talismans in his hand, so without that group of, let's see who can protect that elf. Wang Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Zheng and smiled coldly. Yes, the moon is dark, the wind is high and the rain is pouring. Just the right time to kill someone. Chapter 71, The Rainy Night. When Zhang Zheng ordered the men to gather, something unexpected happened to him. Many of the fighters questioned, why are you taking shots at the same survivors on the range? We're soldiers, not bandits. There was anger burning in Zhang Zheng's eyes. This group of who stepped on the horse was really Elm. So a dramatic scene occurred. Zhang Zheng directly ordered those warriors who didn't want to go to hand over their weapons. Another group of bold ones were pulled from within the refugees to be strong soldiers. An incestuous procession just rolled away against the rain. Looking at their departing backs, the warriors left behind had furrowed their brows. Brothers, don't you think it's strange? You're saying there's something fishy going on with command? Not only that, but Lieutenant Zhang's behavior is very suspicious of motives. A great deal of trouble. The fact that we, as soldiers, have to take a shot at survivors is definitely not an order that can be given by a major. It seems that because of the sudden appearance of the end times, hearts have changed. In the dark jungle, figures clad in black raincoats ran on and on. It soon appeared on the periphery of the range, as the range was transformed by Ruoyi Huang and Shirin Shen to create a moat and enclosure. They can only enter from the direction of the main entrance. Sir, 2 targets have been spotted at the gate. Snipers are in position. Someone reported in a whisper. Zhang Zheng also saw the 2 killers next to the metal fence from among the night vision device. The sound deadening is all set up, right? It's ready. Well, then, shoot the watchdogs for me first, then make a long drive and end the whole range. Zhang Zheng's eyes were fierce as he ordered, bound to succeed in one move. Saying that, he also looked at the 2 Wang Zhenzhen who were standing quietly under the tree next to him, and had some calculations in his heart. Pei Qianhua the dog does not know when to slip away, but slipped away is good. This opportunity to befriend the Chopper Division could be yours alone. If Sensei he knew that he could even hook up with the Chopper Division, he would surely be very praiseworthy as well. But while they were hidden in the forest, there was a bare-chested figure approaching leisurely in their direction. Lin Fei was in unprecedentedly good spirits at the moment, having just come down from the Heavenly King's mountain. His feet were muddy as hell, planning to go back to the range for a hot shower. When he stepped into this forest outside the main gate of the shooting range, a system alert suddenly rang in his head. Note, a beautiful woman with a composite rating of 91 points or more appears within the system's perceptual range. Target, Shadow. Lin Fei froze. What was the situation? Is there a bug in the system? It's the middle of the night. It's pouring rain, and you can detect a beautiful woman in the woods? I'll believe you when you say you detected a ghost. And so on. What's her name? Shadow? Suddenly, Lin Fei's eyes became subtle and, this name he seemed to have heard in the mouths of Huang Rui's girls. One of those 2 people from the Dragon Beheading Division after he left during the day. Showing up here at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning. There's definitely something wrong with the treadmill. Then a chilling smile appeared at the corner of Lin Fei's mouth. Since someone was rushing to deliver warmth, then he himself had to condescend to let his brother live in his new home. The heavy rain in the forest hit the leaves, and the whirring sound muffled a lot of sounds that shouldn't have been there. Put. 2 soft muffled thuds, unobtrusive in the rain. However, Lin Fei heard it truly, and after breaking into the second realm, the whole thing just starts going in the direction of inhumanity. The senses have become incredibly acute, so one could clearly distinguish 2 gunshots caught in the middle of the rain. No good. Lin Fei's eyes stared, and he quickly headed towards the place where the noise had been made. After drilling through a patch of bushes, the figure clad in a black raincoat appeared in his eyes. Could see 2 guys with sniper rifles in their hands, looking down the line toward the range entrance. The 2 figures had collapsed in the middle of the heavy rain, their blood washed by the rain, and they were dead. At that moment, Lin Fei's heart was on fire, and he walked up and caught one of them lifting up. Who the hell are you? The man's shout startled all who were hidden here. They cast wary gazes at Lin Fei, who was standing at the very back, bare-chested. Who are you? Someone beside him immediately turned his gun around and pointed at Lin Fei in a cold voice. Zhang Jiang also saw Lin Fei, but he didn't know Lin Fei's identity, so frowning with a low voice, he inquired, "This friend, what are you doing? Quickly release him. We are fighters from the Forgotten Riverfront in the Southern War Zone. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Huang Zhenzhen and Shadow under the tree on the side suddenly jumped in their hearts. The person gave them a hazy feeling. Alien? Or a practitioner? Glancing at each other, each saw the confusion in the other's eyes. Shadow took a half step forward, blocking Huang Zhenzhen slightly. The duty of a sword servant was to protect the swordmaster, and at this point, Shadow was undoubtedly doing a good job. Zhang Jiang looked at the man's grip on his men who had no intention of letting go. I felt that I had lost face. The voice went a few degrees colder. "Hey, friend, you're overdoing it, aren't you? Anymore, we're an official organization, and if you don't let go of that, I have the right to take extraordinary measures against you." The person whose neck was choked by Lin Fei was none other than the temporary worker that Zhang Jiang had found. At this moment, being lifted into midair and feeling the increasing force, the survivor's weak nerves collapsed. Cough. "Big brother, don't kill me. I'm just one to make up the numbers." He hastily threw the gun inside his hand to the ground to show that he was no threat. Lin Fei's eyes were dark as he stared at Zhang Jiang, who was not far away. It made him suddenly feel the temperature around him drop by a large margin, and he couldn't help but shiver. "Misunderstanding? Excessive?" A cold voice squeezed out from Lin Fei's throat. Click. The sound of bones breaking was clear and piercing, and the eyes of the man he had pinched up instantly widened steeply. He died with blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Snap. The corpse was casually thrown in the mud by Lin Fei, and the eyes of those who watched it jumped. Zhang Jiang immediately drew his pistol and shot at Lin Fei. Bang! But instead of giving him comfort, the bullets amplified his fear and that of those around him. This was because the bullet was being pinched by Lin Fei at his fingertips, and then with a gentle squeeze, it became a discus. Zhang Jiang swallowed his saliva and glanced at Huang Zhenzhen, who stood by the side without making a move. Then he looked at Lin Fei and snapped. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Lin Fei sketched a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and took a step towards him. "Who am I? You've made a move on my men and you're asking me who I am? Do you want me to show you my ID card?" Lin Fei's footsteps did not stop, and the shrubs brushed against his legs, making a whirring sound. "So what do I want to do? Isn't it obvious?" Zhang Zhang's eyes were wide and the pistol in his hand was pointed dead at Lin Fei, all of them. "Aim this guy for me. Catching bullets with your bare hands? I have so many guns. Let's see if you can catch them." Chapter 72. Lin Fei shook his head, kindly smiling. "People, sometimes they're just so stupid. What's the point of having powers if guns work?" A flash of gray flashed in his eyes as the words left his mouth. Countless iron thorns instantly sprang out from a 100-meter radius centered around Lin Fei, stabbing people who raised their guns at them. In a moment, dozens of bodies lay limp on the iron spikes, and even as it rained around them, nor could it hide the strong odor of blood. Most of the rest of the people who are still alive are survivor stalwarts, scared to death by Lin Fei's instantaneous killing of dozens of people. Poof! There were a few people sitting on their asses on the floor, screaming in horror and, how have they ever seen such a scene? Even when the zombies came down, it wasn't this shocking. At that moment, some people threw away their armor and fled deeper into the jungle. Lin Fei's eyes went cold, and the rain curtain around him turned into a killing weapon, strangling those who ran away. This scene even made Zhang Jiang's liver and gall blown apart. He gripped the gun with both hands, yet he still couldn't help but shiver. "You, who the hell are you? Do you know what happens when you make a move against the military?" Lin Fei sneered. "An army? Don't discredit the name. All I see is a bunch of dirtbags. For the sake of Yang Shaoguang, I won't kill you today." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiang immediately brightened up and decisively ran away toward the back. He couldn't care less about the dragon beheading division at this moment, but before he could run a few steps, he suddenly fell in the middle of the mud. Zhang Jiang braced himself and turned his head to look at his leg. then screamed out in shock. It could be seen that his feet were gone, and that only 2 calves remained. The bone stubble poking into the mud was even more painful. Lin Fei didn't care about him anymore, turning his head to look at the 2 figures that had been standing beside him without making a move. Both of you, have you seen enough of the drama? Isn't it time for you to come on? Huang Zhenzhen and Shadow's pupils shrunk at the same time. We're members of the Dragon Slaying Division's Pingnan group. Your Excellency, don't mistake yourself. Shadow stared coldly at Lin Fei. One hand was attached to the hilt of the sword on his back, ready to strike. Huang Zhenzhen also opened his mouth and warned, "Kid, no matter if you're a psychic or a cultivator, all have to be under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Chopping Division. It's not unlikely that we'll all become colleagues in the future, so do something and leave a thread, and we'll see each other in the future." Lin Fei laughed. Colleagues? Ha ha, there are organizations like yours. I don't think it's too smart of a place to go, and I'm afraid to go and pull down my IQ. You, keep your mouth clean. Thousands of years of inheritance in the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Beheading Division. It's not something you can slander at will. Shadow droned coldly. Lin Fei looked at her, his gaze extremely aggressive. Rather, you have a clever mouth. I just don't know how it tastes. Huang Zhenzhen immediately became furious. Kid, you want to die, don't you? As his own swordsman, long since regarded by him as forbidden. It was just that he had not yet broken through the innate realm and had not yet intermingled with the shadow flesh. Besides, no one had ever dared to speak out against them, who came from the Chopper Division. Lin Fei laughed. Yo, angry? Young people have to be calm in their minds, or else you might die of anger later. Facing Lin Fei's endless provocations, Huang Zhenzhen immediately took out his own talisman, setting it ablaze in a curtain of rain. Even raindrops could not extinguish it. The shadow's body suddenly became illusory, as if it had blended into its surroundings. There is a sense of emptiness. Kid, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can think that there is no one else. There are heavens beyond the heavens. Huang Zhenzhen shouted loudly and coldly. Lin Fei's smile didn't diminish. I understand the reasoning, but it's a pity that you're not qualified enough. Phew. A sharp to the point of breaking wind sounded, and a cold aura blossomed in front of the bushes behind Lin Fei's right. Shadow didn't know when he had bypassed Lin Fei's line of sight and launched a surprise attack from the rear. Bang! But the longsword stabbed straight down and failed to make a mark. Instead, Lin Fei stretched out his fingers without looking back. Shadow instantly opened her beautiful eyes wide and had an ominous premonition in her heart. Immediately she gave up her long sword and drew back. Lin Fei had a smile on his lips. What? Is that all you've got? Huang Zhenzhen's fists clenched tightly. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he took out a jade box from his pocket. Opening it up, he took a golden talisman out of it. Not knowing the heights of heaven, let you see why the majesty of the Dragon Beheading Division is not to be insulted. Heaven and earth pardon. The golden talisman instantly affixed itself to his long sword, transforming into a layer of light and shadow that covered it. The brilliant might erupted, actually blowing the rain curtain around them backwards. Shadow's figure appeared beside him and took the brilliant gold longsword from him. I don't know what kind of gong method she was running, but her body was haloed with a blinding golden light. It was as if God and Buddha had descended into the world, and people were terrified. Without a word, Shadow entered the state of human sword unity, and between the explosive flashes of his figure, appeared in front of Lin Fei. The long sword angled upwards, wanting to chop off Lin Fei's head, but when the tip of the sword was still 0.01 centimeters away from Lin Fei's neck, it could no longer advance an inch. It's as if something is holding it back. Bang! Muffled sounds exploded in the darkness. Shadow's body flew directly backwards, knocking down several large trees, and upon landing, the golden light was all a bit disorganized. Huang Zhenzhen was instantly appalled. Impossible. How is it possible for you to harden the orthodox golden light mantra? Shadow coughed and climbed to her feet. She too was beyond appalled that the Zhang Fa golden light mantra is a life protection talisman treasure given to him by Huang Zhen's uncle, who is the deputy head of the Dragon Beheading Division, an existence at the bottom of the innate Great Circle realm, just one step away from achieving land god. Even if the talismanic treasures were bestowed, they would definitely not be weaker than the innate realm. This person could even defeat the innate realm? What the hell is he? Lin Fei dusted off the mud on his legs instead. A golden light spell? What kind of crap? If that's all you've got, then I'm not going to be polite. Oh. Boom! The earth instantly splattered where Lin Fei stood, his figure pulling out a sonic boom in the rain. It instantly appeared in front of Huang Zhenzhen. A bushel of slaps landed swiftly on his face. Snap! After the muffled sound, Huang Zhen's entire body was flung into the dirt, and half of his face was somewhat deformed. That's still Lin Fei only using 0.1% of his strength. Otherwise it wouldn't be a problem to just slap him so hard that his head explodes. Huang Zhenzhen. Shadow snapped horrifiedly, clenching his teeth strongly as he sprinted towards Lin Fei, the long sword in his hand wrapped in golden light and chopped down diagonally, cutting the big tree next to him into 2 pieces. But Lin Fei simply stretched out a hand and easily bound it. Shadow gave up his longsword and 2 short thorns shot out of his sleeves, holding them in his hands as he stabbed towards Lin Fei. Ding! Ding! After a crisp clang, the short spikes snapped. Shadow's eyes froze straight at Lin Fei's unharmed chest. How is this possible? Even if it was gold and iron, one could easily pierce it through. What kind of monster is this guy? When she raised her head, Lin Fei was looking at her playfully. Had enough fun? Have you? Then it's my turn. Chapter 73, Elysium in the Late Night Rain. Shadow is also considered to be one of the most gifted amongst the dragon-slaying division swordsmen. At such a young age, he had already broken through the Hotian realm. That's why Wang's uncle valued her and chose her as Wang's swordsman. If nothing goes wrong, Shadow will step into the Innate, or even touch the land goddess realm. In the future, it will also be a great help to the Wang family. Ever since she followed Huang Zhenzhen, she has been single-mindedly focusing on guarding Huang Zhenzhen as well as her cultivation. There was a contractual bond between the two of them in the form of the Dragon Beheading Division, where one honors the other and one loses the other. At this moment, Huang Zhenzhen was seriously injured. She could never stand by and gamble her life. Keep him too. But this man in front of him, he's practically a devil. The realm of the Hotian can't hurt him. Borrowing the power of the Innate could not even move him in the slightest. How does that make one fight? I'm afraid the only way to gain a chance of survival is to run away. But before she could move, she felt a terrifying force choke her throat and, almost choking, Lin Fei lifted her up in midair, the corners of his mouth sketching a smile. TSK, TSK. How dare you think of saving someone at a time like this? What on earth is there about this punk worth thinking about? Behind him, the land was flooded with a great deal of metallic material. A cross formed behind Huang Zhenzhen, slowly raising him up, hanging his head low like Jesus. At the same time, a flash of gray energy surged out of Lin Fei's hand and quickly drilled into Shadow's body. What have you done to me? My cultivation. She looked at Lin Fei in horror and her own Hotian realm cultivation had strangely disappeared into thin air. And at this moment, she became a mortal with no hands. Lin Fei recruited the metal amongst the earth and turned it into a kneeling chair, clamping her down. This position made Shadow feel extremely ashamed, and she chortled. What do you want? Lin Fei's hand holding her neck smoothly pulled her collar, closing in front of her and narrowing his eyes. He said, think. Shadow suddenly froze. Think? Thought what? But then she knew what Lin Fei was going to do. Fizzle. The sturdy Zhanlong Sea power suit was directly torn apart by Lin Fei, and white light appeared in the air at first. The rain slid down the locking keel to the peaks and down the valleys to the plains, whetting Lin Fei's appetite. Not bad, not bad, not bad for practicing. Shadow began to panic. As a woman, how could she not know what Lin Fei was going to do? No, don't. You can't do this. The chopper division won't let you go. Lin Fei gently patted her cheek and laughed. Aren't you too naive? If I let you guys go, will the chopper division be at peace with me? Shadow stared blankly, not knowing how to retort. Regardless of the outcome of today, the Dragon Slaying Division has formed a relationship with this person. There is categorically no reprieve. But he would choose such a bizarre way to deal with himself. He's a sword servant. It is absolutely not possible to break the ban before breaking through the Innate. You crazy bastard. Pervert. The Dragon Slaying Division will surely avenge us. I'm dying today, and you won't get away with it. Lin Fei pinched her cheek with one hand and said with a cold smile. You're quite chaste, aren't you? Thank you for reminding me. Or I would have wasted the warmth delivered to my door. After a couple of kind laughs, he took out a towel and gagged her mouth, and in Shadow's despairing gaze, slowly walked behind her. When Lin Fei walked away, she saw Huang Zhenzhen on the cross. Although he was in a coma at the moment, he was definitely not dead. Suddenly there was an overwhelming sense of shame. It had been raining heavily, and on Shadow's face he didn't know if it was tears or rain. Icy raindrops slid down, making Shadow shudder. All she could do inside her mouth was whimper. Unable to stop what happened next, a pair of large hands gently landed on her waist, and the hot touch sent a shiver down her spine. As her panic reached its peak, the good part kicked in. Shadow's eyes rolled slightly white and her petite body trembled uncontrollably. On rainy nights, in the jungle, fiery beats tinkle and pound away the cold. I don't know how many times I've climbed to the top, but Shadow's mind was only blank in the middle of it, even to the point where the body began to instinctively cooperate. At some point, the towel disappeared from her mouth, and Warbler finally found catharsis. Constant long chirps, and just as Shadow gradually forgot himself, Huang Zhenzhen on the cross slowly raised his head. His eyes were hazy, and Lin Fei's slap had put him in a coma for nearly 2 hours. The first thing he did when he woke up was to pronounce a death sentence on Lin Fei in his heart, thinking that he is the sword master of the Dragon Chopper Division and the second son of the Wang family. There were not many people under the sky who dared to be so reckless in front of themselves. Kill. Make sure you kill that guy. But he was suddenly confused. Where did the women's cries come from? His eyes slowly focused toward the front, and the scene before him instantly made him flaxen and frozen. What's going on here? What's with all the games? Wait a minute. Not right. Treadmill. That's Shadow. Ah. Huang Zhenzhen couldn't care about anything else. He only knew to roar out madly. He felt as if there were Pleasant and Grey Wolf living in his head. So much for a nuclear bomb to end the world. The Shadow in the state of forgetfulness was instantly awakened, and she looked at Huang Zhenzhen with incomparable shame and indignation. There was an apology in her eyes, but at the moment she couldn't stop. Climbed to the top amidst the nightingales singing. Huang Zhenzhen's eyes were wide with anger, and the locking rings on his hands and feet were strangled with deep bloody marks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll kill you all. Under the extreme mental stimulation, Huang Zhenzhen's eyes were bloodshot, turning into a thing that only knew rage. Lin Fei breathed a long sigh of relief, his spirit clearer and more refreshed. Snapping her fingers, the metal chains dissolved into iron drips and she fell helplessly to the muddy ground. Letting the raindrops wash over her. It's true that practitioners are different. It's amazing that a body practiced since childhood can fight for 2 hours straight. Yes. He then crossed over Shadow and walked towards Huang Zhenzhen, who kept cursing angrily. TSK, look. You look like a dog. Where's the godly energy from before? Never mind. God has a good mind. Better let me, a mortal with no morals, relieve you. With that, the long sword on the ground flew up and fell into Lin Fei's hands. No, don't kill him. He's a member of the Wang family from Shangjing, and the Dragon Beheading Division has his destiny card. If he dies, the Dragon Slaying Division will know immediately. And if he dies, I'll die too. I'm sorry, said Shadow behind him, pivoting hard to dissuade him. Lin Fei turned his head and cast a sidelong glance at her. What's your death or life got to do with me? Don't forget, you and I are hostile. As for some Chopper Division, the Wang family, if they have the guts to come looking for trouble, naturally, I won't treat them poorly. Shadow suddenly froze, and then looked at Lin Fei as well as Huang Zhenzhen with a complicated expression. Yes, what does his own death have to do with him? Is it because of that ridiculous thing we just did? It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. It's a different kind of fulfillment to be able to experience the ultimate happiness on earth before you die. Chapter 74 Zhang Zhang's Sacrifice. With a knife, Huang Zhenzhen's head fell to the ground. Shadow stared blankly at the head that had fallen to the ground, still holding an angry expression. Huang Zhenzhen, dead. But then his head was filled with amazement. Why was he still alive when he was dead? Is there something wrong with the deed? She dismissed the conjecture in her mind. For she had seen more than once the harshness of the Zenith's ordained pacts, and no one was immune. She then turned her gaze to Lin Fei, who was carrying Zhang Zheng away. Could he be the reason? Ha ha. The leaves were lapped by a curtain of rain that obscured the absurdity of the place. You're lucky you're not dead. If you ever want to come for revenge, I'm here for you. As for what consequences, think for yourself. Lin Fei's voice came through the curtain of rain, clearly landing in Shadow's ears. She was lost in thought. What was she going to do with herself now? Bring Huang Zhenzhen's body back to the Dragon Chopper Division and ask the deputy director to make a move? She shook her head. Huang Zhenzhen was dead, and even if she returned to the Chopper Division, and definitely not allowed to live alone, the Sword Master is dead. What makes the Sword Servant alive? Suddenly she laughed miserably, as if she had lost her nestlings, and, for a moment, he didn't know where to fly. After a long time, she stripped a piece of clothing from the dead man, picked up her long sword and slung it over her back, turned and disappeared into the rain. Target, Shadow. Flaws have been remedied, as the target does not possess psychic abilities. Therefore, it is not possible to obtain the added powers. Wiped out. Lin Fei suddenly burst out, having the feeling of being hoarded out for nothing and not receiving any money. But on second thought, at least it made you comfortable, didn't it? And the strength is steadily increasing, and the strength of the body has increased quite a bit more. It was estimated that if he took down one more target, he would be able to attempt to break through to the third realm. While other psychics might still be plagued by the drawbacks of psychic powers right now, Lin Fei had already run 3. Absolute crushing power. Several of the women around her have also been through the alien consumptive training, successfully stepped into the ranks of second-order psychics. Of all the people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who have found a way to circumvent the complications of their powers, it's also a phoenix of existence. There's more kinds of powers than you can imagine. Lin Fei wouldn't be naive enough to think that he was the only one who could stabilize other people's powers. It's an indisputable fact that there will always be deviants who are able to do things that regular people can't. A Tong, upgrade the killing weapon. The killing machine is being upgraded. Killing weapon upgraded successfully, killing rocket. Lin Fei was slightly alarmed. This 2Z upgrade had come really hard. The grenades are already considered killers. And this gives itself a whole lot of rockets. Is it possible to even get the East Wind Express in the future? The sky was already slightly light, only a bit dark due to the rainy weather. The discovery of the two bodies at the entrance to the shooting range instantly sets the Killmonger group in an uproar. Sunan all appeared at the door with an incomparably ugly expression. President, Monkey and Shun were both killed by a single shot, definitely by a sniper. I told you I shouldn't have let those S back in yesterday, or they both wouldn't be dead. Fire his big daddy. Boys, if you're a bandwagoner, come with me to up his son of a S concentration camp. Avenge the monkeys. Just as the group was getting angry, a man came through the gates. Lin Fei, who had officially finished his morning exercise, dragged the dead dog like Zhang Zheng towards the crowd. Tom. Zhang Zheng was thrown to the ground by Lin Fei and rolled twice. Chen Dong was slightly startled. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Lin Fei shrugged. Happened to run into this group of guys outside who were planning to mess things up. I got the leader here. He looked at Sunan. By the way, let Yang Xiaoguang come. Perhaps he will give you an explanation. Then twisting halfway around to point to a grove of trees. Well, that's where I found him. With that, he walked into the range without looking back. When Sunan led the people there, goosebumps fell all over the place. Dozens of corpses in a miserable state of death lay horizontally, outlining a bizarre scene of death. Especially the guy tied to the cross with his head missing. She recognized this guy as the arrogant member of the Chopper Division that, yesterday, it took 5 of Huang Ruo's men to force them back, and now Lin Fei alone had beheaded them. This made Sunan feel even more confused about Lin Fei's strength. He's a complete abyss with no bottom in sight. Soon, the inside of the range's council chamber was filled with people, and the killer youths were all looking indignant and, the gun in his hand was cold, shocking the other survivors. Yang Xiaoguang hurriedly arrived, not yet understanding what had happened. When he saw Zhang Zheng who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, he was shocked. It is? Chen Dong told the matter as it was, causing Yang Xiaoguang to be astonished. Although he guessed that the matter might involve Zhang Zheng, he did not expect him to be the main culprit. That's not right. Zhang Zheng is not that kind of strategist. He will only do what he is told to do. Someone must have stirred him up. It was only then that he ordered the targeting of the range. A name popped into his head, Pei Qianhua. This is a ruthless guy. No profit, even with the end times coming. And there's no stopping his ambitions. Then Lu Shangxi carried a bucket of cool water and swished it all over Zhang Zheng's face to wake him up. Ah! The moment Zhang Zheng woke up, he screamed in panic. When he realized Yang Xiaoguang in front of him, he crawled towards him prostrate. Commander Yang, help me. The firing range. The range went crazy. How dare they lay hands on our warriors? My foot was also cut off. This matter must be reported to the war zone. Absolutely no tolerance. Command. Yang Xiaoguang's face gradually became ugly. This guy was obviously throwing dirty water at him. Is that what one's adjutant is? I really don't know how this guy could become a disciple of Elder Zhuang. A disgrace. Kicking him away, Yang Xiaoguang gazed at him coldly. Zhang Zheng, in vain. I regard you as my brother and sister. Is that how you do things? Planting a bomb on my airplane. If it wasn't for a lucky life, you've really become the commander-in-chief of the Forgotten River front line as a matter of course. In this way, is it possible to climb up the ladder by means of the recommendation letter in Pei Qianhua's hand? Mard, if I had known that you were this kind of demeanor, I wouldn't have sold the face of Zhuang Lao's disciple. Now that the end times are at hand, you don't save so many survivors, but listen to slanderous rumors of infighting. You've literally been living like a pig all these years. Pei Qianhua people, dead or not? In the face of Yang Xiaoguang's verbal abuse, Zhang Zheng's face showed a terrified look, because he was absolutely right. It was as if he was personally involved in the machinations of the two men. So what? I didn't do it for the concentration camps. The people from the Dragon Beheading Division say that this shooting range is harboring demons and will endanger more people. So what can I choose? With a tiger? Oh, but don't worry, the range is about to be finished. They killed the Chopper Division. It won't be long before you're bouncing around. Zhang Zheng roared hysterically, causing everyone around him to frown. Yang Xiaoguang's fists were clenched white. Chen Dong walked up and said, Officer Yang, this guy is useless, isn't he? Then I'll clean up the trash. Yang Xiaoguang closed his eyes and nodded heavily before walking out of the conference hall. The screams followed and ended abruptly. Young Shaughnessy's thoughts were in turmoil, and the range was indeed the aggrieved party. If it was only about concentration camps, then one could still swing it, but it's not good enough to get involved with the Chopper Division. Chapter 75, the abnormal ability upgrade pill can also be consumed and returned. For 2 days in a row, there was a lot of personnel activity at the range, because Yang Shaoguang and Sunan decided to merge the concentration camp and the shooting range. When the time comes, the people at the range are also subsumed into the Forgotten Frontier Force. That kind of puts them in the regular army, with the Southern Theater of Operations at their backs. The Chopper Division wouldn't take it easy on them either. In fact, Sunan had come to Lin Fei before and asked for his opinion. However, Lin Fei didn't give her advice, but instead told her to just follow her own ideas. For Lin Fei, it didn't matter how she chose. If a man offends me, just kill him. On this day, Lin Fei was basking in the sun and consulting the small video saved in his cell phone. That's what he swiped when he was still off the grid 2 or 3 days before the end of the world. Something about something like a realm-breaking embryo. Ah Tong, can I break through on my own in my current second realm? You can, but you will lose a lot of life breath and will not be able to reach the circumstance-breaking realm. There are significant constraints on the growth cap, not recommended unless necessary. Lin Fei realized that if he wanted to follow the path of consummate invincibility, there would inevitably be a need for those items that could help round out one's breakthrough. It looks like the agenda for finding a boundary-breaking prop is going to be brought up. You can start by taking a trip to Wadari City, where there is a strange egg that, maybe it's a realm-breaking embryo. Duck duck. There was a knock on the door and a plump figure walked in. Lin Fei turned his head to look, somewhat surprised. What brings Dr. Ryu to my place sometime? The visitor was none other than Ruan Qiu, who hadn't been seen for a few days, and since she had been rescued in the first place, just don't know what to pound. Ruan Qiu's fox eyes carried a bit of cunning. That, Mr. Lin Fei, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, I'm a roughneck who can help Dr. Liu. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Ruan Qiu swayed her steps and walked over to Lin Fei's recliner, both of her hands pinned to her knees. A beautiful view of the gully. I've heard that each of Mr. Lin Fei's women is a psychic, and the powers are not affected by side effects. You know, as a person in the field of scientific research, to how much this phenomenon appeals to me. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, I've been doing my best to analyze the mutation factor in the zombies' bodies, as well as solving the problem of the side effects of psychic powers in psychics. Lin Fei made a look of understanding and nodded. Aha, you must be a very dedicated scientific expert then. Admire, admire, admire. Seeing that Lin Fei was playing dumb, Ruan Qiu didn't break it down. Instead, he lowered his stance a bit more again and approached Lin Fei's body. Mr. Lin Fei, I would like to explore the mysteries in you, as a seeker of truth. I wonder if there's any chance of that? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth revealed a smirk. What secret can I have, besides being bigger and longer? Outside of a little longer. It's just a regular guy. Lu Ruyan secretly slandered in her heart, but her face still maintained a smile. You're joking. If you're ordinary, then we're not even ordinary. If you are concerned, I can make you a promise that, if my research bears fruit, the first person to benefit will definitely be you. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile on his face. Not enough. I'm a very greedy person. This promise of yours is shaped like nothing to me, so it's better to think about it. Lu Ruyan looked stunned, and when she was about to say something, Shen Lingyin suddenly walked in through the door. Brother Lin Fei. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that standing beside Lin Fei, the foxy children who couldn't wait to press the southern hemisphere on Lin Fei's head. At once, her pretty brows frowned slightly. Dr. Liu, what are you doing here? Ruan Qiu straightened up. Her face as usual, nothing, just came to talk to Lin Fei about things. After saying that, he nodded at Lin Fei and left without saying a word. Shen Lingyin walked suspiciously to Lin Fei's side. Brother Lin Fei, big pig's hooves. Honestly, is that woman seducing you? Lin Fei smiled and swept her into his arms. What? Jealous here? Shen Lingyin made a face. Not at all. I might as well practice using my powers more if I had that energy. Humph. Get to the point. What's the point of having me back here? Lin Fei would smile. You think so? It's only natural that brother called you back to give you something nice to eat. Shen Lingyin suddenly thought of something, and immediately blushed as red as an apple. Bah! Brother Lin Fei just knows how to bully people. That stuff doesn't taste good at all. I haven't even said what it is yet. And you know it's not good? Lin Fei laughed evilly. Shen Lingyin immediately buried her face into Lin Fei's arms. Brother Lin Fei, you're so bad. Always teasing me. If you keep this up, I'm going to ignore you. Lin Fei's smile didn't diminish as he patted her back. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Calling you back is naturally important. He then took out the small porcelain bottle from his space and poured out a white pill. Here, try and see if this works for you. Shen Lingyin said doubtfully. What is this? Living tiger pill? But why is it white? This is an elixir that targets alien abilities. Try it. Lin Fei fed the elixir into her mouth. Xin Lingyan's flexible tongue curled around Lin Fei's fingertips. The white elixir then transformed into a stream of energy to permeate her body and mind. After swallowing the elixir, Xin Lingyan closed her eyes as if she was in meditation, frowning every now and then. Lin Fei gently placed her on the recliner and stood guard at the side. As for why Xin Lingyan was called in to try the medicine, it was because she possessed healing powers. It is more tolerant of itself and better able to handle any special circumstances, if they come up. In about 5 minutes or so, Xin Lingyan's delicate body began to tremble slightly. It was as if he was trying to hold back something. Lin Fei was about to unleash his emerald green healing ability in his hand when he suddenly let out an eep. Then it was only seen that every inch of Xin Lingyan's body was releasing a rich emerald green light. It even condensed into frost and spread out in all directions. The rich essence of life was emanating, and green frost spread throughout the compound. Not long after, the grass and trees among those flower beds grew wildly as if they had been genetically mutated. Even the old acacia tree in the center of the yard is sprouting brand new green buds. Lin Fei looked at this scene, and his heart flashed with delight. It looked like Xin Lingyan's supernatural ability had been successfully upgraded. It was just that I didn't know if it had been upgraded to SS. Not long after, Xin Lingyan's eyes slowly opened, and even her pupils turned emerald green, full of mystery. At the same time Lin Fei's mind resounded with a system prompt. Xin Lingyan consumes 1 exotic energy upgrade pill and returns 10 exotic energy upgrade pills. Lin Fei was delighted. It was really possible to get stuck in a bug. But he hadn't been happy for long when the system once again sounded the prompt that. It gave him goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 76, We are all fish and shall not see the true realm. Go back in time to the year before the end times. Lin Fei was still a bitter company chairman, busy in his work every day. What he is looking forward to the most is the time he spends with his girlfriend, Li Youhe. The two have been in love for a long time, but have always remained in the pulling and cuddling phase. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry because he had a billion points of confidence that Li Youhe would never leave himself in this lifetime. It's the slow ones that are the best. That night, Li Youhe pulled Lin Fei, who had just gotten off work, and the two of them drove all the way through the red lights and come into the middle of a quiet park. Every time they meet, Li Youhe can't help but blush, and this time is no exception. Lin Fei liked this look of hers, somewhat cute and lustful. She pulled Lin Fei to sit down on the grass and looked at the reflection of the stars in the middle of the artificial lake. Lin Fei, there are so many beautiful things in this world. Life is so short, can't even get to experience them all. Lin Fei nodded. A lifetime is indeed too short, and if I could, I want to have many lifetimes with you, to go and experience everything I want to experience together. Li Youhe gave him a flavorful look and, then pointing to the lake reflection. Unfortunately, we are like the fish inside that water. Even if we die one day, we cannot be remembered by the entire lake, and the lakes that gave birth to them and raised them imprisoned them for life. At that moment a little fish leaped out of the lake and looked up for a few moments at the real stars. It was mercilessly slapped back into the world where it belonged, as if responding to Li Youhe's sentiments. Lin Fei suddenly felt that today's Li Youhe was a bit different, but he couldn't tell. After all, she always liked to say these weird things and be crazy. The stars that the fish see in the water are not the real stars, but they have no way of knowing that after all, they can't get out of this water, even if there is an outside force to help them out of their misery. But how do you know that you are not going into the midst of another sea of suffering? Look over there. In the eyes of the anglers, the fish is their catch of the day. And in the eyes of the fish, they may be the gods who rule the world. There are fish that know that a bite is death and yet they still do what they are told, because the moment they are pulled out of the water, they get to see the real stars and die without regret. Li Youhe said and hugged her legs to herself. Her expression seemed to be a bit down. Lin Fei frowned slightly and leaned towards her, reaching out to gather her into his arms. Then his nose sniffed at her, and suddenly his face darkened and he said, "You've been sneaking drinks again?" Li Youhe blushed and laughed. I just want to experience it. Don't be such a clock, potty." Lin Fei didn't have the heart to say. No wonder he was lamenting life again and realizing the great Tao. You don't know your own weight when you've had a few drinks. Go home and see if I collect you or not. You're done. Li Youhe suddenly exerted her strength, pulling Lin Fei to stumble and fall diagonally onto the grass. Before Lin Fei could react, he rolled over and sat on his waist. Being so suddenly disturbed by Li Youhe, Lin Fei was a little unsure of what to do. Under the night sky, Li Youhe's eyes were very bright, just like the two stars in the sky. Young he, you, Shu. Li Youhe pressed her finger on Lin Fei's mouth, signaling him not to speak. She then slowly lay down on Lin Fei's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Sometimes I wonder if we are not also fish in that pool, not allowed to see the true world. But so what? At least I found you here. Everything else loses interest for me. Lin Fei, if I die one day, Will you cry? Lin Fei's heart thumped. Yoshi, what nonsense are you talking about? You're going to be with me for a few more decades, and by the time you die I won't be far from death. So what's the point of crying? Li Yuhi murmured. Is that so? It seems pretty good too. Then both of her hands suddenly reached above Lin Fei's pants, and with a guzzling sound, the zipper opens with it. What are you doing, Young He? This caused Lin Fei to be startled and stop her movements. Li Yoshi's eyes were mesmerized, and her entire body exuded an aura that was tantalizing to the extreme. Lin Fei, I want to give myself to you now, to give what others covet but cannot. All to you. Take me, okay? Lin Fei froze as a stunningly beautiful face zoomed in front of his eyes and the touch of warmth pressed against his lips. The charm of the grass was flowing under the stars, but the occasional passerby was unaware of it. The craziness of that night allowed Lin Fei and Li Yoshi to experience extreme pleasure. It wasn't long after that Li was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Life is not long. For a long time, Lin Fei was in a trance, unable to accept this result. Whenever I saw Li Yoshi's increasingly pale face, my heart seized with pain. All one can do is accompany her to do the things she didn't have time to do before. Li Yoshi was happy, but Lin Fei's heart was trembling. It didn't take more than a couple of months for what was coming to pass to finally come to pass. After she closed her eyes, Lin Fei felt as if the world had left him. Lin Fei, if I die one day, will you cry? In front of Li Yoshi's grave, Lin Fei stood alone for a long time. Will I cry? If she cried, she should laugh at herself, right? However, as he turned to leave, a drop of crystal still landed on the lapis lazuli. It's a precious and heavy memory that. All that flashed through Lin Fei's mind at the moment were fragments of the relationship between the two. What evoked these memories was the system prompt that rang inside Lin Fei's head. Li Yoshi consumes Superior Star Source Spirit Crystal *10. Return Top Grade Star Source Spirit Crystal *100. Yoshi, Lin Fei muttered out of his mouth. Brother Lin Fei, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Xin Lingyin pulled Lin Fei with some concern. Those emerald green pupils full of life. Lin Fei came back to his senses, looked at the person in front of him, exhaled heavily, and, resisting the urge to communicate with the system immediately, he first took care of the matter at hand. It's fine. How are your powers doing? Any changes? Xin Lingyin beamed. Somewhat elatedly, he said, I feel as if the strength of my supernormal ability has more than doubled. Now I can do the rebirth of severed limbs and restore them by dripping blood. Well, that's what the head thinks. The name of the ability has also changed to Divine Healing. Lin Fei was slightly startled. Amputated limbs reborn and restored by drops of blood. This was simply an immortal divine technique. Before, her supernatural ability was S-ranked, which could quickly make people heal from injuries. And now that she's taking the Ascension Elixir, it's at least an SS. I don't know if there's any effect of letting her continue to take the Ascension pill. Very well, go and get your sister and the girls. After Xin Lingyi nodded, she left in a huff. Lin Fei, on the other hand, started communicating with the system with trepidation. Chapter 77, Su Nan, am envious. Ah Tong, Brother Tong, what's going on here? Did you get a bug? This system has never had a bug. So please be sensible. Host, then why did I get a prompt from Yohi? What, is she down there giving me reverse burnt paper? The system is unable to receive feedback from dead creatures. Lin Fei suddenly gave a start. If it was really like what the system said, that means, Young-hee isn't dead? No way. I personally restrained the coffin for Young-hee in the first place. Nothing is absolute. And death is nothing but the subjective consciousness of living things, not to be used as a reference for this system. Meaning that Young-hee really might not be dead? So, Brother Tuan, do you know how to track anything? Just heaven and earth without limits. 10,000 mile tracking kind of thing. The system didn't answer. There was no sound at this point. But that's what made Lin Fei even more ecstatic. The confidence of the system proves that what you hear is not false. Young-hee she is still alive. It was the best news he'd heard all year. Couldn't help but have a long-lost favor on his face. Yo, which girl is Boss Shaolin thinking about? Drooling all over your feet. Su Nan suddenly appeared in the doorway and said with some snark. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth tugged. Then he changed his face. Is there something wrong? Su Nan laughed lightly. What? Why can't I come if there's nothing wrong? This is my home. Lin Fei shrugged. It's fine if you want to come back and live here. That'll make you beautiful. Su Nan spat. Then he said with a straight face, Yang Shaoguang's side has already formulated a battle plan. I just came to let you see if it's feasible. With that she shook the papers in her hand. Lin Fei didn't even look at the document and waved his hand. Arrange it however you guys want to. Don't take me too seriously. I'm at best a man who came for refuge. Just take your own decisions on the little things. Su Nan beamed. I knew you were going to be a shirker. Alas. A life of labor nowadays. The killers at the shooting range especially trust Lin Fei. There was a great sense of putting Su Nan on a pedestal. But on the contrary, Su Nan couldn't refute it. It was derived from Lin Fei's personal charisma. She sighed and changed her words. Then if I arrange for Ruan Qiu and the girls to participate in the operation as well, do you agree? Lin Fei glanced at her, then picked up the iced drink on the table and took a sip. Yes. Su Nan froze. You just agreed to it? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to them? Lin Fei put down his cup and said indifferently. It's not true that they're my women. But if you don't have even a little bit of self-judgment, dead is dead. These words made Su Nan a little alarmed. It seemed that Lin Fei did not intend to keep a few vases in his house. But what she didn't know was that Lin Fei still had the second half of his sentence left unsaid. If anyone dares to kill them, right or wrong, they will suffer my wrath. This is Lin Fei's way of being a human being. People don't offend me, I can be a criminal. If people offend me, I will kill them. Not long after, Huang Ruoyi and the others were called back by Xin Lingyin. On the way, Xin Lingyin had told them that Lin Fei had allowed his supernatural abilities to evolve, which made the few girls rise up with some anticipation. After all, things like psychic evolution were completely brand new concepts to them, but it's not hard to understand that the powers will be even more powerful after the ascension. Meaning that they would also be able to help Lin Fei better. However, Su Nan was unaware of this and looked at the several women with some confusion. Wakey, what are you guys? Huang Ruoyi said with a smile on her face. Good thing. You'll know later. Su Nan looked at her, and then at Lin Fei, who didn't have any intention of kicking anyone out. That's something to be curious about yourself. Lin Fei led a few women out of the special courtyard and walked towards the mountain behind the shooting range. Why do we have to come outside? Huang Zhenzhen couldn't help but inquire. Xin Lingyin came after some thinking. Maybe it's because she's afraid you'll blow up the house? It caused all the women to giggle. When the few people came to the outside of the range's fence, Lin Fei stopped in his tracks. Right here. You few better stay away from each other. After saying that, he took out 4 exotic energy upgrade pills and gave them. Don't know what it's called, but there's no doubt about it. It was the thing that Xin Lingyin said would make their powers stronger. Just how many goodies did Lin Fei have? How could these look like something an ordinary person could possess? But they didn't dare to ask. After all, they and the others needed to be dependent on Lin Fei. Being too smart adds to the trouble. Several women spread out in 4 directions, more than 100 meters apart from each other. Several women unanimously swallowed the pills in their hands, then closed their eyes and sat quietly. Su Nan looked at them suspiciously, not understanding what this was about. Is it some kind of ritual? The next moment, her eyes glazed over. Different rays of light suddenly appeared on several people and gradually flourished. Boom! A blue-colored lightning bolt struck down from the middle of the clear sky as thunder struck the dry land. It struck Huang Zhenzhen, who was covered in azure blue electric flashes. Straight on. In an instant, dozens of meters around her turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, crackling with. It's intimidating to watch. Next to her, Huang Ruoyi was firmly wrapped up in a massive high-speed rotating water current. The clouds in the sky even formed a spiral towards the ground because of this stream of water. As spectacular as a dragon sucking in water, Shen Shuriying didn't act too spectacularly. It's just that the metal around it looks like it has a much more subtle sheen and can even be used as a mirror. The most outrageous of all was also Ruan Qiu, who, in the gaze of Lin Fei's trio of, her body began to sway at a high frequency, even appearing as a stump. After that residual shadow pulled out another Nguyen. It didn't move at all. And, it was as if there were really 2 Ruan Qiu sitting there in meditation. And it was a shock to see Su Nan. Boss Shaolin. What are they? Su Nan could no longer hold back his inner curiosity and, inquiring to Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at her and smiled faintly. Exotic ability upgrading. You can understand it as, upgrading. An upgrade? That's outrageous. Why were the 2 aliens before myself so short-lived? Huang Ruoyi and the girls were able to use their psychic abilities with impunity. And to other psychics, this was definitely a descending blow. Su Nan couldn't help but turn her beautiful eyes towards Lin Fei. All of this must be his doing, right? I thought that I had seen Lin Fei's true face, but who would have thought that there would be a faceplate after the reveal? Enigma. Enigmatic man. If only I had psychic powers. But unfortunately I'm just an ordinary person, doomed to not be able to stand on the same level as them in the future. Lin Fei saw the envy and loss inside of Su Nan's eyes. For a woman who wanted to be strong, it was indeed cruel to watch others become stronger step by step, while one could only envy as a spectator. But isn't that how fate is written? But Lin Fei didn't believe in fate, only in himself. He patted Su Nan's shoulder and said indifferently, it's just an alien ability. Wanting to that, I can grab one for you. Chapter 78, all the exotic powers upgraded. Sunan laughed. Don't kid yourself. It's a lucky thing to have something that there is no way to live. Lin Fei smiled non-committally. What if I say, it's really possible? Then I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Sunan quietly whispered in Lin Fei's ear. This woman, with her mouth saying no, but in her heart she is incredibly eager. In this world, who is willing to be ordinary? Rumble. A muffled thunderclap sounded, drawing the eyes of several people over. However, it did not come from the sky, but from that thunder Zedong. Only an azure-colored heart was seen beating in Razor Dam. Extremely rhythmic. Every tremor is like thunder. The surrounding azure-colored thunder then surged crazily, converging towards the center. Why is she different from when I ascended in rank? The advancement of power spontaneously chooses its direction according to the conditions of each possessor. Of the same kind of power, thousands of people. Lin Fei realized. So that was the reason. At this moment, the thunderbolt that enveloped Huang Zhenzhen had already shrunk to a very small area. That heart was also flooded by azure-colored thunder, and no more tremors came out. When the razor completely dissipated, a delicate body appeared before the eyes of several people. Huang Zhenzhen opened her eyes, and her azure-colored pupils were covered in lightning among them. Even her hair seemed to have turned azure. Buzz! With a subtle tremor, Huang Zhenzhen disappeared into thin air. The next moment it appeared in front of Lin Fei. This speed was no different from real lightning. Lin Fei! Quickly give me a whole garment. Do you want me to run around naked? Huang Zhenzhen was as anxious as a little monkey. Lin Fei surveyed her petite body with satisfaction. Well, it seems to be even more aroused than before. I'll give you a good checkup later. Said a short-sleeved hot pants appeared in his hands. Was Huang Zhenzhen to swiftly change into? Phew! Dead beat. Wait until you see what real turbo self-priming is. Huang Zhenzhen spat out her tongue. Look! Sister is awake. Xin Lingyin shouted, only to see Xin Shirin waking up leisurely on the metal throne. The metallic substance around her turned into a disc to carry her, and then it unexpectedly floated in mid-air, drifting towards Lin Fei and the others. Sister actually flying. Xin Lingyin's mouth opened wide in incomparable surprise. When Xin Shirin flew in front of a few people, the metal then turned to liquid and converged on both of her ankles, forming a nice pair of anklets that complemented her pale skin. Xin Lingyin rushed up to pull her hand at once, shouting one after another that her sister was so powerful. Xin Shirin was also a bit excited to share with them, but when she saw that Lin Fei was looking to the side, she couldn't help but follow suit. Not far away, two figures slowly got up and walked towards the crowd. Xin Shirin and Huang Zhenzhen both widened their eyes. That's Sister Ruan Qiu? How can there be two Sister Nguyen? Did I blink? Both of them were stunned when Nguyen walked up to the few. It took this odd feeling to explode in the mind. Lin Fei looked at her thoughtfully. So this is your split? Both Nguyen smiled at the same time and nodded. Well, I have a feeling she's me, and I'm her, and you can also have more doppelgangers as your strength increases. This caused Huang Zhenzhen to exclaim out in shock. Then wouldn't Lin Fei be many times happier? Knock! Lin Fei slapped her on the back of the head, as if this guy had some kind of major disease. What kind of goes through your head every day? Looking at Huang Zhenzhen covering her head, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Ruoyi-san surprisingly hasn't finished yet? Ruan Qiu was a bit shocked as he looked towards the rapidly rotating mass of water at a distance of 100 meters, as well as the dragon sucking in water that had a high ripple range. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the dragon sucking water in the sky slowly dispersed and re-emerged as clouds floating away. Everyone saw that the dark blue water mass wrapped around Huang Ruoyi was producing fluctuations. It was as if it was about to break out of its shell. Boo! After a crunching sound, the water mass disintegrated with a loud bang, and the falling curtain of water formed a small depression on the ground. Huang Ruoyi's figure appeared in the middle of the crowd's field of vision, and she slowly opened her eyes and the whole thing is more rounded and plump. As she took a step, the puddle on the ground tumbled forward, and you can even see something peeking out of it occasionally. Several people converged on the group, each seeing the joy in the other's eyes. Lin Fei nodded his head in a gesture. All tell us about the effects of your supernatural abilities. Huang Zhenzhen couldn't wait and was the first to step forward. My supernatural ability has turned into a thunderjack body. You can collect all kinds of thunder and refine yourself, so your strength will definitely be much stronger than before. Xin Lingyin followed and raised her hand. I'm a milkmaid. I can milk a whole lot of people. The words were simple and concise, so that everyone understood. My powers are still mental mastery, but I feel more in control of. Previously, it was impossible to do manned flight, but now it can be done easily. Xin Shirin said at the right time. Wow, great. Will we be able to ride in Sister Shirin's flying car from now on? Huang Zhenzhen rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. Huang Ruoyi touched her head. Zhenzhen, Don't talk nonsense. Then he looked at the crowd. I've upgraded my psychic ability to water spirit, just like before. It can manipulate any stream of water, but the difference is that a strange thing is bred among the streams of water. I don't know if they are life. When she said that, she beckoned, and a strange thing made of converging currents emerged from a puddle next to her. Kind of like a fish, but dorky. Wow, so cute. Shen Linging squatted down with stars in her eyes. Lin Fei also looked at her in surprise. What does this thing do? Huang Ruoi thought for a moment and said, it can help me control the flow of water and reduce the consumption of my supernatural energy. And it's in the water that its strength is maximized. So I'll need to look into the specifics. Lin Fei nodded. It looked as if she had awakened some sort of special psychic ability, like a companion spirit to the alien power. A bit of a blessing, I must say. All eyes then converged on Nguyen Nguyen, whose two bodies, now, makes it a bit silly to tell which one is the main body. Ruan Qiu smiled, and his body shifted and, the two of her then merged into one. My powers can now not only copy things, they can also use me as an anchor point to split the doppelganger out, and the stronger you are, the more you can split. Drawing Huang Ruoi's beautiful eyes, this ability is truly too happy, isn't it? Several women were very pleased. Now they were more than a notch stronger, but did not forget that all of this was given to them by Lin Fei. However, compared to the several women's joy, Su Nan appeared to have a somewhat complicated complex complexion. They seemed to be distancing themselves more and more. Chapter 79, Base in the suburbs of Beijing. For several days in a row, the range was in the throes of construction. Those who survived were also put to work. According to the labor-based distribution system proposed by Sunan, everyone dared not be lazy, and the fighting party, set up by Shan Yung, is grinding to a halt. A few of Lin Fei's women played a very important role in the team that went out to rescue him. Nowadays, several women's psychic abilities have all reached the second stage, and their psychic ability levels are not low, and with the cooperation of the mutants couldn't pose a threat to them either. It's safe to say that everything is going in the right direction. Lin Fei even took the time to go to the cemetery in Forgotten River City. It was with trepidation that he opened Li Yuhi's tomb. As it turned out, there were no bones among the coffins in which he had personally buried himself in the first place. This made Lin Fei breathe a sigh of relief. And then the joy in his heart grew even stronger. This proved that the system wasn't lying. Young He really is still alive somewhere in this world. One must find her. Shangjing, the unprecedentedly prosperous city, has long been reduced to a dead zone, with zombies all over the place and Fei running rampant. On the outskirts of the city, a high wall cuts off all access to the city, and countless checkpoints dot the landscape. All weather alert. Behind the high walls were hundreds of thousands of survivors, under the command of the troops of the Shangjing Theater of Operations. Everyone is well organized in building the base. I have to say, Shangjing deserves to be the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, and in just a dozen days' time, the work has already begun on establishing a survivor base. It's thanks to the Shangjing War Zone, which is always stationed on the outskirts of Shangjing, as a powerful group army, which has already purged the chaotic interior on the first day of the outbreak of the post-apocalyptic crisis. Rescue of important people in the Dragon Kingdom ensues. It can be said that as long as the Shangjing doesn't erupt in a corpse wave of hundreds of thousands of levels, this one suburban base is completely impenetrable. At the moment, in the valley next to the base, a rocket launcher is standing up. Clipped to it was a rocket poised for launch, painted with the words N×1. After a roar, the rocket kicked up a thick cloud of dust and, propelling its massive body towards the sky and space. It's a super rocket that carries the technology of a new era. The post-apocalyptic satellites on board are capable of transmitting signals in all frequency bands and without any dead angle, so that national communication can be achieved without the help of signaling base stations anymore. In the secret conference room of the base on the outskirts of Beijing, several old men took their seats. Now that Mordecai 1 has also been successfully launched up there, it's time for the next step in the recovery process. Let's see the local attitude first. The end times are messing with people's minds. Carrying out the work will definitely not be too smooth. Bull ********. Whoever dares to risk universal condemnation, I'll be the first to shoot him. Old or old, and your temper hasn't changed at all. What do you think, head of state? A group of old men spoke up and finally threw the question to the old man on the first seat. The head of state was silent, unable to see his joy or anger. It was a long time before he spoke. Let's understand the situation everywhere first. How's the parsing of the alien flaws going over at the institute? Next to him, an old man with white hair and glasses said, the special effect agent that has been developed so far only has a 5% probability of moderating the side effects of the supernatural abilities of the supernaturals, and it has yet to be popularized to those who are supernaturals. The head of state nodded, then looked at an old man in a flying fish robe. What about your dragon beheading division? How much more power can be mobilized? The flying fish-robed old man clasped his fists. There are still 2 deputy division masters and 8 dragon-fixing ambassadors in the upper capital region. The rest of the hidden sword envoys, rune-burning envoys, and formation-executing envoys also number in the dozens. The head of state nodded once more. In this case, you send 1 deputy division master and 3 dragon-fixing ambassadors. Take some more men with you, form an expedition, and move as you see fit. The people present were all a bit alarmed. The head of state was running for the worst. But come to think of it, since ancient times, after the world was in turmoil, all the lords rose up side by side, divide and conquer. Now the last days are different from the past, and they are a catastrophe that will befall all mankind. And if, during this period of time, the situation faced by the dragon with constant internal worries will be incomparably worse, it is no wonder that the head of state is uncharacteristically prepared for this kind of thunderbolt. Having the chopper division take the lead is a great choice indeed. After all, these were strange people who had survived since ancient times, especially those 4 deputy division masters, each of whom had unimaginably terrifying strength. For today's aliens, it's the presence of a descending blow. Unlike the silence in the conference room, the entire base in the outskirts of Beijing was abuzz with people. There were refugees who had just been rescued, all disheveled and emaciated. There were also those who had already mingled at the base and were grateful to do the work. Deep in those secluded streets and alleys, there are even more heinous secret dealings. And amongst the entire base of the capital suburb, there were several forces brazenly taking root. They were still able to eat delicious cooked food when the survivors were all out of food, as enviable as if civilization still existed. But no one dared to go looking for trouble, because that was a super family that had been coiled up in Xinjiang for many years. Even now that the end times are upon us, it is still possible to live a nourishing life. After all, in the entire base in the suburbs of Beijing, from the top management down to the homeless punks, but there are all of them. At this moment at the edge of the base on the outskirts of the capital, a movable boarding house opened its door and a cleanly dressed man walked out carrying his pants. After organizing himself, he pulled a loaf of bread out of his bag and threw it into the room behind him. Very good. I like women like you who have husbands, live well, when rewarded. Later on, if I'm in a good mood, I might even let you have a more comfortable life. So you should know what to do, right? Behind her, in the room behind her, a clothed woman, the tears still drying, was, but looking at the bread on the floor, his body indisputably chose to pick it up and swallow it whole. The man sneered and left, followed by 2 equally well-dressed guys outside. Young Wang is really elegant. This kind of goods are not often seen. Yeah, that woman's husband is a fitness instructor. Usually keep a close eye on the. Hey, it's not because of young Wang's good tactics, letting that guy go to the periphery to repair the wall. It's probably exhausting at the end of the day. Ha ha. If he knew that the woman he'd hidden away was being played with by someone else who'd blossomed, will it explode in place? Wang Chengyi couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth as he listened to the 2 of them having to brag. You've been following me for more than a day or 2. Nowadays, in this world, if you follow me well and continue to work, there will definitely be oil and water for you in this base in the suburbs of Beijing. The 2 men behind him nodded their heads and kept wagging their tails as a sign of loyalty. By the way, young Wang, just now, the family head sent a message over. Said those 2 fiancés of yours seem to have found it. A man suddenly remembered and said. As soon as Wang Chengyi heard this, he immediately brightened up. Chapter 80, The Fate of the Shin Sisters. There's internet. Our village is connected to the internet. Huang Zhenzhen ran out of the house in a hurry holding her cell phone and shouted. The few people who were remodeling the other courtyard were surprised when they heard it. It's been half a month since the end of the world, and everyone has gotten used to living without the internet. As a result, I'm now being told that the internet is back up. What the hell is this? I just swiped it on Douyin. It's a super satellite that was launched over in Xinjiang. Just got the network back up. That's awesome. It's only been a short time and you're surfing the web again. Huang Zhenzhen purposely showed them the full signal on top of her cell phone. A few women were shocked and went back to the house to find their cell phones and let Huang Zhenzhen charge them. As expected, the signal has returned and with no carriers making a difference in the middle. Internet speeds are flying. Lin Fei wasn't very surprised by this. The end times weren't just a disaster. They were also an opportunity. In time, if the great chaos is truly put to rest, human technology will flourish like never before. But it's one thing to have a net these days, and not many people know about it. Except for the cities that have established survivor colonies, where survivors are still living from hand to mouth and cell phones are less important than a loaf of bread. It was abandoned long ago. Inside the bio, All the women were holding their cell phones and were getting information from all over the place. Huang Ruoyi didn't have anyone she wanted to contact. The most important thing to her was Huang Zhenzhen. Now that the two have become powerful aliens, nothing can separate them. Nguyen was a little frustrated, looking over the list of contacts, and the avatars in there that represented her family were all grayed out one by one. And she wasn't planning on contacting anyone. She was fine on her own these days. Instead, it was the Shin sisters who frowned. "What's wrong?" Lin Fei asked as he saw that the two of them didn't look right. Shin Shireen patted Shin Lingyi's hand, then handed the cell phone in her hand to Lin Fei to see. "My father sent word that a base has been set up over in Shangjing for me and Lingyin to return." Lin Fei looked at the message on his cell phone and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. "Looks like your dad's got a lot of skills. Helicopters are mobilized just like he said they would be. You know that Shangjing is nearly 2,000 kilometers from Oblivion, and there are countless dangers in that. I suppose there is some purpose in being in such a hurry to get you back?" Facing Lin Fei's inquiry, Shin Shireen didn't hide it. After nodding, he said, "Lingyin and I have the Shin family's tracking location in our cell phones, so no matter where we are, they will be able to find us the first time. Didn't I say before that we came out here to look for a life changer? And now that my sister and I are entrusted to you, it proves that you are our destiny. Of course they don't know these things about my dad, and if there's no end times, I'm afraid we've been captured by the Shin family back to Shangjing by now, to join forces with that Wang family." The crowd was a little surprised to hear this. Huang Zhenzhen asked suspiciously, "What time is it? And you're still thinking about a marriage union?" Shin Shireen cried and laughed as she shook her head. "Perhaps you are not clear about the depths of the Wang family in Shangjing. So to speak, they are one of the several strongest big clans in the entire Dragon Kingdom on the surface. Inherited for thousands of years, the family's children span the political, business and military sectors. The current head of the family is even a figure in the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. I've already searched just now. One of the people in power in the Shangjing base today is from the Wang family." Nguyen mused. "That is to say, is your family still trying to use you and Lingyin to get on the Wang family boat?" Shin Shireen nodded helplessly. "Isn't this pure sickness? Why should we think about that when we're holding on to a big treasure? If it was me, I'd just cut ties with them, and if they really dare to come and make a move on you guys, I'll make sure that they won't be able to walk out of the river of forgetfulness." Huang Zhenzhen slammed the table and, cursing, Shen Lingyin pursed her lips. Very innocently, he said, "Actually, my sister and I have thought about severing our relationship with the Shin family from now on. But, my mom, she's still in the Shin family, and my sister and I don't want to give her up." Everyone was a bit puzzled as to what was going on in their homes. Huang Ruoyi suddenly spoke up. "Their mom, my sister. She has traditionally been a gentle and virtuous woman, uncontested with the world, and would never trade her daughter's future for her family's prosperity. It's clear that the Shin family's decision to sell their daughter was made behind her back. Otherwise she would have called me for help a long time ago." Shin Shireen and Shin Lingyin nodded at the same time. "Auntie is right. Mom is the best person in the world, and Spirit Voice and I would never stand by and watch her continue to stay in the middle of that filthy environment for long." Lin Fei's gaze swept back and forth between the two of their faces. Then he asked, "So what you guys are saying is that this trip to the capital is a must?" Shin Shireen looked straight at Lin Fei, her eyes full of determination. Obviously, she had already made her decision, so she didn't know what Lin Fei would think. The three girls on the side, Huang Ruoyi, closed their mouths as they looked at Lin Fei in unison. "You know, once he was incredibly domineering, saying that if you wanted to get away from him, unless you came up with enough chips, otherwise there is only death. I wonder what he'll say now." Under the gaze of the five women, Lin Fei suddenly smiled. "Then let's make a trip. Can't let you guys down, can we?" Huang Ruoyi's three girls looked a bit stunned, while Shin Shireen was overjoyed. Shin Lingyin even let out a yelp and jumped into Lin Fei's arms all of a sudden to be pampered and cute. Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu glanced at each other, both seeing the celebration in the other's eyes, from which it could be seen that now that he and the others had finally elevated their status in Lin Fei's mind a bit, they weren't coldly opposed by him anymore. Duck. The door was knocked, and Su Nan was wearing a sultry red halter dress, with her big thunder half open and white and translucent. "Yo, it's all there." Huang Ruoyi greeted her with a smile. Nan, I haven't seen you in person for a few days." Su Nan made an aggrieved appearance and glanced at Lin Fei, who was soft and jade-like. Somewhat sourly, he said, "It's still not about the base. It's true that if you don't become an official, you won't know. Once you become an official, you'll be shocked. Good lord, I'm an office clerk, at best. The things I have to deal with every day are also one after another. I haven't had a good rest for the past few days. And look, the bags under my eyes are coming out for me." Huang Ruoyi gave her a hug. All right, when the Tian Shan base is on track. It wouldn't have been so much trouble. And I'm guessing you didn't come here today just to spit on me, did you? Sunan didn't sell any secrets and opened the door to Lin Fei. Boss Shaolin, this is something that Yang Shaoguang asked me to make sure to report to you. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it that you still need to report to me? Sunan deflated his mouth. It's still not about women. Have you forgotten the beautiful doctor you rescued? Chapter 81, What I Saved is Mine. Inside a secluded small building at the Heavenly King Mountain base, it was set up as a simple laboratory. Lu Ruyan, who was wearing a white lab coat, was drilling something inside. Yang Shaoguang stood beside her with a worried frown. Dr. Ru, the war zone has issued an order that you need to be back over there within 3 days. Go host the program. You're not going to be of much use to you or me or any of the other survivors if you stay here. A talent like yours should just shine where it belongs. Lu Ruyan said without looking back. I'll stay wherever I like. What's the matter with them old bangers? Yang Shaoguang eyelids jumped. This seems to be a bit of a tiger. Inside the war zone of those highly sophisticated technology is not more comfortable than your hand rubbing to come here? You don't have to think hard to figure out what's better for you when you have someone to work with and help you. Do you? But Lu Ruyan is this kind of a dogskin plaster appearance. Rely on the fixed here. I wonder what's going on in her head. Dr. Ru, if you really don't go back to the war zone, I'm afraid that in a few days, someone from the war zone will come and pick you up by force. Major General Lu is not going to let you stay out there for long. Yang Shaoguang's words caused Lu Ruyan's pretty brows to knit together. It seemed that the Major General Lu he spoke of was a special person. Lu Ruyan gave him a cold, sidelong glance. I know my own affairs in my heart. It's not his turn to dictate my life to me. Yang Shaoguang sighed. But that's your husband, after all. Even if there are any more problems between you, it's better not to be capricious when it comes to what is right and wrong. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. The exact choice is yours. Lu Ruyan coldly said. Just set your own position. You don't need to care about my affairs. If he, Lu Zongyou, really dares to send someone, I am not made of clay. I don't believe the world can't turn without a scientist. For a while the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Yang Shaoguang did not know how to persuade her. Yo, who's upset the expert from our Heavenly King Mountain base? Suddenly a figure came in at the door, and, with a big grin, found a bench beside him and sat down. Looked to the two men. Yang Shaoguang's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and said, Lin Fei, persuade Dr. Lu. Her existence has a great role to play in whether or not humanity as a whole can overcome the end times, and she shouldn't be spending her days here in the wilderness. Lin Fei looked at Lu Ruyan, who didn't look too good, and then at Yang Shaoguang, who had an anxious face. Suddenly he laughed. Oh, has Commander Yang mistaken a concept? Yang Shaoguang suddenly froze, looking at Lin Fei uncertainly. Lin Fei lifted his finger to Lu Ruyan and kindly laughed. This woman, first of all, regardless of what she is capable of and what she can do for whoever she is, since she is willing to stay at my Heavenly King's mountain base, then no one would dare to just touch her here. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly stretched. It seems that this guy Lin Fei is still very territorial. In that case, one could leave if one wanted to, stay if one wanted to, and no one could do anything to one. But Lin Fei's next sentence made her instantly panic a little. Secondly, I brought her out of the corpse. Her life belongs to me. She's not going anywhere but this base until I say so. If anyone in the Southern Theater of War has an idea, then it might be a good idea to have them come talk to me directly. I don't need to say anything else, do I? Commander Yang. Yang Shaoguang froze in place, then his eyes flooded with horror. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so domineering as to treat Ruyan Lu as his own. How should I explain to my superiors that Ruyan was taken over by bandits? That's a slap in the face to the Major General. I'm a colonel, unless I win the competition. Otherwise, it's still not enough in the eyes of a senior Major General. Lin Fei, you're, confused. If you really want to do this, that's directly offending half of the Southern War Zone. Yang Shaoguang became even more anxious. Ruyan Lu also wanted to see what Lin Fei would reply, only to see Lin Fei sweeping a glance at him with nothing hanging over him. So what if it's a Major General? So what if it's the Southern War Zone? My Lin Fei's things aren't that easy to take. That's a message you can pass on to them as it is. Anything. Just let them come to me. After saying that, he left the laboratory building without looking back, leaving Yang Shaoguang to froth here. It was a long time before he came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan, who was burying her head in experiments, size and leaves. Only after he left did Ruyan Lu end her pretense, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. I'm afraid that the reason Lin Fei was so domineering had a lot to do with his own poise. After all, with all the women around him, he was no worse than them. Perhaps one can It's night. Lin Fei was alone in the coolness of the other courtyard, and several women had been busy lately. They were involved in building fortifications and going out into the city to rescue survivors. Because of his powerful psychic abilities, he now had an extremely high status amongst the Heavenly King mountain base, in conjunction with Sunan and Xiaoguan Yang, keeping the entire base of the rising Tennessee mountain in order. Funny enough, there are a few women who sing in blackface, and Huang Zhenzhen is not to be outdone. As far as she's concerned, there's no room for any of those survivors. No matter whether you want to muddle through, or plot against the law, or have a bad track record, you'll be punished with a thunderbolt first. Survive to be eligible to enter the Tennessee mountain base. That's why those survivors see her like she's a living hell. Lin Fei shook his head, lost his smile and took a sip of the wolfberry tea on the small table board. He then flipped his wrist and a crystal so black it was deep appeared in his hand. A surge of strange energy suddenly blossomed within the other courtyard. Ah Tong, what is this? Star Source Spirit Crystal. Expendable strategic materials, ranging from very high to low grade. Following the collapse of the supergalactic system, there is a probability of formation. What the hell? Supergalactic collapse? There's no way in hell that. Is that thing humanly possible to get? Lin Fei's heart was shocked, and he immediately felt ridiculous, knowing that the solar system in which Blue Star is located, and even the galaxy in which the solar system is located, it's also just a corner of the Lania Chaos supercluster of galaxies, not even the size of a grain of sesame seed from a macroscopic perspective. And this thing he was holding in his hand turned out to be formed after the collapse of a super galaxy. It's not funny. The host should not look at the green sky with a floating eye. Lin Fei froze. Is it calling me a frog in a well? Inverted Big Dipper. So what's the point of this thing? Recovering, trading, recharging. Wait, is this a spirit stone? The host has a big brain and deserves encouragement. But the Star Source Spirit Crystal is not a spirit stone. Can I use it now? It's possible, but it's easy to explode and die. Chapter 82 Star Source Spirit Crystal equals Spirit Stone? After a long time, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. What the Star Source Spirit Crystal was an item that was inaccessible at this stage, containing a very terrifying energy. In short, he currently cannot be used. Throw the space to eat dust first. But through the system's mere words, it is understood that I'm afraid that the world that Li Yoshi is in now is completely different from the Blue Star world that he is in. Or maybe he is now a brother among brothers, who can't even find the doorway to that world. Not to mention searching for Li Yuhi. Enhancing his strength was once again urgent in his mind. It's not that he doesn't want to self-improve, but there's an easy way given by the system that it's not purely sick to go and grind hard on your own. Immediately, Lin Fei decided to go out first to look for a boundary-breaking embryo. Just in case, he took out his cell phone and opened the map to check it out. The first destination, the city of Watanabe. It was a large, bustling city adjacent to the city of Oblivion, facing the vast ocean, and much more populated. However, there was no war zone close by, and at this point, the entire city of Watanabe had been reduced to a zombie paradise. For this reason, Lin Fei had made sufficient preparations. Over the course of an entire night, he boosted all the powers he possessed. S-ranked metal mastery becomes SS Life Spirit Gold. Any metal he manipulated took on a spirituality of its own, as if an artificial intelligence had been born. SS Cure becomes SS 9 Lives of Holy Radiance, having the same effect as Cure. An extra trait of resisting 9 fatal attacks made Lin Fei's incarnation as the 9 Lives Cat Demon difficult to kill. S-ranked water mastery changed to SS Aquamarine Zephyr. It can turn a designated area into a world of water currents to use against the enemy, which is similar to Mo Lin Sandy Earth Zephyr. As for the copy ability, which turns into a passive, it cannot be upgraded. The Thunder and Lightning ability had risen to the SS rank of Mad Thunder Surge, and it didn't advance an inch. It's not impossible to be fully armed, so to speak, and incarnate as a spell machine gun. Early the next morning, Lin Fei only left a message for a few women, and did not intend to take them there. After all, they have a lot to do here too. The Pink Raptor is once again on the road, driving all the way to the edge of downtown Oblivion. The roads around it were cleared by the base and clear. Can see in the surrounding hidden place. Guard post extremely many. Should be Yang Shaoguang they set up. The front line at the moment is set up at the end of the Forgotten Rim Expressway. A high earthen wall mixed with heavy metal kept the vast majority of the walkers out. The walls were full of soldiers with weapons as well as militia, always on alert. The indispensable thing here, of course, is a powerful alien. Otherwise, once the city is surrounded by zombies, it will be in an extremely bad situation. The one sitting in this Heavenly King Mountain outpost pass at the moment was none other than Mo Lin. She lazily lounged at the top, basking in the sun and relaxing. Upon hearing the raptor's roar, the the grunt rolled off the top of the sentry tower. A small head then peeked out from behind the walls, waving its arms at the approaching raptor. Here! Over here! Lin Fei! The men on guard below naturally recognized the tawdry steel monster that Lin Fei drove into the middle of the outpost pass without stopping. Squeak! Just as he braked to a stop, Mo Lin leapt down from a height of more than 10 meters and landed next to the raptor. Lin Fei! What are you doing? Niren inquired as he leaned over the car window and looked inside. Lin Fei peeled her hand away. If you're on a mission, do it properly, don't poke holes in it. Otherwise I won't spare you. I'm going on a trip, so if you'll look after the girls, call me if you have any emergencies, and if anyone comes to harass me when there's nothing going on, then I'll be sure to take care of her when I get back. This message is for you to convey to the others. Understand? Mo Lin's pretty face wrinkled into a bitter melon. I know. I'll work hard here. Lin Fei looked at Mo Lin and suddenly remembered something, his eyes narrowing slightly. This made Mo Lin suddenly a little nervous. Why did he look like he was going to eat someone? You said that your cultivation is different from alien enhancement, so how exactly is it different? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Mo Lin froze. That's what you're asking. Scared me. Hey, the psychic ability seems to originate from the latent genes in the human body, and there is just that. No means no. Whereas we elves and monsters do not seek our own bodies, though we train our flesh horizontally. But the most important thing is to cultivate a mouthful of innate air, absorb the free air in heaven and earth, to enhance the strength of one's own body, which can also be called practicing air. With a mouthful of metaphysical air in his chest, he can swallow the sun, moon and stars of heaven and earth. You humans also have air practitioners within you, and the strong ones can even move mountains and fill in the sea, punching down the mountains. Lin Fei listened and realized that he had long heard that there were cultivators in the ancient times, such as the Preaching air refiners, Panglai longevity man, etc. Now confirmed in the mouth of Murin, whose existence was already bizarre. Rather, it slightly changed Lin Fei's perception of this world. And what is your realm now? Having just touched the threshold of the innate, if it weren't for the 2 plagues and 4 calamities that have hindered my cultivation, I reached the realm of the innate long ago and went on my merry way. Inkling pouted, seeming to hold a grudge against something that had happened. Lin Fei pondered. That is to say, what you are refining air is some kind of energy in this world. Do you know the source of this energy? Mo Lin thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's from inside the blue star? Lin Fei thought about it and called her into the car. Then the car started and drove towards the outside of the pass. Mo Lin asked uncertainly. What's wrong? Do you want me to teach you to practice air? That's not necessary, because I'm afraid your strength is no different from the realm of the innate. Lin Fei didn't say anything, and when the vehicle drove to a deserted place, only then did he slow it to a stop. Then, in the midst of Mo Lin's puzzled face, he took out a deep black crystal. At once, a dense mist began to waft through the car, refreshing both of them. This is... Murin screamed strangely and stared. She'd never felt air so rich, it was almost like soaking in it. Every cell was sucking greedily. It was this moment that she felt as if her bottleneck had loosened. The cultivation level showed signs of taking a step towards the realm of the innate. What's this? Papa Lin Fei. Inkling's 2 eyes were filled with stars inside the desire for this black crystal to the core. Lin Fei looked at her reaction and was instantly enlightened. This star source spirit crystal was really related to cultivation. The air contained within it was incomparably solid, and there was no wonder that it was. It's the essence of an entire super galaxy after it's been condensed. If the air refiners discover the existence of this thing, I'm afraid it will cause a bloody disaster. Lin Fei handed the star source spirit crystal to Mo Lin. Do you have a way to hide this? Niren froze, then racked his brain. Try this. Saying that, I don't know where she took out a small jade bottle. It was just enough to stuff this star source spirit crystal in. As she slipped the cork in, all at once, the fog in the car began to slowly dissipate. It works, Niren said excitedly. What the hell is this? What's with all the air? Lin Fei laughed. Don't ask too many questions, little kid. This is for you to use first. Remember not to let anyone else get the best of you. An earthquake was occurring inside Mo Lin's dark green pupils. Lin Fei, what did he say? He's going to give me something so important? What can I do? Can I have a spirit that constantly releases air? Shouldn't you show it yourself? Then, in Lin Fei's dismayed gaze, Mo Lin came up. Chapter 83, Departure, Wadami City. As the pink raptor sped off into the sunrise, a smile was overflowing on the small face of Murin, who was standing outside the pass. Lin Fei estimated that it would take half a day to travel to Fairy City due to the road conditions, a leisurely drive away from the Forgotten River Outer Loop, which has quite a few abandoned vehicles along the way. Obviously left behind by the people who fled in the first place. but there weren't many zombies to be seen, which made Lin Fei a bit puzzled. Did it go somewhere else to find food? He could not care less about such things now. And the raptor, as if he had a spirit, darted over the road and the body's metal shell is always unusually nimble as it crashes obstacles out of the way at the most deft angles. This was the power given to the raptor by Lin Fei's life spirit gold, as if it were a real raptor. In a fluttering impact toward the front, half a day had passed quickly, and the city of Watanabe was far away. Although he saw some survivors on the road, Lin Fei ignored them. One is not a savior, but an emotionless killing machine. When he came to the edge of Watanabe City, he took out his cell phone and looked at the saved video. Make a comparison with the city in front of you to make it easier for yourself to find the egg in the video. In a short while, after setting a direction with a mountain as a reference point, Lin Fei directly stepped on the gas to the end. The car was like an arrow, roaring out. If Oblivion City is mostly hilly and mountainous, Watami City is flat and this is because it is a city built on the sandy plain of a large river that enters the sea. But for this reason, too, after the end times came, a large portion of the downtown area of this well-developed city by the sea was flooded by the anomalous waters. But this couldn't be difficult for Lin Fei, who was an expert at playing with water himself. Even more than that, he was a fish out of water in the city of Watanabe. At the moment the road ends in a sea of deep blue water. Instead, the raptor dug in without a second thought, watching the zombies next to him in disbelief. After a while, the roaring engine rattled through the water. A dark pink shadow broke through the waves and leapt out of the water. Bang! The massive body slammed down onto the water, and the raptor sped across the surface like a. There was a great deal of splashing, but not the slightest sign of descent. The ravenous roar of the raptor seemed to set the dead city on fire. Many of those who survived secretly searched for the source of the sound. Some expect it to be the military coming to the rescue, while others expect the commotion to draw the walkers away. The raptor roared through the rather waterlogged city, and as it swept past a mall building behind the glass there were many eyes fixated on it. What kind of car is that? Phone? What's that? It can drive on water. If we could get our hands on that thing, we wouldn't be stuck in this hole. A bunch of people are talking, all a bit indignant. Can't help it. That's the way it is in the end times. What you have I want to have. What I have, you don't have the best. In front of the group stood a man dressed in a black leisure suit, wearing a duck-tongued hat. And keep the brim of your hat down to cover your eyes. But the lower half of his face also shows how handsome he is. Much more rigid than a star or anything. His name is Yifeng. He's a local from Fairy City, and now he's become the boss of this shopping mall. Under their hands are also some courageous and fierce people. Almost everyone has killed no less than a dozen zombies. Realize that now, after the second scarlet tide has fallen, even ordinary zombies are far beyond ordinary people, which is enough to show that these guys are an elite team of survivors. And that's the only role that can hold on to the mole piece of the pie. Yifeng said, looking deep in thought. That would have made a move on the intruder. We just need to keep an eye on it. Call the brothers. If there's a fight over there, we'll plow through the house first. As soon as they heard Yifeng formulate a plan, everyone present wailed as if they were convinced of Yifeng. Having such cohesion in the middle of the end times proved that Yifeng was by no means an idle person. Soon, the living combatants inside the mall took their weapon props and, running towards the second floor location, could see that there were several speedboats there, equipped with many defensive weapons. At first glance, it looks like a great ride for fighting on the water. A bunch of people scrambling to jump on it, afraid to leave anyone behind. It's a bunch of total warmongers. Yifeng walked up to the foremost boat and stood on the bow with a big wave of his hand. Depart! Coaxed Dodo. The speedboat came out through the broken second-floor glass window. A series of 3 quick swings through the turquoise blue water down the city streets. On the roof of a building, there were 2 figures, a man and a woman, lying on the edge of the wall. One with binoculars, one with a sniper rifle set up. In the middle of their vision was the strange pink car speeding across the water. Target sighted, moving rapidly toward the lair. There was only one person in the target's car, and there was nothing special about it except that it was handsome. Presumably it's probably a water-type psychic, but squandering his psychic powers like this, isn't he afraid of death? The woman with the binoculars reports to someone over the intercom. Zip, copy that, keep an eye out and move on command. Yes. The woman lowered her walkie-talkie before the man holding the sniper beside her opened his mouth and laughed. Poof, always like to play this. You women are all sick in the head, aren't you? What's it to you? Just do your own. If you don't want to continue with us, you can get out before it's too late. The women's union doesn't need men to turn just the same. Under the woman's cold drink, the man closed his mouth resentfully. The western part of Watarumi City, where half of it is flooded with seawater, The occasional zombie could be seen in the water, but zombies couldn't move freely inside the water at all, unless by some stroke of luck, washed up on the shore. Otherwise you'll just have to crash around the city streets with the current, and not a single person will be able to eat it. Instead, there were quite a few zombies entrenched on the land that hadn't been submerged by the sea. They look at a tall building and sigh. Could see some inexplicable appearance of ropes and chains or something? Between tall buildings. Occasionally, dark shadows slid between tall buildings, down the chains to another building. Survivors inside the downtown area of Wadami City. A special way of being has apparently developed here. Many mutant bodies could be seen hanging from the walls outside those tall buildings. It was as if they were demonstrating and showing off their strength. Lin Fei drove on the water, tuteing at these strange phenomena around him. It seems like there are quite a few capable people among the survivors of this Wadari city. It's definitely wise to get rid of the mutants that can climb first, and in every building there must be a certain number of floors that are cut off to keep the walkers from rushing up. Looks like this trip won't be too boring. As soon as the words were spoken, the raptor passed through two tall buildings, and the destination mansion came into view. Lin Fei looked upwards, his eyes instantly condensing. Chapter 84 Women's Union. On the exterior of a high-rise building, 2 stories underwater, numerous gnarled black unidentified objects. It was as if it were some great biological tissue, hideously oppressive to the imagination. A strip of muscle tissue pulled, and could even be seen above this huge mass of unidentified objects. Wrapped around many severed limbs and heads. In the very center of the black unidentified object, a large gaping hole came into view. It's like something broke out of its shell. The buildings around them were badly broken, and it was obvious that this place had once experienced a thrilling battle. Lin Fei looked up at the hollow above the polymer with a somewhat ugly expression. Mud. I can't believe it's gone. Who took it? Or is this thing not a realm-breaking embryo? The pink raptor braked to a stop on the water, and Lin Fei got out to check for signs around him. He saw massive flame burns and bullets tilted and embedded in the walls. The buildings around it were in shambles, and in some places it looked as if a piece of them had been dug out raw and thrown into the water. Or crashed into another building. Judging by the bullet trails, there should have been at least 2 parties sparring. It seems that there are still 1 or 2 survivor forces that are not weak in the middle of the city. Maybe one has to find someone to ask where things go around here. While Lin Fei was pondering, he suddenly detected the sound of breaking wind at his back. His form moved a few steps to the side at once. Phew! A black arrow slammed into the water and nailed itself hard against the underwater wall. The power of this arrow was definitely not weak, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to hit it like this. Lin Fei turned his head to look behind him, only to see that on top of the rooftop of a building that was on the shorter side, a few figures stood, backed by the crimson sunlight, somewhat making it hard to see. Lin Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth. Very good. Just when he was worried about where to find someone, he stumbled upon someone looking for death. Hey, where are you a shifter from? What are you doing in our Women's Federation's territory? A woman on top took out a horn and drank at Lin Fei. Women's Union? What the F***K kind of name is that? Bubbles in the brain, right? Lin Fei couldn't help but spit. Although the two were a bit far apart, it seemed as if the woman on the roof had heard them. At once they blushed. Even those dogs from the men's club wouldn't dare to talk to us like that. Then let me see what qualifications you have to bark here. After that, the woman waved her hand. All of a sudden, the people on the roof of the building took out long-range weapons like bows and guns and aimed them dead center at Lin Fei. Lin Fei kindly laughed. It's really overbearing. I like untamed masters. This way the old man can kill without the slightest psychological burden. The woman above had a disdainful look on her face, only believing that Lin Fei was blowing off his power. At the top of the day he was a water alien, able to maneuver a vehicle over water, and was mostly close to the limit value of his ability to use it. But in the next moment, her perception would be shattered, only to see Lin Fei sinking his waist and bending his knees, his feet slamming down on the surface of the water. The water surface dented downwards like a trampoline, then rebounded violently, causing Lin Fei's body to blast towards the roof of that tall building like a cannonball. Fire! At the word of command, all of a sudden tongues of fire spewed out above the roof of the building, and cold arrows shot straight up. All those women sneered. This guy dared to rush straight to the building, right? The smile still hanging on his face. The bullet was the first to make contact with Lin Fei's figure. The expected splashes of blood did not appear, and those bullets struck Lin Fei's body. It was like hitting the top of a super strong alloy, only having time to shred his shirt with a clanking sound before it bounced off. Those arrows that followed were the same, smashed by Lin Fei's body. It was only when Lin Fei's body crossed high over the tall building that the group's faces were covered in astonishment. Knock! The roof of the building trembled for an instant, and Lin Fei landed steadily behind the group. Tell me, how do you want to die? This group of people turned their heads in horror to look at Lin Fei, who was acting as if nothing had happened. The woman at the head of the group was horrified. Impossible. Why do the bullets have no effect on you? This is definitely not something that can be done by a water-type ability. Everyone else drew their swords and looked at Lin Fei with great vigilance. Lin Fei shook his head. This group of looked like cannon fodder that couldn't feel their way around. With that, he no longer hesitated. And with a move of his hand, the floorboards under his feet began to vibrate. Put, put. Reinforcing bars hidden in the concrete have reared their ugly heads and stabbed these men and women to the bone. The look of horror and disbelief remained on his face, and he looked terrifying. Only the woman at the head of the group sensed the crisis the moment the floorboards shook. The entire person leapt up 3 meters high and jumped towards the sea below. The building is about 20 meters high, and 6 meters of the floor are submerged in seawater. It's still safe to jump if you don't hit anything else. Poof! The water splashed, and after a while the woman emerged from the midst of the water and, with a terrified expression, he looked towards Lin Fei, who was standing on the rooftop, then swam desperately toward another building. In the shelter of that building was a small boat, and after she had climbed into it, the first thing you do is grab the ship's walkie-talkie and call out, "Big sister, this man is a tough one. I don't know if his powers are water or metal. The second squad is all but wiped out except for me." The woman waited nervously for a response. Zip. Is that how you lead a squad? I gave you an elite squad. Just play it off for you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Whatever you do, stall that guy for me. I'll be right over. A muffled voice came from across the room and stayed to scold her first. The woman didn't dare to retort because she knew the terrifying strength of her big sister. Today the eldest sister, with her men to the intruder, should have gone overland and rushed to come. If it's about 10 minutes at least. Can you hold that guy off for 10 minutes? No, I can't stay on the water. Who knows if that guy's powers are water powers or metal powers? She suddenly had a flash of insight that there were 2 other shifters inside the base camp. One of them is a water psychic, and there's a speed psychic. If we teamed up with them, stalling this guy would definitely not be a problem, and we might even be able to take him down. You won't have to be punished by your big sister when the time comes. She then launched the boat, cutting a white trail across the water, and sped off in a certain direction. Lin Fei stood at the edge of the tall building, watching the woman flee in her boat, pondering in his heart. These guys are squatting here. They must have an ulterior motive. All the more reason to check it out yourself if you're going to move help. So he jumped off a tall building, lightly caught by a wave, and then got into his car and, ignition starts without haste. Follow the white waves left by the boat as it burrows into the street. Chapter 85, the final chapter of Shadow. The half of the downtown area of Watanabe City that had not been submerged by the sea, where countless zombies had gathered. Underneath a still under construction building, the zombies are swarming up the Jenga-like, climbing down the facade, as if there was something on one of the floors of that building that drove them crazy. Mutants also hate the fact that their mutation is oriented towards flying through walls. Unfortunately, those of this kind that could fly have been pretty much killed off. At this moment, on the 18th floor of the building, the hunting wind swept up the dust, making it difficult to open one's eyes. A slender figure stood at the edge of the building, her sword in one hand holding her shoulder. It is a sign of injury. A stunningly beautiful face had a piercing bright red color hanging above it, and his clothes were also stained with a lot of blood. If Lin Fei were here, he'd be a little surprised. The woman was clearly the shadow that he had let go that night. Little hoof, still running? And at the stairway on the 18th floor, thumping footsteps and shouts rang out. Then a woman of stout physique squeezed out and she was followed by a group of thickly built women as well. If you give up your resistance now, I might, for the sake of all women, give you a way out, the lanky woman said as she pulled out her nose. Shadow's eyes were filled with disgust as he said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry, but I'm not very comfortable with pigs being my own kind." The lanky woman's fat face twitched instantly and, behind her, a smaller woman jumped out and pointed at Shadow and yelled, "Do you realize that our big sister has already netted you a favor? Dare to rob on our women's union turf. It was merciful not to drive you to extinction, and I advise you not to be ungrateful. Crawl over here on your own knees and lick your knees and make your big sister feel good. Maybe keep you around as a dog." The disgust in Shadow's icy gaze intensified. "Disgusting, ugly, fat, dead. Sooner or later, you'll get slaughtered." The lanky woman known as Big Sister opened those narrowed eyes, revealing a fierce light. "Very well. I, Xu Baozhen, have never been personally attacked so viciously in my life. You are also considered to have set a precedent." Xu Baozhen's body trembled with fat, and there was chi energy that lifted the dust under his feet. "I'll eat every inch of your flesh and make a statue out of oil and wax." Prostrate yourself at my feet day and night in repentance. Even those women behind her began to be alarmed at these words. Shadow spat, determination flashing in his gaze. It's nice to think. Let me have the guts to come over here and see if I can tear a few chunks of fat off of you. The women behind Zhu Baozhen crossed their eyes and all picked up their weapons and aimed them at Shadow. Put it down. Do you want to break my artwork? Zhu Baozhen slapped his big hand and it instantly broke a nearby lance into parts. This made Shadow a little alarmed. This guy was definitely a flesh-enhancing alien. When he fought her earlier, he clearly felt a resistance appearing at the tip of his sword. It only managed to break through one layer of her skin, which was blocked by the thick layer of fat, and she seems to have other abilities besides flesh enhancement. She's a tough nut to crack. He was just looking for something to eat inside a supermarket in Duhai City. It's just really overbearing to be targeted by this group. Trying to get yourself to join an organization like that. No way. Even if he was injured now, he would not be in their company. Knock. Knock. Zhu Baozhen moved his steps and closed in on Shadow. I'm going to ask you one more time. Which do you choose? Becoming my dog or dying? Shadow raised his longsword and pointed it at her, proving his choice with his actions. Zhu Baozhen GGG laughed. Eyes fierce. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Knock. With a muffled sound, Zhu Baozhen's body was like a human cannonball, crashing towards where Shadow was. Shadow naturally didn't fold his arms and dodged deftly to the side. She didn't dare to take Zhu Baozhen's attacks hard again, having already suffered a considerable loss before. Oh, learning to be smart? But not enough. Zhu Baozhen sneered and rushed to dodge away from Shadow with a grab. A powerful oppressive force appeared on Shadow's body, causing her movements to stall. Get thee over here! Vigorously pulling Shadow towards Zhu Baozhen. He was about to get her bushy slap almost in his face. Shadow gritted his teeth and activated the forbidden method of the sword servant of the dragon slaying division. The blood chi around his body flowed down his wrist to the long sword, infesting it into a blood-red killing weapon. Pust! The long sword missed Zhu Baozhen's big belly in a flash. The previously impenetrable fat opened up as if turned into hot oil. The intense pain caused Zhu Baozhen's face to tighten even more, and she burst into a violent rage. What was a grab instantly becomes a slap. Bang! The large slap on Shadow instantly dented her chest downward. Click! The sound of bones breaking rang out. This strike directly knocked Shadow to the point where his blood spurted wildly. The slender body flew off the edge of the building, traced an arc, and plummeted down from the 18th floor. Shadow's mind was a blank at the moment, the strong wind tearing at her hair. She then closed her eyes. Maybe it would be a relief to just die, but when she closed her eyes, her mind didn't skim over the days that had passed like a movie. Instead, a figure appeared that both mortified and frightened her. She suddenly laughed. Why was she so full of that bad guy? Is that what one's heart longs for? Boom! The Shadow crashed to the ground, smashing through the floor and revealing the ruptured drainpipe below. The zombies also noticed the tasty treats crashing next to them, and ran wildly towards Shadow. Instantly flooded the place. Upstairs on the 18th floor, Zhu Baozhen looked at the scene with a cold expression, her eyes filled with sternness. Big sister, are you alright? Do you want me to pull out the sword for you? The woman next to her asked nervously. Zhu Baozhen coldly shouted, Idiot! If you pull it out now, aren't you letting me bleed to death? There's an intruder waiting to be dealt with by the old lady. This little injury. We'll get it when we're done with it and back at base camp. The woman next to her nodded her head in a hurry. A boat dashed into the old town at the edge of the city, where the buildings drew deeper water, a full 10 meters underwater. Just see a piece of the city being connected above some old 7-story building complexes. There are many shacks on it that were built later. There are quite a few people moving around up there at the moment. The arrival of the ship alarmed the guards up there, but after realizing it was one of their own, just drop your guard. The boat docked and the woman on top jumped off quickly. Sister Gao, why did you come back alone? Someone on the shore asked. Instead of answering him, the woman asked, Where are Zhang Hong and Du Hei? The man froze, then pointed somewhere in the gathering place. Sister Zhang and brother Du are over there. Just as she finished, the woman scurried away, thumping on the built-up boards. As she passed the guard's desk, she rang the alarm bell as soon as it instantly woke up the gathering. Chapter 86 Women's Union Gathering Place. 2 speedboats full of men were quietly docked in the shadows between the buildings, making them extremely difficult to spot. What are those ES doing sounding the alarm? I don't know. Is there an invasion of water corpses? It's unlikely, isn't it? The best thing those fat asses can do is fight water. It doesn't make sense that it would happen in their gathering place. Feng, what do you think? Yi Feng wore a duck-tongued cap and pursed his lips. Me? I don't want to look. Yi Feng pressed his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet first. Wait a little longer and see what Lu San and their side say. Zip! The walkie-talkie rustled. Brother Feng, More than 10 people died on the dome side, all from the Women's Federation side. Yi Feng's eyes stared. Could it be that the person driving the car did it? What about the pink car? Didn't see it. Okay, you guys go ahead and come over. After ending the communication, Yi Feng pondered. Looks like the outsiders are not to be underestimated. Ha! Easily climbed the stairs to kill a dozen elite on the Women's Federation side. In his place, could he deal with him? Through the shelter, one could see the riotous gathering place of the Women's League. Those ordinary refugees ran towards the house in a hurry, and the women who stayed behind at the gathering place, with their varied looks, pulled out their guns and looked around. A man and a woman pushed their way out of a shed somewhere in the gathering place. The man was quite strong-looking, just a darker batch of skin. He casually grabbed a running survivor and asked viciously, "What happened?" The man waved his hand and shook his head. "I don't know. No idea. I heard the alarm and ran." "Well, Du Hai, we'll just go and see." The woman next to him had a rounded body and one dimension from top to bottom. Du Hai threw the man underwater as soon as he could, spitting in the process. "I'd like to see who dares to mess with us." Du Hai slapped a hand on the woman's unreadable ass and headed for the perimeter. The two had just gotten halfway there when they saw a figure running in hot pursuit. "Du Hai! Zhang Hong!" Du Hai looked at the woman running in a puzzled manner. "Gao Yuan? Aren't you out in the field?" Gao Yuan looked a little anxious and couldn't catch his breath. Quickly follow me. There are enemies." Zhang Hong pulled back Gao Yuan, who was about to turn around and run away, and said suspiciously, "What enemy? Did you set off the alarm?" Gao Yuan nodded and urged, "Hurry up. I can't handle the intruder alone." Du Hai frowned. "What about your second squad? So many people still can't handle one intruder?" Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. "All of them died. Only I ran back." "What?" Du Hai and Zhang Hong exclaimed at the same time. What did you guys do? Invoked the Corpse King? Du Hai said in a cold voice. Gao Yuan glared at him. "You think old lady is stupid? Most big sisters don't dare to mess with. I'd go and get in trouble? Get over it. Only if we join forces can we deal with that intruder. Go!" It was only after Gao Yuan's anxious urging that Du Hai's duo hurriedly followed. When they came to the edge of the gathering, there are already a lot of weapon-wielding wiles standing around here, but none of them seemed to quite understand what was going on. The alarm was pulled, but where the enemy was not in sight, and for a moment there was some muttering. "Mother asterisk 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 her. You're not shaking the old man, are you?" Du Hai cursed. Gao Yuan looked around suspiciously. "No, it shouldn't be. Did that person run away?" Sound of "Gao Yuan, where are you people?" The walkie-talkie on Gao Yuan's waist suddenly rang. She picked it up quickly. "Big sister, I'm at the gathering. What are you running around for? Didn't I tell you to leave that intruder behind? How do you do your business?" Xu Baozhen's muffled voice rang out. Gao Yuan gulped. "Big sister, I'm no match for that guy. I came back because I wanted to join forces with Du Hai, Zhang Hong and the others so that I could have a chance of winning. So what happens now? Did you guys take care of that guy?" "No. I just got to the gathering place, and it turns out that the guy went off somewhere." "Exactly. Probably ran away. You punk! Wait for my old lady to come back and skin you." Gao Yuan trembled, as if he had thought of something extremely frightening. Du Hai and Zhang Hong on the side couldn't help but shiver. "Go on, pull the alarm." Gao Yuan barked at a woman next to him. The piercing sirens faded instantly, causing a sigh of relief. The hidden Yi Feng and the others whispered, "Feng, what's this all about? Are we still stealing homes?" Yi Feng glanced at him. "Stealing chicken feathers. Wouldn't you be beaten into a sieve if you go now? So let's go back?" Yi Feng was just about to nod, but he suddenly raised his hand to stop it. "Wait, did you guys hear an engine?" The crowd was unsure, but they all seemed to hear the engine roar from weak to strong. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. "Here it comes. Everyone get ready. If we do it later, we'll just beach it." The men from the FMC also heard the sound of a raging engine. Du Hai wondered, who's coming in a speedboat? Could it be those guys from the men's club? Zhang Hong laughed. "How can that be? If they dare to come here, aren't they looking for death?" Only Gao Yuan's face changed furiously. Quickly sound the alarm." Du Hai looked at her and scolded. "Are you Ed? Turning it on and off. Turning it off and on again. What? Is that a nuke coming?" Gao Yuan looked at him angrily. It was the intruder who killed the second squad. He's a shifter that. It's likely that it's a dual system water and metal alien. Zhang Hong froze. "Dual system? You're not kidding, right?" Gao Yuan said coldly. "I don't have time to joke with you guys with my life. Bullets don't work on that guy at all. You can only rely on psychic powers." The roar of a furious engine approached, and in a large body of water outside the Women's League the pink steel behemoth came riding on the waves, and with a fluttering drift came to rest on the water 100 meters away. This handful of water walks has all the women's associations in a state of shock. Shifter, there's an alien invasion. Gunners ready. Bowmen ready. Without further ado, these WoW guards knew what to do. After the car door opened, Lin Fei's figure appeared in front of everyone. The women on the women's side of the organization saw this and brightened up. Asterisk asterisk. So cool. How can there be such a handsome man? I seem to be in love. Come on. Don't get horny. Can't you see that Sister Hong and the others seem to be blushing? Have you heard? This man killed our Women's Federation's second squad. What? That vicious? Ferocious? Face value is justice. Facts aside, isn't the second squad at fault? Mud. Shark-nosed woman with a pussy look like she's never ate a man. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei took out a loudspeaker from his car, and after debugging it for a while, take it in your hand and aim it at the women's union gathering place. Ahem. Oh oi. Listen up people inside. You're surrounded by me. Drop your weapons and surrender now. Chapter 87, Cooking Hot Pot in Public. Yi Feng's group, who were hiding in the shadows, looked at each other. No, why is he acting like a bandit? Is this guy arrogant or is he arrogant? An outsider who is so high profile in Fairy Sea City obviously has some real skills. I'll bet 2 packs of chili fries that this guy won't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. I bet 3 packs. What do you think? Feng? Yi Feng raised his duck-tongued cap up. His eyes were in disbelief. I'm going to use my eyes to see. Less talking and more watching. By the way, I'll bet 5 packs of chili fries that the guy can get away unscathed. The minions on the sidelines have cut. No, even if he's good, he's only one person, right? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. There are 3 other aliens over at the Women's Federation gathering place. A flesh-enhanced body, a water control, and a speed-typed psychic. It's more of a win any way you look at it. Not to mention the fact that their old lady piggish asses can fight Maple back and forth. The women's league is not weak. Let's hope that guy can give the FMC a bit of a blow. Instead, Yi Feng shook his head. In front of the top-level exalts, the difference in numbers is not a problem at all. Have you not noticed that he has maintained his standing on the surface of the water, even along with a full-bodied, steel-covered chariot controlled over water? What kind of alien energy consumption is that? If he didn't have some strength, he would have taken his own life long ago, and it would still be his turn to call the shots here? Listening to Yi Feng's analysis, the crowd was somewhat enlightened. One couldn't help but begin to be curious about Lin Fei's strength. Brother Feng, I seem to remember that you're a second-order alien, right? Is that guy even higher than you? I'm sorry, my little brother asked. Yi Feng shook his head. I don't know. Every alien has different alien abilities. Even if we're both second-order, the roles we can play vary. So we'll just have to see if he's a combatant or not. While they were analyzing Lin Fei, speculations were also rife on the Women's Federation side. Gao Yuan had someone get a loudspeaker and shouted at Lin Fei. You, how dare you really follow me? I'll definitely tell you to go to the end of your rope today. Du Hei inquired. What is that guy's purpose? Gao Yuan looked puzzled. I don't know, but Big Sister said that. But anything that goes over to the dome building is suspicious. Maybe they've got some other secret of the same kind of thing on them. This is about whether or not our Women's Federation can unify Wadari City. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. As long as we take this guy down, the secret will naturally fall apart. Du Hei nodded his head, and the muscles on one pair of legs were gnarled, containing incomparably terrifying explosive power. Lin Fei didn't get angry after hearing Gao Yuan's chiding, but climbed onto the roof of the car and pull out the small tabletop and stools and start shucking hot pot. The scene dumbfounded everyone in the room. What's this guy doing? He is even shabu-shabu. It's ing killing everyone. Hot pot can be said to be a very popular food before the end of the world. But once the end of the world came, power cuts and water shortages, it's good to have a mouthful of food. Who dares to think about hot pot? Especially when a small breeze blows, the smell directly fills the small half of the women's union. A group of people harumphing and looking green-eyed. Yi Feng and the others also gulped straight. Brother Feng, that guy really doesn't talk about martial virtues. Isn't this killing and killing? Why don't we just rob him? Asterisk people dare to cook hot pot here. They must have a good idea of what to do. You don't go up there enough for someone to shag a pot. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but his eyes under the brim of his hat were already looking straight. Fondue. Step on it. That's your favorite fondue. Lin Fei leisurely scalding a roll of fatty beef, dipped in the sauce to eat it beautifully. That expression wasn't normally one of contentment. He then picked up the speaker. If anyone can tell me where's the stuff on top of that building going? This hot pot meal is for him. In an instant, the people from the Women's Federation were like ants on a hot pan, not knowing for a moment what to say or not to say. That's a hot pot. Keys could take a bite and die in place with no problem. Gao Yuan coldly shouted. I'll see who dares to move. The gun in my hand is not a vegetarian. Zhang Hong, who was at the side, wrinkled his eyebrows. This guy is really coming for the giant egg. He has a secret on him. We just need to hold him off for 10 minutes. And the big sisters and the girls should be able to make it back. When the time comes, we'll give him a jar and we'll be able to get away with all that fondue and stuff he's got. Du He sneered. That's right. Didn't big sister say that we have nothing to build on? Now the time has come to build a career. In the car, Lin Fei downed a few more slices of fatty beef and shrimp sliders, and his mouth was full. No one knows about it? That's a real shame. I've got hanging dragons here. Snowflake beef fat, yellow throat, tripe and all that. Looks like I'll have to enjoy it all by myself. With that, he placed all these fresh ingredients on the table and it was mouth-watering to see all of them. The little brother beside Yi Feng was shocked. Brother Feng, he knows what the giant egg is? Yi Feng nodded his head. He appeared in Duhai City. Perhaps he came here for that thing. But now that the mysterious substance inside the giant egg has been absorbed by me and that Zhu Baozhen, he can only return with no success even if he knows about it. Let's see what he does. And if it drags on here long enough, the fat lady is sure to come back to the urn. The youngest brother pondered for a while and said, Brother Feng, do you think it's possible for us to work with him? Ending the Women's League S***T? Yi Feng's eyes stared slightly. There's no rush. Let's see the situation first. On the side of the Women's Federation, Du He couldn't hold back any longer, and a terrifying chi erupted from within his legs. The whole person, like a black shadow, rushed down the stairs, pulling a white wave on the water. When Lin Fei saw this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Finally, someone couldn't resist. The moment Du He rushed out, followed by the waves that rose from the water. From the very beginning, the ripples tumbled forward, and by the time they reached Lin Fei, they were already 10 meters high. Du He stepped on the wave and made his speed even higher. He and Zhang Hong had formed a tacit understanding and were able to hit the unexpected. At that moment, he plunged into the middle of the water waves and his figure disappeared. Sitting on the roof of the car, Lin Fei was still shucking hot pot, and even took the time to shave his teeth. It was as if the 10-meter-high waves of water were nothing. Zhang Hong's face began to turn white as she activated the water wave. This was the limit she could use. If he pushed any further, the powers should backfire. But it's enough how it looks. 10-meter waves of water lapping down. Even a vehicle would turn into a discus. Du He was hidden amongst the waves of water and could clearly see the approaching Lin Fei. When the 10-meter wave of water spread out and enveloped Lin Fei as well as the raptor, a sinister smile spread across the corners of Du He's mouth. Just waiting for the waves of water to lap down, it was time for him to perform his own stunts. But the next moment, his tendency to swim with the waves of the water came to an abrupt halt. It was as if someone had cast a stasis. He looked around in disbelief and realized that it wasn't just himself that, even this 10-meter-high wave of water stood still. What's going on here? Did Zhang Hong's do this? In the next moment, the surrounding water flow seemed to transform into a big hand, squeezing Du He tightly and escorting towards Lin Fei. Chapter 88 Rocket Launcher with Unlimited Firepower. Du He was horrified, and he fought to use his speed ability, but no matter how he exerted himself, neither could break free of the current. The current pinched him right up to Lin Fei's car, and the smell of hot pot intensified. It made him salivate uncontrollably. Lin Fei picked up a slice of beef from the pot and shook it, then ate it beautifully. So, are you in such a hurry to come and tell me where that thing is? Du He's face was ugly. Kid, let me tell you, no matter what you can do, if you dare to make a move against our Women's Federation, the consequences are not for you to bear. Lin Fei laughed. Then if you're barking in front of me now, have you thought about the consequences? Du He was stunned. What does this guy mean? Did he really dare to move himself in front of the Women's Federation? I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you know where that thing is or don't you? After the sound of Lin Fei's words fell, Du He clearly felt that his surroundings were a little chilly. That fondue didn't even continue to bubble anymore. An invisible pressure fell on him, and even though he was an alien himself, he had some difficulty breathing. I don't know. Those women went and grabbed that thing. I joined the Women's League later. Du He didn't have much blood in his veins and went straight to the point of saying everything he knew. Lin Fei glanced at him and shrugged somewhat helplessly. Fine, then you can die. Du He's face was relieved. Sure enough, this guy was just colorful, and he said he didn't know. He wouldn't dare do anything to himself. Wait a minute, what did he say? Bang! The thoughts were still swirling around in his head, but his body was already being shredded by the currents and it turned into a scarlet liquid that dripped into the water below. This scene was watched by Yi Feng and the others who were hiding in the shadows of the building, and they were immediately astonished. Asterisk. What the hell is that about killing? This man is definitely a tough guy. Just one sentence. Not giving the Women's Federation any face at all. This water flow control ability of his is simply ridiculously strong. Is he also a second-order alien? Yi Feng's mind was shaken, and some sweat stains unknowingly seeped out of his hands. This man can only be befriended. Definitely not evil. On the Women's Federation's side, Zhang Hong froze in place. I seem to have lost control of my water wave. But why is it set there? You're being too hasty. I've told you all that guy could be a water alien. We should be standing firm instead of attacking, Gao Yuan said coldly from the side. As soon as her words fell, a figure appeared above the 10-meter-high wave of water. It was none other than Lin Fei, who had a horn in his hand. For the last time, does anyone know where the stuff above that building is? Zhang Hong raised his hand and beckoned the water to turn into sharp arrows. Where is Du He? What have you done with him? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth hooked, and with a wave of his hand, a black shadow flew out from amongst the waves of water beneath his feet. A quick dash to the Women's League gathering place. Knock, knock. Du He's head rolled on the board, sending those around him wailing in fear. Du He! Zhang Hong was horrified. Her lover had been killed just like that, and anyone else would have a hard time accepting it. Gao Yuan, who was on the side, was sweating, because Du He and her strength was almost in the middle of the pack. Since Lin Fei was able to kill Du He, he was definitely no match for him. I'll kill you ****. Zhang Hong's eyes turned red as he violently turned around and jumped into the water. A wave of water lifted up again, and there were even more hideous water spikes on it, rolling towards Lin Fei. Gao Yuan secretly cursed as stupid. People's water system's supernatural ability is obviously above you. It's so obvious that you can't see that this red is also an ****. She would definitely die from the backlash if she pushed her supernatural energy so crazily. I was going to join forces against the enemy, but it turns out that I'm the only one left in the ING world. What should I do? The waves were seen lifting more than 10 meters high, shaking the old homes around them. Zhang Hong stood on top of the water waves, looking down at Lin Fei, his eyes filled with hatred. I want you to bury Du He with me. A water current over a dozen meters high collapsed down, wrapped in countless water spikes slapping towards Lin Fei. But when these currents were about to approach Lin Fei, it was as if they had transformed into meat kittens. Swept gently past him. Zhang Hong's heart suddenly fluttered when she met Lin Fei's eyes. A terrifying might pressed deep within her. Lin Fei shook his head. I'll just ask one thing. What are you guys rushing here to die for? Never mind. Let's be merciful and fulfill you before someone says I'm being unreasonable. In Zhang Hong's horrified gaze, the water flow around her body seemed to transform into countless spikes. Penetrating every inch of her body. Bang! The spikes crisscrossed, blood and flesh flew. Not even a piece of bone ballast could be seen. Zhang Hong directly evaporated. Wow! The current under Lin Fei's feet instantly drew up to 20 meters, directly overlooking the entire Women's Federation gathering place. The opportunity was given to you, but you didn't take it, so it's not my fault. Alarm bells were ringing in Gao Yuan's heart. She didn't know what Lin Fei was up to, but intuition told her it was a life or death crisis. Escape! This was the only thought in her mind at the moment. As the crowd of Women's Federation people watched, the alien Gao Yuan frantically fled toward the other end of the gathering, leaving a group of overwhelmed ordinary people staring at each other. Secretly, Yi Feng and the others also wondered, could it be that Lin Fei was planning to use the water currents to destroy this gathering place? It can't be done at all. Okay? The Women's Union gathering place is a combination of several buildings, extremely resistant to vibration, and with all the piles of vehicles inside the water, all things that build a solid foundation for the space. What will he use against the Women's Union people? Forget it for now. Let's go. Let this brother see the strength of our manly gang. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, 3 speedboats instantly rushed out and headed straight for the Women's Federation's docking harbor. The people from the Women's Federation also saw the speedboat that suddenly appeared, and at once someone shouted, "The men's gang is here! Attention, everyone!" But before they could react, a violent shockwave exploded in the middle of the gathering place. Boom! 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 A dozen or so explosions rang out in a row, sending flames in all directions and blowing many holes throughout the entire upper gathering place. Everyone unanimously looked towards the top of that stream of water. I only saw Lin Fei carrying a thick, black bazooka on his shoulder. A rocket with a trailing flaming tail rushed forward as if it had no money. Yi Feng's pupils shook, and he hurriedly shouted, "Turn around! Turn around! Get away from here! It's really that thing on Lin Fei's shoulder that's too bizarre. The bazooka everyone knows about. But how can you fire a bazooka on full auto?" The Women's Union was also dumbfounded. It was targeted by the artillery regiment? They don't know. Except that explosions keep going off all around them. The entire gathering place was more than half destroyed in a few dozen seconds. and neither the guards nor the refugees were spared. In their eyes, Lin Fei was like an exterminator, indifferent to life. For a while there was wailing and fire. Not far out on the water, a large speedboat was coming this way. Big sister, I think I heard someone setting off firecrackers, eh? It's the direction of our house. Did they solve that intruder and are now celebrating? Chapter 89, Fat Woman Zhu Baozhen. As the large speedboat turned the corner, everyone on board was dumbfounded, only to see their proud rooftop gathering place now burning with fire and broken. Big sister, could it be that the sound of firecrackers just now was? Zhu Baozhen slapped the woman's face and said viciously, "Firecracker Nima, that was stolen from our house." Her anger at the moment was completely unquantifiable, itching to destroy the world immediately. Big sister, over there, it seems to be someone from the men's club. Suddenly a fat woman next to me pointed not far away and said. Zhu Baozhen and the others instantly turned their heads to look. 3 boats, 1 car, and sure enough, it's the treadmill men's gang of dogs. Yi Feng, get the hell out of here. Zhu Baozhen jumped up all of a sudden and, after grabbing the rudder, he started to steer and rammed straight into Yi Feng's boat. Yi Feng and the others were also startled, and they hurriedly had to scatter to the sides. Brother Lin, that fat is back, Yi Feng shouted. Lin Fei glanced at the water as he stood there, not dodging. Instead, he continued to inquire. In other words, the contents of that giant egg were absorbed by you? Yi Feng looked at the large speedboat that was rushing, and then looked at Lin Fei, and with a sinking heart he didn't intend to dodge. Yes, I absorbed it, but I didn't finish it, because a third of it was taken by that fat. Lin Fei was a bit surprised. This thing could still be robbed? If that's the case, then obviously, the traces of the battle he had seen were left by him and the fat woman. Yikes, come die to me. Zhu Baozhen's majestic voice pressed closer. Lin Fei took out his bazooka and aimed it directly at the large speedboat with 10 consecutive shots. Boom! Instantaneous flames appeared and figures were thrown about. A curtain of water blocked out the wreckage and the blazing heat. Looking at Yi Feng and his little brother in disbelief. This lord is simply unreasonable. Straight to awe. Yi Feng told his junior to directly switch to the 2 speedboats and retreat backward, and stayed here with Lin Fei himself. Brother Lin, that fat didn't die that easily. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow suddenly and quickly surfaced under the water where the 2 were. Bang tom! The water exploded in a powerful shockwave that, those soaring water spikes zapped the speedboat under Yi Feng's feet. The black shadow revealed itself in front of the 2. It was clearly Zhu Baozhen who had just stood at the bow of the boat. She was so big and stout that one of her top 3 Lin Feis, but she managed to stand on the surface of the water and not fall down. Apparently her powers have something to do with water. Brother Lin, be careful. This fat woman's psychic ability is borrowing other people's psychic abilities. Just as Yi Feng finished speaking, Zhu Baozhen urged the water current to flush him away. Lin Fei was a little surprised that this woman's psychic ability was so special. Zhu Baozhen's face contained fury, as if she were a resentful ghost in the world, with the feeling that she wanted to eat Lin Fei alive. Dog man, you damn, are you the one who destroyed my gathering place? Good, I haven't been this angry in a long time. I'll show you what true despair means. She raised her hands and made a circular hug at Lin Fei. An invisible force instantly acted on Lin Fei's body, but Lin Fei had no intention of dodging, and instead, his gaze was fixed, tightly staring at the hilt of the sword on Zhu Baozhen's stomach. Who put this sword in you? Zhu Baozhen's emotions froze. Should that be the focus of Treadmill's attention? None of your business? What? Is it your mistress? It's best if it is. The old lady beat her half to death and threw her in the walker pile. There's probably not even a bone left now. Ha ha. Zhu Baozhen felt a wave of relief for no reason, as if she had dealt Lin Fei much of a blow, but she didn't hesitate in her hand movements, squeezing Lin Fei to death, wanting to pull herself closer. As long as she bit off a piece of flesh from Lin Fei's body, she could gain access to Lin Fei's psychic ability, and at that time, kill as many as you want on your own. But when she was halfway through using her powers, she suddenly felt a large resistance that, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull Lin Fei any closer. It made her feel a little bad. Brother Lin, I've come to help you. Yi Feng's figure rippled on the water's surface. Sprinting towards Zhu Baozhen, golden red flames burned around him, trailing behind him as if forming 2 wings that, it allowed him to stall. A pillar of fire erupted from his mouth as fiery energy pulsed through straight to Zhu Baozhen's face. Seeing this, Zhu Baozhen instantly gave up on binding Lin Fei, and instead manipulated the water current. Form a wall of water in front of yourself to block the flames. A huge stone block was dislodged from the building next to him and crashed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng had to avoid it. He didn't dare to get tough with the stone. After forcing back Yi Feng, Zhu Baozhen looked at Lin Fei with a cold smile. Then 2 of the race sow's hind legs stomped the ground. and her speed-based powers instantly erupted, turning her into a black meatball chariot that, the fat flesh of his body was glistening and thicker than a normal wall. She was prepared to fight Lin Fei in close quarters with her own speed powers and physical body strengthening. For but any elemental mastery alien's weakness is themselves. No exceptions. Although the reasoning was such, it was a pity that Lin Fei was not in the middle of the reasoning. Xu Baozhen's pig surged forward treading the waves, instantly approaching in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei could even smell the stench of her body. He didn't dodge. He just stood on the surface of the water, then raised one foot and kicked it out violently. Bang! The air was shaken with a popping sound. In Yi Feng's horrified gaze, Xu Baozhen's fat and oily body instantly flew backwards. Uncontrollably smashed through a building before poofing into the water. On the contrary, Lin Fei was only slightly fluctuating as the water under his feet was blown. Isn't he a water master? Why did he kick the double-boosted fat lady? Grumble grumble. The waters ahead where Xu Baozhen fell began to bulge. A huge chimera of earth and stone surfaced. Xu Baozhen has his hands up below him, like a fat Superman. He stood on the surface of the water gazing viciously at Lin Fei. Dog man, give me death. Yi Feng was a bit shocked at the sight. Was Xu Baozhen going crazy? Using her powers so recklessly. He didn't even have this ruthlessness when he fought with himself for the giant egg before. But now he was getting sicker and sicker. Just as he was about to remind Lin Fei not to show off, Lin Fei's figure moved. It rushed forward to meet the large falling block of earth and stone. The distance of hundreds of meters was instantaneous, and Yi Feng didn't even have time to shout out. Knock! An unmistakable dull sound spread, and the water was dented in all directions by the shockwave that pressed down on it. The huge block of earth and stone fell apart in Yi Feng's shocked gaze, and it exploded into the surrounding buildings and water with a crash. And Lin Fei's fist rested silently on the side of Xu Baozhen's face, the strong wind scraping her raw. She mechanically had to turn her head to look at the fist, which was only a dozen centimeters away from her, and gulped. Lin Fei's sorrowful voice rang out. What do you think it's like to be eaten by a zombie? Chapter 90, Destruction of the Women's Union. Xu Baozhen's body trembled with fat as Lin Fei brought an incomparably terrifying pressure to her. Even when facing that corpse king, one would never be this powerless. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Xu Baozhen's throat went dry and, that is even related to this guy? Mistake. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Xu Baozhen squeezed out a few words. Lin Fei's mouth hung in a kind smile. Misunderstanding? That's fine. Then let the misunderstanding be deeper. Only a few mysterious cards suddenly appeared in his hand and disappeared without a trace in a flash. As if it were a hallucination. Specialization effect, Junko, activates. Acquisition of the concept of inanimate objects, S-Class Alien Fusion. In an instant, Lin Fei felt an extra blank card in the middle of the system. The back says S-Class Alien Fusion, while the front is pitch black. This card is exactly the same as the beauty card already owned, just without the character on it. The moment Lin Fei's specialization effect was unleashed, Xu Baozhen went limp and, no longer able to support its own massive weight. Poof! The whole thing was splashing around like a depth charge. She struggled for her life, but she couldn't swim, so she could only flop around in the water haphazardly. Just, help! Having lost her powers, she was worse than an ordinary person, a big fat pig in the flesh. Yi Feng paddled the broken planks to the side and was filled with doubts after seeing Xu Baozhen. This guy's gonna drown in the water? What about her powers? After repeatedly making sure that Xu Baozhen's supernormal ability had disappeared, Yi Feng looked at Lin Fei, who was standing still next to him, in astonishment. Did he do it? If he can really take away someone's powers, then what's the point of playing with your own aliens? Lin Fei didn't explain. He moved his mind and Xu Baozhen's plump body was lifted out of the water by the water waves. Ahem! Don't kill me! Xu Baozhen coughed while begging for mercy and, there was no longer the posture of a gathering place boss. Lin Fei looked at her indifferently. Not killing you? What value do you have to buy your life in my hands? For a moment Xu Baozhen was speechless. She didn't understand Lin Fei at all. And now that his own powers had inexplicably disappeared, they were even less useful to Lin Fei. She began to panic. I know the necromancer's lair. Lin Fei's eyelids fluttered. Bam Bam smacked her two big mouths. What the hell do I need the Corpse King's lair for? Are you in such a hurry to die? No, it's not. It's not. I know there are strange things inside the necromancer's lair, Xu Baozhen explained in a hurry. Strange things? Lin Fei wondered. Brother Lin, don't listen to her. There are only countless zombies inside that Corpse King's lair. I'm sorry, Yi Feng reminded. Xu Baozhen glanced at him coldly. What do you know? All you shrinking violets know how to do all day is harbor in a safe place. I've led people to check it out. Every time the tide rises inside that Corpse King's lair, it just makes strange noises. It's like a bird call. Yi Feng immediately snorted. There's a bird chirping inside the Corpse King's lair? I think you are an eagle burping. Oh. After being mocked by Yi Feng, Shu Baozhen was also a bit annoyed. But due to Lin Fei's lustful authority he didn't dare to attack. Lin Fei looked at Yi Feng, making him a bit hairy. So, and you know where the necromancer's lair is? When these words came out, Shu Baozhen was instantly anxious. No, he doesn't know as well as I do. I can sneak you into the necromancer's lair fast. Lin Fei ignored her and instead looked at Yi Feng without saying anything. Yi Feng understood and smiled. I do know where the Corpse King's lair is. Lin Fei nodded. That's enough. Shu Baozhen's eyes, which were as small as a grain of rice, widened. No, you can't do this to me. Yi Feng, you. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold light flashed through the middle of her body and a long sword was just floating silently in midair. Shu Baozhen even raised her head to see what it was, but her vision became more and more blurred, until they fall into the darkness. Pus. Blood spurted out. Slick trails of blood surfaced on her torso, and then snapped. The entire fat body split in half and crashed into the dark red water. Yi Feng's expression was shocked. This scene was really too much to stimulate his nerves. I couldn't help but feel my stomach flip up. This was followed by a strong fear of Lin Fei, and Shu Baozhen wasn't even a match for him. Then surely you're no better off yourself. Fortunately, he had the foresight to do so, and after Lin Fei blasted the Women's Federation, grossly answering his questions, the long sword flashed and disappeared in midair. Lin Fei turned to look at him. Are there any other giant eggs or anything like that in this Wadari city? Yi Feng shook his head. No more. I've kind of searched the entire city of Fairy Sea. Didn't find a second one like it, though. But what? Lin Fei asked. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, in the depths of the Corpse King's lair where that zombie converges, maybe there really is something strange. Listening to his tone, Lin Fei became more interested. Good. Then please take me to the necromancer's lair. Yi Feng froze. No, man. You really want to go? That's a necromancer. Not to mention the fact that the Corpse King alone is enough to crush a second-order aberrance. There are so many zombies and mutants out there watching. We can't get in. He was close to showing a bitter face. Lin Fei laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. It's the same old saying. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. It's not for nothing that I'm letting you lead the way. Don't you have your own forces? After this is accomplished, how about I give you 3 months of supplies? Yi Feng froze. Is Brother Lin serious about this? After Lin Fei nodded with certainty, Yi Feng clenched his teeth. Good. Dry up. Supplies are getting scarce now, and those brothers of mine often don't have enough to eat. With 3 months worth of supplies, we should be able to ease off for a while. Maybe try a new path. Yi Feng is also a fastidious person, and directly called in his little brothers. Let them clean up the mess at the Women's Union. Then he sat in Lin Fei's passenger car and felt what is speed and passion. Once in the car he was all kinds of amazed and had a strong curiosity about this steel beast. And Lin Fei's driving skills amazed him even more, as long as the front wasn't a wall, and he dared to bump into it. Soon the raptors sailed out of the watershed range and pressed onto solid land. The zombies in the surrounding streets also began to multiply, and Yi Feng saw that Lin Fei had no intention of slowing down. Somewhat panicked, he asked, Brother Lin, are we just going to crash through? Lin Fei glanced at him. Then what else? I'd like to fly there, but unfortunately I don't have the strength. Sit tight. Boom boom. The ravenous roar of the raptor resounded through the silent fairy sea. Chapter 91, Corpse King's Nest. Waterumi City's second subway line, Ruan Station. This is a location 130 meters below ground. It's overcrowded on weekdays. Now that the lights are no longer bright, only a few safety indicators that don't require electricity to feed them are left emitting a dull glow. The entire underground tunnel became dark and damp without the maintenance and popularity of artificiality. Snapping, a severed arm suddenly fell from the ceiling with a loud thud. Stepping, the black shadow then landed on the ground and chewed it up. It's a climbing mutant, and the darkness is their playground. If anyone's here, looking up you will see many of these mutants hanging across the ceiling as if they are guarding something. In the midst of that deep subway passage, rotting flesh and blood filled the air and stank to high heaven. Newbie. It was as if the sound of cranes and birds clearing their voices came from inside, which seemed a bit out of place. A huge, earth-colored, egg-shaped object bulged over a mound of bloody flesh and, between the occasional flickers, a dark shadow seemed to be visible inside, resembling a man or a bird. Ho ho! A hoarse cry rang out in the darkness, and a figure stood silently beside it. It's a humanoid female zombie with 4 eyes, covered in a dark mist of. The atmosphere is majestic. Roar! The roar of a walker came from the passageway outside, startling it. It glanced at the huge egg, then headed outside. Yi Feng was dumbfounded at this moment because the Lin Fei next to him was simply inappropriate. The two were standing on the building nearest the subway entrance to the bazooka he carried over his shoulder didn't stop. What's with the bazooka? It's a plug-in. Those zombies down there are like ants, blown to pieces by the relentless artillery fire. Occasionally, there were mutants that were able to break through the blockade of rockets, but what they faced was Lin Fei's merciless decimation. What do you mean? One man can be an army? Isn't that what this is all about? Yi Feng believed that if Lin Fei was given time, he could even slaughter these zombies cleanly. When the tide of corpses below was blasted to pieces, Lin Fei put away his bazooka and looked at Yi Feng and inquired, "It's almost time, do you want to go?" Yi Feng opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. His own strength might only be enough to last a few seconds in the midst of a wave of corpses, but if he doesn't go, isn't that a bit inadequate? Go, as the saying goes, give it away, and as a local, I still know quite a bit about how subways are constructed, so I can take the road less traveled. Yi Feng gritted his teeth. This was a big gamble. Lin Fei laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Very well, you're at the right age to break in now. There's no harm in walking more. Go! After saying that, Lin Fei leapt down, flying down the outer layer of the building. Yi Feng leaned over the edge and looked down, only to see that the moment Lin Fei descended, many small metal platforms extended out from the building to give him strength, and he landed easily after repeated horizontal jumps. Yi Feng didn't slow down and similarly leapt up from the edge of the rooftop. Blazing golden flames burned around him, and his entire body dragged out two wings of fire behind him as he descended. Boom! Between the bushels of fire wings, his descent began to slow, and he finally landed, albeit in some distress, but also peacefully. You're quite good with this supernatural ability, maneuverability and aggressiveness at the same time, Lin Fei complimented. Yi Feng coughed twice. To tell you the truth, this supernormal ability of mine actually started out as an ordinary flame, half dead after a few more burns, and evolved that way after risking his life to acquire the contents of the giant egg that time. I think that giant egg might be a bird's egg. Amazement flashed through Lin Fei's eyes. If nothing else, this guy's powers may have evolved to an extraordinary level. As the two men talked, they were also advancing toward the subway entrance. Yi Feng's golden flame transformed into plumes bursting out, landing on many zombies like a heavenly maiden. Burning madness. Immediately after, the three rings of golden fire ring him around. High-speed rotation between the formation of strangulation momentum. Ripped the breakthrough walker to shreds. His maneuvers looked like Lin Fei was secretly nodding. This Yi Feng was definitely a talent as well. Afterwards, Lin Fei no longer hesitated and directly took a step towards the tide of zombies. Every time his footsteps fell, the earth and rocks around him tumbled, and metallic substances drilled out in a frenzy that a circle of metal storms surrounded Lin Fei as if it was an eye of the storm that was about to take shape. The zombies rushing up around them were directly twisted into shreds, and then the metal storm grew wider and wider. It encompassed Yi Feng altogether. The ring of fire on Yi Feng's body gradually converged. He looked somewhat dumbfounded at the invincible field of metal around him. You're making me look stupid. Even if those flesh-enhanced mutants broke into Lin Fei's metal storm, immediately, they are taken extra care of by the high-speed spinning metal, which knows the priorities as if they were alive. Yi Feng looked at Lin Fei's back in disbelief. What level of alien was he? What exactly are his powers? Water? Metal? Reinforcement? Or some kind of weird rocket power? What a enigma of a man. Soon, with Metal Storm opening the way, the two entered the subway entrance without incident. A large amount of metal sealed off the entrance directly from the onslaught of zombies outside. Light a lamp. Phew! Yi Feng's flame lit up, illuminating the dark underground passage. The steps leading down to the ground floor were covered in stains, and some shredded flesh and limbs could be seen sprawled in the corners. Yi Feng threw a ball of golden flame forward, and the flame illuminated the road ahead. The two men moved all the way underground, following the path lighted by the flames, and when they came to the platform where the former ride had been, Yi Feng was suddenly alert, because his flames went out. Bizarrely, after he threw them out, it was as if he had encountered something that restrained him. Lin Fei pressed down on his shoulders, signaling him not to move, then pulled out a strong flashlight and shined it ahead. Hiss! Yi Feng immediately sweated. That was illuminated by the flashlight range. An alien figure coiled and, on the floor, on the walls, on the ceiling, these mutants were staring straight at the two. The stepping horse is really entering the tiger's den. Yi Feng was terrified and, immediately, he ran his own flame to the extreme. Lin Fei didn't say anything, but instead, he beams the light of his flashlight and, a standing figure was illuminated in the midst of a group of mutants. Although that figure looked slender, it had 4 eyes on its face, scarlet like blood, and, completely different from ordinary zombies, Corpse King. Ringo. That's the Corpse King. Yifeng stared nervously at the four-eyed Corpse King with great pressure. It can annihilate psychic abilities and is a natural enemy to psychics. Lin Fei was a little surprised to hear that the Corpse King had awakened a special ability. Rather, it had the same effect as the female alien that he had met under the mushroom tree. 4 zombies, by virtue of their own bodies, and not relying too much on psychic powers, so this ability appearing on a walker would be absolutely disastrous. Brother Lin, why don't, let's just say hello to it and leave? Yifeng couldn't help but start beating a retreat. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Walk the F***ck away. None of them will be able to run today. Chapter 92, I'm the Corpse King and you're the Corpse King? Bang! Lin Fei's figure exploded, weaving straight through the darkness. The surrounding mutants couldn't react at all and were directly smashed by Lin Fei with brute force. A punch was then thrown at the Corpse King. Knock! Dull fists and palms clashed, and the Corpse King unexpectedly caught his punch steadily. This caused Lin Fei to be a bit surprised that his own punching power, after his strength had once again risen, but it's nearly 1,000 tons, and so far nothing has been able to stop it. But this Corpse King was able to receive his attack unharmed. Was this guy also a monster who went to the limits of his physical body? But very quickly, Lin Fei dismissed this idea. Because his awakened 10 Dragons Jadetop's body was on the route of the extreme realm of force, there was absolutely nothing that could surpass him in terms of strength. Being of the same second rank, Lin Fei could almost crush SS-level enhanced exalts, even if they were zombies, and never more than that limit. Then there was only one outcome. This Corpse King was a third-order existence. Knock! Lin Fei's figure suddenly crashed uncontrollably towards the wall next to him. The furious force made the compacted soil sink deep. This scene could make Yifeng look anxious. How come Ringo was pressed by the Corpse King and violently whacked in one look? Should I run for it myself first? Those mutants didn't pay any attention to Yifeng at all. A swarm of people rushed towards the depression that Lin Fei had smashed out. The Corpse King's slender figure contained a terrifying force that, lifting a broken load-bearing pillar from the side, he violently smashed it towards Lin Fei. Knock! Smoke and dust rose in all directions, smashing many mutants to death along with it. This Corpse King didn't look like it had low intelligence and knew how to make up for it. Yifeng felt bad all of a sudden. As he was about to run away, a large black shadow came from the middle of the depression. The Corpse King dodged and dodged, and that turned out to be the load-bearing pillar it had just thrown out. Hiss! Roar! The mutants were roaring mournfully. Boom! From inside the depression, a strong and powerful chi force erupted, crushing the mutants piled up around them through and through. Tap! Footsteps sounded. Lin Fei twisted his head and walked out, and Yifeng looked ecstatic. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be fine. What a surprise. There's even a peak third-order Corpse King hidden in this hole of a place. It almost made me fall in the gutter. The sound of Lin Fei's words made Yifeng's heart flinch as he looked at the Corpse King with disbelief. It's actually third-ranked? Almost instantly, he felt a bit of a tingle in his scalp. He could still put up a fight if the second order, but the third rank is really unspellable. Roar! The Corpse King opened his mouth and roared, as if wondering why Lin Fei was acting like a nobody. However, it has always been unforgiving to those who provoke its majesty, only to see the Corpse King violently stomping his feet, his slender figure like a ghost in the darkness. Instantly approaching Lin Fei, an arm with sharp claws swung out, trying to tear Lin Fei apart. But at the front of its arm, a large hand had been waiting. Snap! The Corpse King's attack lurched as it looked at Lin Fei with some consternation. It felt like hitting on top of a piece of adamantium that had lasted for ages. What is this situation? Hadn't he just taken this human down with ease? Well, not bad looking. Boobs for boobs and legs for legs. Too bad they turned into zombies. Otherwise High and Low will have to issue you a card. The Corpse King burst into a rage when he heard Lin Fei's teasing words. I just turned into a zombie. Not a. The Corpse King's dark mist flowed around him, suppressing all the effects of his powers. In its opinion, the fact that Lin Fei could have this kind of power was entirely the effect of the supernormal ability enchantment. As long as he used his abilities, this human was definitely no match for him. The thin black mist seemed insignificant in the midst of the darkness. It had crept across the entire underground station. Ringo! Watch out! The Corpse King is using his ability. Yifeng suddenly felt a lag in the operation of his own supernatural powers and even shouted at the top of his voice. The mutants immediately switched targets and chased after Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng did not hesitate, pulled his leg and ran towards the outside of the station. He had to get to a place that wasn't contaminated by the necromancer's ability to let loose and get into a fight. Knock! With a violent sound, the Corpse King violently impacted towards Lin Fei. The sharp finger claws on top of both palms tore the air to a hum. Under the influence of one's own abilities, even a flesh-enhanced alien strength would be greatly reduced. This is the source of its confidence. but as its attack approached, an unexplained palpitation surfaced in its heart. Only Lin Fei slowly stretched out his hand, intending to take this heavy blow from it hard. Snap! As it had done before when it took a hard hit from Lin Fei. His own attack was also lightly blocked by Lin Fei. This made it instantly startled. The power it had used for this strike was definitely stronger than before. Why did he catch it? It's not scientific. Knock! Great force came down the arm, and the Corpse King's body was directly flung to the ground by Lin Fei, smashing a huge spiderweb crack out of the station. Even the Corpse King's powerful physical body could not regain its mobility for a long time. Lin Fei, on the other hand, jumped down into the pit, upholding the idea of catching up with the world. The fists in his hands were as big as casseroles and fell like rain on the Corpse King's body. Knock knock! Muffled sounds continued to come from the pit, and the pit was getting deeper and deeper from the violent impact. The Corpse King was directly confused. Who the hell was the Corpse King? After Lin Fei's round of bombardment, the Corpse King's powerful physique couldn't even withstand it. An arm broke right off. His spine was smashed, and his legs twisted abnormally. Even it humanely spat out a large amount of black blood from inside its mouth. It's over. My life is over. This human. What kind of monster are you? Seeing that the Corpse King was out of breath more than in, Lin Fei stopped his stiff punches. Marred. A third-order Corpse King is really resistant to being built, and it didn't even break into pieces just like this. Lin Fei shook his wrist, somewhat marveling at the strength of the Corpse King's flesh. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the stairway outside the pit, and golden flames swept across the underground station. Dozens and hundreds of crawling mutants were burned and curled by the golden flames. Lin Fei leapt out of the pit with a single jump, his eyes looking in the direction of the explosion. Only in the middle of that sea of fire, a figure covered in brilliant golden flames stood. That person was none other than Yifeng, and at the moment, his eyes were on fire. The flames on his back coalesced into a pair of almost substantial wings, razor-sharp and cutting through the mutants around him as he moved. Ha ha, come on all. Yifeng drank fiercely, just like an eagle that had killed its eyes. The temperature of the flames swept through the bricks on the ground. The walls all began to transform towards the magma form. Even Lin Fei felt some burning heat, so one could imagine how terrifying this mutated flame of his was. This guy was all wimpy before. As a result, the strength after the explosion of seeds is also absolutely considered to be the top experts among the second order. But Lin Fei detected a decadence in the midst of his majestic flames that it shouldn't last long in this state. Chapter 93, The Golden Egg in the Corpse King's Lair. I think I've been blessed with the ability to read and write at the age of 3, and to kiss my female classmates at the age of 4, having gallstones at a young age. Nowadays, it is even more expensive to be an alien in the middle of the end times, or a second-order one. There are quite a few chances, and it's not as precarious as other aliens. Now it's even fighting 3,000 emperors alone in the Corpse King's lair. How magnificent! How fierce is that? Brother Lin, don't worry, when I get through this, I'll make sure I burn more paper for you. After all, you're braver than I am. Yifeng opened his hands, and the wings on his back spread out violently, turning into fan leaves to begin his final dance. Under the high-speed rotation, the mutants died out even more rapidly, thinning out as far as the eye could see. I don't know whether it was because the Corpse King had authorized him, or because he was afraid of being killed by Yifeng. The remaining mutants surprisingly cowered and began to back away, disappearing in 3 or 2 tries into the pipes that littered the area. All this Yifeng did not know. At the moment, he was completely wrapped up in flames amidst the high-speed rotation. The 2 huge fire wings also slowly retracted, turning into a barrier to block off the outside world. Poof, poof. Lin Fei heard the heartbeat of. Visible through the flame barrier was what appeared to be a brilliant golden egg inside. What kind of supernormal ability is this? How come it's a bit like the legendary Phoenix Nirvana? This guy couldn't have awakened the Phoenix ability, right? Lin Fei, who had a rich ability to make associations, was instantly a bit startled. If Yifeng's psychic ability is really like that, then the peaceful development of the definitely number 1 in the future. Poof, poof, the heartbeats sounded again, and Lin Fei suddenly froze. Not right, these heartbeats are not from Yifeng. He jerked his head toward the subway tunnel in the midst of the darkness, and there was a blinding light blooming in the depths. Lin Fei frowned as he jumped down the tunnel and headed deeper into the darkness. The walls of the tunnels around them were strewn with bloody tissue, more like walking inside a horrible organism. Not long after, Lin Fei sensed a slightly familiar aura. It puzzled him. As he turned the corner, a small mountain of flesh stood in the middle of the tunnel in front of him, and at the location of the top of that mountain, a giant light golden-colored ovoid that was as tall as 2 people was emitting light. What is it? He couldn't help but mumble. Isn't there too much egg-related stuff in this Wadami city? The giant egg on the mansion. The egg that Yifeng suspected to be the phoenix's nirvana. Now there's a big golden egg inside the necromancer's lair. Did you poke a bird's nest? As Lin Fei approached the large golden egg, the familiar aura became even more intense. But he obviously hadn't come to Transitional Sea City, so why did he have such a strange feeling? Or to an egg. Poof, poof. The large golden egg once again rattled like a heart, and as the light flickered within it, Lin Fei's eyes stared. There was actually a black humanoid black shadow in the middle of the large golden egg. Inside this egg. Is it a person? How is this possible? Lin Fei felt ridiculous. What kind of person can pull this weird stuff in a necromancer's lair? Then why didn't the Corpse King destroy the big golden egg? These doubts lingered in Lin Fei's mind, making him unable to understand. Tuan, do you know what the hell this is? As a last resort, Lin Fei asked the knowledgeable system in his head. The fruits of the path are born by means of the egg. What do you mean? Can you say something intelligible? The creature inside wants to live again with the energy of this egg. What? There really is a real life? Lin Fei was shocked and this kind of setting that only appeared in novels was surprisingly met in reality. I'm afraid it's not another ing wall, is it? Timing, place and people are indispensable, and the opportunity is rare, so we suggest that the host leave a good karma. The system suddenly prompted. Lin Fei was even more surprised in his heart. Something that could make even the system feel like something. Designate a little something. As for good karma, it would be the greatest good karma not to open a blind box on site yourself. After all, one has come all this way to look for these strange things. The giant egg on the mansion was no good, and now it's met with another big golden egg with a little something to it. It's hard to control the urge to turtle-dove yourself, isn't it? That's just it. Since Tuan has said so, I'll let you off the hook. If it weren't for the fact that you and I are kindred spirits, I'd have a use for my oversized pan. Shaking his head, Lin Fei turned around and walked away. Since he couldn't get, then there's no point in staying here by myself, so I might as well go and look elsewhere again before it's too late. When he arrived on the pit where he had violently beaten the Corpse King, the Corpse King below had just about stopped moving. A third-order Corpse King was just mercilessly killed by Lin Fei. And that's what happened when he met Lin Fei. If it was any other alien, even a third-order alien, meeting this Corpse King would only be reduced to food. It must be known that most Corpse Kings actually crush same-ranked exalts in terms of physical body strength. Even SS flesh-enhanced adepts would find it hard to get an advantage. But Lin Fei, the hanged man, his own strength was even at the limit amongst his class. Not to mention he has the beauty card specialization effect. Just now, after a hard fight with the Corpse King, noticing that something was wrong, he immediately pulled out his triple belt one and put it on himself. Instantly turning into a bald Saitama, he violently killed a third-order Corpse King. He came next to the flame embryo that Yifeng had transformed into, and after thinking about it, casually, he invoked a vein of water hidden in the ground and wrapped him up. After all, he had brought the man himself, so he couldn't leave him alone in the middle of this lair full of zombies. When Lin Fei led Yifeng out of the subway station, the zombies surrounding them outside had long since disappeared. Perhaps they were scared away because they felt the Corpse King's aura dissipate, but this didn't matter to Lin Fei. He directly released the raptor and hung Yifeng on the back of the car, drove off in a puff of smoke. As darkness fell, the sea began to rise. There was an abrupt, clear chirp from the underground of the Ruan station, like the call of some kind of bird. Inside that pitch-black subway tunnel, the pale golden egg was vibrating and the black shadow swam amongst the light, as if it were a fledgling bird that wanted to break out of its shell. Swish! Two tentacles of flesh and blood suddenly sprang from the pile of corpses bearing the giant egg, extending rapidly along the ground. Straight towards the giant pit in the subway station. The corpse of the Corpse King that had been crippled by Lin Fei was then wrapped in tentacles and quickly dragged into the middle of the tunnel. When the Corpse King's corpse landed next to the pile, the entire pile erupted with unparalleled vigor. Countless tiny blood vessels spread out, scrambling to zap into the Corpse King's body. You can see the black substance inside those veins being transported into the pile of corpses, and the Corpse King's body dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short while it decayed into a pile of rotten bones, absorbing the third-order Corpse King as sustenance. The pale golden egg vibrated at a more rapid frequency. The black shadow in the center also seemed to be more solidified. Could see that it was clearly the shadow of a woman. There was a shimmering mass of light in the shadow's abdomen, matching the vibratory frequency of the giant egg. Chapter 94, The Third Scarlet Tide. When Lin Fei dragged the embryonic form of Yifeng back outside the Women's Federation gathering place. This place has been pretty much cleaned up by Yifeng's people. When they saw the two Lin Fei return, they were surprised. Brother Lin, you're back so soon? I told you. Is that Corpse King's lair impossible to enter? A junior brother walked up and laughed. Where's Brother Feng? He looked out of the car window and didn't find Yifeng's figure. Lin Fei pointed to the back of the car before he turned his head to look. ***. This is Feng's egg? Feng, what's wrong with him? My little brother is suddenly anxious. Although he had seen this state of Yifeng, he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Don't worry, he just got into a fight and ran out of energy, and he's slowly recovering from it now. It's estimated that it'll be fine after a few days of recuperation, Lin Fei said indifferently. The little brother was relieved, because after the fight with Zhu Baozhen earlier, Yifeng also entered this state, and as Lin Fei said, he automatically got better after a few days. Go, take me to your gathering place. Lin Fei raised his head, and his little brother immediately understood and, get in the car and start giving directions. Lin Fei waited all night at their mall. Unfortunately, Yifeng had no intention of hatching it out. I was going to ask him if he'd like to go with him to Forgotten City to develop his career. After all, his talent was absolutely top-notch, and he had absorbed the mystic substance, so he wouldn't burst his body due to overuse. It's a shame you don't have that much time on your hands. After failing to obtain anything useful on this trip to Watanabe City, it was time to take a chance elsewhere next. Halfway through the morning, Lin Fei left Yifeng in their gathering place. There were 2 small mountains of extra supplies there out of nowhere, directly shocking everyone for a whole year. The raptor sped off and returned the way it came, and it was noon by the time he drove to the border of the Forgotten Land. Thought I'd go back and treat myself to something nice. Drip, drip, the clock in the car rang. At the same time, there was a burst of light in the otherwise crimson sky, as if someone was manipulating the sun switch. Lin Fei braked to a halt, his eyes looking up in confusion, only to see the crimson sun dimming strangely after flickering. The temperature also plummeted instantly, as if it had gone from the height of summer to the depths of fall all at once. Lin Fei, who was an alien, didn't feel much of anything, but the ordinary people who were still alive had a very obvious feeling. Each and every one of them was cold with goosebumps falling all over the place. Lin Fei's eyes flickered. This sudden change in the sun definitely wouldn't be as simple as just changing the temperature. This scene was like the second round of Scarlet Tide in the first place. Could it be the third Scarlet Tide? When he thought of this, Lin Fei suddenly stared at his expression. Then the situation is even more dire. When the second Scarlet Tide spawned the mutants, powerful mutants could even evolve into corpse kings, dealing a great blow to the surviving humans. The Heavenly King's mountain base was alright, since Lin Fei and a few women were there. There was no intuitive feeling of fear from the mutant walkers. The sun bursts into flames at the moment, and who knows what kind of monsters will be spawned. For a moment, Lin Fei accelerated his speed and headed towards the Heavenly King mountain base. In the middle of the city, the streets are full of zombies roaming around, some aimlessly, some crazy and bloodthirsty. There were even many mutants that stood out amongst the corpses. Some of them were large and there are weird-looking beings and beings that can fly through the air. Undoubtedly, cities have become off-limits to humans. When the sky exploded in a flash of light, all the zombies, as if the pause button had been pressed. It's all still. The temperature plummets, but it can't affect the walkers in the slightest. Soon, movement came from the corpses, only to see those mutants actually begin to frantically move against their own people. For a time, black blood flew across the sky, and a scene like cutting wheat appeared amongst the tide of corpses. This scene took place all over Forgotten City. Not only Forgotten City, but the whole of the Dragon Kingdom. And indeed, the whole of the Blue Planet is playing out. When those mutants had devoured a sufficient number of ordinary zombies, and then fell into a static state of, but it could be felt that immeasurable changes were taking place among their bodies. The back of a mutant the size of a 2-story building bulged high in the air. It slowly bloomed like a bloody bud. There were many tubes growing inside, writhing. With every step he took, a lot of dark green gas came out of his back, corroding the surrounding buildings and the ground. Even those zombies touched, only to be turned into blood and water. And as it roared, the inside of those tubes on its back would be like the barrels of a cannon. Blasted a cloud of dark green objects out. Those dark green meatballs crashed into the middle of the skyscrapers, instantly bursting apart. The dark green liquid splashed in all directions, corroding the area to the point of being crippled. At the top of a tall building, a mutant walker climbs up, and as the wind blows, it spread its 2 fleshy wings and fluttered into flight. Between the opening and closing of its chest bones, a grotesque-looking necromorph crashed down. Some smashed into the ground and shattered into a juicy, highly corrosive mess. Some landed on the walkers, drilling many holes in their carcasses in an instant. The devastation is staggering. There's even a powerful and strengthened zombie that can carry a loaded dump truck, as well as the hyperspeed walkers that run like stumps. The auras emanating from their bodies coincidentally all reached the point of the 3rd rank. It's a very scary thing for a human being to do. While ordinary people can only cower in safe zones and the shadows, zombies have evolved to an unimaginable level. Even the alien, who was still in the process of figuring things out, could be said to have no capital to fight against them at all. At this moment, the number of human deaths that still survived reached an alarming high. Not only that, in the midst of all the mountains and forests, the animals that were not originally affected by the scarlet tide of, no longer can it survive peacefully at this moment. The animals are beginning to mutate, their size skyrocketing, and they are exceptionally terrifying. A 10-meter-long bloodstained tiger, a 20-meter-tall giant elephant in the sky, a sky-skimming raptor with a wingspan of 15 meters. It's as if we've entered the age of the flood all at once. When Lin Fei sped to the Heavenly King Mountain outpost, it was in a state of martial law. However, they all recognized Lin Fei's car, so they naturally didn't dare to block it. Entering into the pass, a silhouette fluttered about, and it was none other than Inkscale who was guarding the place. What happened? Why are there so many zombie corpses out there? Lin Fei inquired. Inkscale's pretty brows frowned slightly. There was a wave of corpses that hit the outpost pass at that time at noon. There are very powerful guys inside. If I hadn't broken through to the innate realm with what you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to do anything with it. Maybe it has something to do with the flickering of the sun at that time today at noon. Chapter 95, From the Southern Warzone. At those words, Lin Fei's expression was slightly grave. If the ink scales broke through to the realm of the innate, the strength was definitely comparable to or even stronger than the third rank. As she said, there are zombies inside the tide of corpses out there. Zombies that make her feel bad about herself. What rank would that be? Third degree? Jude remembers when the second round of the Scarlet Tide of those zombies inside the neighborhood have evolved many weird abilities. This Scarlet Tide is likely to be another zombie evolutionary bonanza. If that's the case, it's not looking good. The third stage zombies will become the mainstream of the herd. If the human side can't come up with the strength to fight against it, it will be plunged into the middle of an absolute abyss. Where are they? Still out and about? Lin Fei inquired, naturally knowing who he was talking about. Inkscale shook his head and said, no, the moment the sun shines, all the teams that went out return. Sister Shireen and the others are in the back at this moment. Right, I've heard that there seems to be someone from the southern warzone. Lin Fei's expression moved and he nodded. Well, I know. I'll need you to take more trouble here. Inkscale laughed softly, indicating that he was perfectly fine with it. Lin Fei was still relatively at ease with her, and with the Star Source spirit crystals he'd given her in hand, cultivating at a high speed almost every moment, his strength was arguably the strongest besides himself. If even she couldn't carry it, this outpost pass could be broken. Without hesitation, Lin Fei drove towards the Heavenly King Mountain base. At this moment, inside the Heavenly King Mountain base, the atmosphere was a bit off. 3 helicopters parked on the lawn. Each helicopter was guarded by loaded military personnel. From time to time, there were survivors from the Heavenly King Mountain base pointing from a distance. Inside the conference hall, Su Nan, Yang Xiaoguang, and Huang Ruoi were several women. Across the nook of the table was a group of military men in uniform. The man at the head of the group was big and bold, with a great deal of energy and vigor. Colonel Yang, is this the explanation you're going to give me? Lu Zongyao stared at Yang Xiaoguang with a mischievous expression. Yang Xiaoguang's face was a bit ugly. Major General Lu, I've made it clear many times in the debriefing materials that it's not that I'm going to keep Dr. Ryu here, it's that she wants to, and I can't forcefully tie someone up in the southern warzone, can I? Oh, you can, being the leader of the base. You're talking tough. Lu Zongyao's eyes narrowed slightly, sarcasm in his words. Where is she? Let her come and speak to me in person. Although Yang Xiaoguang's heart was a bit upset, he still didn't refute the majesty of the Major General. I've already sent for them, so I'm sorry to ask the Major General to be patient for a moment. What a racket. I've given you advance notice that I won't have everything ready. Still want us to wait here? I see you. Yang Xiaoguang is a general outside the military orders do not accept all? Lu Zongyao chided a somewhat fat officer next to him. Yang Xiaoguang was silent, but it didn't mean that no one on the Tianshan base side lost their temper. Su Nan slammed the table. His brows wrinkled as he said coldly, is a warzone's a big deal? Get it straight. This is the Heavenly King Mountain base, not your southern warzone. If you want to spread your wildness, get out of my Heavenly King Mountain base before you do so. Being scolded by a woman, the officer's face fell, and he wiped one hand across his waistband. The dark pistol was then pointed at Sunan. I'm going to you up. It's a messed up world. I'd like to see how much weight your shanty-roofed base has. The fat officer cursed angrily, but the next moment, he instantly screamed miserably. I saw that the pistol in his hand suddenly twisted and turned into a metal strip in a flash, wrapping his palms and small arms around them. Click! Bone-cracking sounds rang out. causing Lu Zhongyao and the others to be startled. Alien? They all looked at Xin Shirin, who was sitting across from them, and scorn flashed in their eyes. I didn't realize that there were shifters here. Ha, pretty girl, don't you think the water seems a little shallow here? If you want, you can come back to the southern war zone with us later. Lu Zhongyao's face changed, instantly turning cloudy. We in the Southern Theater of Operations have developed reagents to control psychic abilities, and with the help of the inhibitors, your powers will get better. He even went so far as to take out a handful of king bombs, also wanting to lure Xin Shirin over. It was a pity that even though he had counted 1,000 times, he couldn't calculate that Xin Shirin wouldn't have to worry about the backlash of her powers a long time ago. So his words are like farts. Seeing that Xin Shirin ignored his intentions, Lu Zhongyao's face was immediately a little embarrassed. Although he was upset in his heart, he didn't show it. A short while later, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a white coat, strides in with her long legs. After scanning the circle, her face didn't change in any way. She casually found a seat and sat down. As if like a spectator, Lu Zhongyao's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have found a breakthrough in the conversation. Ruyan, I've come to pick you up. Come with me. You're needed in the Southern Theater. However, Ruyan Lu didn't even give a damn about him and pulled out her cell phone to play with herself. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly stagnated. Lu Zhongyao was being watched by so many people. The face was a mess. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his temper and got up, coming to Ruyan Lu's body and said, Ruyan, I know I've owed you a lot over the years, so come back to the Southern Theater with me and let me make up for the regrets inside our marriage, okay? Lu Ruyan raised her head to stare at him, then a sarcastic smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Deficit? Make up for regrets? He, Lu Zhongyao, don't make something sound so grandiose, okay? I told you back then that I didn't feel anything for you, but I married you, too. It's only because my Ryu family owes you a favor. Nowadays you and I have nothing but a sort of acquaintance with each other. I don't think it's as important as a stranger inside my heart, so go back to wherever you big Buddha came from and don't waste your time on me. Being said so by Lu Ruyan, Lu Zhongyao's face turned blue, but he was still controlling himself, because Ruyan Lu wasn't just a woman he wanted to take down. More than anything, it was the person who was most helpful to the Southern War Zone in researching psychic abilities and zombie genetics. If the Southern War Zone wanted to be unique in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, it was absolutely essential for Ruyan Lu to intervene. So no matter what, at least get the person back before anything else. Ruyan, I know you've been resentful all these years, but why wouldn't I want to be there for you, too? In any case you're my legal wife. Just come back with me and I'll promise you anything. Putting aside our relationship, you always have to understand my hardship as a major general of the Southern Theater of Operations. Nowadays, only you are able to bring some turnaround to this end of the world. Lu Zhongyao said the most soft words in his life, and in his impression of, as a major general of the Dragon Kingdom himself, he could be so polite to anyone that would already be a blessing. But Ruyan Lu didn't want to egg him at all. Wife, I'm sorry, but I have another man now. Chapter 96, a little shock for the Southern War Zone people. I already have another man. I'm with another man. Other men. Lu Zhongyao kept echoing this sentence in his head. None of the people present had a stunned expression. Even Su Nan and Huang Ruoi's several women were no exception. Lu Zhongyao suddenly felt that the sight inside this conference room was a little too taut for him. A herd of draft horses ran wild in the meadow over his head and stomped his legs every now and then to give him a kick in the pants, only to see his face turn from green to red and then from red to purple. The whole thing was incredibly silky, straight to full fury and broken defense. Willow, Rue, Smoke, you better reorganize your language and tell me what it means to have a man? If you don't tell me 1, 2, 3 today, I can have you shot on the spot. Do you believe it? The conference room echoed with the sound of Lu Zhongyao's violent anger. Lu Ruyan looked at him coldly, even though Lu Zhongyao pulled out the matching gun on his waist and pointed it at her head, and she wasn't the least bit flustered. Lu Zhongyao, you need to get one thing straight. This is not your Southern War Zone. As the saying goes, if a dog that's out and about is spilling, there's no place to talk about being killed. You have to think about it. Lu Ruyan looked as if she didn't mind, still outputting relentlessly. Lu Zhongyao felt like he wanted to eat someone alive. Bang! A kick was delivered, knocking a nearby vase to the ground and shattering it. Damn you! Someone, tie her back up for me. Lu Zhongyao gave an order, and immediately 2 soldiers took out ropes and walked forward. The intention was to bind Ruyan Lu. Bang! The sound of gunfire suddenly resounded through the conference room. A crater appeared in front of the 2 soldiers, bringing them to a momentary standstill. Sunan stood up. The pocket pistol in his hand was smoking white. Soldiers across the conference table had their guns drawn and aimed at her, with the intention of shooting her if she dared to shoot again. Drop the gun. What are you doing? You crazy? Don't move. Move and we'll shoot. Reprimands continued to ring out, but Su Nan didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. Instead, he laughed. Ha, I see you all haven't gotten the situation right. Ha, this is the Heavenly King's mountain base, and to put it politely, even if Major Yang were to speak here, it might not even be as good as my word. So do you guys want to give it a try? Lu Zongyao was also startled by the sudden attack of Su Nan. You're a crazy batch of a horse. What's it to you if I discipline my own woman? So what if it's the Heavenly King mountain base? I'll raise this place to the ground in minutes, do you believe me? After saying that, 3 people stood out from among the group of soldiers, and they were surrounded by fluctuations of alien energy. One man's hand flickered with a blazing flame, and one man's body was as hard as iron. One man's clothes were windless and his hair swayed. All of them were in an offensive stance, just waiting for Lu Zongyao to give the order. As far as they're concerned, it's just a metal alien. On your side, you have 3 powerful adepts who have temporarily suppressed their drawbacks. So you're still afraid of not being able to play with you? Yang Xiaoguang's face was hard to see. He hadn't even thought that things would happen to such an extent. If this is a fight, where is Lu Zongyao and his men enough? While Lu Zongyao and the others didn't realize they were playing with a big sword in front of Guangong's door, and complacent in a condescending manner. Seeing this, Su Nan sneered twice and gave Huang Rui's girls a look, and they instantly understood. Xin Shirin was the first to get up, and her movement attracted most of the people's attention. 3 second-order psychics, that's a bit interesting, but then psychic powers? Seems like you guys are still a little green. As soon as the words fell, the same second-order aura emanated from her body. Although the opposite 3 were a bit surprised that a wild alien could also reach the second stage. Still, it didn't matter too much, but the next moment, they realized how wrong they were. Next to Xin Shirin, azure-colored arcs of electricity jumped up, and the water flowed slowly, faintly gray. All the deep greens are blooming. For a while there was a sense of interplay. Without exception, these auras were all in the second-order bracket. It immediately made everyone present feel an extremely strong oppressive force. How is this possible? 5 second-order shifters. Did I not wake up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can there be so many second-ranked aberrations in this poor countryside? This doesn't make sense at all. Aren't they afraid of the backlash of their powers? It's a soul-crushing question from the crowd in the Southern Theater of Operations, but they could never guess the inside story even if they thought about it. Lu Zongyao was also dumbfounded at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 second-order aliens. Your mom. When did second-order aliens become cabbages? 5 of them in one conference room? What kind of magic power does this Heavenly King mountain base have? Being able to cultivate so many powerful aliens? Or was it all Ruan Lu's doing? Thinking about this, all of a sudden Lu Zongyao was like opening Pandora's box. Yes, it was definitely Ruan Lu who helped them realize the freedom of their powers. Not thinking of coming back to help himself, but even making small moves outside. Luckily, I found it in time. Otherwise, is it possible that her own southern war zone will be subverted by her in the future? Mud. That's all the more reason not to keep her here any longer. Ruan, you. As soon as Lu Zongyao opened his mouth, he was mercilessly interrupted by Ruan Lu. You? Put away your flowery thoughts. If you're trying to squeeze any value out of me, then I'm sorry to say that up until now, I've had nothing to offer in the area of psychic powers. As for whether you die here today or get out alive, it's out of my hands. So fend for yourself. Major General Lu. Ruan Lu slowly got up, a pair of foxy eyes filled with a sarcastic look. President Su, I won't leave the Heavenly King mountain base. If I can, please help me get rid of these bedbugs. Su Nan smiled gently at his words. No problem, it's on me. After all, I wouldn't want to disappoint your man. Lu Zongyao's fists pinched hard. He reached out his hand to pull Lu Ruyan's arm. Speak clearly for me. What man? Tell him to get his ass out here. I'd like to see if he's as handsome as you readers. Ruan Lu's elbow condensed, and she broke free from his grip. After all, she was also a genuine psychic, and her physical quality was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. My man is naturally much more handsome than an old Bonnie vegetable like you. He's tall and handsome. It's long and drawn out. I gave him everything you didn't get to eat. How about that? Are you angry? But what can you do with me? Lu Zongyao was driven wide by his legal wife against his face. Any man in his place would no longer be able to hold back. Bang! The gunshot rang out unexpectedly, and Lu Zongyao's eyes were filled with the color of viciousness. Flames spewed from the muzzle of the gun in his hand. A bullet just shot straight into Ruan Lu's head. Everyone hadn't thought that he would actually be crazy enough to kill Ruan Lu. At this moment, it was too late for Xin Shirin to stop her. Ding! A crunching sound rang out in front of Ruan Lu's brow. Only one finger appeared in front of her at an unknown time. That bullet was just deflected. A bright voice rang out from behind Lu Ruyan. TSK, TSK, the Major General is really extraordinary. Even dared to kill his wife. What? Can you kill your wife so that you can be certified? Chapter 97, A Major General's Kick. Ruyan Lu suddenly leaned into the middle of a sturdy embrace. The magnetic voice rang in her ears, making her feel safe. The visitor was none other than Lin Fei, who had disappeared for a day and a night. The smiles on the faces of Huang Rui and the other girls suddenly spread out. Lu Zongyao's face was ugly as if he had eaten shang, but alarm bells were ringing in his heart. Other than that, just this handful of flesh-blocking bullets was enough to make him nervous, suggesting that the man who suddenly appeared in front of him was an empath, perhaps in control of metal. Or maybe it's something else. It's strong anyway. What are you? Spread your hands for me. Lu Zongyao pointed at Lin Fei's hand that stopped Ruyan Lu and snapped. Lin Fei threw down the bullets and touched Lu Ruyan's face in his hand. Smooth skin like a teenage girl's, but the body is hot. Wasp waist and narrow hips, legs play years. TSK, who are you? How dare you tell me what to do here? Believe it or not, I'll break your 3 legs? Lin Fei wasn't used to anyone at all. No matter what your status was, as long as you dared to dog bark in front of Lousy, then I'm going to have to give you some credit. Lu Zongyao's anger flared up. I'm the husband of this woman. Major General Lu Zongyao of the Southern Theater. I advise you not to be ungrateful. The small Heavenly King mountain base can be destroyed with just one hand from the Southern War Zone. Lin Fei let out an O to show that he understood. But in the next moment, he directly stormed up with a kick. Knock! Bang bang! Lu Zongyao flew out backwards like a shrimp, hitting a piece of chairs and stools. I hate it when people threaten me. Here's a little lesson. If you still can't keep your mouth shut, I don't mind letting you shut it forever. Lin Fei's cold voice spread through the conference room. Aside from a few women, everyone hadn't expected Lin Fei to directly assault the Major General. Yang Shaoguang was alarmed and wanted to go and persuade Lin Fei, but he didn't dare to brush him off in public. The people Lu Zongyao had brought with him were shocked and angry, and all of their guns turned to aim at Lin Fei. Even those 3 exalts locked onto Lin Fei. A few people went to assist Lu Zongyao and found that he was directly vomiting blood and fainting, and could not be woken up at all. Quick! Medic! Shouts rang through the conference room as a group of soldiers had their hands full, but then realized that Lu Zongyao couldn't wake up at all, and then a group of people panicked. Quickly! Send the Major General back to the war zone. Let the healing shifter strike, the adjutant hurriedly urged. Lin Fei didn't stop the guys from leaving, but before they left they said, I'm a man with no ambition. If people honor me, I'll return the favor, and if anyone wants to get in over my head, better weigh the consequences first then. Sun An stood beside Lin Fei and said with a smile, it was supposed to be a tug-of-war between the. It turned out to be a blitzkrieg for you to play. Instead, it offended the Southern War Zone. So I don't know if that's good or bad. Lin Fei smiled. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's not like the Heavenly King mountain base lacks anything. If they really dare to go sword to sword, big deal. I'll walk up. Yang Shaoguang stood on the sidelines and heard Lin Fei's bandit speech and felt that he definitely couldn't dissuade him. Shaking his head he hurried away. Sun An also smiled heartily, claiming that her duties were busy, and left with lotus steps. Lin Fei looked at her back as she left, and suddenly remembered his blank beauty card. It looks like we'll have to set up Sue's big girl sometime. Otherwise, if you don't eat this fat meat in your mouth, it may be taken away by the dog one day. Huang Rui walked up and hugged Lin Fei. Hubby, you don't know. This situation has been getting harder and harder lately. A corpse king appeared in Forgotten City some time ago, and since then, the zombies are starting to get organized and are giving us quite a run for our money. A few other women also nodded their heads, expressing their suffering. They also wanted to go over there and perform the decapitation, but they couldn't find the corpse king at all. It changes its position every moment and shows great intelligence. Lin Fei frowned slightly after hearing this. Has a corpse king appeared in the Forgotten River as well? Now that the 3rd scarlet tide of the sun has descended, allowing a large number of zombies to evolve to the 3rd stage, the corpse king's strength was definitely more terrifying at this time. Several women were still hovering at the 2nd stage, so it was definitely dangerous to go out rashly. It was imperative that their strength rose quickly, or else they themselves would be held back in Forgotten City. So Lin Fei waved his hand and took a few women with him towards the other courtyard. Before he left, he said to Ruyan Lu, Dr. Lu, is it okay to use me as a shield? I'll be charging interest, so just be prepared. Ruyan Lu looked towards Lin Fei, who had left with 5 beautiful women. Suddenly there was a feeling that he was going to be tied up in a cottage and pressed into service. But one doesn't seem to resist so much, even when facing Lu Zongyao. There's a thrill in saying it. Is she that kind of Thai woman? No. One is giving one's life for the truth. And it is noble. Lin Fei went back to the Aliyah and got into the big bathroom and started messing around, ignoring the puzzled gazes of several women. He took out a deep, black stone, and at once a white mist began to drift over the bathroom full of, kind of like a winter shower. Lin Fei himself felt a comfort from the bottom of his heart after inhaling this white mist. Even those who had reached the extreme of their powers enjoyed the feeling of being baptized. He's going to remodel this bathroom into a retreat for all the women. The tiles around the perimeter prevent the energy from leaking out, making it a very suitable place. The reason why he had thought of this method was that he had discovered it earlier when he was giving the murky scale star source spirit crystals. Now that I've practiced it, it's working. Lin Fei couldn't help but become more curious about where Li Yoshi was. This kind of stuff is absolutely extraordinary any way you look at it. Shaking his head, his current self not qualified to explore there. It's really important to do what's in front of you first. When he placed the star source spirit crystal in the middle of the bath, the pool of clear water instantly turned milky white, as if a pool of milk. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. The black stone, the water that soaked out was actually milky white. Alright, stop peeking at the door and come in. Lin Fei turned around and smiled at the door. Huang Zhenzhen was squeezed in at once. She spat out her tongue and twisted her waist to run towards Lin Fei. All at once, he transformed into a wombat and hung onto him. But then her eyes snapped open and her nose kept sniffing. What's that smell? So refreshing. A few other women also walked in from the doorway, and they all noticed something unusual in the middle of the bathroom. Lin Fei encircled Huang Zhenzhen in his arms, and then threw him into the middle of the bathtub with one hand. There were many milky splashes. All of you go in and take a dip. The energy will boost your psychic abilities. After hearing Lin Fei's words, a few of the women brightened up. Wow, I really noticeably feel my powers improving, and my body. Wow, the skin is more delicate. And the meat on my waist that I've gained from eating this time is gone, What kind of magic water is this? Hearing Huang Zhenzhen's delicate cry, the several women no longer hesitated and plunged into the bath. For a while, all kinds of exclamations of surprise came, and those who didn't know thought that there was some kind of airplane going on inside. Chapter 98 Dr. Ryu's preparation. Before dinner, Lin Fei stepped out from the middle of the bathroom refreshed. While it was important for a few women to practice, it was equally important to get laid, not to mention a few pure exalts. Even Lin Fei himself had the illusion of a bottleneck loosening. Maybe it's really possible to rely on the energy of the star source spirit crystal to advance, but one doesn't have that much time to wait. After a few activities to consolidate his realm, Lin Fei walked out of the special courtyard. Today's Tennessee mountain base is under construction by all survivors on a per diem basis. Many buildings have already risen. Although most of them only have 7 or 8 floors, they are much more prosperous than before when there were only shooting range buildings. Lin Fei didn't have time to manage any forces. He just needed to be a C-pin, weaving in and out of newly built streets and alleys. Many survivors could be seen collecting today's dinner at the food distribution point. Though their faces were weary, they were at least at peace. In the middle of the post-apocalyptic world, such a safe place is what many survivors dream of. It could be said that the Tianwang mountain base was the safest place besides the major war zones in Xinjiang. And one special thing about the Heavenly King's mountain base is that the stewards all have beautiful hair. Colors vary. They claim to be the pure love society, but they are the controlling force of the entire base. Take orders from Sunan alone. Of course, they would listen to Lin Fei's words. Along the way, many red, yellow, blue, and green hairs greeted Lin Fei, causing the survivors to look at them frequently. They're all speculating about who this incredibly handsome young man is. Even some of the newcomers to the Pure Love Society couldn't help but wonder why the seniors were so respectful of someone who wasn't from their own society. And those killjoys who knew Lin Fei would answer like this, he's a legend. After the sun's third scarlet tide today, it's getting too late in the day for yesterday. It was just about dinner time and the sky was already as dark as winter. The streets were illuminated in unison with solar bulbs, pulling out the shadows of many people on the ground. As Lin Fei turned to the fringe of the gathering place, his destination arrived. In front of him was a newly constructed experimental science and technology building with 3 floors. It was specifically supplied to Ruan Qiu for experimentation. It was thanks to Lin Fei's advanced greeting that he could have this treatment. Otherwise she might still be playing in the mud somewhere. Those experimental equipments are also when Huang Rui several people lead the team out of the. By the way, I got it from inside Oblivion's research base. At this time, the lights upstairs were still on, and Lin Fei slowly walked in, through some stacks of lab materials on the first floor and up the stairs to the second floor. This floor was much cleaner, with the floors and walls immaculately white, very much in keeping with the experimenter's OCD. But although the lights were on this floor, there was no figure of Ruan Qiu. But when Lin Fei turned his head to look at the stairs leading upstairs, His expression instantly became wonderful. Only a small red candle had been placed at the end of each step of the staircase, and the flame was waving. Asterisk 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 ing DJs. Ruan Lu, what the hell are you doing? Lin Fei couldn't help but shout upstairs. Tap, shouting as he made his way upstairs. When he reached the third floor, his eyes lit up. The entire third floor has been laid out as an oversized home with a spacious living room worthy of a 4-bedroom home. The floor is carpeted and a long table is set up directly in front of the upper floor. 2 pairs of candles were burning on the table, and 2 portions of freshly prepared food could be seen on the table. And 2 glasses of red wine. This Lu Ruyan is actually doing the whole candlelight dinner thing? She knew she was coming at this hour? As Lin Fei stepped onto the third floor, the bedroom door at the end was opened. Through the slightly dim light, Lin Fei saw a delicate figure walking towards him. It was only when she came closer that Lin Fei saw her wonderful side. In a mat at home, ultra-short nightgown mat, full and round can only be half hidden. Fleshy but not fat long legs were completely exposed to view. Her long hair was also coiled behind her head, and a pair of eyeglass frames rested on the bridge of her nose, giving her a seductive look. Even if Lin Fei had just eaten a seafood feast, he couldn't help but be seduced by Ruan Lu at the moment. You're here. Ruan Lu's simple words. It was as if the wife who had been waiting at home for a long time was somewhat relieved. Lin Fei arched an eyebrow. This woman seems to be quite good at this. With crystal high heels on her feet, she walked to Lin Fei in a graceful manner. Reaching out, he pulled him over to a chair, then thoughtfully pulled it away for him, and then straightened his clothes for him, meticulously. It really is like an old married couple. Then he walked across the room himself and pulled out a stool and sat down. Ruan Lu picked up the red wine glass and shook the liquid inside. She looked even hotter in the candlelight. I've never cooked for anyone before, and if it doesn't taste good, can you be more tolerant? Lin Fei smiled. Of course, I like your preparations. Except for those red candles on the stairs. It's the same as who you're sending away. Lu Ruyan flirtatiously blanked. I'm so hard to think of this little bit of romance. You're such an uninterested man, talking so rudely. It ruins this perfect atmosphere in one fell swoop. Lin Fei laughed. I'm just a roughneck. Rough temper, rough voice, rough everywhere. Can't do needlework. With that he forked up the steak inside the dinner plate straight away and took a big bite. Ruan Lu opened her small mouth and watched in surprise as he finished a piece of steak in 3 or 2 bites. Is this man a pig? Hey, can you eat slower? I haven't even started yet. Ruan Lu grabbed the knife and fork on the table and started cutting the steak, as if she was afraid that Lin Fei would swallow her share along with it. Lin Fei burped as he took a sip of the red wine in his glass. LOL. He toppled the stool with one hip and took a step toward Ruan Lu. What are you doing? I haven't eaten yet. In the midst of Lu Ruyan's shrieks, Lin Fei picked her up by the waist and walked directly towards the bedroom. What's there to eat in this Thai steak? I'll give you something to eat later. You're guaranteed to eat and want more. Lin Fei hemmed and hawed. Bang! The bedroom door was hooked shut with his heel. Ruan Lu was thrown onto the bed. She pulled the cool quilt next to her over her body. There was some sultriness in one eye, but more than that, it was nervousness, it was ineptitude. She subconsciously closed her eyes when Lin Fei's blazing male breath hit her face. Lin Fei was a bit surprised. What? You're all in your 30s and married. And the little girl episode? Ruan Lu said quietly. Who told you that I have to do these things when I get married? Lin Fei's eyes glared. So Lu Ruyan was actually still a virgin? Away from Dapu. Then how bad is Lu Zongyao? Looks like this flower. Only the old man can make her bloom. Chapter 99, Passing on to women but not to men. The night was as cool as water, and the sensor lights in the lab building flickered most of the night, as if in accusation. Ruan Lu had finally given her life for her truth. As the crimson sun rose in the morning, she lazily opened her eyes from the covers. The first thing I saw was the ridiculously handsome face and the firm chest. Last night Lin Fei's crazy strength made her a little scared. It was true that young is fierce. Coo. I didn't eat last night, but now I'm hungry. She looked at Lin Fei for a moment, then her eyes showed cunningness and she got under the covers. In no time, Lin Fei was woken up by Lu Ruyan. He was a little surprised that the woman was sneaking breakfast. Then he definitely couldn't let her get away with it easily. So naturally, there would be no shortage of fights. When the rain falls and ceases, Ruan Lu only felt as if her body was more perfect. My psychic powers. Why can't I feel that sense of crisis hanging over my head at all times anymore? I'm sorry, said Ruan Lu in disbelief. Lin Fei smiled as he dressed. Didn't you want to know why those women of mine can use their powers as they please? This is the answer. Ruan Lu was first bewildered for a split second, but immediately responded with, a pair of fox-charming eyes stared blankly. Isn't it a bit too outrageous? A possibility occurred to her that, If it was the kind of thing you needed to do with Lin Fei to get rid of the disadvantages of the powers. Women are alright. What about men? For a while, Ruan Lu's gaze became a bit odd. Lin Fei slapped her on her arse. What's going on in your head? Let me tell you, this trick is passed on to women, not men. Ruan Lu snorted. It seemed that Lin Fei also had something to be afraid of. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, Ruan Lu called out to him. Can you give me some of your blood? I think if I can analyze from it the reason why you were able to help others eliminate the drawbacks of your powers, then you won't have to worry about the shifters not coming in the future. Lin Fei stopped in his tracks and didn't refuse after thinking about it. After all, this Lu Ruyan is also her own woman nowadays. Since there's a bit of a need himself, of course he's going to fulfill it. Furthermore, when he decided to go with Yang Xiaoguang and the others to save her, Lin Fei had made up his mind not to let her leave the Heavenly King's mountain base. After all, researchers were still a relatively important strategic material in the middle of the post-apocalyptic world. If she really researched something, as she said, and the Heavenly King's mountain base let the wind out of her sails, a large number of shifters will rush to join in. So he forced out 3 drops of blood and left them for Ruan Lu, and left behind a lot of living supplies. It made her beautiful. Once he returned to the other courtyard, Yang Xiaoguan was already waiting in the courtyard. When he saw Lin Fei come in, he hurriedly got up and walked up and said, "You're finally back. There's a letter from the war zone." Lin Fei bit into a large pie and said vaguely, "Oh, so what?" Yang Xiaoguang heart that anxious this lord is simply do not understand the gold of the war zone nah. It's good news that a document has been issued from above stating that you are to take up your post in the Southern Theater of Operations with immediate effect. It means someone sees what you can do. Lin Fei wanted to laugh a little after hearing this. Yang Xiaoguang, don't you think sometimes you're too naive in your thinking? Yang Xiaoguang froze, unsure. Oh, I ask you, what time is it? End times. Right. You know it's the end of the world. And even in times of peace, hitting a general is a capital offense. Not to mention the end times where there is now no redo. But the paperwork was clearly sent from above for you to seek a position in the war zone. This can't be faked. What do you want me to say about you? Sometimes your brain is really not enough to. I wonder how you got to be this major. Can't you see what's blatantly a hangmen banquet? Or is it in your mind that those guys in the war zone are just really ecumenical? Yang Xiaoguang opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Lin Fei kindly laughed twice. The end of the world, big brother. Don't be too naive. Try to figure everything out with the worst possible intentions before you say anything, or you won't know how you'll die. Yang Xiaoguang grasped something, but still needed to digest it. So, how to reply to the above? Lin Fei smiled. Tell them that I'm not interested. The Southern War Zone, located in the Thousand Mountains Ro Province, northwest of Forgotten River City, located in the middle of a dangerous mountain range. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The inside of the large war zone seemed to be under martial law, and there were very few figures moving around freely. Inside the large conference room, the top brass of the war zone sat around. Nowadays, there are more and more alien beasts inside the mountains and forests, and the impact on the defense of the war zone is very great. Does everyone have any good countermeasures? The middle-aged general standing at the first place said with a serious face. We've just cleared up the internal chaos not long ago now, and our vitality hasn't recovered yet. This is a time when you have to hold your ground in order to win the day. Bull *********. It's only a matter of time before we die here on guard. Didn't you see that wild boar over 10 meters tall? Our concrete block wall can't stop it. My ass. What's in it? All is vanity in the face of absolute firepower. Truth is only within the range of cannons. Do you think we have enough weapons in our hands to retire here? Consumption takes place all the time, and without replenishment. Sooner or later, one sits on the sidelines. I'll see what kind of quackery you fellows spit out then. Inside the conference hall there were almost 2 factions tugging and arguing. All right, be quiet, all of you. What do you look like? If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a food market. The middle-aged general tapped the table to quiet the room. The adjutant to the side was then signaled to come and speak. The adjutant had his assistant hand out a printed document to each of the. Then he said, "There's already news coming from Shangjing. All the major war zones are holding their positions and rescuing survivors from the surrounding area. So if there's any difficulty, a request can be made to the top for a special task force to intervene." For all those present, no one wanted outsiders to intervene in the internal matters of the war zone. Not to mention the people sent from the Shangjing side. That's like giving away the power in your own hands. All those years in the military can be for nothing. We don't need others to worry about our internal affairs, do we? Wouldn't it be a joke to tell the world? Well, the Southern Theater doesn't need any special ops intervention, while SCOTUS has a strategic approach. but it's our own judgment that is the dominant factor in determining the direction of the war zone. Someone suddenly opened his mouth and inquired, "Does Elder He know about this matter?" The adjutant nodded. "Naturally, I informed Elder He in the first instance. His old man didn't have much to say about it." When the name He Lao appeared in the conference hall, everyone's face changed. Chapter 100, The Italian Cannon is out for a walk. Elder Ho, the patriarch of the opening formation of the Southern War Zone, with a large number of disciples, covering almost most of the active officers of the Southern Theater of Operations. Many of the other war zones were also his students. In a word, it's not an exaggeration to describe Peach and Plum. At this moment, he was standing in front of the hospital bed, looking at Lu Zongyao lying on it, his half-white brows furrowed. "You're saying the kid who killed Zhang Zhang did it?" Elder He looked to the adjutant next to him who had gone to Tianwan Mountain with Lu Zongyao. The adjutant nodded his head with an ugly expression. "Yes, Elder He, that man is simply arrogant to the extreme, taking advantage of his status as a shifter. He doesn't take us seriously at all. And there's some powerful aliens inside that Heavenly King's mountain base, especially since there are 5 women among them, all of whom are second-order shifters. I just don't get it. Where did they get so many second-order aliens? Could it be that they also have the technology to inhibit the backlash of their powers?" Elder He looked slightly displeased. "So many second-order aberrants together. Enough to raise a force that is not weak. I'm afraid that if we let the Heavenly King's mountain grow, it will be a thorn against the war zone's throat." He began to laugh kindly as he spoke. "When people get old, they are not as open-minded as they were when they were young. Go on, tell them to meet me at the war zone. And if they don't come, then there's no need for the Heavenly King's mountain to exist." The adjutant's heart fluttered as he sensed an ironic aura from the old man. It is worthy of being the founding fathers of the area that was born from the original conquest and killing. So he didn't dare to be slow, and immediately ran out, conveying He Lao's meaning. The news came back quickly, and when He Lao looked at the extremely maudlin reply on his cell phone, the wrinkles on his face were much less taut. "Very good, very good. It's true that the world is in turmoil, and as important as the aliens are, but not enough to make the old man give in. Then there's no need for any Heavenly King mountain base to exist." With Elder He's orders, the Southern War Zone functioned. A team, mostly made up of aliens, marched in helicopters from the midst of the mountains, toward the River of Forgetfulness. In the middle of the Heavenly King mountain base, Yang Shaoguan was dealing with the trivial matters of the base guards. The cell phone placed on the table suddenly flashed, and he fixed his eyes on it, and then his eyes stared in disbelief. After confirming the message, he didn't dare to stay for a moment and grabbed the door. "Lin Fei! Lin Fei!" Yang Shaoguan's eager cries rang out from outside the other courtyard. Lin Fei walked out from the doorway and frowned at him. "What is it? There's a zombie you can't handle?" Yang Shaoguan gasped and shook his head. "No, it's worse than that. Warzone. The Warzone has issued a kill order against us. They want to obliterate the Heavenly King mountain base." Lin Fei's eyes flickered slightly as he listened. "Oh, and then what?" A series of question marks appeared on Yang Shaoguang's head. "The Warzone is going to deal with our Tianwangshan base. Aren't you in a hurry?" Lin Fei shrugged. "Anxious. They're probably coming from which side?" "Point in the direction." "What?" Yang Shaoguang was a bit confused. "What do you mean by pointing a direction? Can you still just give it to someone remotely?" However, after seeing that there was no teasing on Lin Fei's face, Yang Shaoguang still pointed in a general direction. "Okay, got it. Wait for my good news." Lin Fei walked towards the outside of the base in his flip-flops. Yang Shaoguang said after him, "If there are no surprises, the people coming are likely to be predominantly altered, and with the automated weapons inside the warzone pulling out as many as they like, it would leave us powerless." Lin Fei pulled out his ears. All right, why don't you just change your name to Yang Sanzang? The reading caves in my earwax." After walking out of the base, Lin Fei ascended to the top of the Heavenly King's mountain, and Yang Shaoguang puffed and puffed as he followed. You ran. What are you doing here? What for?" Yang Shaoguang was panting heavily with his knees pinned down. Lin Fei didn't blush and smiled. "Still have to practice, Commander Yang. Naturally, I came here for a wider view, and as the saying goes, stand tall and piss far." Saying that, he directly invoked the metal elements inside the earth to turn it into a carrying platform. In Yang Shaoguang's astonished gaze, a body of dazzling silver color, the tech-rich turret sits up with a bang. The 2-meter-long barrel is as thick as a rugby ball. The rotatable base gives it the ability to strike in multiple directions. "What's this?" Yang Shaoguang's jaw dropped to the ground. He's never seen one before. "You say it's like a mortar, but it's more than a mortar. Rather like the automated anti-aircraft guns on top of ships. But it's clearly more incomprehensible than that stuff." Only to see Lin Fei sit on his butt on the seat behind the turret and pull out another pair of noise-canceling earplugs and put them on. You can wear this if you don't want to go deaf, or go back to base. Yang Shaoguang hastily took the earplugs, he climbed up with great difficulty, and went back without a bubble. Am I sick? After seeing him ready, Lin Fei's mouth grinned. Hold out one hand in a fist. Thumbs up. It was aimed at the clump of mountains ahead like it was aiming at something. As Yang Shaoguang looked at his antics, a classic phrase suddenly surfaced in his heart. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian cannon? The thought had just risen when a deafening noise startled from beside him. Boom, boom, boom. Blue-colored flames blossomed at the muzzle of this cannon, and the azure-colored shells turned into meteors in the sky. Crashing down into the distance. And as the muzzle of the gun lifted, the reach of the fire became more and more distant. 10,000 meters away. This mountain forest covered by artillery fire was directly leveled. The commotion startled the entire Heavenly King mountain base. It was good that it was Sunan who received the message from Yang Shaoguang that prevented the oops from happening. And the sky fell on the bug beasts in the middle of the mountains. Mad, I'm sleeping at home and I'm being washed by artillery fire. Is there any justice left? It had to be said that almost no bug beasts could be spared from Lin Fei's cannon fire. Even the crustacean alien beasts known for their defense couldn't carry 2 cannons. It's a killer. In the middle of the mountains, a heavily armed team was rapidly advancing in the direction of the Heavenly King mountain base. It was the elite troops sent by the Southern Theater of Operations. From a distance of 20 kilometers from the Tenno Mountains, they began to break away from helicopter transport and changed to silent forward movement on the ground. There are many insects and beasts in the mountains, but only a few are powerful. The rest of the small fry were not quite good enough in front of this elite force. Inside this team there are 7 psychics with strength up to the 2nd order. And after taking the inhibitor, the fight is very strong. However, it was thanks to the fact that he hadn't met any 3rd order beasts, or else it was not yet known which was stronger or weaker. Someone in the crowd that was hurrying along suddenly spoke up. Captain, did you hear a rumble? Who's setting off firecrackers? Set off your firecrackers. Katyusha is coming. Chapter 101 The Clueless Southern War Zone. High-powered shipboard cannons. This was the next form of Lin Fei's killing weapon. After taking down Ruan Lu last night, the upgrade was completed by the way. I didn't expect to use it now. The range of the shells is freely covered from 100 meters to 20 kilometers, and based on the nature of the killing weapon, Lin Fei was directly and inappropriately turned on infinite fire mode. It was a good thing that the shells had no casings, otherwise the top of Tennyson Hill would have had to increase in height quite a bit. When Yang Shaoguang saw that the barrel of the momentary gun was not even red and hot, he felt that he had been a soldier for so many years for nothing. When did we get such advanced weapons? And where did Lin Fei pull it out from? Losing his voice in the roar of the cannon fire, he could only fill his head with doubts with no place to vent them. Equally full of doubt were the hasty marchers a dozen kilometers away. Are the Maoists on your ass? Where's the cluster shells coming from? Nima plowed a large area of land around her like she didn't need the money. There's nowhere for them to hide. The moment the cannon fire came, only the Earth-type aberrations among the team spared the risk of backfiring and pull the person next to you inside the dirt, sparingly, as the shells shot off into the distance. They were also shaken to the point that their internal organs were churning. The rumble faded away before a few heads emerged from the land. If he meets Sun Monkey, he will have to call out to the old man of the land. Holy, what's going on here? Asterisk. It. This hasn't even been acted upon yet and 2/3 of them are dead. What should we do? What to do? Cool it. Hurry up and notify the war zone. Luckily, there was a surviving liaison that relayed the situation here into the middle of the war zone. The man who commanded the battle was in a daze. An entire battle command room of people inside looked at each other in disbelief. No, I haven't heard of anyone within a radius of 1, 2, 3, or 400 kilometers who has this kind of striking power. Have I? High achievers in the field? Industrial mapping leaks? It can't be. If that's true, then why was it such a coincidence that one of your own ran into it? What's with the creepy vibe in there? When the news of this place reached Elder He's ears, he also revealed a confused look. Is that what the script says? It shouldn't be. Before they could digest the bizarre news, another message came from the combat team. They saw a man driving a car down a slide inside a mountain, and the car was pink, and the slide is made of iron. Then a strange man's voice came from inside the communication device. Come on, wash your ass and wait for me. After that it was an infinite electromagnetic sound that could never be connected again. Obviously, the communications equipment among the combat teams has been sabotaged, and there's only one possibility. It was the correspondent inside the team who died, and it's an indirect indication that the others are expected to be in a bad way as well. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to respond. Elder He walked out of the deep palace and gave the crowd a dose of centering medicine. There's nothing that can't be solved when he Lao is around. As elder he gave one order after another. All of the exalts that could still be mobilized inside the war zone came to face the southeast towards the city of Oblivion. Sentries spying for information also spread out into the outlying hills. Any breeze within 10 kilometers will be transmitted directly to the command room. The entire southern theater was on high alert for the rest of the day. But until nightfall, no news had been received to come in. It's like nothing happened. Lieutenant General Guo Pingjiang inside the combat command room frowned and exhaled. It looks like we had a stress reaction. Maybe the guy just wanted to demonstrate. Something like forcing your way into a war zone is something that even a shifter would have to think twice about. The adjutant nodded and said, in any case, let's keep the sentries on alert and no fear of the worst. Alright, everyone take a break and rest. Just leave 2 people here to keep watch. As they were about to leave the war room, the door slammed shut. The soldier guarding the door suddenly froze and looked across at his comrade. Eru, what are you closing the door for? The soldier called. Eru grinned, shutting the door. Of course it's for fighting dogs. His voice was not deliberately suppressed, and was heard by half of the combat command room. Guo Pingjiang's group of people immediately changed color. Zhang Hu, what are you doing? I order you to open the door. The immediate leader chortled. You're not Zhang Hu. What are you? The adjutant stared at him with sharp eyes. Zhang Hu smiled. Good eyesight. But it's a pity you were born in the wrong place. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Hu's appearance changed drastically. From mediocre looking to a big handsome man. The sunny smile looked at the backs of a group of officers. Who are you? Dare to trespass on the war zone's important land? Someone chided. Lin Fei laughed twice. What? Someone's trying to screw me. And you don't allow me to screw them back? It's you. How did you? The adjutant's expression changed drastically and, stepping in front of Guo Pingjiang's body, he said in horror. The others seemed to understand who this guy in front of them was, and they suddenly looked nervous. Those present are the mainstays of the war zone, and not a single alien. Facing thugs who could take out an elite squad of Xenos was complete abuse. The deputy pressed a panic button in his hand behind his back end. It's something the top leaders can only use when there's a crisis. In an instant, the signal was picked up by liaisons throughout the theater of operations. Hurriedly, they mobilized their battle forces to close in on the inside of the battle zone. Lin Fei leaned against the door and smoked, not stopping their various little maneuvers. There's a prize to be won. Somebody tell me, why is there a group of scheming warzone aliens outside the Tenno mountain base? Whoever answers first gets to walk out of here. At Lin Fei's sudden threat, the crowd looked at me and you for a moment. Don't even know what to do. Wu Ping warrior peeled the adjutant away and stepped forward. Kid, aren't you being too wild? This is the southern war zone. One of the only 5 places of opportunity in all of the Dragon Kingdom. Breaking into a war zone is considered a life sentence. Not to mention the fact that you went so far as to threaten a group of warzone executives. Do you not know how to write the word death? Lin Fei scanned the circle and laughed. Are you? It's a shame to be ashamed of your skin that you can say such cerebral palsy now. It's just a matter of trying to stall a little. It's not like I won't allow it. Being pointed out by Lin Fei in terms of his intentions, Guo Pingjiang immediately looked unsightly, and the surrounding officers were even more alarmed in their hearts. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he going to kill everyone? Within moments, footsteps sounded outside the combat command room. Lin Fei would smile. Alright, the audience is in position. Let's start grabbing the answers. By the way, I'm going to kill someone if no one answers every minute. Chapter 102, How can I sleep where I'm couching? Elder he was startled by the sudden danger alarm at this point. He also followed the team to the clearing outside the combat command room. Elder he, what are you doing in such a dangerous place? The officer saw him and immediately stepped forward and tried to dissuade him. Old man his eyebrows stared. Dangerous? Old man, I've been in danger all my life, but it's still alive and well. What the hell is going on in there? Can they make such a big deal out of getting a battle command? The officer's face hardened as he explained. There's a suspected mob break-in inside it is now holding the lieutenant general and a host of other officers hostage. Thugs? Are you amusing the old man? The level of security in my southern war zone is no less than that of the Shangjing war zone. Even a mosquito has to report both sexes. And now you're telling me that a mob broke in without a word? Ho's face is wonderfully colorful. It never occurred to me that anyone would be able to break into such a central place as a war zone. The officer was also distressed. We don't know what's going on. The sentries scattered outside were lost. And the situation was so sudden that we had no chance to react. Elder he, what should we do now? He Lao's old face twitched. Where are the exalted? Don't I remember a girl whose psychic ability was mind control? Let her do it. The officer thought of this as well, but his face remained ugly. Elder he, Wu Shujia's mind control has to be established within visual range, and the combat command room is fully enclosed. There's no way for it to work. He Lao glanced at him. There was a sense of hatred. Couldn't you have paired up with other shifters and acted together? Why have I recruited you stupid asses? The officer who was scolded looked ashamed, but immediately arranged it. Preparations were being made outside, and the atmosphere inside the combat command room came straight to freezing point. The cigarette in Lin Fei's mouth just burned out, and he casually threw it away. Aha! Looks like everyone's hard-boned then. And I for one like hard-boned people best, because it crunches when you knock it down. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the gun in his hand instantly lifted up, spitting out tongues of fire. Bang! One of the closest officers fell at the sound of his voice, blood flowing slowly from the bloody hole in his brow. This scene directly shocked everyone present. He actually dared to shoot, and after the shooting, Lin Fei directly dragged the dead officer away and threw him out of the gate with one hand. As the body fell to the ground, the soldiers outside all looked shocked and angry. Hello. This. What do we do? That mob has already started killing people. The officer was shocked and angry. Elder, he chided. It's just a dead person. What's all the fuss about? You must remember that no battle is without sacrifice. Get the alien ready. When that guy kills and dumps another body, one strike. The officer gritted his teeth. Understood. Inside the combat command room, Guopingzhang pointed at Lin Fei in shock and anger. You, do you know how much the soldier you killed just now had contributed to the Dragon Kingdom? Which of the people present is not a man of iron bones? They've accomplished a great deal. You're doing wrong just because you're endowed with supernatural powers. Even if we all die here today, I will definitely drag you along with me. Lin Fei looked at him and laughed. That's really something. Should I give you guys an award? In the face of Lin Fei's teasing, Guopingzhang could only stare angrily. There was no other way, because it's just not beatable. To put it nicely, you're naive, living at a snail's pace inside a war zone. Can't feel the kind of fear and helplessness in the hearts of those survivors who live in a pile of corpses. To put it bluntly, you guys are thinking you're in control of the whole situation. Times have changed, adults. It's like right now, I'm standing here all alone. What can the barrel of a gun in your hand do to me? Your former glory will not save you in the midst of the end times. Living in the old world order all the time will only get you killed faster. I've been kind enough not to wipe out your southern theater. Now all you have to do is give up the mastermind. Everyone goes home to their wives and children happily. If you're going to go against me for so-called backbone, then I don't mind giving the southern war zone a big shuffle. Lin Fei's words were like ice needles in a cold night, piercing into the hearts of the officers present one sentence at a time. Bang! Shots rang out again and another officer fell to the ground. I thought Lin Fei would give them time to digest, but this guy's concept of time was really meticulous. Say a minute to kill and a minute to kill. Go ahead and keep quiet. I've got all the time in the world. With that, he dragged the body directly toward the door. Guopingzhang's fists were pinched white. He couldn't just sit back and watch anymore. Wait. Lin Fei turned his head to look at him, a slight smile in his eyes. Guopingzhang took a deep breath, as if he had made some sort of determination. It was Elder He who gave the order. We're just the enforcers. Many of the officers inside the surrounding area looked at Guopingzhang with surprised faces, as if to ask why he would tell the truth. Guoping War. You noob. In vain. Elder He thinks so highly of you. White-eyed wolf. It's just the threat of a kid that makes you a lieutenant general, unable to carry it. I poo. Guopingzhang. I'm ashamed to be in your company. For a while several people cursed with indignation. Without exception, they were all He Lao's disciples. In the eyes of this group, the knowledge is greater than heaven. Guopingzhang said coldly, how can I choose? Is it really better to watch him kill you all? It's not like the Southern Theater can't turn around without one person. Do we have to bury a bunch of people with us to be happy? Snap. Applause. Out comes a man of understanding. Good. I just wonder if the general has ever heard the saying, you can't sleep soundly on the couch? Lin Fei's teasing voice rang out, causing the group of people who had been verbally attacking Guopingzhang to be filled with righteous indignation. A startled aura flashed in Guopingzhang's eyes. Did he mean that he wanted to purge himself of these people with different philosophies? But if he were to make a move against them, wouldn't that chill the hearts of the warriors below? It was a bit of a struggle for a while. Lin Fei looked at his hesitation and laughed twice, then snapped his fingers. The metal inside the combat command room instantly turned into sharp spikes, nailed the officer who had just exhibited dissent to the ground. Hiss! Those who survived sucked in their breath and their hearts raced wildly. Hell, this guy is an unmitigated lunatic. Killing so many officers in one fell swoop was enough to unsettle the entire Southern Theater. Still, he did it lightly, as casually as if he were killing a flock of chickens. What kind of monster is he? You don't mind if I pick it out for you, do you, General? Lin Fei looked at Guopingzhang. The voice said flatly. Guopingzhang's brows were locked. He had no choice now. Lin Fei forced him to catch him on this path. In that case, why don't we just do nothing and call that day a new day? Chapter 103, One Man Facing an Army. Outside the operations command room, the corner hideout was just enough to see the movement at the door. Two figures stood quietly still here. Shu Jie, is this distance okay? The male soldier inquired. A female soldier in military uniform. Shu Jie's brows gently condensed as she nodded. No problem. Okay, someone will open the door later, and all you have to do is, at that moment, just control the intruder inside. Shu Jie said softly, as long as his strength doesn't reach the third rank, then there's no problem. But I have a question. Why would anyone dare to come inside the war zone and cause trouble? The male soldier shook his head. I don't know. I heard there was friction with the people above. Shu Jie nodded thoughtfully. In that case, that guy wasn't your average tiger. What's a war zone? It's a dragon's den. Even if he's a psychic, there is also absolutely no return. Quick! The door's open. The male soldier suddenly droned, only to see the door to that combat command room creak open, and no bodies being thrown out of there. Only a young man in casual clothes stepped out slowly. Who is Elder Ho? The man stepped out and shouted. In the next moment, it was as if he was frozen. Even the expression on his face was instantly frozen. Go! I don't know who shouted, and then a dozen figures rushed out of the line outside the door of the. They were surrounded by a colorful glow, and there was no doubt that these were all psychics. The fire, the water, the dirt, the glow at first. The powerful alien energy rushed at Lin Fei with a bombardment, hard enough to level that one step in the doorway to the combat command room. A large amount of water vapor turned into a foggy mass in that one spot, obscuring the view. The surrounding gawking enhanced exotics looked at each other and then he went straight into the middle of the foggy mass to decimate it. Bang! Knock! Boom! The sound of furious strikes came from inside the foggy mass, shaking the power of the alien shook all the soldiers present to their core. The gravity on Hilao's face dispersed a little. After all, he could not escape the arrogance of young people. Ha! Around the corner, the male soldier shouted yes in excitement. Instead, Wu Shujie's delicate body slowly trembled as if she was suffering from some kind of pain. Pust! A large mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out of her mouth and splattered on the wall in front of her. Incredibly harsh. Shu Jie, what's wrong with you? The male soldier looked at her in alarm and uncertainty. Wei Shu Jie, on the other hand, had a shriveled breath, like she was about to die. My powers. They were forcibly interrupted. I'm sorry, she reminded, forcing herself to hold back the pain above her spirit. The male soldier froze, then turned his head to look at the watery mist drifting away. Everyone's eyes were glued to the watery mist that was about to disperse. Wanted to see how miserable that mob was. A breeze blew through and the mystery was lifted by it, and the pupils of everyone present couldn't help but shrink. It was as if he had seen something incomprehensible, only to see the thugs in the midst of 7 or 8 figures surrounded by the mob, but still a face of calm. It was as if nothing had just happened. On the contrary, the reinforced alien types surrounding him each had a look of horror showing on their faces. What's even more frightening is that each of them had an iron spike rising from the ground running through their jaws, all the way through to the spirit of heaven, stained with scarlet blood. Dead. Dead. Alien. Dead. This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. They're second-order enhanced aliens, physically capable of bending the barrels of cannons with their bare hands. How did that guy kill them all? Holy! Fear climbed infinitely in the hearts of the ordinary soldiers. The same was true of those elemental aliens who were far away. Chills ran down their spines as they were swept over by Lin Fei's eyes. It was as if an ancient beast had set its sights on them. All hands on deck. The commander shouted, and all the soldiers simultaneously drew their bolts and loaded their weapons, pointing the firearm in his hand at Lin Fei. Elder He, you must leave this place immediately. The officer beside Elder He anxiously urged. Hilao's eyes stared. What storms has the old man not seen before? A wild-born psychic. Even if it's strong, that will be affected by the psychic flaws. Stall him for me. Whatever the cost, he must be kept here. Otherwise releasing the tiger will only make it harder. Yes. The officer gritted his teeth and undertook. Lin Fei scanned through the crowd, trying to find the shifter that had just put him all into a momentary trance. But it seemed like that person wasn't here. But Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry, since he had struck out at himself. That must have been the war zone that didn't run. He then set his eyes on the old man who was being arched over by a group of men. You're that what's her name, aren't you? I heard that you have a big problem with my Heavenly King mountain base. Facing Lin Fei's provocation, the officer beside Elder He stared angrily. Who are you? How dare you ask about Elder He's business? Pust! The bayonet on the ankle of a nearby soldier flew up instantly and pierced his head. Adults are talking. What's a child doing butting in? Lin Fei kindly laughed. This stunned everyone. What is this? A real borrowed knife to kill a man? Elder he was also enraged by Lin Fei's arrogant and domineering stance. What a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. It's true that poor mountains produce unruly people. Not only did you kill my disciple, but you even dared to block the Major General's business and seriously injure him. Originally, the old man I had regard for the civilians of Tenno Mountain, and only took decapitation action. That would seem to be a bad decision. Don't worry, after you die here, everything in the Heavenly King Mountain will be buried for you. Lin Fei naturally knew what he was referring to. One missile down. It's estimated that Tennyson's mountain is going to collapse into nothing. Who wouldn't be able to say big words? Today I'm going to make this southern war zone change its name. With that he walked straight forward, having no fear of the guns that were pointed at him. Berserker! Stop! Shoot me! The commander shouted. And then tongues of fire spewed from the muzzles of the thousands of men around him. Bullets poured towards Lin Fei like raindrops. If it was an ordinary alien, he would have been beaten into a sieve long ago. However, Lin Fei continued to step forward with faith. And when those bullets flew to a distance of 2 or 3 meters in front of him, as if they had encountered an invisible wall, they had stopped in midair. Step on Magneto. Not good. He's a metal shifter. Let me. An alien with flames burning all over his body threw out 2 balls of concentrated flames, heading straight for Lin Fei's face. As the fireball flew halfway across the room, the bullet transformed into a metal barrier and collided with it. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions later, the metal barrier formed by the bullets turned directly into boiling hot juice that scattered on the floor. Watch your step, someone next to the fire alien warned. A metal spike pierced through the concrete toward the fire alien. The fire alien's mouth kindly smiled. His body was covered in flames, and that rolling heat wave lifted his body up. It actually flew into midair. Thunderbolt? Lin Fei was a bit surprised. Sure enough, there were many different types of psychic abilities, even if they were also fire-based. All have different directions. But since you have such cool psychic powers, I'll just have to laugh about it. Chapter 104, The Devil's Acts. Lin Fei's mind moved, and all the metallic substances within hundreds of meters around him sprang up, and the houses collapsed. The ground is crumbling, masses of metal disintegrating and reorganizing before everyone's eyes. A tens of meters long alloy python was hard pieced together, which was quite similar to the look of the ink scales. Everyone froze as the metal python's tail sliced across the sky. Bang! The thunderbolt in midair was directly smacked on the ground, flinging out human nature craters. Under the pressure of this terrifying python, everyone was horrified. Is this humanly possible? Adding to the loss of the weapon, there was even less way to suppress the fear in his heart. Retreat! Everyone retreat quickly. The commander also knew that it was too much to ask and hurriedly ordered the common soldiers to evacuate. Lao, hurry up and go. That kid is obviously coming for you. If you don't leave, you won't be able to. The officer was beside Lao in his agony, but Lao seemed certain that he would be fine today, and froze in place. The old man would like to see if he dares to touch me today. I think I joined the army at the age of 13, and have fought in the south and the north, inside and outside the Dragon Kingdom. A great deal of credit has been given to me, and if the old man wishes it, there should be a place for me in the founding fathers. Even the current head of state of the Dragon Kingdom needs to lower his eyebrows when he sees me. There are times when hanging around out there is about more than just strength. Old man, I've spent my whole life in the military. There are countless karmic consequences, so if you're not afraid, then come and try. It looked like he was talking to himself, but in reality, he was speaking to Lin Fei in the audience. Whoever disrespects such an old man who has given his life for the Dragon Kingdom, there is a great sin in all of it. The officer next to him didn't know how to persuade him, so he could only stand beside Elder He with a stiff upper lip. Hopefully, Lin Fei knows a thing or two about the human condition. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not used to anyone. No matter what your status was, as long as you dared to beat up lousy, meet one and kill one. The python opened its huge mouth in full view of the crowd and instantly crossed the wall of people that swallowed Elder He and the officer beside him in his mouth. The metal in their mouths then turned into a pulverizer, turning the 2 men into blood and water in an instant. It flowed from between the cracks in the snake's body. This scene was so shocking to everyone. This guy really dared to risk universal condemnation. Painful killings of old men with a great war record. Even Guo Pingzhang, who ran out from inside the combat command room, had his legs a little soft. Looking at Lin Fei's back was like looking at a killing god. It's all well and good to be successful in battle, but to try and use that to hold me down, then I'm sorry, that's not something I eat. In the old country, whoever has the biggest fist gets to talk. Don't you think it's a little ridiculous that a old money eater would try to tell the new world what to do? There's one in the room, and if you don't, fine, just get me killed. Lin Fei's overriding words reverberated throughout the grounds. and everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This guy is simply a devilish behavior. Will not reason at all. Only believe in killing. When he finished, he walked over to the man-sized pit and the metal transformed into a buttress to lift the thunderbolt inside. A large hand covered the man's head, and in a few breaths the thunderbolt then transformed into a withered bone, which he casually threw back inside the pit. This made everyone even more afraid of him. What kind of monster is this? The star-sucking technique? The remaining exalts were starting to cower. They had just taken a shot at Lin Fei. I wonder if he'll suck the likes of himself dry as well. But Lin Fei doesn't give a damn about them. Speaking directly, he asked, "Who used a mental attack on me just now?" When his eyes landed on a shifter, he died, hurriedly waving his hands in the air. "No, it's not me. It's Guo Shujie." The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. "Where is she? I want to see her within 3 breaths, or none of you will have to live." As soon as these words came out, there were immediately people running towards the corner of the building not far away, afraid of being a step behind. Within moments, 2 shifters ran back carrying a woman who had fallen into a coma. Before Lin Fei could make a move, footsteps rang out hurriedly behind him as Guo Pingzhang came running in haste. "Little brother, have mercy." Guo Pingzhang blocked between that girl and Lin Fei. Arch explained, "This is my daughter, and she's just following orders. I can guarantee she definitely doesn't mean you much harm. Don't worry, I'll educate her well." Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. "Oh, so it's your Qin Jin, huh? It's not like I said I was going to kill her." Guo Pingzhang was relieved when he heard this. However, she herself was revolted by her powers, so I guess it's a bit difficult to salvage her. Lin Fei's words caused Guo Pingzhang's heart to instantly rise to his throat again. What? No. No way? Little Zhong, quickly come over and show Shujie. Guo Pingzhang greeted one person and hurriedly shouted. The middle-aged man called Xiao Zhong came closer in fear. 2 fingers rested on Guo Shujie's pulse to sense it carefully. His face changed again and again. Then he opened his eyes unsightly and looked at Guo Pingzhang, not daring to open his mouth. Just shook his head. Guo Pingzhang sat down on his butt. To be honest, he hadn't even been this scared when Lin Fei had threatened him just now. But at this point, when it comes to his daughter's inability to return, it feels like the world has gone gray. But when he looked at Lin Fei, he suddenly remembered what he had just said. It's a bit difficult to salvage it. Did that mean Lin Fei had a way to get his daughter back? Right. He must be able to. Shifters can't be understood by normal people's minds. He then knelt straight down towards Lin Fei in front of everyone, shocking the entire audience. Even the stimulus to them from Hilao's death just now was not as strong as Guo Pingzhang kneeling down. After all, the name of Elder He was a gold that only the top brass of the war zone could understand. Unlike Guo Pingzhang, who was the supreme leader in the minds of all the fighters, a handful of people in the Southern Theater. No offense, but that's the sky in their minds. And right now, the sky is falling. Guo Pingzhang didn't pay any attention to the opinions of the bystanders, but instead looked straight at Lin Fei, his eyes showing supplication. Little brother, you must have a way, right? I beg you, save my daughter. Guo Pingzhang at this time also no longer entangled in what identity not identity. He lost his wife at an early age. Just one daughter. Absolutely can't let anything happen to her. Lin Fei looked down at him. I can save the person, but why would I make a move? You know she almost got me killed here. I'm thankful I didn't kill her. Guo Pingzhang was anxious when he heard it. Little brother, I beg you to raise your hand. I'll be sure to give you a satisfactory answer afterward. Lin Fei smiled. The general is really a good father. Have pity on the world's parents. Since that's the case, I can't just see it through. Find me a quiet room where no one else may enter without my permission. Chapter 105, Guo Pingzhuan's Calculations. The Southern Theater was completely shuffled from top to bottom after this. Among the top echelons, the Hilao faction had been decimated by Lin Fei to the point where not a single one of them remained. Guo Pingzhang became the absolute leader of the war zone. Although Lin Fei had fought fiercely, he had also stayed his hand and was not considered to have injured his vitality. At this moment, inside the luxurious suite of the military post, Lin Fei was plowing hard. Guo Shujie instinctively obliged, letting out murmurs from time to time. Inside the house, let the wind and rain blow. Outside cannot hear the slightest. After all, this room was only opened when a person of the level of the head of the Dragon Kingdom came. As Lin Fei sprinted, the dust settled. If it weren't for the fact that you're marked by the system, you'd be shedding your skin today if not dead. Lin Fei lit his cigarette with some emotion. Back when he broke into the combat command room, the system alerted him that there are beautiful women within a 500-meter radius who meet the requirements. Otherwise he would have patted himself on the back a long time ago. The half-covered jade body on the bed was glowing with a hooded sheen that the injuries in Guo Shujie's body had basically stabilized, including the defects amongst her body that had been made up by Lin Fei. Objective, Wu Shuje's defects in her powers have been remedied, and the host's strength has been raised to the peak of the second realm. May break through to the third realm. Listening to the system prompts inside his head, Lin Fei was a little surprised that it had been replenished so quickly, and Wu Shuje lying on the bed didn't mean to open her eyes. Lin Fei didn't poke her. Self-consciously, he opened the door and walked out. As soon as he came out, Guo Pingjiang was waiting outside. Little brother Lin. My daughter. How's it going? It's been 2 hours. I don't know, he asked, somewhat eagerly. After all, his own daughter shared a room with a man for 2 hours. More or less. It's not very reassuring. In case your own daughter suffers from something, you don't even know about it. Lin Fei looked calm and nodded. It's fine. There were some twists and turns in the healing process, but the good thing is that it turned out well. So now let her recuperate for a while and she'll come out naturally when she wakes up. Only after having Lin Fei's assurance did Guo Pingjiang breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Lin Fei suddenly gained a touch more gratitude. Even though Lin Fei killed people like crazy, he had his own position, not the moody type. Now that his own daughter is in danger because she is dealing with him, and he is able to save her, regardless of any previous suspicions, not something the average person can do. And he himself has become the head of the Southern Theater of Operations. There was nothing that could weigh on his head anymore, and his chest was all much more soothing. All in all, Lin Fei's arrival had dealt a blow to the Southern War Zone. But it is a very rare opportunity for myself. If he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to lead the Southern battlefield to the next level. Junior brother Lin has labored. I have prepared some food for you. Please don't mind. Guo Pingju opened the door to a room beside him. Inside, the table had long been filled with dishes, freshly fried and stewed goods, fragrant and, even Guo Pingjiang couldn't help but gulp. Lin Fei looked at him unexpectedly. General Guo has taken the trouble, please. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't refuse, Guo Pingjiang's face was delighted and he hurriedly followed him in. For someone at his level, treats are not the main objective of the. It's more about opening up the conversation between the two parties with food. Since Lin Fei had accepted, it naturally proved that he had the intention of talking to him. That's what makes dealing with smart people comfortable. The two of them sat opposite each other. Guo Pingjiang did not slow down at all and personally poured the wine. Lin Fei savored the Warzone chef's handiwork and acknowledged it. General Guo, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. You only have this one meal left. Guo Pingjiang's chopsticks gave a start. Then he put them down and, looking at Lin Fei, he said, Junior brother Lin is truly a man of nature. Then I won't sell out. Now that the landscape of the Southern Theater has changed, there are more options for a lot of things. Junior brother Lin's strength is exceptional. One person's strength may be able to counteract the entire war zone. It's really admirable. As an apology for Elder He's actions earlier, the Southern War Zone can form an alliance with the Tian Shan base. We will unconditionally make up for the lack of supplies at the Tian Shan base, and as a token of appreciation for saving my daughter, if you need anything, all the Southern War Zones can move for you, and that's my answer to you. Guo Pingjuan's words were beautifully spoken. It was basically tying the Southern War Zone to Lin Fei and the Heavenly King's Mountain. Or to put it more blatantly, it's a direct vassal of the Heavenly King's Mountain base. Of course, this can't be said in the open. After hearing this, Lin Fei remained calm, and after taking a bite of the dish, raising his head to look at Guo Pingjiang, the gaze was like a torch, and it made his heart stutter. As I said, I don't like to beat around the bush, and if General Guo takes me for a fool, there's probably nothing to talk about then. Lin Fei's tone grew cold. Guo Pingjiang's heart panicked and he quickly waved his hand. No, little brother Lin. I didn't mean that. He clenched his teeth as if it was a bit difficult to speak, but after seeing Lin Fei's indifferent gaze, he tensed again. I won't hide it from you, little brother Lin. But in fact, the Southern War Zone has always been decided by Elder He, and what he represents is the center of power in Shangjing. This time he died here, and the Upper Kingdom has been informed of the situation. A special operations team has now been dispatched to the Southern Theater to preside over matters. I've heard that the Special Operations Group is made up of the best of the Chopper Division. There are also some powerful aliens. I'm just an ordinary person with no voice in front of them. I'm afraid the first thing they'll do when they arrive is to deal with you in the Heavenly King Mountain base. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly at his words. In that case, General Guai is treating me like a sword. Though defection is not false. Wanting me to shield you from disaster is the main goal, right? Being caught by Lin Fei's words, Guo Pingjiang coughed dryly twice, seemingly a little embarrassed. Little brother Lin guessed correctly, but I'm also realistically tying the interests of the war zone to Tennessee. It can be said that one honor is as good as the other, and one loss is as bad as the other. Lin Fei nodded his head, though the words are true. but the offer you made doesn't seem to impress me much. What should I do? Guo Pingzhang was a bit headstrong. He didn't know what kind of reply Lin Fei wanted to be satisfied. Let's put it this way. Little brother Lin. The inhibitor that was recently developed in our Warzone lab. I can prioritize supplying the needs of the Heavenly King Mountain. You know, shifter power or no power. It's the fundamental reason that determines the strength of a base. And this is the biggest decision I can make. And if it doesn't work again, I wouldn't really know how to impress you. Lin Fei sniffed with some interest. Inhibitors, even if he and his woman didn't need them. Other exalts who joined the Heavenly King's Mountain could use it instead. If I remember correctly, your Southern Warzone researched the alien inhibitor not long after the end times fell, right? Did you guys start working on this stuff before the end times? A light flashed in Guo Pingzhang's eyes. Since Lin Fei was interested in this, it proved that there was still something to talk about. He hastened to say, no, we've only been around since the end times fell. 2. It all started with the strange object we found when we were clearing out the scourge within the Warzone. Chapter 106 Embryos with Insufficient Energy. As soon as he heard that there was something strange, Lin Fei instantly became interested. Come on, let's elaborate. Guo Pingzhang froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Lin Fei to be interested in such things, but didn't care too much about it, and took it as if Lin Fei was hunting. Back when the end times broke out, there was no small amount of woe among the war zones. Many soldiers and officers turn into monsters. Fortunately, we are the ones who have more weapons and equipment here. And the soldiers are well trained. It's the only way to purge the internal problems in a very short period of time. Of course, it also has to do with the strange thing that suddenly appeared in the middle of a storehouse. We realized that we weren't the only ones purging walkers. There was also a force that was subtly causing the zombie population to plummet, and as we mapped it out, we eventually found the culprit in the warehouse. That thing is like an egg on top of a spider's web, and it's making a big web all over the warehouse. Those webs were made of intestines involved, and it grossed our guys out at the time. Originally, I intended to burn it down in a single fire, but it was vetoed by Mr. Ho. He decided to work on that stuff. What followed was simple. Our researchers have worked out reagents from that stuff that can temporarily immunize shifters against defects. Lin Fei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wasn't this what he was looking for? He smiled and said, General Guo, it seems that you are the one favored by the goddess of fortune. Guo Pingzhang, seemingly unsure of what Lin Fei was up to. Where is that thing? Take me over to take a look. Saying that, Lin Fei directly put down his chopsticks and, standing up, Guo Pingzhang followed suit and stood up. He didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly led the way in front of him, towards somewhere in the war zone. Only when they were gone did the door to the suite open quietly and a slim figure ran away in a hurry. Guo Pingzhang led Lin Fei in a jeep, and about 5 minutes later, the two arrived outside a huge warehouse. It was obvious that this was a temporary institute converted from an airport warehouse. Occasionally, you can see people coming out of it. In a hurry, the guards at the entrance saluted and greeted Guo Pingzhang when the two of them appeared. Guo Pingzhang ignored them and led Lin Fei inside. Once in the middle of the warehouse and around the circular passageway, a huge glass enclosure came into view. Found universal realm-breaking embryo with 67% energy retention. The system's voice did sound in his head, which made Lin Fei's heart rejoice. But then there was some doubt. What does energy retention mean? After missing the source of energy, the boundary-breaking embryo begins to consume its own energy. Currently this embryo has 67% residual energy. Wouldn't that affect my ability to use it to break through the realm? The use of this embryo to break the boundary will have a 30% probability of an unforeseen change, including but not limited to zombification, failed breakthroughs, realm backlash, realm recession. Wanima. What about that? 30% probability. Doesn't that equate to 100%? Is there any way to charge it? Replenish embryo energy requirements. Embryo devours zombies or xenos. Estimated number of zombies to be consumed for full energy overflow, 37,000. Following the principle of decreasing number with increasing energy. Hearing this, Lin Fei's heart was slightly relieved. It's good that there's a way to compensate. The fear is that there's nothing to add. That Lin Fei is really not dare to gamble until the last resort. Guo Pingzhang, who was on the side, pointed at the embryo that was weaving a web in the middle of the glass enclosure and said, "That's the strange item we found, and we still don't know what it is." Lin Fei smiled. "Just don't know." Guo Ping war? Only to see Lin Fei walking towards the glass enclosure without wearing any protective measures. It made the researchers next to him cry out, "Hey, who's that kid? How can he be so close to the experiment? Lad, hurry back. It's dangerous over there. Guards, quick, get that guy out of here." For a time it actually alarmed the entire inner circle of the test site. The guards in chemical defense uniforms were about to go forward to escort the people when they saw this, but they ran into Guo Pingzhang. Don't even go over there. He has my permission. The guards were wide-eyed, but they knew better than to ask what they shouldn't. So he followed Guo Pingzhang and stopped moving. Lin Fei looked up as he approached the glass cover. This was 2 stories high-end. Among the glass containers of more than 300 square meters, the strands are all nearly decayed intestinal meridians and such, forming a great web of, dangling an ovoid in the center. The ovoid seemed to drum slowly like a heartbeat, like an aged heart. Lin Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. Each of these broken mirror embryos looked different, but all of them make your head spin and your N value drop wildly. If there hadn't been a systematic prompt, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out that this thing could help people break through realms. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was just hungover and dared to do what others didn't dare. He reached out and pressed his hand against the top of the glass, ignoring the shouts and rebukes that filled the entire laboratory. His palms secretly fired. Ka-chow. Cobweb-like cracks began to spread from the position in the palm of his hand, and as he grew stronger, the cracks instantly covered the entire piece of tempered glass. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the entire glass directly exploded. Fine glass slivers splattered toward the interior, disintegrating much of the intestines of the dark brown, viscous liquid splattered in all directions. Lin Fei frowned as a stream of water came out of nowhere and wrapped itself around him. The isolates the dirty, smelly liquid. A straight blade appeared in his hand and went just straight below the embryo. The hand rose up and chopped right through the intestines that extended around the embryo. The embryo that had lost its carrying power fell downwards, and with a wave of Lin Fei's big hand, it simply disappeared. After doing this, the intestinal meridians adhering among the shield decayed at an extremely fast rate. It becomes rotten meat and emits an extremely foul odor. It confused everyone in the room. What did that guy do? He actually took the experiment away. No. Why? Who is he to come inside the war zone and pick peaches? It's not just the researchers who are filled with doubt and shock. Guo Pingzhang, who had brought Lin Fei to the side, also froze in place. He takes that away. What else is the war zone studying? Seeing Lin Fei walking with a satisfied face, Guo Pingzhang didn't even know how to speak for a moment. Lin Fei patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, General Guo. There's not much use in keeping this thing in your hands. No amount of research can provide more than a glimpse. If you want to make a dent in researching psychic abilities, you can send someone to the Heavenly King mountain base and I'll arrange new, more accurate research topics for them. As for your hood, as long as I don't agree, then no one can take it off you, not even if the King of Heaven comes. I'll say." Chapter 107, Jiangdong area leads to corpse tide. At night, Lin Fei left the southern war zone alone. He's got if he needs to do it now. The embryo's in his hands and he's got to replenish its energy. You can only use it with confidence yourself. The southern war zone is surrounded by deep forests, so you can't run into tens of thousands of zombies like that. Still have to get back to the middle of the city to do it. But he didn't run with it. Instead his body blossomed with blazing, brilliant flames that. It's much faster to zip through the air than it is to drive on the ground. It's his own psychic ability that he stripped from Thunderbolt. After the evolution of the alien energy upgrade Dan, it became a SS-grade skybreaking flame, with a flight speed comparable to that of a warplane. The ability to fly also exists very rarely amongst the exalted. Shin Shirin's metal ability had evolved to SS rank before she could fly at low altitude, and Thunderbolt's flame ability was also SS rank. The Phoenix Fire ability of Yifeng in Watanabe City also has the ability to fly, but it's so much more pushy than Thunderbolt. It's at least an SS grade. Now that Lin Fei had the ability to fly, he was even more dashing and comfortable. As long as there were no problems at the Heavenly King's mountain base, he could go wherever he wanted. Of course, there are limits to the use of psychic abilities, and after the energy of the physical body is squandered, then you need to stop and fix it. However, Lin Fei had never been stingy with the living tiger pill, and whenever his powers felt like they were going to run dry, directly a handful of living tiger pills into the stomach. Continue to be alive and happy to fly. The bright fireball trailed a long trailing flame across the sky like a missile, forgetting the Koto area of the city. A few figures were furtively advancing in the dark while the night was still young. "Big brother, are you sure that guy still has food in his house?" "Of course, there's no way I'd risk so much to cheat you guys. So cut the crap. It'll be near his house soon. Try not to make any noise, and be careful of any traps that might be there. Understand?" "Understood. Understood. Okay, Mud. I heard that another small gathering place was exterminated by the Corpse King over there in the west area. This Oblivion can't stay. Big brother, we need to find a chance to bolt. Why do you think I brought you here? You have to eat and drink enough to run away, right?" Hey, Big brother is wise. What's that? Meteor? Stream your mom, the meteor in your house is flying from over the mountain? That was clearly like a missile. Asterisk asterisk, why do I feel like it's coming at us? Bad. It's really coming at us. Rub. Big brother, what should I do? What else can Nima do? If it's a missile, I suggest we all find a comfortable position to lie down in and don't worry, it's just a matter of moments. Boom! The flames impacted on the riverbank not far from a few people, spreading out over a dozen meters. The illuminates everything around it. Several people who had all been lying down sat up with a scuffle and looked at each other. Duh, brother, are we in Hades? To your mom. That's not a ing she-mother of a missile. Asterisk asterisk. Big brother, look guys, there seems to be someone in there. As he looked with the exclamation of surprise, he saw the flames gradually annihilating, and a figure stepping out from the flames. Incredibly subdued. The middle-aged man called Big Brother frowned. Looking at the mysterious man who was coming straight at the several people, he shouted, "Hey, friend, we're just passing through. Ah yes, we're rushing back to collect the corn. This hero and heroine. See you again sometime nah." These men have also practiced a smooth way of dealing with the world. You can tell from the aura that the person is a bit of a bad guy, and it belongs to the end of the world's mandatory training. It is also the grief of ordinary survivors. A bloody lesson. A few people couldn't be bothered to go on a night attack to seize food, and when they met strange people or things, it was better to run away first. But they hadn't run out a few steps when the one in the lead suddenly lurched. "Big brother? What are you doing? Big brother? Get out of here." The elder brother's eyes went straight, and he instantly became mute and there was no response at all to the shouts of the minions. "Kill them all." A faint voice came from behind them. Then Big Brother even pulled out the dagger directly from his waist. With a swift motion, he wiped the neck of the little brother beside him. "Ah, what are you doing? Big brother, run! Big brother is bewitched." The other minions were frightened and fled in panic, but Big Brother wasn't going to let them go, only to see him speeding up, and it was several times faster than an ordinary person. He was actually a speed-type alien. In a flash of lightning, these juniors were awarded their heads. The elder brother dragged their corpses into one piece and subsequently disemboweled them. One by one, the intestines are oozing out. After doing so, he stood there as if waiting for Lin Fei's review. Well done. Reward yourself for cutting your own throat." The corner of Lin Fei's mouth hooked, and the dagger in that Big Brother's hand slowly raised, slicing his neck open in front of Lin Fei's heel. Blood spurted out, soaking the ground around them. A few corpses lay strewn across the ground, bloody beyond measure. Lin Fei had a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. At a glance, these people weren't any good, sneaking around in the middle of the night, either harming people or on the way to doing so. Now that several bodies had come together, the smell of blood drifted out far and wide on the evening breeze. Soon, the zombies in the Jiangdong area sniffed and came out from among the darkness. 1, 2, 3, hordes of them followed, a swarm of them pushing and shoving their way through. A slightly dried-out embryo emerged in Lin Fei's hand and threw it on the corpse. After sensing the scent of blood, several hoses were immediately drilled into the embryo. Link those intestines. Knock knock. The drums all sounded as a result, as if they were eating a delicacy. Pust. The embryo swells up, releasing a neurotoxin-like substance from its hose. The zombies went even more crazy when they smelled it. Lin Fei took a few steps back, leaving enough space for the embryo. Ow, 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 ow. Monstrous screams rose and fell, and the zombies came crowding through the streets as if they were waves. But they didn't even look at Lin Fei. All they could think about was that one beating embryo on the ground. It was as if it had a fatal attraction. I remember when I first saw the corpse tree, the dense trunk made up of zombie limbs. It shows that there were a lot of zombies present there in the first place as well, presumably attracted to the embryos just like they are now, only to see many hoses floating above that embryo, like tentacles pumping towards the swarm of corpses coming at them. In an instant, that hose was like a steel whip, cutting off the massive zombies charging forward. Various rotting intestinal organs scratched off the floor, but the zombies remained undead, still struggling to crawl toward the embryos. And the embryo is all the intestines on the floor strung together. It was as if it instantly became part of it. A fishy, eerie catchnet instantly took shape, looming toward more walkers. Chapter 108, Charging the Embryo. Lin Fei was watching in disbelief from a short distance away. That embryo was like a big killing machine, strangling all the zombies that smelled fishy in a storm. Isn't this thing fighting a little too hard for its own good? It was a good thing that it didn't mean a dime to the living at all. Otherwise Lin Fei wouldn't be considered safe at this distance. 10 minutes later, the influx of zombies had been killed by the embryos as much as possible, and the limbs and arms were piled up all over the street. The The fishy odor is overwhelming. Embryonic energy 69%. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown a little as the system's prompt rang in his head. Did that wave of walkers just now go up by 2% of energy when there were so many of them? Seems like a good idea to find a place with more walkers. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fei chopped off the flesh tubes growing out of the embryo and put them into space. The entire person then rose up as a blazing flame and headed in one direction. Forgotten National Premium Stadium. Covering the largest area of the Dragon Kingdom. It covers a variety of industries residing therein, and the flow of people is also the top of the top. According to incomplete statistics, every day, the foot traffic inside this venue reaches a staggering 300,000 people, which is enough to show that this place is indeed very popular. In the midst of the night, it was as if a sleeping beast had prostrated itself, comparing the mountains. The 13th floor of the arena. Most of the businesses here do wholesale food and sell children's toys and clothing, and at this point it looks cluttered. It's worth noting that because the end times broke out at noon, most of the people had gone to the first and second floors of the first floor to dine, so not many people existed above the higher floors, and there weren't many zombies. At that moment 2 dark shadows flashed between the stores, stumbling a little in their movements. Orange, hurry up, that guy seems to have gotten the scent. A low, petulant voice rang out. It looked a little eager. Meow. The one called Orange turned out to really be a cat, but it's obviously not quite the size of a normal cat, being the size of a wild adult leopard. It looks oppressive in the dark. Ding ding ding. Suddenly there was the sound of an object falling to the ground from the back of the room. Something was obviously chasing them. The figure glanced backward, then ran forward in panic, no longer caring to conceal his form, occasionally skimming over the safety indicator. You can see that it's an athletic silhouette that, holding a long knife in his hand. Suddenly there was a clanking sound ahead as well, causing her and the orange cat to pause sharply in their tracks. Oh no! Orange, we're surrounded. What to do? The woman anxiously looked to the side for a place where she could hide, but alas, they were all wide open storefronts that didn't offer adequate protection. And on the other side, at the height of the 13th floor, completely uncovered. Jumping in is no different than getting killed. Meow. The orange cat purred, seemingly with some determination in it. It nudged the woman's waist, signaling her to follow her. How could the woman not know what it meant? The orange cat was clearly trying to clear the way for herself with her life. No way. Orange, I can't leave you. The woman had some tears in her eyes and, the orange cat is a companion she's had for years. Clunk. Ahead. Around the corner. A figure made of porcelain fell to the ground, bursting into splinters all over the floor. The noise also startled the silent arena. The woman was staring straight ahead. Only a burly black shadow climbed quickly from the ceiling on the road ahead. Knock. The dull landing sound shook the floorboards a little. It was a third-order mutant, good at crawling, but apparently it was more than that. Highly bulging bristling muscles of great strength. A tongue wagged and dripped a large amount of unidentified liquid to corrode the ground. After smelling its prey, it opened its daisy-like, hideous mouthparts and growled. The woman gripped the blade in her hand tightly, her eyes filled with despair. Orange, you find a chance to escape. Make sure to bring the medicine back to How. Do you hear me? Meow. Listen, I'm not negotiating with you. If one of us can escape, it has to be you. Otherwise none of us will get away. And How will die in loneliness. Meow. The orange cat knew the gravity of the situation, too, and whimpered dismally, its eyes glowing with ferocity and hatred. It hated that it was so weak that it couldn't even protect its master. If one can escape today, absolutely, to kill all these ugly things. Roar. Behind them, a frantically writhing chimera clogged up, dragging a massive amount of tail fluid with it. Seal off their retreat. There were zombie howls ringing out from all levels of the surrounding arena, and crises all around now you can only fight with your back to the wall. Orange, remember what I said, don't get attached, the woman reminded at last. With that said she pulled the blade from inside its sheath as soon as she could. A burst of wild astral energy blossomed on her body, as if her entire person had transformed into a shocking sharp blade in an instant. I want to cut down all the demons in the world. Meow. The orange cat roared in the same harsh voice, orange-red flames blooming on its body. Turned into a fiery beast. Both were poised, facing the crawling mutant with the intention of killing it with a single blow. Bang! A sudden and violent rattling sound came from the skylight glass on the top floor of A bolt of fire fell straight into the interior of the arena, instantly illuminating a dozen floors away. After rushing in, that mass of flames slowly decelerated and eerily hovered at the 13th floor. The firelight glinted off the woman and the orange cat, leaving them in disbelief. At the same time, a black object crashed down among the flames, emitting a fishy odor. But as soon as the black object appeared, a frantic roar resounded throughout the interior of the arena. The countless zombies scrambled to leap out from the fence just so they could grab the black mass. Shoo shoo! Dozens of long hoses shot out from above the black object, some of them sticking to the building. Some pierced through the walker, shredding it instantly and assimilating its intestines. The two third-order zombies above the 13th floor roared with the same madness. The crawling mutant simply abandoned the woman and crawled down the wall toward the bottom. Not to be outdone, the chimera smashed right through the fence and leapt down. The woman and the orange cat were shocked by this madness, and it was not an isolated case. This side of the ring's arena has this happening on every level. To add to the horror, 2 or 3 layers of blackened walkers have converged on the ground level of the arena. You pressed me and I squeezed you like vicious dogs fighting for food. The black object just swung in place on the 3rd floor of the arena, constantly swinging its hose to kill walkers. The woman leaned over the fence to look down and felt her scalp tingle. What the hell is that thing? It's amazing how the zombies are going so crazy. She then looked up at the flames that were hovering not far from her, her eyes wary. Though it was said that the arrival of this flame saved her an orange, but one does not know what it is. In the middle of the post-apocalyptic world, the weirder it was, the more dangerous it was. She was still aware of that. Chapter 109, I dare to strike a stick on the head of the king of Hades. Boom, boom, boom. The flames in midair kept shooting fireballs downward. The precision strikes against those strong third-order zombies. Even if they didn't kill in one blow, they were no better, and became direct sustenance for the embryo. The entire interior of the high-level arena seems to have become a huge zombie destruction furnace. Huge swaths of zombie deaths. It made Li Jian's jaw drop in direct shock. And the orange cat next to him also had the same expression of having seen a ghost. The flames in midair gradually stopped releasing their attacks. Leave it to the black objects below to deal with the walkers on their own. The fireballs flew towards them as Li Jian watched, causing her and the orange cat to back away warily. When the fireball landed on the ground, it quickly died down, revealing the silhouette within. This sent another shock through Li Jian's worldview. People? It's a person. The one who killed those powerful zombies like drinking water was actually a person. The orange cat hissed warily, his back high as if ready to strike at any moment. Lin Fei looked at Li Jian, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Haven't we met somewhere before? Li Jian froze and tried hard to recall, but there was no memory of Lin Fei's, so she shook her head. Such a handsome man is not a bit better than those traffic kids in the show business. Those who only call sister call flowery, look at themselves to be annoyed. And to talk about singing and dancing raps and the family cat doing backflips is like playing yourself like a 3-year-old. Can a cat do a backflip and not know it himself? Not to mention the fact that she's a popular traffic star herself. Among the top tier of superstar movie stars, people are beautiful in 36D. Since her debut, there has not been a single scandal, and she is the dream girl of men in the entire Dragon Kingdom. But then again, didn't this man recognize himself? Or is he using this old pickup technique? She then dismissed the idea. After all, people were so strong. Is it necessary to show yourself favor? Thank you for saving me an orange. I will repay you if I get the chance. I'm sorry. Li Jian bowed sincerely, but then she felt her head spin a little, and when she'd engaged the chimera earlier in the day, accidentally, it had injured the side of her waist, and at that moment the injury flared up, making her a little shaky. Meow. The orange cat next to her yelled, using her body to prop up Li Jian. Li Jian reached up and touched the injury. The blood was starting to turn a little black and brown. It's a sign of corpse poison entering the body. She helped the orange cat slowly slide into a sitting position on the floor, a rueful smile on her face. Good little orange. Remember what sister told you? Xiaohao is all yours. And, watch out for the poachers. Meow, meow. The orange cat kept rubbing its head against her hand, its voice low. Don't be afraid. Don't be sad. My sister is just a little tired and wants to sleep. Xiunli placed a deep kiss on the orange cat's forehead and then he looked at Lin Fei and said somewhat apologetically, I'm really sorry, sir, maybe I'll have to go back on my word. Then without further ado, she lay down on top of the orange cat and, be still and feel the sensation of life passing through your fingers. Past years flash through my mind like a movie, from when I was a child. It's been a bumpy ride all the way to being a popular star today, but the good news is that it's been relatively successful. She pulled out her cell phone and tapped the screen, sighing at the two smiling faces on it. The only thing I regret is that my sister didn't see what she's accomplished today, but I'm surprised that I'm looking forward to it a little bit since I'll be going to her soon. Lin Fei shook his head as he looked at her gradually diffusing death intent. Are you going to just die? Li Jian was startled out of his memories and looked at him suspiciously. If there's a way to. I don't want to die either. But unfortunately there are no ifs. Beside him, The orange cat looked humanized and sad, as if he was about to lose his love in pain, and raised his eyes in rags. Lin Fei walked towards her with an intriguing smile on his face. What if I say you can live? Li Jian was in a trance, staring at him for a moment and, then he laughed to himself. I know my own situation best, now even if the gods come, there is no way back. Lin Fei looked at her condescendingly, extended his index finger and shook it. No, I can manage what the immortals can't. Isn't it just asking for someone from the hands of the king of hell? What's so difficult about that? With a direct snap of his fingers, a flash of green-gold color shot into Li Jian's chest. Meow. The orange cat was shocked, not knowing what Lin Fei had done to Li Jian. For her part, Li Jian was in a state of shock. She was able to feel a power that was strong enough to fight the zombie virus suddenly appear inside her. A pair of good-looking eyes erupted with divine splendor as she looked towards Lin Fei. The intent to survive begins to flourish. What's going on here? Lin Fei spread his hands. As I said, if King Hades wants you to die on the third night, I can give King Hades a stick. In my hands, death is a hard thing and an easy thing at the same time. Well, do you want to live? Or do you want to keep accepting death? Li Jian swore she'd never met such a cocky man before. But on the contrary, what he said was the big truth. The only saving grace he had left today was the handsome stranger in front of him. To die, one certainly does not want to. Who wants to be miserable down the line if one can live? As for living, Li Jian believes that there is no free lunch in this world yet. Speaking as someone who has been in the entertainment industry, this kind of truth can still be easily realized. As for what the cost would be, that might be beyond one's imagination. After all, what can be more important than life? She thought of her brother, still alone and hidden in the shadows, and her heart was £1,000,000. What would happen to him if he died here himself? He's already in bad shape. A little more excitement and I'm afraid something unpredictable will happen. Her knuckles pinched and turned slightly white. Then she raised her head to meet Lin Fei's eyes. In his eyes was the color of determination. I will live. Whatever it takes. I will live. Almost hysterically, she cried out, as if it would keep her resolve from being consumed by cowardice. Meow. There was a gleam in the orange cat's eyes, too, though he didn't quite understand the cost of what not to, but at least it was the best thing to know that the master had chosen to live. The smile on Lin Fei's face grew even wider as he slowly extended his hand. A wise choice. A greenness so thick that it glowed with a golden light surged into the midst of Li Jian's body. Force the zombie virus out of your body with overwhelming force. Black blood gurgled from the wound in her waist, the virus draining out. After a few breaths, the blood around her waist gradually flushed red and returned to its normal color. At the same time, Li Jian's strength revived and her face became rosy. The waist was tingling, and under the green and gold light, the wound was as good as new. After all, the skin even looks more delicate and fair. Her gaze towards Lin Fei became even more curious. What kind of existence was this man? Chapter 110, Request of the National Goddess. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with some surprise inside. You're Li Jian? That Dragon Country superstar movie queen? He couldn't even resist getting up and breaking Zhang Li's face around to get a good look at it. The subsequent came out with the conclusion that the woman seemed to be a real superstar, because of a little black fish tattoo found on her chest. It's the signature mark of Qian Li. Lin Fei couldn't help but tsk. There are quite a few women himself, but female celebrities. Still very much interested myself. Imagine the national goddess being held down and rubbed against herself. It felt like a tall forgiveness hat for men across the country. It was great, but right now, Lin Fei didn't intend to eat her. His own realm had reached a bottleneck after taking down Guoshujie in the war zone. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Li Jian was spared a rubbing for the time being. Lin Fei came to the railing and looked down. The zombie corpses down there were piled up close to the height of a 4-story building. The embryos weren't drowning, but the water was rising. Always stay out of reach of the walkers below. Embryonic energy 89%, 90%. Looking at the tips that kept rising in his mind, Lin Fei was secretly happy. This place really does have the most foot traffic, bar none. At the moment, under the furious tearing of the embryo, the underside was covered with hoses like a spider's web. It's denser than when you see it inside the southern war zone. Knock, knock. Powerful heartbeats began to resonate through the arena, attracting the walkers to flock to the arena. They are fearless and they go forward. Even a third-order zombie can't resist the temptation. It was as if after eating this embryo one would immediately ascend to immortality. Li Jian walked next to him with some hesitation. Lin Fei glanced at her. Say what you have to say. I don't like people who stammer. Li Jian bit her lip. Lin Fei, could I trouble you to save my brother? Lin Fei arched his eyebrows. Men? Not interested. Li Jian got anxious. My brother, he's not an ordinary person. He's a psychic. So what if it's a shifter? I can't even count on two hands the number of shifters I've got on my hands. There's no shortage of them. A word of advice. The end times are here. No special circumstances. It's better to get yourself out of this kind of hold. It could easily kill you. Li Jian quickly shook her head and explained. No. My brother, he is very special. His psychic ability is increase. It can enhance someone's psychic abilities. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt and a slight interest after hearing this. This kind of generous type of alien was rare. At least Lin Fei hadn't met one until now. After thinking about it, he had a plan in mind. So he nodded and said, okay, where is he? Li Jian's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she almost jumped up in excitement. Thank you so much. My brother, he's on the third floor on the other side of the arena. Meow. The orange cat signaled that she knew the way. Lin Fei glanced at the embryo below, estimating that without 10 minutes it would not rise enough. So the hand waved. The steel bars in the surrounding buildings were sticking out in midair. A slide was formed for Lin Fei to quickly slide down. If he was on his own, Lin Fei could have just flown over there. But after considering the fact that Xian Li and her big fat cat couldn't fly, a different tactic was used. This also shocked Li Jian. How many kinds of supernatural powers did this man have? Is he a god? Then, under Lin Fei's urging, the two men and the cat quickly arrived at the third floor across the street. It's still far enough away from where the embryos are that the walker's piles of limbs aren't clogging up the side. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lin Fei maneuvered the metal and decimated all the zombies around him. Make them lose their evolutionary rights outright. There were also one or two terrifying third-order mutants among them, which were also chopped up by Lin Fei like little soldiers. Looking at Li Jian was incomparably shocked. If there was a god, it must be Lin Fei. Soon, the trio arrived at the door of Lincoln Coffee, which was closed but you can see signs of human activity inside. Li Jian pulled out her key and unlocked the door, breezing into the innermost compartment, gently lighting a nearby candle. The interior of the room could be seen roughly clearly. A pile of cardboard had been piled up on the floor to form a bed, and on it lay a little boy with a face like gold paper. Looks about 10 years old. The little boy opened his eyes with great difficulty, after Li Jian had returned and, first, he looked at the orange cat that was rubbing against his side, and then he looked at Li Jian. When his gaze swept over Lin Fei's presence, his body couldn't help but tense up. A strange rhythm flowed through him, as if he would fight to the death at any moment. Li Jian rushed forward to hold him down. Xiao Hao, don't be nervous. This big brother is here to save us. The little boy gradually relaxed when he saw that there was no unusual look on Li Jian's face, but it didn't give Lin Fei any good looks either. Lin Fei was a bit appreciative of this child. This younger brother of yours is quite mature in heart. Looks like you didn't peek at a lot of post-apocalyptic novels while reading. Did you? The flirtatious words seemed to poke the little boy in the heart bar, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. Lin Fei didn't intend to dilly-dally. Directly a finger-snapping aptitude. Green gold energy covering his body. After Lin Fei's healing ability evolved into the 9 lives holy radiance, not only did the color of the light become more sacred, the effect was also stronger. Not only can you get rid of necrotic poison for bystanders, at the moment, even the little boy's body that had been hollowed out by the overuse of his powers could be healed. It didn't take long for the power to return to the little boy's body, leaving him in shock. On the side, Li Jian's heart was filled with joy. It seemed that her choice was not wrong. Poof! The little boy knelt in front of Lin Fei with a sliding knee from the cardboard, hands clasped in a jaded manner. Benefactor is above. Please accept Li Hao's worship. I'll do anything to be a cow or a horse. Lin Fei felt a little amused that this guy would pull this whole thing off. He had no intention of avoiding it, though, after all, he was indeed his savior. And affordable. And to be able to see in his eyes the depth of his mind that, how can anyone who has ever been addicted to a web novel not understand the gold in it? Li Hao's direct affection saved Lin Fei from having to do the work. You're rather smarter than a lot of people. I like smart people. Lin Fei smiled. Then he turned and walked out the door. Li Hao kept looking at his back without the slightest remorse. How? What are you doing? Li Jian was puzzled by his behavior. In her opinion, Li Hao was indeed a novel too deep into the devil. But Li Hao said it was the first major decision of his life. It's easy not to make a mistake. Sister, have you thought about where we could go if we were to leave from here? Li Jian froze and thought about many places. Couldn't we go to those gathering places with a lot of people? Li Hao looked at her as if he was looking at a common-sense idiot. Sister, there are times when you're still too naive. And the people in the middle of this post-apocalyptic world aren't really as good as you think. Chapter 11, The Unscrupulous Poacher. The vast majority of the zombies in the arena are attracted to the embryos. So much so that the rest of the place became empty. In the darkness of the underground floor, a dozen figures traveled through. Brother 9, what the hell is going on? All those zombies have suddenly run away. Is it going to be world peace? Are you stupid? What are we going to eat and drink after peace? Presenting the fact that the walkers are all gone is a great opportunity to steal the house. 9 is right. I don't know if the watery woman I told you about before is dead. If not, we'll have to enjoy it for a while, to say the least. All you know is thinking about women. Isn't getting more food more important than women? By the way, what's the woman's location? Asterisk. I thought you'd gone legit. Ha. Every single one of these people had a fierce look on their faces, and their faces gave off the impression that they were by no means good people. Clunk. So much of the fish restaurant storage room on the first floor was destroyed by them, and a swarm of people rushed in. Soon there were screams and pleas for mercy, and 10 minutes later the group burrowed out. Their backpacks were more or less bulging, and a few of them were still carrying their pants with intent. Hey, was I fierce just now? It lasted a minute longer than you guys. All become a few minutes of goods. I see you die on the belly of a woman sooner or later. Grab the next one. This crowd is like a swarm of locusts, but every place known to them where people and supplies were hidden was patronized one by one. They had an infamous name inside this arena, the poachers. Only dared to strike out at fellow survivors, easily not dealing with walkers. After they had ransacked the supply points on the first floor, someone suggested taking a look up there, together with the beautiful woman mentioned above. The leader of the group, 9, also had his heart in the right place. With the crowd, he sneaked up. Just as they reached the first floor, they saw an image that shocked them for a whole year. They were walking up from the side far from the embryo, and though it was dark, but vaguely one could also see the surroundings. Asterisk treadmill. What the hell was that? Whoa Nima, the disappearing zombies are here? It's stacked up above the 4th floor, and those walkers seem to be dead. What kind of weird is going on here? Why do I feel a little creepy? Asterisk it. Let's just hurry up and find that woman and go back to our comfort zone and stay there. Why are we going back? Can't you see the zombies are almost dead? What could possibly stand in our way now? I'll be damned. It's still Ninth Brother who has the foresight. Yeah, it's just as well these mother scares are dead. Let's seal up all the entrances and exits again. So it's still whatever you want it to be? Ha. I don't know what's happening, but isn't this just heaven helping us? Punch it. A bunch of people got excited and the leader of the group, 9, however, looked with sharp eyes towards the black heart that was hanging by 1,000 threads above the pile of corpses. He looked down at the angle of the pile of corpses it's clear that these walkers are aiming to get their hands on that thing. Can it be something ordinary that would interest all the walkers? Apparently, he took an interest in embryos. You guys go ahead and I'll study here for a while. Ha! What's there to see in a dead man's head? If you don't go, we'll go first. Guided by one of them, they felt their way down the stairs toward the 3rd floor. Hey, guys, I'm betting that if that woman isn't dead, definitely more proper than whatever star that is. Never mind that they ain't dead, or she is, as long as she ain't broke enough to use it. I bet you all dared to get on it. Seriously, the whole old me just got comfortable and now I'm feeling it again. Ha, from now on, our brothers can be considered to be a plate of people. The group climbed upward with lustful faces. All in anticipation of what the blown-up woman would look like. Just as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, they saw a silhouette walk out from a storefront not far away. All at once, each one of them stared at the thieves with wide eyes. Asterisk. Is that Tama a fairy? WOJ. I've saluted. Hurry up. Get on. Brother's happiness is at hand. Ha. That. Stand there for grandpa. I'll howl. Woohoo. The group ghosted forward, not worried about attracting walkers. Li Jian, who had turned back to get her things, turned her head in surprise to look at the group of people who had suddenly appeared. A sudden change of face. It was the very same poachers she had seen. A group of men who did nothing but call themselves a tumor. At this time, I didn't expect to run into it here. What bad luck. The reason why this group of poachers is able to go so wild, it was because several of them were psychics, and although they didn't dare to use their psychic powers recklessly, they were still in existence that ordinary people couldn't fight against. Li Jian was more or less overwhelmed if she had to deal with this group of people by herself. They may even be suppressed by them, unless one doesn't care about the drawbacks of their powers and fights for their life. But now, she's not so worried. After all, he now had a backer who was bursting at the seams with power. Li Jian stood still and silently watched the group of bandits rushing towards her. There was no dodging. Ha, quick look. That seems to be dumbfounded by our king's bully aura. That's just as well. I want a shot now. Ha. You can't get tired of playing with a woman of this level for a year. Sure looks like a big star. Just like that national goddess, Li Jiun. It really pokes at the old 40-year-old heart bar. When the group was about to approach Li Jian, the sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out from the side. Phew! Bang! A black shadow came flying at the speed of sound and crashed amongst the group like a bowling ball. Coming up with a grand slam. There was a great deal of lamentation, and two people even simply swallowed their breath. Away from the flurry of the world, the Xenos were a bit better off, but they were also hurt by the sudden attack. Before they could wail a few times, they suddenly realized that the thing that attacked them was actually 9. ***. 9. Nima. 9 is dead. The messy 9 lying on the ground had long since taken his last breath, causing the group to have a heart attack. What the hell has killed 9? Suddenly a voice sounded quietly. Kill them all. Leave them in the way. Li Jian's heart was shocked and his hands shook a little as he looked at the group of remnants in front of him. Sister, kill them. This is what you must go through. Li Hao's figure ran not far away and said to Li Jian. Yeah, that's it. Hold on to your blade. Cut down all these vermin. Li Jian's heart hesitantly held on to the knife, seemingly unable to make up her mind to kill. Lin Fei's voice resounded once more. It's fine if you don't dare to kill anyone. It's nice to have as a vase in the house. At once, Li Jian's spirit tensed up. One of the words she hated the most was vase. Chapter 112, Headless Corpse King reappears. Vomit. The window of the pink raptor opened and Zane Li's head stuck out to dry heave. The extreme physical discomfort of personally cutting the blades across the necks of those men a few moments ago. Psychologically it also hit her pretty hard. Before the end of the world, as a top-tier superstar, she was exposed to the glitz and glamour of the. Judging by her hobby of owning cats, she's not the one who's dealt with all this bloody evil. Even the end of the month of January had never resulted in such a vivid life on his hands. Instead, it was Li Hao, who was sitting next to her, who comforted her with a small adult look. Sister, it was only a matter of time before this step was taken. When I said you were too gentle and, there's no way to adapt to the end times. A big star like you, coveted by more than a few people. It's just that I'm a bit of a chicken with my powers, or I wouldn't want to put you through this. As he spoke, he became a little self-hating. I had thought that I would be able to bring Li Jian to a good life with my vast store of post-apocalyptic knowledge. As a result, he awakened his powers and became a 2/5 man. The teammate is another munchkin, and it's a blessing to have survived this far on the plate. Li Jian also knows how much of a wise demon this brother of his is. From the moment the end times came, he took himself in stride and avoided many crises. In this post-apocalyptic setting, it's as if he's the one in the adult role. Lin Fei drove and said in a nonchalant manner, if you don't like this ability, rather, we can change it. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's eyes flashed with surprise. Big brother, really? Lin Fei tugged at the corner of his mouth. Don't call me big brother. It sounds like a short-lived ghost. What kind of powers do you want? Li Hao's mind shook. Brother Lin, if it's really possible to, I want the kind of powers that are good at running away. Lin Fei was a bit surprised. He had thought that this guy would want a cool and dangling psychic ability. As a result, he actually stated that he wanted to run away type powers. One can't help but think highly of him. Oh, you're a man of understanding. Then you're given two choices, speed-enhanced powers, and earth mastery powers. Lin Fei gestured 2 fingers, a smile on his lips. Li Hao's mind moved and he immediately said, Earth system. I want an earth system ability. Lin Fei smiled even more. You kid, you really do have something, better than your sister. Know why I saved you? Li Hao shook his head. Because I see a cockroach-like spirit in you. Li Hao froze. A cockroach of doom? Rather an apt description then. On the side, Li Jian's face was a bit pale as she dug back into the car. In terms of post-apocalyptic survival, it's true that Koho is not a star better than me. Where are we going? Lin Fei said indifferently. Safe base. Long after the trio had left the international arena, only gradually did those survivors realize that the situation outside was somewhat unusual. The zombies disappeared in surprisingly large numbers, and as they stepped out of the darkened corner of the, it was only then that I saw the horrific scene pile up on the floor of the arena. A succession of survivors then appeared in the arena. They are basically a group of people who have suffered a lot, so there's not much aggression at the moment, like livestock that's been bred for a long time. Being smoothed out at the edges. I don't know who shouted to wake up the crowd from their daze. What's that? Looking in the direction the man was pointing, I saw that on the top 16 floors of the arena, a burly black shadow appeared. The black shadow then took a step and crashed down through the gap. Pust! The powerful gravity caused the black shadow to fall directly into the pile of broken meat that was as high as a 4-story building. Just now, was it a person? What kind of person dares to jump from that height? And what else is it? Soon, they got their answer. A 4-meter-tall figure pushed its way out of the pile of corpses and it was a headless walker with cheeks on its chest. It held an oddly shaped white bone axe in the side of its hand. The broad back was covered with fleshy whiskers shaped like hair strands that waved in a haphazard manner. A terrifying might was emanating from his body. When the people around them saw this, they were instantly horrified, and many of them fell to the ground as their legs went weak. The headless zombie's cheeks on his chest broke into a grimace as a strange sound of hemming and hawing came from the inside of his mouth. It was so fast that it exploded directly in front of the nearest one. Extremely oppressive bodies require the average person to look up and, as the man looked up at the horrible walker, the white bone axe directly chopped down vertically, smashing it into mush. The black fleshy whiskers growing on its back extended instantly, devouring all the flesh and blood on the ground. Roar! The taste of blood and flesh intoxicated it beyond measure, and watching the survivors around them was a chilling experience. Escape has become their only option. There was simply no one who dared to go against the pressure of this horrible zombie to engage it. It had been thought that after the walkers had all somehow died, this was going to be a safe zone for himself and the others, only to have an even more terrifying zombie suddenly run in. It's almost a one-sided massacre, with headless zombies frantically harvesting survivors that, it has an uncanny sense of smell, and even survivors in hiding can't escape it. Half an hour later, the headless walker returned to the arena floor. It was covered in blood and stood next to the pile of corpses looking upwards. All around, rotting intestines hung from the walls as if they were algae. It nosed around and caught a whiff of something that made it feel excited, but at the same time it caught a hint of a familiar smell, and it trampled the ground in a sudden fury. Thinking of the figure that had deflated it, the inside of its scarlet and violent eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent, and after roaring furiously for a few times, then he disappeared into the arena. It's not too far from the Gangdong area to Tennyson. Under Lin Fei's rampaging car skills, it was already far away. Brother Lin, can we drive slower? I want to vomit. Li Hao was pale in the car. Both hands had a death grip on the seatback, and the seatbelt was bolted on twice. After an hour of blowing cold air, Li Jian, instead, he sobered up quite a bit. I thought you didn't get carsick? Lin Fei said coldly, there's a fine for spitting on the car. Li Hao covered his mouth, not daring to squeak. As the Raptor slowed down, a tall pass up ahead had come into view and the wall that was originally more than 20 meters high had now become 50 meters high. A copper wall that looked chilling. Tom. Several searchlights shot up instantly, locking the Raptor in place. ***. Brother Lin, are we at the Fortress of Doom? Li Hao's face revealed a look of excitement. As a veteran post-apocalyptic fan, I have an unspeakable love affair with these high walls. Li Jian in the passenger seat turned her head to look at Lin Fei and issued a soul-torturing question. Would a place like this let us in? Do we need to pay protection money or something? Chapter 113, Shocked Siblings. Lin Fei looked at her like she was an idiot. What do you think? Li Qiun thought for a moment and said, I've seen some zombie movies. Generally such places are militarized and outsiders are usually given a hard time by the locals if they enter. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth tugged. Good lord, this woman really wasn't an ordinary extreme. It seems the end times haven't grown her enough in so long. Never mind. Naturally, the ones you brought back yourself are responsible for conditioning and tutoring. If you can't, you really only have to display it at home as a vase. The outpost pass was instantly crowded after the sight of the pink Raptor. The drawbridge slowly dropped over that later excavated 20-meter tube moat. The gates of the city were drawn open and a number of people could be seen standing straight behind them. Lin Fei stepped on the gas and drove straight in. Why did they open the door for us? Do they know we're shifters? I don't know, Li Zane said, confused. Li Hao slapped his forehead and was a little drunk on this sister. Sister, can't you see it when it's so obvious? It's obvious they recognized the car, or they recognized Ringo. Lin Fei ignored them and docked the Raptor in the middle of the outpost pass. Click! The door opened and he stepped out of the car. In an instant, the personnel of the outpost passes stood up straight and saluted Lin Fei respectfully. Greetings, Boss Lin. Greetings, Boss Lin. The voice was so loud that it startled the entire outpost pass. Lin Fei's cheeks twitched, and it was obvious that this title had been taught to them by Sunan. Looks like he hasn't been close to her in a while. This scene rather stunned Li Jian, who followed her out of the car. She looked at Lin Fei with wide eyes. This battle, it's too powerful. Although Li Hao had some guesses in his heart, he was still shocked. Sister, I told you I was right to bet on Ringo. If Brother Lin becomes my brother-in-law, then we'll truly have nothing to worry about. Li Jian slapped his shoulder. What are you talking about? You're a dead kid. You're so small and human. Read me less books from now on. A young man with a red-inch head jogged to Lin Fei. A smile piled on his face. He. Brother Lin is back? Phew. Where is this going to save the world again? Lin Fei was speechless. Go. I didn't expect that. You look pretty decent in that leather. And your hair is cut. Good, 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 quite motivated. Chen Dong scratched his head. This is not to set an example for the people below. We can't keep making ourselves look sleazy all the time. It's hard to convince people that way. Lin Fei laughed. It seems like Sunan has led you guys well. Hey, don't dare, don't dare. It's all from Brother Lin. We don't dare forget our roots. Chen Dong hurriedly hemmed and hawed. Where's Ink Scale? Why isn't she at the outpost? Lin Fei looked around. No sign of that dexterous figure. Chen Dong pointed to the mountain forest next to the outpost. Miss Ink Scale said that she has something urgent. I went over there yesterday afternoon, and I didn't dare ask any more questions. Lin Fei flashed a thought, then patted Chen Dong's shoulder. Well, then you'll take extra care lately, and summon directly if anything happens. Chen Dong nodded his head vigorously. More like a dog's leg than a dog's leg. Lin Fei then got into his car and set off from the middle of the pass, heading towards the rear base. Lin Fei, these people seem to respect you. Could it be that you financed the repair of this base? Li Jian couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Hao covered her mouth with one hand. Sister, you know the language. It's really not possible. Let's cut the crap. Lin Fei looked at her and inquired. Did your family used to be rich and powerful? Li Jian ahs in uncertainty. Then why else do you act like you don't know anything? Is the entertainment industry really that good? But I've heard it's deep in there. Li Hao grabbed the lead and said, Brother Lin, don't be so general with my sister. She's just overread. Li Jian slapped his hand away. Bah, what do you know? Little brat. Lin Fei shook his head. There was going to be more vases in the house. Soon, the base of Tenno Mountain came into view. Both Li Hao and Li Jian were wide-eyed and, unbelievably, he looked toward the complex that rose up at the foot of the mountain. If I hadn't experienced the post-apocalyptic crisis firsthand, I'm afraid I thought I was hallucinating. It was really that this base was so huge that it was enough to be called a small city. Circle after circle of high walls divided the city, and much of the surrounding hills and forests were pushed back. A number of still under construction buildings are scattered. The interior of the 40 to 50 meter high wall is brightly lit, where the fires of civilization still shine brightly. As the car pulled into the sheltered city, tears overflowed from Qiun Li's eyes. I really never liked these flowery worlds so much. Li Hao's eyes also flickered. Even if his mind was nearly demonic, he couldn't escape the constraints of age. 10. When you're 10, all you can probably think about is having fun. Instead, he had to wring his hands to stay alive. And now, in stepping back into civilization, all the burdens on my shoulders seem to be much lighter. Lin Fei's return had startled many people, especially a few of his women. One day without seeing them, when he parked his car outside the bio, there were already a few silhouettes waiting outside. Brother Lin Fei. Xin Lingying pounced into Lin Fei's arms as soon as she pouted. Xin Shirin also showed a joyful face and came forward to pull Lin Fei's hand and rub it. Quickly go inside. Auntie and the girls are almost ready to eat. Huang Zhenzhen's face was full of smiles while her gaze fell on the Li Jian siblings who came down from the car. Lin Fei. Who are they? Lin Fei pinched her arse and said with a smile. Oh, the vase I picked up. Li Jiun immediately beamed when she heard it, and just when she wanted to retort a bit, she was gagged by Li Hao. This made Huang Zhenzhen somewhat unable to help herself, and after withdrawing her gaze, she gave Lin Fei a blank look. Brother is largely weary of us. That's why there's a new generation now. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth twitched. This woman. It seemed like she owed it all again. Inside the living room of the special courtyard, a large table of delicacies was emitting a steaming heat. As soon as you walk in the door, you smell the mouth-watering smell, especially Li Jian and Li Hao. Both of them, more than a month after this end of the world, the two of them basically never ate hot. It's all about collecting quick and easy to preserve food that tastes bad, not to mention at least fruity. Now that I smelled the stir-fry again, I was instantly salivating. Go, take them to wash and rinse first, Lin Fei said as he patted Huang Zhenzhen's firm arse. Huang Zhenzhen revealed a sincere smile. Yes, Your Majesty. I will take them to bathe and burn incense so that they can serve His Majesty at night. Chapter 114, Breaking Through the Third Realm. At the dinner table, Li Hao ate and drank indiscriminately, not having eaten such delicious food for over a month. At 10 years old, he's fallen back on a bunch of women who care for him. Even the big orange was served a very luxurious full of fish and was a joy to eat. When Li Jian washed up and changed into a homey nightgown that Huang Zhenzhen had prepared for her and walked out, it caused a flash of amazement to flash before the eyes of all the women. Wow! So beautiful! Xin Lingying's eyes seemed to sprout stars. Xin Shirin's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Don't you guys realize that she looks like a star? Sister Shirin, it seems like it's really like that when you say it like that, eh? Huang Zhenzhen nodded his head. If anything, as a college student, it's not too much to ask to follow a star or something, right? Like who? Ruan Qiu asked with some curiosity. Huang Zhenzhen and Xin Shirin spoke in unison. National girlfriend Li Jian. Huang Rui, on the other hand, doesn't know much about celebrities and whatnot, though she's in the luxury business herself. But they are all foreign brands and have not been endorsed by domestic stars. But it didn't stop her from hearing the name. Why? Sis, don't be fooling around. How could someone else's big star be here? I don't know, Xin Lingyin said, pestling her chin. A few people thought about it and agreed. Other people's big stars have a lot of work to do day in and day out. I heard that she was in Cannes for a movie festival before the end of the world, so how could she have time to be in the country? Li Hao buried his head and didn't have time to talk, while Lin Fei wanted to watch the fun. Even the movie queen was a little embarrassed to be up in these rather erotic pajamas. Li Jian, what are you still standing there for? Come over and eat something, Lin Fei said to her. Li Jian exhaled. Anyway, Lin Fei was the only man, so what if she showed him? So she shook herself and came to the table to greet the women politely. Hello sis and sis. My name is Li Qiun. Please take care of me. Slightly coy, rather like a budding young flower. Clunk and snap. The sound of dishes falling on the table rang out. A table full of women froze. No, what did you say your name was? Huang Zhenzhen stood up in a mischievous manner. The other women stared at her with confused faces, desperate for answers. Ah, Li Jian. Well, it's the Li Jian you're thinking of. As it were. I don't know, Li Jian thought, revealing the small fish tattoo on her chest. After a short silence, led by Huang Zhenzhen, the women let out a shrieking cry. It's really Li Jiun. I've seen a live one. Lin Fei looked at the excited women and couldn't help but shake his head. Celebrity is still a maddening thing. Okay, all calm down first. Let people fill up their stomachs first before anything else. Do you guys want to see a big star go hungry? It was only after Lin Fei stopped her that Li Jian was able to free herself from their enthusiasm, but she was secretly happy that there were fans here who liked her. That would be a lot easier to get along with in the future. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled as to why there were so many women in Lin Fei's house. Each one of them looks like a flower, and they are all beautiful. There's no way these are all his women. Is there? Isn't that no different from a plutocrat? I don't think he's like that. Unable to think straight, she simply transformed into a dry rice machine and filled her stomach first. She hadn't enjoyed a meal in over a month, and she'd long since lost sight of her baggage. Eat your fill. None of the crowd laughed at her. After all, it seemed as if they themselves and others had come from this stage of their lives, not starving for that long, but you can appreciate the taste. Unable to help but sympathize with the siblings even more, Huang Zhenzhen gave Li Jian dishes one after another, big time trying to be the actress's lapdog. After a very late dinner, Lin Fei explained that Huang Rui had arranged a place for Li Jian's siblings to stay. Then, without caring about the expectant gazes of several women, he directly turned around and left the special courtyard. He had more important things to do right now. All the way out of the base, he headed straight for the Heavenly King Mountain. In a short while, Lin Fei's dexterous figure appeared on the peak of the Heavenly King Mountain. Finding a relatively calm spot to sit down, he calmed himself down quickly. Lin Fei exhaled a long breath, as if he had become one with the surrounding mountains and rocks. When this realm reaches its peak, an embryo half the size of his body appeared in his hand, and with a casual toss of his hand, the embryo flies overhead. Snap! It instantly exploded and a large amount of dark green juice was poured to. What started out as a cold touch changed to a blazing. In a flash of, it was as if countless hands were tearing at its pores, forcing it to swallow these embryonic juices in large gulps. Lin Fei forced himself to endure the severe pain to keep his state stable. This breakthrough was even more painful than the one above. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have rolled all over the place. When the dark green juice penetrated into Lin Fei's body, if one can look at it on a microscopic level, one can see that his genetic chain is being corrected at this point. It's as if a large, invisible hand has homed in on the body's own jumbled and disorganized genes. Smooth alignment. Knock knock. Lin Fei's heartbeat was incomparably obvious in the middle of the silent black night. The air around him produced shockwaves with it, escaping to the side in a circle. For nearly half an hour this singular state of affairs was maintained. It was only gradually that the look of pain on Lin Fei's face transformed into calmness. When his eyes opened, two white dragons sprang out from between his nostrils, shattering rocks a dozen meters away. The thin natural energy in the air around him was pulled by him, washing itself. Lin Fei flicked his wrist and a star source spirit crystal appeared in front of him. Pounds of majestic white mist emerged and was swallowed into Lin Fei's body. In a short while, the entire summit of the Heavenly King Mountain was shrouded in white mist, resembling a cloud mass. The scene alarmed the night watchman, and when it was reported upward to Yang Shaoguang, he guessed something and told the men to leave the vision alone. The whole breakthrough continued until the sky was gradually lightening. Dark red light rose from the middle of the valley. The white mist on the Heavenly King's mountain slowly dissipated. Knock knock. Knock knock. The thick sound like a morning bell or a drum was heard by the entire Heavenly King mountain base. Lin Fei opened his eyes. His head was like a crown of jade, and his dark eyes were glowing amongst them. He could clearly feel the vitality from every cell of the subtle yet terrifying power given to it by the depths of the genes. The toes tapped and the rocks exploded. The air exploded as the wind of the fist slashed through it. At this moment, his physical strength had reached an extremely terrifying point. Every breakthrough of the 10-dragon jade top body was moving closer to the extreme realm of force. The host's strength breaks through to the third realm and enjoys the power of 100 dragons, which is the 100-dragon jade top body. System rewards are being analyzed. Chapter 115, Battle with the Mid-Advanced Heavenly Hierophant. Nowadays, Lin Fei's physical strength alone was enough to walk horizontally through the tide of corpses. The power of 100 dragons weighs over 6,000 tons. If he goes hard, with the specialization effect, the most powerful destroyer in the water had to run on his shoulders. It's a real humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as he was gathering his chi, a berserk roar erupted from the middle of the distant mountains and forests. Like some kind of ferocious beast is present. Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly as a look of surprise flashed across his face. He sensed an aura coming from that direction that belonged to Ink Scale. Didn't this guy just break through the innate realm a few days ago? Did he break through again? Lin Fei's gaze went, and the jungle in that one direction was suddenly overwhelmed and it was as if something huge was coming towards them fast. When the trail extended to the foot of the Heavenly King mountain, a giant python with a dark green body revealed itself. It was the ink scale that had taken on the appearance of her body, and at the moment Lin Fei saw that on her body, with a smattering of some jasper-colored scale armor, the ink scales raised their massive heads and began to hover towards the Heavenly King's mountain. The sudden appearance of the python scared the people at the base of Tianwangshan mountain, and for ordinary people, the existence of ink scales is a mystery. She readily does not reveal her true form, as it would indeed be too much of a shock to others. But at the moment, she didn't think about that much, her own strength now entering a whole new level. If you wanted to verify your results, it was more than appropriate to look for Lin Fei. Ink Scale's heart was also a little bit small, when it was swung by Lin Fei as a rope for fun. Hey, now this snake is going to give you a taste of power. The ink scales with a body close to 200 meters hovered over the Heavenly King's mountain, and soon the huge head then climbs to the top of Tennyson's mountain. Lin Fei Big Devil, come and fight. Revenge Bureau, call mommy if you lose. The boa constrictor spits out human words, crisp and innocent. Lin Fei looked at the two small bags protruding from her head and the corner of his mouth curled up. Then if you lose again, I'll have to call Chen Sheng Wu Guang my brother. Ink Scale's head tilted, not understanding what it meant, but she was fearless. She had made 2 breakthroughs and had already reached the middle stage of the innate, and had long since ceased to be a Wu **********. At first, Lin Fei was stronger than himself, but he was also stronger in a limited way, and even if he had broken through once, now that he had made 2 breakthroughs, was he still outmatched? The advantage is mine. There's no way I can lose. Great Demon Lin watched the move. The snake tail of the ink scale had unknowingly arrived behind Lin Fei. A whiplash came at him, and Lin Fei's smile on his face didn't diminish as his figure dodged to the side. Bang! Debris erupted and the mountain tops shook. The blow was not without force. Well, Pipe Snake, you're playing for real? Then I'm not welcome. Lin Fei laughed so hard that his big slate teeth were showing. Ink Scale grunted softly as the snake's tail pursued, sweeping horizontally. Lin Fei blocks it sideways. Bang! Waves of air tumbled. Ink Scale's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Impossible. How could he have blocked it so easily? Yes, he must have used one of those means of becoming temporarily stronger. Murray Scale wasn't in a hurry, though. The source of her confidence lies in the fact that nowadays her abilities are evolved. Before the realm of the innate, one was able to simply manipulate earth and rocks to form a sandy zephyr against the enemy. And after stepping into the innate, her affinity for the earth became even more intense. As long as she was on the ground, then the soil beneath her feet would be constantly sending energy to her. It was equivalent to drawing on the power of the entire earth against the enemy. Unless she meets a peer, or an opponent far stronger than herself, she will be invincible. Buzz! All of the Heavenly King mountain seemed to be trembling. The corners of Ink Scale's mouth brought a smile, and the snake's tail snapped, and it was about to lift Lin Fei up. But the smile that had just surfaced on her face froze straight away, because after using the power of the earth in the realm of the innate himself, surprisingly, he still couldn't shake Lin Fei in the slightest. What's going on here? Demon Lin, you're not right. Not bad, not bad, a lot of strength. It seems that this period of time has not been in vain. Lin Fei smiled teasingly, making Mo Scale's heart flutter. Then her tail retracted, and the two pouches on her head shone with a jasper glow. A large mouth opened and unexpectedly spat out jasper-colored flames. Mighty bear. Even call it a bit of majesty. Lin Fei didn't do it the hard way when he saw this, and the jasper flames chased after him as his feet stormed back. Swish! A waterfall of water fell out of nowhere in front of the flames, tilting against each other. A lot of water vapor rising. That jasper-colored flame unexpectedly had the hidden intention of overpowering Lin Fei's water's zephyr. This was a bit of a surprise to Lin Fei. Could the realm of the innate really be that powerful? One's own strength nowadays is not based on the rank of a gas practitioner, though, but in any case, it was definitely not weaker than the realm of the innate either. The problem should be in the jasper-colored flame, combined with two small protrusions on the ink scale's head. Lin Fei had more or less guessed in his heart that this guy should be gradually approaching the transformation dragon. It seems that the Star Source spirit crystals he gave her are undoubtedly a mountain of treasure to her. She didn't even need to go and cultivate too diligently to quickly break through the realm. At this moment, the might of the innate realm was burgeoning, and a hint of dragon power could be vaguely felt. Ha ha, great demon Lin, get ready to call your mommy. Ink Scale excitedly increased his output. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth tugged. Pippy snake, it seems like you've swelled up. Then I won't be polite. Get ready to scream your dad's ass off. The moment the jasper-colored flames pierced through the water curtain, Lin Fei's figure flickered, pulling out residual shadows in the air. In an instant, he appeared next to Ink Scale's body. Ink Scale's heart was alert. Not that her reactions and speed at the realm of the innate were not fast. Rather, Lin Fei was too perverted, so that she couldn't even react in time. Instinctively, he twisted to the side, but as if Lin Fei's large hand had magical powers. When it pressed on Mo Scale's body, she couldn't move a single bit. Ink Scale was startled and instantly prostrated his entire body on the mountain. His earth affinity pushed to the extreme. The rich power of earth and stone connected both her and the Heavenly King Mountain as one. She was confident that this move could not be broken by Lin Fei. But in the next moment, Lin Fei made his hands in the form of a brace, and his body snapped into action. Rumble! The mountains were making overwhelming noises. Ink Scale's head was empty as he watched his body gradually being lifted up, his eyes turning from smug to bewildered. From bewilderment to horror. All she felt afterward was a whirlwind of. The entire snake body had then been thrown into the jungle at the foot of the Heavenly King Mountain, smashing down a large swath of trees. Phew! Thud! Lin Fei's figure leapt down and heavily smashed down in front of Murky Scale. He looked at Ink Scale with a smile on his face. Well, Peppy Snake, convinced or not? Ink Scale's huge body flashed with green light and instantly took human form. Both cheeks on her pretty face pouted, puffing. Great Demon Lin, you're clearly not metaphysical. You're open. Lin Fei reached out and rubbed her cheek. Smilingly, he said, so what if you can't open it? Willingness to gamble to admit defeat. Practice hard and wait for Daddy's paging. Chapter 116, just waiting for you all the time. Although Lin Fei's breakthrough had made a lot of noise, not many people had guessed it. In this post-apocalyptic world, it would be strange if something strange didn't happen every day. Aside from the fact that Ink Scale's massive body terrified many of the people at the Heavenly King's mountain base, it's all fairly normal. Under Su Nan's operation, this matter didn't cause too much of a commotion. Lin Fei had just returned to the base when he was invited by Su Nan. Inside the large office, Su Nan was the only one who was burying his head in the sand. Lin Fei didn't even manage to wake her up from her business when she walked in. She looked tired as she put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed her brow and temples every now and then. That said, Lin Fei had indeed not seen Su Nan for quite some time. She was also rooting herself completely in the construction of the Heavenly King Mountain base. I don't know what kind of feeling it was, but anyway, Lin Fei felt so indebted. Ahem. 2 light coughs woke Su Nan up. She looked up, 2 strands of hair sliding down her forehead. Upon seeing the visitor, her eyes flashed with delight, but it was quickly hidden from her. You're here. Come on, sit. Su Nan pointed to the sofa next to him and said. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Is there something urgent in looking for me? Or did our President Su miss me? Su Nan looked at him grudgingly. Alas, Boss Shaolin is surrounded by a group of beauties in his day-to-day life, which is my turn to think. You were called here today on business, and here is a letter from the Southern Theater of Operations, dated yesterday afternoon. Surprisingly, he said that he wants to develop together with our Heavenly King Mountain base. I read what's in there, and it's almost as if we've bullied them. This is outrageous, alright. Do you think it could be a prank? Lin Fei just glanced at it and realized what was going on. Ha ha, you're right. We're bullying them. Just feel free to take it all in and be done with it. Leave the military aspects to Yang Shaguang, and you'll have to keep an extra eye on the rest. Su Nan was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Could it be that this document is all true? Lin Fei was silent and nodded with a smile. Sunan suddenly thought of the fact that Lin Fei went out yesterday, and Yang Shaoguang seemed to know about it. Did he go to the war zone and make some kind of deal with those people? But you can't lick it like that, can you? This southern war zone almost outright said that they were going to become the minions of the Tenno mountain base. How could she have never imagined that Lin Fei would go to the middle of the southern war zone and make a scene? Directly lifting the table. One man to rule them all. Well, you're good. You've got the southern theater on your back. I'm going to have my hands full. By the way, Dr. Willow seems to be making a little progress with her, and she gave me the word that if you're around, it's good to make the trip. Lin Fei nodded. Got it. Sunan took the papers and headed for his desk and started biting his pencil. Lin Fei just sat quietly on the sofa and looked at her. This woman seems to have lost weight. It seems she's too much of a worrywart in this position. Shouldn't she be moved to something easier? Snap. The crisp sound of the lighter broke the silence, and Lin Fei lit a cigarette. Why haven't you left yet? Sunan raised his head and asked with some surprise. What? Don't want me to stay? Lin Fei exhaled a smoke ring and got up to walk towards her. Sunan looked at Lin Fei, who was slowly approaching him, and for no reason at all. His heart was somewhat delighted. But then again, it's panic. No. Didn't I tell you that Dr. Ryu is still waiting for you over there? What are you wasting your time with me? There was something cute about the way Sunan's eyes swept across the tabletop with nowhere to put them. Lin Fei walked over to her chair and reached out to lift her chin up so she could look straight at him. Tired? The panic in Sunan's eyes suddenly flickered, and he smiled bitterly. So what if I'm tired? I'm not comfortable with someone else doing these things. With that, she tried to break away from Lin Fei's big hand, using her work to cover up her panic. As soon as Lin Fei lifted her along with the chair backward some distance, it kept her from lunging for the tabletop again. You, what are you doing? Sunan pinched the edge of her skirt, her heart beating fast. Looking at Lin Fei's handsome face, she didn't know when she had fallen for his poison. There had been nights spent dreaming of the two of them spending the night together. From time to time, Sunan cautioned himself that Lin Fei already had so many women. One should not continue like this. That's why she paralyzes herself with a lot of work, squeezes her brain cells, and keeps it from rambling. But the moment Lin Fei appeared in the office today, it was as if my own brain couldn't help but start bubbling with delight and anticipation. It's over. I'm hopeless. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh as he watched her blush in panic. Right. Now that's a bit of life. The Sunan I know isn't someone who spends his days buried in piles of paper, working with pen and ink. She's supposed to be a Thai, sensual royalty who likes to seduce me. Sunan's face turned even redder, and she exuded a tantalizingly sweet scent all over her body. What are you talking about? I didn't tempt you. She stood up to escape, but was pulled into a broad chest by a large hand. The fiery contact, and the faint smell of tobacco, it sent Sunan's brain into a momentary downtime. Lin Fei's breath slapped against her ear. Come on, let me see President Su's temptation again. Sunan's body trembled, and his legs and feet went a little weak. Lin Fei, it's not a good idea for us to be like this, is it? What if Ruoi and the others find out? Lin Fei couldn't help but feel amused as his large hand instantly covered the mountain peaks. They know. Then we can play together. And I'm sure you'd love to see me fight alone, right? When Sunan was touched by him like this, she immediately turned into a puddle of spring water. All that could be done was to lean into his arms and let it be explored. Her cheeks were as red as an apple, just like a love struck, like a little schoolgirl who steals the forbidden fruit. Things have come to this point. Sunan also no longer thinks so much. His body is very honest. She enjoyed Lin Fei's proximity. When Lin Fei lifted the hem of that fiery red skirt, Sunan turned around and pressed his hand. There was a hint of shame in his eyes. Lin Fei, I could give myself to you, but I'm just an ordinary person. I can't share your burden like Ruoi and the others. I just hope you'll think of Tennyson's base in the future. It's enough to be able to think that there's another woman here waiting for you. Lin Fei's expression was stunned. Waiting for himself all this time? It was still really humble. But how can you treat your own woman badly? He wrapped Sunan in his arms, his forehead pressed against hers, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Silly woman. You're going to psych me out like this. So I decided to give you a shot at what it means to turn something into something. Chapter 117, Sunan's Abnormal Ability. The enthusiasm in the office came on even harder. Sunan finally experienced the joy of women, after a few springs full of flowers, but after everything winds down. Instead, she felt a strange energy coursing through her body and panicked a bit. Don't worry, it's the alien energy that's transforming your body. I'm sorry, Lin Fei said softly as he held her in his arms. Bewilderment flashed across Sunan's scarlet cheeks. Abnormal ability? How did I get supernormal abilities? Lin Fei rubbed against the smooth skin of They, leaning close to her ear. He said, didn't I tell you I could turn things into something? Su Nan stared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, her mouth in the shape of an O in surprise. What you mean is, I got my powers from you. That's too much. It's unbelievable that it's even possible. Wait, doesn't that mean you can give other people powers too? If that's the case, then can all of us at the Heavenly King's mountain base be psychics? Sunan began to make the connection. Lin Fei slapped her on the top of her arousal. You think psychic powers are cabbage? Also universal shifter. I've passed on my powers to women, not to men, and to beauty, not to ugliness. Just steal a bargain for yourself. Besides, if we really let all of them have powers, that trouble won't be easily suppressed. Lin Fei's meaning was instantly understood by Su Nan. Indeed, if the Heavenly King's mountain was filled with all altered beings, there would naturally be less trouble. The aliens are a very arrogant bunch. If the disadvantages of the powers themselves didn't limit them, I'm afraid everyone would want to be Dragon Aotion, especially after a group of shifters had piled up. Then it was only logical that you wouldn't obey me and I wouldn't obey you. Is it hard to be a leader and kill all these guys who are causing trouble? That's not realistic. Wow. Well, it's better to be plain. At least being able to be tied in by the rules and regulations that were put in place prevented a lot of trouble. Su Nan spat out her tongue and admitted her naivety in thinking. What is this psychic ability of mine? It feels completely different from Ruai and the girl's et. Su Nan raised his palm, and faint transparent fluctuations flowed over it. Lin Fei pinched her wrist. Stick it to yourself and say, your psychic ability is to copy other people's psychic abilities. Try and see if you can successfully copy it with me. Su Nan's beautiful eyes were stunned. He then began to mobilize the alien energy within his body to explore towards the inside of Lin Fei's body, but not for a moment. She frowned frequently, then withdrew her palm with a worried frown. I don't seem to be able to replicate your powers. There's always a feeling that I can't handle it. Sunan explained. Lin Fei thought about it and flipped his wrist, and the exotic energy ascension pill appeared in his hand. Here, try again after you eat this. Without hesitation, Su Nan directly swallowed it. A great deal of transparent energy coursed through her petite body. Even Lin Fei felt a suction force coming from the Su Nan in front of him. Not long after, Su Nan's black pupils unexpectedly turned transparent, giving off a bizarre feeling. She consciously raised her palm to imprint on Lin Fei's chest, and the strange energy was like a bridge that it communicated with the secret stash within Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei felt as if a force was picking its way through his body, wandering. A moment later, the color among Su Nan's eyes returned to black and brown, and there was a slight look of surprise on his face. What's going on? Duplicated any supernatural abilities? Lin Fei was a little curious. Sunan winks. Smiling, he attached himself to Lin Fei's ear and whispered, copied to an ability that will make you happier. Lin Fei's brows furrowed. Making himself happier? What did that mean? In the next moment, his eyes couldn't help but glaze over as he looked at Su Nan, only to see that Su Nan, who was pressed by him on the sofa, had changed into a different person at the moment, turning into Huang Rui. Then it turned into Nguyen Nguyen, followed by the various teachers from the land of small days, in all their flavors. At once Lin Fei was happy. Good guy. This was a copy of the illusionary ability that he hadn't been able to use. This was the psychic ability of her female assistant when she was saving Ruan Lu. I didn't even notice myself taking down Ruan Lu in the first place. Surprisingly, even the two powers that her powers had deprived her of had encompassed her own hands. Looking at Sunan's twisting around in a different way for a while, it was really hot. Good for you, Sunan, developing such an unimaginable ability just after you got your powers. I'd like to test your abilities to see if they're real or not. With a smile on his brow, Su Nan seemed to enjoy the supernatural ability of his. Lin Fei then plowed in and experienced all sorts of wonderful things, and I have to say, it was worth every penny. It wasn't until the middle of the day, when the call bell on Sunan's desk rang, that the two men subsided. Well, you've been at my place for 2 or 3 hours now. There are things waiting for you to do. Su Nan took the clothes from the nearby sofa and draped them over Lin Fei. What? Is this an attempt to kick me out? I can stay as long as I want with my own woman. Who dares to gossip? Lin Fei pressed her hand down, the corner of his mouth sketching a smile. Su Nan blankly glanced at him. You're so free, but I still have a lot of things to be busy with. Lin Fei laughed. He was becoming more and more fond of this woman. Su Nan, it is true that a woman with a mother's womb of more than 30 years can't get by without watching a little movie to cultivate her feelings, which makes Lin Fei pick up a big bargain. He puts on his clothes and lights a cigarette, walking over to Su Nan, who was organizing her dress in the floor mirror. He said, there are some things that don't need to be all over your head. There's no harm in properly delegating out. Even if it goes wrong, don't we still have us? Sunan knew what he meant and nodded with a coquettish smile. By the way, if you're not doing anything, go stay at the other house more often. When the time comes, let Huang Rui and the girls bring you along to improve your strength, Lin Fei reminded before he left. Sunan had just stepped into the ranks of the alter ego, and his strength was still at the first order level, and was in dire need of improvement. After walking out of the office, Lin Fei watched as a huge electronic screen was erected in the plaza of the base, with Doing News playing on it. Of course, all the information in there is post-apocalyptic. It seems to be a special channel set up by the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, specializing in reporting on some current events happening around the world. The image at this point was of a city viewed from a high altitude. According to reports from local survivors, a giant corpse king was born in Dakong City. The strength is very terrifying, but we've been circling over the city for so long, and we haven't found any sign of it. Authenticity is up for grabs. Boom! While the anchor was being introduced, a huge earthquake suddenly struck the plains away from the city. A great deal of smoke rose to the sky, and in that smoke many tentacles could be seen swinging, and a super zombie over 100 meters tall slowly crawled up from the ground. And that location happens to be a secure base set up by the survivors of Dakong City. It fell instantly under the onslaught of the giant necromancer. Chapter 118 Sincerity of the Southern Theater of Operations. Corpse King has always been a synonym for powerful. It just means that it won't stand up in front of Lin Fei. The wall hanger. It was definitely a death-like existence in front of other ordinary aliens. Just like in the video, a single Corpse King can forcefully take over a secure base. Not to mention the fact that the Corpse King can manipulate other zombies to form a desperate tide of corpses. That's the deadliest crisis of all. He couldn't help but think of the Corpse King that had appeared in the City of Oblivion, and though he was fearless, yet, one must always be on guard against its mischief. Dodo. A group of helicopter gunships flew in the sky with many large arms containers mounted underneath. The guards of the Heavenly King's Mountain watched their approach, for they had been informed beforehand that so there wasn't too much panic. As the swarm of helicopters landed on the tarmac at Tennyson's base, many armed soldiers jumped down from it and pushed all those individual crates aside through the slide. Yang Shaoguang stood next to the tarmac with his men and waited. Soon a major in the lead stepped off the headplane. Yang Shaoguang greeted him with a smile on his face. Ha ha, old Jia, long time no see na. Jia Long saluted him with the same enthusiasm. Old Young, it's still comfortable here with you. Alas, what's the point of talking about this? Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Yang Shaoguang took him by the hand and headed for his office. So many of my soldiers are still here. You give arrangement, right. There's also a large amount of weaponry that Lieutenant General Guo asked me to bring. 3 helicopters for you as well. And honestly, that much is enough to arm a company. Jia Long pulled Yang Shaoguang and went from box to box telling him what was stored inside. This could put a smile on Yang Shaoguang's face. Ha ha, it looks like the negotiator we sent out is very professional. Looking at Yang Shaoguang's smugness, Jia Long lost his smile and shook his head. What kind of negotiator did you send here? He's a living hell. It almost didn't take down the Southern Theater. By the way, there's a bunch of scientific researchers among the people I brought with me, and the Lieutenant General said that, send someone here and naturally someone will make arrangements. I'll leave it to you then. There are quite a few authoritative experts in this group of white coats. Yang Shaoguang looked at the few researchers that came down carefully from the helicopter. Nodded. Don't worry. It's all arranged. Tennyson Hill Research Center. Ruyan Lu was concentrating on manipulating the experimental apparatus, as if she was treating a work of art. There was no sloppiness. Now that she had become Lin Fei's woman, her clothing had begun to be conservative. Lin Fei stood in the doorway without disturbing her work, and after she finished this one experiment, just walked in. Yo, what's Dr. Ryu doing calling me here when he's so busy? Lin Fei's voice woke Lu Ruyan up. She put a smile on her face and walked over to Lin Fei and slapped him. You. Do you know that people scare people to death? But you're here just in time. I've made progress in my experiments. Come and see. Ruyan Lu excitedly pulled Lin Fei over to an instrument and dropped a drop of blood onto a slide. Look at that. What did you find? Lin Fei aimed his eyes at the microscope, and he saw the pile of blood cells with sharp spines. All of them seemed to attack each other. Could this be the blood of a shifter? Yes, this is the blood of a shifter. I just got it from a shifter inside the base. I'm sorry. Willow nodded. She then took some clear solution from a glass bottle and added it to the blood. Look again. What's changed? Lin Fei looked again. It was only as if the drops of clear liquid that had been added had added a lubricant to the mass of blood, making it difficult for them to come into contact with each other. Just making it impossible to create friction between cells? You keep looking. You'll find out later. Lin Fei would look away in disbelief. The transparent solution actually began to cover each cell like a film. It didn't take long to round out the hideous cells quite a bit. Not quite back to being one, but at least they won't turn on each other so easily anymore. That thin, transparent septum didn't prevent the exchange of substances between cells, either. It's as if it only exists to moderate. Lin Fei was also a bit surprised. If that was the case, that means that this kind of thing can be used for the altered. I'm working on the human experiment, and I'm sure the results won't be too bad. I'm sorry. Willow pushed the frames on her nose. Well done. It's up to you if the Heavenly King mountain base can flourish. Lin Fei gives his affirmation, but there seemed to be a cacophony of voices coming from downstairs. What the hell? This is the kind of place where you can do research? The toilets I used to use in the old days were fancier than this place. Old Sue, cut the crap. We're here at the behest of Lieutenant General Gua. I told you that he, Gua Pingjiang, is a fool. Putting aside so many highly sophisticated equipment inside the war zone and not using it, to make us come to this hole is really taking off our pants and farting around more than necessary. It's as good as it gets. And as the Lieutenant General said, there's something here that's close to our hearts. He's just farting around. Can you find gold inside a toilet? Clunk. The chair fell to the floor with a thud. Tap. Ruan Lu's figure walked down the stairs, her high heels under her jeans making noise on the stairs. I said, who has such a big temper? So it's you, old man Sue. What? Looking down on my 3 treasures? Lu Ruyan's voice was clear and cold, and her eyes were full of teasing and coldness among them. It seemed to dislike the researcher whose last name was Sue. When old man Sue saw that it was Lu Ruyan, he immediately blew his beard and glared. You, good you Lu Ruyan. I can't believe I'm hiding in a place like this to steal away. Oh, I hear you're out looking for wild men. Even his own husband was beaten to the point of being bedridden. TSK, it's really worthy of being a Thai fox inside the scientific research world. The other researchers on the sidelines paled. Someone stepped forward and pulled old man Sue's shirt. Old Sue, speak less. This is not a war zone. Old man Sue seemed to have a long-standing grudge in his heart, and simply wasn't going to hold his tongue. I don't care where he is. I bowed in the field of scientific research, and I still won't let anyone talk? Ruan Lu stood at the top of the stairs and watched him, not making much of a move. This made old man Sue stomp his nose even more, and the other researchers didn't stop him anymore. It also seemed to want to see how Ruan Lu would react. Tap. Footsteps sounded again from the stairs, and the crowd looked too. A young figure appeared before their eyes. Many people's faces changed as they recognized the identity of the visitor. The same guy who took the embryo in front of everyone. But old man Sue was not there that day for something, so he didn't recognize Lin Fei. He kindly laughed. Oh, it's really a dog that can't change its ways. It's a shame to work with you when you're playing tricks in the middle of the day where you work. Ruan Lu just stared at him and smiled without saying anything. And beside him, Lin Fei's mouth grinned. Since you're ashamed to work together, you don't have to stay. Old man Sue grunted coldly. You think I want to stay in this hole of a place? Oh, I'm not serving. After saying that, he twisted his head and walked away, a smirk even surfacing at the corner of his mouth. You're a bunch of S who only know how to do what you're told. I'm not going to mold here with you guys. But the next moment, his vision began to change and a headless body was walking forward. It's so familiar. I can't believe he's wearing the same clothes as myself. Ha! This person is also called Su Dongsheng? Gurgling, a head rolls to the ground. It gave the rest of the researchers goosebumps. Chapter 119, The War Tablet. For this kind of, Lin Fei had always been reluctant to say more than a word. What's wrong with chirping here? It's a good thing I didn't put all 9 of your clans to death. As for what other people think of you, it doesn't matter. As long as you're standing here, they will feel fear and be done with it. There are times when words don't stick in the mind as much as a kill. After deterring these researchers, Lin Fei handed them over to Ruan Lu. With the help of this group of people, the Heavenly King Mountain Base's psychics would soon feel the beauty of using their psychic abilities without restraint. Of course, to get your hands on this kind of transgression, there is bound to be a corresponding price to pay. After Lin Fei left the test building, he walked directly to the main square of the Heavenly King Mountain Base. There were guards all around this place, as the end of the square was the command center of the Tenno Mountain Base. Survivors basically don't hang out here on weekdays. Lin Fei's appearance did attract the attention of the guards, but they were silent after realizing it was him. He came to the middle of the square and raised his hand, and the earth began to shake. Everyone around the square felt this sudden earthquake. Rumble. In the middle of the square, the marble brick surface began to crumble, cracks spreading all the way to nearly 10 meters. A large amount of metallic material emerged from the ground. A huge metal base, 10 meters in diameter, was formed on the ground, as if waiting to carry something massive. The people inside the command center came out to check the situation. and after a group of killers saw that it was Lin Fei, he was so excited that he ran up. "Ringo, brother Lin, long time no see, what are you doing?" Wayward West hemmed and hawed. Lin Fei gestured to them to make way, then waved his big hand. A behemoth about 30 meters tall suddenly appeared over the square. Boom! A violent tremor struck the room, jarring Wayward West and the others into a butt-dun. The crowd looked up in horror at what turned out to be a 10-meter diameter that 30-meter-high Mitsubishi spire. The body was dark, and it was not known what material it was made of. When the triple spire stood in the middle of the square, the dark red sun's rays in the sky couldn't even leave a mark on it. Holy! This. What the hell is this? Wayward West and a group of killjoys were shocked. A war tablet? What does that mean? Someone looked at the top, though somewhat distorted, of the, but still recognizable in two large, puzzled words. This was the reward issued by the system after Lin Fei's realm breakthrough. The war tablet. A mysterious object that can plant the steel imprint of a person's mind. By the holders setting the content of the steel seal, after which other people copy their names onto it, a thought constraint is created. Those who turn their backs on the steel seals of their minds will be terrified, if not outright insane, or even die violently in place. It could be said that this was a way of forcibly controlling people's hearts, but Lin Fei felt that it didn't matter. In the midst of the end times, this is the only way to create a group of loyal followers. This stuff is for shifters. All future Ultrans of the Heavenly King mountain base will need to leave their names on top of this battle monument. On the one hand, to demonstrate their strength, and on the other hand, to derive some benefit from it. As for the specifics, we'll have to let the base's aliens try, Lin Fei explained. Of course he couldn't possibly say outright that the battle monument had the effect of controlling people's hearts. What's the point of being a villain? Oh, that's good stuff then. But Ringo, this alien is afraid to use their abilities easily. Will they come here to try to stay famous? Lu Xiangxi issued a question. You don't have to worry about that. In a few days, there will be something developed to help exalts improve the backlash of their exalted abilities, and by then this will definitely be a place that exalts will rush to. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Words of certainty. Lu Xiangxi's eyes widened. Is Brother Lin serious about this? Then if that's the case, our Heavenly King mountain base is about to be rich. The killjoys around us all looked exuberant and they never thought that they and others would create such a magnificent base out of it. It would be a great pride if the name of the Heavenly King mountain base was made famous again in the middle of the end times. The appearance of the battle monument startled almost everyone inside the base. Huang Ruai brought Xin Lingyin and Li Jian into the square. Looking up at the 30-meter-tall super monument, he couldn't help but be a little staggered. Hubby, what is this? Huang Ruai walked up to take Lin Fei's arm and inquired. Lin Fei slapped her on her arse. You'll know if you go up and try it. Huang Ruoi's beautiful eyes flashed and she couldn't help but feel curious as she slowly walked forward and came to the bottom of the battle monument. Everyone around her was looking at her. They knew about Huang Ruoi's status as a shifter, and a powerful alien. All wanted to see what this black three-pronged monument that had suddenly appeared did, only to see Huang Ruoi fit her palm on top of the stone tablet, and in an instant, the entire monolith seemed as if it was lit up. The monument showed a vast model of the universe, with stars shining brightly and glittering. There were many points of light swimming in the monument, coming in the direction of Huang Ruoi's palm. After those points of light converged, they just hovered in front of Huang Ruoi. It seems to be waiting for something. Attack the monument with your strongest strength. Lin Fei's voice suddenly rang out. Huang Ruoi didn't hesitate in the slightest. This was her absolute trust in Lin Fei, so her veiled hand contracted backward. A circle of turquoise water appeared at the foot of a mysterious presence that looked like a spirit in the water climbed up her body and then converged towards her entire arm. Boom! A palm wrapped in terrifying water energy slammed onto the battle monument. The berserk chi energy made everyone around them feel the stinging sensation of scraping their faces. The turquoise energy surrounded the monument in a circle in a matter of moments. Ding! 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 The points of light converging among the monument body sounded pleasantly like wind chimes. Before Huang Ruoi could react, one of them was violently injected into her arm and entered her mind along the meridians. Her whole body froze in a split second. It was as if there was a vast and boundless sea in his eyes, setting off endless waves. There was a heavy vapor in the air around us. It made the crowd feel as if they were in the middle of a rainy day. But when they looked up, the dark red sun was still high in the sky. A few moments later, the surrounding water vapor began to quake up and it was as if it was going to make the fluids in everyone's bodies quake together. It was this moment in time that someone was already feeling ill. A large hand landed on Huang Ruoi's shoulder, waking her up from that dazed state. In an instant, the surrounding water vapor dispersed, as if the scene just now did not exist. Chapter 120, The Mysterious Reward in the War Tablet. Everyone saw the row of words that had suddenly appeared on the Mitsubishi battle monument. Huang Rui, SS ability, Water of the Living Spirit. Ability level, 3rd order. At once, the people around them gasped out in shock. I'll be damned. It's even a 3rd order alien. My goodness. No wonder when Sister Huang used to take the team out in the past. There's basically no damage. So she's so fierce. Unbelievable. Such a beautiful goddess-ranked figure has such terrifying strength as well. Huang Rui didn't care about the others' surprise at her strength. She looked at Lin Fei with some confusion. Honey, I seem to have a little something extra in my head. Like an article, called something like Tai Chung True Spirit True Water Technique. I feel as if it complements my powers in a way. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This battle steel actually had a technique inside. He patted Huang Rui's cheek and said, "Don't worry, this is a gongfu that. You can understand it as the kind of fairy tactics inside the TV, but the specifics still depends on whether you can integrate it yourself. Of course, judging by your unconscious behavior just now, the effect of this water trick is still very strong." Huang Rui nodded her head plausibly. "That's great. I'll give it a try." After hearing Lin Fei's explanation, Shen Lingyin on the side was a bit impatient. She darted to the bottom of the battle monument, but hesitated. "Brother Lin Fei, what about the healing ability? Do you want me to heal the stone?" Lin Fei cried and laughed. "You don't need to heal the stone. Just channel your maximum psychic energy into it." Only then did Shen Lingyin let out an "oh." Then followed Huang Rui's example and pressed her palm onto the war tablet. In a blink of an eye, the battle monument once again manifested the color of the profound starry sky. It was different from Huang Rui's several rays of light converging. Shen Lingyin's, on the other hand, was 1,000 strands of faint light converging into a dazzling ball of light. It hovered in the palm of her hand. She then directly activated her own foreign energy and turned on the maximum power of divine healing. A brilliant green light enveloped her entire being, haloing her in emerald green along with the battle monument. After that hovering mass of light came into contact with Shen Lingyin's supernatural energy, as if it were a lone sail that had found a lighthouse, it rode the green aura into her body. Shen Lingyin didn't fall into a daze like Huang Rui did. Instead, he automatically took his hand off the war tablet. She then flipped her palm and an emerald green staff appeared in her hand. The whole body was made of jasper, but the sturdiness was not at all inferior to any powerful alloy. As the staff appeared, an arcane formation opened up beneath her feet, expanding in all directions. The turn encompassed the entire square, green and vibrant. Lu Xiangxi and the others instantly eliminated the discomfort that had just been shaken out by the water qi, and even the dark circles under their eyes from staying up all night had dissipated. "Holy, I feel like Huhan-san is back. I can fight 10 now. That's awesome." Group Pastor, "Look, you guys, on the war tablet." Only another character appeared above the battle monument. Shen Lingyin, SS ability, Divine Healing. Ability level, 3rd order. After the characters appeared, they went all the way up the battle monument, and after reaching the top of Huang Rui's name, only then did it slow to a stop. Surprisingly taller than sister-in-law. "Yeah." Shen Lingyin spat out her tongue and gestured a scissor hand. Huang Rui saw the situation but had a loving face. "Rather letting you little ninny are over. Looks like I'll have to work harder to improve myself." To be honest, among the several women, the ones who had risen the fastest in their ability levels were Shen Lingyin and Ruan Qiu. Don't look at the two of them as having abilities that aren't directly useful in combat, and tend to mess with logistics. It was only then that he could sink wholeheartedly into the manipulation of his powers, and naturally the enhancements were more refined. Not to mention the fact that since the development of the Tennyson Hill base, there have been a few injuries, illnesses and diseases. It was basically Shen Lingyin taking over, and all the various supplies of the Heavenly King Mountain were constantly starting to be duplicated by Ruan Qiu as soon as he had a spare moment. That was why they were able to ascend faster than Huang Rui and the others. "Brother Lin Fei, how come mine isn't a gong method?" Shen Lingyin asked with a pout. Lin Fei touched her head. "Fool, feats that are all about going up step by step. Doesn't this staff of yours come more directly? You can make an increase just by activating your powers. And you still don't like it?" Shen Lingyin's eyes dripped, then revealed a smile. He. It seems like it's a lot easier. Can I go and try?" Li Jian, who was on the side, had long been unusually moved. Lin Fei smiled. Of course. After receiving an affirmative answer, Li Jian couldn't wait to walk up, following Huang Rui's and Shen Lingyin's example of fitting their hands on the battle monument, but didn't react as strongly as they did. Only a dimmer light fell among the stars of the battle monument. However, this light did not emanate in all directions, but instead coalesced into a long strip. Li Jian merged his fingers into a sword and fiercely pointed it forward, exuding a sharp aura. Ding! The fingertips came into contact with the battle monument. surprisingly making a crunching sound of gold and iron. The light in the middle of the war monument made the same move as her. The two collided on the boundary wall of the battle monument. The light flowed to her fingertips in a flash, haloing her index finger with a translucent jade-like color. Then a shockingly sharp aura erupted and, chopping out the ground she was on with interlocking traces, a small inscription appeared on the battle steel. Li Jian, ability, Sword Heart. Ability level, 2nd stage. Then her messages climbed all the way up the. However, it stopped a long distance away from Huang Rui, and it was clear that there was an absolute strength gap, though her strength was only of the 2nd order. However, it was considered to be the best among ordinary aliens, and the millimeter of light on her finger was sharp as a tack. Even Lin Fei felt a slight tingle, enough to see how incredible what she got was. When all 3 women had finished their tests, the people around them were too shocked to speak. A 3rd order is outrageous enough. The key was that the wonderful little Dr. Fairy Shinlinging inside the base was actually a 3rd order powerhouse as well. No wonder she was allowed to cure the disease. It was like the reincarnation of Hua Tuo and the rebirth of the magpie. Except the Killmongers know the roots of a few people. The newcomers to the Heavenly King's mountain base present all knew very little about the relationship between the several people. With their beginnings, the shifters who were attracted to the area were pumping their fists. There was a gaze in the crowd that was slightly strange. It was a man around 30 years old. He had a slight kind smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes fluttered as he swept over Lin Fei's several people. It didn't draw attention. Oh, I can't believe I've met all this good stuff. Looks like this trip to infiltrate wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 121, The Miserable Advance Agent Huang Zhenzhen. A day earlier in the night, the shadow of a transport plane crossed the sky, casting a silhouette. Soon, a refugee reception point at the edge of the forgotten river appeared with tattered clothes and men with stubble. The man's status as a shifter was more valued by the people at the Tennyson Hill base. Any shifter these days is a valuable resource. Those who were able to stay all basically wouldn't be let go easily. This was the policy set by Sunan. And so this person logically became the reserve talent of the alien inside the Heavenly King mountain base. More resources than the average person enjoys. Old Sean, hurry up and try. You might get something good. It's flying high. Next to him, a fellow Heavenly King mountain alien said with a smile. Huang Zhenzhen seized a smile on his face. Ahem. I'm afraid that I'll die in place if I use my powers too much. Scared less. Haven't you heard? Our base is researching something to help us fight against the defects of our powers. And it should be successful just recently. And at that time, it will be the time for us to really make an impact. The shifter next to him had an expectant look on his face. He wanted to leave his name on the top of the battle monument. 2. Go and try to get something unbeatable out of it. Huang Zhenzhen also knew that a group of highly refined talents had recently come inside the experimental building of the Tianwang mountain base. He knew where the group came from. After all, as the advance investigator sent from Shangjing, I know a little bit about some of the matters in the Southern Theater of Operations. Under his exploration, he didn't find anything particularly impressive about the base of the Heavenly King's mountain. Why was it possible to convert the Southern Theater of War? Does it have something to do with this Mitsubishi steeple? He looked out among the crowd of onlookers, and several of the shifters had gone up to try out the. Although it wasn't as big as the commotion that erupted from Huang Ruoi's trio, it was still a considerable gain. One of the flesh-enhanced aliens actually got a pair of deep blue armor. Defense and attack power are on another level. Enviable. It made Huang Zhenzhen's heart itch, so he too couldn't help but make his way towards the battle monument after the last one had finished. Hey. While the fate of this what's-his-name Tennyson's base escapes being purged. But there are still some benefits and stuff to be garnered. Otherwise my status as an advance investigator wouldn't be for nothing. Huang Zhenzhen walked underneath the battle monument and stretched out his hand to fit on it. Soon enough, it elicited a response from the war monument, and the stars re-emerged. But there were no mysterious points of light descending like the others. Instead, a hazy mist appeared slowly drilling its way into his body, and in an instant, he then felt that his body was 10 years younger. His eyes showed incredulity. His special ability was to burn his lifespan in exchange for a powerful instantaneous combat power, and now the life force that the war tablet had replenished for him completely made up for his own previous loss. How could this not appall him? The benefits at the Tennyson Hill base are so good. Should I defect? He didn't realize that after leaving his name on top of the war tablet, he is then already steel-stamped with ideas. In the midst of being subjected to constant thought suggestion, after he saw the envious glances of those around him, suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to be here to do underground party work. So how could his thoughts run away with him? Sin. But the moment he left the battle monument, a sharp pain in his head made his forehead bruise. The whole person instantly curled up on the ground, shaking his head continuously. Ouch! What's going on? It can't be poisoning, can it? Look at him foaming at the mouth. It's not that bad, is it? Weren't those shifters fine before? There are people who don't get anything good, but they're not victimized. Lao Shan, don't scare everyone. Everyone was pointing. A trace of intrigue flashed across Lin Fei's face outside the crowd. He said to Shen Lingyin, have him brought to your treatment room. Shen Lingyin foolishly said, no need. I can treat him now. Lin Fei tapped her on the forehead. Do whatever you're told to do. Can you heal and I won't let you brush up on your experience? Huang Ruai pressed Shen Lingyin's shoulders and said gently, you're still young. There are still a lot of things to learn yet. Lin Fei told us what to do. So let's just do it. Shen Lingyin beamed, then walked towards Lu Xiangxi and asked him to call 2 people to carry Shan Qiu away. Lin Fei's few people followed and disappeared into the square. Lu Xiangxi watched their backs thoughtfully. He then got 4 reliable brethren to set up a post here. Remember, if there's a shifter like the one we just saw, notify me or Lin immediately. Understand? Lu Xiangxi seriously explained to them. He then raised his head to look at the various names on top of the battle monument with some envy. But there was nothing to be done. On the other side of the treatment room, Shan Qiu was placed on a hospital bed. Lin Fei let the 2 killjoys and Huang Ruai both leave first, leaving Li Jian alone. Then with a wave of his hand, the hospital bed made of metal frames instantly transformed into a torture rack to support Shan Qiu up. The rack that had been imbued with the effects of his powers was simply not something he could break free of. So he could only writhe in agony. Lin Fei found a stool and just sat down in front of him. On the side, Li Jian didn't know what Lin Fei had left her behind for. Learn well and look well. After a simple prompt, a greenish-golden light blossomed in Lin Fei's hands. It flew towards Shan Qiu. He was still in so much pain he couldn't breathe, and instantly eased up. Just the pale face and beads of sweat signaled how much pain he had just experienced. What's wrong with me? Shan Qiu opened his dry mouth to let out a question. Lin Fei smiled and cut straight to the chase. Tell me, who sent you? Shan Qiu's pupils contracted reflexively, but then the shock was masked. What are you talking about? Who sent them? On the side, Li Jian's eyes dribbled. Is she going to see a real-life version of Spy? With a hook of Lin Fei's finger, the long sword held in Li Jian's hand flew into his hand. Walking up to Shan Qiu's body, he gave him a slash and 2 holes without saying a word. You! What the hell are you doing? You attacked me, a fellow alien, in the base. Aren't you afraid that the higher-ups of the base will deal with you? Shan Qiu couldn't stop Lin Fei's movements. One could only watch as he casually slashed at his body with his long sword. What I'm going to do depends on your attitude. And if I didn't want to show this big star a good time today, old me doesn't even bother to talk nonsense with you. Lin Fei slapped his cheek with his sword, a cruel smile on his lips. Shan Qiu's eyes glanced at Li Jian who was covering her mouth next to her, and he kindly laughed twice. Hee. Want to act like a pussy in front of a woman? But you do have the wrong guy. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lin Fei laughed. Whether you know or not isn't up to you. It's only up to my means. Then there was a horrible squeal from the consulting room, more dismal than the killing of a New Year's pig. Click. The door to the consulting room opened, and a figure seized the door. And, running to the side of a flower bed he kept dry heaving. Shen Lingyin and Huang Ruai waited outside without leaving and both came up to care for Li Jian. Is everything alright? Zane-san. Shen Lingyin handed over a bottle of mineral water and patted her back to help soothe her. Li Jian's face was pale and her heart was trembling uncontrollably. Lin Fei was simply like a devil just now. Those methods of his were just too bloody and violent. Chapter 122 Shenjing Convoy in Small Gathering Place. Lin Fei walked out of the treatment room in a good mood, even with a freshly opened bottle of Reebies in his hand. Well, I'll leave the kittens in your care for a bit while I get a little busy. After saying that, Lin Fei disappeared in front of several people. Shen Lingyin frowned at Huang Ruai, then walked in towards her consultation room. A few moments later, she similarly covered her mouth and ran out. Wow, that's disgusting. That guy even scattered the yolks of his eggs. 300 kilometers away from the base of forgotten Heavenly King Mountain, there was a small gathering place hidden inside a mountain. It was originally a tourist attraction, featuring the natural spectacle of mountain hollows and caves, but now it's being used as a refuge by the survivors. The surrounding mountains have been transformed by Earth aliens to create easily defensible barriers to attack. Inside, many refugees are piled up. The guard post set up at the top of the hill suddenly sounded the alarm. Many people with weapons then quietly hid everywhere, all with their eyes on the caravan that was slowly approaching from the dirt road. There was a pair of eyes inside the refugees that were extraordinarily indignant, and the moment he saw the license plate of the motorcade, the eyes began to rejoice. That turned out to be all cars with special Shenjing license plates. The survivors here have all noticed this one strange phenomenon. Did this caravan come from Shenjing? How far that must be? and even less so in these poor, mountainous times. What man? Two men came out of the woods to stop the caravan in front of them. The passenger window of the first car opened, and a head poked out of it. It's the man in the sunglasses. How do I get to the base of Tennessee Mountain? What Tennessee Mountain base? Never heard of it. The roadblocker grunted with a haughty face. Bang! The shot rang out at once, and a hideous bloody hole appeared in the man's forehead. Bang Tom! The body fell straight to the ground. Dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the are you doing? Bang! Another shot, killing the companion next to him along with it. After the scene was seen by the people inside the rear gathering place, they were instantly horrified. Rat! A man with gnarled, muscular legs gaped at the, rushing out of the middle of the gathering. The air was pulled out of him in a gust of wind, and he was going to stomp on these mother asterisk 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 airs. In a few flashes, he rushed to the front of the vehicle, and with hatred on his face, he raised his leg and, no hesitation in kicking out. He's a speed-type adept who just reached the second stage. Although he might have been revolted by this overuse of his powers, how could he cower in the back when his own brother had been killed in front of him? Boom! Wrapped up in a kick with extreme speed, it hit the front of the car straight on, but the expected scrapping of the vehicle didn't happen. Instead, this speed alien's leg was broken directly from the powerful impact. The bone ballast was showing. Ah! My leg! An agonizing scream rang out, and he rolled around on the ground directly holding his legs, and where that front end was, a pale golden ripple was slowly hiding. This scene stunned the people in the gathering place. A second-rank alien was solved just like that? They don't even seem to be doing it, do they? My god, what a bunch of people. The sunglasses man in the car stepped down with a sneer. Piece of. He said that he was about to pull out his gun and kill this speed alien. Stop! A fierce shout came from inside the gathering place, and a group of people walked out and, cold eyes looked straight at this caravan. Why are you taking shots at our people? A burly man chided. The corner of the sunglasses man's mouth hooked. You need a reason to take a shot at a bunch of lowlifes? Isn't that something you can kill if you want to? This statement was tantamount to setting fire to the people in the gathering place. Immediately, someone said that even if their powers backfired, they would still make them look good. But when he saw the disdainful smile of the man in sunglasses, he hesitated a little. After all, the sunglasses man's attitude of killing without hesitation had put a lot of pressure on them. Plus the fact that this is the only person who's shown up so far in these 5 cars. If they had really come from Shangjing, then the strength of this caravan should definitely not be underestimated. This friend, have you gone too far? In the post-apocalyptic world, one more friend is one more way. There may be a use for it in the future. So it's not worth it to be offended for nothing, right? A plainly dressed middle-aged man came out from the crowd, and he had a strong fury between his eyebrows. The sunglasses man grinned. Befriending a bunch of pigs and dogs? Sorry, I don't have that fetish. If you could tell me how to get to the base of Tennyson Hill, maybe I'll reward you with a little pig food if I'm in the mood. The middle-aged man with a frown on his face turned ugly, and it was clear that this group of people were looking for trouble with the Heavenly King Mountain, but they themselves were not familiar with the Heavenly King Mountain. But who in the entire Forgotten River City didn't know the domineering nature of the Heavenly King Mountain base? Going deep into the middle of a city to save survivors is not something that just anyone can do. He didn't understand why this group of people were hostile to the Heavenly King Mountain base. I know, let me through. A middle-aged man with a big belly suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and, the original slick and smooth big back hair has been messy and disorganized, and a suit is also broken in the east and missing a piece in the west. He jogged all the way to the sunglasses man and lowered his posture. Fawning, sir, I know how to get to the base of Tennessee Mountain. The sunglasses man looked at him, then laughed out loud. Good, you're kind of an enlightened pig. So I don't mind taking you along to feel what life is really like. With that said, he pulled his sunglasses down, revealing a pair of shadowy eyes looking at those in the gathering place. Then he laughed and got into the car. The middle-aged man also rolled over on his ass and got into the back bucket of the car, like a pig being pulled away. The convoy soon pulled away in one direction, and after they had gone the people of this gathering place only loosened up. Mud, that guy is a real piece of work. We lost our brother like that. Who knows who that pig was just now? I'm going to dig up his ancestral grave. How dare he betray us? His name is Pei Qianhua, the chairman of the San Pei group. How do you know? I believed him when I ran away with him from Tennyson Hill concentration camp in the first place. He said he had a way in the southern war zone, but he ended up stepping into the southern war zone, and the others didn't give a damn about him, and just blew us off. No wonder the old man just said he looked like he just couldn't get enough of him on a regular basis. Ooh. I can't believe I'm still thinking about being a man like I was before the end of the world. What do you think, M.O.? The middle-aged man at the head of the group frowned and, The fury tightened. I just hope he doesn't to the point of bringing the scourge to us. The Heavenly King's mountain is not as simple as one might think. Chapter 123, Corpse Tide Attack. There seems to be a slight anomaly with the zombies in the middle of Oblivion City. A search and rescue team from the Tennessee Hills base went through several neighborhoods. Surprisingly, there was no sign of any of the walkers, as if they had disappeared into thin air. The news came back and made people notice the unusualness of it. Yang Xiaoguang increased the guards at the outpost past to 1,000 men, just in case, as night fell, and the stars were all covered by rare clouds. A cloudy feeling lingered over the city of Oblivion. Huang Zhenzhen ascended the city wall and looked toward the open road ahead side by side with Mo Scale. The mists of the night obscured the view from the eye. It always feels a little off tonight. It's too quiet. Ink Scale's pretty brow furrowed in. The voice was deep. Huang Zhenzhen nodded her head in sympathy. It's a pity Lin Fei doesn't allow going out at night. Otherwise I'd like to go see what's going on. LOL. In the haze of the night fog, the sound of iron rubbing on the ground suddenly rang out. Very abrupt, breaking the silence of the night. Tom Tom. The searchlight on the fence abruptly shone directly through, piercing through some of the fog. Only at the end of the line of sight, a dark shadow gradually revealed itself. That turned out to be a sideways moving bus. No, I should say it was pushed by something. We have a situation. Attention all units. An alert sounded from the walls of the city. It instantly put everyone on alert. Blow up that car for me. The leader of a squad on the front commanded. Then only 3 loud bangs were heard, and the first glimmering of fire. That bus was instantly blown to pieces. The rear was revealed. Zombies. Third order power zombie. The man in front shouted. Look, you guys, the fog is rolling over. Someone shouted, pointing at the mist behind the walkers. All on the outpost passes saw the night mist as if blown by the wind. It's approaching this way. Phew. Several tracer rounds fell in a parabola into the fog, and the crimson glow instantly vaporized the fog. Mirroring the surroundings. In an instant, everyone's face changed drastically. Walkers. So many zombies. The corpse tide is coming. Corpse tide. Attention all units. Hold your posts. Those walkers are all second order, and there's a lot of third order ones in there. Can we win? So what if they have the third order? Don't we have any more? Don't chicken out before the fight. Here, get your asses in gear. For a moment everyone tensed up and, after all, there was something odd about the sudden wave of corpses this night. Qin Dong walked up to the high platform and looked out at the wave of corpses that were hundreds of meters away. The news of the coming tide of corpses has been sent back to the base, and we're going to have to do. It's keeping this first watch. I thought you guys said you couldn't get 2 bullets out of a normally issued gun for you? I'll let you have your fill today. As the zombies approached 300 meters, raging firepower instantly erupted from the high walls. Bullets rained down like rain, pouring out their disease. Under the suppression of the berserk firepower, the second-order ordinary zombies couldn't carry on and were killed in large numbers. This made the guardian of the pass look shocked, and a smile appeared on his face. Even started competing to see who killed more. However, just before the excitement lasted long, a few huge zombies came out from the midst of that tide of corpses. Back bulge. When they turned their backs toward the pass, the bulging backs opened right up and, revealing the fleshy holes inside that were like cannon tubes. Tom, like cannonballs being fired. Countless blackened meatballs flew up from the tide of corpses, came crashing down towards the pass. Incubators. Shoot those things for me. A portion of the group turned their guns and fired at the mass of flesh flying in midair. A large number of the meatballs were blasted and shattered halfway across the pass, but a number of them also landed on the pass. Purge at once, the captain shouted. Those who were close immediately drew their blades and chopped up the mass of flesh before it had a chance to hatch. A small number of the meatballs managed to hatch, and out of them crawled a number of necrotic creatures like worms and scorpions. Speeding up, he climbed all around the walls and attacked the guards. Zip! But just as these leaks were about to get their hands on them, a grid of electricity spread out and burned it straight to a crisp. Electricity flashed in Huang Zhenzhen's hands, just like a goddess in charge of thunder. It made everyone's heart shake. All take it easy. We're here. It'll be fine. Rumble. There was a sudden rumbling sound amongst the tide of corpses, and something massive seemed to be surging inside the soil. Rushing toward this side of the pass. Transported man. Pull in the rockets. The commanding officer's eyes glazed over and he shouted at once. Swiftly, the rocket trailed a flaming tail and blasted straight into the recluse's forward path. A fierce fire erupted, tearing apart the ordinary zombies around them. But they still haven't killed all the special zombies that have disappeared into the soil. A few more managed to make it to the edge of the moat, propelling large amounts of soil towards the middle of the moat to fill it. Mud. These guys seem to have learned their lesson. Surprisingly, They know how to utilize their abilities to play in tandem. Is it because of the corpse king that appeared? Speculations continued in the minds of Qindong and the people next to him as they glanced at each other, not daring to think further. If it was true that a corpse king had arrived, then something big was probably going to happen tonight. But fortunately, there are ink scales inside the outpost pass. These recluse's tricks won't work at all. Anyone who plays in the mud is a brother before her. I only saw wisps of fluctuations escaping from underneath ink scale's feet, directly strangling those recluse in the middle of the soil. All kinds of cannon fire flared from the walls, hardening the tide of corpses and dragging it outside the moat. But there was a time when the ammunition would run out, and by then, it would all depend on the aliens in the pass. Ordinary people were almost powerless in front of the wave of corpses. Qindong pulled in one person and asked, "Has the base replied? When will reinforcements be sent over?" The man shook his head. "Sir, haven't gotten a reply yet." Qindong's face was a bit grave. "Marred, what's the situation? Did you fall asleep?" Looking at the zombies that were not far away like waves coming in, Qindong had some sweaty palms. The number of exalts above the outpost pass was only 17. Excluding Huang Zhenzhen and Ink Scale, there's only 15 left, and they couldn't go all out, or they would sooner or later die violently in the midst of a wave of corpses. In that case, only Huang Zhenzhen and Ink Scale were left as the last living combatants in the outpost pass. The pressure of two women having to face a mountainous tide of corpses can be imagined. Boom, boom, boom. As the tide of corpses stepped within 300 meters of the outpost pass, many fires sprang up on the ground. It was one mine after another exploding. Countless mutilated limbs and broken arms were flying. Black blood was spattered, and the stench was overwhelming. Against the bombardment of artillery fire, the tide of corpses was still advancing forward. When it reached the edge of the moat, a huge figure over 20 meters tall appeared from the mist. Chapter 124, Sudden Malice. Among the base of the Heavenly King's mountain, the winds were calm, as if they had no knowledge of the wave of corpses that had struck the former Shaoguan Pass. What's going on? Is the signal so bad today? Yeah, Dojin can't even swipe. Old Sue, aren't you a signal engineering graduate? Will you get it? I'm off duty. No, what's wrong with you getting it for the big guy? Don't you still have to watch it yourself? I'm off duty. Everywhere on the base seemed to have bad reception, even in the command center. Inside the office, Yang Shaoguang looked at these flashing black and white checkered screens with some headaches. Damn, I can't believe I'm getting a bad signal. If something happens at Outpost Pass, we're like flies without heads. The adjutant frowned similarly. Should we send someone to set up a contact post in the center? Well, go on. Remember to look for the smart ones. Yang Shaoguang nodded and admonished. The adjutant rushed off to make arrangements on it, but not for long. A flare suddenly rose 1 kilometer away from the Tenno mountain base, extremely visible in the darkness of the night. Commander, it's not good. The men sent out fired a crisis warning bomb. The adjutant hurried back, a look of astonishment written on his face. Yang Shaoguang immediately ran outside and took a look. Sure enough, there was a crimson flare rising above the sky. There's an enemy. Notify everyone in the base to sound the alarm. Immediately, ear-piercing whistling sounds resounded within the Heavenly King mountain base, startling the people who had already fallen asleep. The lights came on in a flash, dispersing the darkness. Huang Ruoi's several women also walked out of the courtyard, and they happened to run into the rushing Lu Xiangxi. Path. What happened? Lu Xiangxi panicked. There's been an incursion by an unidentified enemy. Our men out there sent out a warning signal. Commander Yang sent me to ask you to join me in checking out the situation on the outer city wall. Huang Ruoi frowned and nodded. No problem. We'll go over right now. The few women then glanced at each other, got in their cars, and quickly headed towards the outer city walls. In the woods outside the base, 5 cars with Shangjing license plates were parked in seclusion. A silhouette spread out around the area. Mud. I can't believe I met a shifter with good life preservation skills. It's... A man in a black and red dragon print power suit pulled his long knife from the corpse on the ground and spat and cursed. In the sky above their heads, there was a crimson flare hovering. I've told you to be careful and decisive in everything you do, and to kill with a single blow. You said you wouldn't have gotten into this mess if you had just cut off your head straight away. The man next to him, who was also wearing a dragon patterned power suit, sneered. So what? If you've been exposed, you'll have to go head to head. Aren't we here to deal with this what's-his-name Tenno mountain base? While the two were talking, a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson flying fish suit walked down from the car at the back. There was a red mole between his eyebrows that seemed to emanate a carnelian luster in the darkness of the night. The appearance was ordinary, but it gave off a stern feeling. A long head of hair was tied in a line behind her, and she wore a dark green ancient jade at her waist. Deputy Division Master, we've been exposed. Do you think we should make another plan? I'm sorry, he asked as a man followed behind him. bending down respectfully. Wang Changdao, as the deputy master of the Dragon Beheading Division, should have been sitting at the headquarters of the Dragon Beheading Division in Shangjing. Now he has personally volunteered to be the leader of this expedition. Wang Changdao's gaze was shadowy as he looked toward the emerging city that was illuminated with light. If it's exposed, it's exposed. I'm just here to uncover the thief who killed the heir of my Wang family. The rest you can watch. Yes, Deputy Master. The vehicle then started up and drove towards the city walls. Tom. The searchlights picked up the trail of the convoy in a flash, illuminating their place as if it were daylight. Stop the Comer. Repeat, the visitor stops. Otherwise we will take coercive measures. Many blackened gun ports sprang up from the walls and were aimed at the 5 vehicles. The convoy drove all the way to the edge of the moat before stopping. Hey, where's your steward? The man in sunglasses shouted as he got out of the car and looked up at the figure above him. Who are you people? Us? We're the Shangjing expedition. Now to see if this base of yours is registered. Hurry up and open the door. The sunglasses man had a smile on his face, and his words had a slight flippancy. Get out of the car, all of you, and let me see your hands. The sunglasses man laughed, then shook his head and said, oops, there's really no way to communicate. Surprisingly, I'm really not afraid of the king's law. That's no way to talk about it. He then took a straight painting out of his car and spread it out. Call this man out and, how about we consider not arbitrating you? On the city wall, Yang Xiaoguang, Huang Ruoi and several women saw the portrait he was holding. They couldn't help but frown. How did he get Lin Fei's portrait? I don't know. Are they here to climb the ladder? Are you stupid? Would climbing up the ladder be so hardcore? Shen Lingyin spat out her tongue. The upper Beijing license plate. Expedition team. This made a few women think of the man who died outside the shooting range at that moment at the beginning of the end of the world. And according to Yang Xiaoguang, that man seemed to be linked to a power over in Shangjing. The sunglasses man put the portrait away and, taking off his glasses, he laughed. I can see the answer in your expressions. Yo! Yang Xiaoguang took over the loudspeaker. I don't know who you're talking about, but you moved our people. Shouldn't this be given to us? The man in sunglasses laughed loudly. Account? I've never heard of anyone daring to ask us for an explanation. It's okay, since you're not being honest, we have ways to keep you honest. Yang Xiaoguang's body tightened. He probably guessed the identity of the visitor and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He turned his head sideways to Huang Ruoi and inquired in a low voice. Has Lin Fei not returned yet? These guys probably won't be too easy to deal with. Huang Ruoi's brows were tightly locked as she shook her head. No, I don't know where he went. What's with this group? Chopper Division. There are probably ridiculously strong characters if you drive all the way from the Shangjing side. Yang Xiaoguang's heart is heavy. Lin Fei wasn't there. And facing all this immense pressure from the outside really made them feel a little tricky. Shin Shuriying was also frowning, as she was the eldest daughter of the Shin family in Shangjing. Naturally, he knew what kind of existence the Chopper Division was. Moreover, the Wang family that the Shin family wanted to climb up to was a super family that relied on the Dragon Beheading Division. If it's really someone from the Dragon Slaying Division, that's bad. Her voice was low and her face was ugly. Ruan Qiu said in a deep voice, if this group of people are here to trouble Lin Fei, so why would you do it to someone sent from the base? And it just so happened to be late this evening when all the signals started going bad for no apparent reason. Shin Shireen was ice clever and instantly thought of a certain possibility. Her eyes widened with some incredulity, and she said, it's not just Lin Fei they're going to deal with, but also our entire Heavenly King mountain base? Nguyen Nguyen's face was as cold as ice, and her gaze peered out in the direction of the city. And it may have already done it. Chapter 125, Friction continues. No, we need to know what's going on at the outpost. Perhaps it was because of the mother-daughter bond, but Huang Ruoi was a bit restless in her heart. Yang Xiaoguang also frowned. Stump. Sharp footsteps sounded behind them. Then fight. We're not made of clay. Su Nan walked in a red dress with cold frost on her face. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes stared. But, Su Nan looked at him coldly, but? We've let people bully us to our doorstep. Why are you so indecisive if you haven't shown your sword yet? Yang Xiaoguang was momentarily speechless. I'm indecisive? I'm just thinking a little bit more than all of you. He tries to find support for himself from other people. But alas, they all look cynical. Well, one is a scholar in a military general's den, and one dare not squeak at night. As soon as Su Nan arrived, without the slightest hesitation, he directly took a bazooka from the side of the, aimed at the vehicle on the edge of the moat and shot it. The rocket trailed its flame tail straight out in a streak of light. Boom! Huge flames bloomed in the light. However, a look of dismay appeared on the faces of Su Nan and the others. When the flames went out, the car was still intact. Even the man in sunglasses standing next to him was unharmed. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of them. blocking the explosions caused by the rockets. What kind of psychic ability is this? How can it even block rockets? This was the question in the hearts of all the people at the Heavenly King's mountain base. Shin Shirin's heartbeat gradually accelerated. That's not an extraordinary ability. That's the secret method of the Dragon Beheading Division. Or maybe it's a formation they set up. There are formation envoys inside this caravan. Su Nan was puzzled. What is a formation executioner? The internal division of the Dragon Beheading Division is extremely strict, and those who can be labeled as messengers. None of them is a person with a high level of Taoism. The envoy of execution formation refers to the dragon-slaying messenger who is quite accomplished above the formation method. Just now, it should be their barrier formation, which is claimed to be able to block everything. Shin Shirin told the crowd what she knew about the secret stories of the Dragon Beheading Division. Then their faces became even more ugly and formations they had more or less understood inside the literary products. If the people from the Dragon Chopper Division really know those things, how does that make for a good fight? If you can even carry rockets now, is it possible that nuclear bombs will not be a problem in the future? It's okay, they have turtle shells, so we'll attack with fire. Burn them to death inside. I'm sorry, Su Nan said in a cold voice. No, formation envoys can do more than just construct defensive formations. They have bizarre and inexplicable means of. Perhaps the sudden chaotic signaling today was their doing. Shin Shirin shook her head. No matter what, we can't show weakness to the enemy. Huang Ruoyi slapped her hand on the city wall and a pale blue glow in his eyes. Right, let's fight first. Ruan Qiu coldly shouted. Outside the city walls, disappointment flashed across the sunglasses man's face. It's a pity that you guys picked the worst way to do it, so there's no choice. Then people, both men and women, dressed in dragon-striped power suits came out from among the several cars behind him. As they appeared, it was as if a faint shadow of a dragon had coalesced in the air above the caravan. The Caracal eyes looked straight at the crowd of the Heavenly King Mountain. Swish! Rain suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping everyone in it. Oh, to have realized the meaning. It's a talent. Let's see how I break your three-legged kung fu. A woman laughed softly as a yellow talisman appeared in her hand, followed by pointing towards the sky. Wind, rise. As the cool voice rang out, an unexplained gust of wind blew through it blew away all the clouds that had accumulated raindrops above the sky, but the smile on her face was fleeting. Puzzled, he reached out and felt the raindrops that were still falling downward. How can this be? Before the words fell, the raindrops unexpectedly transformed into silky water mist, enveloping the entire caravan. It then began to vibrate at an odd frequency, instantly making the woman feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the moisture stored in his body was vibrating along with him. The chi and blood flopped uncontrollably. Pust! A large mouthful of blood gushed out, and his face took a sharp turn for the worse. The rain enveloped not just this woman, but the entire caravan. Those standing outside the car, men and women alike, had that feeling of being in control of it was a wail from the moisture in every cell. It was as if it would burst and die at any moment. Under the hand of Huang Ruoyi, a little shock for this group of high-minded Chopper Division adults. Humph! A cold grunt from a third car in the rear of it instantly shook away this rain and fog that had enveloped the caravan. I didn't realize that there were people who had entered the Tao in this small place. It's really strange. Then the car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a crimson, dragon-striped flying fish suit stepped down, rather like the ancient adults. His gaze was like a falcon's, and he saw Huang Ruoyi behind that searchlight with a single glance. If the little girl has this kind of understanding, she should be put under a famous teacher, and feel her way alone for nothing. Wouldn't it be a waste of talent? I happen to be lacking a shut-in disciple. If you are willing to worship me as a master, I can forget about it. The surrounding emissaries of the Dragon Beheading Division were moved, not expecting the Deputy Division Master to move to accept a disciple. If that woman really agreed, wouldn't her status be directly higher than theirs? That's a step up. Huang Ruoyi laughed kindly after hearing this. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of being someone's disciple. Even if I would, my husband would certainly not want to, and would probably beat you half to death. How dare you, you stupid woman? How dare you talk to the Vice Master like that? Get down here and slap me right now. Otherwise today, you rabble shall all be punished. A young man with stern eyebrows pointed at the top of the city wall and chided. You're a ing asshole. You killed my man and you're still here? It's best if you guys just hunker down inside your shells, or we'll have to straighten out a few of you high and low. Su Nan's temper exploded. She's a loose cannon. She's a real go-getter when it comes to things. Otherwise she wouldn't be hanging out with a bunch of killjoys. The man who had been scolded turned red in the face, and an older man next to him pressed his shoulder and, somberly, he said, that woman can be left to you in a moment. Only then did a sardonic smile appear on the young man's face. as if he was already looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Wang Chengdao shook his head. Old me is truly moved to love talent. In the future, we will surely be able to add another deputy division head. It is a pity that fate has not yet come to pass. Then, since you and I are on different paths, then there is no need to exist in this world anymore. Where is the dragon chopper? His voice was indifferent. The men and women in dragon-patterned power suits around them then clasped their fists and bent over, drinking in unison. The last general is here. Wang Chengdao waved his sleeve robe. Anyone who disobeys the decree will be beheaded. Yes, sir. Chapter 126, Exchanges. Knock knock. A series of 3 orange-colored super-large formations enveloped the outside of the moat. The glow eclipsed the searchlights on the wall somewhat. Then another beam of light rose up among the 3 formations, converging in midair. A cone constructed of light slammed into the base walls. Huang Rui activated her own supernatural power-enhancing feats, lifting the current in the middle of the moat by dozens of meters, spiraling around the crushing cone of light. But this cone of light is a collection of the power of the 3 formation envoys. By no means could a third-order alien easily resist it. Even if Huang Rui exerted all her strength, she was only able to reduce the forward momentum of the light cone by a little bit. Can't do it to completely stall it. Shin Shireen snapped at the sight, and in the soil outside the city wall, the metallic substance surged up the walls, adding another layer of defense to the already thick walls. A gray mirror enlarged rapidly in midair, blocking across the direction of the light cone's descent. The cone of light pressed against the current and rammed downward, and as it touched the gray mirrors, it didn't shatter it, but rather penetrated through it strangely. But the cone of light that passed through the gray mirror shrank a great deal, visible to the naked eye, and it was as if it had been cut in half out of thin air. This caused the people of the Dragon Beheading Division to look surprised, and Deputy Division Master Wang Qingdao's eyebrows frowned slightly. He couldn't see through the gray mirror to see what it was a thing. Boom! The cone of light crashed against the walls with a deafening thud that the birds and beasts in the forest were startled and fled in all directions. And after the impact, the light cone ruptured and dissipated into a roiling point of light. A deep depression appeared in the city wall, and the protective layer of metal plating on the outer layer was punctured. But in the end, it failed to break the walls open and was defused by Huang Rui and the others who joined forces. The gray mirror flew back to Ruan Qiu's hand, an exotic treasure she had acquired among the battle monuments. It can enhance the effect of her copying powers, or reverse them so that what passes through it is exponentially reduced. The attack was counteracted, causing the people of the dragon-slaying division to grimace. Heaven and earth, dry heavens and earth, all the laws of this world, urgent as the law, pardon, sundowner, sentinel, sharp, blast, ha ha, it's been a long time since I've had 3 burning rune envoy buffs. Today I'm going to fight 10 of them. Compare. Let's see if it's your fist of the fixed dragon envoy that's hard, or our hidden sword envoy's sword that's faster. Miso. Swords resounded inside the formation, and 4 long swords rushed up into midair. Drifting towards the walls of the Heavenly King mountain base, the 3 figures bloomed with light red light and rushed out from inside the formation, just like humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. 1 step 20 meters. When Huang Rui and the others saw this, their faces became grave. Water curtain. A barrier made of water flow blocked the front. Put. The longsword pierced through it in no time and shot towards the city wall. But the 3 fixed dragon ambassadors in the rear weren't so lucky. The water currents among the water curtains began to vibrate at a high frequency, preventing them from penetrating it in the first place. Shoo shoo. Rumble. A series of a dozen rockets headed straight for the trio, exploding in raging fire beneath the curtain of water. Seeing this, the hidden sword envoy immediately maneuvered his longsword towards those who intended to continue firing rockets. Jin Gu. Shin Shireen's vegetative hand raised and clenched at the long sword in midair. At once, 2 of them seemed to receive interference and began to shake. How dare you! How dare you touch my sword! The 2 hidden sword ambassadors saw this and shouted. Increased manipulation of the sword. The other 2 long swords flew away at great speed, heading towards the ordinary people on the walls on both sides. On the left, Nguyen threw the gray mirror in his hand straight out and it transformed into many small mirrors suspended in front of ordinary people. After seeing the effect of this gray mirror, this longsword didn't dare to directly charge up. On the other hand, and without their assistance, the flying sword was like a no man's land. Seeing that one person could not dodge in time was about to be chopped. Boring. The sound of gold and iron rang out, and sparks spattered, only to see a person covered in battle armor appear, the longsword being swung away from him. Shui Ping. Yang Shaoguang's eyes lit up. This man is none other than one of the aliens from the Heavenly King's mountain base. The critical moment stepped in to defuse the surefire kill. None of the aliens from Tenno's mountain have solved the problem of the aliens' defects. That's why Yang Shaoguang asked them to maraud on the sidelines and wait for an opportunity. the main focus was still on the Huang Qiu. Everyone, let's go together. I'll escort you. The sound of playful shouts rang out from the walls of the city. An emerald green light enveloped everyone. Shen Lingyin activated her own supernatural ability, with the power of the staff to give the other exalted a guaranteed output. For a while, these aliens looked agitated, for they all knew that as long as they were taken care of by Shen Lingyin's supernatural energy, they could greatly reduce the loss of supernatural energy to themselves. It was a bit suffocating to have a group of women in front of them just now, blocking for them. Now each of them was rubbing their fists, and the light of their various supernatural powers was blooming. There were no fewer than 30 Xenos on the city walls, and even though some of them were body-enhancing Xenos, but a round of alien energy bombardment from the others would be enough to give the group from the Dragon Beheading Division a hard time. Ice, fire, earth and stone, wind, thunder, water and wood. An impact crashed into the formation, setting off layers of ripples. Pust. Blood gushed from the mouth of the formation envoy as he was revolted by the formation. If they go down, it'll mean that everyone in the chopper division will be exposed to the air. The risk factor is greatly increased. And the 3 dragon-fixing ambassadors who had been empowered by the burning rune envoys were actually trapped by a single alien. It's really a bit mind-boggling. The hidden sword envoy also suffered frequent defeats, and the flying swords struggled to make a mark. This caused the faces of the people of the Dragon Beheading Division to be ugly to the extreme. Rubbish! You can't even handle a group of Xenos. A voice containing anger resounded from inside the car. Click! Wang Qingdao's eyes swept sharply over all the people of the Dragon Beheading Division, sending chills down their spines. I thought it would be a lopsided advantage, but I didn't think it would even get in the door for anyone else. The 4 emissaries of the Dragon Beheading Division all needed to touch the threshold of the innate realm in order to assume their roles. As usual, it's a handful to deal with a third-order alien. Several gathering places they had traveled through before hadn't been able to disgrace them so much. At this rate, it's estimated that we won't be able to clean up this group of people even if we grind them until dawn. Wang Chengdao walked towards the front with a dragon walk. The dark red dragon pattern flying fish suit on his body was windless and automatic. It even began to glow with a dark red sheen. In vain, I handpicked you guys to join the regiment, and you can't even take a tiny base. What do I need you for? When this is over, go back on your own to receive your punishment. After saying that, Wang Chengdao waved his sleeve robe and 16 flags flew in front of him. A huge dark red formation was formed in mid-air. The air all seemed to be filled with the faint odor of blood. It looks like the old man's Dutian blood formation is about to add a few more strong blood chi. Chapter 127 Vice Division Master's Overwhelming Strength. The massive dark red formation overwhelmed towards the crowd of Heavenly King Mountain. The mighty gusts tore the air to a hunting sound. Surprisingly, it's the Vice Division Master's capital blood formation. They shouldn't be able to turn the tide now. Once upon a time of resistance, the deputy master of the division stood up to the 5 upper ninja of the lesser days on his own without losing a fight, and even killed 2 of them and seriously injured 1. Yeah, well, even though it's said that shinobi can be comparable to the innate realm, but compared to our dragon kingdom's innate powers, it's simply papier-mâché. A group of non-combatants in a convoy behind the battlefield were whispering that the eyes filled with adoration. And the people of the Heavenly King Mountain base looked up at the dark red spell that looked like a heavenly tilt pressing in. The pressure was mounting. Huang Ruai and the others had to face the siege of the 4 messengers. It really couldn't spare the time to deal with the Dutian blood formation in the sky above. Zip! Mayday! Mayday! The outpost pass has encountered a wave of corpses. It is suspected that a corpse king has appeared. Requesting support. Outpost pass firepower about to be depleted. Requesting support. Requesting backup. An urgent voice came from among the communicator beside Yang Xiaoguang, causing his face to change drastically, and the others beside him heard the distress signal and were appalled. A wave of corpses. How? Mud. Why are these *** holes looking for trouble at this time of night? Do you guys think it could be? They did it on purpose? The idea was chilling. Oh, we always get rid of organizations with dissenting views. It's too late to guess the outcome now. Oh, maybe your outpost has fallen to a zombie paradise. Ha ha. Maybe there's your mommy and daddy in there. Your kids. Where are your husbands and wives? Pust. A water arrow spanned hundreds of meters and shot towards the one who had said the sarcasm. Bang! A small spell blocked it, splashing a large amount of water. To think that you still have the heart to make a move on the others. It seems that you guys really aren't afraid of death. What's the point of bothering with someone who's about to die? No one has ever survived under the Dutian blood formation. Finally, we can see the Vice Division Master's blood formation Jinxian. It's just a shame about those women. The looks do interest me. TBH. The emissaries were talking at a high level as they pushed their means, and Wang Chengdao, who was standing in front of him, also had a subdued look on his face, having struck out on his own. This group of guys who were at most third-ranked Xenos were categorically incapable of blocking their own Dutian blood formation. This Dutian blood formation is a great killing move of his own, equivalent to zooming in right off the bat. He still understood the principle that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. When we've killed these guys to the bone, naturally, someone would tell himself where the guy who killed the heir of the Wang family was. The pressure was completely given to the crowd at the base of Tennessee Mountain. Even if there were several third-ranked Xenos up front, it didn't seem like it would be enough. That formation in the sky is about to press down on the top of his head, but the crowd that was held back had no way to deal with it. Nguyen gritted her teeth and instantly transformed into two. As she held the gray mirror in her hands, turning to Shin Shireen, she said, "Shireen, send me up." Shin Shireen didn't refuse either. Beckoning the metal into a tray, he then lifted her towards the spell in the sky. The gray mirror in her hand rose up against the wind, and in the twinkling of an eye it transformed into a super huge plane of. However, it was still unable to encompass the entire spell formation, covering at most 1/5 of it. But she's also going to try and see if the gray mirror can cause any interference with this spell. Disrupt its operation. Watching her fly up, Wang Chengdao's face revealed a smile. He, naive. Bang! A loud clang resounded in the sky, and the metal platform that held Nguyen instantly crashed down. Ruan Qiu was like a heavy blow, and the gray mirror in his hand came out of his hand. Her figure suddenly turned into a mist in mid-air and drifted away. It didn't do any substantial damage to Nguyen. The gray mirror was also recalled to the walls by her. The crowd couldn't help but look ugly. The blood formation in the sky simply couldn't be broken away. At this rate, we're just waiting to die. At the end of the Dragon Beheading Division's caravan, Pei Qianhua was smiling with a cook. "Big brother, what do I have to do to join the Chopper Division?" The cook laughed. "Oh, you also want to get on the boat of the Dragon Chopper Division? There's everything inside your dreams." Pei Qianhua was a little embarrassed, but he did want to climb into a relationship with the Chopper Division. After all, the strength displayed by this group of people from the Dragon Slaying Division was definitely more powerful than any base. If he could pull the tiger's skin, he would be quite well off in the midst of the end times. "You want to join the Dragon Chopper Division? That's fine. Look for me." Suddenly a hand tapped him on the shoulder, making him all jump and, turning his head to look at the speaker. This is a man who is so handsome that it is hard to believe that there are such handsome men in this world. Pei Qianhua looked at him in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Brother, you have a way?" The handsome man smiled and nodded. "Yes. What path?" Pei Qianhua's smile surfaced on his face. "Yellow Springs Road." Yellow. The smile was still hanging on his face. Pei Qianhua felt a heart-wrenching pain. It made him instantly fall to the ground in pain until he couldn't breathe. "What are you?" The man was startled and turned around to try and pull out the knife from his car. But a large hand had pressed his head down. Snap! It exploded like a watermelon, splattering brains in all directions. "Bold fanatic! How dare you kill my Dragon Beheading Division's people?" A man in a suit and sunglasses got out of the car, and the gun in his hand opened fire without mercy. Bang bang! The voice rang out in the middle of the group, startling the people in front of them. They turned their heads to look at it, wondering why there was a shot fired in the rear. As a result, when they seemed to, the scene in front of them made people instantly dumbfounded, only to see the original well-parked vehicle strangely disintegrate. A large amount of metal floated in mid-air, swirling around a man, and next to it, 3 people fell down. 2 of them were people from the Chopper Division, and they were not alive. Something's up. Where did the dog come from? How dare it bark in front of the Dragon Chopper Division? Kill him! These accompanying exalts shouted harshly and their bodies lit up with the light representing their exalted abilities. Lin Fei didn't look at them. Instead, he landed his gaze on the formation above the base of the Heavenly King Mountain. These exalts were offended by Lin Fei's attitude, daring to ignore them, then let him know what to expect. But as soon as they moved, they felt a coldness below them. In the middle of the earth, countless spikes drilled out, giving the group no chance to react at all. Just straight through the heart. For a moment it seemed to be quiet. Bang! 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 Vehicle after vehicle exploded, startling the emissaries in front of them who were dealing with Huang Rui and the others. They all turned their heads, full of confusion. At this time, a silhouette slowly stepped out from amongst the flames, and the flames couldn't hurt him in the slightest. His face wore an icy cold color that made anyone who saw him couldn't help but feel a chill through their bodies. It was as if some great terror was approaching. Chapter 128 Grumpy Lin Fei hammers people online. "You guys are making me look for you." Lin Fei's voice was icy cold, but it was clearly audible to everyone present. This afternoon when he tortured the guy who was backslidden by the steel seal of thought, got something about the Chopper Division expedition about to arrive in Oblivion, and asked for detailed route information. 2. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to just cut them off halfway. As a result, ran all the way there and didn't even see a hair. It was only when they went all the way to that cave gathering place that they learned that they had indeed come. So Lin Fei had 10,000 grass mud horses racing through his heart. Why the hell did this group of people change their route? I don't know where they went to hang out and ended up missing perfectly with themselves. No, just rushing back. I ran into these guys blocking their own spring. How is that tolerable? These messengers, though they did not know whence he had sprung, but it was obviously someone who was looking for trouble with them. With the Deputy Division Master's suppression, they were able to spare a few people, and at this moment, they all shot out to attack Lin Fei. The Burning Rune Envoy sets an increase on himself and the person next to him, and the Executing Formation Envoy outlines a killing formation in front of him. Lin Fei acted as if he hadn't seen it, still walking forward one step at a time. 9 killing formation. Chop. 9 streaks of cold light appeared around Lin Fei, coming towards his various vitals. Phew. The cold light chopped the ground apart, but it didn't hit Lin Fei. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, much to the surprise of several people. Is that all you've got? Are all of you in the Dragon Beheading Division such goods? Lin Fei's icy sarcastic voice rang out behind a few people. Along with it came the blood surging among the body. Ho ho! The men all felt as if their throats were clogged with something. Blood mixed with entrails was then spat out, and in an instant, a rune-burning envoy. One of the envoys was killed on the spot. The death of the formation envoy pulls a huge defense formation into dissipation. It caught the attention of everyone in the room. What was that? Who dares to set fire to our backs? Against him, Huang Xiang and Yang Zhen are dead. The hearts of the major emissaries who remained were horrified that a fellow emissary with the same strength as himself had died like this. Does that mean that if you go up against that person, you'll be taken care of as well? Wang Chengdao also turned his head to look at Lin Fei. The moment he saw Lin Fei, his eyes froze and killing intent burst forth. So you rats are hiding here and making small moves, causing me to look for you. If you kill my Wang family's heir, your entire clan must be buried with you. Boy, come and receive death. Otherwise, these ordinary people and shifters are going to pay for your recklessness. Wang Chengdao's killing intent seemed to materialize. Lin Fei looked at him and grunted coldly. Then you should be ready. Bang! The ground where Lin Fei was instantly burst into pieces, and under the extreme power added to his speed was outright inscrutable. As if in an instant, he appeared in front of Wang Chengdao. Being in the realm of the innate, Wang Chengdao's heart alarmed and his body naturally tensed up. The steps under his feet stomped, causing his entire person to become somewhat illusory. Run? Can you run? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth revealed 2 teeth and an eerie purple light flashed inside his eyes. Wang Chengdao's figure instantly lurched, and his eyes were a little dull, but it was only for a moment before clarity returned. But it was this instant that had decided the success or failure of this collision. Lin Fei's ability to seize opportunities was definitely called perverse, and the thunder in his hand clenched into a fist. It was flung hard at Wang Chengdao's chest. Knock! His body directly blasted a deep and long gully in the ground, splashing earth and rocks. Thunder then surged wildly in Lin Fei's hands, tugging at the clouds in the sky, accumulating a large amount of thunder power. Rumble! The SS-grade psychic ability Mad Thunder Surge is comparable to Thunder Punishment. At this moment dozens of raging thunderbolts were falling downwards. Bang bang! Thunder struck the ground more than a cannonball ever could, taking Wang Chengdao as the center of the circle. With a radius of 100 meters, an intensive thunderous bombardment was carried out. For a moment the messengers of the Dragon Beheading Division looked dumbfounded. The Deputy Division Master was actually being pressed? This is no joke. When Wang Chengdao was jerked away by Lin Fei, the Dutian blood formation in the sky became somewhat illusory. However, this kind of spell formation was an offhand skill, and even if it killed Wang Chengdao, it would still attack and kill in the set direction. However, Lin Fei wasn't the slightest bit nervous, because he had kept a backhand inside the Heavenly King mountain base. Unless it was an existence whose strength far exceeded his, it was simply impossible to break through the Heavenly King mountain. Harpies, old me will kill you. Wang Qingdao's clothes and robes are tattered. His hair is disheveled, and his hair is not as calm as before. His eyes were bloodshot and he wanted to eat Lin Fei alive. A very visible fist mark on his chest was still jumping and arcing with electricity. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth twisted. I can't believe I didn't beat you, old Bang Kai, to death. Looks like you've got a couple of tricks up your sleeve after all. Wang Chengdao ripped off the upper half of his robe, revealing a strong and muscular body. It's hard to imagine a man in his late 60s still having such an explosive body. At this moment, Wang Chengdao was no longer the bland deputy division master from before, but a furious cross-training fiend. The old man was 5 years old when he practiced martial arts. Winter practice 3/9, summer practice 3 volts. Attained to the innate without a day to fall. These decades of kung fu, can a brat like you understand? There happens to be a head of a proud son of the new age missing from the old man's collection. You are qualified to enter the old man's hidden cabinet. As the words fell, his figure instantly burst out. The might of the innate realm flourished, causing the surrounding messengers to feel a massive oppressive force. Even the people on the walls felt a little breathless. Instead, Lin Fei had a sarcastic smile on his face as he stretched out a hand to grab forward. Bang! Wang Chengdao's fist was clenched tightly by him, and the air was bursting from the place where the two of them exchanged blows. But Wang Chengdao's face instantly changed. He felt like he had struck on top of a piece of divine gold that had existed for eons, shocking his arm to the point of raw pain. Did I make you misunderstand something? Even if you're practicing, can you stand this 6,000 tons of force? Lin Fei's mouth grinned. The force in his hand was violently unleashed. Click, click. Wang Chengdao's practiced adamantine bone was directly crunched by Lin Fei. An entire fist was reduced to a stubble of broken flesh and bone, splattering blood in all directions. Ah! The sharp pain caused Wang Chengdao to cry out in pain, but he chose to draw back the moment his fist shattered. And the lesser of the two is the greater of the two. He could still tell the difference. This guy in front of me is so weird. Surprisingly, he couldn't even deal with him after cultivating his own Tao for more than 50 years. If necessary, he or she will choose to be clear and retreat for the time being to wait for the next day. But Lin Fei wouldn't give him this chance, and was directly following him like a shadow. A huge fist zoomed extremely fast in front of Wang Chengdao, causing him to look shocked. Chapter 129, Alien Ussing. Bang! The air was hit with shockwaves, and Wang Chengdao's body blasted a deep gully into the ground. It stretched out for hundreds of meters. Lin Fei stood at the beginning of the gully and frowned, because just now, he didn't feel the hit on Wang Chengdao's head, but instead it was like something soft blocking it. With the idea of getting rid of evil, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to rush directly into the middle of the gully. Only Wang Chengdao's body was seen set among the earth and rocks. It was as if his face had been vaporized by some high temperature, and all his features melted and dissipated, but his body kept twitching as if he was controlling his laughter, pretending to be a god. Is the Vice Lord of the Dragon Beheading Division such a thing? Lin Fei mocked. Wang Chengdao, however, was still twitching. The voice laughed with overlapping effects. This body is still too weak after all, but it's good that I found a more suitable body today. Lin Fei had a smile on his face as he palmed thunder with one hand and controlled fire with the other. Taking over? Good guy. Am I playing into the genuine end times here? Wang Chengdao hemmed and hawed. Humans, the secrets behind this end times are not for you to pry into. Only by letting go of your mind and letting the old man enter the Lord can you preserve yourself in the midst of this calamity. Lin Fei laughed his ass off, but inside the eyes was a thick killing intent. Damn, you are so weak you have the nerve to learn from others to be the old grandpa inside the ring? Still preserving yourself. Now you preserve one for me. After he said that, the thunder and fire in his hands both blasted towards Wang Chengdao. Bang! The wild energy blew up all the surrounding earth and rocks, creating a cavity tens of meters underground. After the thunder fire weakened, Wang Chengdao's figure was revealed. At the moment, he didn't have a single piece of intact skin, but he just stood there as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Your power is too weak. It's better to let the old man take charge of this body. Jia jia. Liquid like oil seeped out from among Wang Chengdao's dark body. It flew towards Lin Fei, wrapping up at great speed. The speed was faster than lightning, causing Lin Fei to not even react. For a moment, the odd sensation pervaded the mind of the. It's like having an unwanted guest inside your house. As soon as the bizarre existence that was hosted in the middle of Wang Chengdao's body entered Lin Fei's body, just start exclaiming. Surprisingly, it's the extreme realm body of force. My heavenly father infinite Amitabha Buddha. Surprisingly, I let Lao Fu pick up this kind of precious physique. What? These are all psychic powers? 1, 2, 3. Nima even has 9 channels. What kind of monster is this kid? Whatever monster you are, it belongs to the old man from now on. This time old me needs to return to the top. Knock. The humanoid form made of the mysterious black substance was just about to move. It hit an invisible wall head-on, leaving its brain buzzing. What's this? Filled with doubt, it stood up and felt in the direction it had just gone. A transparent ripple was stirring. Unbelieving, it felt in the other direction. The same ripples that it could not cross. Change again. Still, both above and below, the way was blocked. In other words, it is now in the middle of an invisible cage that it cannot get out of. No, how is this possible? Why is there something so odd in the middle of this kid's body? Suddenly, a figure coalesced not far from it. Gazing at it with a smile on his face. Laugh? Why don't you laugh? Following the example of other Soul Temple elders, right? It's a pity that your strength isn't that great either. Even I, a third-order alien, can't handle it. Tell me, how do you want to die? As the words fell, the surroundings instantly changed into an infernal hell. Countless horrible punishments were displayed before it. Even it couldn't help but feel its scalp go numb even if it had seen a lot. Kid, I advise you not to know what's good for you. I've got a lot of people behind me. Don't you draw fire. Lin Fei shook his head. Nima has become a prisoner and is still pretending to be a big garlic here? Forget it. You're a brainless thing to keep around and die. The invisible cage around it slowly contracted towards the center. And there was a great desire to squeeze the bizarre being to death. And it didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. The soul-body state of it couldn't utilize its abilities. Boy. No. Little brother. There's something to discuss. Old me, Wu Xin, is the lord of the extremely upper city in the Qian Yuan star region. I know a lot of secret stories. It can take a lot off your plate. As the words fell, the contraction of the invisible cage around it slowed, causing it to exhale heavily. Oh, so you're still an alien? Lin Fei was a bit surprised that. I thought it was something local and unclean, but it turned out that the person's identity was even more special. The black shadow slowly revealed its true form, which turned out to be an odd humanoid creature. The head has 8 tentacles that are porpoise like fiber optics, 3 eyes in an inverted triangle on a face with no mouth or nose. The body looks like an ursine nesting doll, and I wonder what kind of construction is going on inside. So damn ugly you. At Lin Fei's dislike, Yuzin's cheeks twitched, but he didn't retort anything. Why did you appear on the Blue Star? And you're also hosting the Vice Master of the Dragon Chopper Division? Lin Fei asked bluntly. Usin didn't hide it. A necromantic plague has broken out in the middle of the Star Sea. I also came here by chance in order to run for my life. At that time, my body was destroyed, and only my soul body was left to escape with a chance of survival. There was no way one had to take a proper body, and it's been more than 20 years since I've been on the blue planet. A plague of necrophilia in the middle of the Sea of Stars, making some extreme upper city lord who didn't know how far away he was fleeing for his life to Blue Star. It seemed that Blue Star's zombie disaster was definitely not simple either. Lin Fei's eyes flickered, and although he didn't know if what it said was true or not, it did give him a sense of urgency. Pack this guy up. After the words were spoken, the invisible cage around them began to change as Using's astonished gaze was met with. It became a spherical object, like a glass ball. The space around them went black, and when they were able to see clearly again, the glass ball had appeared in a large hand. It amazes Using to no end that, even with its knowledge, it didn't know how Lin Fei managed to move it out of its body. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Fei took the glass ball into the middle of space. Now was not the time to interrogate Usain. There was a bunch to deal with out there. The body of Wang Changdao in front of him had become charcoal and fell to the ground in pieces. Lin Fei didn't even look at him again and directly filled his body with flames as he soared into the sky. Just now, when Yuzin was planning to take over himself, only a dozen seconds had actually passed. When Lin Fei appeared in midair, shock was written all over the faces of those Dragon Beheading Division emissaries. There were no extra words. And raising his hand was a surefire metal prison that covered a 200-meter radius. None of these emissaries from the Dragon Slaying Division were able to resist Lin Fei's attacks, instantly taking all the seconds. Chapter 130 Desperate Situation in the Outpost Passes. The hideous metal prison strangled a dozen or so dragon-slaying emissaries. Even the dragon-fixing envoy, who was known for his physical body, could not escape death. The Great Formation annihilated. Flying swords fell, and talismans shattered. For a moment, the world seemed to go quiet. The Dutian blood formation in the sky was still falling downwards, terrifying everyone in the Heavenly King Mountain. Lin Fei merged his fingers into a sword and pointed towards the sky. An ebony light projected from within the base of the Heavenly King Mountain, transforming into a shocking sharp blade that, in an instant, he chopped that Dutian blood formation into bits and pieces. The powerful oppression instantly disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Huang Rui and a few other women leapt down from the city wall, the metal platform pocketing them. Hubby, quickly go help Zhenzhen and the girls. The outpost site is being besieged by a wave of corpses. The voice comes before the person arrives. Lin Fei's face stared, and without hesitation, instantly transforming into a flaming meteor, he flew at breakneck speed in the direction of the outpost pass. He didn't bring anyone else with him, because if he couldn't even fix it, then basically the outpost pass can be broken up as well. Huang Rui and the others immediately drove and rushed towards the outpost. At this time, the outpost is already surrounded by zombies. The tide of corpses was originally thought to be a frontal onslaught, but it turned out that a large number of zombies had lurked in the surrounding mountains and forests at an unknown time. The outpost pass was surrounded. Even if you want to evacuate, there is no way back, only to die to death. Chen Dong fiercely kicked the city wall. Why is there no signal in the stepping horse? Is it really God's will for me? His heart was heavy as he looked at all the people fighting hard on the walls. There were good brothers of the Pure Love Society, sergeants and survivors, and not one of them showed any sign of weakness. The guns in their hands were firing at full capacity, and the grenades they were equipped with had been thrown almost entirely. Only one was left hanging around his waist. That was their desperate shot. More than 1,000 men to guard this outpost pass, more or less seems a little thin. For that tide of hundreds of thousands of corpses, being able to hold out for so long was already the limit. And in the midst of the tide of corpses, there was a terrifying dark green figure tumbling about. It was a giant python over 200 meters long. With each of its swipes, it slaps a large swath of zombies into crumbs. Black blood stained its body black. The walkers in that direction are advancing incredibly slowly. This is because the earth and rocks on the ground have turned into a swamp, restricting their movement. The role of Sandy Zephyr in this moment is undoubtedly terrifying, equivalent to an unanswerable supergroup control. The ink scales danced wildly within the confines of the Sandy Zephyr, slaying the humongous zombies. And in the other direction there were flashes of lightning, and a delicate figure wandering. Any zombie that was stained by the lightning turned into charcoal in an instant. Huang Zhenzhen's thunderjack body unleashed to the extreme. It even creates lightning explosions at every pause. Her target was the third-order zombies inside the tide of corpses, as well as those even more bizarre mutants. At the back of the tide of corpses, huge zombies over 20 meters tall were creeping this way. The earth trembled. This direction happens to be guarded by Murray Scales. That means the giant walker will be fighting her. Apparently, in front of Ink Scale, a third-order zombie is a bit inadequate. Even a third-order variant was completely only crushed. But the giant zombie acted as if it didn't care about Ink Scale's terrifying strength at all. Still moving forward. Soon, its entire body was revealed beyond the fog. On that body, made of countless twisted torsos embedded in, covered with a thick layer of bony armor, as if it were a giant Malu, with innumerable arms serving as legs underneath. Humping the massive body around. Roar! The head's organ, which resembled the compound eyes of a fly, was full of zombie heads, densely packed with. Dense phobics simply can't see straight. As it was about to rush into the middle of Ink Scale's attack range, the armor on its back extended forward and a hard armor was formed over the entire head, then brazenly stepped into the confines of the Sandy Zephyr. In response to the giant walker's provocation, Ink Scale snarled and flicked his tail. After pumping away countless zombies, it ruthlessly fell towards the giant zombie. Bang! Terrifying impact sounds rang out, and the Air Force made those third-order zombies around them unable to stand still. They have fallen into the Sandy Zephyr and been swallowed up by the earth and rocks, and the giant zombie recovered as before. After only a few moments of shaking his body, the dense arms below continued to claw their way into the middle of the sand. Once within range of the Sandy Zephyr, the giant walkers began to sag, but it was ultimately too large, 20 meters in height, just a third of the way in. It can only affect it slightly. There were some startled colors among the dark scale's turquoise pupils. This giant zombie had completely exceeded the strength that the third rank should have. If it wasn't a fourth-order zombie, it was bound to be a corpse king. Is it the corpse king that was born inside the city of Oblivion? It's quite naive, isn't it? Dare to enter the range of the sandy soil and Zephyr like this? Do you really think that this snake is the only one who can do this? The ink scale roared up to the sky, and turquoise flames erupted from the center of its mouth. It cauterized towards the giant walker. The moment the flames touched the giant zombie's armor, then it showed extreme corrosiveness and burning. The giant zombie howled in pain, and then sticky black-brown juice oozed out of its armor. Block out the burning of the turquoise flames. The giant zombie didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Ink Scale. It just surged one way or another in the direction of the outpost pass. The aura of the innate realm flourished on Imo Scale's body, and a circle of jasper-colored light spread out in all directions. Any zombies that were caught in the wave were instantly tinted with the color of jade. And then Ink Scale's body shook with a shockwave surge. Those jade colors attached to the zombie's body were detonated straight away. Killed thousands of zombies in an instant. And the giant zombie's armor was all jasper, led by the ink scales under an impact that was even more violent than the tail knot just now blossomed. Bone ballast shot out in all directions and black, fishy liquid splattered. Roar! The giant zombie roared in pain, but still didn't bother with Ink Scale. This made Ink Scale a bit furious. This guy was so dead set on crashing the outpost pass? This snake won't believe it. The ink scales surged straight up and tumbled through the soil, splattering a great deal of dirt and rocks. It made a direct instinctive stranglehold, strangling the giant walker tightly. The Earth Affinity ability was then instantly unleashed, and Ink Scale's body seemed to be connected to this piece of land, and the giant zombie could no longer move the slightest bit to the front. It only felt as if it was fighting against the resistance of the entire Earth at the moment. Roar! Fetid juices ooze from the giant zombie trying to corrode the ink scales. Those branching feet were also scratching frantically on Merc Scale's body. However, for the essence of earth and stone of the innate realm, it could not break the defense at all. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. But Ink Scale prevailed in confining it in place, and the outpost pass avoided being crushed by it. But it's not a permanent solution. Waiting for those regular walkers to pile up on the walls, those people still can't escape death. This made Ink Scale feel a bit powerless. Even if he had broken through to the middle stage of Innate, there's no way to turn it around. And in the middle of that tide of corpses, there was a headless zombie with a burly body that was standing there quietly, the white bone axe in its hand lifted slightly, as if it had the intention of making a move. Chapter 131, One Man Wipes Out a Tide of Corpses. At this moment, the outside of the outpost pass was full of zombies, frantically climbing up towards the towering walls. Ordinary zombies cascade through the stack. By now it's almost 2/3 of the way through the climb. The men on the walls attacked downward in a desperate attempt to kill themselves, and when their guns ran out of bullets, then they drew their swords and slashed. Someone was caught in the wave of the mutants' attack, about to be corporeal when he heroically leaps off the wall and pulls the last grenade on his belt, launching a desperate strike at the bulwarked pile of corpses. After the battle reached a white heat, explosions were heard as if playing the final chapter. Huang Zhenzhen was already trying her best to kill the third-order zombies and mutants in the midst of the zombie tide, but there is always a limit to what one person can do to fully take care of it. She looked at those who had valiantly died, and her heart was filled with indignation, but there was nothing she could do about it. The zombie army seems endless. It's impossible to kill them all, and if there's no more reinforcements, the outpost pass could hold out for another 3 minutes at most before it was overwhelmed by the tide of corpses. Of the 1,000 or so people present, except for Huang Zhenzhen and Mo Scale who were able to be spared, the others barely survived. Even though there were quite a few psychics in there, they couldn't use their psychic powers with abandon. It's an inherent disadvantage. God gave them great power and closed a window at the same time. Like thorns, when you hurt your enemy you also hurt yourself. Sound of outpost pass. Come in, come in. The sudden sound of the communicator caused Chen Dong and the others to facepalm. Surprisingly, communication was restored at this time. But it's too late. A total of 15 kilometers from the Heavenly King mountain base to the outpost pass. Even a speed alien would need 4 or 5 minutes to reach it, let alone a vehicle. Anyone who gets there in 10 minutes or more is driving a flying car. Dong, pick it up and tell the brothers that we didn't embarrass them. Yeah, Dong, at least we bought valuable time for the base. The Killmonger youth's faces were black and red from the nitrous, but they continued to smile. Chen Dong did the same as he grinned and picked up the communicator. This is an outpost pass. We're fighting. We can hold off the tide of corpses for another 2 minutes. Please tell our brothers and friends on our behalf that we have no cowards. After saying that, Chen Dong smiled handsomely. There was a resolute atmosphere that enveloped everyone. Martyr Chen Dong, all of you, cheer up. Lin Fei is already heading your way. It should be here by now. Su Nan's sharp chortle came out of the intercom, roaring Chen Dong into a frenzy. What did she, the president, just say? It seems to say that Ringo is coming? Dong, look quickly. A shooting star. What kind of meteor flies like that? That's a cannonball, okay? A crimson flame crossed the sky, illuminating most of the outpost pass. Everyone saw the fire. The flames then crashed down amongst the tide of corpses in front of the outpost pass as many watched. Boom! The terrifying impact directly cleared a large area. When the flames exploded, a silhouette hovered in midair with a cold expression. Ringo! It's Ringo! Mud! It's really Ringo! Saved! I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Please, Brother Lin is really coming to the limit. Any later and we'll only have to collect our corpses. The walls of the city were excited by it. Lin Fei naturally saw them, and after nodding, he raised his hand. All of a sudden the metal facade of the city wall expanded directly toward the periphery, pushing all the zombies that were climbing on it out of the way. Then there rose up in the vacuum a mass of metallic matter, climbing up the walls, shrouding the entire outpost pass. It formed an inverted bowl-like structure that protected everyone inside, but there were also observation ports set aside that would allow them to see what was going on outside. This hand of psychic manipulation directly shocked everyone. Holy, this is simply terrifying. Ringo, a random strike is already the limit for an alien. Ringo is invincible. If I were a woman, I'd want to clip Ringo to death. Quick look, Ringo is starting to operate. The group even had the kung fu to joke about it. But it was also true that Lin Fei gave them too much security. The headless zombie king in the depths of the necrotic tide also saw Lin Fei's figure. At once the anger in its heart was rampant. It couldn't wait to cut off his head immediately to avenge the severing of his head in the first place. But it had just taken 2 steps when it suddenly stopped, only to see the left hand of Lin Fei, who was floating in mid-air, wave his left hand. and raindrops began to float in the dark night sky. In an instant, it turned into a pouring rain that covered the entire battlefield. With a move of his right hand, countless thunderbolts traveled across the sky, and bursts of lightning flashed through, illuminating the earth. Brilliant heavenly might shines over his head, and a hand of thunder subdues the tide of corpses. Rumble. When Lin Fei's hands fell, thunder followed like a dragon. It landed with a bang on the entire battlefield, with the outpost pass as the center, pushing outwards for 500 meters were all covered by thunder. Each thunderbolt fell precisely beside those third-order zombies in the tide of corpses. It even blew up dozens of meters of zombies around it, and its power was comparable to bombs dropped by bombers, if not more so, as long as Lin Fei's supernatural abilities didn't dry up, and he didn't interrupt his spellcasting himself. That thunder is just endless. Before those zombies who were not taken care of by thunder could be happy, they felt an air beneath their feet. Poof! The sound of falling water was heard as a large number of walkers disappeared into the ground. As far as the eye can see, all within 1,000 meters seems to have become a zephyr, and the zombies step in. It's the scale that falls into the water and can't even make a bubble. In an instant, the outpost pass became a forbidden land within a kilometer, and the zombies were directly cleared out. The scene made everyone look dumbfounded. Was this really a tactic that a shifter could perform? If Lin Fei had to deal with a wave of corpses, wasn't there simply not enough of these zombies for him to kill? It's too much of a mystery. What's security? It's called ING security. No wonder Ringo has so many superb women following him around. Ask who could resist such a seductive power. Huang Zhenzhen stood in the midst of the thunder, but was not hurt by it in the slightest. Even those stray thunder-ons were able to feed her deficient supernatural abilities. Lin Fei stepped forward in midair, flames rising beneath his feet. In 3 or 2 steps, he arrived at the heels of the ink scales and the giant walker. Giving ink scale a look, she instantly understood, moving her body deftly and turned the giant walker loose and moved away from the place. The giant zombie that had lost its restraint seemed as if it didn't even understand Lin Fei's innuendo, still squirming forward, trying to continue its mission. Lin Fei in the front sneered coldly and slowly raised his hand, blazing flames burning on it. A terrifying thunderbolt landed precisely in his hand. Thunder and fire. He clenched his palm into a fist and the triple strength specialization effect was activated. A fist blasted out as everyone watched. Bang! Mock rings appear at first glance under the fists. The terrifying power of thunder and fire accompanied by the terrifying force of nearly 20,000 tons of it directly impacted on the giant zombie's body. Pust! In an instant, the giant zombie's body exploded into a bloodstain, splattering broken bones. Even the zombies in its wake weren't spared, as Lin Fei's punch directly split the tide of corpses and a vacuum was created. The eyes of the ink scale on the side were wide open. It knew that Lin Fei was very fierce, but I didn't expect to be able to dry shatter the giant that I couldn't help with a single punch. It was simply inappropriate. The headless zombie king in the depths of the tide of corpses felt the wind of the fist that swept past him. Silently, he put away his axe. Martyr, this man does not speak of martial virtues, now simply cannot fight. Slipped and slipped. Chapter 132, The Corpse Tide Retreats. Dodo. Dots of red and blue lights flashed in the sky, and several helicopter gunships came in at breakneck speed. A convoy also sped across the ground, appearing in sight of the outpost pass. The moment they appeared, firepower instantly descended amongst the tide of corpses. Reinforcements from Tennyson's base have arrived. Yang Xiaoguang and Su Nan had dispatched almost all of their living combat power. With today's strength, even when facing tens of thousands of corpse tides, he has the power to fight. Moreover, those zombies on the sides had already been blasted by Lin Fei, and there was simply no room to fight back. Soon, the zombies on the side were cleared, and everyone converged in the middle of the front battlefield. As if those zombies had smelled the danger, they actually retreated towards the direction of downtown Oblivion. This is clearly not in keeping with the bloodthirsty nature of zombies. There should be a corpse king in the middle of the corpse tide. Yang Xiaoguang analyzed. The one Lin Fei killed just now was definitely a corpse king level zombie. It doesn't seem to have quite enough intelligence though. Could it be it? Ink Scale, who had long since taken human form, wondered, "Are you stupid? That big stupid Chun was ed by me to the point of having no hair left, and he can still command a tide of corpses?" Lin Fei slapped her on the back of the head. Ink Scale beamed, but it seemed as if Lin Fei had a point. Su Nan frowned and, looking towards the rapidly retreating tide of corpses, "There should be a super zombie that we haven't seen before." It's really hard to be at peace with the fact that more than one corpse king has been born inside the Forgotten River City. After a round of crossfire, the brigade did not pursue because that hidden corpse king was likely to possess an extremely high level of intelligence. If he attacked rashly, he might fall into a trap. Lin Fei similarly frowned. To Yang Xiaoguang, who was next to him, he said, In the future, the teams that enter the city to search and rescue must be equipped with elite exalts, with strong insight abilities, and once they find any trace of a suspected corpse king, they will directly notify me. Yang Xiaoguang's face sank as he nodded to show his understanding. Then it was time to wrap up the cleanup. This sudden wave of bodies. It cost the outpost pass dozens of people, including 3 shifters. For a while, the hearts of the people were a little heavy. Bang! Yang Xiaoguang slammed his fist on the jeep horses. If it wasn't for those dog bastards making sneak attacks, we will never be so passive. The people of the Dragon Beheading Division are actually this kind of goods. And I thought there was something so magnificent about an organization with its back to the crown. Lin Fei said with an indifferent expression. After there's no basic order in the. No matter how virtuous one may have been before, he will be tainted in the midst of the last days. Besides, it's a group of people who are already skilled in their craft, and while you can't generalize, but at least the group was released from inertia by the end times. Sunan walked up, listening to that group of people just now. It's the Shangjing side that wants to make a move against our Tianshan base. Lin Fei nodded. It should be those remnant rats inside the southern war zone that made a report to the top. Actually, even without their tipping off, those guys would have come sooner or later, because that leader's target was me. His direct descendants were beheaded by me, and I don't know through what secret method I learned of his death. Su Nan pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Fei and said, in that case, we can offend the Shangjing side to death. Yang Xiaoguang shook his head and said, it shouldn't be so bad. After all, they are acting in such a brutal and unreasonable manner that they are going to beat and kill us without asking what is right or wrong. Lin Fei laughed. Not so much? Why do you think they'd come to stick up for the Southern Theater? Without the approval of the higher-ups, the one who comes will only be a deputy division head, and there will never be so many minions. So Sunan was right. We did offend the people over at Shangjing. After all, to have a freshly established expedition destroyed by us is tantamount to breaking one of the arms of the Shangjing side that controls the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Yang Xiaoguang scratched his head. What then? If the Beijing side is to be blamed, Lin Fei directly cut him off. Doesn't matter. Let's just guard this acre of land. If they are really short-handed and want to come and stir up trouble, then I don't mind taking a trip to Shangjing. Suddenly he saw Xun Lingyin in disguise as a diligent bee rescuing the injured on the sidelines. Thinking about what they were carrying on their 2 sisters' backs, maybe if they don't come, they'll have to make a trip to Shangjing themselves. It took one night to clean up the battlefield at the outpost pass. Inside the conference room of the Heavenly King Mountain base, a group of people were sitting and discussing the post-war review. The atmosphere was rather gloomy, and Lin Fei was also present. To summarize, it's still because we have too few aliens, and basically, they don't dare to use too much power. Yang Xiaoguang analyzed. Everyone knows that psychic powers are the main fighting force, but it's a wonder that psychic powers are born with side effects. It's frustrating for people. Lin Fei gently tapped the tabletop to attract everyone's attention. You don't have to worry about that. There should be good news from Dr. Ryu's side by tomorrow at the latest. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the conference room was pushed open. All heads turned to look at only to see Lu Ruyan in a white lab coat standing there with a joyful look on her face, and holding a reagent with a faint reddish hue in her hand. It's a done deal. I've done it. Lin Fei. The alien stabilizer is made. Although she was the one looking at Lin Fei, the rest of the crowd had been surprised. What do you mean? Alien stabilizer? Is it something like what we think it is? Lin Fei had a smile on his face. See, what did I say? Is there anyone here who would like to give it a try? Don't worry. With the priest, nothing will happen. Shen Lingyin, who was on the side, gestured an OK sign. Half of the people present were not psychics. Several of the other half were Lin Fei's women, so they couldn't be used at all. Thus, all eyes were gathered on the 3 people inside the conference room. One was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes called Shuepeng, who had previously fought against the hidden sword envoy when, with the battle armor he got inside the battle monument, he made a miraculous feat. The other was thin and tall, with a brow that seemed to be marked by undissolved sadness. Is a second-order speed alien, belonging to one of the earliest groups of aliens to join the Heavenly King's Mountain to help build the base. The credit is there for all to see. The remaining one is a female psychic, but not in combat. Rather, it's a brain increase, the ability to handle all sorts of things with ease. And she was a professional assistant before the end of the world, currently apportioning for Sunan. The 3 looked at me and I looked at you. Shuepeng then took the lead and stood up. Let me do it. Anyway, my special ability is to strengthen. It's a little more bearable than they are. As Lin Fei looked at him, he had a few moments of appreciation. This kind of person could be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Chapter 133, Fermentation of the Exotic Inhibitor. No surprises there. Ping had successfully suppressed the side effects of his powers after taking Lu Ruyan's reagent. Ping only felt that there was now an inexhaustible amount of strength in his body, even more surging than before. He roared "Ow!" shaking the lights inside the conference room slightly. Yes, Ping had never felt was so relaxed. Since the end of the world and the acquisition of the supernatural ability to strengthen the body, he suppressed his power every moment, afraid that if he used too much he would die as violently as his friend. This feeling of having an empty mountain of treasure that you can't squander is too stifling. Now it is finally able to be built with vigor. The crowd looked at Ping's performance with joyful faces. This meant that their Tennyson's fighting strength would enter a new era. It's no longer just limited to relying on Huang Rui and a few other women to fight. Every alien can be an absolute staple. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, finally living up to her mission. I'll state in advance that this is only the first stage of the inhibitor, useful for second-order and lower aliens. If the alien ability level reaches the third rank, it will still be much better than a normal alien without using the ability drastically. As for the higher-order alien inhibitors, I'm still working on them, but it's coming. A flicker of realization flashed through the crowd's minds, but they were already satisfied with that. Lin Fei felt that it deserved to be so. If the disadvantages of psychic abilities were so easily discarded, wouldn't one's complementary ability seem like a chicken scratch then? He said with a smile on his lips. I'll mention one more thing. In the future, if an alien in the base wants to use the reagent, he first has to leave his name on the war tablet, or else he won't be given it, no matter who he is. The crowd didn't understand why Lin Fei would ask for this at first, but after thinking about it, leaving a name on a war tablet largely eliminates the use of aliens with false names. If you can fake a name, your heart is most likely not in the right place, and a person like that, getting the reagents is a curse. So he couldn't help but marvel at Lin Fei's foresight. A meeting that had some somber moments, but also some surprises. After obtaining Lin Fei's consent, Sunan began the process of publicizing the alien inhibitor on the online platform, and almost all of the alter egos on the list in the base had received invitations. With Ping testifying, the crowd had no more doubts and took the reagent, succeeded in keeping the psychic drawbacks at bay. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. These shifters have told their friends and family in faraway places. The news of the Heavenly King's Mountain alien inhibitor was all over the internet for a while, and there was no need for Lin Fei to worry about any of this. After the meeting was adjourned, he called Chen Dong to a halt. In Chen Dong's uncertainty, he was taken to meet someone. Inside the treatment room, Chen Dong looked at Pei Qianhua, who was tied to the iron frame bed in front of him, and suddenly reddened his eyes. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. This place all belongs to you tonight, and after tonight, no one knows he ever existed. Chen Dong gave Lin Fei a deep look, keeping his kindness in his heart. Lin Fei walked out of the consultation room and lit a cigarette and smoked it. Xin Lingyin stood at the edge of the flower platform and looked at him slyly. Brother Lin Fei, has my little consulting room become some kind of strange place? Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. You don't understand. Don't look at Chen Dong, who usually smiles and laughs, but in reality he has a deep scar buried in his heart. As a man, I understand the pain in his heart, and it's nothing to help him out in passing. Let's go. If you don't like this place later, you can get a different consulting room. Anyway, more and more houses are being built inside this Tennyson Hill base. Shen Lingyin let out an oh-so-quiet sound and hurriedly followed Lin Fei's pace. The news on the internet festered faster than expected. The southern battlegrounds have all joined in speaking up for Tennyson, with Battle Lieutenant General Guoping making a personal appearance in support. In a row of a dozen days, there were no less than 20 more alien figures in the Heavenly King's Mountain. Not everyone succeeded in acquiring the alien inhibitor, though, but there are always newcomers who come to cut through and feel the benefits of the inhibitors. It's as if it's snowballing and the news is spreading wider and wider. Even the alien who had previously sprayed Heavenly King Mountain to death on the internet had posted a video publicly apologizing that he had indeed succeeded in eschewing the side effects of his alien powers in a tangible way. Didn't join AK Media or anything. For the sake of authenticity, and specifically using his powers for a very long time. And as a result, he didn't ascend in place. Merely a somewhat pale face and excessive exertion of her powers. There were quite a few alien witnesses of this sort, and it also caused the surrounding alien witnesses who were still watching to move. The name of the alien inhibitor of the Heavenly King's Mountain has been completely made famous. It wasn't just those scattered aliens who were affected. It was more of a fighting force amongst the other gathering places that suffered from the ills of their powers. After seeing how so many aliens on the internet can use their powers as they please, there was quite a bit of talk about the gathering place where they were. Many people in power hated the Heavenly King Mountain in their hearts, but they also had to weigh the strength of the Heavenly King Mountain. Nowadays, other people's psychics can just use their psychic powers, and if this were to get physical, wouldn't that be giving away food? The Dragon Kingdom's several war zones were even more blown up. If others say they don't know Guopingzhang, can they still not recognize him? Some time ago, Shangjing sent an extremely powerful team to investigate the murder of Elder He in the southern war zone, and the news of the total destruction of the army came not long afterward. It was important to realize that those people were all experts of the Dragon Beheading Division, including Deputy Division Master Wang Changdao. This even implicated the ancient family of the Wang family in Shangjing. According to the grapevine, the place where that team folded was the Tenno mountain base in Forgotten City. Now Guopingwar spoke out on behalf of the southern battle area, supporting the Tianshan base. What does that mean? It shows that he, Guopingzhang, is going to take the southern theater of operations away from the power of Shangjing, to make himself king in the midst of chaos. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face of Shangjing. Do you think Shangjing's side cannot cure him? Just because there's no news now doesn't mean that the upper kingdom acquiesces. Storms only come harder after the quiet. But the alien inhibitor now being introduced at the Heavenly King's mountain base is really a good thing. If he could get his hands on it, it would be a big boost to the strength of his base. Immediately, many bases sent trade requests to Heavenly King Mountain, but without exception, they were all rejected. The Heavenly King's mountain base has one attitude: supplies are inexhaustible for the old man. As long as the alien, do not disturb in good faith. That's a bit confusing for all the bases. You said something as important as supplies. It's not like he can regenerate at the moment, and I can't believe someone is saying he doesn't need it. Isn't that a farce? Okay, you want a psychic, right? Then I'll give you the alien. I just hope that you, Tennyson, don't regret it. Chapter 134, The Alien of Strange Origin. Battle Monument Square. This place has been altered to have a cluster of buildings, directly because of the presence of the war monument. All the surrounding buildings were vaguely arching over the war monument. It's full of powerful aliens and countless long guns, just in case someone comes along and messes with it. Of course it doesn't necessarily mean that the battle monument will be destroyed, but it's always good to have it just in case. The dark red sun was high in the sky on this day, and the weather felt decidedly chilly. Those who used to be able to wear short sleeves are now forced to throw on a jacket. Beneath the battle monument, a clash suddenly erupted, and an alien suddenly stormed out of the person next to him was wounded and fled into the distance. Immediately, a shifter stepped in to round him up, and soon that shifter was apprehended. In the special interrogation room, the alien was bound with iron chains all over his body. It was surprising that his psychic powers had no effect here. Click! The door opened and Lin Fei's figure walked in. Don't struggle. You can't use your powers in here. This interrogation room was a special psychic ability that Lin Fei had replaced from a psychic who had joined the Heavenly King's mountain. And just like the woman at the giant mushroom, it could suppress psychic abilities. Placed here as an alien interrogation room, it works very well. After Lin Fei took his seat, he looked at the alien in front of the table and laughed. I heard that you're still a little baka? Baka, let go of me. Kesenwaro, release me asshole. The shifter didn't hide it anymore, kicking the table and yelling. The smirk on Lin Fei's face grew even bigger. You know the dragon language that's common throughout the universe, right? Don't force me to slap you. The little day alien glared at Lin Fei and said in broken dragon language, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise the clogs of our great day warriors will trample your little gathering place. Pust. The tea Lin Fei had just drank into his mouth sprayed out directly, almost choking him. Awesome. That's the funniest joke I've heard in a while. But alas, making me laugh won't get you out of here. And I'll ask you again. How did you get mixed up in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom? I remember that the Dragon Kingdom had an eviction order against your little life before the end of the world, didn't they? The little day shifter sneered. Want to know? Kneel to me and I'll tell you. Bang! Lin Fei directly rose up in a storm and kicked him in the stool, kicked him into the wall with his chair. The small day alien who landed on the ground stared in disbelief. Impossible. How can you still use chakra? Lin Fei grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Chakra? Excuse me. I call that hard power. Old man, I see your mouth is quite hard, so there's no more talking. Go down and meet the nifty Amaterasu Amikami. With that, Lin Fei was about to blow his head off with a punch. Feeling the morose killing intent, the small day alien instantly panicked and, the spirit of the samurai is of no use in the face of death. Begging for bean sacks. Beg for bean sacks. I say, I am a sentry of the Great Day Empire, sent to scout the base of Tenno Mountain. Lin Fei threw him on the ground, signaling him to continue. As the guy jabbered on, Lin Fei learned some strange news. There were many people in narrow land on the small side of the world, and when the post-apocalyptic crisis erupted, the whole country fell in an instant. Only a few escaped with their lives. These people are on a giant ship that has abandoned the land and is drifting around. It had recently arrived near the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, right in the middle of the limits of the city of Watanabe. They've noticed that the zombies in Watami City seem to be extraordinarily weak, so rose the intention to resettle in the Dragon Kingdom. The appearance of a giant ship would unsurprisingly attract the attention of the survivors of Watari City, and the majority of the transmutants in Watanabe City were concentrated under Yifeng's command. Friction arose between the two forces at once. You could say the fight went back and forth. Yifeng and the others were victorious because of their familiarity with the terrain, while the xenomorphs on the side of Little Day had weird moves. Let's get defensive. Now that I've heard about the Heavenly King's Mountain's alien inhibitor being able to help aliens out of the misery of side effects, the idea of a small day was suddenly on his mind to keep it for himself. The guy in front of him was the first scout they sent. After listening to the narration, Lin Fei frowned. Little Day actually dared to come to the Dragon Kingdom to encroach on the territory. Directly placed on Lin Fei's must-kill list, and they can spare the manpower to spy. It proved to be in a relatively advantageous position in the battle against Yifeng and the others. Originally, Lin Fei had said that he would find a time for Yifeng's group to come directly to the Heavenly King Mountain. I can't believe I'm going to meet this Little Day in the life. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to Fairy City. After all, Yifeng was a rare talent. The Little Day alien's mouth was dry, and when he saw Lin Fei pondering, he tentatively asked, "I've finished. Is it possible to let me go? I promise to never set foot on the Heavenly King Mountain again." Lin Fei glanced at him. "Well, you can go." The small day alien's face was delighted and he moved his body to try and get Lin Fei to untie him, but Lin Fei laughed and stomped on his head with one foot, splattering his brains in all directions. "This walk is not a walk. I didn't say the Little Day could leave alive from me." Lin Fei never procrastinated in his work, and after the result of the small day scouts, he directly transformed into a thunderbolt and, toward the city of Watanabe. That guy Yifeng is considered a righteous person. When he asked him to take himself to the Corpse King's lair, he really wasn't clinical and hardcore, just an egg. It was worth Lin Fei's while to run up for him. Watami City. Today's cities have more and more buildings that don't go into the water, and the sea seems to be rising slowly all the time. A few silhouettes shifted in the middle of an old-school district house. Brother Feng, those mother ****** heirs actually dared to fire into the city. When it's really not your own territory, it doesn't hurt a bit. When I catch a chance, spend this old life to get them. Several people were more or less injured, and their looks were unusually grim. Yifeng's handsome face was also a bit grazed. "Keiko, is there any news from Bing and the others?" The man called Keiko frowned. "No, it's been half a day now." With Bing and the others' water skills, they would have touched the base camp of the small days long ago. He paused and said, with some difficulty, "But we haven't gotten word that the, most likely." Yifeng shook his head, signaling him to stop talking. "If the siege of Wei and Zhao also fails, then there's really no way to save those people inside our gathering place." At the thought of this, the crowd couldn't help but clench their fists. Bang! A sudden rattling sound came from the middle of the building outside, causing the faces of those present to freeze. Then came the broken dragon language. 36 plans are the best plan. As expected, it's still you dragons who are the best at escaping. Come forth, little rats, and let the light of my great day empire shine upon you. Chapter 135, The Unsolvable Gundam. A huge Gundam stands in the old town. It's a whole lot taller than a 7-story house. At the moment a dozen figures stood on the shoulders of the mech, kimono warriors and armorers, and a teasing grin was uncharacteristically evident on all of their faces. On the 5th floor of the old residential building not far from them, a room door was slowly opened. It was Yifeng and the others who came out from inside. Their faces were extremely ugly in contrast to those on the Gundam. Squeak! The Gundam's weaponry is revealed on all parts of the body. The aimed infrared rays were aimed straight at Yifeng and the others. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Don't look so bad, Chinaman. Our big day empire just wants to make a home here. It's not too big a deal. Didn't we used to live together on this land?" A man in a solid black samurai uniform smoked a cigarette and smiled heatedly. Yifeng and the others had their fists clenched white. "Let's put this on the table. How dare a bunch of dogs driven back to a small town bark here?" Keiko pointed at the man's nose and cursed. In only impotent rage. "When our predecessors killed so many, it's not like I've seen much of anything, and I've been able to return home to see the cherry blossoms in full bloom. Hashimoto-san, what's the point of talking to them so much? After we take care of these bigger rats, we can settle in comfortably here and in the meantime explore the power of the Dragon Kingdom today. I can't wait to enjoy those dragon women. They're not as technically good as the women of our Great Day Empire, but they each have their own specialties, and I just love conquering these chaste women." Little Day's words undoubtedly caused Yifeng and the others to burn with rage. Keiko was even more intent on going straight for it despite the flaws in her powers. Although Yi Feng was angry, he didn't lose his mind as he stopped the brothers beside him. Don't be impulsive. Don't fall for such a cheap agitation. I'll cover your retreat in a moment. No one messes around. Do you understand? His voice was low, but serious, with a tone that made it impossible to refuse. Yo ho ho. What a great way to give up your life. Don't even argue. No one's leaving today, I say. The small-day samurai above Gundam laughed, a smile filled with moroseness. Well, that's enough talk. Under the tree. Kill them. The black-suited samurai leapt off the top of the Gundam and landed on the roof of the building next to it, seemingly intending to stand aloof. One man then dove into the middle of the Gundam to activate the massive war machine. The rest of the samurai and armorers leaped to the houses on either side of in a closed circle toward Yi Feng and the others. They did not intend to let them go at all. Gundam, with his terrifying physical strength, deals devastating blows to the house. These old houses could not resist its impact and collapsed. Yi Feng and the others fled from building to building, unable to clash hard with Gouda. I don't know how this Gundam of Kodai's was made, but it's powerful as hell. It is not afraid of flooding or fire, and it is surprisingly powerful, weighing in at over 10,000 tons. Every blow played was no less than that tonnage. Even a third-order power-enhanced adept was no match at all. This mech belonged to an existence that was insurmountable for Yi Feng and the others. If they can't get rid of this Gundam, then they'll have no choice but to run for their lives. And there's still the occasional harassment from the small-time samurai to deal with. Rumble. The rockets poured relentlessly from Gundam's shoulders. Half of the old homes that were submerged in seawater were blown right up for the most part. Yi Feng ran at the end of a few people. A pair of flame wings that were much more solid than before opened on his back. Block all those rolling waves of fire. But the road ahead of them also remained treacherous, with rounds of artillery bombardment followed by relentless strafing from heavy guns. But anyone who gets rubbed and touches it has to peel off their skin. Many people among Yi Feng's team had died at the hands of this Gundam. Xing, don't stop. I can't run anymore. You guys go. I'll cover you. No. One of the fleeing group is decapitated in the leg by a samurai's attack, making it difficult to continue. As he pushed away the man who tried to come back and pull him back, he desperately pushed his own psychic powers too. A grenade was also pulled in his hand. Come on, doggone little day. Let's show you all that. How your ancestors were scared by the Dragon Kingdom in the first place. With that said, he charged directly at the nearest samurai against the direction, leaving the man unable to react. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and the fluctuations of the alien energy spread out. After the fire, Xing's figure disappeared, along with the one samurai who blew up into pieces. The small-time samurai who were close by were also affected and suffered. Bagger Pressure Road. How dare you hurt our Great Day Empire warriors? You are looking for death. Stop playing around. Give me full horsepower and kill the F*****Kurs. Not far away. The black-suited warrior snapped. The little day inside the Gundam put away its playfulness and catapulted the Gundam into a killing state, only to see the original flashing blue light of the Gundam instantly transformed into a piercing red color. Its back turbine thrusters were showing, and rolling heat waves were coalescing. Miso. A chain knife was pulled from its waist, driving a large amount of sparks to spatter. The chain sword was flung in the air, making the sound of gold and iron embedded in it then became a straight, sharp, giant blade. All get out of the way. I'm going to cut this bunch off at the waist. A chortle came from inside the Gundam. The samurai and armorers who had been constantly entangled stopped their pursuit and gave the battlefield to Gundam. Boom! The turbine propulsion behind the Gundam erupted at the same time, and the entire fuselage flew straight up in low altitude. Approaching Yi Feng and the others quickly. Go over there, Yi Feng shouted as he pointed in a direction. That's the new town over there. It's full of skyscrapers. They want to try and block Gundam with this terrain. Several men leaped from the old building, and quickly started the speedboat. With all the horsepower of it stirred up a white line on the water and fled quickly toward the new city. Gundam pivoted and made a 90-degree turn to follow directly after him. Run for it! Boom! The Gundam collided directly with the facades of the two buildings, a large number of concrete blocks shattering and throwing themselves away. The chain knife viciously chopped down towards the speedboat in front of him, but as if Yi Feng had expected it, directly preemptively correcting the direction of the speedboat, a water drift directly into the middle of another street. Pust! The water exploded and the chain knife broke the surface of the water, but missed the speedboat. Mud! Really good at running. I'll see where you can run to. Gundam withdrew his chain sword and came to the corner intersection with all his horsepower intending to give chase, only to find that the speedboat was actually parked just 2 intersections away from and next to the group of there was another unseen, raw face. What kind of tricks are these going to pull? But in the face of absolute strength, all moves are futile. What? Giving up the struggle? then this city is a laughing matter for us. The Great Day Empire. After saying that, a blade dipped down towards Yifeng and the others. Chapter 136, tearing Koda with his bare hands. Yifeng's few people froze in place. The one that was walking towards them on the surface of the water was actually Lin Fei. Lin Fei. Run! Yifeng wanted to pull Lin Fei onto the boat and run away together. But Lin Fei shook his head. Just 2 or 3 kittens. Show you what it means to demolish Gouda with your bare hands. Only to see that he slowly raised his arm and curved his palm in a grip in the face of Gouda's chopping down of the rigid blade. The little day inside the Gundam didn't figure out why that guy dared to catch a white blade with his bare hands. But since he begged for death, let it be as he wished. It was impossible for anyone to be able to catch their own tons of impact, right? Bang! The chain blade slammed down so hard that it pressed a gully into the water, and waves of water rose high to the sides. A grimace plastered on his face as he cursed stupidity under his breath on his little day. Is this the way the Chinaman's brain works? It's really strange. Ha ha, but just as he was about to retract the blade to chop out again, surprised, he realized that his chain's words seemed to be stuck on something. Look no further. It's amazing that the Kaki who just stood there, under his own blade, his hand held the blade steady, as if an infinite suction prevented him from retracting it. How is this possible? I must have rushed myself too much last night and my brain didn't work. Up! He pushed the Gundam so hard to retrieve the chain blade that the fuselage was running white with smoke. Can't move either. Mud. Hell no. Instantly the Gundam's chest and shoulders opened up with a number of gun ports. The cannonballs with flaming tails spiraled toward Lin Fei like heavenly flowers. If hard doesn't work, then something harder. Rumble. The shells exploded in a layer of flame over the water, covering the entire street without death. A smile returned to Gaudine's little day face. This is always a good time to die, isn't it? No one can carry the bombardment of the great sun. But as soon as his words fell, he felt a huge force coming from the top of the chain sword. Nanny! In the midst of his exclamation of surprise, the Gouda that couldn't let go of his hand was directly lifted up by Lin Fei. This scene directly stunned the little life inside Gouda. Along with the other little days that had just arrived, they froze in place. On the speedboat behind Lin Fei, Yifeng and his group gulped hard. Ringo he is a Super Saiyan, right? Is it really necessary to tear up Gouda with your bare hands? No, Johnny, what are you kneeling for? What do you say? In the midst of the sea of fire, Lin Fei looked up as he held the 10,000 ton Gundam in one hand. My Dragon Kingdom's territory is not for you Eastern midgets to get your hands on. Anyone who offends my Dragon Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. After the words were spoken, thunder and fire appeared in his other hand, and a fist was flung violently toward the sky. The furious Mach ring had blown a deep depression in the sea. The flooded portions of the surrounding buildings were revealed to be 2-story. Boom! The power of the fist pierced through the air and made an explosive sound. Gundam had no time to react at all. Then he felt an indescribable force crashing on top of his body. The fuselage of more than 10,000 tons was directly flying backwards into midair. All kinds of sparks with lightning. Flames then rose beneath Lin Fei's feet, lifting him into midair, only to see him raise his hand. The seawater in the middle of the several streets around him instantly boiled up. It was like a dragon sucking up water to converge behind him. He cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng and the others. Watch this, Gouda is going to be so s. With that, he directly raised his hands high and made a grasping gesture towards Gundam. The seawater beside him then directly manifested into 2 huge arms that squeezed Gundam to death. The Gundam actually looked like a hand puppet in the middle of the giant hand. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Fei maneuvered his giant hand and, bit by bit, the Gundam is disassembled. Baka! The Watashi noi Dainichi. There were small days of miserable cries on the side, but they couldn't stop the guy in midair who looked like a god or a demon by a single bit. In Lin Fei's hands, this invincible Gundam was directly disassembled to the point where it couldn't be put together. And in the process of disassembling it, Lin Fei realized that it wasn't the various wiring that connected the Gundam's core to the. Instead, it was an odd tentacle. A dark brown, fishy liquid oozed out of each part that was removed and torn off those whiskers of flesh. It wasn't until Lin Fei disassembled down Gundam's chest kinetic energy source that he realized that this turned out to contain an ugly sarcoma with a number of root-like sprouts growing on it, topping off the Gundam's wiring. It's disgusting. You guys just love all this weird in your little lives, but you won't get that chance later. Lin Fei directly dry crushed that flesh tumor with a punch. He then maneuvered the giant hand of water current to slap directly towards the group of small day warriors, so fast that it enveloped their heads in an instant. Chinaman, you don't speak martial arts. Having just cursed, he never had the chance to speak again. Lin Fei stood in midair and looked at them coldly. What martial virtues are there to talk about with a small day? For Thai races like you, I kill one on sight. No one is good enough. Yi Feng and the others on the speedboat were already numb. Lin could really be a killing star. Not only did they live to tear that Gundam apart, it's also a great way to jerk off a bunch of small-time samurai who were watching. Now only the one black-suited warrior left at a little distance escaped, but he had also long since lost the arrogance he had earlier. At the moment, he hated to use all of his chakra to cultivate the transportation technique. It's a good idea to run off into the distance. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let that guy go. Lifting his hand and waving it, an incredibly wide cannon barrel suddenly appeared on his shoulder. As he racked it, the muzzle of the cannon instantly coalesced into a blinding mass of polymerized electric light. Boom! The air in front of the cannon's muzzle was instantly shaken by a blast. The light mass directly disappeared into the eyes of the crowd in a bizarre manner. Rumble! Suddenly there was a horrible explosion in the distance. No waves of fire, only a blinding flash of electricity. This cannon directly and accurately hit the fleeing Kadeko samurai. The raging electric light blasted even the man and the building into slag together. Lin Fei put the barrel of the cannon away with a breezy air. It was his killing weapon that had evolved to the latest stage, the electric light shock howitzer. It was even more raw than those alien batteries that had bombarded the southern war zone before. When he landed on the water, Yi Feng and the others were already waiting here, looking at their eyes of adoration and gratitude towards him. Lin Fei smiled indifferently. I was going to say that I would let you come to Tennyson's mountain in a while, if I hadn't just happened to capture the little day scouts who came to spy on the information. I'm afraid I would have been unaware that Watari City was even close to being overrun by Little Day. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Yi Feng sighed with some shame. Brother Lin, it's not that we don't want to deal with those dog days. It's just that their tactics are too weird. You saw the Gundam just now. We can't do anything with them at all. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. I know, that's why the dish needs to be practiced more. Come to the Heavenly King's Mountain. This Watanabe city is no longer habitable. Chapter 137, The Good and the Bad Planet in its Infancy. Yi Feng also knew that Waterside City was now stormy and no longer suitable for survival, so there was no refusal of Lin Fei's invitation. Their group went straight back to their previous gathering place. Give all those little days of keeping the place a result. Lin Fei, on the other hand, parted ways with them, followed the direction of the coast to find the huge ship on which the Little Day had traveled. By now the huge ship had half its bow stranded on the shore, and was still fairly new through and through. But a little day's worth of people didn't see it, and these guys had a better choice, immediately abandoning the guy thing that had saved their little lives. No less than the inferior race. Lin Fei came to the boat. It was to find out if the weird sarcoma inside that Gundam was unique or not. Earlier, when he had blown away Gundam with a punch, he had noticed that something was wrong. He himself had nearly 20,000 tons of punching power, plus the power of the thunder and fire. Even an aircraft carrier would be up. But the Gundam was only showing a few dents and circuit flickers, which means that the kind of thing inside Gundam's chest cavity is pretty much a doorstopper. At least it has shown the property of being able to add even greater defense to metallic objects. If he could, Lin Fei would like to study it properly. Maybe it would be useful for Tennyson. Walking alone on the deck, the sea breeze carried a cool breeze. Lin Fei listened carefully, but he didn't find any movement. He suddenly activated his life spirit gold alien energy and spread it out towards the entire giant ship. In front of the SS metallic ability, the giant will seem to have become Lin Fei's home turf. In an instant, he could master all the space of the entire ship, under the control of the alien power. 99% of the places are nothing special. The only thing that surprisingly encountered a hindrance to his own life spirit gold was in the engine compartment of the giant ship. It was as if that part of the metal was resisting the erosion of his own powers. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth lifted. Surprisingly, there really is more. With a thought, the metal beneath his feet began to change, forming a ladder to the belly of the ship. When Lin Fei arrived outside the heart of the giant wheel, it was obvious that he felt this wall of metal gates in front of him resisting his intentions. However, this resistance, Lin Fei was able to easily dissolve it. It's like a 3-year-old wailing in front of a parent trying to rebel. Lin Fei directly stepped forward and kicked the thick metal hatch. Looking in through the doorframe, there was not a trace of metallic substance visible at all. It was all black and red flesh and blood tissue. Where the turbine engine should have been, it was directly replaced by an even more massive mass of sarcoma. It's drumming non-stop at this point. The frequency was still accelerating after Lin Fei approached, as if he was afraid of something. What the hell is this thing? Like it has a spirit. Suddenly his heart felt something, and between flips of his wrist, a glass ball appeared in his hand. It was the alien, Usin, who had been in his custody earlier. Are you in a hurry to get out? Is that some kind of insight? Lin Fei looked at the Usin inside the glass ball in his hand. Insights are not to be taken for granted. This is a growing planetary prototype, but appearing on a planet in its prime is rare. Doubt showed inside Yuzin's 3 eyes. Planet fledgling? What do you mean? Planet growing on the blue planet? Lin Fei felt confused after hearing that. Urson nodded. It's understandable that. But it's logical that planetary prototypes will only appear on planets that are about to come to an end, waiting for the original planet to enter a phase of collapse, where the planetary prototype will devour and eat it. Take the star source of that planet and float in the middle of the universe, waiting for a new life. But planetary prototypes can be fussy. It doesn't just appear on a planet. That's why I feel strange. Lin Fei frowned. According to you, Blue Star is about to go to the stage of collapsing? I thought you said it wasn't strange to contradict yourself when Blue Star is still in his prime. Urson's tentacles scratched his head and embarrassment was revealed within the 3 eyes. I really don't know about this. The records I know about the planetary prototype say so, but I haven't seen it exactly. Then is the existence of this thing good or bad? Lin Fei inquired. The tentacles on Urson's head rubbed his chin. It's a good thing, and a bad thing, and, after all, it was meant to bring the planet back to life, but only if the planet was going to die, or if its very presence signaled the end of the planet. I think it won't be long before an unforeseen crisis hits Blue Star. You're so weak now, I don't know if you'll survive. Why don't we make a deal and let me manipulate your body to speed up the growth rate of, just in case. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Waiting for me here? Just die of this. But if you want your freedom back, then make yourself a grandpa inside a ring and I won't treat you badly. Urson laughed dryly and said no more. Lin Fei looked at the throbbing sarcoma in front of him and felt a slight sense of urgency. Though I'm not sure that all of what Usain said is true, but lies have to be told with truth to be more convincing. So it's a curse, not a blessing, that this thing is here. Tone. Is there any good way to dispose of this thing? Lin Fei directly asked the system in his mind. The system is more reliable than the uncontrollable Urson. Metallic planetary prototype can be accommodated by non-metallic containers. Consuming a metallic planetary prototype will help you realize the laws of metallicity. Note, consuming a planetary prototype will take on its established karma. So be careful. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The system was really reliable and gave a direct solution. As for non-metallic containers, not being so big myself, but space property containers are considered non-metallic, right? So with a big wave of his hand, the planetary prototype spread throughout the engine compartment disappeared in an instant. It made all 3 of Yuzin's eyes glaze over in the middle of the glass ball. Space? Frog fun. You even have something like that? Lin Fei sneered twice. What? Is it rare? Ussing. Look at that. Is that a human word? The uninformed. But where space is concerned, that would inevitably implicate the most secretive space laws among the stars. Only by comprehending the laws of space could an object be endowed with spatial abilities. With the size of the storage space one could surmise the depth of spatial law comprehension. And Lin Fei had just directly collected the entire planetary prototype. Good lord, that must have been at least nearly 100 squares. There was only one other person that Yuzin knew of who was able to craft a storage space of this size. That was a superpower that reigned supreme among the stars. If Lin Fei was related to that person, it would be a big bull. Chapter 138 Mo Scales Trouble. The power of space is extremely stagnant, and not even among the billions of living beings can a single comprehender emerge. So this handful of spatial storage really shook Yuzin to the core. But Lin Fei didn't know about this. He only knew that space was the standard for the golden finger in the post-apocalyptic world. After storing the planetary prototype, Lin Fei didn't stay any longer and went directly to Yifeng's gathering place, bringing this group of people back to the Heavenly King Mountain in great numbers. There was Su Nan who was solely responsible for receiving this group of survivors. As for Yifeng, the alien, it's also just as enjoyable to leave your name on the battle monument and get an alien inhibitor. It made them happy. They've been too busy with the little days against the line lately to have time to surf the web, so it didn't know about the Tennessee Mountain. Regarding the Heavenly King Mountain base, Yifeng and the others were shocked and amazed. It's like a super fortress built on a mountain. 3 rings of high walls divided the entire fortress into primary and secondary. The main thing is that there are no yellow faces in here, and each one looks full of life. There were even hundreds of exalts who had left their names on top of that battle monument. Most of them were second and first order psychics, with a few sprinting to the third order. Yifeng also tried to leave his name on it, and surprisingly, he unexpectedly rushed straight up to the ranks of the third rank, chasing right below Huang Rui's name. And while he was activating the war tablet, everyone in the square felt a terrifying breath of searing heat, much stronger than the flame adepts. He also got one thing from inside the battle steel, which was a blood-red crystal block that, I don't know what kind of material it was made of. It exuded an aura similar to Yifeng's. It was practically customized for him. The strangeness of the base of the Heavenly King's Mountain was an eye-opener for them. At the top of Heavenly King Mountain, Lin Fei sat on a large green stone overlooking the entire base. Now that the base has reached the point of 10,000 people, every now and then there is an influx of admirers, and there is no need to worry about the growth of the base. And now, besides the growth in numbers, what's most lacking is combat power. Of course, the reference is not to the aliens, but to the combat considerations from ordinary people. After all, it couldn't be that in every battle, the Ultrans would be the ones to charge into battle, could it? Isn't that making a cow out of someone? So in order to avoid a disconnect between aliens and ordinary people, Lin Fei was thinking about how to make ordinary people's combat power stronger. Not to say how powerful, at least against the ordinary zombies that were getting stronger now, they had to have a fighting chance. He thought of his killing weapons, not to say that all of them had been studied thoroughly. Once you get some skin in the game, it's definitely a cross-genre technological explosion. There was also the special battle armor that Xue Ping had acquired from inside the battle monument. I've heard that Yang Shaoguang is already working on it up. The end times are certainly catastrophic, but how can they not be an opportunity? With the leap in life and the explosion of technology, if mankind can stand firm in the midst of the apocalypse, that would definitely be a qualitative leap. Tap, tap, just as he was meditating, a light footstep sounded behind him. Feeling the aura of the arrivals, Lin Fei didn't even need to look to know that it was that emo scale girl. If you don't cultivate properly, what are you doing here with me? Lin Fei asked without looking back. Emo scale frowned a little inside. Lin Fei, it seems like I've hit a bottleneck. Oh, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and turned to look at her. What bottleneck? The late innate stage? Ink scale shook his head. Then his aura was released. In an instant, the earthen rocks at the top of the Heavenly King's mountain shook as if they were making a pilgrimage to their monarch. Lin Fei's complexion stared. You've reached innate perfection? So fast. Ink scale nodded. I seem to be absorbing the energy inside the spirit crystals a little too quickly lately. Reaching innate perfection feels like there's no more progress. What should I do? Am I only going to be able to cultivate to innate perfection? Lin Fei reached out and put his hand on her wrist, feeling the energy fluctuations within her body for a moment. Couldn't help but frown a little. The energy is vague, overflowing but not refined. Maiden, you're pulling up the seedling and growing it. The foundation is a bit unstable. Further cultivation is afraid that it will explode in place. Even a layman like me knows that. And you don't moderate. Ink scale beamed. Then what to do? My father left me nothing. Being able to cultivate to this realm now is all due to me figuring it out on my own. Lin Fei's cheeks twitched slightly, feeling that this guy was a blind man crossing a river, relying on luck, being the essence of earth and stone, possessing the conditions to transform into a dragon. It is surprising that there is no corresponding method to cultivate it. It's really a bit shabby. Where did they go? Your father? Lin Fei asked curiously. Ink scale shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen them since the days of the witches and demons. Lin Fei froze. Which demon era? Is that the one I was thinking of where heaven and earth are unkind? And everything is a ruminant. The witch demon era when the demon race established the heavenly court? Merkscale thought for a moment, then nodded. Lin Fei's heart was racing with 10,000 horses. Nima, then wouldn't this guy be thousands of years old? Oops, I'm actually not as old as you think. Since the birth of my spiritual consciousness, I've been in a deep sleep most of my life, active for no more than 20 years, and I think I should go by that. Ink scale waved his hand in explanation. None of that matters. What matters is what am I going to do about it? I can already feel a vague tingling sensation amongst the flesh and blood. It's not really going to explode in place, is it? Lin Fei stared at her, a pair of eyes looking up and down, and a fresh breeze blew through, blowing the ink scale's shirts up and the whites are translucent. Ink scale's cheeks instantly flushed a scarlet color after seeing his extremely aggressive gaze. What's he up to? Is it? Lin Fei walked up to her, raising his hand. He directly knocked on the ink scale's head. What's with the face of shame on your face? All day long you've been thinking about all that stuff. Go on, try to get your name on the war tablet. Come back to me if you can't. Ink scale covered his head, spat out his tongue, and ran off in a huff after an O. Looking at the way she fell away, Lin Fei burst out laughing. This guy really doesn't seem too bright. To say that the strength of an innate perfection that was extremely strong. In a few breaths of time, he appeared in the battle monument square. Lin Fei was able to see a flash of green approaching the battle monument from the top of the mountain. The war steel then took on the color of jasper throughout its body, haloing the base of the Heavenly King mountain with a touch of green. Boom! A huge pillar of jasper light rushed out from above the battle monument, reaching the clouds. It was as if the night was to be dispersed, and the sound was amazing. Even if Lin Fei was separated by a long distance, he was able to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. This fellow, Mo scale, seems to have really gotten something unimaginable from amongst the battle monuments. As the light fades, those who were attracted to the area saw a new name rising above the battle monument, directly toppling Huang Zhenzhen's first place position and replacing it. Ink scale, spiritual root, earth, realm, innate great circle.